Lin Feng inadvertently traversed into the Marvel Universe, experiencing a reversal of age and subsequently being taken in by an orphanage. Fortunately, upon enlisting in the military, he awakened the Superman template system. Beginning with the loading of the Golden Age Superman template, he set forth to reconstruct a new Kryptonian race within the Marvel cosmos. Years later, a super family spanning countless parallel universes emerged within the Marvel Multiverse, causing the Kree Empire to circumvent their path and sending the Skrulls fleeing in terror. Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, turned pale at the sight, while the mad Titan Thanos trembled, nearly retreating in fear. The new Superman family spanned the cosmos, transcending the multiverse itself. Though I begin anew, I shall forge a family of unparalleled glory, even if the multiverse crumbles to ruins. Lin Feng's ultimate ambition was to overthrow the One Above All, becoming invincible within the Marvel Universe. Chapter 1. Encountering the future Captain America in the Marvel Universe. In a New York City apartment located in Queens, the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating a robust and handsome Asian man who stirred from his slumber, rubbing his eyes in confusion as he sat up. Lin Feng rubbed his face, scanning his surroundings. Beside him lay a captivating blonde beauty, their clothes scattered across the floor, and several empty bottles littered about, creating a scene of disarray. Another ridiculous night, truly the bane of capitalism. He caressed the sleeping beauty's cascading golden locks, gently kissing her forehead before carefully stepping over her to don his slippers and make his way to the bathroom for his morning routine. The warm water cascaded over him, washing away the fatigue of his hangover and the throbbing in his head. Lin Feng frowned, reflecting on his life since the traversal, feeling as though he had fallen from grace since living under the red banner. Upon exiting the shower, he found the enchanting woman had departed, and the $100 bill on the table had vanished, replaced by a note bearing an address and phone number. Brooklyn, Laken Apartments 2204, phone 347-946-1358. Noticing the lipstick mark on the note, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He had merely sought a night of amusement, unaware that the woman seemed to desire something more serious. Perhaps he had underestimated the allure of his position as a subway employee. Marriage and fatherhood feel distant in this world. Who knows how long one might live? Had I not traversed here 23 years ago, inexplicably regressing to infancy and being discovered and adopted by the orphanage, I might have perished on the cold streets the very day I arrived. Lin Feng was not a native of this world, he was an intruder from another realm. In his youth at the orphanage, he had been somewhat delighted by his traversal, imagining that with his foresight of global events, he could seize wealth and power, until he encountered a familiar name in the newspaper that shattered his dreams. Howard Stark, the proprietor of Stark Industries and father of the future Iron Man, Tony Stark, had ascended the ranks of New York's wealthy elite, obliterating Lin Feng's aspirations. As a traveler familiar with most Marvel films, Lin Feng understood the inherent dangers of the world he inhabited. While superheroes appeared valiant and dashing on screen, effortlessly vanquishing villains and saving the day, audiences often overlooked the countless innocent lives lost during their battles. When comics or films transform into reality, and one finds themselves part of that world, the desire for a lack of extraordinary powers becomes palpable, as one fears the day when the world might be obliterated by the conflicts between heroes and villains. Lin Feng rubbed his face, clearing away the chaotic thoughts flooding his mind. Sigh, it has been over 20 years, yet my golden finger has yet to arrive. Glancing at the clock, which read 7:30, he realized he was nearing his work time. He hastily grabbed a piece of bread from the refrigerator, quickly donned his suit and tie, and hurried downstairs, bursting out of the apartment to drive his second-hand BMW 303 saloon towards his workplace at Brooklyn Station. In November 1941, the shadows of war loomed over the United States. The world was engulfed in turmoil as Germany, having risen again, tore up the Treaty of Versailles, allying with Japan and Italy to form the Axis powers, clashing fiercely with the Allies. Broadcasts regularly reported on the war's progress, detailing German advances and Allied retreats. From the chaos of Europe to the war-torn landscapes of Asia, the flames of conflict spread across the continents and oceans, with the Allies generally at a disadvantage, while America, profiting from the war, hesitated to intervene, prompting Churchill and de Gaulle to send frequent telegrams urging Roosevelt to join the fight. Upon parking his car, Lin Feng declined multiple solicitations for war bonds before arriving at Brooklyn Station just in time to clock in for work. After signing in, he boarded the subway on line 2. As a subway driver, he had to perform numerous preparatory tasks before operations commenced to ensure the train would run safely and smoothly. After proficiently checking the braking systems, communication devices, and door switches, Lin Feng conducted a sweep of the train for cleanliness. Thank goodness no idiot relieved themselves on the train that would have made today unbearable. Having completed his inspections, he verified the departure schedule with the staff on the platform, checked the signal lights, and returned to the driver's cabin, taking his seat in anticipation of departure. At 8 o'clock, following a series of electric bells, Lin Feng opened the doors of the subway train. A throng of passengers surged into the carriages, accompanied by shrieks and shouts, transforming the train into a bustling marketplace. Lin Feng chose not to intervene in the chaos within the train. His sole responsibility was to adhere to the schedule, ensuring the train arrived at its designated stops on time. Even if passengers engaged in mock gunplay, it was not his concern. After reaching each station, he allowed passengers to disembark before departing again, with new passengers boarding in waves. At 14:30, the train returned to Brooklyn Station, and Lin Feng stood up, stretching his back. The sound of cracking bones reverberated as he relieved the tension in his aching spine. His morning shift had concluded, and he could clock out for a 2-hour break. Holding the record of stops from his journey, he leisurely exited the driver's cabin, only to notice a despondent child sitting in the carriage adjacent to him. "Hey, young man, the train has arrived. It's time for you to get off." Casually reminding him, Lin Feng approached and gently patted the child's shoulder. The boy, startled, looked up with a forlorn expression and quietly replied, "Okay, sir, I understand. Apologies for delaying your departure." Lin Feng shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. He had grown accustomed to the peculiar passengers that frequented the train, and this polite child was far more agreeable than the gang members he often encountered. The child quickly stood and hurried toward the door. However, it appeared his legs had fallen asleep, and he stumbled to the ground, scraping his chin and drawing blood that trickled down his neck, scattering a stack of papers across the floor. Noticing this, Lin Feng rushed over, helping the child to his feet while inspecting the injury. Although the blood flowed freely, the wound was neither deep nor severe. A simple band-aid would suffice to staunch the bleeding. Thankfully, it was not serious otherwise. It could lead to complications if the child's parents sought compensation. Lin Feng bent down to pick up the scattered sheets of paper from the ground and was taken aback upon reading the text. Among the documents lay enlistment notices and application forms, as well as a medical examination certificate issued by a hospital. However, the application bore a black 4F stamp, indicating that the recruitment office had denied his application. Steve Rogers, what a familiar name. Is this fellow the future Captain America? Lin Feng pondered to himself, glancing at the thoughtful child with his chin in hand. After examining the medical report, he realized his misunderstanding. The individual before him was not an underage child, but rather a fully grown adult over the age of 18. Recalling the depiction of Captain America in the films, who was indeed a frail figure before receiving the super soldier serum, the resemblance to the slight young man before him became increasingly evident. Lin Feng felt his heart race. If his conjecture was correct, this presented a splendid opportunity. Establishing a rapport with the future Captain America could lead to a shared enlistment, perhaps even qualifying him for the injection of the super soldier serum, granting him the chance to wield extraordinary power akin to that of Captain America. "Hey, you clumsy kid. Come with me to the dispatch room to get a band-aid and wash off that blood, otherwise your parents will worry." He draped his arm over Steve Rogers' shoulder, guiding him toward the dispatch room. "Sir, really, there's no need. I've already caused you enough trouble. This minor injury is nothing. It will stop bleeding soon." Steve Rogers attempted to decline, but was unable to resist Lin Feng's insistence as he was led away. Before long, they entered the dispatch room, where curious colleagues at the subway station turned their attention to the two, and the station master approached with a serious expression. "Lin, what's going on here?" Lin Feng seated Steve Rogers and rummaged through the medical kit for a band-aid while responding. "It's nothing. He fell when getting off the train, and I brought him here to stop the bleeding. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble. Right, kid?" The latter part of his statement was directed at Steve Rogers, who nodded vigorously and replied, "Yes, sir, it's not Mr. Lin's fault. I tripped and fell. He's a good Samaritan, don't blame him." Upon hearing this, the station master's expression relaxed. Since the injury was not due to Lin Feng, it would not implicate the station, and thus was of no concern to him. He turned back to continue his light-hearted banter with the attractive ticket clerk. Chapter 2. Riding the coattails of future Captain America. Lin Feng pressed a band-aid onto the wound on Steve Rogers' chin. "All set, kid. Be more careful next time. You're 18 now. Don't be so reckless, or your parents will worry, understand?" Listening to his guidance, Steve Rogers felt tears welling in his eyes. Since his father's passing, there had been no one to offer him such heartfelt life lessons. Being inherently introverted, he struggled to articulate his gratitude, merely whispering repeated thanks. The station master, overhearing their conversation, turned to observe them with curiosity. He had initially assumed that a child had sustained an injury, which was why Lin Feng had kindly brought him to the dispatch room for treatment, yet he was astonished to discover that this individual, standing at less than 5 feet 6, was an adult. Are you joking, Lin? He doesn't look like an 18-year-old at all. The station master questioned, glancing at the papers laid on the table. A lengthy list of medical examination results revealed numerous disqualifications, with several serious ailments highlighted in red ink, such as asthma, scarlet fever, rheumatism, heart disease, rhinitis, frequent colds, and high blood pressure, among a dozen others. My heavens, it's a miracle you're still alive. Seriously, with that physique, are you planning to enlist to commit suicide? The station master's teasing remarks piqued the curiosity of those nearby, who gathered around to examine the enlistment application and medical report. The female dispatcher, who had been chatting with the station master, covered her mouth in astonishment, her gaze fixed on Steve Rogers. Poor young man, even one of those ailments could be fatal. God, may you protect him, amen. People often sympathize with the weak, however. The pitying gazes directed at Steve Rogers felt 100 times more painful than a knife to the heart. Lin Feng noticed him bow his head, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. Understanding that the crowd's words were not comforting, but rather likely to inflict significant emotional distress on the future Captain America, he quickly snatched the documents from the female dispatcher's hands. All right, everyone, get back to what you were doing. After dispersing the onlookers, he turned to the station master and said with earnestness, Station Master Jason, you should not mock a patriotic young man. His aspirations are noble and commendable. In the current global climate, to enlist despite the imminent dangers of battle is a display of courage that surpasses 90% of the American populace. The station master paused, a hint of shame flickering across his face, but he quickly turned to anger. He raised his hand, pointing at Lin Feng, and shouted furiously, Lin, you owe me an apology. Who gave you the audacity to question me? If you wish to continue working here, you ought to be more discerning. The nearby onlookers stared in disbelief, unsure why the typically low-key Lin Feng would clash with the station master. Was it a moment of impassioned indignation? Lin is too impulsive. The station master holds the power of life and death here. Indeed, our continued employment is at the station master's discretion. The young man is too rash, yet the station master's words were indeed excessive and insulting. Sho, keep it down. Do you want the station master to take revenge on you? Seeing Lin Feng argue with the station master over his behalf, potentially risking his respectable position as a subway driver, Steve Rogers hurriedly stepped before the station master and bowed deeply. I apologize, sir. This is not Mr. Lin's fault. I should not have come here. I apologize on behalf of Mr. Lin. I hope you can forgive him and not hold it against him because of me. I will leave immediately and not cause you any further trouble. The station master looked down at him, sneering as he replied, You're nothing. What gives you the right to apologize on his behalf? Lin, you must give me an answer. Will it be an apology or... Lin Feng grasped Steve Rogers firmly, his eyes blazing with intensity. Apologize? Huh. I will not apologize to scum. On the contrary, I will report you to the subway company for unlawfully hiring your nephew as an accountant and embezzling funds to create a slush fund. You're finished. With that parting shot, he pulled Steve Rogers away, leaving the station master pale with shock. He had not anticipated Lin Feng would uncover his secrets so thoroughly. If the boy were to report him, the company's owner would likely dispose of him in concrete and toss him into the sea. Lin, I was just joking, I swear. Come back. I won't make it difficult for you. Steve Rogers halted, hesitantly raising his head to plead. Mr. Lin, please return. Being a subway driver is a good job. Since the station master has made a promise. Lin Feng resolutely shook his head in refusal, thinking to himself how naive the future Captain America was. Having navigated the treacherous waters of workplace intrigue before his time travel, he understood that the station master's concession was merely temporary. Once the problematic accounts and slush fund were dealt with, he would undoubtedly turn hostile again. Especially considering that the brother of that corpulent pig is involved with the gang. If he continues down this path, he may very well end up as a corpse in the wilderness, or worse, dismembered and fed to piglets at a farm. Steve, remember this. Do not easily place your trust in anyone's oaths. After giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Lin Feng turned away. The station chief, panting heavily, rushed forward but was abruptly interrupted. You needn't say anything further. I've decided to resign. Being able to vent my frustrations at you before leaving brings me a sense of relief. Oh, And don't even think about sending your brother after me once I leave here. I will enlist." With that, Lin Feng strode away, leading Steve Rogers with him. The station chief's eyes flashed with malice, but he suppressed his anger. If Lin Feng truly applied to enlist and passed all the tests and medical examinations, he would become a soldier. Eliminating a nondescript Chinese individual is entirely different from eliminating a prospective soldier. Damn the bastard. God, I curse him to fail the tests. If I had connections in the military, I would ensure your disqualification and sell you off to Mexico, letting those savages do unspeakable things to you. Seething with rage, the station chief returned to the dispatch room and issued a strict gag order. In a state of turmoil, he hurriedly departed, seeking his brother in the Viper gang, hoping to eliminate Lin Feng before he could enlist. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he was unaware of the station chief's intentions after his departure, but he refused to leave his fate in the hands of another. Upon exiting the subway station, he made a beeline for the recruitment office at the street corner, with Steve Rogers being dragged along, soon gasping for breath. As they navigated a narrow alleyway, several teenagers emerged from around the corner, brandishing baseball bats to block their path. "Look who we've cornered. Sprout, are you applying to enlist again? I'd say you're better off waiting to die at home than flailing about like this. Right, brothers?" The leader of the group, sporting a nose ring, menacingly tapped his baseball bat. His companions erupted into exaggerated laughter, pointing and mocking Steve Rogers loudly. "Leonardo was right. If I were you, I'd relax at home and wait for death. With your frail constitution, you'd only be fit to sell your backside in the army. I remember your rear is rather pale. Sam, you're mistaken. His backside isn't just pale, it's remarkably tender." "Ha ha ha. Thompson, are you trying to kill me with laughter?" Lin Feng coldly regarded them, unflinchingly pointing at the alley behind them as he barked. "Scram before I lose my temper, or you'll regret it." Steve Rogers tugged at his shirt, not wishing to trouble the kind Mr. Lin any further. "Mr. Lin, I can handle this. Trust me, you needn't get involved on my account." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng pulled him behind him. Having decided to hitch a ride with Captain America, hoping to be selected by Dr. Erskine as a candidate for the super soldier serum test, there was no turning back now. Chapter 3. A fierce confrontation with the thug and the Winter Soldier, Bucky. "Ah, Sprout, is that your friend? I never imagined that besides Bucky, someone else would stand up for you. How curious. You'd best keep your distance, or I shall break your legs." Leonardo sneered, wiping his nose and brandishing a baseball bat defiantly. "You just don't know when to back down, do you, Sprout? Today, I will make you and your friend call me Daddy." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, ready to engage. However, Steve Rogers emerged from behind him, adopting a boxing stance and retorting with fervor, "No need for Mr. Lin's assistance. I can withstand you for an entire day." With that, he charged forward, delivering an uppercut aimed at Leonardo's face. Lin Feng barely had time to restrain him and followed suit, rushing into the fray. The other thugs, witnessing the altercation, closed in, swinging their baseball bats indiscriminately at the two. Although they appeared young, their strikes were vicious and ruthless, showing no regard for the potential consequences. "How dare you treat us like dead men and bully the weak?" shouted a young man, wearing his cap askew, distorting the truth with his words. Lin Feng suddenly dropped to the ground, executing a sweeping kick. Thud, thud, thud. Caught off guard, three of the leading thugs stumbled and fell, their chins colliding with the concrete, knocking out several teeth, blood spilling from their mouths and pooling on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng picked up the bats that had slipped from their grasp and struck the fallen thugs with unrelenting force. As he reveled in his dominance, the thugs curled up on the ground, wailing in despair. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the chaos. Steve Rogers, who had bravely charged in, was sent sprawling back, colliding with a trash can. Lin Feng abandoned the half-beaten thugs and hurried towards Steve Rogers. Leonardo approached, intent on continuing the assault, but as he raised his fist, a strong boy in military attire grasped his wrist, effortlessly tossing him aside and casting a disdainful glance his way. "Do you find pleasure in bullying the weak?" Seeing someone intervene on Leonardo's behalf, Lin Feng rushed to support Steve Rogers. "Steve, is he your friend?" Steve Rogers wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded softly. "Yes, Mr. Lin, this is Bucky, my best friend." While they conversed, Bucky had already left Leonardo battered and bruised. After suffering repeated defeats, Leonardo dared not utter a word, fleeing towards the alley, leaving his rolling comrades behind. The thugs on the ground erupted into curses and exclamations. Damn you, Leonardo. How could you abandon us? Do not let me lay eyes on you again, or I shall have no choice but to sever your dog legs. How blind was I to have mistaken you for a friend, even coming to your aid in a brawl. Curse you, Leonardo, return to me at once. Bucky dismissed the raucous scuffles of the petty thugs, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Hello, Steve. Sometimes I truly believe you have a penchant for getting beaten up. He playfully patted his dear friend's shoulder and turned to greet Lin Feng. Good day, sir. I am James Buchanan Barnes, but you may call me Bucky, as Steve does. I appreciate your assistance with my friend. Otherwise, I would have found him once again bruised and battered. Aunt Sarah would surely be heartbroken. Lin Feng nodded slightly, recognizing Bucky as the future Winter Soldier. Greetings, Bucky. I am a friend just recently acquainted with Steve. It appears you have enlisted. How is life in the military? Bucky shrugged nonchalantly. Not particularly grand. Had it not been for the lack of decent employment, I wouldn't have joined the army. However, the sergeant mentioned that boot camp is as expected, but life in the company after training is more engaging. At least one gets to wield firearms and, with good fortune, may even be assigned to the armor division to operate tanks. Steve Rogers, catching his breath with a hand on his knee, gradually regained his energy and interjected, Bucky, I was just about to defeat him. Bucky bent down to retrieve a document that had fallen to the ground, frowning as he tilted his head in inquiry. How many times has it been, Steve? He casually opened the enlistment application, the glaring 4 stamps catching his eye. Observing the alterations on the personal information, Bucky chuckled and continued, Is this the Palermans? You do realize that falsifying information on a draft notice is a violation of federal conscription laws, right? And you still have your address as New Jersey. My word, Steve, you truly astonish me. Steve Rogers seemed unfazed by this, and instead focused on the uniform adorning his friend. You have been commissioned. Have you received your orders? Bucky nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Indeed, the 107th Infantry Regiment. From now on, you shall address me as Sergeant James Barnes. Tomorrow morning, I set sail for England. Wish me luck, my friend. Upon my victorious return, I may very well be a general. Steve Rogers felt a mixture of joy for his friend's achievement and sadness at his own repeated rejections from the military. He lowered his head, reflecting wistfully, I should be going too. I envy you, Bucky. Lin Feng noticed his melancholy and, with a smile, wrapped an arm around his shoulder to console him. Do not lose heart, Steve. I have resolved to enlist as well. Why not accompany me to apply once more? In our country, there is an ancient saying, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it will first exhaust their spirit, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and ruin their undertakings. Thus, they will be moved to endure and grow from what they cannot. Do not be disheartened by a few setbacks. Let us strive forward and leave the rest to fate. Steve Rogers blinked, struggling to comprehend the words spoken, yet finding them profoundly sensible. He nodded and clenched his fists, rallying himself with determination. Indeed, I cannot abandon hope. That would be a disservice to Mr. Lin. It is because of me that you lost your esteemed position at the subway company. Only by enlisting can I repay your kindness. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall accompany you to enlist. I will not falter. Bucky, intrigued, scrutinized Lin Feng and inquired about the details of the situation. Steve Rogers briefly recounted the events, inciting Bucky to roll up his sleeves and head to the Brooklyn subway station, intent on confronting the station master with a fury. How dare he insult my brother? Is he courting death? I'll make sure he knows the meaning of pain. He may be just a minor subway station manager, but he carries himself as if he were the president. Steve Rogers and Lin Feng quickly restrained him, emphasizing that seeking vengeance on that rotund man was not an urgent matter. Bucky was due to deploy to England soon, and any act of violence could lead to military repercussions, possibly even discharge. Eventually conceding to their insistence, Bucky abandoned his impulsive thoughts. Just wait. That rotund fool will get what's coming to him when I return. Come on, buddy, let's enjoy our final night before I leave. Curiously, Steve Rogers asked where to. Bucky produced a newspaper, slapping it into his friend's hands. A Fair from the Future, hosted by Stark Industries. Mr. Lin, you should join us. Even merely reading about it gets my blood pumping. Lin Feng leaned in, examining the newspaper alongside Steve Rogers. The headline on the second page boldly proclaimed the Tomorrow World Expo, with a slightly smaller print indicating Stark Industries as the organizer. Chapter 4. An opportunity to step into the extraordinary. Bucky pulled a few tickets from his pocket, distributing them to his friends. Tonight, Let us revel at the Stark Industries Expo. I've invited several female soldiers, and Steve, you and Mr. Lin must seize this chance. Especially you. At 18 and still a virgin, it would be quite embarrassing once you enter the army. He patted Steve Rogers on the shoulder, teasingly laughing. Lin Feng accepted the ticket, tucking it into his breast pocket. As for the female soldiers, he was indifferent. However, attending the Stark Industries Expo presented a splendid opportunity. If he could meet Howard Stark and become a test subject for the super soldier serum, his prospects would be secured. Having watched the films before his travels, he knew that Dr. Erskine's research into the super soldier serum involved this wealthy genius scientist. Furthermore, Howard Stark's extensive connections in high society made him quite popular among influential figures. This enabled him to establish Stark Industries during the World War and rise rapidly, standing shoulder to shoulder with established military-industrial enterprises. After becoming acquainted with him, not only did he have the opportunity to participate in the super soldier serum trials, but he could also provide insights into technological advancements from before the war, potentially ushering in a modern way of life decades ahead of schedule. Bucky, you and Mr. Lin should go. I wish to try my luck at the enlistment office once more. Steve Rogers hesitated, declining the invitation. He lacked the enthusiasm for leisurely pursuits at the fair. Lin Feng offered a gentle smile and softly urged him, Steve, don't be this way. Bucky leaves tomorrow. It will be disheartening for you not to join. The desire to enlist does not necessitate urgency. I've promised to accompany you, and with so many enlistment offices, if one proves unfruitful, we can simply try another. There's no need to reject a friend's good intentions over this matter. Bucky intended to counter Steve's reluctance, but, seeing Lin's persuasion, chose to remain silent. After some contemplation, Steve nodded in agreement. All right, Mr. Lin, my apologies, Bucky. Bucky waved his ticket eagerly, interrupting Steve. Hey, brother, tonight is our last night in New York. Do you really want to waste it in this dreary alley until morning? Let's go have some fun. Tomorrow, he would be heading to the front lines in England to battle the Nazis. This evening, he had specifically invited a few strikingly beautiful female soldiers, hoping for a splendid night after the fair. The trio laughed and chatted as they made their way to the Stark Industries Expo. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and cars lined up in long queues, many of which were rare luxury vehicles, all heading towards the exhibition venue. Upon nearing the venue, Lin Feng realized the crowd exceeded his expectations. The line for ticket checks stretched nearly 500 meters, with all three entrances similarly crowded. The ticketing staff were overwhelmed and had to enlist the help of security personnel. From the early afternoon until nightfall, it was only then that the three finally entered the venue. Outside, not a single light was lit. Only the Stark Industries Expo shone brightly, standing out prominently against the darkened city skyline. What a grand spectacle! While the outside enforces a blackout, Stark Industries truly excels, Bucky remarked, scanning the area for the female soldiers he had invited. Steve Rogers nodded in agreement, fully endorsing his friend's sentiment. In these times of intense warfare across Europe, the prices of energy and resources had surged dramatically. To ensure the industrial production of America, particularly in military sectors, a blackout had been implemented 2 years prior. Neither the neon lights of shops nor the enormous billboards received power after 7 p.m., and even street lighting was restricted. Inside the exhibition hall, the crowd surged, and even on tiptoe, Bucky could only see a sea of heads. After a considerable time, without spotting the invited female soldiers, feeling embarrassed in front of his friends, he fell silent and joined the throng toward the center of the exhibition. Let us find a place to wait. Perhaps they have yet to arrive. Lin Feng pointed towards the colossal globe in the distance, suggesting that they wait for the female soldiers there. Standing in that spot would allow them to see the three entrances to the exhibition hall without being swept away by the throngs of people. The trio exerted themselves to push through the crowd and arrive beneath the globe to await their friends. Before long, three lively young ladies entered the venue. Bucky's eyes brightened, and he leaped up, waving his hand in excitement. Hey, Rose, we're over here. The young lady spotted him and approached, chatting and laughing. Dressed in vibrant long dresses and adorned with high heels, their swaying figures attracted many envious glances from men who looked jealously upon the three men beneath the globe. Girls, you finally arrived. Let me introduce you. Bucky smiled, waving his hand and pulling Steve Rogers over to continue. This is my best friend, Steve Rogers. Don't let his height fool you. His passion for joining the military surpasses mine. You certainly shouldn't underestimate him. He then pointed to Lin Feng, offering a brief introduction. This is Mr. Lin, a friend of Steve's who previously worked as a subway driver. If you're interested, feel free to ask him the rest." With a playful nudge to Steve Rogers, he confidently took Rose's hand. The other two young ladies exchanged glances, their eyes gliding past the bashful Steve Rogers. One of the blonde, blue-eyed beauties playfully tucked her long hair behind her ear and stepped closer to Lin Feng, linking her arm with his and giggling. "I'm Elinda. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Feng, undaunted, smiled back and introduced himself. "Hello, Elinda. You can call me Lin. That is what my friends call me." Baki certainly hadn't misled him. He had indeed arranged for beautiful companions, but today she was the most stunning of them all, rivaling even the moon in the night sky. With his handsome and charming demeanor, Lin Feng spoke with ease. Elinda grew increasingly enthusiastic, leaning closer to him. Meanwhile, the other girl did not approach Steve Rogers, but instead wandered off to engage in conversation with a tall man in a suit. "Lin, don't take it personally. Sasha prefers more robust guys," Elinda offered understandingly, noticing her friend leaving Steve behind and quickly clarifying, lest the handsome company nearby misinterpret the situation. Lin Feng nodded, fully comprehending Sasha's preference. At present, Steve Rogers appeared as slender as a child, far from the muscular Captain America he would one day become, lacking the attributes that typically attract female attention. Baki felt a pang of discomfort, but refrained from forcing the issue. He walked over to his friend while holding Rose's hand and whispered encouragement into Steve's ear. "Don't keep your head down, Steve. You need to learn to be confident. Women are drawn to self-assured men. Just look at Lin and me. We embody that. You must change yourself to attract the girls. And I hope you understand this sooner rather than later. Do not be disheartened. Let us seek some amusement." He grasped Rose's hand with one and embraced Steve Rogers with the other as they strolled forth. Lin Feng exchanged a few words with Elinda, quickly forging a congenial rapport. Nonetheless, he did not neglect Steve Rogers, dividing his attention to keep a vigilant eye on him. It is worth noting that during the exposition, Dr. Erskine would make an appearance here, coincidentally encountering Steve Rogers, thus shaping the future of Captain America. The group traversed the hall, admiring various exhibits along the way, until they arrived at the central exhibition area. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Stark Industries will showcase numerous cutting-edge technologies and products here, offering you novel experiences and allowing you to appreciate the allure of how technology transforms lives and leads the era. Let's extend a warm welcome to Mr. Howard Stark, who will present the magnificent exhibition of the Tomorrow World Expo." The host's fervent voice resonated as he gestured invitingly. A dashing young man in his 20s, sporting a well-groomed mustache, ascended the stage. He waved to the audience and took the microphone handed to him by the host, proclaiming, "Thank you all for being here. On behalf of Stark Industries, I extend a warm welcome. Before entering the central exhibition hall, you must have observed numerous exhibits in the annexes, such as scale models of innovative aircraft and my vision of future mechanical armors. However, those seem distant to the common populace. Next, I shall unveil an invention that will revolutionize the future of transportation, my most esteemed anti-gravity flying car." Upon his declaration, an uproar erupted from the audience, with nearly everyone rendered speechless in astonishment. The stage curtains slowly parted, revealing a crimson automobile accompanied by several elegantly dressed women in form-fitting vests and miniskirts, striking various poses around the vehicle. Bucky's gaze inadvertently fixated on the models, eliciting playful complaints from the girl beside him. In haste, he sought to divert the conversation, engaging Steve Rogers in lighthearted banter. Lin Feng, however, was not distracted by the models. Rather, he found himself captivated by the automobile. Reflecting on the films he had watched before, he mused that had Howard Stark not perished, Tony Stark's role might have been significantly diminished. His father was simply a genius beyond compare. With thoughts swirling his mind, Lin Feng's gaze turned towards Howard Stark on the stage. At that moment, with a commanding gesture, the energizing anti-gravity car levitated into the air, only to crash heavily to the ground within seconds, causing sparks to fly from the connected wires. Elinda gasped, clutching Lin Feng's arm tightly. "My goodness, Lin, look!" The car truly floated. "But how perilous! The technology seems still immature. Wouldn't you agree?" she exclaimed, her voice melodious and bright, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Lin Feng gently patted her arm, yet inadvertently caught sight of Steve Rogers' retreating figure as he squeezed through the excited crowd, making his way towards the exhibition's exit. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng thought to himself. A moment of historical significance has arrived. I must accompany him to meet Dr. Erskine. He leaned in close to Alinda and whispered a few words before extracting his arm from her embrace and hastily following after Steve. Chapter 5. The Hydra Spy emerges. A hero arises in times of peril. Outside the exhibition hall, the lights were dim. Lin Feng trailed behind Steve Rogers, observing him indeed heading towards the nearby recruitment station. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace. Hey, Steve, you sneaky fellow, slipping out without a word to me. Didn't we agree that I would join you tomorrow? Enjoy yourself tonight. Steve Rogers turned back, a hint of surprise illuminating his face as he quietly replied, Mr. Lin, I feared that accompanying you might bring you embarrassment. I'm quite fine on my own, having grown accustomed to rejection after so many attempts. He scratched his head awkwardly, feeling he had disrupted his friend's good fortune. At the same time, a warm current surged within him. He was touched that Mr. Lin, with a beautiful companion by his side, had noticed his actions and discreetly followed him. Lin Feng, hands in pockets, approached him with a smile. Come on, lad. I sense that tonight we shall be fortunate. Both you and I will successfully enlist. Now that we're out, don't appear so timid. Summon your courage and exude confidence. You are here to defend your country, not to act like a thief hiding your face. As they walked side by side, engaged in conversation, they spotted the silhouette of an elderly man, with hair of graying white and clad in spectacles. His somewhat balding head reflected the faint glow of the moonlight. Before entering the recruitment office, he glanced back several times, as if wary of something. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. The pivotal figure he had awaited had indeed arrived. Dr. Abraham Erskine, the creator of the super soldier serum, having been rescued by the precursor to SHIELD, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was now in the process of replicating and refining a new version of the super soldier serum for America. The two promptly followed him into the recruitment station, where Steve Rogers eagerly dashed into an office to fill out forms. As Lin Feng turned to close the door, he noticed shadowy figures fleeting past the street corner, seemingly tracking Dr. Abraham Erskine. Something felt amiss. There were numerous individuals trailing him, their furtive demeanor suggesting ill intentions. Several men in dark attire, donning caps pulled low over their brows, communicated with one another through hand signals, covering each other as they advanced, a conspicuous departure from the behavior of ordinary thugs. Hydra spies 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were indeed 5 of them. Lin Feng counted the number of dark-clad figures, and upon noticing the bulges at their waists, he inhaled sharply, deducing the identities of these pursuers. The Hydra organization wielded considerable power and had deeply infiltrated the Allies. The ability to dispatch such a multitude of spies to track Dr. Abraham Erskine undoubtedly indicates that the Red Skull has become aware of the Doctor's betrayal, as he has devoted himself to the research of cultivating super soldiers for the Allied forces. Given the Red Skull's ruthless nature, he would undoubtedly resort to every conceivable means to eliminate the Doctor and thwart his efforts to replicate and develop the next generation of super soldier serum. Having personally experienced the formidable effects of the super soldier serum, he would never allow the Allies to create their own super soldier serum and produce a large cohort of super warriors, as that would render the Third Reich utterly hopeless. As his thoughts raced, Lin Feng discreetly closed the door. He surveyed his surroundings and happened upon an officer bearing the rank of lieutenant, hastening towards him. Good day, sir. I have come to enlist with a friend. However, just now, as I was closing the door, I noticed several suspicious individuals lurking at the street corner, armed and seemingly up to no good. The lieutenant's expression darkened as he contemplated the implications, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. His eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng as he inquired, Are you certain you are not mistaken, young man? This is of utmost importance. I require your unequivocal assurance. Should you be lying to curry favor with me, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Anyone attempting to enlist through underhanded means in recent days will face severe repercussions, leading straight to the police station. Lin Feng, unperturbed by the threat, calmly nodded. I'm certain, sir. They are indeed lurking at the street corner. Dispatch someone to investigate, and you shall see. You have no further doubts, do you? I would like to fill out an enlistment application. The lieutenant, seeing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor, found himself compelled to believe him. He strode to the window to peer out towards the street corner. Illuminated by the sparse streetlights, he discerned several faint silhouettes, motionless as they concealed themselves, seemingly observing the recruitment office. Forget about filling out the form. Quickly proceed to the innermost office and inform Dr. Erskine to take cover. If those individuals are indeed who I suspect, you will have rendered a great service and may very well secure a position in the military. Perhaps even attain a rank of some significance. Upon hearing the conditions he offered, Lin Feng felt a surge of elation and promptly agreed. Following the lieutenant's directions, he rushed towards the innermost room, but as he passed by one of the chambers, he overheard the voice of Steve Rogers within. Please, sir, I truly wish to enlist. I do not seek to kill Nazis. I merely wish to protect my family. Grant me this opportunity, and I shall prove myself to be as capable as any other, ready to fight valiantly. A derisive male voice erupted, mocking him as it vehemently rejected his plea. Ha ha ha, you are a laugh. With your physique, even the recoil of a gun would frighten you. How do you speak so boldly? Get out of here and go home to your mother. Lin Feng gently rubbed his forehead. In his excitement, he had momentarily forgotten about Steve Rogers. However, the present moment allows for no distractions. I must first fulfill the task assigned by the lieutenant, while simultaneously doing a favor for Dr. Abraham Erskine, which may enhance his impression of me. Even if, due to the butterfly effect, he doesn't favor Steve Rogers, I can merely expend this favor to request additional candidates. Bang! Lin Feng pushed open the door, startling Dr. Erskine within. The doctor's eyes widened in terror, but upon seeing only a young man enter, he sighed in relief, setting down his papers and remarking irritably, Hello, young man, one must knock before entering. It is a matter of basic courtesy. Before Lin Feng could articulate his purpose, gunshots suddenly erupted from outside the enlistment office. Bang! Bang bang! Whether it was the lieutenant's men who fired first or the Hydra agents lying in wait around the corner attempting to storm the enlistment station, the gunfire intensified, becoming increasingly fierce and rapid. Under the relentless barrage of bullets, windows shattered like glass rain and bullets whizzed overhead. A few unfortunate soldiers met their demise, their heads bursting into crimson blossoms as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Dr. Erskine, I am Lin Feng, here to enlist. The lieutenant urges you to take cover. Lin Feng expressed his exasperation. Although he had moved swiftly, it was not swift enough. Dr. Erskine's face turned ashen, panic-stricken as he attempted to crawl beneath his desk. Yet, upon bending down, he realized that hiding there would be futile and began to pace anxiously. Damn, those Hydra agents. Why are they here? Where can I possibly hide? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, grasping Dr. Erskine firmly and assuring him, Do not panic, doctor. The lieutenant is outside holding them off. They cannot breach the entrance just yet. Think carefully about where, in the enlistment office, the structure is sturdier. We can wait inside until the lieutenant eliminates the enemy, or until the assailants disperse, allowing us to escape and seek help. His calm demeanor instilled a sense of composure in Dr. Erskine, who took several deep breaths to regain his steadiness. To the archives. The door there is made of 20mm steel. Ordinary firearms cannot penetrate it. God bless. Lieutenant Cavill must eradicate that group of Hydra agents. Otherwise, we are doomed. Young man, the archives are just to the left down the hall. Let us hurry. Lin Feng pulled him along, opening the door to survey the surroundings. Noting that the enemy had yet to infiltrate the enlistment station, the two crouched low and darted out of the room, swiftly making their way down the corridor into the archives. Fortunately, the door was unlocked, allowing them to enter and find refuge. Chaos reigned within the enlistment office. Despite having anticipated the enemy's approach, the lieutenant had gathered the station's soldiers and established a rudimentary defense. Yet, facing Hydra agents, each a master marksman and astute in action, was a vastly different challenge compared to those soldiers. After a brief exchange of fire, 4 soldiers had already perished, leaving only 5 trembling in the corner. This cannot continue. We cannot sustain our efforts relying solely on ourselves. Lucas, head to the armory and retrieve all the weapons. Allow the young recruits to arm themselves. Given the circumstances, they must acclimate to the battlefield promptly. A sergeant whispered his acknowledgement and crawled toward the armory. Unfortunately, he did not advance far before a stray bullet struck him in the head, splattering crimson and ivory across the ground, sending the armory key flying from his grasp. Before the lieutenant could instruct the other soldiers to continue their mission, a frail figure, undeterred by the hail of gunfire, rolled to the fallen Sergeant's side and swiftly grasped the key from the ground. The commander informed me of the armory's location. Hurry, I need to get a weapon. It was none other than Steve Rogers, who urgently implored the lieutenant. The armory is at the end of the corridor on your right. Be cautious, young man. The lieutenant gritted his teeth, uttering the location while silently praying for this brave soul. On all fours, Steve Rogers moved with the speed of a hunting dog, his slight frame hugging the ground as bullets whizzed overhead. In no time, he reached the armory and unlocked the door with the key. However, upon entering, he faced a dilemma. A 90-centimeter carbine towered over his shoulder. Even handling it proved cumbersome. His gaze shifted to the rack of semi-automatic pistols, and, without hesitation, he seized 10 of the 1911s along with 5 boxes of ammunition, stowing them in his shirt after discarding it. Burdened by the weight, Steve Rogers crawled back toward the hall with caution. When he finally presented the firearms to the lieutenant, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Yet a radiant smile adorned his face. Reporting, sir. Mission accomplished. The lieutenant clapped Steve Rogers on the shoulder, admiration evident in his eyes. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for idle chatter. He promptly commanded the young recruits awaiting enlistment to arm themselves and retaliate against the enemy outside. Young men, come and collect your weapons. It is imperative. I shall state this once. Obey the orders now. The lieutenant bellowed, gesturing towards the corner where the new recruits huddled. Those in uniform exchanged apprehensive glances, reluctant to take the lead, until Steve Rogers stepped forward, brandishing a 1911 as he called out, Gentlemen, if we do not fight back, death is inevitable. We might as well take our chances. After a moment's contemplation, the untrained recruits began to crawl cautiously on the ground, inching towards the lieutenant to receive the remaining handguns. Each of you will receive 100 rounds. No need for precision. Just fire towards the enemy. He instructed. If anyone does not know how to shoot, now is the time to speak up. Upon hearing the lieutenant's words, the anxious recruits erupted into laughter, their taut nerves slightly easing. While they may not have fired a weapon themselves, they had certainly handled their elders' firearms at home, possessing a rudimentary understanding of weaponry. They eagerly opened the ammunition boxes, hastily grabbing handfuls to stuff into their pockets. Steve Rogers, emulating his peers, also seized a few rounds to tuck into his trousers. Subsequently, everyone detached their magazines, loading round after round into them. Once in their respective combat positions, they disengaged their safeties and, without peering at the enemy's location, began to fire blindly into the fray. The thunderous gunfire erupted like popping popcorn, relentless and cacophonous. The sudden escalation of firepower caught the black-clad assailants outside off guard. 2 of them, who had just reached the door, collapsed with muffled groans, their blood quickly saturating the ground. Damn it, the firepower is overwhelming. We can't advance, spat the Hydra agent leading the charge, frustration evident in his muttered curses. He glanced at the 2 agents beside him, a glimmer of inspiration igniting in his eyes. Larson, Pabo, you 2 circle around to the back and infiltrate through the window to eliminate the bastards inside. I'll continue to hold their fire here. Remember, you must take out Abraham Erskine. The 2 agents nodded, skillfully avoiding the chaotic gunfire from the recruitment center as they navigated towards the rear. In the archive room, Lin Feng discerned the shift in gunfire, clearly indicating that his side held the advantage. He glanced at the visibly anxious Dr. Erskine, gesturing towards himself as he spoke. Doctor, stay here and do not move. I will check the situation. Without waiting for Dr. Erskine's response, Lin Feng abruptly flung open the archive room door, crouching as he bolted out, securing the door behind him with a lock. He crawled low across the ground and entered the hall, only to discover that even Steve Rogers was firing his weapon into the outside chaos. No wonder the gunfire within the recruitment center was so incessant. Sir, do you have a spare gun? Please, grant me one to ensure the Dr. S. safety. The lieutenant cast a sidelong glance at him, drawing a .45 caliber Browning 1911 from his boot holster and thrusting it into Lin Feng's hands. In a hushed tone, he whispered, Kid, I'm entrusting you with a secret mission. Should the enemy breach the recruitment center, and you cannot ensure the Dr. S. safety, I authorize you to shoot him. He had prepared for the worst. The doctor could not fall into Hydra's clutches. Lin Feng, taken aback, accepted the pistol, nodding slowly. Stealthily, he returned to the door of the archive room and, before he could catch his breath, heard the faint patter of footsteps approaching from behind, growing closer to the window. Utilizing the dim moonlight, He cautiously pulled back a corner of the window curtain, just in time to see two black-clad figures concealing their firearms at their waists, their elbows bent in preparation to shatter the glass. In a flash, Lin Feng disengaged the safety and fired repeatedly at the silhouettes outside. Bang, 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 bang. 6 bullets erupted, striking the cloaked figure at close range, causing his chest to erupt with gaping wounds, blood even splattering against the shattered glass, staining his face. Phew, exhilarating. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his racing heart. Fortunately, ever since he reached adulthood, he had diligently practiced marksmanship at the shooting club. Otherwise, in that fleeting moment, he would have been unable to react swiftly enough to disengage the safety and fire. After personally eliminating 2 Hydra operatives, he did not feel the nausea that many protagonists in novels often experience. The Hydra agent stationed at the front gate of the recruitment office, upon hearing the gunfire, immediately understood that the individuals inside had discovered their comrades who had taken a roundabout route. Given that the comrades had not retaliated with gunfire, it was likely they were in dire straits. Just as he contemplated a discreet retreat to seek another opportunity later, a military jeep sped down the street, its glaring headlights illuminating the dim surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. Following 3 shots, the Hydra agent found 3 bullet holes appearing in his head and chest. In his last moments, he realized that the shooter was a tall female officer. Remarkably, even under the insufficient lighting from 50 meters away, she could deliver precise shots to the head, showcasing her marksmanship as nothing short of exceptional. Lieutenant Carter's shooting skills are indeed impressive, rivaling those of top sharpshooters, mused a colonel officer in the passenger seat of the military vehicle, casting a surprised glance toward the female officer who had leaped from the vehicle. At that moment, a transport vehicle arrived, and a line of fully armed soldiers dashed from it, forming a combat formation as they advanced steadily through the surrounding streets. The female officer, holding a megaphone, called out to those inside the recruitment office, "This is Peggy Carter. The enemy has been neutralized, and it is now safe." Upon hearing her voice, the door of the recruitment office swung open, and a soldier peered out. "It's our people, Lieutenant. Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, lower your weapons to avoid friendly fire." Relieved, the lieutenant officer straightened his disheveled uniform and stepped outside. Upon seeing the female officer, he immediately saluted. Reporting, "Major, the recruitment office was attacked half an hour ago. There were 5 enemies. We lost 5 soldiers and 8 others were injured. Please arrange for their transport to the hospital." Peggy Carter gestured behind her, and 2 female soldiers, dressed in military attire with Red Cross insignias on their arms, emerged from the jeep carrying medical kits into the recruitment office. She then approached the lieutenant officer, her expression serious as she inquired, "Lieutenant, how is Dr. Erskine?" As one of the proponents advocating for the establishment of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, her primary concern was the safety of Dr. Abraham Erskine. Should anything happen to him, it would jeopardize the super soldier program and adversely affect the formation of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. The lieutenant officer, unfazed by her demeanor, glanced back at the recruitment office and softly assured her, "Rest assured, Major, the doctor is under protection and has not sustained any injuries." Fortunately, the commanders arrived in time to assist, and the enemy had not breached the conscription office. Being well-versed in the ways of the bureaucratic realm, he deftly distributed a portion of his merit to ensure the commanders remained favorable towards him. Peggy Carter, however, was indifferent to this display. Her worries for Dr. Erskine's safety were finally alleviated. Ignoring the lieutenant, she strode towards the conscription office. This unexpected crisis could have been averted had Dr. Erskine not dismissed his security detail to attend the Stark Industries exhibition alone, which led to him being pursued and attacked by Hydra agents. Upon entering the conscription office, Peggy was met with the pungent scent of gunpowder and blood. The floor was stained with blood, and the walls were riddled with bullet holes. 2 female medics were diligently tending to the wounded. Surgical procedures to extract bullets could only be performed in a hospital. Lin Feng was supporting the weak-legged Dr. Erskine as they emerged from the archives, just as Peggy's searching gaze met the doctoress, sending a jolt through her body. Her beauty was striking, her eyes radiating a spirit of determination, embodying a fierce resolve that rivaled any man. Though clad in military attire, her figure was accentuated, lending an air of allure. Peggy approached briskly, scrutinizing Dr. Erskine. "Doctor, are you all right?" Please refrain from wandering off in the future. The Hydra agents will not relent. I advise you to remain at the research base and avoid unnecessary outings to prevent them from exploiting any vulnerabilities. Dr. Erskine nodded vigorously, clearly shaken. He pointed towards Lin Feng and spoke with conviction. I have selected the test subject for the super soldier serum. This is Lin, who just saved my life. Major Carter, please submit my recommendation. Peggy's expression shifted, her brows knitting together as she gently declined. Doctor, we will consider your recommendation. However, this matter is of great significance and must undergo a collective vote by the Strategic Scientific Reserve. I cannot make a hasty decision. She added, it would be prudent to identify additional candidates. Just as Dr. Erskine was about to retort, the lieutenant arrived with Steve Rogers, introducing him with a pat on the shoulder. This is Steve Rogers. Do not let his frail appearance fool you. His resolve to serve his country is unwavering. During the battle to defend the conscription office, he disregarded his own safety to charge into the armory and procure weapons and ammunition for our counterattack. Without him, we would not have been able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. I would like to recommend him to both the doctor and the major. Steve Rogers will undoubtedly impress you. I assure you with my loyalty to the nation. Chapter 7. The future Captain America joins the ranks. The Superman template system is loading. Peggy Carter cast her gaze over, shooting a disapproving look at the lieutenant. She had yet to soothe Dr. Erskine, and now another had come to stir the pot, particularly when the candidate appeared as frail as a child, making it hard to believe he would survive the trials ahead. I mentioned that I cannot make decisions regarding this matter. It must undergo review by the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Lieutenant Cavill, please provide me with his information, and I shall submit it together. Upon hearing her refusal once more, Dr. Erskine sighed. Lieutenant Cavill also felt a tinge of disappointment, yet there remained a glimmer of hope. Since he could still submit the information, regardless of the outcome, he had done his utmost. The soldiers searching the periphery discovered bodies surrounding the recruitment center. Under the command of the colonel, they were carried into the center, alongside the corpse of the Hydra agent previously slain by Peggy Carter. Major Carter, the assailants have all perished. These are their remains. Consistent with Lieutenant Cavill's report, there had been 5 Hydra agents involved in this operation. 2 had fallen victim to indiscriminate gunfire, their bodies riddled with dozens of bullet holes. 2 agents' bodies were found later, with gunshot wounds to the head and heart, indicative of a remarkably precise shooter. After examining the corpses, the colonel remarked meaningfully. Major Carter cast a cursory glance and, pointing to the 2 corpses struck in the head and chest, inquired, who executed these 2 Hydra agents? Lin Feng stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Reporting, sir, it was I. He recounted the events in detail, undeterred by the skeptical gazes of the surrounding soldiers. The colonel nodded, revealing a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Even at close range, the ability to strike with such accuracy demonstrated the young man's composure under pressure, showcasing an impressive mental fortitude and rapid reflexes. Well done. You are a promising recruit. What is your name? Lin Feng truthfully answered, and the colonel offered some encouraging words, mere platitudes of a young man in whom he saw potential, assuring him that he would excel on the battlefield. However, Peggy Carter did not echo his sentiments. She scrutinized the young man before her. To have personally executed 2 individuals at close range without a flicker of emotion or hesitation, his recounting of the incident devoid of any signs of distress, was decidedly atypical for an ordinary person after taking a life. With a cautious heart, she etched his demeanor into her memory before returning her gaze to Dr. Erskine. Smiling softly as she said, Doctor, let us return to the base. This place is hardly safe. Dr. Erskine acquiesced reluctantly, fully aware of the peril that lingered here. Had it not been for Howard Stark's invitation to the exposition that evening, he would not have found himself at the recruitment center, nearly falling victim to a Hydra agent. This thought further diminished his already tepid impression of Howard Stark, whose extraordinary intellect and demeanor seemed more akin to that of businessman or politician, his interests in wealth, status, power, an allure far surpassing any genuine pursuit of scientific truth. Peggy Carter, accompanied by Dr. Erskine, strolled outside, softly murmuring as she passed by Lin Feng. I remember your name, Lin Feng. I hope your background is clean. With that cryptic remark, the duo departed from the recruitment office without a backward glance, boarding the military jeep that swiftly drove away, neglecting to wait for the colonel to join them. Steve Rogers approached quietly, filled with envy, and whispered, Mr. Lin, You are truly popular among women. The moment I laid eyes on her, I felt love at first sight, yet she didn't even glance my way, while she seems to regard you with admiration and shared whispers. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, attempting to appear nonchalant as he replied, "What can I say? It's a gift. One you can't learn." As they exchanged banter, Lieutenant Cavill approached, holding 2 enlistment applications, which he unceremoniously thrust into their hands while jesting. "Boys, stop daydreaming and fill out these applications. How else will you get to see her again if you don't enlist? Lin, you take this special recruitment application, and Steve, you take this one for special approval." Lin Feng and Steve Rogers took the applications, glanced at them briefly, and began to fill them out. Soon, a freshly completed enlistment application bore a red stamp, marking the moment they became provisional soldiers, awaiting the assembly of recruits for training at the boot camp. Lieutenant Cavill collected their applications, gently patting their shoulders as he spoke. "Go home and pack your bags. A batch of new recruits will be sent to the camp by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Just bring some change of clothes and daily necessities. The army will provide the rest. Go grab your uniforms, you little rascals, then hurry home. Make sure to gather here early tomorrow. Don't be late." Steve Rogers felt somewhat lightheaded as he carried a bag containing a petite military uniform, dazedly exiting the recruitment office. The cold breeze outside jolted him back to reality, and a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. "Mr. Lin, am I dreaming? I really enlisted?" Lin Feng, with his hands behind his head and the bag of military attire dangling from his hand, rolled his eyes at Steve's words. "Of course it's real. Not only did you successfully enlist, but I did as well. Come on, Steve, your reflexes can't be that slow." He pondered Peggy Carter's parting words, apprehensive that someone might scrutinize his background and social experiences from birth to the present. Surely, they would uncover nothing of concern, aside from the unverifiable details of his birth. Every aspect of his life, from being adopted from an orphanage to his education and subsequent employment, was clear and devoid of any connection to Hydra or the sinister Axis powers. Each year, tens of thousands of infants are abandoned in America, with over half of their information remaining untraceable. This hardly constituted a suspicious circumstance, and the Strategic Scientific Reserve would not pursue it relentlessly. While Lin Feng was lost in thought, a sudden electronic sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Scanning for suitable hosts. The Superman template system is now binding. The system? He never imagined that after all his efforts to enlist in the military, seeking the super soldier serum for survival, the long-awaited golden finger would finally arrive after over 20 years of traversing. The Superman template system could possibly be the adjacent Superman. Kal-El? Ding! A beginner's gift package is being issued. The Golden Age, 1938 to 1950. Superman template is ready for the host. A new prompt appeared, followed by a panel materializing before Lin Feng's eyes. Lines of data emerged on the panel, soon forming an entirely new page. Host, Lin Feng. Loaded template, none. Abilities, none. Reputation, none. Faction, and subordinates, none. Spouse, none. Offspring, none. The content was remarkably concise, revealing a stark absence of any assets. Lin Feng frowned slightly, recalling the existence of a gift package. System, load the Golden Age Superman template. As soon as the command was issued, an image of Superman leapt forth, flooding his mind. Detected Superman template, loading in progress. Would you like to use the template's default character design? Lin Feng envisioned the somewhat balding visage of the character, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. No, absolutely not. What a joke it would be to assume that middle-aged, uncle-like appearance. It would undoubtedly jeopardize his chances in the realm of romance. Strength may be fleeting, but good looks are a lifelong asset. In any case, there was no need for self-inflicted misery, as not utilizing the template's appearance would not hinder his prowess. Loading successful. The host may review at will. Lin Feng reopened the character panel. Host, Lin Feng. Loaded template. Golden Age Superman. Abilities, super strength, steel-like body, stellar energy absorption, biological force field, supervision. Super hearing, super endurance, super healing ability, reputation, none. Faction, none. Subordinates, none. Spouse, none. Offspring, none. Subsequently, data regarding the Golden Age Superman's physical attributes and capabilities flooded into Lin Feng's consciousness, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before his traversal, he at least watched dozens of Superman films and anime, thus possessing a certain understanding of Superman's powers. However, Upon reviewing the newly bestowed data from the system regarding the Golden Age Superman template, he was nearly driven to exasperation. The Golden Age Superman was, to be frank, somewhat underwhelming, even unworthy of the illustrious title he bore. The defensive capacity of his steel-like body could merely withstand ordinary kinetic weaponry. Formidable arms, such as anti-material sniper rifles, cloudburst bombs, and atomic bombs could easily breach his defenses. As for flight, no, it hardly qualified as flight. During the early Golden Age, Superman could only leap over skyscrapers. It was only after persistent enhancements from the editorial team that he acquired the ability for supersonic flight, ultimately achieving light-speed travel in the later stages. Supervision, though remarkable, merely allows one to perceive the intricate details of fingerprints. In its nascent stages, superhuman strength enables one to lift a fully loaded lorry, and in its advanced stages, it can propel a colossal vessel weighing 10,000 tons. I implore the system to consider an alternative template. With the current configuration, I risk becoming the subject of ridicule among other travelers who have transformed into superheroes. In the vast multiverse of systems, I would be left devoid of dignity. Lin Feng endeavored to persuade the system to adopt a more formidable superhero template. He did not dare to dream of a telepathic or quantum superhero. Even a template from the Bronze Age would be a significant improvement over the present one, as humanity's weaponry would hardly pose a threat. Ding! Please strive to elevate the template level. Upon reaching level 9, the system will initiate a template promotion trial. Should the host successfully navigate this trial, a more powerful superhero template will be attainable. Chapter 8, Astonishing Rookie Camp Reputation 1000. Mr. Lin, I'm immensely grateful to you, Steve Rogers expressed sincerely, clutching his military duffel bag. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might not have summoned the courage to act, nor would I have earned Lieutenant Cavill's recognition and the special approval to enlist. His voice was soft, yet resounded with clarity in the tranquil night. Lin Feng, with a mere thought, made the panel before him vanish instantaneously. He grasped the bag in one hand while draping an arm around Steve Rogers. Listen here. You need not thank anyone. The courage to brave a hail of bullets is not a gift I bestowed upon you. It resides deep within your own heart. You've demonstrated unwavering resolve in the face of death, and you rightfully deserve Lieutenant Cavill's special approval to enlist. Noticing the confusion etched on Steve Rogers' face, Lin Feng decided to shift the conversation, lest the young man become obstinate and entrenched in his thoughts, which would only serve to vex Lin Feng further. Let's not dwell on this. Bucky has been left behind at the exhibition hall. We should have honored him tonight. We have delayed long enough. He must be quite worried by now. With that, he urged Steve Rogers forward, hastening their steps towards the exhibition hall. Upon their return, they found Bucky rushing towards them, nearly frantic, as he embraced Steve Rogers, spinning him around and inspecting him thoroughly before he finally exhaled in relief upon confirming his friend was unharmed. Heaven knows how anxious he had become after hearing gunfire from the recruitment office and not spotting his companion. Had it not been for the police cordoning off the entrances and exits surrounding the exhibition hall to prevent anyone from entering and harming the dignitaries inside, Bucky would have sprinted out to search for his dear friend. After this tumultuous episode, the trio lost interest in the exhibition. At Lin Feng's suggestion, they procured a few bottles of wine and, accompanied by Rose and Alinda, retreated to his apartment, where they engaged in lively conversation over drinks. Fueled by the alcohol, their camaraderie blossomed rapidly, transforming them into inseparable friends, exchanging heartfelt congratulations on their successes since enlisting. As the evening wore on, Lin Feng remained lucid, and the two young women had not imbibed excessively. Steve Rogers and Bucky were thoroughly intoxicated, staggering through the streets in a haphazard manner, occasionally leaning against lampposts and uttering nonsensical ramblings that evoked both laughter and tears. Lin Feng had no choice but to escort the two of them home, followed by the task of returning two young women to their residences. He successfully delivered Rose to her doorstep, but Alinda, perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, clung to his arm stubbornly, refusing to let go. With no one in her quiet home to assist, he reluctantly led her back to his own abode. As the ancient saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is akin to a veil separating them. Lin Feng was not an unmoving statue of virtue. Alinda's relentless flirtation ignited a fire within him, and as a man well-versed in the pleasures of adulthood, he found himself succumbing to temptation. Thus, beneath the cloak of night, The apartment reverberated with sounds reminiscent of heartfelt lamentations. The following morning, Lin Feng rose early from his slumber. Elinda, like an octopus, wrapped herself around him, and he exerted significant effort to extricate himself without waking her from her peaceful repose. After freshening up, he was greeted by the irate shouts of neighbors awakening. A cacophony of voices, both male and female, young and old. Yet, upon discerning the content of their grievances, a peculiar smile crept across Lin Feng's face. Having triumphed in the previous night's endeavors, he realized that Elinda, not accustomed to such exertions, had raised her voice considerably. The neighbors had endured a restless night, with many women venting their frustrations early in the morning, casting accusing glances at their partners, inciting their husbands to storm out in fury. "Umaba, this is not my fault," Lin Feng silently chanted, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the husbands next door. He had not anticipated that with the activation of his superior abilities, even his prowess in intimate matters would flourish. Had Elinda not fainted from exhaustion, they might have continued until dawn. After performing a few push-ups to invigorate his muscles, Lin Feng glanced at the wall clock. It was 7 o'clock. Bucky was scheduled to board the ship at 8 o'clock, and he needed to hurry. He cast a glance at the still sleeping Elinda, left a note on the bedside table, and hurriedly dressed before heading out. Time was of the essence, and he needed to summon Steve Rogers. If he did not hasten, they would miss the ship's departure. Driving his second-hand BMW, Lin Feng made his way to Brooklyn, picking up Steve Rogers and racing toward New York Harbor. Just in time, they arrived at the port before Bucky boarded the vessel. The two close friends embraced, tears of joy welling in their eyes, oblivious to the peculiar stares from onlookers. Lin Feng maintained a respectful distance, refraining from intruding on their emotional farewell. A thunderous horn blared from the transport ship, prompting Bucky and Steve Rogers to wave their goodbyes as they gathered their belongings and ascended the gangway. "Farewell, Steve. We shall meet again. We must report now," Lin Feng reminded Steve, who was still waving. The pair were required to check in at the enlistment office by 9 o'clock a.m., joining other recruits for military training that would last 3 months before assignments to various units could be made. "I understand. Mr. Lin, let us depart." Steve Rogers replied with a weary tone, his shoulders slumped. The departure of his closest friend left an overwhelming sorrow lingering in his heart, rendering even his previously unwavering ambition to serve his country seem momentarily fragile. Once he entered the vehicle, Lin Feng pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away from the port like an arrow released from its bow. The BMW 845 came to a halt before the recruitment center, and as the two disembarked, they spotted Lieutenant Cavill, who was instructing the recruits to line up according to their heights, meticulously adjusting their formation. "Reporting, sir." Lin Feng requests to enlist. "Reporting, sir." Steve Rogers requests to enlist. The duo raced to the front of the line, standing at attention and calling out with conviction. Lieutenant Cavill nodded without acknowledging them, continuing to command the recruits to adjust their positions. Steve Rogers, possessing a keen self-awareness, sought out a line that was not yet full and positioned himself at the very front. The recruits behind him instinctively murmured and stepped back. Lin Feng, standing at approximately 184 meters tall, surveyed the ranks of recruits. The tallest among them was a redneck who stood nearly at his height. He casually took his place at the rear, only to find that the redneck seemed to harbor a disdain for Asians, muttering derogatory remarks under his breath. "Yellow-skinned monkey. Get away." His voice was low, inaudible to Lieutenant Cavill. A flash of cold light crossed Lin Feng's eyes upon hearing the command to stand at ease. He intentionally stepped forward half a pace, crushing the redneck's heel beneath his foot. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the redneck let out a blood-curdling scream. Clutching his twisted foot and wailing in agony, cursing, "Damn yellow-skinned monkey, you're dead. I will kill you, just wait." The surrounding recruits, bewildered by the sudden commotion, instinctively dispersed, drawing the ire of Lieutenant Cavill, who stormed over, wielding his pointer with fury. Crack! Crack! The recruits who had moved out of line received a few lashes, and soon several more joined the cacophony of wails. However, after the punishment, they stood rigidly like wooden posts, too frightened to move. "You are utterly disgraceful. Akin to dog excrement on the roadside. I have never encountered such incompetent recruits." Cavill bellowed. "Stand at attention. Under no circumstances, even if the heavens were to rain knives, are you permitted to move without a command." With the chaos subdued, Lieutenant Cavill approached the redneck, who was still groaning in pain. His gaze was piercing. A mere glance revealed that the redneck was incapacitated. Someone with shattered bones could barely stand, let alone engage valiantly on the battlefield. Such individuals were merely a burden to the army. Does anyone know what transpired? I now permit you to speak. The recruits exchanged uncertain glances. Those in the front remained silent, while those in the back dared not voice their thoughts, fearing the wrath of one who had already rendered a man useless with a single act. However, the new recruits near the redneck, though silent, cast furtive glances to the side. Lin Feng stood there with an impassive demeanor, as if he were not the focus of their attention. Lieutenant Cavill's forehead throbbed with veins, and without needing to inquire further, he already knew who was responsible for the incident. On one hand, there was the incapacitated recruit. On the other, the individual who had rescued Dr. Erskine. It was evident whom he ought to protect. His expression shifted, and he commanded, "Bring a few men to take the injured to the hospital. The expenses shall be covered by the conscription office. Notify his family, and once he recovers, they can take him home. The records administrator should cancel his enlistment file, citing disability due to training, and apply for disability compensation on his behalf." Several soldiers emerged from the conscription office to carry the injured redneck away. The 1,000 recruits, upon hearing the thunderous reprimands, quickly deduced who was responsible for the altercation. Witnessing Lieutenant Cavill's unabashed favoritism, they were profoundly shaken and instantly deemed Lin Feng as a person to be avoided. Why would one provoke someone so ruthless and influential? Many recruits silently mocked the carried-off redneck, who had been quite arrogant since his arrival at the conscription office, looking down on others due to his height and strength. Now, having met his match, it was truly a satisfying turn of events. Ding! Congratulations, host, reputation 1000. Please continue your efforts to upgrade the template. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Feng instinctively considered checking his panel. However, after Lieutenant Cavill dealt with the redneck, his gaze fixed sternly upon Lin Feng, issuing a direct order. "Soldier Lin Feng, step forward. You will run alongside the vehicle to the recruit camp." Without providing any justification, Lin Feng understood this was a show of authority and a punishment for his actions against the redneck. Without further ado, he stepped forward and positioned himself at the rear of the transport vehicle. Chapter 9. Malice from Colonel Andre. Confronting Lieutenant Wilton, reputation 1000. In a military base on the outskirts of New York City, soldiers stationed in the watchtower witnessed a remarkable sight. Dozens of transport vehicles were being trailed by a single soldier who was sprinting towards the base from afar. "Wow, look at that guy. He must have offended the conscription officer," exclaimed one soldier. "What a pity, chasing after the vehicles like that. But his endurance and speed are impressive. He hasn't fallen behind at all. Bob, are you kidding? Let me take a look. Goodness, he isn't even sweating." The two sentinels were utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting to open the gates for the convoy. The impatient driver below honked the horn, jolting the two soldiers from their stupor. They hurriedly waved flags towards the camp and activated the electric gate. One by one, the transport vehicles entered the base, and the informed junior officers gathered in the square, eager to assess the quality of the new recruits for future selections. Upon seeing Lin Feng pursuing the vehicles, the officers gasped in disbelief. Lieutenant Cavill leaped from the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, grasped the whistle around his neck, and blew it with vigor, the sharp sound reverberating across the square. The fresh recruits hastily disembarked from the transport vehicle and swiftly arranged themselves into formation as previously instructed. The officers gestured and commented on the new soldiers, one moment criticizing a recruit for sluggishness, the next deriding another for appearing dazed. Few recruits seemed to meet their approval. Observing the assembly, Lin Feng promptly ran to the front of the line, standing at attention to salute. "Commander, recruit Lin Feng requests to rejoin the ranks." Cavill cast a glance in his direction, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment, yet he suppressed his curiosity and waved his hand, issuing a loud command. "Recruit Lin Feng, rejoins the ranks." As Lin Feng dashed past him, he caught a quiet admonition. "Remember this punishment, and do not repeat the same mistake. Otherwise, it shall not be so easy to pass next time. You may find yourself before a military tribunal, and I would not wish to see you face execution by your own comrades." Lin Feng nodded and took his place at the rear of the formation. His current superhuman template strength was insufficient to disregard all heavy weaponry. Thus, he needed to remain low-key, avoiding arrogance. However, upon upgrading the template, the scenario would change. Modesty stemmed from a lack of power. Otherwise, on the first day, I am Superman, destined to protect the Earth. On the second day, I am a patriot, committed to safeguarding my planet. On the third day, I am a descendant of ancestors, and I do not consume beef. From this day forth, you shall officially become a recruit, trained by other officers in the boot camp. Now, he my command. All personnel, attention. Cavill surveyed the recruits before him, then proceeded towards the officers. A colonel approached, and, after exchanging salutes, handed over the personnel list of the new recruits. Glancing at Lin Feng at the end of the line, he lowered his voice to inquire, "What's the situation with that lad? How did you allow him to run over here?" Cavill hesitated for a moment before recounting the entire sequence of events. The colonel frowned slightly, emitting a disgruntled huff. Even if someone discriminates against him, he cannot take it upon himself to assault a comrade. Such individuals require a lesson. I shall strip him of all his arrogance. Lieutenant Cavill, you are far too lenient. Perhaps your place is better suited at the recruitment office. The colonel spoke with a sardonic tone, circling Lin Feng's name on the personnel list. He was a racist, believing in white supremacy, and saw no fault in the behavior of the individual who had wronged Lin Feng. Rather, he disapproved of Lin Feng's retaliation to the discrimination. Nevertheless, to create trouble for him would undoubtedly embarrass Cavill, and offending a colleague was not worth the satisfaction. The colonel noted the name mentally and signed the handover document. Well, Lieutenant Cavill, your task is complete. Return to the recruitment office and continue your work. The situation in Europe is far from optimistic, and we may soon be engaged in battle. We need more young men eager to serve their country. Your responsibilities are considerable. Lieutenant Cavill saluted and responded with resolute vigor. Rest assured, Colonel Andre, I shall swiftly dispatch another batch of recruits. The young men from America are truly remarkable. They can hardly wait to take the battlefield against the Nazis. He then took his leave, waving goodbye to the other officers as he boarded the troop transport. Departing the base with the convoy, Colonel Andre, tapping the list in his hands, beckoned to the other officers. Once they gathered, he casually distributed the papers among them, all the while holding onto the last sheet, which he pointed at a fierce-looking officer. Ignoring the ensuing squabble over the lists, the two men retreated to the side of the barracks to converse in hushed tones. Lieutenant Wilton, I have a secret mission for you. Can I place my trust in you? Colonel Andre clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Wilton's eyes. The stern-faced lieutenant nodded, his voice low and resolute. Colonel, please give your orders. I will see to it that everything is accomplished. Though he had already surmised certain aspects, he displayed no signs of awareness, feigning ignorance. Satisfied with Wilton's demeanor, Andre handed him the final list. There is someone I have circled here. Train him well. You must have noticed he arrived with the convoy, possessing considerable strength and endurance. He cannot be trained like an ordinary recruit, for that would squander his potential. Do you comprehend my meaning? With great ability comes great responsibility, and I have high hopes for his transformation under your guidance. To an unknowing observer, it would seem as if Andre held admiration for Lin Feng, intent on nurturing and promoting him. However, Lieutenant Wilton understood Colonel Andre well enough to recognize the underlying sarcasm. The true implication was that he was to rigorously discipline the new recruit, ensuring he endured a trying experience. Yet, this was of little concern to him. Since it was the colonel's directive to toughen up the recruit, he would comply without question. After all, the training camp had its quota for casualties, and should a recruit perish, the colonel would undoubtedly intervene, perhaps even providing Wilton with an opportunity for advancement. I understand, Colonel. You can count on me. I will ramp up the intensity. Upon receiving the desired response, Andre and Wilton exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. They believed their conspiratorial discussions were shrouded in secrecy, yet Lin Feng, from a distance, heard every word with clarity. Compared to the superhuman templates of the Golden Age, those from other eras were somewhat inferior. Nevertheless, his superhuman hearing could encompass the entire base, detecting even the slightest movements, such as a cockroach scuttling through the sewers. Damn it, you wish to harm me. I will ensure you meet your demise soon enough. Lin Feng's thoughts simmered with vengeance, though his expression remained composed. Before long, the officers assigned to the recruits began to lead them away in squads, leaving only the final group in the square. After more than half an hour had passed, Lieutenant Wilton finally arrived, indifferent to the sight of the recruits drenched in sweat beneath the scorching sun, and issued his orders without hesitation. Everyone is present. Just now, Someone in your ranks was moving restlessly. As a result, you will run 20 laps around the playground. The recruits were utterly bewildered, standing still in fear, only to be informed by the officer that someone had been fidgeting, and now they were being punished to run 20 laps. After enduring nearly an hour under the scorching sun, instead of receiving a break, they were met with punishment. The recruits erupted in outrage, voices raised in protest. "To hell with this. I came here to serve, not to be treated like a clown," they exclaimed. "What kind of nonsense is this? Are you blind? Spewing accusations without basis?" The officer, Wilson, with his jowls quivering, drew his pistol from his holster. "This is a military camp. Disobedience equates to treason, and I could eliminate you at any moment. Now, turn left and run with your backsides tight." He showed no regard for the recruits' fury, seemingly intent on provoking them further. He fired 2 shots into the air, adopting a stance that conveyed a threat: run or face dire consequences. Faced with the menacing barrel of the gun, the recruits had no choice but to collectively turn left and sprint onto the playground, gritting their teeth as they ran. Lin Feng casually trailed behind the group, casting a puzzled glance backward. It was evident that Colonel Andre was dissatisfied with him and had conspired with Lieutenant Wilson to make his life difficult. Why then was Wilson acting so irrationally, punishing the entire squad? Just then, he locked eyes with Wilson, who made a throat-slitting gesture, his malice unabashed. The playground's perimeter measured 800 meters. The recruits managed the first lap with relative ease, but by the second lap, they were already panting. Many had never undergone intense physical training, and their stamina was woefully inadequate. By the end of the third lap, some collapsed, retching on the ground. Lieutenant Wilson paid no heed to those who fell, his hawk-like gaze fixed on his objective. As the fourth and fifth laps progressed, an increasing number of recruits faltered, sprawled across the track, while only a few remained. Staggering onward, Lin Feng soon realized the officer's intentions. He was deliberately inciting discord. First, he ignited the recruits' anger, then heightened their resentment with the punishment of 20 laps, ultimately planning to place the blame on Lin Feng, making the recruits believe he was the cause of their suffering. Once they lashed out, seeking retribution, whether by beating him or him retaliating, he would find himself ostracized among the new recruits. Furthermore, Lieutenant Wilson could exploit the situation to punish him under the guise of a brawl. Realizing this, Lin Feng knew he could not remain passive. His pace quickened as he surpassed everyone. He aimed to shatter the stalemate, denying his adversary any opportunity to unleash their wrath. Amid the astonished gazes of the recruits, a figure darted ahead like a cheetah, swift and graceful, completing a lap around those still running in just over a minute. Immediately, he completed the second lap, followed by the third, until he finished a total of 20 laps, effortlessly surpassing the 8 laps of the others, all while maintaining an unwavering demeanor as he approached Lieutenant Wilson. Lin Feng stepped forward, fixing a cold gaze upon him. Reporting to the officer, "Recruit Lin Feng has completed the task." After uttering these words, he leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Wilson, spare me your clownish antics. Even a child in kindergarten could perceive your inept methods. I await your next move." Without waiting for Wilson to respond, Lin Feng nonchalantly turned and ran towards the recruits sprawled on the ground, assisting each one to their feet and leading them to a shaded area to rest. The recruits, who had been thoroughly sickened, were profoundly moved, gazing at him with admiration and gratitude, their eyes following his retreating figure. Even those assigned to other squads were touched, spontaneously breaking into applause to cheer for their hero. Ding! Congratulations, host. Reputation increased by 1,000. Please continue your efforts to upgrade your template. Chapter 10. Those who attain the path are supported. Lin Feng was selected for the Super Soldier program. Lieutenant Wilson was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated Lin Feng. He had not anticipated that the newly arrived recruit would exhibit such audacity, laying all conflicts bare and rendering his previously conceived schemes ineffective. Observing the recruits applauding and cheering, it became evident that any attempt to punish Lin Feng by targeting his mistakes would only serve to elevate his standing rather than isolate him. Damn it, this is absurd. I refuse to believe I cannot handle you. Wilson seethed, the muscles in his face twitching with suppressed rage. It was no longer just about currying favor with superiors. He felt compelled to exact retribution upon Lin Feng for his own sake, lest he lose face if word of this incident got out. "Lin Feng, get over here. Do you think you can just walk away?" Do you dare to defy me? Do you still regard military discipline? Lin Feng paid him no mind, continuing to assist the recruits who lay incapacitated. Wilton, now furious, turned to the sentry stationed nearby and shouted, "Sentry! Sentry! Arrest this insubordinate brat and confine him to solitary. He shall not be released without my orders. Lock him up immediately." The sentry, who had been observing the spectacle, hesitated for a moment before instinctively approaching. Disliking Lieutenant Wilton's brutish demeanor, he refrained from employing force and instead spoke softly to Lin Feng. "Buddy, you've riled him up. Just come with me, and you'll only be in solitary for a few days. If you keep resisting, you'll truly be in the wrong." Lin Feng shot a cold glare at Wilton, nodding as he followed the sentry towards the confinement area. Many of the recruits he had helped were displeased, stumbling forward to obstruct the path of the two, clamoring in protest. "Lin, don't worry. We want to let you be locked up. If he has the guts, let him imprison us all." "Exactly. Count me in. I've had enough of him." The contemptible lieutenant, perhaps he escaped from a psychiatric hospital, inexplicably targeting us. The recruits, increasingly agitated by their own insults, found the situation spiraling out of control. As their fervor escalated, one even charged toward Lieutenant Wilton, raising a fist to strike. The guards, compelled to intervene, rushed forward to separate them. "Calm down, fellows. I have no desire to open fire on you," they urged, striving to maintain composure while restraining the recruits. Lieutenant Wilton, taken aback, stepped back from the rowdy newcomers. At that moment, the command center's doors swung open, revealing a procession of officers, led by a middle-aged colonel accompanied by an impressive female major. "Colonel Phillips, I still believe that Lin Feng is unsuitable. I implore you to reconsider." Peggy Carter recalled the unsettling demeanor of Dr. Erskine after he was attacked, having dispatched 2 Hydra agents without a hint of psychological disturbance. As calm as if he had merely hunted rabbits. No ordinary person could achieve such emotional detachment. She remained convinced that he was a spy, cultivated by some organization from a young age. Peggy Carter stated her conclusion with unwavering certainty, despite lacking evidence to substantiate her suspicions. An orphan raised in an orphanage. Even one who regularly practiced marksmanship could not possibly develop such a callous disregard for human life. Thus, she was resolute that Lin Feng should not be included in the super soldier program. Colonel Phillips shook his head, reluctant to agree, yet compelled by Dr. Erskine's steadfastness. The nation required the results of the Dr. S research, leaving him little choice. "He poses no issues. We have scrutinized all records, consulted orphanage staff, and spoken with neighbors from his apartment building. None indicate he is a spy. Lin Feng is of Chinese descent, his parentage unknown. He was nearly frozen to death on the streets when the orphanage found him. To suggest using an infant as a spy, ensuring he would obey orders after living in America for over 20 years, is absurd." Peggy Carter was momentarily speechless, unable to counter his argument. Colonel Phillips shrugged, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Reports have reached me that he gazed at you rudely during your meeting. However, as a seasoned agent, you must not allow personal feelings to cloud your judgment. No man is devoid of desire. Otherwise, female agents would not excel as they do. Let us leave this matter as it stands. The Defense Department is dissatisfied with another candidate for comparison, and we must seek additional alternatives." Peggy Carter, exceptionally capable, had always maintained professionalism, never allowing personal matters to interfere with her work. This time, it is perplexing that an innocent individual is being relentlessly pursued, with the established facts disregarded and baseless opposition raised. Colonel Phillips finds himself in a quandary, unable to reprimand her, as Peggy Carter is not strictly under his command. She has traversed the ocean from England to assist in assembling scientists and talents from various nations to join the Strategic Scientific Reserve against Hydra. As they walked and conversed, they soon approached the vicinity of the playground, drawn by the escalating commotion. Peggy Carter's eyes lit up as she hurried toward the crowd entangled in chaos. Having been unable to alter Phillips's decision despite her fervent efforts, she instinctively assumed that Lin Feng must have caused a problem to warrant his apprehension. As she observed him surrounded by guards, "Everyone, cease your actions. What is happening here?" The tumultuous recruits and guards turned their attention toward her, initially captivated by the stunning female officer. Once they regained their composure and noticed the approaching officers, they quickly dispersed, silencing their ruckus in fear. Lieutenant Wilton appeared flustered, casting all pleading glance at Colonel Andre. To his dismay, Andre turned away, feigning ignorance and neglecting to assist him. You scoundrel, leaving me to fend for myself. Andre, you truly are a disappointment. With no other option, he steeled himself and approached. Sir, recruit Lin Feng is defying military orders and showing contempt for officers. Peggy Carter's heart raced with excitement, believing she had found a means to ensnare Lin Feng. Just as she contemplated issuing a command for his capture and interrogation, the recruits erupted in a cacophony of indignation, akin to wronged wives defending their honor, each taking turns to advocate for Lin Feng while simultaneously lodging complaints against Lieutenant Wilton. Sir, do not heed his fabrications. This scoundrel is deliberately targeting us. Lin merely stood up for us out of frustration, provoking Wilton's jealousy to the extent of distorting the truth and framing him. Do not believe his insidious words. Indeed, he made us endure over an hour in the sun before gracing us with his presence. He inexplicably ordered us to run 20 laps as punishment. This is nothing short of deliberate sabotage. Colonel Phillips, standing a short distance away, wore a stern expression, his gaze piercing through the officers surrounding him. He understood that such egregious treatment of recruits could not have occurred without orders from above. A mere lieutenant would not possess the authority to impose such harshness without justification. I do not care who instigated this matter. It must be resolved immediately. The officers exchanged bewildered glances, while a cold sweat dripped down Andre's forehead. Although he too held the rank of colonel, the commanding officer of this base was Phillips. Should the investigation reveal him as the instigator, it would lead to dire consequences. However, the next moment, he exhaled in relief as Colonel Phillips recalled something more pressing. Ah, yes, which one is Lin Feng? Step forward. He wished to meet the individual that Dr. Erskine had so highly recommended to discern what exceptional qualities he possessed. Lin Feng stepped out from the crowd, standing at attention before proclaiming in a clear voice, reporting, Sir, I am Lin Feng. Colonel Phillips scrutinized him, his brow slightly furrowing in confusion. This individual, judging by his height and physique, appeared to be an ordinary person lacking any training. What was it that Dr. Erskine saw in him, compelling him to vehemently assert his opinion during the meeting? He returned a military salute and turned to Peggy Carter, inquiring, I recall 2 names were mentioned in the meeting. Lin Feng is here, but what was the name of the other short fellow? Has he not come to enlist? Peggy Carter shook her head, indicating her disinterest in a mere twig of a man. Fortunately, Colonel Phillips soon remembered and redirected his question to Colonel Andre. Ah, I recall now. There's a young man named Steve Rogers. Colonel Andre, you are in charge of the new recruits. Is this individual among them? Colonel Andre sighed with relief. As long as no one lingered on Wilton's petty harassment of the new recruits, everything else was trivial. He retrieved the previous list of new recruits and swiftly located Steve Rogers' name. Glancing at the assigned company noted beside it, he spoke, Colonel Phillips. He has been assigned to Company 3 of the new recruits. I will send someone to fetch him. Colonel Phillips nodded, emphasizing, yes, do it promptly. I intend to take both of them with me. Colonel Andre gritted his teeth, begrudgingly dispatching an orderly to locate the individual. He had failed to reprimand Lin Feng effectively and had unwittingly invited trouble upon himself, leaving him with no opportunity for retribution before the two were to be taken away. Before long, the orderly returned with a frail new recruit, none other than Steve Rogers. Colonel Phillips raised an eyebrow. This new recruit appeared even less formidable than Lin Feng. With a physique that seemed as though it could be blown away by a gust of wind, could he truly endure the super soldier serum trials? Nonetheless, the selections had been made, and it was best to proceed with the assessment. If he did not measure up, there would be plenty of young men in America to choose from for a suitable test subject. Lin Feng, Steve Rogers, you two will accompany me shortly. Upon hearing his command, Steve Rogers looked utterly bewildered, while Lin Feng remained calm, exchanging a knowing glance with his friend before saluting together. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Colonel Phillips acknowledged them with a nod before bidding farewell to the assembled officers. He led the 2 recruits and Peggy Carter into the vehicle, departing the base with haste, as Colonel Andre seethed in impotent rage, watching them leave. Chapter 11. Conditions for upgrading the Super Soldier Template. The following morning, at the Caspian training camp, Lin Feng awoke early, freshened up, and stepped out of the barracks. He serendipitously encountered Steve Rogers, who had risen even earlier, drenched in sweat, clearly having just completed a workout, demonstrating considerable diligence. Good morning, Lin. Shall we go have breakfast together? Lin Feng nodded, and the two set off side by side. As I walked through the desolate camp, I encountered few individuals along the way. However, several fully armed soldiers stood atop the towering walls, their sharp gazes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. A handful of buildings were situated behind the camp, including the command center, logistics equipment warehouse, and mess hall, among other auxiliary facilities. But I saw nothing related to scientific research. Perhaps the laboratory for the super soldier serum was underground. Such clandestine research in America is seldom conducted in the open, and concealment beneath the surface is the wisest choice. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, quietly speculating. Upon entering the mess hall, just as he was about to find a seat after collecting his meal, he and his companion encountered familiar faces: Colonel Phillips, who brought them here, and Dr. Erskine, who had strongly recommended Lin Feng as a candidate for the experiment. Sitting with Dr. Erskine was another well-known figure, the flamboyant genius and wealthy playboy from New York, Howard Stark. Lin Feng felt a slight disappointment at not seeing the alluring Agent Peggy Carter. "Come here, young men. I happen to have something to discuss with you." Colonel Phillips gestured for them to approach. Lin Feng and Steve Rogers, carrying their trays, walked over and saluted the group before taking a seat nearby, setting their trays aside. "You two, one recommended by Dr. Erskine and the other by Lieutenant Cavill, have clean backgrounds and straightforward experiences. Therefore, some matters must be clarified with you. You are to participate in a human enhancement trial led by Dr. Erskine with assistance from Mr. Howard Stark, which we refer to as the Super Soldier Serum Trial. Given the considerable risks involved, I must now seek your consent. Do you wish to partake in this trial?" Upon finishing his statement, he maintained a stern demeanor, awaiting their responses. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. After acquiring the superhuman template, the Super Soldier Serum seemed somewhat superfluous. However, having initially insisted on creating conditions to participate, it would be rather peculiar to retract his decision now, potentially inviting unnecessary complications. At the very least, Peggy Carter, who had always regarded him with suspicion, might assume there was some conspiracy at play and could investigate him further. It was better to let things unfold naturally than to stir trouble. Steve Rogers hesitated for a moment. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, he also chose not to speak. Colonel Phillips raised an eyebrow, interpreting their silence as an indication of their willingness. "Excellent, young men. I commend your courage. Dr. Erskine, you will take charge of the subsequent trial proceedings. Just inform me in advance of how you require their cooperation. They will still need to train when not participating in the trial. Oh, and by the way, the Department of Defense has dispatched a select group of elite personnel to prevent this location from appearing too extraordinary and attracting the attention of Hydra agents. If you have any other candidates in mind, Doctor, feel free to bring them to my attention. This is at the behest of the Department of Defense." Dr. Erskine furrowed his brow, harboring a profound disdain for the intrusion of politicians in his scientific endeavors. Yet, in his current predicament, he found himself constrained to acquiesce, merely huffing in silence without protest. Both Colonel Phillips and Howard Stark discerned his discontent. "Doctor, do not take offense. I am in your corner. There is no need for undue concern regarding the Department of Defense. They merely fear that should both candidates falter in the trials, we must have alternatives to prevent any stagnation in our progress, especially in light of our impending conflict with the Third Reich." Howard Stark, ever the diplomat, deftly navigated the conversation, adept at engaging with bureaucrats while also understanding the psychological nuances of researchers, thus solidifying his position as a pivotal member of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Dr. Erskine nodded, signaling his comprehension. Sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, Stark skillfully shifted the topic, turning his attention to Lin Feng and his companions. "Gentlemen, I must say, you strike me as remarkably familiar. Have we crossed paths before?" "Ah, I recall now. It was at the Tomorrow World Expo, where you occupied seats 33 and 34 in row 12. No wonder you seem so recognizable." In an instant, Stark had recalled their previous encounter, having indeed seen the two young men. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, while Steve Rogers was utterly astonished. They had been seated so far from the stage and dressed inconspicuously. It was unlikely Stark had paid them any particular attention. The fact that he could recognize them days later spoke volumes of his extraordinary memory. Truly, Howard Stark was one of the foremost geniuses in the Marvel Universe. Lin Feng mused internally, smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Stark, you possess quite the remarkable memory. That day, we were accompanying a friend who was about to head to the front lines in England, so we attended the expo as a sort of farewell celebration. How stark schulget? Laughing meaningfully. I have never heard of an expo being deemed a celebration. Surely, you are using it as an excuse to rendezvous with some young ladies. No need to deny it. I am well acquainted with the inclinations of youth. Would you like me to impart a few tips? I can assure you that the fairer sex will be utterly smitten. He spoke with an air of pride regarding his prowess in courting. For few could rival his experience in such matters. Not only had he charmed those fresh out of school, but he had also captivated several Hollywood starlets and international supermodels, effortlessly navigating the realm of romance. Ahem, Stark, do refrain from leading the young men astray. Colonel Phillips interjected, unable to tolerate any further discussion of romantic escapades, lest the eager recruit be corrupted into becoming debauched like him. You should head to your meals. Once the elite squad arrives this afternoon, physical and military training will commence. After bowing in respect, Lin Feng and Steve Rogers returned to their seats to enjoy their meal. Today's breakfast was quite delectable, featuring a fresh fruit salad, roasted pork with beans, French toast, cheese, tomato ketchup, butter, char-grilled steak, and a steaming cup of coffee to invigorate them. Steve Rogers devoured his meal with great zeal. His impoverished circumstances meant that he often consumed near-expired bread, and meat was a rare luxury, scarcely enjoyed once a week, let alone the costly fresh fruits. In stark contrast, Lin Feng's dining habits were rather refined, to the point of being somewhat unappetizing. Even after spending over 2 decades in America, he still found Western cuisine somewhat unpalatable, frequently indulging in culinary delights from Chinatown. Thus, after finishing his bread and roasted pork, Lin Feng pushed aside the untouched cheese, butter, and ketchup towards Steve, preferring to savor pieces of fruit to cleanse his palate. Do indulge a bit more, Steve. You might not have such an appetite this afternoon, he remarked with a knowing smile in response to Steve's puzzled gaze. Colonel Phillips had mentioned that a group of elite soldiers would arrive that afternoon, and it was likely that the two of them would train alongside those individuals. They would not lower their training standards. It was possible that Steve would be subjected to the rigorous training regimen of special forces, which would certainly not be a walk in the park for someone as frail as him. As for Lin Feng, he held no such concerns. Even if the Golden Age Superman template were to falter, it would still far surpass the capabilities of mere special forces. Seizing the opportunity, he focused his thoughts and opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Feng, loaded template. Golden Age Superman 1, 20001000. Abilities, super strength, steel body, stellar energy absorption, biofield, supervision. Super hearing, super endurance, super healing. Reputation, 2000. Faction, America, Allied States. Subordinates, none. Spouse, none. Offspring, none. The panel displayed new information. The level of the Golden Age Superman template now included an experience bar, and the reputation was no longer absent, with the faction having undergone a change. It appeared that reputation was a prerequisite for upgrading the template, implying that by accumulating an additional 8,000 reputation points, he could elevate the template to level 2, which didn't seem overly difficult. The 2,000 reputation points were awarded after he decisively confronted the redneck without facing any repercussions, leaving the new recruits at the conscription office in awe and fear. Another instance arose from his confrontation with Lieutenant Wilton, where he aided the fallen recruits, garnering their admiration and support. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng realized that to expedite the template's upgrade, his previous plans for subtlety would need to be cast aside. He would have to perform remarkable deeds to amass significant reputation. He hesitated slightly, brow furrowing in contemplation. Were he in a different world, he would not mind being ostentatious in his endeavors, as accumulating more reputation would facilitate a quicker upgrade of the template. However, this was the perilous realm of Marvel, where excessive visibility could attract the attention of formidable beings lurking in other dimensions. Should he inadvertently provoke someone like Dormammu or even the Ancient One, he would find himself utterly defenseless. The abilities of the Golden Age Superman could at best classify him as a surface-level hero, positioned at the lower end of the ecological hierarchy within the Marvel Universe. Thus, it is necessary to adopt a disguise. The super soldier serum must be injected, and I shall endeavor to keep my inherent superhuman template concealed for as long as possible. Once I ascend to the status of a silver-class super soldier, armed with the means of self-preservation, I shall no longer fear exposure. Chapter 12. The astonishing physical prowess shocks Colonel Phillips. At 16:30 in the afternoon, A convoy of military transport vehicles rolled into the Caspian Sea training base. A battalion of robust, muscular soldiers disembarked from the vehicles, casting disdainful glances at the vigilant guards, their lips curling into contemptuous smirks as they pointed and chatted boisterously about the sentinels. It was quite amusing. I had anticipated that our arrival here would subject us to rigorous training. However, behold, the Northwest Sentry's placement is utterly flawed, presenting a 13-degree visual blind spot. And the positioning of the machine gun to the east is equally erroneous, failing to cover all pathways across the way. With such incompetence, they dare to conduct our training? One can hardly discern who is instructing whom. The critic, a soldier wearing his cap askew, wore a mocking grin and spoke loudly. The soldiers nearby were no better, joining in with grotesque laughter. Indeed, Bob, you're quite the character. Let us teach these fellows a lesson. Our 209th Assault Battalion, Iron Blood Company, had never encountered such a dismal defensive arrangement. Were the dignitaries at the Ministry of Defense feeling generous, allowing us a leisurely retreat? Dream on. Perhaps we are here to toil instead. They meandered about, nonchalantly as if on a leisurely stroll, wandering through the camp and offering unsolicited critiques of the base's facilities. Lin Feng and Steve Rogers, alerted by the commotion, pushed open the door and stepped out of their quarters. The wandering soldiers paused momentarily upon seeing them, then erupted into raucous laughter, linking arms and guffawing. I see now, this is a Boy Scout training camp. Look at that lad, thin as a monkey. Wow, little buddy, care for hot dog? I've got quite a big one here. I say, Jack, don't be too revolting. You might have that fellow crying for his mother. As they mocked Steve Rogers, Lin Feng's expression turned frosty. Wordlessly, he approached and seized the collar of the ringleader. Apologize to my friend this instant. The arrogant elite, seeing someone daring to stand up, swiftly surrounded them, their expressions darkening as they obstructed the pair's retreat, eager to engage in confrontation. The leader, towering over 6 feet tall, with arms thicker than an average man's thighs, disdainfully spat as he responded, I, Dirac, have no habit of apologizing to trash. I warn you to release me. Having just arrived in a new place, I had no intention of causing a scene. Otherwise, your hand might well be rendered useless. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, applying a slight pressure, effortlessly lifting the man with one hand and tossing him aside, as if it were a mere baseball, with ease. You have already caused a ruckus, you worthless scoundrel. The surrounding soldiers gaped in disbelief. Dirac, weighing 130 kilograms, had been effortlessly lifted and thrown several meters away by the Asian individual before them, whose strength was simply astonishing. However, after just a moment, they regained their composure and glared fiercely, exclaiming, You have gone too far, Asian. He was merely jesting. Brothers, let us unite and teach this yellow-skinned Asian a lesson, so he understands that offending the Iron Blood Brigade is a grave mistake. We shall strike him down until even his mother fails to recognize him. A group of burly men spread out, eager to engage, adopting boxing stances as they launched a relentless assault on Lin Feng, employing sheer numbers without a hint of reason. In the rear, Steve Rogers observed the unfolding chaos, and with fists raised, he charged forward. Yet, within mere seconds, he halted in his tracks, astonished by the scene before him, which bore no resemblance to his expectations. It was as if he were watching a cinematic spectacle. Lin Feng weaved effortlessly between their punches and kicks, fluidly gliding past the soldiers as though the world were in fast forward. With a swift motion, he sent one burly man sprawling with a powerful slap, then swiftly turned to deliver a fierce punch to another's abdomen. Thud, thud, as 2 men fell to the ground. The sound of 2 more resounded, adding to the growing chaos. The attacking soldiers, now in disarray, hesitated. Some sought to retreat while others pressed on, resulting in utter disorder. Lin Feng moved like a nimble bird navigating through waves, exploiting every gap in their formation. One soldier attempted a flying kick, only to have his ankle seized, and with a deft maneuver, Lin Feng executed a flawless split, causing the soldier to cry out in agony. My bird, my egg, it hurts so much. The soldier, clutching his groin, writhed on the ground, while the remaining men, now truly frightened, turned and fled, disregarding the risk of ambush from behind, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a few fallen soldiers lamenting their fate. Lin Feng dusted himself off and approached the leader of the earlier mockery. Before he could utter a word, the man on the ground scrambled to his feet, frantically bowing before Steve Rogers, exclaiming, "I was wrong, I apologize. Brother, I beg you, tell your friend to stop. I truly understand my mistake." Terrified of not receiving forgiveness, he grasped Steve's hand and struck his own face repeatedly, pleading pitifully, "Please spare me. I have yet to marry and have children. I cannot suffer such a fate." Those who dared enlist in the face of war possessed considerable courage, and some soldiers were unafraid of death. However, witnessing the plight of the split-legged soldier left them unnerved, fearing the loss of their masculinity. Steve Rogers, feeling compassion, helped him up and reassured him, "Very well, I forgive you. Just do not let this happen again." The man turned to Lin Feng, adopting a pitiable expression as if awaiting judgment. Since the accused had declared forgiveness, Lin Feng saw no need to play the villain. "Now be gone. From this moment forward, behave yourself and refrain from stirring up trouble." Upon hearing his words, the surrounding soldiers exhaled in relief, and the leader among them expressed his gratitude profusely, repeatedly thumping his chest in assurance that he would henceforth remain compliant and refrain from causing trouble. Once they had departed, Lin Feng approached Steve Rogers, patting him on the shoulder and admonishing him. "Steve, you are far too soft-hearted. Such a trait is not advantageous on the battlefield. What would have happened today had I not been present? Being a benevolent individual is commendable, but not everyone merits your sympathy. Some are inherently malevolent, and sparing them will not lead to their reformation. Rather, they may retaliate with even greater ferocity." Steve Rogers, contemplative, acknowledged that he had indeed been overly idealistic in his judgments. However, the principles he had held since childhood were not easily altered. He still wished to believe in the inherent goodness of mankind, thinking that those who strayed into wickedness were merely momentarily misguided rather than born evil. "Mr. Lin, thank you. I will reflect on your words carefully." As the two were about to return to their quarters for rest, a round of applause erupted from behind them. Colonel Philippe approached, his face alight with astonishment and admiration as he scrutinized Lin Feng, even stepping forward to pinch his arm in curiosity. "This is unexpected. Your muscles are not particularly large, yet you possess such remarkable strength. Pray tell, Lin, how do you accomplish this?" His eyes sparkled with the excitement akin to that of discovering a rare treasure. Lin Feng shivered, hastily withdrawing his arm. The sensation of an older man gripping his arm while gazing at him with such intensity was more disconcerting than encountering a ghost. No man with a normal disposition could endure such a situation. "Sir, please maintain decorum. Physical contact between men is inappropriate." He cautiously stepped back, increasing the distance between himself and Colonel Phillips. Steve Rogers, perplexed, stood at attention, saluting crisply. "Good afternoon, Colonel." Phillips waved his hand dismissively, returning a somewhat lackadaisical salute. "Lin, answer my query. I am intrigued as to how you managed to lift that large fellow with one hand. By all accounts, your physique should not afford you such strength. It defies the principles of human anatomy. If you had lifted a barbell, I would not be surprised, as its uniform steel mass is balanced at the center, making it easier to lift. However, raising a living person is a different matter altogether, as their center of gravity shifts with movement." Lin Feng, with utmost seriousness, replied earnestly, "Sir, I possess innate divine strength." Chapter 13. The Butterfly Effect. Future Captain America nearly meets his demise. Half a month later, at the Caspian Sea training camp. "Wake up, Steve. I told you not to overexert yourself. You never listen. Get up, you rascal." After the completion of a 15-kilometer armed swimming training session, Lin Feng dragged Steve Rogers to the finish line, slapping his pallid cheeks. Earlier, during the course, the lad had stumbled and sunk like a stone, nearly becoming the sole casualty of the training camp. Fortunately, Lin Feng had sensed the impending danger and rushed to rescue him, averting a tragic fate. However, the physically exhausted Steve Rogers, with his eyes rolling back, fainted, resembling a lifeless wild boar being dragged back to camp. Yet his eyes remained tightly shut and his breathing was rapid. "Medics, hurry!" Lin Feng exclaimed in alarm, raising his voice. A lieutenant officer, who was responsible for timing, initially dismissed it. It was commonplace for someone to faint during training, especially someone like the notoriously weak Steve Rogers. However, upon hearing the urgent call for medics, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He rushed over, lifted Steve Rogers' eyelids, and noticed his pupils slowly dilating, while the rise and fall of his chest became increasingly shallow. Grabbing the whistle around his neck, he blew a sharp sound. After 3 short blasts, there followed 3 long blasts, and then 3 more short ones. This was the emergency distress signal from a camp. Upon hearing the whistle, the medics scrambled to the scene, checking Steve Rogers' pulse, which was nearly imperceptible. Immediately, one medic opened his medical kit, retrieved adrenaline, and filled a syringe with the substance, diluting it with saline solution. He then pulled aside Steve Rogers' shirt and injected it into the lower left side of his chest. As the adrenaline coursed into his heart, which was on the verge of ceasing, the heartbeat suddenly surged vigorously. After withdrawing the syringe, the medic lifted his eyelid again and observed the pupils constricting slightly in response to light, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The man had been revived. However, he could not participate in training for at least 3 months and required significant rest. Just as Steve Rogers weakly opened his eyes and heard he could not train, his fists clenched as he struggled to rise, only to collapse back to the ground, blood gushing from the injection site. "Don't move. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The medic, splattered with blood, exclaimed in shock as he pressed down on him. Realizing that Steve Rogers could not move, he hurriedly searched for a coagulant, applying it to the injection site and tightly wrapping it with medical gauze, securing it with tape. Damn it, his movements had caused internal bleeding. He had to be rushed to the hospital for surgery. The lieutenant officer wasted no time, striding purposefully towards the command building. Shortly thereafter, a military jeep emerged from the underground parking lot of the building. Lin Feng and the medics lifted Steve Rogers into the vehicle, and the driver slammed the gas pedal, speeding through the base gates. In the conference room of the command building, core members of the Strategic Scientific Corps were seated around a round table. Colonel Phillips rapped on the table and, pointing towards the training field outside the window, declared loudly, "Absurd. Ridiculous. A disgrace. I have never seen a soldier nearly perish after a 15-kilometer swim. And he is to be a test subject for the super soldier serum? It's utterly preposterous. I propose we replace Steve Rogers. Those in favor, please raise your hands." Upon hearing his furious voice, the attendees in the conference room held their breath. The representative from the Department of Defense raised his hand without hesitation. He had long viewed Steve Rogers, the weakling, with disdain. The officer desires a super soldier capable of defeating 100 foes, not a frail individual who would falter at the slightest breeze. It is utterly absurd to subject such a weakling to the trials. I concur with the colonel. He must be replaced. Dr. Erskine, with a pallid countenance, rose solemnly to counter. I disagree. My reasons were articulated in the previous meeting, and I do not wish to reiterate. Should you insist on a replacement, I refuse to continue the serum's development. The mere thought of John Schmidt, who had undergone the serum injection, sent shivers down his spine. The already malevolent Hydra leader's desires had magnified tenfold post-injection, employing increasingly cruel and vicious methods against his political adversaries, rendering him a veritable demon from the depths of hell. Dr. Erskine was adamant in his resolve not to create another such abomination. It would spell catastrophe for all humanity. The representative from the Department of Defense, his face flushed with ire, slammed his hand on the table, denouncing him as ungrateful. As tensions escalated, Howard Stark intervened to mediate. Approaching the representative, he placed his hands on the man's shoulders, applying gentle pressure. Once seated, the ingenious billionaire scientist spoke with a light chuckle. "Everyone, let us remain composed. I find merit in the Dr.'s arguments. Consider that should we replace the subject with someone of malevolent intent, the world would gain yet another formidable villain, whose immense power could wreak untold havoc and sow discord within our own ranks. How could we trust any subsequent candidates? Who could guarantee that another John Schmidt would not arise?" His reasoning was sound and resonant, silencing both Colonel Phillips and the representative. Howard Stark then shifted the conversation. "Of course, the concerns of the colonel and the representative are valid. The situation on the European front is increasingly dire for the Allies, and our initial forces have faced continuous setbacks. The super soldier program cannot be delayed indefinitely. Thus, I propose conducting a humane trial upon the return of Steve Rogers following his treatment." Upon finishing, the representative rolled his eyes, retorting with displeasure, "What humane trial? What if their true nature does not manifest?" Howard Stark smiled subtly, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture of secrecy. "That is a confidential matter. Should the information leak, we may indeed fail to ascertain their true nature, but I assure you, under Stark Industries' guarantee, it will be effective. Gentlemen, trust me this once. Let us postpone the serum injection trial. When Steve Rogers is restored, I shall demonstrate that he is more suitable than any other candidate, and our resources will ensure the Allies do not falter within 3 months. With his assurance, the representative finally relented, consenting to a 3-month postponement of the trial. After the meeting adjourned, the attendees exited the conference room in succession. Colonel Phillips placed a hand on Howard Stark's shoulder, sighing heavily with earnest concern. "Stark, you are taking a considerable risk. I'm not optimistic about that, lad." After speaking, he shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and exited the conference room. Dr. Erskine waited until everyone had departed before approaching Howard Stark, his lips twitching as he managed to utter a faint expression of gratitude. "Thank you, Stark. You have averted a catastrophe. I can scarcely fathom the extent of devastation that another mad executioner like John Schmidt could unleash upon the world. However, Lin and Steve will not disappoint us. They will certainly bring an end to this global war instigated by the deranged." Howard Stark, understanding the complexity of his emotions, reassured him in a light-hearted tone. "No need to thank me. I simply have faith in science, and I trust that you are truthful. I hope Steve Rogers will rise to the occasion and firmly rebut the skeptics of both him and science. My greatest concern is not Lin. He is a clever man who knows what he desires." At a hospital in New York City, outside the emergency room, Lin Feng paced anxiously, glancing up at the signal light above the door. Having spent so much time with Steve Rogers, he had come to regard him as a true friend, and now, with his friend lying on the operating table, uncertain of his fate, Lin could not help but feel a twinge of unease. "Regrettably, my abilities only resemble those of a superhero template, lacking the power to heal the gravely injured. I hope Steve pulls through, otherwise I will find it hard to find peace." On his way to the hospital, he had begun to suspect that this unforeseen incident might be a result of his own butterfly effect. After an indeterminate amount of time, the signal light outside the emergency room turned green. A doctor emerged, and Lin Feng rushed forward. "Doctor, how is my friend?" A nearby medical attendant followed suit, equally anxious about the outcome of the surgery. "Rest assured, the operation was quite successful. We successfully drained the blood from his chest cavity. However, he is exceedingly weak. Having lost so much blood, his immunity may decline, and it is uncertain whether his pre-existing ailments will worsen. Therefore, I recommend he remains hospitalized for further treatment until his condition stabilizes before being transferred back to your military for recuperation." Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, ready to offer it to the doctor. To his surprise, the doctor scoffed, opening Lin's hand and chastising him. "You insult me. I, Eugene Vincent Strange, never accept bribes. It is a doctor's solemn duty to save lives. Even if I were destitute, I would not stoop to such measures. I have other surgeries to attend to, so I shall leave the remainder to the assistant surgeon." With that, he stormed off, unwilling to say another word. The medical attendant rolled his eyes and remarked with irritation, "Lin, I understand your concern for Steve, but you really shouldn't have done that. Dr. Eugene is the most skilled thoracic surgeon. His annual salary exceeds $200,000, not to mention the bonuses the hospital offers to retain him. The few $100s in your pocket is truly an insult to him." Lin Feng awkwardly tucked the money into his pocket, gazing enviously at the retreating figure of the doctor. An annual income of $200,000, and that was back in 1941. It is no wonder that the medical profession in America consistently ranks among the highest-paying industries. It is indeed immensely lucrative. Yet, he was only envious for a fleeting moment before recalling his superhuman template system, which instantly filled him with confidence. The world may belong to capitalists now, but the future shall undoubtedly be mine. Chapter 14. Human Experimentation. The Mortal Saint and the Future Captain America. Lin Feng spent a day at the hospital before returning to the camp at Colonel Phillips' command. The medics would remain there to care for Steve Rogers until his injuries stabilized and his various ailments improved, after which he would be brought back to the camp. Upon resuming training, free from encumbrances, Lin Feng's performance soared, repeatedly shattering his own records. Achievements such as 200 push-ups in 1 hour, 800 sit-ups, and 350 weighted squats left the trainees at the camp utterly astounded. These feats were calculated with the limits of human capability in mind, lest they frighten the onlookers. Days passed in the monotonous grind of training, and soon 3 months had flown by. Steve Rogers, accompanied by the medics, made his return. prompting Colonel Phillips to immediately summon all soldiers for assembly. Young men, you have been exceptional, truly remarkable. Over the past 3 months, I have witnessed your fearless courage and indomitable spirit. Each of you has made me proud, embodying the essence of a true American soldier. General Patton once stated that the advantage in war lies in weaponry, but victory is determined by the soldiers. The malevolent Axis powers, seduced by the Third Reich, have committed grievous atrocities across the globe. They have not only instigated war, but have also perpetrated countless crimes against humanity. You are all aware that on December 7th, 1941, the shameless Japanese launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, declaring war without warning while we were unprepared. They sunk 4 battleships and 2 destroyers and destroyed 188 aircraft. The following day, President Roosevelt delivered a stirring address of national disgrace and subsequently signed a formal declaration of war against the Japanese Empire. A few days later, the Third Reich and Italy also declared war on us, to which we bravely responded in kind. To date, we have dispatched 40,000 troops to Europe. Yet the conflict remains fiercely contested. The Third Reich, with the sinister aid of Hydra, has developed numerous advanced weaponry, leaving us lagging in this technological race. Today, I have gathered you to forge a new response. We shall select candidates suitable for the super soldier serum. They will be the first super soldiers, leading us to obliterate Hydra and vanquish the Third Reich. After the lengthy yet impassioned speech, Colonel Phillips issued his orders. All those whose names I have called will remain. The others will return to their respective teams for training. The final selections will be determined by the Strategic Scientific Reserve after a comprehensive evaluation. After speaking, he took the training results report from Peggy Carter, which had been compiled over the past 3 months. Reem, Noah, Isank, and Oliver Lin Feng. You are all among the top 10 in training performance, each of you a paragon of excellence. I believe that among you, one will undoubtedly rise above the rest. The last name mentioned was Steve Rogers, who had been absent from training for 3 months, rendering his performance assessment impractical. Therefore, today he will compete on equal footing with you all. Colonel Phillips was pleased with the first 10 candidates, but upon seeing the frail and diminutive Steve Rogers, he sighed heavily, shaking his head in resignation. Despite his diligent training over the past 2 weeks, Rogers faced immense challenges due to his naturally weak physique. Without Lin Feng's support, he likely would have struggled to complete even a single exercise. Dr. Erskine and Stark, is your persistence truly justified? He pondered. As the head of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, he bore the responsibility to both the President in the White Palace and the Allied Military Command. If Steve Rogers were deemed incapable even after undergoing the human experimentation and receiving the super soldier serum, the military would undoubtedly be dissatisfied. Not to mention the President and the Allied Military Command. Those bureaucrats would certainly expel him from the Strategic Scientific Reserve and send him to a military tribunal. Even if he survived, his career would be effectively over. At last, the super soldier serum trial was about to commence. Lin Feng exhaled slowly, having awaited this day for an eternity. The future Captain America, still a timid Steve Rogers, looked around at the imposing figures surrounding him, each capable of unarmed combat against beasts. He glanced at his own slender arms and legs, feeling a twinge of self-doubt as he muttered to himself. Perhaps I am unworthy of becoming a super soldier. Merely enlisting in the military is already my greatest achievement. Perhaps Bucky was right. If God did not grant you a robust physique, one should not force oneself into foolish endeavors beyond one's capabilities. Sometimes, learning to let go is also a form of courage. His voice was barely a whisper, unheard by the surrounding soldiers who remained lost in joyous excitement, shouting and cheering. Amidst the clamor, Lin Feng easily caught his friend's lament. My friend, you underestimate yourself. Remember my words. Hard work brings rewards. Lieutenant Cavill recommended you for the military, not for you to wallow in self-pity. He recognized your courage, tenacity, and noble ideals. So lift your head, Steve. You are no less than anyone else. He approached his friend, lowering his voice to offer encouragement. Steve Rogers raised his head, his eyes shining with renewed determination. After a hearty dose of motivational words, the earnest American boy felt revitalized. Lin Feng felt a surge of exhilaration as the tension within him eased. He had genuinely feared that Steve Rogers might abandon the cause if the Captain America resorted to performing aerobics to sell war bonds. It would spell disaster not only for the world's future, but but also for Lin Feng, who might find himself donning the star-spangled costume and wielding a ludicrous shield to recite scripted lines. The thought of such a scenario, akin to a courtesan selling laughter, sent shivers down his spine. He would rather die than embrace such a future, where a super soldier became a puppet in the hands of politicians, dancing to their whims while deceiving the public into purchasing war bonds. As the remaining soldiers reveled in their joy, the charming Howard Stark approached, waving to Colonel Phillips. Lin Feng observed their clandestine gestures, but chose to remain indifferent. It seemed the so-called human trials were about to commence, and he would adapt as necessary. After all, with Steve Rogers' impeccable character, following him could only lead to the right path. Colonel Phillips strode over briskly, muttering his discontent. "Stark, you finally arrived. That kid is back too. When does your human testing begin? I cannot afford to waste any more time." Howard Stark smiled faintly, guiding him toward a truck laden with weaponry. "Fresh from my factory, each piece represents the pinnacle of military technology. For instance, this high-explosive grenade has a safer delay fuse that I've incorporated. Come see if it's better than before." As he spoke, he opened a box of grenades, extracting two and tossing one to Colonel Phillips, who fumbled awkwardly, terrified that the safety pin might fall out and endanger him. "What are you doing?" The rest of his words caught in his throat as Phillips' pupils dilated in alarm. Howard Stark had removed the safety pin from the other grenade and hurled it far into the group of soldiers gathered in the training ground. "Grenade, take cover," he shouted as the grenade landed. The soldiers, instantly pale with fear, scrambled away in a frenzy, but two individuals defied the instinct to flee and rushed toward the grenade. Just as Steve Rogers prepared to throw himself onto the grenade to shield his comrades from the shrapnel, Lin Feng pushed him aside, simultaneously kicking the grenade away. Whoosh! Bang! The grenade soared like a cannonball, smashing into a wall over 80 meters away, shattering into a cascade of plastic fragments that scattered into the unknown. Howard Stark's eyes widened in shock, and he suddenly received a hefty punch to the face. Clutching his bruised eye, he glanced at the furious Colonel Phillips. "Colonel, you didn't think I threw a real grenade, did you? That was a specially crafted replica, designed for the human test. I am not mad enough to use a real one." As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming ache that caused tears to flow uncontrollably. Colonel Phillips appeared somewhat awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. "Ahem, if you had expressed your feelings, I would not have misunderstood. Mr. Stark, the test results have come in. Why don't you head to the infirmary for a cold compress? Once we have settled matters here, we shall toast to your honor." Howard Stark shook his head, still reeling from the unexpected jolt he had received, lacking the spirit to share a drink with the one who had struck him. However, the positive results of the human trials brought him some solace. Both Steve Rogers and Lin Feng had made commendable choices, risking their safety to rescue their comrades, demonstrating their noble character, ensuring they would not turn into malevolent beings after receiving the super soldier serum. "No need, Colonel. Now that the candidates are determined, we must prepare the testing equipment and serums. Once you announce the selections, we will escort them to the testing facility, as the conditions here are inadequate. The serum injection requires powerful energy support." Colonel Phillips nodded, conceding that he had misjudged. Within the diminutive and frail form of Steve Rogers lay a radiant, noble spirit akin to that of a saint. Such a person would undoubtedly maintain control and not devolve into a villain after becoming super soldier. He returned to the training grounds and sounded the assembly call. Soon, the soldiers who had fled returned to their positions, their spirits considerably dampened as they had surmised that the peculiar grenade was a test they had failed to pass. "Gentlemen, I hereby announce that Lin Feng and Steve Rogers are now members of the Super Soldier Program. You are dismissed, but remember to keep this confidential upon your return to your respective units." The soldiers lethargically acknowledged, dispersing in small groups back to their barracks, carrying with them a sense of regret and secrecy as they prepared to return to their original units the next day. Steve Rogers stood in stunned silence, unable to believe he had truly been chosen as one of the candidates for the Super Soldier Program. "I really made it into the army, Lin. I can't be dreaming. Pinch me." Lin Feng, speechless, firmly patted his shoulder, his gaze resolute as he responded, "My friend, Steve Rogers, you are not dreaming. When you rushed forward without hesitation, willing to sacrifice yourself to protect your comrades from that grenade, you surpassed everyone." Chapter 15. The serum injection is more pleasant than a massage. Early the next morning, Lin Feng and Steve Rogers boarded a car, departing from the Lee Sea training camp. Colonel Phillips occupied the front passenger seat, somewhat wistful as he remarked, "Dr. Erskine truly has an eye for talent. Who would have thought that after all the trials? It would be the two of you who passed the human tests and became the first subjects for the super soldier serum trials. Once we arrive, follow the Dr. S instructions. He and Stark will guide you on what to do." The two seated in the back nodded, with Steve Rogers filled with anticipation. "At your command, sir. We shall cooperate wholeheartedly." Lin Feng shrugged, refraining from voicing his agreement. He no longer harbored an urgent need for the serum injection. His pursuit of this opportunity merely served as a facade to conceal the extraordinary power granted by the superhuman template, thereby averting any unnecessary complications. After more than an hour, the vehicle entered the bustling streets of New York City, heading towards Brooklyn. As Steve Rogers gazed out at the familiar thoroughfares, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, mingled with a tinge of trepidation about returning home. Unaware of the turmoil within him, Lin Feng, noticing Steve's distraction as he stared outside, jested. "Now that we are back in Brooklyn, are you reminiscing about the day those street thugs confronted us? Look over there, that alleyway was our battleground that day. Once you become a super soldier, perhaps you could seek them out for retribution?" Colonel Phillips paused, turning to glance at the frail and diminutive Steve Rogers, surprised that he had once been accosted by such ruffians before enlisting. "Oh, is that so? Would you like me to send someone to deal with them? These societal pests, rather than allowing them to continue wreaking havoc on the populace, should be apprehended and dispatched to the front lines, if only to deplete the Nazis' ammunition and spare our valiant soldiers from further sacrifice." Steve Rogers shook his head, declining the offer. "No need for that, Colonel. It was merely a scuffle. They haven't committed any grave offenses." Colonel Phillips had merely inquired out of casual curiosity, and upon Steve's refusal, he chose not to pursue the matter further. The remainder of the journey was marked by silence. The inherently reserved Steve Rogers struggled with words, while Lin Feng had no desire to cultivate a rapport with Colonel Phillips. To him, a mere colonel was not worth expending energy to forge a connection. After approximately another half hour, the vehicle halted in front of a somewhat dilapidated building. Once the three men exited the car, they entered an antique clock shop, its facade imbued with a quaint charm. Lin Feng surveyed the store's interior, noting that its decor bore no distinction from that of an ordinary antique clock shop, with an array of timepieces adorning the walls and shelves laden with artifacts of indeterminate age. Colonel Phillips approached the counter and exchanged a few coded words with an elderly woman dressed in finery. After appraising Lin Feng and Steve Rogers, the woman activated a mechanism beneath the counter, rising to lead them deeper into the shop. Upon entering a room, the elderly woman closed the door, twisting a candlestick on the wall. The group then witnessed the wall parting to reveal a narrow passageway. "Colonel, I shall escort you this far. I wish you success." Colonel Phillips nodded and was the first to step into the passage. Lin Feng and Steve Rogers followed closely behind, navigating several twists and turns until they halted before a large, ominous metal door. "Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock." After a series of rhythmic raps, a peephole in the metal door opened, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. It is Colonel Phillips along with two subjects. Upon confirming the identity of the visitors, the imposing metal gates slowly swung open, revealing a heavily fortified research facility. At the entrance alone, 10 fully armed soldiers were stationed as sentinels. Once inside the base, Colonel Phillips felt the tension in his muscles begin to ease. He frequently exchanged pleasantries with passing researchers, inquiring about the progress of various experiments, and he seemed to know the names and projects of nearly everyone he encountered. Steve Rogers, feeling somewhat anxious, quietly remarked, "Wow, Colonel. It's impressive how you can remember so many names." He glanced at Lin Feng, walking beside him, only to find his friend exuding an air of calm composure, entirely unperturbed by the surroundings, his every movement radiating tranquility. Each person possesses unique talents. Today you may envy the colonel, but tomorrow he might find himself admiring you. Lin Feng mused absent-mindedly, his extraordinary vision scanning the facility. However, he spoke no falsehood. Once Steve Rogers transformed into a super soldier, his formidable physical prowess would undoubtedly evoke envy in Colonel Phillips. The three of them, each lost in their own thoughts, made their way to the innermost laboratory. Descending the spiral staircase, they immediately beheld 2 metallic sealed chambers positioned at the center, connected to an array of cables as thick as fingers, linked to an enigmatic apparatus. Dr. Erskine and Howard Stark were engrossed in discussing the details of the experiment. Upon noticing the trio, they hurried over with warm smiles, greeting them. "Good day, Colonel Phillips. Lin Feng, Steve Rogers. The super soldier serum has been injected into the sealed chambers, and we are currently coordinating with the power company to ensure that all other city power supplies are cut off once our experiment commences, guaranteeing our energy needs. Colonel, you may wish to wait in the observation room on the second floor. The two of them will remain here, ready to initiate the experiment at any moment." Howard Stark succinctly conveyed the progress of the experiment, guiding Colonel Phillips upstairs and seating him in the front row before returning to attend to the preparations below. Dr. Erskine, who preferred avoiding interactions with officials, proceeded to elaborate on several precautions. He emphasized the importance of remaining calm during the serum injection, as anxiety could impede the body's absorption rate. He also insisted that they must use the restroom beforehand to empty their bladders and bowels, cautioning that the experiment might be slightly uncomfortable to avoid any accidents. "Do you need to use the restroom?" Dr. Erskine inquired. Both Lin Feng and Steve Rogers shook their heads. They had already anticipated this necessity before arriving at the facility, having used the restroom at the training camp, and now they found themselves entirely unable to produce even a drop. After taking a phone call, Howard Stark gestured to Dr. Erskine, indicating that the electrical lines were ready and could provide ample energy at any moment. Dr. Erskine nodded, addressing the two standing nearby. "Remove your outer garments and wear only your fitted attire. Additionally, all metallic items must be removed as they may interfere with the operation of the equipment, potentially leading to unforeseen dangers." Lin Feng and Steve Rogers exchanged a glance, shedding their coats and unfastening their belts to place their keys in a nearby storage box. Once their clothing was discarded, the stark contrast in their physiques became apparent, resembling the disparity between an adult and a child. The former possessed a robust and muscular build, with clearly defined contours that conveyed strength. It was evident at a glance that he was a formidable man, capable of taking on multiple adversaries. In contrast, the latter appeared frail, his diminutive stature falling short of the former's shoulder, likely unable to withstand even a gust of wind on a stormy day. In the observation room on the second floor, high-ranking officials from the government and authoritative bodies furrowed their brows, their expressions dark and foreboding, reminiscent of an impending storm. The atmosphere grew tense. Colonel Phillips, without needing to gauge their expressions, sensed their rising ire. He silently prayed for the success of the experiment, recognizing that only through its success could his career be salvaged. A young Caucasian seated in the back row donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses briefly glimmering with a faint blue light as a miniature photograph was captured. The apparatus developed by Dr. Zola proved quite effective. The oblivious Americans had not noticed, allowing him to surreptitiously photograph the highly confidential experimental site. He chuckled inwardly, fingers brushing against the energy pistol concealed within his attire. Dr. Erskine was his intended target. Regardless of the experiment's outcome, he planned to eliminate him to hinder America's further research into the super soldier serum. However, if the experiment succeeded, he would also need to secure a sample of the serum while ensuring the complete destruction of all remaining serum and test subjects. With this thought in mind, the young man's gaze shifted toward the two individuals below who had removed their outer garments and were approaching the metal-sealed chamber, committing their appearances to memory for his forthcoming actions. Lin Feng glanced upward to the second floor, his attention locking onto the young man in gold-rimmed glasses. Such intense malice and murderous intent. Could he be a Hydra agent? A glint of insight flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as his enhanced vision penetrated the man's clothing, revealing a miniature firearm nestled within his chest pocket. The ability to smuggle a weapon inside suggested the presence of an insider among the security personnel. He resolved to bide his time, planning to address both the insider and the young man once the experiment concluded. With this determination, Lin Feng entered the sealed chamber with an air of composure. Dr. Erskine approached the two metal-sealed chambers, raising his voice to relay crucial instructions. "Listen closely, you two. Once the experiment commences, we will first administer a serum via muscle injection, allowing it to permeate your cells and transform your muscular structure. This micro-invasive procedure should not be excessively painful. However, once the serum takes effect, the drastic cellular changes may induce severe discomfort. You must endure the pain to proceed to the next injection, as the experiment cannot be halted once it begins. Failure to comply will result in your demise. The next step involves a spinal injection. Within the sealed chamber, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet Lin Feng, possessing extraordinary vision, discerned the intricate structures within. Thick metal rings secured his limbs and waist, firmly anchoring his body. Two probing instruments, suspended from above, adhered to either side of his chest, serving as medical apparatuses to continuously monitor his vital signs. Flanking his arms were two rows of injection tubes, each the thickness of a thumb, filled with the cerulean serum. The ends of these syringes connected to several black rubber tubes, seemingly designed to regulate the speed and dosage of the injection in some manner. He could feel sharp needles pressing against the skin on either side of his spine, presumably the agents intended for the second phase of the procedure. Whether it be the super soldier serum or auxiliary medications remained uncertain. System, temporarily unload the template. Reload only upon my command. Ding. Host, please be advised. The Golden Age Superman template has been unloaded. Please ensure your safety. With a mere thought, Lin Feng disengaged the Superman template. He feared that the needles might not penetrate his skin, thereby preventing the super soldier serum from being administered, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of Dr. Erskine and reveal his extraordinary nature. The experiment commenced. Inject the serum. At Dr. Erskine's command, the needles pierced Lin Feng's skin, and the super soldier serum began to flow into the muscles of his arm, swiftly depleting the 12 syringes. As the serum coursed through his body, waves of warmth surged within him, merging with countless cells, tissues, and organs, transforming into a molten stream that engulfed him in excruciating waves of fire-like agony. Ah, damn it. This is unbearable. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to scream, allowing the torment to ravage him in silence. He could not afford to let his ironclad facade shatter. Stark, activate the apparatus. Dr. Erskine's voice reached his ears, as if echoing from another realm. Upon receiving the command, Howard Stark activated the energy input switch, unleashing a powerful surge of high-voltage current into the sealed chamber. This current was transformed into a special radiation energy through a multi-band spectrum emitter, facilitating the absorption of the auxiliary serum. A blinding white light enveloped Lin Feng, intensifying the already overwhelming pain to excruciating levels. Unfortunately, he remained acutely aware during the serum's transformation, unable to slip into unconsciousness for self-preservation. The sensation was akin to having one's skin flayed alive, only to have salt and devilishly spicy chili powder rubbed into the raw flesh, as if he were being meticulously dissected. Thankfully, this unbearable agony subsided almost as quickly as it had arisen. Having endured such extreme suffering, Lin Feng felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, akin to the soothing embrace of a sauna, invigorating him to the core. The intense pleasure nearly coaxed a groan from his lips. However, while he reveled in this newfound comfort, Steve Rogers was still writhing in agony, leaving Dr. Erskine utterly confounded, unable to fathom the stark contrast between their experiences. Having both received the super soldier serum, one groaned in pain for a while the other's cries grew increasingly louder, surpassing even the most pitiful wails of swine in a slaughterhouse. Lin Feng, how are you? He approached the sealed chamber of Lin Feng, banging on the metallic shell and calling out. The still screaming Steve Rogers was of little concern for the moment. Despite his anguished cries, they at least confirmed he was alive. However, the sudden silence from Lin Feng was decidedly unsettling. Doctor, I'm fine. Has the experiment concluded? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Dr. Erskine sighed in relief, genuinely fearing the worst. It'll take a little longer. How are you feeling? Lin Feng, hearing that it would take more time, replied dismissively. I'm all right, quite comfortable, even more so than a massage. Howard Stark, who had leaned in to observe, wore a peculiar expression, glancing back at the still screaming Steve Rogers in his chamber. Doubting his own hearing, Dr. Erskine was at a loss for words, rendered speechless and wide-eyed, akin to a bewildered fool. Chapter 16. New System Functionality and Auxiliary Template Generation. Peggy Carter's iconic scene. A few minutes later, Colonel Phillips in the observation room on the second floor wore a grim expression, neglecting to engage in pleasantries with Senator Brand, one of the committee members, as the agonizing cries from the sealed chamber below were far too distressing. Ahem, Senator, let us pause our conversation here. My concern for the two young men is overwhelming. Perhaps after the experiment concludes, I might find a moment to speak with you more thoroughly. At present, my mind is in turmoil." Senator Brand nodded with a smile, appearing unconcerned. Colonel Phillips rose and moved to the window, gazing down below. He was reluctant to engage with politicians, viewing them as hypocritical and cunning, individuals who could sit and converse amiably while harboring a desire to undermine one another. Yet, as the head of the Strategic Scientific Reserve and one of the initiators of the Super Soldier Program, he had no choice but to endure their company to garner more support. After all, every resource, manpower, materials, and finances, required the approval of these individuals before the Treasury would allocate funds to the Strategic Scientific Reserve. One must bow their head under the eaves of another. At that moment, a senior officer clad in a general's uniform stood in the third row, his face set in a frosty glare as he approached the window, solemnly demanding, "Phillips, is this your chosen super soldier?" To scream so loudly during an experiment, even more so than a courtesan in bed. My heavens, I've endured worse. When my stomach was blown open and my intestines spilled forth, I did not scream so loudly. What a disgrace to the military. Hearing the general's words, Phillips could barely maintain his composure. However, with a quick shift of his gaze, he pointed to Lin Feng's chamber in defense. "General Connors, the true super soldier candidate is Lin, while Steve Rogers serves as a backup in case of failure, chosen by Dr. Erskine for comparison. You have witnessed Lin's training results. He is undoubtedly the finest soldier I have ever encountered." He had never held high hopes for Steve Rogers, and now, with the experiment unfolding in such a cacophony of agony, his impression of the situation had plummeted to an all-time low. General Connors let out a grunt, his expression softening slightly. "Our military provides the most substantial support for you. Currently, various research institutions are clamoring for funding. Were it not for our backing, the Strategic Scientific Reserve would undoubtedly lack the necessary resources." He admonished Colonel Phillips, emphasizing, "You must not be overly lenient with those scientists. This is American soil, and the funds come from the American populace. They cannot simply pursue their whims unchallenged." After delivering his reprimand, General Connors returned to his seat. He had previously been reluctant to attend the experiment, believing that instead of investing in the enhancement of soldiers, it would be wiser to focus on developing larger artillery, stronger tanks, and faster aircraft. However, the Secretary of Defense, a staunch advocate of scientific determinism, had issued a firm directive to support the super soldier program at any cost. The senior generals, left with no choice, passed the opportunity to observe the experiment down the ranks, ultimately relegating it to him, merely a two-star general. The scene of Connors chastising Phillips was keenly observed by Congressman Brandt, who, while maintaining a pleasant demeanor, was calculating how to extract benefits from the situation and claim a portion of the credit once the experiment succeeded. Lin Feng was the primary candidate for the super soldier program. It was unlikely the military would relinquish him to me. However, the overlooked alternative, Steve Rogers, might very well be entrusted to my care. Congressman Brandt was responsible for the sale of government bonds, yet recent sales have been dismal. The tycoons showed no interest, and despite several visits to the Rockefeller and Morgan families, where he received high-level receptions, none agreed to purchase the bonds. The only remaining strategy was to appeal to the middle class, but repeated promotional efforts had yielded little success. Perhaps securing a super soldier to endorse the bonds would prove to be a game-changer. Minutes passed, and the serum injection progressed to its second phase. Howard Stark activated the energy switch, and the gauge needle swung into the red zone, sparks erupting from the junction of the connecting equipment and the sealed chamber. The white light emanating from the chamber intensified, blinding those present. "It hurts so much." Steve Rogers' voice rose an octave, the intense anguish resonating in the air, causing a visceral reaction among the onlookers. His consciousness began to waver, as excruciating pain surged from the very depths of his cells, traveling along his nervous system to his brain, akin to having a red-hot iron rod plunged into his skull. Especially as the power of the radiation source assisting in the serum absorption increased, the cellular upheaval intensified, and the agony escalated. Both mental and physical torment escalating to unbearable levels. What on earth was happening? Steve's cries echoed the torment of a difficult childbirth, yet Lin remained largely unresponsive. Were it not for the increasingly vigorous heartbeat, I might have thought him deceased. If this continued, Steve might indeed perish. What was to be done? Dr. Erskine was torn within himself. The dilemma of whether to proceed or halt weighed heavily on his mind. The numerous fatalities associated with the super soldier serum were undeniable. At the Hydra testing facility, hundreds of elite operatives had perished, with only John Schmidt emerging successfully. Howard Stark, discerning the doctor's inner conflict, took a deep breath and exclaimed loudly. The doctor could not afford to hesitate. Halting now would only lead to failure, potentially endangering both their lives. Continuing, however, might yield success, at least ensuring the survival of one. Stark's persuasion proved effective, and with a resolute determination, Dr. Erskine shouted, "Stark, increase the power to 100. As the multi-band spectral emitter surged with energy, the emanating white radiance intensified, transforming the laboratory into a space illuminated by a second sun. A crackling explosion of sparks erupted from the control panel operated by Howard Stark's team, startling him into retreating 2 steps as cables beneath his feet began to smoke ominously, threatening to ignite. The previously howling and screaming Steve Rogers abruptly fell silent, leaving only the crackling sounds of the equipment echoing in the room. Unbeknownst to the unfolding drama, Lin Feng, lying in the sealed chamber with his eyes closed, was oblivious to the external changes. Out of boredom, he was engrossed in examining the system, and the astonishing new notifications caused him to momentarily forget his participation in the super soldier serum injection trial. Ding! The system has detected low-level genetic modification technology, which has been added to the system database. An auxiliary template creation is currently underway. Please wait a moment. An auxiliary template? The system had encountered another anomaly. He wondered what changes were in store. After approximately a minute, he received a new notification from the system. Ding! Auxiliary template creation successful. Super soldier template generated. The host may apply this to the subordinates of their faction, enhancing their abilities. In awe, Lin Feng exclaimed, "Wow, the system is incredible. I adore it." The super soldier template associated with Captain America meant that once he established his own faction, his subordinates could possess the strength akin to that of Captain America. Even if they did not have the same extraordinary advantage, they would still be formidable. With not a single soldier yet at his command, Lin Feng was already envisioning a grand spectacle of hundreds of Captain Americas charging towards Thanos, leaving him battered and retreating in despair. However, he reminded himself to remain grounded. Captain America's ability to hold his own against Thanos came with unique advantages. Setting a modest goal, he resolved to build a faction stronger than Hydra and SHIELD, one that would not require him to bow to the whims of those insufferable politicians. He envisioned becoming a supreme ruler within America. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Feng opened the task panel, eager to see if his attributes had changed following the serum injection. Host, Lin Feng, loading template. Golden Age Superman 1, 251710000. Abilities, super strength, iron body, stellar energy absorption, bioforce field, super vision, super hearing, super endurance. Super regeneration, reputation, 2517, faction, United States, Allied Forces, subordinates, none, spouse, none, offspring, none, affiliated template, super soldier template. It appears I've been rather greedy. Now that I possess an affiliated template, the future seems promising. However, excessive greed may not bode well, as fortune tends to be conserved. Lin Feng gazed at the relatively unchanged panel, somewhat regretfully forcing himself to find solace. Fortunately, he did not emerge empty-handed. Thanks to the smooth surface of the sealed chamber's metallic door, he observed that his physique had automatically adjusted to the optimal human proportions after receiving the serum, with every bone and muscle conforming to the divine ratio, rendering him more handsome and dashing. Moreover, the Golden Age Superman template provided by the system, while not particularly formidable within the Marvel Universe, is temporarily sufficient on Earth, as deities, demons, and archmages have yet to appear, alleviating any undue anxiety. Thus, the most crucial task now remains to accrue reputation to elevate the template's level. An upgrade would yield a substantial enhancement in strength, and upon reaching level 9, the system would present a trial for template advancement. The system is loading the Superman template. With a mere thought, Lin Feng felt an extraordinary power surging back into his body, far surpassing that granted by the serum. Utilizing his supervision, he scanned the area before the sealed chamber, finding it deserted. Reputation, after all, is merely to be accumulated. There were at least 100 individuals present. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. and it would surely satisfy my cravings. With a sudden movement, Lin Feng's limbs stirred slightly, and the metallic rings binding them shattered instantaneously. Straightening his waist, he tore free from the restraints, lifting his foot to deliver a powerful kick. Boom! The door flew outward like a cannonball, breaking through the air with a resounding sonic boom, embedding itself deep into the opposite wall, unable to be dislodged. The tremendous noise startled the onlookers, who had been holding their breath in anticipation of the sealed chamber's opening, eager to witness the changes in the two soldiers after their injection of the super soldier serum. They never expected such an absurd event to unfold, with the alloy door being kicked open from the inside. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's imposing figure emerge from the sealed chamber, an involuntary cheer erupted among the crowd. Ding! Congratulations, host, reputation, 148. Keep up the good work to upgrade your template soon. Dr. Erskine and Howard Stark embraced excitedly, nearly sharing a celebratory kiss in their fervor. The first successful super soldier of America represents the greatest encouragement for their continued research. Peggy Carter, seated in the observation area on the first floor, nearly leapt from her seat, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Feng's robust physique, lingering on his well-defined pectorals and sculpted abs, instinctively moving closer. Indeed, Lin Feng stood bare-chested, having torn off his shirt before the door. One of Captain America's iconic entrances was shamelessly pilfered, with intentions clearly lying beyond mere intoxication, but rather in the allure of beauty. Lin Feng feigned nonchalance, striking a pose of a handsome man, his well-defined yet unburdened muscles complementing his striking visage, exuding a virile allure that captivated the attention of the women present. Peggy Carter, unable to restrain herself, reached out to lightly graze his chest, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Realizing her boldness, her cheeks flushed as she turned her head, only to catch sight of Nurse Margaret beside her, her lips parted in surprise, her gaze firmly fixed on Lin Feng's perfectly sculpted pectorals. In that moment, Peggy was struck by a pang of jealousy reminiscent of childhood, when a cherished toy was snatched away by a friend. She adopted an authoritative demeanor and firmly declared, "What are you still doing here? Go fetch Lin a set of clothes." Little Nurse Margaret pouted, reluctantly glancing back 3 times as she departed. The hierarchical nature of their positions left her with little choice, especially as Peggy outranked her significantly and was a core member of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, wielding considerable power within the entire experimental base. Once the nurse was dismissed, Peggy Carter exhaled in relief. Lin Feng, amused, drew closer and whispered in her ear, "Beautiful Miss Carter, after I deal with those bureaucrats, I wonder if there will be an opportunity for us to dine together. I must admit, I'm quite smitten by you." Peggy felt a delightful tickle in her ears, her face flushed with heat. We aren't that familiar yet." The typically poised and elegant officer displayed a girlish shyness, at a loss for words, unsure whether to decline the invitation. Suddenly, a burst of vapor escaped from another open chamber, and Steve Rogers strode out with confidence. Peggy instantly regained her composure, masking her embarrassment with a glare directed at Lin Feng before sashaying away, though she lowered her voice to say, "I'm busy tonight. Let us meet tomorrow afternoon." Lin Feng gently clenched his fist, feeling a surge of joy within. Done. A good start is half the battle won. He cast a glance at his newly liberated friend, murmuring with a hint of guilt, "Steve, my apologies. I had to make my move first. Peggy Carter cannot be left to you. But that little nurse isn't too bad either. I'll find a way to set you up with her." Chapter 17. Lin Feng's daring capture of Hydra agents. Steve Rogers stood there, drenched in sweat, resembling a statue of Hercules. The once diminutive and frail figure had transformed into a towering and formidable presence, the impact of this metamorphosis surpassing even Lin Feng's own entrance. After all, Lin Feng was already tall and robust. The serum merely optimized his physique, lacking the stark contrast that would leave one breathless. In the next moment, a louder cheer erupted as the observers on the second floor rejoiced, casting aside their previous aloofness and exuberantly dancing and shouting, eager to pop champagne and celebrate. General Connors could no longer contain himself. He approached the window, gripping the railing, almost extending his head outside. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. "I must say, you have given me quite the surprise, Colonel Phillips." He seemed to forget his earlier disdain for the super soldier program. his hands trembling with excitement as an old soldier could hardly remain composed upon witnessing such an almost perfect specimen of a soldier. Colonel Philip's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear, yet he feigned a casual demeanor, chuckling lightly. Your praise is appreciated, Your Excellency. In the future, we shall have more super soldiers, and the Third German Empire shall not prevail for long. America will crush the evil Axis powers. Of course, to produce more super soldiers, we will require your assistance and support. I kindly ask you to speak favorably on our behalf at the Department of Defense to secure additional funding. Congressman Brandt was practically grinning from ear to ear, vocally advocating for the defeat of the Little Mustache and the assault on evil Berlin. While he outwardly echoed the slogans, he was secretly contemplating his own agenda. In the eyes of the politicians, the remarkable transformation of Steve Rogers held greater promotional value than the Lin Summit. The common folk often possess a tendency to empathize with the weak by vigorously publicizing his frail condition prior to the experiment, afflicted with a multitude of ailments, and then portraying his noble patriotism. It would undoubtedly serve as a potent weapon in selling war bonds. I must have him. This man shall be mine. However, amidst the collective ecstasy and excitement, no one noticed the young white man with gold-rimmed glasses rising quietly from the back row and stealthily exiting the observation room. Descending the spiral staircase to approach Dr. Erskine. The leader sends his regards, the young man uttered, producing a pistol gleaming with a blue light from his coat. Lin Feng witnessed this scene, but did not intervene. The death of Dr. Erskine aligned with his own interests. Otherwise, the American military would undoubtedly replicate the serum in abundance, producing a vast number of super soldiers, thereby nullifying the advantage of the recently acquired super soldier template. My apologies, Doctor. After your demise, I shall frequently bring flowers. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted, sending shockwaves of terror through the crowd. Researchers scattered in a panic, desperately seeking cover from the gunfire, turning the scene into utter chaos. Dr. Erskine collapsed, blood blossoming from his chest, clutching at his wound, as crimson liquid spread across the floor like a blooming flower. After firing, the young man dashed towards the reserve serum positioned beside the sealed chamber, snatching a vial and stowing it in his briefcase, carelessly toppling the remaining vials to the ground. Crash! The glass tubes shattered on the floor, the blue liquid flowing across the cement, leaving only the one sample taken by the young man, destined to be delivered to the leader in Berlin. Immediately, he pressed the remote control, and two sharp beeps resonated from beneath the rear seats of the observation room on the second floor. The explosion unleashed a fiery blaze and a shockwave that shattered the glass of the observation area, sending high-ranking officials and business magnates seated near the back hurtling outwards. Colonel Phillips, General Connors, and Congressman Brand were fortunate. Having descended after the young white man, they found themselves on the first floor and narrowly escaped disaster. Nurse Margaret returned with 2 shirts just in time to witness Dr. Erskine collapsed in a pool of blood. At the moment the explosion erupted, she trembled, nearly dropping the shirts from her grasp. Lin Feng leaped forward, seizing one shirt to drape over himself and tossing the other to Steve Rogers, who was just about to pursue the young white man. Hey, buddy, do you want to stage a naked chase in front of the people of New York? He teased his friend, quickening his pace down the spiral staircase towards the exit. Steve Rogers paused momentarily, hastily putting on the shirt. However, those few seconds cost him the opportunity to pursue the assailant. The ailing Dr. Erskine clutched his pant leg, struggling to move his lips. Help me out. Steve crouched down, leaning closer to hear him. Were it not for Dr. Erskine's insistence, he would not be the transformed individual he was today. Having received a fine education since childhood, he could not ignore the plea of his benefactor. I can still be saved, hurry. The voice faded abruptly, and Steve looked down. Dr. Erskine's pupils dilated, his grip on Steve's pant leg slackened, and he breathed his last, his eyes wide open in a final gaze. Rest in peace, Doctor. Lin, and I will avenge you. He gently closed the doctor's eyes, then took several strides forward, grasping the railing to propel himself upward, leaping onto a higher staircase and charging through the door. He glanced at the deep footprints on the door and the shattered lock, his heart filled with astonishment. Lin's strength is immense. I have confidence that I could leave a footprint too, but shattering steel seems beyond my reach. Could it be that I was injected with a counterfeit serum? Lin Feng followed leisurely behind the young white man, unaware that his friend was grappling with existential doubts. With the speed of a superhuman template loaded within him, He could apprehend the assailant in the blink of an eye. Yet the sparse crowd in the antique shop held him back from acting. Before he escapes to a crowded area or causes a commotion, where shall I garner my reputation? Hurry up, little snake. By the time you reach the banks of the Hudson River, I shall seize my chance to boost my prestige. The Hydra agent sprinting ahead remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a mere tool for Lin Feng's reputation-building endeavor. During his escape, he even shot the old lady disguised as a shopkeeper, attempting to hinder the pursuers behind him, while he fled with all his might from the antique shop. Regrettably, Lin Feng cast a glance at the old woman on the ground, ignoring her plight as he continued his relentless pursuit. Oh, foolish little serpent, attempting to ensnare me with the allure of the American imperialists. I was born and raised under the Crimson Banner. The demise of countless Americans holds no significance for me. Outside, a sleek black Ford sedan's door swung open as a Hydra operative hastily leapt inside, igniting the engine with fervor and flooring the accelerator, the tires smoking as they sped away. Lin Feng quickened his pace, still trailing the vehicle by mere meters. In a state of urgency, the Hydra agent brandished a Thompson M1923 submachine gun from beneath the seat, firing recklessly at the rearview mirror. Hot-tot-tot-tot. Hot-tot-tot-tot. A torrential downpour of errant bullets rained down, striking several pedestrians who, upon hearing the gunfire and witnessing the chaos, instinctively recoiled in terror, their heads instinctively ducking as they fled with piercing cries of alarm. Several vehicles following the black sedan met with misfortune, their drivers clutching their chests as they relinquished control of the steering wheel, careening into nearby cars. Boom! Following the collision, an unknown vehicle's fuel tank ruptured, spilling gasoline onto the asphalt, leaving a slick trail behind. In the ensuing pandemonium, the drivers of vehicles further back lost control, their tires slipping on the slick surface, crashing into the preceding cars. The ignited gasoline ignited with a spark from the wreck, resulting in an explosion that engulfed several surrounding vehicles in a fiery embrace, creating an even greater conflagration. A thick plume of smoke ascended like a colossal dragon, while flames leaped like a mountain, obstructing the entire thoroughfare. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, propelling himself through the flames. As the Hydra operative's vehicle veered into a narrow alleyway, the driver glanced back, defiantly raising his middle finger. How audacious to mock me! As if he had never faced death. Gazing at the gathering crowd around him, Lin Feng sensed the moment was ripe to enlighten the American populace, offering them a glimpse of the awe that a superhuman can evoke. With a swift run-up, he altered his direction towards the adjacent building. Bang! The concrete shattered beneath him. A deep imprint left in the foundation. Fueled by an overwhelming force, he leapt to a height of several meters, reaching the midsection of the building. Grasping the wall, his fingers effortlessly pierced through the concrete, seizing a reinforced steel bar. With a slight exertion of his arms and a push from his feet against the wall, he ascended several more meters in mere moments, finally landing on the rooftop. On the ground, the black sedan had just emerged from the alley, the young white driver whistling nonchalantly. A half-hearted celebration with champagne would not suffice, my young friend. Allow me to impart a lesson. Aiming for the rear section of the vehicle and calculating the trajectory, Lin Feng leaped from the rooftop with unbridled vigor. The howling wind swept past his ears, and the thrill of freefall was an exhilarating rush, far surpassing that of any extreme sport. He reveled in a sensation he had never before experienced, letting out a jubilant cheer in midair. Oh, how delightful! Mere seconds later, with a resounding crash, Lin Feng landed upon the rear half of a black sedan. The force of impact sent the front of the car soaring upwards, flipping it over and launching it away, where it violently bounced on the ground before finally resting by the banks of the Hudson River, several dozen meters away. A bloodied Hydra agent, battered and bruised, struggled to crawl out of the driver's seat, seizing a nearby briefcase and fleeing toward the river without a backward glance. After running a short distance along the riverbank, he dove into the water. Lin Feng intentionally slowed his pace, awaiting this very moment. His superhuman hearing detected the sound of a propeller churning through the water, prompting him to feign urgency and leap into the river. He dove several meters deep, catching sight of a one-man submarine that was just starting up. One could not help but marvel at the advanced technology of the Third Reich, or rather, the ingenuity of Dr. Zola, who had harnessed the space gem from the cosmic cube to develop weaponry far beyond this era. The submarine resembled a small underwater aircraft, and the Hydra agent was frantically attempting to operate it, foolishly hoping to escape the relentless pursuit behind him. Lin Feng's swimming style was not particularly graceful, yet propelled by sheer strength, he moved rapidly through the water. Within mere breaths, he reached the submarine, tapping on the cockpit glass and displaying a broad grin, awaiting the astonished gaze of the Hydra agent. With a decisive strike, he shattered the glass, seized the Hydra agent by the collar, and pilfered the handgun tucked in his waistband, stowing it in his own pocket as he ascended towards the surface. Midway, Lin Feng recalled a scene from a film where this very individual had bitten down on poisoned teeth to commit suicide. Thus, he forcefully pried open the agent's mouth and extracted every tooth. A faint crimson hue began to stain the river water as the Hydra agent, unable to resist the tremendous force gripping his collar, found himself helpless as he involuntarily gulped down the foul river water. With a splash, Lin Feng first hurled the waterlogged Hydra agent onto the shore before following suit, shedding his drenched shirt and wringing out a substantial amount of river water. Just then, Steve Rogers, who had been in pursuit, stood dumbfounded, watching the relentless assailant spitting out water. "My heavens, Lin, why did you pull all his teeth?" he exclaimed. "Even if he killed Dr. Erskine, you could have simply dealt with him without resorting to such brutality. The United States military has regulations against the mistreatment of prisoners. You might find yourself facing reprimand from Colonel Phillips for this." Lin Feng shot him a disdainful glance, about to offer an explanation when a cool, clear voice interjected. Lin did well. Hydra's teeth conceal poison. Extracting them is essential for capturing him alive. Peggy Carter rushed in, her face a picture of urgency, eager to defend Lin Feng without even assessing the scene. Upon hearing her words, Steve Rogers felt a twinge of embarrassment and shrugged, immediately offering his apologies. "I apologize, Lin, but I am concerned that you may make a mistake." Lin Feng remained silent as he approached Peggy Carter, who, untouched by the ravages of war, could be understood for a somewhat naive heart. "Major Carter, I trust this counts as a merit for me. Should you not reward me?" He advanced step by step until their breaths mingled. Peggy's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart racing uncontrollably, her gaze flickering as she dared not meet his eyes. Whispering softly, "Is this not what you ought to do? What reward do you seek from me?" Lin Feng smiled and stepped closer, audaciously drawing her into his embrace, leaning down to press his lips firmly against her soft, crimson ones. After a prolonged moment, they parted and Peggy gasped for breath, a hint of shyness flashing in her beautiful eyes. You scoundrel, I shall ignore you." Observing the officer stomp away like a little girl, Lin Feng wiped his lips and brought his hand, lightly stained with her delicate lipstick, to his nose to inhale. The faint scent of roses filled his nostrils, and he glanced at the officer with a sense of triumph. To his surprise, Peggy turned back just in time, her cheeks reddening upon witnessing his gesture, hastily turning away to check if the young white man had any tools of self-destruction on him. Seeing that she was not angry only bolstered Lin Feng's pride. "Ah, Carter, you cannot escape my grasp. Come willingly into my embrace." Nearby, Steve Rogers felt a pang of jealousy, as if he had consumed 10 lemons. Chapter 18. Choices in Life. Captain America to the left, Lin Feng to the right. Peggy Carter was driving, with Lin Feng seated beside her in the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers, looking quite displeased, was escorting a Hydra agent in the back seat as they returned to the experimental base disguised as an antique shop in Brooklyn. "Well done, Lin Feng," Colonel Phillips praised upon their arrival. "You did well too, Steve." The colonel did not spare his commendation, as the infiltration of a top-secret base by a Hydra agent could lead to dire consequences if they failed to apprehend him. He would be held accountable as the head of the operation, facing military tribunal or worse. Moreover, the Hydra agent had killed Dr. Erskine and stolen a vial of super soldier serum, which, if brought back to Berlin, posed a significant threat to the Allies' strategic plans. Steve Rogers stood at attention, saluting seriously. "Thank you for the compliment, Colonel. This is what we are meant to do." Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him, thinking it unnecessary to be so formal in a non-official setting. He lazily returned the salute and casually took a seat, noticing that they had matters to discuss. Peggy Carter led the Hydra agent toward the interrogation room, determined to extract the truth from him and uncover the infiltrators. With only the three of them left, Colonel Phillips' expression turned grave as he raised his voice. "Now that we are without outsiders, I have some matters to discuss with you." Steve Rogers, still standing rigidly, asked in a serious tone, "Colonel, please proceed. What is it?" Lin Feng casually crossed his legs, swaying slightly in silence. Phillips furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on him for a moment, seemingly perplexed by the drastic change in his demeanor. However, considering the transformative effects of the super soldier serum on one's personality, he dismissed his concerns. As you are aware, the successful development of the super soldier serum owes much to Dr. Erskine. Now that he has passed away, the Department of Defense wishes to continue serum production. But Howard Stark claims replicating the original serum's effects will prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, as the only two successful super soldiers, you may need to make some sacrifices, providing a certain amount of blood each month for research materials at the base. There were originally several backup vials of the serum, but regrettably, a Hydra agent destroyed them all. The vial in Lin's possession also shattered during his capture attempt. Just as Steve Rogers was about to nod in agreement, Lin Feng, unlike him, was not so naive. He tugged at Steve's shirt to prevent him from foolishly compromising himself. "Colonel, we enlisted to protect our homeland, combat the evil Axis powers, and eliminate threats to humanity posed by the Nazi forces, not to become lab rats." Colonel Phillips' lips twitched, his face reddening as he struggled to respond. He longed to question why, if they were so averse to being guinea pigs, they had refused to participate in the trials earlier. However, the hope of replicating the serum now rested on the two of them, and he dared not provoke a confrontation that could jeopardize their discussions. Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he inquired, "What are your terms?" "I can agree to reasonable requests." Ignoring the warning glance from his friend, Lin Feng stood and approached Phillips with a smile. "Since the Colonel is so generous, I shall not hold back. First, Steve Rogers and I will only donate blood once. We cannot be expected to do so monthly. Second, I demand to be sent to the front lines to fight, and it is up to Steve to choose his path. Third, I require $100,000 each for both myself and Steve Rogers. No excuses. I will only donate blood upon seeing the money." With that, he returned to his seat, crossing his legs once more and pulling Steve to sit beside him, leaving no opportunity for his friend to undermine him. "Impossible. The first and third demands are out of the question. You have become super soldiers through the government's investment in the program. You cannot burn the bridge after crossing it and act ungratefully. What good is one blood donation? Furthermore, to ask for $100,000 each for a single donation is outrageous. Do you realize that Dr. Erskine spent nearly $200,000 over many years of research on the serum? You are essentially extorting us." Colonel Phillips was fuming, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. He felt deceived. He had initially believed Lin to be a patriotic youth eager to serve, only to find he had transformed into a greedy renegade. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed by the potential for conflict. Were it not for the lingering ties of affection, he would have long since departed, sparing no words on negotiations. Steve Rogers wore a troubled expression. On one hand stood Colonel Phillips, a representative of the military and the nation who had shown him kindness, and on the other, a friend who had saved his life. He found himself at a crossroads. "Lin, you and the Colonel should take a moment to calm down and discuss this rationally. I believe that merely drawing blood will not have any detrimental effects on us. Given our current constitution, as long as it does not exceed 400 milliliters each time, it should not harm our bodies." Lin Feng rolled his eyes but felt compelled to speak candidly. "There were certain things I intended to discuss privately, but since you have raised the question, I shall enlighten you this once, lest you remain oblivious. In this era, such ignorance is inexcusable." Steve Rogers and Colonel Phillips exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity piqued. "Do you think that merely taking blood is the end of it?" "No, you are gravely mistaken. This is merely a prelude to your trials. Once you acquiesce, the demands will become endless and excessive. Let me ask you, Steve, if they are unable to develop a serum from your blood and subsequently request your spinal stem cells, would you consent? Or what if they ask you to serve as a breeding specimen with various women to study the genetic inheritance of the serum? Would you agree to that?" Lin Feng's questions grew increasingly outrageous and terrifying. Steve Rogers turned pale, incredulity etched on his face as he stammered, This cannot be true. They wouldn't resort to such absurdity, would they? Are those people truly devils? Colonel, tell me, is what Lin says true? Will they actually do such things?" Colonel Phillips's expression darkened, but he refrained from rebuking. He understood better than anyone that those politicians were devoid of morals. To them, ethics and law meant nothing if it served their interests. They would not hesitate to eliminate any obstacle in their path, should they fail to derive a serum from blood. The prospect of extracting spinal stem cells or even dissecting 2 super soldiers would not deter those politicians for a heartbeat. Steve Rogers hung his head, his hands tangled in his hair, visibly shaken by the gravity of the situation. Lin, the world is not as dark as you perceive. You are overthinking this. Colonel Phillips attempted to argue, yet his earlier silence spoke volumes. However, if you do not cooperate, I cannot guarantee what might transpire. Someone else may indeed take such actions. And do you think that by refusing, you can maintain control? You possess formidable strength, capable of easily defeating an elite operative, yet at the end of the day, you're still flesh and blood. No carbon-based life form can withstand a 72mm bullet, and I would rather not see that happen to you. Lin Feng gazed intently into his eyes, responding with resolute conviction. I stand by my original terms. You are free to refuse. However, if it comes to a hardline approach, I cannot ascertain whether the Allied Military Committee would acquiesce to your reckless intention of harming a super soldier capable of expediting the cessation of this war. Should you dare to take such action, I will seek refuge within the British or French embassies, confident that they would welcome me. At that juncture, I would reveal my statements to the global media. Do you believe other nations would trust me or you? The United States would find itself in an odious position on the international stage henceforth. Colonel Phillips' eyes betrayed a flicker of fear, as he dared not contemplate the consequences of such a scandal. It was evident that politicians would abandon their own in a bid to salvage their reputations, leaving him to shoulder the blame, making even a swift demise unattainable. With a heavy swallow, Colonel Phillips resignedly murmured, I shall concede to your demands. Yet this matter must remain confidential among the 3 of us. No one else may know. Even if you divulge it, I shall not acknowledge it and will report you for treason. I require time to procure the necessary funds. You should return home for now, as your presence here may not bring you peace. With that, he slumped into his chair, his eyelids drooping as if he were on the verge of slumber. Lin Feng rose, pulling the contemplative Steve Rogers along as they made their way outside the antique shop. The brisk wind on the street invigorated Steve Rogers slightly. Lin, do you think they could replicate the serum if they had the blood? Upon hearing his friend's inquiry, Lin Feng chuckled softly. Dr. Erskine, with his experience from Hydra's experiments, took several months upon arriving in America to perfect the flawed serum. Now that the serum samples have been destroyed, even with ample data to support them, attempting to reverse engineer and reconstruct the serum formula would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The military's ambitions were but fragile illusions. They could not produce a replica of the original serum, at best managing a substandard version of the super soldier serum. Lin Feng did not underestimate the American military, but rather referenced the failures depicted in films prior to his transmigration. Decades after World War II, with significant technological advancements, the military only managed to create a subpar concoction rife with side effects through reverse engineering. Do not feel indebted to them. Remember, it is fate that has chosen you, as well as the serum that has selected you. They merely compromised with fate and science. Were it not for the concern that the serum amplifies one's inner desires, resulting in the malevolent becoming even more so upon successful injection, they would have resorted to nurturing their own loyalists. After offering some consolation to his friend, Lin Feng's expression turned grave as he inquired, Steve, have you contemplated what you wish to pursue in the future? Steve Rogers paused, scratching his head in bewilderment. Recalling the days spent at his grandfather's farm during his childhood, a time filled with purity and joy, devoid of the deceptions of the outside world, he suddenly began to grasp what he truly desired to achieve. I shall steadfastly adhere to my original intention of enlisting, to safeguard my motherland and assist my comrades in vanquishing the Third German Empire. Once peace reigns in the world, I shall retire, seek a beloved woman to marry, and procure a farm to lead a tranquil life. And what of you, Lin? I perceive a distinct difference between us. A smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he gazed upward at the azure sky. His expression exuded a carefree demeanor, akin to a wanderer traversing the realms of existence. As for me, indeed, I differ from you. I too shall combat on the front lines, yet not for anyone else, but solely for my own aspirations. For there lies what I seek. Should the war conclude, I may choose to venture into commerce, establishing the greatest commercial empire in America. Or perhaps I shall enter the presidential race under the banner of a World War II hero. Steve, your naive idealism regarding this world is rather disconcerting. A man must wield his fist, for a fist signifies power. To clench one's fist is to grasp authority. Only with strength and power can one evade the manipulation of others and become the master of one's own fate. Chapter 19. The American Empire sends me to battle the Japanese. Peggy Carter seals our fate with a kiss. Knock, knock, knock. Early the next morning, as Lin Feng awakened, he was greeted by a rapping at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by an officer adorned with the rank of lieutenant. With a begrudging salute, he lazily returned to dress, casually inquiring, "Sir, were we not informed of the temporary leave? Has there been a change?" The lieutenant, unfazed by his rudeness, nodded and replied with a stoic expression, "Indeed, Colonel Phillips has received new orders. You and Steve Rogers have been reassigned. The colonel specifically sent me to escort you and Steve back to the base. Steve Rogers is already in the vehicle. If you have no belongings to bring, we must depart immediately." Lin Feng, deep in thought, secured the door before following the lieutenant downstairs. As anticipated, a military jeep awaited them below. With Steve Rogers peering out from the back seat, waving cheerfully, his spirits evidently much improved since the previous day. "Lin, hurry up and get in. The colonel is awaiting us." Lin Feng opened the car door and settled into the back seat. The vehicle roared to life and sped away, halting half an hour later in front of an antique shop. The lieutenant navigated the familiar establishment, leading them through the outer hall and into a rear room where he activated a mechanism, causing the wall to part in the middle. The personnel at the experimental base appeared significantly fewer than before, and those engaged in work glanced at them with peculiar expressions, a mix of discontent and regret evident in their eyes. Lin Feng and Steve Rogers exchanged puzzled looks as they followed the lieutenant to his secret chamber. "You may enter. The colonel awaits you inside." With that, he turned and briskly departed. Lin Feng pushed open the door and stepped inside, with Steve Rogers following suit. Instinctively closing the door behind him, he cast his gaze toward the distant figure of Colonel Phillips, deep in contemplation upon the sofa, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Today, Colonel Phillips appeared utterly haggard. His once rosy complexion had turned a sallow hue, as if he had aged a decade overnight, with deep shadows etched under his eyes. "I had intended to quietly resolve those matters and then dispatch someone to summon you back. Yet, those damn politicians deprived me of that opportunity. They're a wretched lot deserving of hell. The Hydra operative's infiltration was solely due to a special clearance issued by the Department of Defense. Yet those scoundrels wish to pin the blame on me. As if that were not enough, they have shifted their focus onto you." He raised his head and unleashed a torrent of curses, feeling slightly relieved after expressing his frustrations. "Let me apologize for burdening you with the grievances of an old man. Gentlemen, the Department of Defense and Parliament are at odds over control of you. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, sensing that both tidings were likely unfavorable. However, Steve Rogers appeared oblivious and instead displayed a cooperative demeanor. "Colonel, let's start with the bad news. I fear that if I hear the good news first, the subsequent bad news might dampen my spirits." He quipped with a dry humor that caught Colonel Phillips off guard, momentarily causing him to forget his prepared speech. Fortunately, he soon recollected himself and chuckled awkwardly before continuing. "Very well, I shall share the good news first. I will do my utmost to secure $1 million for each of you, but the Department of Defense has mandated that the first batch of blood samples must be submitted. Today, you will each receive $200,000, with the remainder to follow swiftly." Lin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating that this too might be bad news. Nonetheless, the assurance of receiving $200,000 today seemed promising enough. He pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, as he had no fear of Colonel Phillips reneging on his word. The implication was clear. This matter was non-negotiable, and the worst-case scenario would be an abrupt end to their association. Seeing Lin Feng's acceptance, Steve Rogers naturally had no objections. Colonel Phillips let out a sigh of relief, sipping from the cup of hot coffee on the table. He had genuinely feared that the two would turn against him, but thankfully, it had not come to that. "As for the bad news, I can only retain one of you. The other must be handed over to Parliament, specifically to Senator Brandt. I hope you will not blame me for failing to protect you." The president desires an invincible army comprised of super soldiers, yet at present, there are merely the two of you. Even with your extraordinary strength and speed, you cannot withstand a hail of bullets and heavy artillery on the battlefield. Thus, he acquiesced to Parliament's proposal, allowing one of you to be managed by Senator Brandt. Lin Feng, who had been listening quietly, merely pursed his lips in silence. Given sufficient time and an audience to cultivate enough prestige to upgrade his superhuman template, along with the power surge derived from the solar radiation of yellow stars, he mused that accomplishing these tasks was not insurmountable. Having merely engaged with the Golden Age Superman template for over 3 months, his strength surged to over 200 tons, allowing him to effortlessly lift 3 heavy tanks with a single hand. Lin Feng could distinctly feel that, upon exposure to sunlight, the myriad cells within him eagerly absorbed the radiant energy of the yellow star, enhancing their vigor with every passing moment. Colonel Phillips, oblivious to his expression, continued his monologue. You must understand the president's position. An investment of nearly $200 million yielded only 2 super soldiers. To be frank, he is profoundly disappointed and nearly lost interest in the super soldier program. Were it not for my and Congressman Brandt's staunch opposition, your future would likely consist of confinement in a laboratory, enduring daily blood draws until the super soldier serum could be replicated. Coincidentally, as we faced setbacks in combat against the Japanese in the Philippines, the president, after reviewing your performances at the Caspian training camp, has decided to send you, Lin Feng, to the Philippines to eliminate those vile little creatures. At this point, he shifted his tone, speaking earnestly to Steve Rogers. Congressman Brandt is quite intrigued by you. A native of Brooklyn, plagued by numerous ailments, yet unwavering in your desire to enlist. You would serve as the quintessential ambassador for our war bonds. The American people will surely rally behind you. Every dollar they contribute supports our soldiers in combat. Steve, your responsibilities are as weighty as those faced on the battlefield. Lin Feng almost burst into laughter at the thought of Captain America's initial appearance. Steve Rogers, summoning his courage, stepped forward to Colonel Phillips. He too wished to join the fight against the Nazis and uphold peace. Colonel, I want to be on the battlefield, wherever it may be. Colonel Phillips shook his head vigorously, his serious gaze fixed on Steve as he firmly declined. No, young man, you are currently under Congressman Brandt's jurisdiction, and I have no authority to place you on the front lines. Someone will escort you to meet him shortly. Truth be told, he held a more favorable impression of Steve Rogers and was determined to keep this promising youth safe at home. Let that reckless troublemaker face the peril instead. Steve Rogers sought to plead his case further, but Colonel Phillips was resolute. He stood, locking eyes with Steve, and asserted in a commanding tone, "This is an order, Steve." With that, Colonel Phillips offered no room for rebuttal and swiftly exited the chamber. Observing his despondent friend, Lin Feng approached, sympathy filling his gaze. He gently placed a hand on Steve's shoulder, stifling a chuckle as he offered words of comfort. The propaganda front is also a battleground, Steve. The more war bonds you sell, the more ammunition we will have, along with superior weaponry, allowing us to bring this wretched war to a swift conclusion. My going to the battlefield and your selling war bonds both contribute to peace. It is merely a division of labor. With that, he too departed the chamber, leaving Steve Rogers to ponder in solitude. Upon exiting, he encountered Peggy Carter, who was holding a stack of documents. The female officer's eyes widened in surprise, and she momentarily lowered her gaze, attempting to feign ignorance of his presence. Lin Feng humorously intercepted her, flashing a playful grin as he softly remarked, "Oh dear, the lovely Miss Carter, what a coincidence. How is it that a person of my stature has gone unnoticed by you?" Peggy Carter nervously glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before playfully striking his chest with the documents in her hand. "Don't do that, Lin. It wouldn't look good if someone saw us. I didn't mean to. I was just afraid you might get a bit too familiar." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng feigned a melancholic sigh. Perhaps I'm being overly sentimental. I had hoped to share dinner with you before heading into battle. Even if I were to meet my end on the battlefield, at least I would have a cherished memory." With a soft thud, the documents slipped from Peggy Carter's grasp, cascading to the ground. Yet, instead of retrieving them, she gasped. "Cover her mouth. What? You're heading to the battlefield soon? It must be for the Philippines. My goodness, I've heard it's one of the most terrifying battlefronts. The Japanese never take prisoners, or rather, no one survives their clutches. No, I must speak to the colonel." You are a super soldier. How can you be sent to the Philippines to face death? Lin Feng seized her hand, pulling the beautiful woman into his embrace. Peggy Carter momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing as she closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and stood on tiptoe. Wow, how forward! Seizing the moment, he leaned down and kissed her passionately. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Peggy Carter gazed at him with deep emotion in her eyes. I don't want you to go to your demise. Wait for me a moment while I find the colonel. Lin Feng shook his head, smiling softly. No need, Carter. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Seeking the colonel will be futile. The orders come from the president, and he has no authority to change that. As for those little devils, I could easily take one down with my bare hands. They cannot harm me. Stay safe at the rear, and when I return, I shall propose to you. Peggy Carter wore a worried expression, yet she suppressed her inner sorrow. She understood that once a man made a decision, a woman should not burden him with doubts, but rather support him wholeheartedly, becoming his devoted partner and steadfast ally. All right, I will wait for you. Chapter 20. A parting kiss at the port and a secret mission. The beautiful woman's unusual approach. On February 12, 1942, the New York port was under strict military control. The usual merchant and passenger ships were cleared from the harbor, making way for the USS Sullivan and other warships. As rows of new recruits boarded the vessels destined for combat against the Japanese in the Philippines. The backbone of the Strategic Scientific Reserve had mostly departed for London, while Steve Rogers was pulled by Congressman Brad to attend a parliamentary dance training to promote war bonds. Colonel Phillips wore a resigned smile, observing a couple nearby who were locked in a passionate kiss, reluctant to part. He frequently glanced at his wristwatch and, after waiting a few more minutes, realized he must break up the lovebirds. All right, Carter, it's time to board. If Lin doesn't hurry, there will be trouble. At the sound of his urging, Peggy Carter's cheeks flushed as she reluctantly released her embrace and swiftly darted into the vehicle, avoiding the gaze of those around her. Colonel, she remarked, you are rather inflexible. What harm is there in delaying a few moments? They are merely losing a handful of minutes, while I am forfeiting the sweetness of love. Truly, you are an antiquated relic. Have you never experienced youth? Lin Feng grumbled, feeling quite displeased. Just moments ago, it was Peggy Carter who had initiated a kiss. Yet this old fellow seemed like a grim reaper, unable to tolerate any display of affection among the young. It is worth noting that he had just rushed from a blood donation with Steve Rogers, arriving at the port without a moment's pause, as if the production team's donkey were not subjected to such relentless pressure. This only reinforced his desire to establish his own legion of super soldiers. Colonel Phillips rolled his eyes and, adopting a serious tone, lowered his voice. All right, Lin, enough of your banter. I have a top-secret mission to assign you. Our intelligence operatives have uncovered an astonishing piece of information from the Japanese military. A contingent referred to as ninjas will be dispatched to the Philippines. It is reported that some among them possess extraordinary abilities, so exercise caution. The president has ordered you to eliminate these ninjas and uncover the secrets behind their powers. Ideally, you should bring back whatever you find to America to see if it can be utilized in the super soldier serum research. As he relayed this mission, Phillips wore an expression of skepticism. Ninjas? Ninjas with superpowers? This was indeed intriguing. Could they be akin to the Hand from Wolverine's solo film? Never mind, he thought. Even the notorious hand ninjas would be no match for a punch from a superhuman. Despite the formidable might of their techniques, those fragile beings were physically weak. Could any withstand the force of my 200-ton punch? Although Lin Feng had watched numerous Marvel films and read comics before his time travel, he had seldom encountered ninjas in such narratives, and for the moment, he could only think of the Hand when considering formidable ninjas in the Marvel universe. Rest assured, Colonel, I will eliminate those devils. Not even Jesus could save them. Colonel Phillips nodded, stepping forward to salute. Lieutenant Lin Feng, I await your good news. Lin Feng returned the salute, adjusting his crisp officer's uniform. As a member of the successful super soldier program, the military held him in high regard, having exceptionally promoted him to the rank of lieutenant within less than 6 months of service, breaking the record for the fastest rank advancement since the founding of the nation. He waved goodbye to Peggy Carter, who was still hidden in the vehicle, and turned to ascend the gangway of the USS Sullivan. He would embark on this destroyer, sailing into the Pacific to rendezvous with the Midway carrier fleet, before proceeding to the battlefield in the Philippines to support the beleaguered American forces in northern Luzon. Thanks to his rank, The captain of a USS Sullivan had allocated him a private cabin, a considerable privilege aboard the cramped vessel. Lin Feng reclined on a somewhat narrow bed, gazing through the porthole at the tumultuous sea beyond. His ascent to the rank of lieutenant seemed to stem from the military's desire to preserve its dignity, compelling the passage of such a resolution. Yet he thought, it mattered little. The higher the starting point, the easier the tasks ahead would be. Should I eliminate the Japanese forces in the Philippines? It is likely that my tenure as a lieutenant would be fleeting, soon leading to a promotion to a higher rank. Once my strength is sufficiently formidable, the seat in the White House may not be beyond my reach. Those who dare to oppose me shall find themselves mysteriously dealt with. Lin Feng's thoughts meandered, sketching a bright future. After a moment, he reined in his imagination and spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. It seemed he had drifted off course in the Marvel Universe. The most crucial element remained one's own strength, rather than any seemingly prestigious title. Even a powerful president could be eliminated with a single shot, dispelling unnecessary distractions. Lin Feng refocused on the matter of enhancing his own abilities. System, display my panel. Host, Lin Feng. Loaded template. Golden Age Superman 1, 658210000. Abilities, Super Strength, Iron Body. Stellar Energy Absorption, Biotic Field, Super Vision, Super Hearing, Super Stamina. Super Healing, Reputation, 6,583. Affiliation, United States, Allied Nations. Subordinates, none. Spouse, none. Offspring, none. Attached template. Super Soldier template. As Lin Feng scrutinized the displayed data, his brow furrowed slightly. No, system, you must be skimming my accolades. How can my reputation be so meager? I leapt barehanded onto a building and seized a Hydra agent, and that made the front page. Yet, my reputation barely increased by over 3,000 points? Surely, the number of witnesses to my pursuit must exceed 500. This accounting is erroneous. Perhaps, sensing his ire, the system responded in an unprecedented manner. Ding! The system does not engage in favoritism. All reputation records are maintained with absolute fairness and justice. Reputation value is calculated based on the belief of individuals in the host's actions. Only those who possess over 70 belief in the authenticity of the host's deeds contribute to a single reputation point. Damn, the citizens of America are truly incredulous. Even the New York Daily's reports are doubted. Lin Feng muttered, his spirits dampened. The New York Daily had a substantial circulation, guaranteeing sales of 200,000 copies daily, meaning that out of 200,000 households in New York, only a mere 3,000 people believed in the veracity of his actions. This was indeed troubling, without live broadcasts. How could he turn the tide? He had initially thought that upon entering the battlefield, a spectacular display of valor would rapidly elevate his reputation. However, considering that even newspapers were met with skepticism, it was unlikely that word of mouth would fare any better. As Lin Feng pondered these matters, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Before long, a figure stood at the door, taking a deep breath before knocking. Captain Lin, there is a war correspondent here to interview you. A white man in naval attire cautiously announced, followed by a stunningly alluring woman, notebook in hand and a camera slung across her chest, embodying the essence of a journalist. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Feng, prompting him to leap from his bed. As he opened the door, he scrutinized the beautiful reporter and gestured for the soldier to step back. Greetings, my dear. I have always believed that journalists brave enough to tread the battlefield are fearless warriors. I never anticipated encountering a captivating heroine such as yourself. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable, though the space is a tad cramped. He graciously stepped aside, allowing her to enter with a smile. The voluptuous curve of her figure seemed to brush against him intentionally or perhaps inadvertently, leaving Lin Feng's keen senses unable to discern her true intent. Once seated beside the bed, the reporter crossed her long, slender legs, which seemed to stretch impressively, hinting at a height of at least 7 meters. Captain Lin, do join me. I'm Elena. Ever since I learned of your capture of the Hydra agent, my curiosity about you has only intensified. As fate would have it, my newspaper is seeking war correspondents, and I specifically requested to interview you. Lin Feng felt a fleeting rush of warmth, steadied his nerves, and took a seat beside her. The room felt exceedingly confined, and with two tall individuals facing one another, their bodies inevitably brushed against each other, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Elena appeared oblivious to the charged ambience, earnestly opening her notebook to begin her inquiries. I understand that the military must maintain confidentiality regarding certain information. If there are questions you cannot answer, we can bypass them and proceed to the next segment. Does that sound agreeable? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, responding with conviction. No problem. Elena, please proceed with your questions. Elena parted her cherry-red lips, the cap of her pen poised thoughtfully as she considered her inquiries. Her long legs shifted positions, crossing once more, revealing even more of their exquisite form. Yet she seemed entirely unaware of the effect. Oh, by the way, I would like to ask, Captain Lin, have you ever tested your strength? From reports in the New York Daily, we learned that you can leap unaided to the tops of multi-story buildings and survive falls from heights of 30 to 40 meters unscathed, which has left us all astounded. Lin Feng adjusted his legs slightly to avoid her enticing distraction. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that since the information was already public, it posed no issue to elaborate further. Moreover, considering his recent concerns about reputation, it would be unwise to offend this potential ally. Indeed, Elena, we conducted tests at the base, and nearly all data exceeded the average by several multiples. In terms of speed, I can surpass the fastest cars currently available, and my strength allows me to lift objects weighing several tons. As for my ability to leap from heights without injury, it is largely due to my robust physique, which disperses the impact. Elena listened with rapt attention, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in her beautiful eyes. She swiftly jotted down notes in her notebook, and upon completing her writing, she posed even more questions, as if the earlier flirtations had merely been illusions, mere byproducts of hormonal impulses. Lin Feng cooperated fully during the interview, leaving no question unanswered unless it pertained to the Strategic Scientific Legion or the current research on super soldier serum, which he tactfully declined to discuss, adhering to his principles despite the allure of beauty. After over an hour, Elena closed her notebook, a satisfied smile gracing her face. I'm immensely grateful for your cooperation, Lieutenant Lin. I shall expedite the manuscript to the newspaper. The American populace will surely know of your illustrious image and indomitable courage. She stretched languorously, her graceful figure exuding sensual charm. Just as she attempted to rise, she stumbled, seemingly having sat cross-legged for too long, her legs numb and unsteady. Ouch! Elena exclaimed with a melodious tone, her soft and fragrant form tumbling toward the inner side of the single bed, perilously close to striking her head against the narrow wall. Quick as a flash, Lin Feng wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Are you all right, Elena? The seas can be quite tumultuous. You must steady yourself. Just as he intended to release her, his eyes widened in surprise. Elena's petite hand inadvertently brushed against a sensitive area, and with a sultry smile, she teased, Lieutenant Lin, I didn't realize your prowess was so impressive. Perhaps we should keep each other company on this long journey, creating delightful memories to alleviate the monotony. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. She resembled a perfectly ripe peach, her delicate skin concealing the sweetness within, a temptation that was nearly irresistible. Lin Feng gasped inwardly, sensing that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. He pondered his own attractiveness and strength. Yet it seemed surreal that such a stunning beauty would be so forward upon their first encounter. Were they already being targeted by spies aboard the destroyer? What to do? He felt a sense of urgency. Chapter 21. The company of a beauty provokes jealousy in the Far East U.S. Commander. General Wright's suspicions. The following morning, the sound of crashing waves filled the air. Lin Feng stretched and leaped from his bed, opening the porthole to let in fresh air. After a night of battle, the room's atmosphere was less than pleasant, and ventilation would greatly improve it. He cast a glance at the still sleeping Elena, his face breaking into a triumphant smile. Regardless of her affiliations, she had ultimately succumbed to him. His endurance was formidable, and had she not pleaded for mercy, they could have battled until dawn. Sleep well, my dear. I shall fetch breakfast, he declared. Shortly after Lin Feng departed, Elena opened her eyes, gritting her teeth in frustration. She felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength had been sapped from her body. Even moving her toes felt like a struggle against cramping. Reluctantly, she maneuvered to the edge of the bed, slowly donning her clothes piece by piece. As her long, elegant legs touched the floor, they buckled beneath her, and she quickly grasped the edge of the bed to steady herself. What a brutish cad, devoid of any finesse or charm, relying solely on sheer force. The crucial aspect is that the information he occasionally divulges feels ambiguous, somewhat useful, yet not significantly important, akin to the daily scientific regimen for super soldiers and a health diet that purportedly aids in their physical recovery. I feel as though I am on the verge of falling apart. Should I persist in extracting further information? Elena rubbed her aching waist, which had once been remarkably supple, but now felt rigid. Yet, recalling the myriad of novel positions unlocked on the narrow bed last night, the experience was unprecedentedly satisfying. This female agent, who had viewed numerous instructional films, felt a twinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson like ripe apples. Well, having boarded this proverbial ship of thieves, to abandon it now would render my efforts futile. I must elicit more valuable intelligence. Otherwise, I would have sacrificed my body in vain, and that would be a loss indeed. Come on, Elena, you can do this. Encouraging herself, she invigorated her spirit and donned her attire. Just then, Lin Feng returned with a tray of food, and upon seeing the delectable spread, her stomach grumbled, causing her face to flush even deeper as she averted her gaze. Come and eat, Elena. It's all delicious. The tray held 2 buttery, pan-seared fish, 2 slices of toast, 2 glasses of milk, a fruit salad, and a serving of creamy avocado jam. If this isn't enough, I can fetch more. Lin Feng set the folding table and placed the tray upon it, handing 1 portion to Elena. The two of them shared a delightful breakfast, feeding one another in a tender exchange. In the midst of their meal, the captain entered and shook his head at the sight of the disheveled bed. With a hint of hesitation, he advised, while I should not interfere with your liberties, this bed is designed for a single occupant. Please be mindful not to exert too much force to avoid non-combat casualties, and do try to keep your time together brief. The crew has been complaining all day. Once the captain departed, Elena covered her face, feeling utterly embarrassed. However, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware, returning the tray and pulling her back into their unabashed revelry. For the maritime journey was exceedingly dull, and with a beauty at his side, he intended to savor every moment. In 3 days, the USS Sullivan would rendezvous with the Midway carrier strike group. Lin Feng was invited aboard the Midway, while Elena, wearing a forlorn expression, remained on the destroyer, as the carrier's security clearance was too high for her to obtain permission aboard. Upon learning this, General Douglas MacArthur, the commander of U.S. forces in the Far East, took the time to meet with him, greeting him with a familiar smile. Good day, Lieutenant Lin. Your name has been echoing in my ears these past few days. The complaints from the USS Sullivan Haven ceased for a moment. Both officers and enlisted men have been lamenting their sleepless nights, enduring your noise disturbances during the day, nearly veering off course. Truly, you're a super soldier. You can manage meals and sleep without disruption, and yet remain spirited after 3 days. I envy you, a mere old man like myself. As he spoke, he stepped closer, opened his arms for an embrace, his expression tinged with envy. Lin Feng returned the embrace lightly before promptly stepping back and saluting. Having encountered General MacArthur, I am well aware of your illustrious reputation. The forced abandonment of Manila cannot be attributed to you. It is the shamelessness of the Japanese that bears the blame. Personally, I firmly believe that given some more time, you would undoubtedly dismantle the Japanese military's offensive and expel them from American territories. Douglas MacArthur, feeling a rare kinship, took his hand, shook it, and sighed, I have been summoned back to the homeland to report, and all I hear are accusations and slanders. Alas, I have heard some fair words. Alas, it is unfortunate that you have arrived late. I have already been reassigned. After I return to the Philippines to hand over military affairs, I will proceed to Australia to assume the position of Commander of Allied Forces in the Southwest Pacific. I am indeed very interested in commanding a super soldier in battle, and should the opportunity arise, I would certainly consider bringing you under my command. I wonder if you would be willing to join me? His expression was one of sincerity, though it was difficult to discern how much of it was genuine and how much was mere politeness. However, Lin Feng was unperturbed. If you dare to dangle a promise, I shall gladly partake. Of course, I will be delighted. Following you, General, I am sure to learn a great deal. After some polite exchanges and mutual flattery, the two bid each other farewell. Under the guidance of the first officer, Lin Feng settled into a single room. Compared to the cramped quarters aboard the destroyer, the cabin on the aircraft carrier was more than twice as spacious, allowing ample room even for push-ups on the floor. Alas, it was unfortunate that Elena could not join him, otherwise the one 5-meter bed would have been quite comfortable. With a slight lament, Lin Feng set that thought aside. Each day aboard the carrier was spent enjoying the scenery and basking in the sun, relishing the exhilarating sensation of his growing strength. And during his leisure, he would engage in banter with MacArthur, perhaps fishing and chatting together. Throughout the month-long voyage, most days were tranquil, with only occasional encounters of typhoons bringing strong winds and waves. Yet the aircraft carrier remained remarkably stable compared to other vessels. Passing by the island of Honolulu, the carrier sounded its air defense alarm as a squadron of Japanese kamikaze planes attempted to attack the fleet. However, they retreated under the relentless fire of the escort vessels, losing 6 aircraft in the process. MacArthur surmised that a Japanese carrier fleet was nearby and immediately ordered the fleet to enter radio silence, making a detour before returning to the original course 500 nautical miles later. Successfully evading the pursuit of the Japanese carrier fleet, they proceeded without further incident, safely arriving at the military port in the Philippines. Major General Wainwright, the commander of the U.S. forces in the Philippines, personally extended a warm welcome to Lin Feng, who, thanks to MacArthur's influence, found himself honored with such attention. Otherwise, a major general would typically only meet with him during leisurely moments. The two generals spent 3 days transferring military responsibilities, and after bidding farewell to MacArthur, Major General Wainwright convened a meeting with all officers at the temporary headquarters to welcome the soldiers coming to assist. The lengthy meeting lasted for over half an hour, during which Lin Feng struggled to stay awake, stifling yawns. I hereby declare the meeting adjourned. Officers, please take the new recruits back to your respective units as per the earlier arrangements, and expedite their acclimatization to the local cuisine and climate, so they may swiftly attain combat readiness. Major General Wright reiterated once more, prompting the attending officers to promptly rise and salute, vociferously proclaiming their respect. Lin Feng, attempting to blend into the crowd and discreetly withdraw, was unexpectedly called out from behind. "Lieutenant Lin, wait a moment. I wish to converse with you." Turning around, he beheld his superior, Major General Wright. Once the officers had exited, the aide-de-camp secured the door to the conference room. Major General Wright gestured for Lin Feng to draw nearer. Lin Feng approached, pulling out a chair to sit down. The recent adverse battle conditions weighed heavily on the commander, his countenance slightly grim. "To be candid, I was quite perplexed when I received orders from the Ministry of Defense regarding your singular deployment for special operations. However, since the ministry has issued the directive, I must acquiesce." Major General Wright commenced with his grievances, evidently harboring skepticism towards the super soldier initiative. "In my opinion, you ought to don a tight-fitting suit like that Steve Rogers, dancing with a bevy of beauties, flaunting your legs to sell war bonds. I have heard he is quite the sensation back home. He was a quintessential traditionalist, firmly believing that only soldiers forged in the crucible of battle could be deemed heroes. I understand you have only recently enlisted for a little over 3 months, and the ministry has generously promoted you. However, here, you shall receive no special privileges. Everything shall be dictated by merit." Major General Wright scoffed, perceiving the super soldier as merely a fabricated legend, a FAAD employed by the Ministry of Defense and the Strategic Scientific Reserve to secure funding. How could a super soldier, yet unproven on the battlefield, possibly ascend to the rank of lieutenant and bear the weighty responsibility of conducting special operations against the Japanese forces? Lin Feng maintained a smile, exhibiting no trace of indignation. He understood that some matters could not be resolved through mere words. Rather, one must forge a formidable record of victories through bloodshed to earn the respect of traditionalists like Major General Wright. "We shall see, General. You may find yourself regretting your words today. I shall take my leave now. Notify me whenever there is a mission." Upon arriving in the Philippines, he had 3 objectives: to slay the enemy, and once more to slay the enemy. With that, he rose, adjusted his uniform, and strode confidently out of the conference room. Major General Wright stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that a mere lieutenant had the audacity to depart mid-conversation. After all, even field-grade officers would relish the opportunity to converse with him, wishing for the exchange to extend indefinitely. Chapter 22. The Destruction Day Squad Assembles. The thrill of rending the enemy is truly exhilarating. Philippines, temporary command headquarters of the U.S. Army. An army transport vehicle halted before the building, and 15 soldiers leapt from the rear compartment, each robust and imposing, their narrowed eyes brimming with fierce arrogance. I was reveling on the front lines, and suddenly, I'm summoned back. What a downer. Shut your trap, you mad dog. We do as we are told from above. I just wonder if we can rest for 2 days. I need to unwind in the red light district. Ramos, you have quite the peculiar taste. With the scent of Filipino women, can you truly stomach it? Were it not for their military garb, one might mistake these individuals for members of a street gang, their speech peppered with profanity and an air of reckless bravado. As Lin Feng approached, the 15 soldiers were engaged in idle chatter. John Wilson, Donald, Alvin Callum York, Francisco Polino Imanashildu. My heavens, what an extensive name, along with Menonigel Pratis. Is there anyone I've failed to mention? Without any preamble, he directly called out their names. Puyol Ramosi epitomized the quintessential American soldier, with rugged features and a tough demeanor, sporting a pair of prominent mustaches and a scruffy beard on his chin. Upon noticing the boisterous young man calling out names, his expression darkened. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before calling names, Commander? Otherwise, we wouldn't know if you've come through the back door to this gilded, embroidered pillow or if you're merely a plaything of some high-ranking official. His jibe elicited raucous laughter from the other soldiers. Ha ha ha, Ramosi, you're finished. Some things are better left unsaid, lest those big shots lose face. Besides, who would want a yellow-skinned Asian boy? Ugh, speak up, Ramosi, shouted another. This is a man's domain, not a place for you to pander. And you're only a captain. I wonder how many favors you had to trade for that rank. With connections like yours, why not share them with us? We've fought dozens of battles only to remain sergeants. Vulgarities rained down like a tempest, and Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the increasingly outrageous soldiers. He approached the one laughing the loudest and, without warning, delivered a punch to his abdomen. Gah, you ugh, a sneak attack. The man doubled over, rolling on the ground as he uncontrollably vomited. Az Mainery, quick with words, but feeble in strength, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, devoid of any anger. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant comment carried the chill of a Siberian breeze, sending shivers down the spines of those present, as if they might freeze to death at any moment. Rather than your nonsensical banter, I would prefer to hear you address me as commander. He turned to the one who had initially instigated the ruckus, speaking softly. Puyol Ramosi, I've heard you are the finest marksman in the 352nd Regiment and quite the troublemaker. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Can you surpass the 1,500-meter shooting exercise for the last round? And you, Donald, renowned for your firepower. Alvin, you're the best assault trooper. Each of you possesses remarkable skills, yet none seem inclined to obey your superior. Lin Feng meticulously listed their names and specialties. Having personally selected these candidates for the Special Operations Team after reviewing the Army's records the previous day, it was I who instructed General Wright to bring you here, to participate in the selection for the soon-to-be-formed Doomsday Special Forces. Your ire should be directed towards those ruthless Japanese devils. He cast a casual glance over the irate crowd and continued in a nonchalant tone. Or perhaps you are intimidated by those short-statured foes, thus only daring to unleash your fury upon your own comrades? Are you mere cowards who can only act tough in familiar territory? Lin Feng had no time to pacify these rebellious spirits. He aimed to subdue these proud soldiers all at once. Sir, you insult us. Those diminutive fools are unworthy of even polishing our boots. We do not fear them. One soldier asserted boldly. As soldiers, we will obey orders. But we only respect the strong, not those who ascend through nepotism. If you wish to command us, you must demonstrate your strength. William Smith, known as the Mad Dog, stepped forward, his gaze fierce as he shouted. Lin Feng shrugged, unfastening the first button of his uniform to stretch his limbs. A series of cracking sounds echoed from his joints as he beckoned to the crowd. Excellent. I appreciate directness. Frankly, facing you one-on-one would be akin to bullying. Even if you all join forces, you would not be my match. I shall prove this through actual combat results. Soon, you shall understand why I bear the rank of lieutenant and how I came to assemble the Doomsday Special Forces. However, I hope that after this, you will not be so frightened that you lose your nerve. My team does not welcome cowards. Mad Dog William Smith doubled over with laughter, his mirth exaggerated. Ha ha ha, brothers. He says he LL scare us. Which of us hasn't emerged from the sea of corpses? Who among us fears the chaos of battle? He believed Lin Feng was merely posturing, attempting to deceive them temporarily. Each soldier present had witnessed the grotesque sights of death on the battlefield. They could stand before a corpse torn asunder, consuming a bloody medium-rare steak without flinching. Lin Feng wore a curious smile as he commanded a soldier to drive the transport vehicle, leading a group of discontented warriors toward a Japanese fortification on the front lines. The journey ahead was eerily quiet. No soldier in the rear compartment uttered a word, firmly convinced that the handsome, seemingly frail lieutenant was merely attempting to frighten them. They speculated that somewhere along the way, he would concoct an excuse to turn the transport around, rather than truly charge toward the enemy stronghold, which housed 300 elite Japanese troops. Even with their arrogance, they would not dare to dream of overtaking such a stronghold with merely a dozen men. Over an hour later, the transport halted in the woods, 1,000 meters from the enemy stronghold. The remainder of the journey would have to be on foot, lest the vehicle be detected by sentries. Lin Feng disembarked, disregarding the terrified gazes of his companions, and charged headlong toward the enemy fortifications. Is he mad? Is he really rushing in like that? I thought we were competing to see who could kill the most Japs, but it seems this lunatic is just courting death. Cursed one soldier. Damn it, we must hurry and retreat. We cannot let him drag us down with him. The stronghold of this scale is fortified with at least 10 heavy machine guns, an innumerable amount of grenades, and explosive packages. Even a battalion would find it arduous to breach such a robust bastion. Lin Feng's extraordinary hearing captured the murmurs of the soldiers behind him. Yet he did not falter in his stride. Instead, he quickened his pace. In no time, he accelerated to a speed surpassing that of an automobile, cutting through the underbrush until he stood less than 200 meters from the fortress. The soldiers within the fortress were taken aback, astonished that anyone would dare charge the position alone. Their hesitation to fire was only broken when a furious Japanese major bellowed, "Shoot! You fools! Take down this bastard! He is insulting our great Japanese empire. Everyone fire! We must avenge the humiliation he has brought upon us." The deafening roar of over 10 heavy machine guns erupted simultaneously, flames shooting forth from the concrete fortifications and bullets cascaded like a torrential downpour. Lin Feng did not evade. The bullets struck him with a metallic clang. The impact of the machine guns could not impede his advance. While his clothing was tattered from the gunfire, his skin bore only minor white marks, untouched by even a scratch. Seizing the barbed wire in front of the stronghold, he tore it apart as if it were mere strands of pasta. The Japanese officers inside were nearing madness, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a single human could withstand such a barrage. Soldiers, who had once laughed and boasted in decapitation contests, now trembled in fear, their faces drained of color as they mindlessly squeezed the triggers of their machine guns. With a thunderous impact, Lin Feng surged past the barbed wire and delivered a powerful punch against the concrete fortress. Cracks splintered across the FA and the crazed Japanese, disregarding their own safety, hastily ignited and hurled multiple explosive barrels. A colossal fireball erupted, obscuring the view of the advancing American soldiers, who could only hear the deafening explosions and the resounding collapse of the structure. As the wind cleared the smoke, the American soldiers beheld the horrifying sight of dismembered limbs flying from the crumbling fortress, accompanied by anguished cries that seemed beyond human comprehension. Driven by curiosity, they rushed forward, climbing over the debris to witness the scene within. Lin Feng, stepping through the pooled blood, approached the few remaining Japanese soldiers. The soldiers, eyes vacant and spirits shattered, clutched their weapons yet dared not raise them. Instead, they cowered in the corners like frightened quails. "Demon, demon, spare me, I surrender. Please, I am surrendering. Do not kill me. I implore you, spare me. I have an elderly mother at home and an infant who has yet to see a month of life." Lin Feng gripped the head of a Japanese soldier, his voice cold as he squeezed the words through clenched teeth. "Spare you? Ha! My ancestors who perished cannot rest in peace. I lack the right to forgive those who met their tragic end at your hands. But I can certainly send you down to atone for your sins. Let us see if the vengeful spirits of those you have tortured and harmed will show you mercy." With that, he yanked fiercely, tearing the soldier's head along with his spine from his body, which slumped to the ground like a limp worm. The two remaining Japanese soldiers, gripped by terror, found themselves consumed by rage under the weight of their fear, brandishing their rifles and lunging forward with their bayonets in a vicious attack. Clang! The bayonet struck Lin Feng's chest, shattering into fragments. TSK, 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 a cornered beast still fights. Come meet your end. He swung a powerful punch, sweeping away the opposition, striking the heads of the two defiant soldiers. Bang, bang. Their heads, along with their steel helmets, burst apart under the overwhelming force of 200 tons. Their skull fragments flying toward the shocked American soldiers in the distance. In mere minutes, a battalion of 300 Japanese soldiers was decimated by a single man, unarmed. There were no captives to be taken, nor any need for them. The mangled bodies lay scattered, a gruesome sight that even the most skilled forensic expert would struggle to piece together. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, the air thick with the scent of blood, feeling a profound exhilaration coursing through him. Especially within his soul, an indescribable satisfaction surged forth, far surpassing any fleeting pleasure, prompting him to squint his eyes and howl toward the heavens. Blood sacrifices for the heroic souls, cranial offerings to the martyrs. I shall send more of these little devils to hell to atone for you. Rending these foes apart is truly exhilarating. This is the enlightenment of thought. Chapter 23. The Day of Destruction Team apologies. General, we were foolish. Please do not be angry. Ramos, did you see that? He actually punched through a concrete and steel bastion, which even the main cannon of a tank would take 3 shots to breach. Do I not have eyes? I see it all too well. No, I find it too exaggerated. Bullets from heavy machine guns struck him, yet not a scratch marred his skin. Even a man forged from copper and iron would sustain some injury. Truly remarkable. I am in awe. In just over an hour, the American soldiers accompanying Lin Feng to the Japanese stronghold had witnessed the most horrifying combat scenes of their lives and were thoroughly impressed by him. Previously, they had boasted of their battle-hardened experiences, each claiming expertise, having traversed trenches filled with countless corpses, crawled through barbed wire adorned with dismembered limbs, and survived what could only be described as hellish slaughter. Yet, the courage and bravado they had derived from such experiences paled in comparison to Lin Feng's exhibition of superhuman strength, as he single-handedly stormed the enemy lines and annihilated 300 hapless Japanese soldiers, rendering their past trials inconsequential. The formidable prowess of Lin Feng shattered their worldviews and dismantled decades of entrenched beliefs. Prior to this moment, Ramosi and the other soldiers had never conceived that a single person could obliterate a reinforced concrete fortress over a meter thick with the ease of tearing apart a sheet of paper. Was this truly a human being? Lin Feng cast a glance at the astonished crowd, maintaining a calm demeanor and steady breathing. Don't look at me like that. I'm not some tavern dancer. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers paused momentarily before erupting into laughter, finding it amusing to have such a leader. In the past, their superiors had been preoccupied with military discipline, often delivering long-winded, hollow speeches that seemed cultured and refined, which felt worlds apart from their rough demeanor. The unexpected vulgarity of their commander made them feel an odd sense of familiarity, and witnessing his extraordinary strength engendered a tacit fear of being excluded from the elite special operations team. Noticing the shift in the soldiers' attitudes, Lin Feng directed them to clean the battlefield. The stationed Japanese army had consisted of 2 infantry squads, and eliminating them was no small feat. Thus, it was essential to gather tangible evidence of their accomplishments to report up the chain of command, rather than merely performing good deeds without acknowledgement. After some effort, the soldiers unearthed 2 relatively intact heavy machine guns, 2 tattered Japanese squad flags, a radio, and a walkie-talkie. They even endured their revulsion to wrap the dismembered bodies of 2 squad leaders in Japanese bedding, tossing them into the back of the transport vehicle. Upon returning to the temporary command center, Lin Feng remained seated in the front passenger seat. A group of American soldiers sat haphazardly in the back, seemingly oblivious to the nauseating stench of the remains, quietly discussing their commander and dreaming of their future exploits on the battlefield under his leadership. After about an hour of jostling, the troop transport halted in front of the temporary command center. Initially, the passing officers paid little heed, assuming it to be a routine troop deployment. However, upon witnessing bloodied soldiers disembarking, all in high spirits, and the subsequent unloading of 2 Japanese Type 92 heavy machine guns, they began to sense something amiss. The realization struck when they glimpsed the 2 Japanese squad flags, understanding that these soldiers had just returned from battle. When Lieutenant Wright arrived after receiving the report, he found the soldiers boasting loudly, pointing at the remains wrapped in bedding. I'm not exaggerating, But when the captain charged into the fortress, he seized that little Japanese squad leader and tore him apart with a single motion. It was such a sight that the faint-hearted would have fainted on the spot. Another Japanese squad leader attempted to flee, but the captain merely stepped forward, grabbed him by the neck, and with a snap, it was done, easier than opening a milk bottle. Although the soldiers had not witnessed the actual combat, it did not hinder their embellishments. The officers and other soldiers exchanged glances, as if encountering something utterly foreign. Ahem, what are you all doing? Are you just idling about? Return to your respective posts at once. The recent movements of the Japanese forces have been rather irregular. They could launch a surprise attack at any moment. Are you all merely spectators here? With a few light coughs, Major Wright raised his voice, sending everyone back to their duties. The officers and soldiers gathered around, witnessing their superior's wrath, hastily fled as if their backsides were on fire. However, the boastful Ramos and his companions remained unimpressed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, whistling and smoking as if they were oblivious to the scene. Although they noted the newcomer donned a general's uniform with the insignia of a major general upon his shoulder. For these rascals, as long as they did not violate military law and risk capture, they felt no fear. Did none of you hear me? Summon your superior. I wish to see who has raised such a band of ruffians bold enough to disregard a superior's command. Do you believe I won't summon the military police to execute you on the spot? Major Wright glared furiously, trembling with rage as he pointed at them. Just as he contemplated calling the military police to arrest these unruly soldiers, a mocking laughter erupted from behind him. He turned to see who dared to mock him. The esteemed commander. Ah, is that not Major Wright? These fools lack any sense. Do not stoop to their level. Lin Feng, freshly emerged from a shower and dressed in clean attire, stumbled upon the confrontation. Upon witnessing Major Wright's furious expression, he couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the haughty demeanor the commander had displayed in the meeting just days prior. You rascals, apologize to the general at once. The esteemed general is magnanimous and will surely forgive you. Do not be so blind next time. The previously defiant soldiers, hearing Wright's ire, promptly stood at attention and saluted, chanting in unison, "We apologize, General. We lack sense. Please do not be angry." Lin Feng was quite pleased with their obedience. Casting a glance at the increasingly troubled commander, he decided against further conflict, feigning dissatisfaction as he admonished, "Your voices are too soft. The general cannot hear you." The unruly soldiers, keenly aware of the underlying meaning, took a deep breath and bellowed with all their might, "General, we apologize. We lack sense. Please do not be angry." Not a single soldier possessed a quiet voice, and the cacophony of a dozen men shouting resonated like thunder, audible even to the sentinels hundreds of meters away. Major Wright was utterly speechless. Seeking to impose punishment was futile. They had apologized twice, each time louder than the last. If he pressed the issue further, his fellow officers would deem him small-minded and intolerant. Very well, very well. Manage your subordinates. Ensure there is not a next time. Lieutenant Lin, accompany me to the command post and have them disperse. Lin Feng nodded and waved farewell to the soldiers. A group of soldiers dispersed like startled birds and beasts, linking arms as they made their way to the mess hall. Having been transferred from their original unit without a meal, they were hurriedly taken to witness a thrilling performance of hand-to-hand combat against the enemy, leaving their stomachs growling in protest. Major General Wright, seething with frustration, strode purposefully towards the command center, emitting a cold huff. Captain Lin Feng shrugged, feigning ignorance as he followed behind. Upon entering the commander's office, the two men sat across from each other. The secretary quietly served freshly brewed hot coffee before silently exiting and closing the door behind her. "Captain Lin, why did you fail to report to the command center about your soldiers engaging the enemy? Are you aware that acting independently not only undermines the strategic deployments of the command center, but also incites the Japanese forces, inviting their brutal retaliation? The situation is already unfavorable for us, and your reckless actions may necessitate a complete overhaul of our previous battle plans. Can you bear the blame for delaying our operational opportunities?" After taking a sip of fragrant coffee, Major General Wright crossed his legs and launched his tirade. Unable to retaliate against the soldiers, he resorted to reprimanding the officer in charge, a tactic he had mastered. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. He could easily discern the underlying motives of his adversary. who sought to fabricate baseless charges of operational delay in order to strip him of the credit for dismantling the Japanese stronghold. Typically, when a commanding officer is chastised, they would respond by doubling down on reprimanding their subordinates, potentially sowing discord between ranks. Wright's strategy was indeed a clever two-pronged approach. Your words, General, seemed to contradict the orders from His Excellency, the President. Before my arrival, Colonel Phillips presented me with a directive, which grants me complete autonomy in military operations while conducting special operations in the Philippines. It appears you may have forgotten this. Wright raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected challenge. His attempt to impose blame faltered as Lin countered with the authority of the President's command. Oh, the captain is correct. Yet the orders also stipulate that while you may disregard the commands of other superior officers, all operations must be reported to me. However, you failed to report promptly after the operation, allowing those unruly soldiers to freely disseminate information about the mission, showing a complete lack of discretion. The enemy spies are indeed ever watchful. When one plan failed, another emerged, and this time Wright played the ace of accusations of leaks. Lin Feng chuckled coldly, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I had not anticipated a risk of leaks at the temporary command center. That is indeed my oversight. However, this is your direct command at the front lines. If there are so many spies, why do you turn a blind eye to it? By employing the adversary's own weapon against them, he not only refuted the baseless charge of leaking information, but also escalated the severity of the situation. Wright was left flustered, regretting his decision to provoke the audacious young officer before him. Continuing to drag this out may not only fail to eliminate the opponent, but could also land oneself in a military tribunal. Concealing his inner turmoil with the act of sipping coffee, he gradually spoke. Captain Lin, you are an astute individual. Let us speak candidly. Regardless of my position, I am a general, the commander on the Philippine battlefield. If you and your subordinates continue to show me such disrespect, how can I command tens of thousands of troops in the Philippines? In the future, you shall receive personnel when you request them, and weaponry when needed. Lin Feng smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Understood. I will instruct them to extend the same respect to you as they do to me. Major General Wang Wright, with a calm demeanor, nodded approvingly. Astute indeed, Captain Lin. Your future is boundless. Let us collaborate harmoniously, ensuring a bright future without unnecessary antagonism over trivial matters. When time permits, I shall host an event, inviting the Deputy Commander and the Chief of Staff for a convivial drink. Upon hearing his subtle concession, Lin Feng refrained from pressing too hard. He stood, extended his hand, and clasped Major General Wang Wright's firmly, his smile becoming more genuine as he meaningfully echoed, Indeed. Your Excellency, we both have a promising future ahead. Chapter 24. The Ninja Night Raid on the Command Center. Lin Feng displays his might, taking down 10 foes in a single stride. At the Japanese Army's Joint Command in the Bataan Peninsula, soldiers stationed in the watchtower stood on high alert, their eyes fixated on several troop transport vehicles passing through the gate, curiously observing the tightly covered rear compartments draped in tarpaulin. The vehicles halted in the square, and a cadre of figures clad in black, red, and white ninja attire leaped down, assembling silently without a sound, their faces obscured beneath hoods and masks, revealing only their cold, emotionless eyes. Upon a mere glance exchanged with these figures, the soldiers felt goosebumps rise on their skin, as if confronting a ferocious beast from the primordial earth, a chill creeping down their necks. Such a terrifying presence. Truly, they were the legendary ninjas. While folklore spoke of ninjas, this was the first time the soldiers had encountered real ones, prompting them to instinctively shrink back, avoiding the icy gaze of the ninjas. From the passenger seat of the lead vehicle emerged a stooped elder, wielding a smooth bamboo staff, approaching the ninjas leisurely in his wooden clogs. Jigonkoan, lead them to rest. I will meet General Hamasaya, a diminutive figure, no taller than 1.5 meters, stepped forth from the ranks of ninjas, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Yes, Captain Musashi, your orders are my command. Straightening up, he gestured, leading the way towards the barracks. The ninjas followed silently, their movements swift yet utterly soundless. Not even a whisper of fabric against fabric, resembling demons emerging from the depths of hell. Captain Musashi, leaning on his bamboo staff, made his way toward the command center. The guard at the entrance had long received orders, standing resolutely without glancing aside to allow his entry, neglecting to check his identification or conduct a search. Instead, he slightly bowed his head in a gesture of respect as the man passed by. After a brief walk of about 15 minutes, Captain Musashi arrived before the commander's office. "Please surrender your weapons, and thank you for your cooperation." Two tall, robust guards intercepted him, their sharp gazes sweeping over his entire form. As personal bodyguards of the general, they bore the solemn responsibility for his safety. Thus, even those granted passage by the general himself were subjected to thorough inspections. Captain Musashi nodded and raised his hands, permitting them to search him. After a considerable effort, the guards retrieved 15 willow leaf shurikens, 20 handheld throwing stars, and even pulled out a short sword measuring about a foot in length from beneath his waist. "I apologize, please forgive me." The guards meticulously wrapped up all the weapons, bowing deeply in apology and gesturing for him to enter. "The general is waiting for you inside. You may proceed." As they opened the door, Captain Musashi removed his wooden sandals and entered the room barefoot. Hama Haruaki greeted him with hearty laughter, initially stopping him from bowing and offering his respects. "Ha! It is truly an honor to have Master Musashi here to assist me." He continued, "By the way, I have met Lady Takahashi once. I wonder how she is faring now." As he spoke, he led Musashi to the tea table, where they sat across from each other in a cross-legged position. After Captain Musashi modestly expressed his gratitude, he slowly began to speak with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, General. Lady Takahashi is quite well. Much better than this old man," he added with a hint of exasperation. "If it weren't for the constant troubles caused by the Holy Society and the persistent annoyance of several leaders, she might have come to the Philippines this time. After all, procuring blood medicine is somewhat easier here." Upon hearing the mention of blood medicine, Hama Haruaki shuddered. He had taken countless lives with his own hands, having personally dissected hundreds of pregnant women, extracting bloody infants to create potions for rejuvenation. Logically, he should have been unafraid of anything. However, the extraction of blood medicine was a memory he could scarcely bear to recall, an agonizing process of grinding young, untouched adolescents in a massive stone mill, extracting their essence, and combining it with hundreds of precious herbs to brew a potent tonic, the sole purpose of which was to enhance beauty and preserve youth. "Ha ha ha, Master Musashi. Come and enjoy a cup of fragrant tea," he exclaimed. "Local tea cannot compare to that of Kyoto, but it possesses a unique aroma. Savoring it occasionally is quite delightful. So please indulge." He cheerfully poured a cup of hot tea for Musashi, though his hands trembled slightly, almost causing him to spill the teapot. Captain Musashi did not decline, lifting the cup to take a delicate sip. After savoring it, he exhaled a breath, wistfully remarking, "It is indeed quite pleasant, though the aftertaste is a touch bitter. It is fine for occasional enjoyment." The two engaged in light conversation for a while longer until Hama Haruaki clapped his hands. A beautiful young girl dressed in a kimono entered, her figure graceful and features exquisite, though her face was heavily powdered, and her slightly parted crimson lips revealed teeth stained black. "Photon, please clear away the tea set. Master Musashi and I have serious matters to discuss." The kimono-clad girl gracefully bowed, swiftly gathering the tea utensils onto a tray before departing the room with it. Hara Masayoshi cleared his throat and produced a meticulously detailed military map. Had Lin Feng been present, he would have noted the areas marked in red, denoting the temporary command center of the American forces, alongside annotations indicating all American garrisons, showcasing the formidable intelligence capabilities of the Japanese army. "Master Musashi, observe here." Hara pointed at the map. "The American Temporary Command Center is situated at this location. I have attempted multiple coordinated assaults to encircle it. Yet the enemy's firepower has proven too overwhelming, resulting in significant casualties among our Imperial soldiers. Should you lend your full support to eliminate it, the American forces throughout the Philippines would be left without direction. Seizing the opportunity during their command system's failure, we would be able to sweep through and dismantle them one by one." Musashi traced his finger along the map, contemplating the battle strategy. Suddenly, his finger halted at a road winding through a dense hillside forest, the vital route connecting the American naval port and command center. He abruptly raised his head and solemnly inquired, "Attempting a direct breach would be exceedingly difficult, and not a tactic suited to our ninjas. Why not create a diversion, feigning an all-out assault on their supply lines? They would undoubtedly dispatch troops to intercept. Once their forces are diverted, We ninjas could exploit the opportunity to eliminate all high-ranking enemy officials. Upon hearing his suggestion, Hara pondered for a moment, compelled to applaud the brilliance of the idea. He had previously contemplated severing the American Command Center supply lines. However, that road lay within the patrol area of the American Air Force. A hasty advance would render them targets, and with limited aircraft, gaining air superiority was exceedingly challenging, risking heavy losses even in a successful endeavor. Yet, should the ninjas succeed in dismantling the American Command Center, the feasibility of the plan would significantly increase, making even substantial losses of soldiers and aircraft worthwhile. Excellent, Master Musashi. Let us proceed thus. I will inform the Navy to deploy an air squadron for coordination. Should our operation succeed, I shall recommend to the military department that we provide assistance to the Alliance of Hands. It is unjust for the sanctified society to overreach against fellow Japanese. Musashi beamed with delight at the commitment, his face illuminating with joy. The reason the Alliance of Hands dared to enter the fray was precisely to elevate their standing and secure official support, lest they be suppressed by the sanctified society, which had close ties to the cabinet. Meanwhile, within the American Temporary Command Center, the conference room was filled to capacity. Upon receiving intelligence regarding the unusual movements of the Japanese forces, Colonel Wright convened a meeting of all senior officers, including Captain Lin Feng. Everyone, please settle down. Deputy Chief of Staff Andre, kindly present the intelligence he commanded. The previously chattering officers promptly silenced themselves, sitting attentively. The sharply featured Deputy Chief of Staff Andre grasped the decrypted intelligence and, wielding a slender pointer, circled several areas on the map displayed in the conference room. Since the morning of yesterday, the Japanese 16th Division, 48th Division, and 22nd Division have commenced their advance towards our forces, intending to encircle and annihilate our troops from the north and south. The Japanese military has launched 120 kamikaze aircraft from the airport in Leyte, southern Luzon, frequently disturbing our occupied territories to cover the advance of their ground forces. According to various intelligence analyses, this operation by the Japanese army likely represents a strategic deployment prior to a full-scale offensive, aimed at creating a battlefield advantage in their favor. After concluding the intelligence analysis, Deputy Chief of Staff Andre took his seat. Wright, tapping the table, spoke with a grave demeanor. I have decided to dispatch the 253rd Brigade to intercept the enemy's 16th Division, while the 421st Philippine Mixed Brigade will assist with a flanking attack. Additionally, the 536th Division will confront the enemy's 48th Division. If anyone has any opinions or suggestions, please feel free to express them before I issue the orders. The officers present examined the map, gathered together for discussion, and unanimously raised their hands in agreement with Wright's operational plan. Excellent. I request that you all promptly lead your respective units to the defensive positions and establish a robust line to thwart the enemy's advance. I will commend you to Congress for your efforts. Upon Wright's declaration that the meeting was adjourned, the officers swiftly departed the command post, heading to their respective encampments to lead their troops towards the designated defensive locations. The defensive forces near the temporary command post visibly diminished, leaving only the 225th Infantry Regiment and the 1,141st Armored Regiment stationed nearby. At 1930 hours, a logistics convoy departing from the military port sent out a distress signal 200 kilometers from the command post in the hilly terrain. Major General Wright, again drawing from the already limited garrison forces, dispatched 2 battalions to provide assistance. Unbeknownst to anyone, the defenses of the command post had become so sparse that the surrounding areas could not be adequately monitored. Hundreds of elusive ninjas stealthily moved through the jungle, now less than 2 kilometers away. Cloaked in specially crafted camouflage, they remained motionless among the dense foliage, appearing as mere shadows amidst the verdant trees, only revealing their presence when they shifted. Sentinels at the temporary command post periodically scanned the vicinity with binoculars, yet failed to detect the approaching mass of ninjas. As long as the ninjas did not reveal any signs of their presence, outsiders would find it nearly impossible to discern their movements. Soon, the ninjas reached the wall of the encampment, securing their camouflage fabric to the locking rings on their shoulders, transforming into flowing cloaks that could be removed at a moment's notice for concealment. Captain Musashi also donned the ninja attire, glancing up to observe the sentinel above, signaling to his fellow ninjas. Hundreds of ninjas crouched down, activating sharp, barbed spikes that sprang from the soles of their shoes, leaping gracefully onto the wall. The spikes embedding into the structure as if they were walking on solid ground. Sensing something amiss, a sentinel leaned in to investigate, only to be abruptly silenced as a black shuriken pierced his throat, his body convulsing briefly before he fell lifelessly, unable to utter a sound. In scarcely a minute, the sentinels upon the walls were silently dispatched, their lifeless forms propped against the barriers, maintaining an illusion of standing vigilance. An unsuspecting observer would merely assume they were idling, never fathoming that the elite guards had been entirely eliminated. With hundreds of ninjas having neutralized the sentinels, they stealthily scaled the walls and infiltrated the temporary command center of the American forces, dispersing to hunt down high-ranking military officials. Within the officers' quarters, room 402, Lin Feng detected a faint quiver in his nostrils. A barely perceptible scent of blood wafted into his senses, the unmistakable aroma of fresh human blood. Intriguingly, someone had infiltrated the command center. It appeared General Wright had fallen victim to a diversionary tactic. Could these intruders be the superhuman operatives or ninjas mentioned in the intelligence reports? He pushed open the window to gaze outside, his enhanced vision revealing the ninjas' disguises in all their futility. One ninja, seemingly sensing scrutiny, abruptly raised his head towards Lin Feng's direction, prompting his companion to follow suit. Realizing he had been spotted, Lin Feng leaped from the window. Upon landing, he swiftly merged into the ranks of the ninjas, unleashing a flurry of punches. Each blow shattered a ninja's skull, his overwhelming strength of over 200 tons rendering them utterly defenseless. What feeble ninjas! Lin Feng lamented, slightly disappointed, yet his hands remained relentless. Describing his speed as 1 kill per 10 steps would be an understatement. It was more akin to 10 kills per step. Before long, a significant portion of the ninja squad lay in disarray, dismembered corpses and blood scattered around. Fuming in the rear, Musashi was incensed. Those selected for this operation were the elite backbone of the Hand Association, all of whom were seasoned shinobi or above. He had not anticipated that they would be so easily dispatched like fledglings upon invading the American command center. Baka, Jounin, deal with him. The rest of you, continue the mission, he bellowed, charging forward, followed closely by several ninjas who lagged slightly behind. Before they could close in, a barrage of shurikens erupted, raining down upon Lin Feng like a torrential storm, indiscriminately endangering even the Chunin nearby. The clang of metal echoed as Lin Feng deftly dodged. Several shurikens clattering to the ground, their blades glistening ominously, seemingly laced with potent poison. I've just ruined another uniform. I ought to procure a sturdier outfit from Stark. At this rate, I'll single-handedly sustain the military's clothing factory, he thought, internally lamenting, while effortlessly catching another wave of projectiles, hurling them back with vigor. The sound of blades piercing flesh resonated as shurikens penetrated multiple ninjas, their lethal momentum unabated as they embedded themselves into the chests of their comrades behind. Chapter 25. The Annihilation of the Hand Association Ninjas launches a counterattack. The members of the Day of Destruction squad load auxiliary templates. Captain Musashi was left in a state of disbelief, his eyes wide with terror. In mere seconds, the elite shinobi besieging Lin Feng suffered heavy casualties, with half of them perishing and the remaining survivors leaping several meters away, stricken with terror. Baka, are you all cowards? Utilize the mist shadow assassination technique. We must eliminate him. Suppressing his inner dread, Captain Musashi was the first to produce a black spherical object, which he forcefully hurled to the ground. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped his figure. The remaining dozen elite shinobi gritted their teeth and similarly cast their own black spheres, creating an even denser mist that rendered the surroundings utterly obscured. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. The notion of using the fog for concealment was utterly misguided. Possessing the extraordinary vision of the Golden Age template, his superhuman sight was not easily obstructed, and within the fog, the ninjas were entirely exposed to his gaze. Unbeknownst to Captain Musashi and the elite shinobi, they had already revealed their positions. Stealthily, they tiptoed forward, drawing their short swords silently, inching the blades toward their target. Such tiresome theatrics, reminiscent of early silent films. Lin Feng murmured to himself, deciding he would no longer indulge their charade. Having dispatched dozens of ninjas without witnessing any ninjutsu, His initial curiosity about the earth-shattering techniques seen in animation had waned, and he lost interest in further toying with them. Perish, you little devils. May you be reborn as beasts in your next life. With a cold snort, Lin Feng effortlessly interrupted a short sword aimed at him, swiftly decapitating the elite shinobi. Once unrestrained, his efficiency in slaughtering sword, a mere punch or kick would dismantle an elite shinobi into dismembered remains, with no ninja able to withstand even a single strike. Captain Musashi, unable to contain his terror, bellowed as he swung his blade, which surprisingly shimmered with a faint white light. A resounding clash echoed as his treasured sword splintered into two pieces upon contact. Lin Feng flicked his fingers, which had just met the blade, feeling a tingling sensation where the weapon had struck. Ah, quite a formidable power system. Is this what they refer to as chi? He delivered a powerful kick that sent Captain Musashi flying into a wall, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood, which stained the black cloth covering his face. Captain Musashi felt an agonizing pain in his chest and abdomen, as if he had been struck by a fully loaded dump truck. He was uncertain how many ribs had been fractured, and any movement sent waves of excruciating agony coursing through him, accompanied by the disconcerting sound of grinding bones in his ears. First, I shall extract your teeth and strip you of your garments. I cannot allow you to take your own life. Lin Feng, intrigued by the earlier technique wielded by the captain, stepped closer, swiftly disrobing him and removing his teeth to prevent any suicide attempts. In the films he had watched before his travels, ninjas were notorious for their ruthlessness. Once captured, they would undoubtedly take their own lives to avoid the torment of torture and safeguard their organization's secrets. Goodness gracious, what an eyesore. Even bean sprouts surpass your endowments. He spat disdainfully, then turned and charged into the officers' dormitory to hunt down the remaining ninjas. In the incredulous gaze of the dying ninjas, Lin Feng effortlessly located his exceptionally stealthy companions. Wherever he passed, no one could withstand him, and within mere moments, he had annihilated all the ninjas. Even the elite Jonin could not withstand a single strike from him, let alone the Chunin and Jinin, mere cannon fodder in the hand-to-hand combat ranks. They only managed to slay 3 school-level officers amidst the chaos before they were deprived of any further opportunity to commit their heinous acts. The panicked American generals escaped with their lives, and as they breathed a sigh of relief, they were confronted by the gruesome corpses strewn across the corridor, causing them to involuntarily retreat a couple steps, gasping in horror. My heavens, those terrifying ninjas are all dead, and their demise is utterly horrific. Bruce, you fool. Isn't it a good thing they are dead? If it weren't for Lieutenant Lin saving us, you wouldn't have the chance to lament here. Hurry and sound the alarm. Those damned Japanese scoundrels dare to attempt our assassination, and we must repay blood with blood and tooth for tooth. Yes, indeed. Let us eradicate those little fiends for daring to plot against us. The high-ranking officers cursed the shameless Japanese, each one burning with the desire to dispatch troops to obliterate all Japanese forces in the Philippines. They hurriedly made their way out of the dormitory. As they passed by Lin Feng, they paused to bow and express their gratitude. Thank you, Lieutenant Lin, for saving my life. You are now my brother. Should you ever need assistance, just call upon me, and I will brave any peril for you. Indeed, from this day forth, should anyone dare to disrespect Lieutenant Lin, I shall be the one to deal with them. No more words are needed. Lieutenant Lin, your affairs are now my affairs. The officers pounded their chests in assurance, vowing that from this day forward, they would only heed Lin Feng at the command center. Yet, such declarations were little more than empty promises, if taken to heart. One would be a fool. If their interests were not at risk, they might be willing to lend a hand, but should their own benefits be compromised, they would be more likely to stab a dagger in the back than to express gratitude. The shrill sound of alarms echoed above the command center, and lights flickered to life in the barracks. Soldiers swiftly donned their uniforms and rushed out with weapons in hand. Dozens of searchlights illuminated the training grounds as fully armed soldiers formed orderly and imposing formations, converging in tight ranks. Major General Wright was fortunate, having avoided the ninjas' assassination attempts. However, his expression was grim. The attack on the command center had resulted in the deaths of 3 school-level officers, a stain on his career that would be difficult to erase, complicating his aspirations for promotion to Major General. Soldiers, the shameless Japanese have launched a surprise attack on us tonight. resulting in the heroic sacrifice of 3 officers. This is not only my disgrace, but yours as well. It is a disgrace to our nation. First, the treachery at Pearl Harbor, and now the assault on our command center. Against this dishonorable Japanese army, I have but one command: kill, kill, kill. Annihilate every last one of those Japanese scoundrels. He bellowed, his face flushed and his neck bulging with fury. The soldiers below, suddenly enlightened, grasped the reason for the urgent nighttime assembly and felt an inexhaustible fury surging within them, rallying together in a unified roar of indignation. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate all the Japanese devils. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate all the Japanese devils. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate all the Japanese devils. Wang Wright was immensely satisfied with his speech, his gaze sweeping over the fervent soldiers. He abruptly raised his arm, amplifying his voice to issue commands. Excellent, my soldiers. Let us embark on our expedition now and annihilate all the Japanese devils. Our target is the airport in the southern region of Luzon in Liashibi. Once we obliterate the Japanese Army's sole airport, their aircraft will be rendered as mere scrap metal, and the Japanese forces, stripped of air supremacy, will be at our mercy. At the sound of his command, the soldiers rushed toward the transport vehicles, while the officers climbed into their military SUVs. The elongated convoy departed from the command center, the roar of engines resonating far into the night jungle. After merging with the 225th Infantry Regiment and the 1,141st Armor Regiment, the vengeful force grew ever larger, with hundreds of transport vehicles now accompanied by several tanks leading the way. In the distance, the horizon met the sky, the night shrouded in an ever-shifting mist. Lin Feng did not join the main forces but led his own elite squad, the destroyers, in a solitary transport vehicle, heading straight for the Japanese Army's command center. Crossing a series of undulating hills and navigating through the ethereal fog, the soldiers aboard the vehicle remained silent, their minds heavy with unspoken worries. Hey, Ramosi, what do you think the captain is contemplating? Just as few going to storm the Japanese command center? There are over 20,000 Japanese soldiers stationed across 3 defensive lines. How can we possibly breach their defenses? Are we supposed to sprout wings and fly over? Not everyone is like him, invulnerable to bullets. How should I know? Regardless, the captain has given the order. If you have the guts, go tell him you don't want to go. In the corner, John Wilson, Donald rolled his eyes. After witnessing Lin Feng single-handedly vanquish 300 Japanese soldiers, he no longer dared to meet the captain's gaze directly. He feared that if he uttered his reluctance, the enraged captain might tear him to shreds. P.R. Ramosi's heart raced as well. He had fought numerous battles against overwhelming odds, but facing 16 against 20,000 was truly beyond his imagination. Perhaps the captain intends to infiltrate. It's not necessary to confront the Japanese forces head-on. Surely, the captain has considered what you all are pondering? The only female warrior of the destroyers, Turner Gadola, spoke up, her words jolting the anxious soldiers, their grim expressions softening considerably. Indeed, it must be so. That is why the captain chose a narrow path, avoiding the broader routes. John Wilson, Donald nodded in agreement, articulating his assessment. Lin Feng, of course, heard the soldiers' discussions, yet chose not to clarify. Turner Gadola had surmised a portion of the plan, but had not grasped it entirely. For the 3 defensive lines were exceedingly tight, interlocking and overlapping, making it impossible to circumvent them and strike directly at the heart of the enemy. The narrow path can only circumvent the first 2 lines of defense. To advance further, one must traverse the overlapping zone between the second and third lines, where the deployment of troops is most concentrated among the 3 defenses. After more than 4 hours of a bumpy journey, the transport vehicle halted at the foot of a small hill where a dense forest lay ahead. Another 2 kilometers onward stood the final line of defense of the Japanese command post, manned by an armored regiment and 2 infantry regiments, supplemented by a heavy artillery battalion. Lin Feng pushed open the car door and leaped out, finding 15 members of the Destruction Day squad lined up. Is there anyone wishing to withdraw? I will allow you to ride back to the command post. Before us stood over 5,000 Japanese soldiers, equipped with 25 tanks, 100 mortars, 2,120 mm heavy artillery pieces, and an incalculable number of heavy and light machine guns. Therefore, if anyone feels fear, I completely understand. The members of the Destruction Day squad exchanged glances. To claim they were unafraid would be disingenuous, yet to voice a desire to withdraw would be too humiliating. None wished to be branded a coward. After a considerable pause, noting that no one was stepping back, Lin Feng shrugged and spoke nonchalantly. Since no one is withdrawing, you have passed the test. I shall bestow upon you the reward of the brave. Otherwise, you lot are merely a hindrance, slowing my pace of slaughter. His words were quite insulting, yet not a single member of the Destruction Day squad took offense. The one jesting was their captain, a superhuman capable of single-handedly taking down 300 Japanese soldiers. Compared to their captain, being called trash was indeed a compliment. Lin Feng nodded, satisfied with their performance. System, load the template, super soldier template. With a mere thought, he commanded the system to present the auxiliary template, enhancing the combat abilities of the Destruction Day squad members while simultaneously improving their survival rates. Ding! Does the host confirm to load the template for the Destruction Day squad? Without hesitation, Lin Feng affirmed, I confirm, load the template. Ding! Template loading successful. The recipients will become loyal to the host, never betraying him. The 15 members of the Destruction Day squad felt a surge of warmth coursing through them, a power manifold to their own rising within, as an inner voice seemed to instruct them to remain eternally loyal to their captain. Chapter 26. Lin Feng, riding alone, boldly infiltrates the command post. The Destruction Day squad makes a name for themselves in a decisive battle. March 23, 1942. A day that will be etched in the annals of World War history, becoming a legend of World War II. After the loading of the Super Soldier template, the members of the Destruction Day squad experienced an unprecedented surge in strength. Lin Feng climbed onto the vehicle, moving to the rear and unveiling the rain cover. Beneath it lay an anti-aircraft gun and 2 naval guns, with excess components already dismantled, leaving only the weapon bodies and ammunition feeders. Beneath these formidable weapons were ammunition boxes stacked to the top of the vehicle, clearly marked for use with the anti-aircraft and naval guns. I trust you all can feel the difference within your bodies. This is the reward of the brave I have bestowed upon you. Donald, you and Alvin take charge of these 2 artillery pieces, serving as the firepower and assault specialist tasked with annihilating the enemy forces to the greatest extent possible. Beers, you and Tiny Dell will assist them in carrying the ammunition boxes, ensuring that their supply of bullets remains uninterrupted. Ghidorah, as the marksman, you will operate the anti-aircraft gun, engage enemy aircraft when they appear, and target tanks when they come into view, eliminating the most significant threats to our mission ahead of time. Grant, John, and Francisco, in addition to your personal weapons and ammunition, you must carry extra anti-aircraft shells. Our survival hinges on the sufficiency of the ammunition you bear. The others should equip themselves with their own weapons and ammunition. We shall now set forth to vanquish those vile Japanese foes. Once the leader assigned the task to the members of the Doomsday Squad, the group emerged from their stunned silence. Ramos smacked his lips and elbowed John beside him. I reckon the captain has a vendetta against the Japanese. Using artillery against humans would surely obliterate them in an instant, leaving the recovery team with nothing to work with. John nodded in agreement, whispering thoughtfully, it must be a deep-seated grudge to employ such devastating weaponry against the Japanese. But let us set aside our musings and follow orders. As they conversed, they busied themselves, each shouldering several boxes of ammunition. Although the captain did not assign additional ammunition carriers, every team member voluntarily took on extra loads for their comrades, while those specifically named carried even more. Donald and Alvin bore several dozen kilograms of artillery without feeling the burden. Instead, they found it lighter than when they once wielded standard rifles, their steps light and buoyant. Ghidorah and the 3 assisting him struggled with the 8-ton anti-aircraft gun, the half-man-high wheels carving deep ruts in the soft earth, their faces slightly flushed yet devoid of sweat. Lin Feng carried no weapon, leading the way through the dense underbrush. In the thickest areas, he swiftly broke branches and pulled aside resilient vines, forging a path wide enough for the artillery to pass through. After over half an hour, the group halted in a thicket 500 meters from the Japanese defensive line. Within a 300-meter radius of the enemy encampment, all trees had been felled, making further advancement perilous due to the risk of alerting the sentinels. Ghidorah, hold here for a moment. Donald, you and Alvin ascend to a high point with the artillery, focusing on neutralizing those heavy and light machine gun positions. The rest of you follow me to draw the enemy's attention. allowing Turnagaddora the opportunity to eliminate those tanks. Lin Feng commanded, leading the charge out of the woods. The team sprang into action. Donald and Alvin spotted a hill to the left and stealthily ascended to its summit with Turnagaddora and the others, setting up the artillery and anti-aircraft gun to take aim at their designated targets. The remaining 9 team members erupted in excitement, brandishing their Thompson submachine guns as they leaped from the foliage, unleashing a furious barrage upon the distant Japanese forces. The advantages bestowed by the Superman template extend beyond mere enhancement of strength and fortification of the body. They also significantly elevate the speed of neural responses. After Lin Feng charged forward, his 5 senses were augmented as if equipped with amplifiers. Even the bullets fired from the distant Japanese forces, though unseen, were astutely detected by his heightened senses, enabling him to deftly sway left and right, evading the relentless hail of gunfire. With him absorbing the majority of the enemy's firepower, the members of the Doomsday Squad behind him found their tasks considerably easier. They attempted to engage in battle as they usually did, only to discover that their prowess far exceeded their previous capabilities. Raising their weapons without aiming, guided solely by instinct, they found their accuracy had markedly improved. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Upon realizing this, the members of the Doomsday Squad pressed the triggers fully, and despite the rapid movements of their guns, 1 out of every 3 shots found its mark, while the remaining 2 would surely strike at vital points of the enemy. As Donald and Alvin's aircraft cannons roared to life following the exposure of enemy heavy and light machine gun positions, the battlefield reverberated with their thunderous echoes. Amidst the continuous thundering of cannon fire, the distant Japanese machine gun posts, along with their operators, were obliterated, sending fragments of bodies and weaponry scattering in all directions. Countless Japanese soldiers, intent on pursuing the enemy at the forefront, fell victim to the incoming bullets, their helmets providing no semblance of protection as the rounds pierced through them. In a mere minute, swathes of Japanese soldiers collapsed like harvested wheat, with casualties exceeding 300, a staggering death toll that left the commanding colonel in utter shock. "Do not panic, aim and fire. You are warriors of the Empire," he urged, yet even as his words hung in the air, a bullet shattered his skull, leaving him dazed and lifeless in a pool of blood. With the loss of their major's command, the Japanese soldiers descended further into chaos. Some, with empty magazines, continued to pull the trigger desperately, while others, having removed the safety from their grenades, forgot to throw them, resulting in devastating explosions that claimed many of their own. At that moment, the commander of the armored division sensed the gravity of the situation. The infantry's firepower was evidently insufficient to withstand the enemy's assault. He promptly ordered the tank stationed at the camp to deploy and assist the infantry in annihilating the adversaries. Simultaneously, the deputy commander of the infantry regiment frantically dialed the heavy artillery battalion's major commander. "Akita-kun, we are under attack from the main forces of the American Army. We urgently require your fire support. From our position, extend eastward for 200 meters to the dense forest 600 meters ahead. It is imperative to eliminate the enemy's heavy firepower. I implore you." On the distant hills, Turnagaddora observed the tanks that came into view, spat on his hand, and grasped the elevation wheel, spinning it with determination. After carefully checking the horizontal angle to ensure accuracy, he adjusted the direction wheel until the crosshairs of the scope encircled the tank. "Ha ha, little devils, taste my shell." Grant instructed her to load the cannonballs, while John and Francisco swiftly descended the hillside. Upon emerging from the dense forest, they raised their submachine guns and unleashed a hail of bullets, sprinting fervently to catch up with their captain ahead. Boom! 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 The 2 men, not having run far, nearly suffered hearing loss as they unwittingly found themselves in the trajectory of the anti-aircraft shelling. Had the cannon's aim not been directed at a distant tank, with its barrel elevated far above their heads, even with their super soldier templates, survival under such artillery fire would have been impossible. Damn! The excitement nearly got us killed by our own. "Francisco, let us take a detour. Running this line will leave us deaf," John shouted, his voice hoarse from exertion. Francisco nodded in agreement, and the 2 abruptly veered off, circumventing the artillery's line of fire and continuing their vigorous sprint. At that moment, Lin Feng had already charged into the Japanese trenches, mercilessly flattening any adversaries that dared to obstruct his path with a single punch. His objective was not these inconsequential foot soldiers, but rather the Japanese army command post, heavily guarded and encircled. He had no intention of squandering time here. The Japanese soldiers in the trenches were momentarily blinded. Before they could discern the nature of their foe, they witnessed a cloud of dust rapidly receding. Many soldiers swung their weapons around, firing wildly. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The rain of bullets struck his back, but Lin Feng remained undeterred, continuing his relentless dash. As long as it wasn't heavy artillery fire, ordinary firearms posed no threat to him. Even the most formidable heavy machine guns merely left white marks on his skin. "Monster!" he asked, charging towards the command post. "He must be stopped," roared the vice commander of the infantry regiment, commanding the mortars to adjust their aim, insisting on eliminating this beast before it breached the command post. Over 20 mortars, repositioned by the Japanese soldiers, were being recalibrated nervously by the gunners. Just as the artillery observer, Takeda, who had recently obliterated all tanks, noticed the enemy's movements, he promptly lowered the anti-aircraft gun by 10 degrees. Boom, boom, boom. The deep yet resonant sounds of cannon fire reverberated, the anti-aircraft shells screaming down upon the mortar positions, stripping away layers of earth. The vice commander, fortunate not to be caught in the explosion, despaired as he surveyed the chaotic state of the mortar positions, where severed limbs lay strewn across the ground, and not a single gunner remained alive. At that moment, the heavy artillery battalion had successfully set up their 120mm howitzers, requiring recalibration of their trajectory coordinates. The major battalion commander immediately contacted the infantry regiment. "Moshi, your coordinates are correct. I will order the heavy artillery to fire." The vice commander, with vacant eyes, let out a bitter sigh as he glanced at the battlefield littered with corpses and the annihilation unit that had already breached their defenses. "Akita, adjust the coordinates. Our positions have fallen. A monster has broken through the line and is heading towards the command post, along with a group of slightly weaker beasts still on the battlefield. If we fire upon our own positions now, we might still eliminate a few monsters." Captain Akita, perplexed, shouted once more for confirmation of the coordinates. His confusion was not genuine. Rather, he found it hard to believe that within mere minutes, an entire infantry regiment's defenses could be breached, and by more than one individual at that. "So be it, Akita-kun. I shall first offer my apologies to the Emperor." The deputy commander of the infantry regiment drew his command sword, gripping the hilt in a reverse manner, and plunged the blade into his abdomen with fierce determination. With a calm countenance, he made one final, desperate slash to the left, but his strength waned, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, unable to deliver a final cut. Not long after his fall, the Destruction Day squad pursued the remnants of the Japanese forces. Boom, boom, boom. The 120mm artillery of the heavy artillery battalion roared, unleashing heavy shells that struck the Japanese infantry regiment's defensive positions, creating craters several meters wide. The soldiers buried beneath the bombardment far outnumbered those slain by the Destruction Day squad. As the artillery barrage subsided, the members of the Destruction Day squad were startled, relieved that the shells had landed several dozen meters behind them, indicating that the enemy's heavy artillery had underestimated their advance. Turner Ghidorah could not adjust the trajectory of the anti-aircraft shells through visual means this time. She relied on the trajectory and impact points of the previous heavy shells to estimate the artillery battalion's position, elevating the anti-aircraft guns for a curved shot. Thud, thud, thud. The anti-aircraft shells traced elegant parabolas, landing 2 kilometers away and leaving approximately 1 meter wide craters, yet missing the heavy artillery battalion by several hundred meters. Captain Akita cast a glance at the shell crater, his face impassive as he shouted again, "Team 1, continue firing at the infantry regiment's positions. Team 2, adjust your direction to locate the enemy's artillery. Whoever you are, I shall slay you." The battle at the Japanese defensive positions intensified, the cacophony of gunfire growing denser, resonating so loudly that Lin Feng, near the Japanese army's command post, could hear it clearly. He glanced back, shook his head, and continued running towards the command post. The survival of the Destruction Day squad hinged upon their own fortune. Should they fail to neutralize the heavy artillery battalion, few would likely return alive. However, should these individuals perish, it mattered little. With the ability to recruit super soldier templates, finding new members to rebuild the Destruction Day squad would not be a concern. Perched atop a tower over 20 meters high, the guards were wide-eyed in shock. A figure clad in American military uniform boldly approached the command post. Was this man deranged, seeking his own demise? In no way, Kun. Shall we let him live or eliminate him? A Japanese soldier atop the tower inquired, his scope trained on Lin Feng, seeking his companion's counsel. Awakens shook his head decisively, making a slashing motion across his throat. A mere captain held little value for capture. Bang! The Japanese soldier squeezed the trigger. Yet through the scope, he witnessed the bullet striking the man's forehead, the anticipated explosion of the skull failing to materialize. Instead, the bullet shattered and fell to the ground. Lin Feng abruptly lifted his gaze, his cold stare directed at the tower. He casually plucked a button from his clothing, flicking it with his fingers, and the button soared away at supersonic speed. A dull thud resounded as the head of a Japanese soldier exploded, and before the nearby in no way could comprehend the situation. His own head burst like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering against the watchtower walls. After dispatching the sentry, Lin Feng approached the Japanese army command post. With a powerful kick, he shattered the tightly sealed steel gate, charging in like a prowling tiger, undeterred by the incessant gunfire of the Japanese soldiers behind him. With a resounding crash, Lin Feng broke through the mahogany door of the command post, seizing a guard by the throat. "Where's Hama Haruya?" The guard, trembling in terror, stammered and pointed towards the second floor. "Turn left at the top of the stairs. At the end of the corridor is the office of the general. Please spare me. I've never killed anyone since enlisting." With a swift crack, Lin Feng snapped his neck and leapt up the stairs. In just a few strides, he reached the end of the left corridor, kicking open the door. Bullets struck his chest, yet he remained unscathed, gazing coolly at the Japanese officer who had fired upon him. Hama Haruya's expression darkened as he lowered his Type A-14 pistol. "You must be Captain Lin Feng, one of America's super soldiers. Indeed, you possess remarkable strength and resilience. Not even a bullet can pierce your skin. If you were to abandon the darkness and surrender to the Empire of Japan." Before he could finish, Lin Feng had closed the distance between them. A sharp pain pierced Hama's chest as he looked down to see a formidable arm protruding through his heart, leaving a hollow. "I expected some words of contrition from you, yet you spew nothing but filth. How disappointing," Lin Feng remarked. "It appears that the blood of you Japanese is also red. But why does this heart seem so dark?" With a swift motion, he crushed the still beating heart in his hand, wiping it clean on Hama's military uniform before decapitating him and wrapping the head in a nearby military flag. A general's head and the flag of the army would surely ensure Lin Feng's promotion upon his return. After spending a few more minutes eliminating all the Japanese generals and soldiers within the command post, he nonchalantly retraced his steps, the head wrapped in the military flag in hand. On the way back, his squad of 11, covered in blood, greeted him with exuberant expressions. Even John, who bore a gaping wound in his thigh, grinned widely. "Captain, you're back. We were just about to come to your aid." Lin Feng, feeling a warm surge of affection for his concerned comrades, patted each of them on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, are you all fools? Do you not know my capabilities? If you ragtag bunch can make it through unscathed, how could I, as your captain, not handle a few pathetic remnants of the Japanese army command post? Let us go, you rascals, back to regroup with Turner and the others. After today, you shall all be renowned for your exploits." Chapter 27. A reunion with Captain America in the Philippines. Confronting the Inquisition from the investigation team. Captain, you have a telegram." Cantona, the most sycophantic member of the Demolisher squad, shouted exuberantly as he rushed towards the officer's dormitory, clutching a telegram in his hands. Just as he arrived, he spotted a stunningly attractive female doctor exiting the room. "Doctor, Joanna, is our leader unwell?" he inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he scrutinized the blushing face of the doctor. Dr. Joanna, with her slightly disheveled long hair, composed herself and shook her head reassuringly. No, your leader is perfectly fine. Do not worry. After all, your recent battle was exceedingly fierce, with a handful of brave souls charging into a line of thousands and miraculously decimating a significant portion of the enemy's forces, even obliterating the Japanese army's command center. Their defenses were fortified with heavy artillery and tanks. Your audacity is quite remarkable. The higher-ups were concerned he might have sustained covert injuries, which is why I was sent to check on him. Hearing the doctor's flattery, Cantona, despite not being the center of attention, puffed up with pride. "Indeed, with our leader here, we would dare to traverse dragon dens and tiger lairs. Dr. Joanna, please continue with your duties. I must deliver this telegram to our leader. With that, he pushed the door open, his nose twitching as he stepped inside, quickly realizing why the Doctor's face was flushed. Oh no, I've ruined the leader's moment, flattering to the point of stepping on toes. The rich fragrance of heather lingered in the air, and it didn't take a genius to deduce what transpired between a solitary man and woman in a confined space. Alarmed by his realization, Cantona grimaced, silently praying that the leader would not hold it against him. Lin Feng shot him an irritated glare, snatching the telegram from his hands. Upon glancing at the sender, he was surprised to see it was Steve Rogers, who remained stateside. The telegram contained a brief message, likely to economize on costs. Funds have been transferred, do not worry. I will arrive in the Philippines in early April. We shall discuss matters in detail. Sender, Steve Rogers. 18 words, and he managed to convey 2 pieces of information. How miserly, Lin Feng mused. After reading the telegram, noticing that Cantona had yet to leave, he pointed towards the playground outside. Next time, be more perceptive. Get out and run 100 laps. Don't just stand there like a dullard waiting for me to treat you to a meal. Hurry up. No food until you finish. If they're essay next time, you'll be confined for 15 days. Upon hearing his leader's reprimand, Cantona's initial frown transformed into a broad grin. Over the past few days, he had come to understand Lin Feng's temperament. If the leader was still willing to scold and discipline him, it meant he was still considered part of the team. However, if one day the leader chose silence and refrained from punishment after a mistake, that would spell trouble. He would be out, just like the other day, when the command center assigned a clumsy aide to Lin Feng, who, while tidying the bedding, inadvertently unearthed a lace women's undergarment and foolishly took it to wash alongside the other items. The following day, gossip about the boss circulated wildly within the command center. With a grin, the boss kicked the duty officer over to the logistics department, and it was said that the poor fool was still busy unloading supplies there. At your command, boss. I'm on it. 100 laps is a mere trifle. He dashed out, fearful that the boss might change his mind and expel him from the Doomsday Squad. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, too apathetic to scold him further. Ever since he took down the Philippine command of the foolish army, he had become a legend in the eyes of the stationed American troops, and the Doomsday Squad gained fame in a single battle. The related rumors grew increasingly absurd. Some claimed that merely joining the Doomsday Squad would lead to accolades falling upon one without effort, while others suggested that even the most inept could become elite within its ranks. The former assertion was preposterous. He was no fool to allow incompetence to slack off and claim credit. The latter, however, hinted at the truth, though it was dismissed as a mere jest, with some officers having said it to his face, and he merely feigned ignorance to brush it aside. The secret of the auxiliary template must not be disclosed. Lin Feng understood deeply that when lacking sufficient strength, one must never reveal the immense power he could bestow upon his subordinates. Otherwise, with the shamelessness of American politicians, they would undoubtedly devise ways to unearth his secrets and eliminate him. Alas, I still lack strength. If only I had a Bronze Age Superman template, I would not need to act so cautiously and secretly expand my influence. Fortunately, a great battle had brought him fame, and his Golden Age Superman template was on the verge of upgrading. With this thought, he focused his mind and opened his personal attributes panel. Host, Lin Feng, loaded template. Golden Age Superman 1, 88881000. Abilities, super strength, iron body, stellar energy absorption, biological force field, supervision, super hearing, super endurance. Super regeneration, reputation, 8888. Faction, America, allied nations. Subordinates, 15 members of the Doomsday Squad. Spouse, none. Offspring, none. Auxiliary template, super soldier template. Lin Feng observed the changes in the panel's information. The template required just over 1,000 more reputation points to upgrade to level 2. Blast it, all thanks to Wright, insisting on waiting for the Defense Department's investigation team to validate military achievements before promoting them. Now, only those within the command center were aware of his exploits, and any hopes of gaining additional reputation could only await the validation of his military accomplishments by the investigation team, leading to a commendation for the entire army. He hoped that this would lead to a sudden windfall. After studying the system of reputation for several days, he finally grasped its essence. Reputation is derived from the respect, admiration, and reverence that individuals feel after witnessing or hearing about one's actions, believing in their authenticity. The crux is that emotions have a threshold and diminishing marginal returns. One cannot repeatedly enhance a single individual's reputation through the same actions. For instance, the first time they witnessed him lift a truck, the members of the Doomsday Squad were utterly astonished, revering his immense strength, which merited him a commendation of 15 prestige points. However, upon witnessing him effortlessly hoist a motorcycle with one hand for the second time, their astonishment waned, and their admiration did not elevate further. Thus, no additional prestige points were accrued. Consequently, although Lin Feng partook in several battles over the past few days, the intensity and scale of the conflicts paled in comparison to previous encounters. He yearned for opportunities to perform more remarkable feats that could elicit awe. Yet such chances eluded him, resulting in a meager accumulation of just over 500 prestige points. As days passed amidst combat and respite, the Japanese strongholds on the Bataan Peninsula were completely eradicated and numerous valiant soldiers and officers were promoted. Despite Lin Feng and the Doomsday Squad achieving significant military successes, their ranks and titles remained stagnant. Many sympathized with their plight, speculating in hushed tones whether they had offended influential figures, as their remarkable achievements, tenfold in enemy casualties, did not warrant promotion. Only Lin Feng and the Doomsday Squad understood that until the investigation team from the Ministry of Defense arrived, their ranks and positions would remain unchanged. It was anticipated that any subsequent military accomplishments would be documented and, following the investigation, could potentially result in a promotion of 1 or 2 levels. Otherwise, the negative repercussions would be too great for the ministry to bear. On April 5th, with the arrival of a supply ship at the American military port, the long-awaited investigation team and the cultural entertainment troupe reached the Philippines. Upon learning this news, Major General Wright promptly convened a brief meeting. During this assembly, he outlined the arrangements for welcoming the investigation team and the schedule for soldiers to take turns attending the cultural performances. The meeting concluded in a mere 20 minutes. As the assembly dispersed, Lin Feng intended to leave, but was retained for a private conversation. "Captain Lin, congratulations. The investigation team has arrived. Your promotion is imminent. Given your recent military achievements, a 1-level promotion is assured, and a 2-level ascent is quite feasible. Soon, you shall become the youngest officer at the colonel rank. Oh, by the way, your friend Lieutenant Steve Rogers has also arrived. You should join the welcoming party." Major General Wright, displaying an unusual smile, warmly extended his congratulations. His strategic prowess in orchestrating counterattacks had garnered high praise from the Ministry of Defense, significantly enhancing his prospects for promotion to Major General in the following year. After reciprocating with a few polite words, Lin Feng excused himself under the pretext of greeting his friend. He held little regard for such opportunistic politicians. No matter how cordial the relationship, one could never be shielded from treachery motivated by self-interest. Upon exiting the command building, Lin Feng boarded a vehicle designated for the welcoming of the investigation team. After more than 4 hours of jarring travel, they arrived at the Subic Bay Naval Port, where the investigation team and the cultural entertainment troupe temporarily settled in the vacant barracks for rest. Deputy Commander Kelvin, as the highest-ranking member of the welcoming party, facilitated the transition with the naval port before escorting the investigation team and the cultural troupe onto the vehicle. Lin Feng refrained from mingling for the sake of flattery. His accomplishments were well documented and indisputable, rendering any act of self-deprecation unnecessary. He gestured towards Steve Rogers, inviting his friend to join him in his vehicle. "Steve, your attire is simply marvelous," Lin exclaimed, taking in his friend's form-fitting outfit adorned with stars and stripes, complemented by a shield in the same red, blue, and white palette. The initially serious Lin nearly burst into laughter upon seeing Steve's appearance, particularly the buzz cut that lent him the look of a recently released inmate. "All right, Lin, have you had your fill of laughter? I had no choice. Congressman Bradley insisted I dress this way. Sometimes I ponder whether joining the military was the right decision. I was meant to defend peace on the battlefield, yet here I am, dancing with a group of women and reciting painfully awkward lines to promote war bonds. It's utterly absurd," Steve Rogers lamented, his face falling as he had anticipated a warm reunion with his friend, only to find himself the subject of ridicule due to his costume. He regretted not changing into his military uniform earlier to avoid such an embarrassing situation. Suppressing his laughter, Lin gently patted Steve's shoulder and reassured him, all right, I shall refrain from laughing. After your performance, let's share a drink. Rest assured, I may not have the opportunity to witness your artistic display, which I regret, but I hope you enjoy performing for those lovely ladies. Feeling relieved that he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of Lin, Steve reflected on the cringe-worthy nature of the high kicks, splits, cartwheels, and exaggerated poses he was expected to perform, were it not for Congressman Bradley's insistence, leveraging the fate of frontline soldiers to persuade him. He would never engage in such mortifying antics. It must be due to the investigation, right? Worry not. As long as you remain truthful, the Department of Defense and the military will not allow anyone to bully you. Lin comforted him. Congressman Bradley had mentioned that there were skeptics in Parliament who believed the Department of Defense was artificially crafting a super combat hero to salvage the reputation of the failed super soldier program, which prompted the formation of the investigative committee. As the two conversed in the vehicle, they reminisced about their experiences since parting ways. Upon their arrival at the command center, Lin was indeed summoned by the investigative committee for questioning. Meanwhile, under Congressman Bradley's urging, Steve, along with a dozen young women, prepared for the upcoming artistic performance. In the conference room, several members of the investigative committee, dressed in uniforms, occupied the upper seats, flanked by senior commanders from the command center. Vice Commander Kelvin stood to introduce the personnel present to the committee. Group Leader Mike, seated on the upper left, is Major General Wright, the commander. Next to him is Chief of Staff Davis, followed by the Deputy Chief of Staff. After introducing the senior officers, he pointed to Lin and quietly remarked, "This is Lin Feng, Lieutenant Lin. His record of achievements is right here. Group Leader Mike, would you like to review it?" Group Leader Mike glanced at the documents on the table, yet did not reach for them, responding with an impassive demeanor. "I am the leader of this investigation team. Captain Lin, before I commence my inquiries, can you assure me that everything you say will be the unvarnished truth? Should there be any inaccuracies, I implore you to disclose them now. I shall overlook any discrepancies in the documentation. However, once the formal interrogation begins, should I uncover any deceit, you will find yourself alongside them before a military tribunal." His voice grew increasingly stern, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Lin Feng, fully aware of the manipulation at play, met his stare unflinchingly and spoke. "I fail to comprehend the intentions of Commander Mike. All officers at the command center can attest to my record, which is clearly inscribed in black and white. Do you harbor any further doubts? If you cannot trust the officers at the command center, I suggest you visit the battlefield. No amount of words can rival the truth of what your own eyes will witness." Commander Mike nodded, seemingly conceding to his argument. "Prior to my arrival in the Philippines, I was granted access to your files, knowing you to be one of the two successful outcomes of the military super soldier program, endowed with strength and endurance far exceeding that of an ordinary human. However, if I may be candid, the disparity between you and the other super soldier, Steve Rogers, is rather pronounced. Could you enlighten me as to why this is so? Has someone instructed you to embellish your achievements, attributing the valor of others to yourself, thereby fabricating the image of a super combat hero in an attempt to secure increased funding for the super soldier program?" In the face of his aggressive inquiries, Lin Feng scoffed and crossed his legs. "Commander Mike, you have misjudged your target. I lack the influence to persuade over 200 esteemed officers of the command center to indulge in such farce. Or perhaps, Commander Mike, you find yourself in the enemy camp, intentionally aiming to tarnish my reputation while implicating the entire command center and even the Department of Defense, in an effort to undermine the promising counteroffensive against the fascist group." In a few deft words, Lin Feng transformed his position from passive to assertive, unafraid of escalating the situation with his audacity. "Should you dare to label me as a fabricator of military accomplishments, I will not hesitate to retort that you are a Nazi spy. Let us see who truly fears whom." Commander Mike's previously rosy complexion drained of color, his finger trembling as he pointed at the flippant Lin Feng, rendered speechless, overwhelmed by a rising tide of anxiety. At this critical juncture, Wright stepped forward, smiling as he attempted to mediate. "Oh dear, we are all striving for the good of America. Let's not allow tempers to flare. Captain Lin, do not take offense. Commander Mike was merely rigorous in his questioning. And you, Commander Mike, should not be angered." Captain Lin, in his youthful fervor, spoke in haste. "We shall not spread any rumors." After his words, he discreetly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, finally relieving the pent-up frustration that had been weighing on him. Commander Mike took several deep breaths, calming his troubled thoughts, and refrained from further provocations. After hastily reviewing the military records and symbolically consulting a few members of the Annihilation Squad, finding no discrepancies, he declared the investigation concluded and stormed out in a huff. Before leaving, Captain Mike turned back, pointed at Lin Feng, and then gestured towards his own eyes. His meaning could not have been clearer from this day forward. He had set his sights on Lin Feng, and should he find any incriminating evidence, a tempest of retribution would await him. After the investigation team departed, Major General Wright found Lin Feng and earnestly advised him, "Captain Lin, I fear he will not relent, even if he refrains from acting now. It is likely he will target you in the future. I do know a few members of Congress. Would you like me to facilitate a meeting for you? If you have the chance, it would be wise to sit down and discuss matters." Lin Feng waved his hand in refusal, scoffing dismissively, "No need. Thank you for your concern, Major General Wright. A man who relies solely on his empty rhetoric is not worthy of a negotiation with me. With my solid military achievements, I do not believe he can wield such power." Chapter 28. Lin Feng's promotion to Colonel and Major General Wright's deal. Confessions over drinks and Captain America's troubles. After bidding farewell to the investigation team, Lin Feng spent the following days maneuvering through various social events. From press conferences hosted by the command center to invitation-only dinners at different levels, he was engaged nonstop for 4 consecutive days, to the extent that Steve Rogers had been left waiting for 4 days. Each individual who encountered Lin Feng greeted him with smiles and offered words of praise, creating an atmosphere of harmony and camaraderie. The dinner parties were filled with the mingling of notable figures, leading to a bewildering illusion reminiscent of the saying, "The merchants do not know the grief of a fallen nation," while on the sidelines, the songs of the courtyard bloom. According to the course of history, had Lin Feng not dismantled the Japanese Army's command center, the American forces would currently find themselves in an awkward position, taking passive blows on land while striking back forcefully at sea. It is my distinct honor to announce the appointment of the youngest colonel in American history, Major General Wright proclaimed from the podium at the temporary command center's playground. On behalf of the President, I will also present Colonel Lin Feng with the Distinguished Service Cross for his exemplary service. He is our hero, the hero of America, and the hero of the Allied forces. As Major General Wright personally affixed the medal, symbolizing excellence in active military service to Lin Feng's chest and changed his rank to colonel. The two shared a warm handshake amidst the flash of cameras from reporters, capturing moments for posterity. Once the journalist departed, it was likely that headlines in various Allied nations would feature this momentous event. While I anticipated your rise to the rank of officer, I did not foresee the Department of Defense and the President placing such significance on you. A colonel in his 20s, how envy-inducing. The ceremony for the awarding of honors and the promotion was efficiently combined, saving a considerable amount of time. Following this, a banquet was held at the command center, where Major General Wright and Lin Feng sat together, reflecting on the latter's meteoric rise. As a commander of U.S. forces in the Philippines, he understood the profound implications behind what appeared to be a routine appointment letter, recognizing that this young man had caught the president's eye, thus seeking to strengthen their relationship. Throughout the conversation, the Major General merely recounted recent victories, the remarkable exploits of the Doomsday Squad, and the strategic advantages currently held by the U.S. military. He presented himself as a kind and gentle comrade, rather than an aloof authority figure. "Ah, Your Excellency, you flatter me. I have merely fulfilled my duties, which are not dissimilar to those of the ordinary soldiers on the battlefield, save for my greater prowess," Lin Feng modestly remarked, recognizing that one should not take undue pride in the accolades bestowed by others. Political figures often prefer to speak in veiled terms, and Major General Wright was no exception. After offering his commendations, he finally spoke what seemed to be an inconsequential truth. "Both President and I deeply appreciate your contributions, Lin. I have encountered many exceptional young individuals, but I must assert that you stand out among them." With a slight smile, he continued, "This war is far from over, and the situation in Asia alone is enough to give me a headache. Your position shines brightly, yet the path to further ascent is fraught with challenges, as this is not the main theater of war. You understand my meaning. I am but a major general, while you are just 2 ranks away from that status." Lin Feng suddenly grasped the underlying message. After such extensive preamble, the intent was finally revealed. He was already a colonel, and further accomplishments could pose a threat to Major Wright, as promotion to Brigadier General would lead to Major General. With the U.S. Forces in the Philippines preparing for a significant counteroffensive. Opportunities for Lin Feng to distinguish himself were plentiful. Rest assured, Your Excellency, many talented individuals in the Doomsday Squad have recently been promoted to the rank of Sergeant Major. I shall gladly allow them to take the credit for future achievements, allowing these young rascals a moment of joy. However, such a gesture would require considerable sacrifice on my part, and given your extensive tenure in the Philippines, your resources must be quite substantial. The two shared a knowing smile, as Major Wright seemed to be well prepared, producing a check for $2 million. This is an anonymous check from Swiss Bank, redeemable at any branch at your convenience. Consider it a congratulatory gift for you, Colonel Lin, and I hope for a fruitful collaboration. After accepting the check, Lin Feng raised his glass and toasted with him, downing the contents in one swift motion. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave, as you know my friend has been waiting for quite some time, and I must enjoy a drink with him before his departure. Major Wright nodded, raising his own glass to indicate Lin Feng's freedom to leave. The colonel stood and departed, his expression remaining inscrutable. For him, the rank of colonel was insufficient. Attaining a higher position would provide greater assistance for his future plans. However, having recently garnered significant attention, a period of low profile was not a considerable loss. Moreover, to truly occupy that chair in the White House, a high rank alone would not suffice. Substantial wealth was equally essential, and $2 million was a formidable stake. Though Major Wright currently treated him with courtesy, this was merely because his position and interests had yet to be genuinely threatened. Should today's negotiations falter, many senior officers within the command would likely turn against him. After all, one is the commander of the U.S. military station in the Philippines, having governed the region for several years, while he is merely a newly arrived colonel. The choice of whom to support is starkly evident. Lin Feng is certain that if matters were to escalate, the recently departed head of the investigation team, Captain Mike, would seize the opportunity to collude with Major General Wright, swiftly dragging him from his lofty perch into the mire. It must be said I have struck gold. Military achievements are easily attainable, yet amassing substantial legal wealth is no simple task. While the Philippines may present challenges for glory, there are still the European and African theaters where battles rage fervently. Accolades are plentiful regardless of the location. He entertained a flurry of thoughts, resolutely rejecting the advances of the alluring women along the way. Major General Wright observed the retreating figure of Lin Feng, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Although extracting $2 million from his private coffers stung, it paled in comparison to the potential threat to his position. He harbored no fear that the other party would accept the money and fail to act. The unspoken rules of American politics would not permit such behavior. Once the infamy of receiving payment without delivering services spread, the individual would find themselves politically isolated, devoid of support from any consortium or benefactor willing to back someone who betrayed their financial reputation. As Lin Feng was about to exit the command center, a statuesque woman approached him. "Colonel, long time no see. May I ask you a few questions?" Elena feigned unfamiliarity, her expression brimming with anticipation. From her glistening eyes, Lin Feng discerned a ravenous desire. However, he had pressing matters to attend to and steeled himself to decline. "I apologize, journalist, but I have other commitments. If you're not in a rush, I am available tomorrow evening for a full night of interviews." Leaning closer, he whispered in Elena's ear, "I truly admire your performance on Sullivan. Let's not miss our meeting tomorrow night." With a gentle caress on the journalist's shapely hip, Lin Feng hummed an unfamiliar tune as he strolled toward the officer's dormitory. He had already stood up Steve Rogers for a few days. To do so again today would be rather inconsiderate. Elena's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze dreamily following his retreating form as she swayed like a willow towards her room, stirred by a sudden, impatient need for affection. "Ah, our Captain America, you seem rather displeased. Come on, Steve, smile. Today is a splendid day for my promotion and fortune. Shouldn't you be happy for me? Or are you preoccupied with thoughts of tomorrow's final performance? What were the lyrics again? Who will defeat the Axis powers? Who, like a cunning fox, makes the Nazis hesitate to step onto their own territory? He knows why we fight." Lin Feng hummed the tunes broadcasted in recent days, playfully teasing his friend. However, Steve Rogers appeared less than enthusiastic about the song, despite it being a theme composed for him by several American musicians. Hearing his friend's rendition, he felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. "Lin, cease your singing. I find this song utterly intolerable. While you and Bucky engage in the battlefield, striking down the Nazis with palpable valor, I am relegated to merely singing, delivering speeches, and performing acrobatics to promote war bonds. The lyrics seem to be crafted specifically for your endeavors. I genuinely detest my current existence. Not a shred of it brings me joy. The mere thought of myself clad in tight attire, brandishing a shield emblazoned with the stars and stripes, singing and dancing while the audience erupts with cheers of "Hail Captain America," fills my heart with despair. I feel like a marionette manipulated by Congressman Brandt, peddling war bonds for him and the legislature. My daily routine consists of performing, delivering speeches, and then posing for photographs with the most ardent fans. They exhibit no concern for my feelings regarding this charade, nor do they care that the wealthy women in the audience take liberties, groping my posterior and pectorals. Their only interest lies in how many bonds they can sell. Steve Rogers is inherently reserved, and it is a rarity for him to voice complaints. The extent of psychological trauma inflicted upon the naive and virtuous Captain America by that unscrupulous cadre of greedy politicians is evident. As he pours forth his grievances to a close friend, Lin Feng approaches, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, and softly remarks, "Enough, Steve. You are no longer a child. Complaining serves no purpose. You must either confront those politicians directly, refusing to be a mere salesman of war bonds, or continue to endure as their profit-generating machine. Surely, you do not wish to retire, as neither Congress nor the Department of Defense would acquiesce. You are a national icon, a hero in the eyes of countless children who idolize Captain America." Steve Rogers shakes his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he responds, "You know I cannot do that. Lin, I'm not as unencumbered as you might wish. It is painfully clear that they only desire a puppet, an idol manufactured through performances and comic book films to sell war bonds. I am but a jester on a stage, and I cannot bring myself to shatter the F.A.A.D.E. With a sigh, he musters a semblance of genuine cheerfulness. "By the way, I nearly forgot to congratulate you, Colonel Lin. Additionally, here is the follow-up check for $800,000 that Colonel Phillips promised. If he were to learn that you have ascended to his rank within just over a month, he would surely be astounded." Lin Feng accepts the check, tucking it into his pocket. He empathizes with Steve Rogers' sentiments, recognizing that his original motivation for enlisting was to combat the Nazis and uphold global peace, rather than to exist as a puppet and a clown on stage reciting hollow lines to promote war bonds. "Very well, Steve. Thank you for bringing the check. In an attempt to alleviate your dismal spirits tonight, I decline the advances of a stunning female journalist. Come, let's share a drink, forget all our sorrows, and awaken to a new life after a night of revelry." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 bottles of whiskey encased in metal from the cabinet, tossing one to Steve Rogers while uncapping the other for himself, tilting his head back to take a swig. A surge of unmistakable flavors, corn, caramel, vanilla, honey, and tobacco, flooded his palate, rich and robust, igniting like a spark racing from his throat to his stomach. "Huh?" Steve Rogers gasped, feeling as though even his blood was ablaze. He had never tasted such potent liquor and found the fiery sensation somewhat overwhelming. Yet, amidst his melancholic thoughts, Captain America found the whiskey's kick refreshing, a means to momentarily forget his myriad troubles, and he tilted his head back to indulge in a few more swigs. However, as the liquor seeped into his troubled heart, it only deepened his sorrow, and before long, Lin Feng noticed his friend's speech becoming increasingly incoherent. Damn, that Senator Brandt. That scoundrel, spouting off about America while lining his own pockets. I personally witnessed him gift a $20,000 necklace to a third-rate actress. Damn, that money I earned through hard work. Lin, do you think those parasites deserve to live? They squander money every day, while that national debt should have bought us countless weapons. After finishing a bottle of whiskey, Steve Rogers rambled on, venting many thoughts that weighed heavily on his heart, before collapsing onto the bed in a drunken stupor. Lin Feng, observing his inebriated friend, felt a chill wash over him. He took the bottle to the window, gazing up at the bright moon, and quietly declared, "Steve, you are right. Those parasites deserve to perish. But if even the sun cannot illuminate every corner of the earth, how can anyone eradicate the darkness within humanity? All we can do is restrain ourselves and not become like those beasts. When we ascend to the pinnacle of power, We must remain true to our original intentions, to reform the corrupt and recreate a world of clarity. Chapter 29. Reputation soars, template upgrade. Japanese forces land, ambushed by air raid. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Steve Rogers awoke, rubbing his eyes, his head pounding as if it might split apart. Glancing at the light blanket draped over him, he realized it was his friend who had covered him before leaving. A warm feeling swelling within him as memories of his drunken ramblings surfaced. Oh damn, I cursed. I had promised Mama I wouldn't use foul language again. Lin Feng entered with breakfast just in time to catch his friend's muttering. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. How could a grown man still carry such a maternal burden, feeling guilty over a mere curse? Steve, you're right to be angry. If Aunt Sarah knew, she would scold them for their greed. Come, have breakfast. Soon, you'll be performing your final act as the indomitable Captain America. Upon hearing the mention of the performance, Steve Rogers felt even worse. Lin, the more you mention it, the more my head aches. It's truly an abominable ordeal. As he spoke, he opened the lunchbox, revealing the tantalizing aroma of grilled steak and Spanish seafood fried rice, stirring a hunger within him. Lin Feng, with a casual air reminiscent of Brooklyn, draped his arm around Steve's shoulders and remarked, "Since you harbor such disdain for Congressman Brandt, I shall have a word with him shortly. Even if I cannot secure you a place on the battlefield, at the very least, I will strive to grant you a measure of freedom in your movements." Steve Rogers, momentarily forgetting to chew, swallowed his food hastily, his expression a mixture of disbelief and eagerness. Lin, are you truly serious? But isn't the military at odds with Congress? Brandt might not show you any favor. He could very well hold a grudge against you. In that case, I would rather you not go. He was weary of his current existence and despised his inability to resist. Obedience was the soldier's solemn duty. Yet, if his friend's intervention were to provoke Brandt's ire and complicate matters for him, it would be preferable for him to endure his plight in silence. Observing the flicker of hope in Steve's eyes dim, Lin feigned irritation, furrowing his brow and retorting, "Hey, Brooklyn bean sprout. Do you think being in your 20s as a colonel is insignificant? I am the youngest colonel in American history, save for the Revolutionary War. And just yesterday, I was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, a rising star within the military. Congressman Brandt would not dare to offend me. In fact, he may very well seek my assistance in securing you some much-deserved rest time. It would merely require a few words." Once Steve finished his meal, Lin, brimming with determination, led him to meet Congressman Brandt. True to Lin's earlier assertions, the congressman, who had presented himself with an air of arrogance, readily agreed to grant Steve a day of leave each week without hesitation, allowing him the freedom to use it as he pleased. Before Lin departed, Brandt even presented him with a brand new Rolex, urging him to accept the gift with kind words. Steve was left in a state of astonishment, utterly at a loss for how to exit the congressman's quarters. Did you see that, Steve? This is the essence of American politicians, bullying the weak while coddling the strong. In the absence of rivalry for interests, they would not dare offend any potential rising star. You go prepare for your performance. I shall not attend, lest you falter on stage, Lin added. Upon hearing Lin's intention to leave, Steve quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lin. Without you, he would never have acquiesced. To have a brief respite from my suffocating performance schedule is a delightful surprise, and I owe you yet another favor. Lin shrugged and waved his hand dismissively. All right, Steve. Spare me the sentimentality. We are friends. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Now, hurry and get ready backstage. Don your Captain America costume. I shall take my leave, and next time we meet, you may need to address me as Your Excellency, General. Steve's farewell was abruptly halted as Lin Feng departed elegantly from the Arts' encampment. 2 days later, after concluding their performances in the Philippines, the troupe boarded a cruiser to journey to the European front, where they would extend their support to the more beleaguered Allied soldiers. During this brief interlude, Lin Feng's days were filled with purpose and joy. He spent his daylight hours training the members of the Doomsday Squad, utilizing trucks laden with iron blocks and steel ingots for weightlifting to adapt to his burgeoning strength, thereby earning a modicum of prestige among the newly arrived recruits. Each evening, upon returning to the dormitory, he would delve into the mysteries of the human body alongside Elena. The officers residing next door were consumed with jealousy, their eyes tinged with envy, and they cursed as they relocated to a far-off quarters. unable to endure the sultry and melodious sounds that would keep them awake through the night. In the stillness of the night, under a canopy of stars, only the slightly hurried breaths of Elena could be heard within dormitory 402. The alluring journalist, with her stunning beauty and captivating figure, appeared fatigued yet flushed as she succumbed to slumber. Having just concluded an intense session, Lin Feng remained invigorated and unable to sleep. He tossed aside his thin blanket and, in a state of undress, made his way to the washroom, turning on the shower to let the water cascade over him, dissipating the unspent energy within. Ding! Congratulations. Host, Prestige 13982. Requirements for upgrading the Golden Age Superman template met. A cool night breeze wafted through the window, yet Lin Feng felt no chill. It seemed that my interview had indeed been reported, granting a considerable amount of prestige. This surge was merely the beginning. Many would only believe what lay within the confines of their understanding, oblivious to when they might be able to endlessly accrue prestige. The system's sudden notification ignited a fervor within him. Eagerly, he dried himself with a towel, settled onto the sofa, and summoned his personal attributes panel. Host, Lin Feng, loading template, Golden Age Superman 2, 228-703-0000. Abilities, super strength, iron body, stellar energy absorption, biofield, super vision, super hearing, super endurance. Super healing, prestige, 22,870. Faction, America, allies, subordinates, 15 members of the Doomsday Squad, spouse, offspring, an affiliated template, super soldier template, following the system's notification. The template was upgraded, with prestige nearing the threshold of 3. Lin Feng felt the surge of power coursing through him and calculated within. His strength had more than doubled, and other physical attributes had similarly increased by approximately the same magnitude. His strength should now exceed 400 tons, with a speed surpassing 180 meters per second. Though unable to fly, he could leap heights of 100 meters. Having only attained level 1, he had experienced such a substantial enhancement. He wondered how future upgrades would scale. Would they follow a multiplicative or exponential growth pattern? Naturally, he hoped for exponential growth, yearning to free himself from the threats posed by human heavy weaponry and to embark on intriguing endeavors. The following morning, before Lin Feng had risen, he was startled awake by the urgent assembly call. With no time to bid farewell to the awakened Elena, he hurriedly donned his military uniform and dashed out of the officers' dormitory, joining a throng of disheveled senior officers gathering on the parade ground. Thousands of soldiers rushed in as well, some adjusting their trousers, others missing a shoe, while a few fumbled with their buttons, presenting a rather comical scene. Major General Wright, with his tousled hair and dark circles under his eyes, stood before them with an expression of discontent. "Gentlemen," he began, "I have just received intelligence from the Navy indicating that a contingent of Japanese forces has bypassed our patrol fleet and infiltrated the Philippines. Their current location remains unknown, as do their intentions. However, based on geographical analysis, they are likely to land at one of 3 locations: the northern coastal area of Cagayan on Luzon Island, the northern tip of Bataan Peninsula, or at Uli Point on Palawan Island." He proceeded to issue his orders with methodical precision, deploying troops strategically. Lin Feng and the Destruction Squad were assigned to the most probable landing site, heading towards the northern Bataan Peninsula alongside the 406th Armored Regiment, tasked with intercepting and neutralizing the invading Japanese forces. After traveling over 100 kilometers in a transport vehicle, dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky. Following a series of deafening thunderclaps, rain began to fall in a steady drizzle, turning the jungle paths into a quagmire. Unlike tanks, the transport vehicle, lacking tracks, struggled to gain traction in the softening earth, often requiring the soldiers to disembark and push it out of half-meter-deep mud pits. Cantona wiped the mud splattered across his face, remnants from the wheel as they struggled with the vehicle. "Damn it, what bad luck! Eating a mouthful of mud just from pushing the truck. Does the heavens not see fit to spare us? What if those little devils escape? Where'll we find them then?" Turner looked up at the overcast sky, cursing the unpredictable weather in the Philippines, where tropical monsoon conditions could unleash torrential rain without warning. Lin Feng trudged through the muddy water that soaked his shoes, yet not a speck of mud touched his uniform. His bioforce field not only prevented him from crushing the steel bottom of the truck while lifting it, but also shielded him from adverse external factors, such as the filthy muck. He mused to himself about why superheroes in films didn't use their bioforce fields to shield against kryptonite. Perhaps it was the radiation that deprived them of their powers, rendering their protective fields ineffective. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, he maintained a steady gait. At that moment, the distant whir of airplane propellers reached his ears, prompting him to lift his gaze towards the source of the sound. His enhanced vision pierced through the thick clouds, revealing kamikaze fighters flying several kilometers away, weaving through the stormy skies, accompanied by sporadic flashes of lightning. Good grief, those Japanese truly fear nothing, daring to fly in such a thunderstorm. He exclaimed, astonished, as he called out to his comrades behind him. Disregard that dilapidated vehicle, Turner. You all, bring out the anti-aircraft gun. The enemy aircraft are approaching swiftly, and we must extend a proper welcome. Cantona, relay a message to the armored division, instructing them to remain vigilant and to take cover from the impending air raid. The presence of enemy aircraft indicates that we have indeed chosen the right path. The invading forces are on this peninsula. While engaging the aircraft, do not forget to observe your surroundings to avoid being ambushed by those shameless brutes. Upon hearing this, the members of the Doomsday Squad were jolted into action. Swiftly, they grasped their weapons, lifted the anti-aircraft gun, and cooperatively transported it from the vehicle to a clear area within the dense forest, where they secured it with stakes. Cantona boarded the vehicle and used the radio to transmit urgent military updates to the armored division. Turner adjusted the firing trajectory of the anti-aircraft gun with palpable tension, quickly removing the rainwater from the barrel, while the others concealed themselves, peering skyward with bated breath. Receiving the intelligence, Grant, the commander of the armored division, felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. He pondered why the Doomsday Squad had gleaned the movements of the enemy aircraft before his own unit had, especially since the Air Force had not issued any alerts. Nevertheless, it was better to err on the side of caution. He directed the tanks into the wooded area, with the limited anti-aircraft machine guns mounted atop, prepared to unleash fire at a moment's notice. Chapter 1. Engaging aircraft is not the same as engaging you. Just as the armored vehicles had not fully taken refuge in the forest, the piercing wails of kamikaze aircraft echoed through the sky. The expressions of the Japanese pilots were twisted and lecherous as they spotted the tanks exposed at the forest's edge. They immediately pressed the bomb release buttons. The bomb bays opened, and a volley of Type 96 land attack bombs rained down upon the targets. Boom, boom, boom. As the 500-kilogram bombs detonated upon impact with the tanks, entire turrets were sent flying amidst flames that engulfed the vehicles, billowing thick plumes of smoke into the air. The tank crew, unable to emit even a scream, were obliterated by the overwhelming force of the shockwave, rendering one mighty war machine utterly inoperable. More and more enemy aircraft arrived, unleashing a torrent of bombs. The ground reverberated with a cacophony of explosions, some obliterating tanks while others struck barren earth, creating immense craters. Grant watched in horror as tank after tank was annihilated, his eyes turning crimson. He opened the hatch of his tank and clambered out, pushing aside the soldier who was firing, taking control of the anti-aircraft machine gun himself. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dual anti-aircraft guns spat forth long tongues of flame, their bullets soaring skyward like vengeful arrows. However, due to the limited elevation angle, they could only engage the aircraft as they approached directly overhead. And even after an entire magazine, not a single kamikaze fighter was struck. The scarce anti-aircraft machine guns failed to form a cohesive wall of fire to the enemy pilots. It resembled a tattered net, allowing them to maneuver freely through the gaps to drop their lethal payloads. In the distance, Lin Feng discerned the resonant sounds of explosions, promptly deducing that the Japanese aircraft had targeted the armored regiment rather than the inconsequential troop transport vehicle he occupied, along with a dozen soldiers. Whether it was due to Ramos's insensitivity or his disdain for the armored corps, upon realizing that the primary target of the Japanese was the regiment, he audaciously remarked, "Just this morning, I remarked how slow they were like turtles. Little did I expect that, even with an early warning, they still fell victim to the bombings. Had they sought refuge like us, they would have escaped unscathed." Perhaps his tongue had been too loose, for scarcely had the words left his lips when a Japanese aircraft soared overhead, spotting the stationary troop transport and casually releasing a bomb. Boom! The transport vehicle, carrying Lin Feng and the Destruction Day squad, was obliterated in an instant, the explosive force sending shockwaves that violently swayed the surrounding trees, revealing the concealed Destruction Day squad within. "Open fire!" Lin Feng commanded decisively, seizing the initiative to strike first. Hot-tot-tot-tot. Hot-tot-tot-tot. Cantona, John, Kelvin, and others raised their machine guns, unleashing a barrage at the aircraft, which was maneuvering in the sky. Bolstered by the super soldier template, their marksmanship was remarkably precise. Despite their guns not being specifically designed for anti-aircraft use, they achieved a level of accuracy that surpassed the armored regiment's anti-aircraft machine guns. Before the kamikaze fighter could complete its turn, several fist-sized holes appeared in its left wing, causing the aircraft to oscillate uncontrollably due to lift imbalance. Just as the pilots struggled to regain control and reposition the plane for another bombing run on the Destruction Day squad, a hidden anti-aircraft gun in another grove roared to life. Boom! 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 Ghidorah had already zeroed in on the smoking aircraft. After 2 bursts of fire, she witnessed the plane erupt in a fireball and plumes of black smoke, plummeting towards the distant hills. Boom! Upon crashing into the hills, the aircraft detonated a second time. The explosion, far more violent than the bombs it had previously dropped, likely due to munitions that had remained on board detonating upon impact. Lin Feng glanced at Ghidorah, noting that her marksmanship had seemingly improved significantly. Comrades, let us rescue our fellow soldiers within those iron turtles and eliminate the Japanese planes. The peninsula is vast. It is challenging for us to locate the invading forces. We must save them. After issuing his orders, he led the charge towards the armored regiment's position. The Destruction Day squad hesitated momentarily before dispatching 4 members to assist Ghidorah in elevating the anti-aircraft gun, while the others seized their weapons and resolutely followed their captains lead toward the most fiercely contested battlefield. In a mere 4 minutes, the 5-kilometer distance was traversed at the full sprint of the super soldiers, arriving at a thicket just over 300 meters from the armored regiment. Gazing down from the hillside, fiery explosions erupted in rapid succession, as more than 40 tanks and over 60 armored personnel carriers of the armored battalion valiantly resisted. Yet, within mere minutes of the Japanese bombardment, a significant portion of these vehicles was obliterated. Amidst the blinding flames, soldiers who had not succumbed to the explosions writhed in agony. Engulfed in flames, their desperate cries echoing as they staggered about before collapsing onto the ravaged earth. Lin Feng surveyed the battlefield's losses, inwardly relieved that the armored battalion had retained a substantial fighting capacity. Otherwise, the upcoming combat would be exceedingly challenging. Their firepower was insufficient for a direct assault, and they would be relentlessly pursued by Japanese aircraft like corner dogs. Once the anti-aircraft guns were set up, Ghidorah was about to take charge. Allow me this time. The situation is dire. Lin Feng interjected, confidently adjusting the elevation and horizontal angles. Taking his position at the gunner's seat, he elevated the barrel and calibrated the trajectory. Pressing down on the firing pedal, the anti-aircraft gun roared with a resounding blast, and the shells, seemingly guided by an unseen hand, accurately struck one Japanese kamikaze fighter after another. With superhuman clarity, targeting the aircraft became as effortless as reading the patterns on one's palm, leaving the members of the destruction squad in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Wow, when did the captain master such skills? Who knows? The captain often surprises us with greater prowess. I'm already accustomed to it. With each shot claiming a plane, the remaining Japanese forces will be terrified if they knew. Turner, can you replicate the captain's feats? Are you joking? Those are real aircraft, moving at speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour from the ground. They appear no larger than matchsticks. Do you think you're just playing with yourself under the covers at night? Indeed, Ramosi. The captain shooting down planes is not the same as you. In the skies, the Japanese flight squadron leader, Sawada Himyuki, felt a mix of shock and despair as he witnessed his dwindling squadron. A surge of rage ignited within him, gritting his teeth. He pushed the control stick to its limit, plunging his aircraft toward the hillside where the anti-aircraft guns were positioned. Baka, no matter who you are, you shall accompany my subordinates to the grave. The last 2 kamikaze pilots, recognizing their leader's intent, similarly blinded by anger, pushed their control sticks down. The trio of aircraft diving toward the enemy in a suicide assault. Lin Feng, reveling in his success against the enemy aircraft, suddenly spotted a trio of incoming foes. Swiftly adjusting his aim, he targeted the determined planes and pressed the firing pedal. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive shells struck Sawada Himyuki Japanese aircraft and those trailing behind, erupting into 3 brilliant bursts of flame in the sky, annihilating the last of the Japanese assault aircraft. Chapter 2. Encirclement of the Japanese Landing Forces. The cunning hybrid Yuan's underhanded maneuver. After Lin Feng had dispatched the Japanese aircraft, Grant, the battalion commander, exhaled a sigh of relief. He leapt down from his tank and, with purposeful strides, approached Lin Feng to render a solemn military salute. Thanks to Colonel Lin's timely assistance, we have managed to survive against the odds. The Japanese forces are evidently eager to thwart our progress, which indicates that their landing troops have not ventured far. If we exert ourselves, we might just catch up with them today. Given Colonel Lin's ability to foresee the impending assault from the Japanese Air Force, I am confident that under your command, we will swiftly uncover the whereabouts of those scoundrels. After returning a military salute, Lin Feng gestured politely and spoke. Colonel Grant, your courtesy is appreciated, but we must not delay. Please organize the soldiers to rescue the wounded while we investigate the possible landing points of the Japanese forces. I will contact you via radio should we uncover any leads. After parting ways with the armor division, he, along with the destruction squad, followed the map to the eastern region of the Bataan Peninsula. According to the analysis from the command staff, the enemy is likely to land on the eastern coastline, where the shallow waters are free of hidden reefs, making it suitable for a large-scale troop deployment. After traversing more than 20 kilometers along the coastline, Lin Feng spotted numerous footprints and many tire tracks on the distant beach, which appear to be left by motorcycles. The Japanese forces have indeed mobilized a motorized infantry regiment for their landing, likely aiming to execute a rapid blitzkrieg. Upon closer inspection of the tire tracks on the beach, he deduced that at least 200 motorcycles had disembarked from the landing ships. Assuming each motorcycle carried 2 individuals, the enemy forces must number at least 400 to 500 troops. Cantuna dispatched a message to the armor division, informing them of the enemy's landing site. Based on the direction of the tire and footprints, it appeared they had taken a small path towards the military harbor. I suspect the Japanese intend to destroy the warships docked at the harbor. If they succeed, they will undoubtedly launch a large-scale naval offensive against us, catching us off guard. Furthermore, please send a message to the command center to relay my suspicions to the commander, urging him to enhance vigilance at the harbor. In mere moments, Lin Feng had surmised the likely movements and strategy of the Japanese forces. Since their positions on land in the Philippines have been eradicated, they find themselves at a dual disadvantage. The might and scale of the United States Navy overwhelmingly surpasses that of the Japanese, and they possess no footholds on land. To rectify this strategic disadvantage, they must achieve an unexpected victory, and destroying the harbor and its vessels is a masterstroke. Should they fail to reclaim the Philippines, the vital resources they desperately need, oil, rubber, steel, coal, will be entirely cut off, rendering their warships, tanks, and aircraft incapacitated. Yes, sir, I will send a message to the armor division and command center immediately, conveying the intelligence you have uncovered. Cantuna adeptly dismantled the radio equipment from his back and, following the established encrypted signals, transmitted the recorded intelligence. Once he concluded his task, Lin Feng, accompanied by the destruction squad, hastened after the footprints and tire tracks. Theoretically, even if the Japanese had a 2-hour head start on motorcycles, with the super soldiers' speed surpassing that of vehicles, they could still catch up within an hour. After all, navigating through the jungle is far more convenient than maneuvering a motorcycle, as some paths are too steep for motorbikes to traverse, while they can simply climb without the need for detours. Soon, a group of individuals reached the edge of a rainforest, where the distant silhouette of a lighthouse atop a naval port became visible. The rumbling of motorcycle engines echoed faintly ahead, indicating that the Japanese forces were not far away. A little more effort would allow them to catch up. I will intercept them ahead. You all hurry up. Lin Feng, fearing that the Japanese would reach the naval port and cause havoc, accelerated his pace, swiftly darting several hundred meters ahead. Before his voice faded, he vanished into the dense foliage of the rainforest, leaving the destroyer squad exchanging glances and pushing forward with determination. On the narrow paths within the rainforest, over 200 motorcycles raced at breakneck speed. The Japanese soldiers driving cautiously maneuvered around the ground's uneven terrain, while those seated behind carried large packs, their exposed gun barrels revealing the weapons within. Lin Feng, moving at a speed exceeding 180 meters per second, swiftly overtook the motorcycle convoy and positioned himself ahead of the Japanese troops, opening fire with his Thompson submachine gun. The sound of gunfire erupted, rat-a-tat-tat, enhanced by extraordinary vision and strength. Each bullet felled a Japanese soldier, and within mere seconds, he adjusted his aim multiple times, leaving a multitude of corpses strewn across the ground. The motorcycles, now out of control, either crashed into trees or collided with one another. Several fuel tanks ignited and exploded, flames and smoke rapidly enveloping the rainforest, leading the Japanese to believe they were ambushed. Commanding this landing operation was Lieutenant Colonel Jiro Kateda, who hastily leaped from his vehicle, rolling into a hollow by the path, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Warriors, we have come to obliterate the American naval port. For His Majesty the Emperor, we will complete our mission, even at the cost of our lives." The unscathed Japanese soldiers, invigorated, eagerly scanned their surroundings for the source of the gunfire, their eyes wide with excitement. "I found him," one soldier exclaimed, only to be silenced as a bloody hole appeared in his head, the back of his skull flying off. The destroyer squad finally arrived 5 minutes later. As they opened fire, the already panicked Japanese soldiers grew even more bewildered, with enemies lying in ambush ahead and attacking from behind. They feared their operational plans had been compromised and that the Americans had set a trap for them. Lieutenant Colonel Kateda shared this dread, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The operational plan had only been known to him, the naval commander, the chief of staff, and the deputy chief of staff. He could not fathom that he himself would betray his country. Thus, the suspicion of betrayal fell upon the naval commander and the chief of staff. Could it be that even these high-ranking officials had betrayed the Empire and the Emperor? No, that was impossible. It must be that those who facilitated their landing had faltered. Those esteemed individuals could not be at fault. I must return alive and inform Naval Commander Takahashi Imo of this discovery. The scoundrels who dared to betray the military and its secrets must be executed, skinned alive. As he contemplated this, Jiro Kamida crouched on the ground, stealthily inching toward an overturned motorcycle. He had already accepted that the mission was unattainable. Yet if he could return with intelligence, perhaps he could deceive the Americans with a false naval combat plan, luring them into a trap and thus achieving a strategic objective. After the arrival of the Doomsday Squad, Lin Feng had refrained from firing upon the enemy. He was in search of the highest military commander among the Japanese forces, and, after scanning the surroundings, his gaze settled on Jiro Kamida, who was attempting to sneak away on a motorcycle amidst the chaos. A lieutenant colonel was in charge of the landing operations. Was the Japanese commander mad, or simply devoid of options? Though doubts lingered in his mind, Lin Feng preferred to apprehend the wrong person than to let one escape. He darted through the hail of bullets like a cheetah, seizing the rear seat of the motorcycle just as it roared to life. Buzzing, the rear wheel spun in vain as Jiro Kamida turned to see a steel-like hand gripping his neck, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere toy. "Do you speak English? What is your name?" Lin Feng inquired in English, but upon seeing Kamida's bewildered expression, he switched to Chinese. This time, Kamida understood, and he exclaimed in shock, "Chinese? No, it can't be. How could the Americans appoint a Chinese as a colonel? This is absolutely impossible. I cannot be defeated by a Chinese." As he spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly deranged, his eyes bloodshot and features twisted in madness. With a swift motion, Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending blood and teeth flying. "If you dare utter that word again, I will break every bone in your body. Let me start with an appetizer. I've heard tales of your so-called samurai spirit. Let us see how many bones you can endure before I crush them." He seized Kamida's fingers, tightening his grip mercilessly. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoed as Kamida's fingers were ground to dust under Lin Feng's immense strength. His hand reduced to a bloody pulp on the ground. "Ah, you've killed me. Kill me, you coward. If you have the guts, just kill me and spare me this torture." Upon witnessing Kamida's defiance, Lin Feng swiftly crippled his other hand. Kamida writhed in agony, unable to endure the excruciating pain that coursed through him. After rendering both his hands useless, terror and despair filled his eyes. "No, don't harm me. I am Jiro Kamida, responsible for this landing operation. Please, ask me anything, and I will reveal everything." Lin Feng chuckled coldly, his military boot pressing down on Kamida's toes. "Very well, so the Japanese army has sent you, this worthless piece of trash. Or is there another plan? With the weapons and ammunition you carry, it seems insufficient to completely destroy the naval port and the ships docked there. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you may as well forfeit your 10 toes. Kamida, trembling and weeping, responded in a quivering voice. To my knowledge, Commander Takahashi dispatched myself along with 463 soldiers, equipped with 226 small mines and 110 kilograms of explosives, to infiltrate the American port, where we were to lay mines and bombs, aiming to obliterate the port and the warships. My grandfather implored for mercy, begging for a chance at survival. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and crushed the man's skull in one swift motion. He sensed an unsettling dissonance. The Japanese strategic deployment felt frivolous, and their confidence in over 400 landing soldiers appeared preposterous, as if they were certain of successfully annihilating the port and the warships. While he pondered this, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from the distant harbor, and upon turning to gaze, he witnessed massive mushroom clouds ascending into the sky. The entire port and the anchored warships swayed precariously beneath the tumultuous waves unleashed by the blasts, followed by a cacophony of additional detonations. Flames and thick smoke engulfing the harbor. Damn it, the Japanese are merely feigning a straightforward approach while covertly advancing. How could the command center have received no intelligence? During Lin Feng's interrogation of Jiro Kamida, the Annihilation Squad, in concert with the approaching armored regiment, completely eradicated the tenacious Japanese landing soldiers. Upon hearing the explosions, they advanced closer, all 15 of them seething with indignation as they gazed towards the fiery spectacle at the harbor, their eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Lin Feng cast a glance at the exploding harbor, his expression a mix of displeasure and helplessness. Although the command center's mission had been accomplished, they had lost the naval port and over 20 warships, creating a void in naval strength near the Philippines, a chance that the Japanese would not let slip away. Let us proceed to rendezvous with the armored regiment at the port. We shall save as many comrades as we can. Rescuing lives is not akin to taking them. The small group of them could hardly cover the vast expanse of the sea. By joining forces with the armored regiment, their numbers would be greater, enhancing their chances of saving more fortunate survivors. Chapter 3. The Port Rescue. The Annihilation Squad's heartfelt return. A sudden shift in circumstances and Lin Feng's strategic speculations. The Subic Bay naval port lay in ruins, strewn with debris from the explosions. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air. With over 20 various warships moored at the port having suffered extensive damage, most notably obliterated, while the few remaining were also severely affected and unable to continue their combat missions, necessitating urgent repairs. Upon Lin Feng and the armored regiment commander Durant's arrival, the fortunate American soldiers who had survived the explosions were frantically rowing small wooden boats across the burning sea to rescue those in peril. The highest-ranking officer present was a naval colonel, who, upon seeing them, wept profusely. "Colonel Lin, Colonel Grant, thank heavens you have arrived. Please, we implore you to assist us in rescuing the stranded. The shameless Japanese have launched a surprise attack on us, and most of our soldiers are still aboard the vessels. The currents here are treacherous, and as night falls, many will be lost forever." The two exchanged a glance, and, without hesitation, gestured for their men to join the rescue efforts. Fortunately, the Japanese had primarily targeted the warships at the port, with the most significant destruction occurring at a few artillery positions. The warehouses situated slightly farther away remained intact. Over 400 soldiers surged into the warehouse, dragging out row upon row of small wooden boats and inflatable rafts. The wooden boats immediately joined the rescue efforts, while the rafts required inflation before they could be utilized. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance, as the supply of wooden boats in the warehouse was insufficient. More than 20 small boats and over 40 inflatable rafts plunged into the sea, with soldiers aboard straining their eyes to search for any floating figures of their comrades. Upon spotting one, they would hoist them aboard, and once filled to capacity, they hastily paddled back to the shore, laying the rescued individuals on the beach to rest before returning to the waters to continue their search for survivors. "Oh God, he can't hold on much longer." Puyo Ramosi had just seized a pale-faced naval soldier, and as he attempted to pull him aboard, he felt an unsettling lightness. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the man was only half alive. His lower body was a gruesome sight of bloodied muscle and stark white bone. with blood gushing forth like an unrestrained tide. Help! Help me, I don't want to die. The rescued soldier, with great effort, opened his eyes and grasped Puyo Ramosi's clothing tightly, pleading weakly and intermittently, his eyes ablaze with a fierce will to survive. Puyo Ramosi cast a sympathetic glance at him, shrugged helplessly, and murmured, all right, I'll take you back. Whether you survive depends on the grace of God. After placing the injured soldier at the rear of the boat to prevent further injury from subsequent rescues, he had scarcely completed this action when the man closed his eyes, breath fading away. Oh God, brother, may you find peace in heaven, with a fierce slap of the water. Puyo Ramosi suppressed his anger and continued the search for other survivors. After more than 6 hours of rescue operations, dozens of wooden boats and inflatable rafts made multiple trips, successfully retrieving 216 soldiers with varying degrees of injuries and bringing back 152 mangled bodies. The number of soldiers aboard the more than 20 warships was undoubtedly greater. Yet no further figures could be seen upon the surface of the sea. As the sun set, the deteriorating light conditions forced a reluctant halt to the search efforts. Throughout the prolonged rescue, the command center dispatched additional troops. However, regrettably, there were no vessels available to venture further into the sea, and the nearest naval ships would take a day to arrive. After transferring the rescued individuals from the Doomsday Squad to the makeshift field hospital, Lin Feng requested a troop carrier for the return to command to report on the operations. Before departing, a naval colonel rendered a solemn salute, watching as their vehicle vanished down the forested path, before turning back to tend to the awaiting soldiers, soothing their restless spirits. The journey back was enveloped in silence, both in the driver's cabin and the rear compartment. The members of the Doomsday Squad leaned against the sides of the truck, staring blankly at the rain cover above. After a prolonged silence, Kelvin, frustrated, yanked off his cap and hurled it aside. Following the boss these days, we've become too complacent, nearly forgetting that this is a battlefield. Behold the naval soldiers, their fates grotesquely varied. It dawned upon me, amidst the fury, that war indeed claims lives. And those lives can meet with ghastly ends, often leaving behind little more than a stroke of luck to secure a full corpse. After venting his anger, he slumped despondently to the floor of the carriage, eyes shut, silently shedding tears. Cantona shifted slightly, draping an arm over his shoulder with a bitter smile. Brother, do not berate yourself. We are not so different. We too felt that slaying enemies and earning accolades was as easy as plucking fruit from a tree, entirely forgetting the countless battles we fought tooth and nail before we earned the rank of sergeant. I shan't say more. Let us remember but one thing, to pledge unwavering loyalty to our leader. Without the strength bestowed upon us by our commander, we would be like mere refuse, despised by our officers and shunned by our comrades, living lives of utter despair. Upon hearing his words, every member of the Day of Reckoning Squad nodded vigorously, their faces set with resolute determination. Those with talent possessed pride. In their former unit, they boasted of their prowess, looking down upon weaker comrades and sycophantic superiors, creating a hostile environment all around them. Yet, under their leader's guidance, they triumphed in battle after battle, achieving a meteoric rise in rank within mere days, now averaging the status of a first-class sergeant, with the prospect of attaining warrant officer rank with further accomplishments. As Lin Feng listened to the voices emanating from the carriage, an involuntary smile graced his face. The passive effect of the unwavering loyalty bestowed by the system's auxiliary template paled in comparison to the profound sense of fulfillment derived from hearing the Day of Reckoning Squad speak those words from the depths of their hearts. Well, I suppose you have a conscience. My efforts have not been in vain. He mused inwardly, reclining against the seat, eyes half closed in quiet contemplation. After over 4 hours of jarring travel, the vehicle halted before the command center. The members of the Day of Reckoning Squad silently made their way to the bathhouse, intending to cleanse themselves of the blood and salt from the sea, followed by a hearty meal to banish their sorrows. True men repay with tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Lamenting the passing of seasons is the work of the feeble-hearted. Lin Feng, however, was not afforded such leisure. Upon disembarking, he strode purposefully into the command center. The Japanese forces' covert maneuvers had eluded the Americans, who were inexplicably caught unawares. Such anomalies suggested that our spies had either been captured or, having been compromised, were still fleeing, unable to relay crucial intelligence. He could not find peace until he clarified matters with Major General Wright. Navigating the familiar corridors of the commander's office, Lin Feng rapped lightly on the door. "Come in." "The door is unlocked," came a weary voice, imbued with a sense of exhausted heroism. Lin Feng, not one to linger, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon recognizing him, Wright, who had been massaging his temples while seated on the sofa, straightened up, his curiosity piqued at last, and mustered the energy to inquire, "Colonel Lin, what is the situation?" The landing of the Japanese forces and the catastrophic explosion at the port occurred almost simultaneously. "Did you and Durant not see any Japanese warships or submarines upon your arrival at the port?" Lin Feng shook his head, perceiving that his interlocutor had posed a rather foolish question out of frustration. After they had eliminated the Japanese landing forces, they had traveled by car for another half-hour to reach the port. Could the Japanese warships or submarines still be lurking there? Upon realizing his misstep, Major General Wright quickly apologized, expressing, "I am truly sorry, Colonel Lin. My outburst was uncharacteristic. This situation has left me utterly astounded. My aspirations for a promotion to Lieutenant General now seem dashed, and I may even face punitive consequences. Those shameless Japanese truly evoke my disdain. I shall ensure they pay for their transgressions." Hearing his vehement declarations about exacting retribution on the Japanese, a flicker of disdain crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Were it not for his extraordinary arrival and the superhuman abilities he had acquired, coupled with the president's assignment to the Philippine front, Major General Wright would have faced even greater defeats and would have failed to inflict substantial damage upon the Japanese forces in subsequent engagements. "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I specialize in targeting the Japanese. I shall avenge you and your comrades." However, the crux of the matter lay in why the Japanese had dispatched both overt and covert units to destroy the Subic Bay naval base. Had our intelligence operatives been compromised? Yet, why had no advance warning been issued? Furthermore, the movements of the Japanese forces were shrouded in mystery. I surmised that after losing their footholds and factories on land, they aimed to regain naval supremacy through large-scale maritime confrontations and subsequently deploy considerable troop reinforcements to reclaim the Philippines. His deductions were well-founded. The strategic significance of the Philippines was paramount, particularly for the United States and in relation to the Japanese. A glance at the world map reveals that the Philippines serves as a crucial transportation hub, whether one is navigating from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific or vice versa. In the Southeast Asian waters, the Philippines is an irreplaceable location. Thus, for both the Americans and the Japanese, establishing strategic dominance in the Southeast Asian theater necessitates control over the Philippines, a vital stronghold both sides are compelled to contest. Moreover, the importance of the Philippines to the Japanese extends to resource acquisition. It is widely recognized that Japan is a resource-scarce island nation, with its domestic mineral resources insufficient to sustain heavy industrial development, and it possesses no oil reserves whatsoever. As World War II intensified, Japan's demand for resources escalated. After the failure of their 3-month plan to annihilate China, they found themselves mired in the quagmire of war, necessitating the procurement of additional resources from elsewhere to replenish their strategic reserves. The Philippine archipelago not only harbors essential military resources such as iron, nickel, and copper, which Japan desperately needs, but it also contains the oil reserves that are vital to their war efforts. Such an indispensable strategic location is one that Japan would pursue relentlessly, even at the expense of other fronts, to reclaim it. Having been stationed in the Philippines for an extended period, Major General Wright quickly grasped the implications of Lin Feng's insights. The impending struggle for control over the Philippine archipelago between the Americans and the Japanese would be fiercely contested, especially as the Japanese currently held the advantage during this critical period of naval power vacuum on the American side, providing them the perfect opportunity to mobilize a significant naval force for a surprise attack. The audacity of those insufferable Japanese is astounding. They possess an insatiable appetite, seemingly oblivious to the risk of overindulgence. I must contact the president post-haste and request the dispatch of 5 aircraft carrier fleets. We must unequivocally demonstrate to those diminutive adversaries that they are no match for the might of America. Lin Feng shook his head, exhaling a sigh as he spoke. Your Excellency, the distant water cannot quench the immediate fire. Time is of the essence. The Japanese forces will not be able to reach us in time before their first wave of landings. The little devils are not foolish. They will undoubtedly send their carrier fleets to intercept the surrounding maritime routes. We must devise a strategy to defend the Philippines until our own carrier fleets can break through the blockade. The two engaged in further discussions regarding defense arrangements, and Lin Feng excused himself from the command building under the pretext of needing rest. After much vigorous debate, it was decided that the Destroy Japan squad would not engage in static defense, but rather act as a mobile force, freely selecting combat targets according to the battlefield situation. Chapter 4. Secret Deal to Destroy Japanese Military Supply Depot. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Feng found that Elena had already departed, leaving behind a pink envelope on the table. He opened it briefly before discarding it into the trash. A woman of superficial charm, possibly even a spy from another nation. He had never entertained the notion of emotional entanglement with her. Their interests merely aligned for a fleeting encounter, after which they would part ways amicably. The following morning, Lin Feng hoped to linger in bed, but alas, he was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. "Colonel Lin, the commander wishes to see you at your earliest convenience." The messenger, an aide to Major General Wainwright, did not wait for a response before departing. Muttering curses under his breath, Lin Feng reluctantly donned his military uniform and made his way to the command center. To his surprise, during this meeting, Major General Wainwright did not discuss operational plans, but instead presented a stack of documents before him, smiling as he spoke. "Last night, I dispatched personnel to place landmines at suitable landing sites, and unexpectedly, we stumbled upon a secret Japanese military supply depot in the Philippines. Inside, we discovered over 50 000 Type 38 rifles, 12 million rounds of ammunition, 300 mortars with over 10 000 shells, and 15 000 Type 97 grenades, along with various other arms, uniforms, bedding, and more. This cache of weapons and supplies holds little value for us, as our soldiers are unaccustomed to their equipment. I was wondering if you, Colonel Lin, could facilitate a sale through Chinese businessmen in the Philippines, so we might share the profits." Upon hearing of the potential for profit, Lin Feng's previous discontent evaporated. However, it was perplexing that Major General Wainwright would not enlist his trusted confidants for such a lucrative task, but rather seek him out. Was it merely due to his inability to speak Chinese? That seemed too simplistic a reasoning, given that finding a translator within the military would not pose a challenge. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Major General Wainwright appeared to anticipate his hesitation and slowly elaborated. "I need you to lead your team to covertly extract these weapons and supplies, then obliterate the depot. By ensuring there are no witnesses, we can secure our profits without concern." "How ruthless! I like it," Lin Feng exclaimed. Lin Feng understood why he was sought after. Only he and his subordinate team, the Day of Reckoning, could discreetly execute the destruction of the munitions depot without being apprehended by the nearby Allied forces. With too many witnesses to the discovery of the depot, it was imperative to report this matter to the Pacific commander. If one sought to profit, it was essential to obliterate the munitions depot in the presence of higher-ups to settle accounts. A 50-50 split was unacceptable. It had to be a 70-30 division. With me taking the larger share, confident that he would not dare to refuse, Lin Feng boldly demanded 70%. Brigadier General Wright's face turned ashen as he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Understand this, Colonel Lin. I hold the decision-making power, and I bear the responsibility if anything goes awry. If you take 70 and I take 30, I might as well be begging on the streets. The best I can offer is 60-40. I'll give you an extra 10% to silence your subordinates." The two men engaged in a back-and-forth bargaining session, their spittle flying as they haggled like market vendors. After several exchanges, Lin Feng realized he could not secure a more favorable deal and reluctantly acquiesced to the 60-40 arrangement. Brigadier General Wright exhaled in relief, producing a map and marking the location of the munitions depot. The depot lay deep within the jungle. If not for a unit passing through to lay mines, during which someone had inadvertently slipped down a steep slope and stumbled upon the concealed entrance hidden beneath vines, no one would have suspected the existence of a Japanese munitions depot there. Currently, guarding it was the 2nd Company of the 326th Regiment, comprising a total of 130 men, armed primarily with light weaponry, mostly rifles and submachine guns, along with 2 light machine guns, which posed no significant threat to you. Of course, they were American soldiers, and it was preferable to avoid casualties. Otherwise, the situation could escalate uncontrollably. I have prepared Japanese military uniforms, weaponry, and tin trucks salvaged from an abandoned factory for you. As long as you remain silent and carry out a night raid, no one will know it was you who struck. The old fox had made thorough arrangements, even providing uniforms, weapons, and vehicles. Lin Feng silently scoffed, but did not hesitate to take the map. Brigadier General, await your share. He saluted and exited the office. After convening the day of reckoning team, Lin Feng presented the orders from the headquarters, effortlessly driving the troop transport out of the camp. 5 kilometers away, he discovered several sets of Japanese uniforms and equipment, as well as 10 trucks and dozens of boxes of explosives hidden deep within the jungle. After the reluctant team donned the Japanese attire, they concealed the transport vehicle with vines and dead branches, each taking a dilapidated truck and speeding towards their target. They stopped several times along the way to check the map and verify their direction, maintaining a speed of 40 kilometers per hour with their lights off for the rest of the journey. After more than 2 hours, the convoy gradually came to a halt. Observing the distant glow of field oil lamps, they knew they had arrived near their objective. Lin Feng activated his enhanced vision, scanning the vicinity of the munitions depot. Over 100 American soldiers were dispersed around the area, with 6 hidden sentries deployed. The firepower was exceptionally well organized, indicating that the commanding officer was quite competent. He beckoned to the Doomsday Squad, lowering his voice to issue commands. Turner, you create a stir in the northwest corner. Ramos, you do the same in the southeast. Kelvin and Cantona, you shall go to the southwest and northeast corners respectively. Let us lure them out with a display. The individuals named nodded earnestly, crouching low as they scuttled towards the designated positions, each bearing a crate of explosives, their steps silent as shadows. After a few moments, Lin Feng and the others witnessed enormous fireballs erupting from the dense woods in all 4 directions. Boom, boom. The reverberations of the explosions, even from a distance, were profoundly startling. The American soldiers stationed at the armory jumped, mistakenly believing it to be an air raid by the Japanese, and instinctively dropped to the ground, shielding their heads and seeking refuge. When a while passed without any bombs falling, the captain lifted his gaze, scanning the pitch-black sky devoid of aircraft. Damn it, it's not an airstrike. Investigate immediately what is happening. He cursed as he dispatched 4 teams towards the source of the explosions, leaving only 20 soldiers guarding the armory. Once Lin Feng deemed it safe, he led the remaining 11 members closer. He raised his rifle, aiming at the oil lamps hanging from the field tents, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang. 4 shots shattered all the lamps, plunging the area into darkness. Amidst the chaos, American soldiers, in disarray, began firing wildly, oblivious to the risk of hitting their comrades, bullets flying haphazardly through the night jungle. Gradually, the gunfire subsided as many soldiers emptied their magazines. Unable to reload in the pitch-black night, they gathered, calling out to one another, while those still armed maintained a perimeter watch. Let us move, Lin Feng hissed, his figure flashing as he crossed several dozen meters, plunging into the midst of the clustered American soldiers, swiftly incapacitating those with weapons and delivering swift strikes to the necks of others. Thud, thud, thud. Over 20 soldiers collapsed almost simultaneously, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The demolition expert, Redner, rushed to the armory's entrance, affixing a package of explosives to the lock, lengthening the fuse before sprinting to safety behind a tree stout enough for 2 to embrace, where he pressed the detonation device. In the firelight of the explosion, the armory door shattered, flying far and crashing deep into the warehouse. The other members of the Doomsday Squad stormed into the smoke-filled interior, desperately hauling weapons and equipment towards the rendezvous point. After tossing the items onto the vehicles, they promptly returned for more. During the transport of supplies, several more explosions echoed from all directions, likely orchestrated by Turner and his team to distract the soldiers and prevent their return. With the super soldiers' robust physiques, each could carry over a ton of supplies in a single trip, and after numerous runs, the warehouse was left utterly devoid of its contents. Radner meticulously encircled the warehouse with explosives, ensuring its obliteration without causing harm to the unconscious American soldiers outside. Once satisfied, he withdrew several hundred meters, clutching the detonation cord. He climbed into the vehicle, drew across, and decisively pressed the ignition switch. After a series of resounding explosions, The thunderous collapse of the warehouse echoed through the darkness, reverberating far and wide. Chapter 5. Selling Japanese equipment for $3 million. The Ministry of Defense plans to recall Lin Feng to Europe. As Lin Feng detonated the warehouse, an unprecedented roar resonated from afar. The pursuers, Turner, Ghidorah, Ramos, Kelvin, and Cantona, realized it was time to retreat. They discarded a few bundles of ignited explosives to intimidate their followers, hastening to circle back to the parking area. Upon regrouping, Cantona boasted about how they had led their pursuers on a wild goose chase, evading detection and escaping unscathed. Let me tell you, those fools are as dim-witted as pigs. Now I understand why we suffered defeats before the boss arrived. I used to blame the officers at headquarters, but it seems the soldiers below are hardly any brighter. Those guys will probably take another 10 minutes to find their way back to the warehouse. Just thinking about their reaction when they see it blown up excites me. Lin Feng interrupted him with a pat on the shoulder. All right, let's save the boasting for later. We need to quickly bind branches to the rear wheels. When we head back, we must use the hard roads to avoid leaving any trace that could lead to our discovery. With that, the team sprang into action. They tore down several sufficiently large and dense branches from nearby trees, affixing them to the corresponding positions on the truck's rear. This way, as the vehicle passed, the branches would erase the tire tracks. In no time, everything was in order. Lin Feng utilized his exceptional vision to inspect their work, confirming that no suspicious traces would be left behind before instructing everyone to drive off with their cargo. Fortunately, the recent dry spell had solidified the previously muddy paths, leaving only faint tire marks that were nearly imperceptible after being dragged by the branches. On the return journey, the group refrained from using headlights, relying instead on the superior vision granted by the super soldier template. Under the dim starlight, they traversed over 50 kilometers, arriving at an abandoned factory. After driving the vehicle into the dilapidated structure, Lin Feng opened the door and stepped out. The rest of the team followed suit, parking their vehicles inside the factory, each member leaping from their cars to join their leader. Upon our return, let us keep our mouths tightly sealed. Not a whisper should escape to anyone, even in dreams. If a single word slips that reveals anything to anyone outside our circle, you must watch each other. Do not boast carelessly and risk revealing our secrets. My men will show no mercy. His tone was stern and commanding, leaving the others pale with fear. The members of the Doomsday Squad, all 15 of them, are acutely aware of their leader's formidable prowess. He can effortlessly lift over 400 tons, sprint at speeds several times faster than a vehicle, leap to heights exceeding 100 meters, and is impervious to blades and bullets alike. Should anyone jeopardize their mission, it is unequivocal that they would not escape the leader's grasp alive. Leader, we understand. Whoever dares to speak of this, I shall deal with them first, Ramosi declared fiercely, his gaze piercing as it swept over the others. Turner Galora rolled her eyes and, with irritation, kicked him lightly. You should first manage your own ramblings. Kelvin has told me you speak in your sleep every night, and just last night you were babbling about going to the red light district. Please, don't cover my mouth. Ugh, you didn't even wash your hands after urinating on the way, and yet you have the audacity to cover my mouth. She spat several times, feeling an unpleasant taste lingering. Lin Feng cleared his throat, sensing that the conversation was veering off course. Enough with the oaths and vows. Just remember this matter and let it rot in your stomach. Never mention it again. Now, let us return the transport vehicle. We still have several kilometers to cover. He gestured for everyone to exit the factory while he closed the wide-open door, taking a steel bar as thick as an arm and casually twisting it into a helix for the door latch. After completing this task, Lin Feng paused momentarily, shaking his head with a wry smile. It was a peculiar trait nurtured in America. One must always lock the door when leaving home. In this desolate wilderness, even if someone were to scale the wall, locking the door would be futile. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it unsafe and beckoned to Ramosi. You, who spoke the most just now, stay here and guard the cargo. With that, Lin Feng disregarded Ramosi's disgruntled expression and, along with his team, sprinted away, needing to run 20 kilometers to retrieve the transport vehicle and return to the command center. After a considerable exertion, they arrived back at the command center just as dawn began to break on the horizon. The guards at the entrance gave them a cursory glance before allowing them entry, entirely oblivious to the fact that one member was missing. Each member of the Doomsday Squad returned to their quarters, while Lin Feng strolled leisurely into the command building. Navigating with ease to the commander's office, he was met with a cacophony of curses before he even knocked, suggesting another piece of bad news had incited Major Wright's fury. "Are you a fool? 130 soldiers couldn't guard a single warehouse, and it was blown to smithereens. Captain Thomas, do not shirk your responsibilities. It was you who dispatched the troops to scout for the enemy, and the soldiers left behind, including yourself, failed to secure the warehouse. Is it not your duty? Or shall we blame those soldiers instead? What do you suggest I do? Bring the men back. I will have you confined." Standing at the door, Lin Feng scoffed, bemused by the audacity of the old commander to speak such blatant falsehoods. It was he who had sent Lin Feng to pilfer the supplies and equipment from the warehouse. Yet now he berated Captain Thomas, who had diligently guarded it. However, Lin Feng felt he had no right to criticize, as he was, after all, the one responsible for the warehouse's destruction. Once the shouting subsided, Lin Feng gently rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of footsteps approached, and as the door swung open, a pallid face appeared, belonging to General Wright. Yet, upon seeing Lin Feng, he swiftly donned a smile, ushering him into the office and shutting the door behind them. I remarked on the peculiar twitch of my left eyelid, recalling an ancient Chinese saying, "The left eye twitches for fortune, while the right forebodes disaster." The moment I opened the door to find you returned, it seemed to hold a grain of truth. Moments ago, Captain Thomas called, reporting that the warehouse had been bombed and no clues could be found. In his paranoia, he retreated into a nearby defensive structure, even borrowing someone's phone to ask me what course of action to take. Truly, what a cowardly incompetent he is. Your team, the Doomsday Squad, possesses remarkable skills. They executed their task with such finesse that no trace remains. Lin Feng remained silent, merely smiling. He did not wish to emulate General Wright, who, despite being the mastermind behind the theft and explosion of the armament warehouse, vented his frustrations on the victim. One ought to maintain a certain moral compass. It is unseemly to accuse the innocent while being guilty oneself. At least, it ought to be. Well, I digress. You should rest for a while and expedite your search for a buyer. Oh, before I forget, I've heard whispers that the Ministry of Defense may consider redeploying you and your Doomsday Squad, as there seem to be issues on the European front. However, this remains mere hearsay. No orders have been issued yet. Thus, focus on handling your current stock. It will be unfortunate to be reassigned before you've sold it all. Lin Feng, though surprised, refrained from pressing further. Since General Wright referred to it as mere gossip, it was likely something he had heard from MacArthur. Given the latter's position, even hearsay bore a semblance of truth. Historically speaking, despite the Allies being at a disadvantage in Europe, a counteroffensive was brewing, making it improbable that he, as a super soldier, would be summoned back. Very well, General. I shall attend to my affairs promptly and cause you no inconvenience. After departing from the command building, Lin Feng did not hasten to return to his quarters. With rumors circulating about his potential reassignment by the Ministry of Defense, it was imperative to swiftly locate buyers for the Japanese equipment and supplies hidden in the jungle, converting them into currency for security. After collecting his monthly supply of cigars from the logistics officer, he proceeded to the Procurement Contract Management Office to request information on a wealthy Filipino merchant. The officer, elated by the high-quality cigars, eagerly issued Lin Feng a note permitting him to use the procurement vehicles for a trip to Manila. The journey of 723 kilometers was no trivial matter, particularly given the deplorable state of the roads in the Philippines. The few asphalt roads had been rendered pockmarked by bombings, forcing vehicles to navigate carefully to avoid overturning. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not tasked with driving. He sat in the rear seat, contemplating the list of merchants in his hands. Before his time travel, he had heard that out of the 10 wealthiest individuals in the Philippines, 7 were of Chinese descent. Indeed, among the top 10 on the list, 8 were Chinese merchants whose ancestors had ventured to the South Seas to seek fortune. The Wu family ranks first, owning a plethora of enterprises, including a cloth shop, import-export company, sack factory, coconut oil plant, fertilizer factory, carton factory, food processing plant, and textile factory, among others. They have also produced a director for the Chinese General Chamber of Commerce. It seems that the Wu family is the right choice. Looking into their historical journey, they have invested in domestic industries, showcasing their patriotism as overseas Chinese. Selling arms to them could potentially aid the homeland significantly. Although I cannot return myself, I can still contribute in some small measure. With this resolve, he closed his eyes to rest. 8 hours later, the procurement vehicle halted at the Urban Comprehensive Trade Market. Lin Feng voluntarily alighted and, after inquiring around, learned the location of the Wu family residence. He then hired a carriage, paying the driver $1 to take him there. Expecting the residence of a wealthy Chinese merchant family to be an expansive estate, he was surprised when the carriage stopped in front of a modest villa. The driver, speaking with a Fujian accent, remarked, "Sir, this is the Wu residence. Please disembark." Lin Feng jumped down and approached the large iron gate of the villa, gently knocking on the door knocker. As he did, a small side door opened, and a Filipino maid peeked out, asking in fluent English, "May I ask whom you're looking for, sir?" Lin Feng regarded her with curiosity. It was indeed rare to encounter a maid with such proficiency in English. "I am looking for Mr. Wu Qilan. Is he home? If he is, please inform him that I have a significant business proposition to discuss. If he is not, please call him back, as my time is limited and this opportunity is singular." The maid's eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the presence of an American military officer seeking to engage in business with her master. However, being employed in a prominent household, she understood that certain matters were not for servants to question. She promptly relayed the message to her master, aware that loquacious individuals did not last long in the Wu household. With a clang, the small door closed, and the maid hurried inside. Lin Feng waited outside for a while, growing bored and lighting a cigarette. Just as he took a few puffs, the main door swung open, and a middle-aged Chinese man emerged, slightly hunched, a radiant smile adorning his face. "Ah, I wondered why there was a magpie singing today. Your presence graces my humble abode. Sir, although we have not met before, it feels as though we are old acquaintances. I am Wu Qilan. May I ask your name?" Seeing Wu Qilan's courteous demeanor, Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and approached to shake his hand in greeting. "I am Lin, currently a colonel in the American military. I have come to discuss a significant business matter with you." He deliberately paused, glancing around with a furrowed brow. Wu Qilan felt a jolt of apprehension, silently cursing his luck. Initially, he had assumed the visitor was merely a typical Chinese individual, thinking he could dismiss him with a few $100s. However, it was evident that the request was more substantial. Uncertain whether there was indeed a business opportunity or if he was simply being taken advantage of, he masked his internal doubts with a cheerful facade and replied with a smile. "Please, Colonel Lin, do come in. Dilisai, could you prepare a fine cup of tea for our esteemed guest? Let's use it a Hong Pao from my father's collection." With a light-hearted jest, Wu Qilan ushered Lin Feng into his home, where they settled in the spacious and opulent living room. Once seated, the maid Dilisai served 2 steaming cups of tea, placing them delicately on the table between the 2 men before quietly retreating. "What business does Colonel Lin wish to discuss? As we are but strangers, if it is a matter of little consequence, I would be obliged to assist you. Please understand that as a humble merchant, I dare not overstep. There are profits you may glean that I cannot partake in, especially while residing in a foreign land where caution is paramount," Lin Feng remarked, surveying the lavish decor of the room with an air of composure. "Ah, indeed. I recall that the Wu family was never one to shy away from challenges. In 1921, you boldly spearheaded the establishment of the Overseas Chinese Association, despite the pressures from the Philippine government. Your father even served as a commissioner for the Tongminghui in the Philippines. My current dealings are far less perilous, merely a selection of Japanese arms and supplies, which could greatly assist your noble aspirations to save the nation," he continued. Before Lin Feng could finish, Wu Qilan's teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor into 1,000 pieces. Overwhelmed, he stammered, "Weapons? I didn't hear that. The Wu family shall not involve itself in such matters, despite their long-standing commitment to national salvation through donations and investments." The arms trade was a taboo among the Chinese in the Philippines. Lin Feng, unhurried, took a sip of tea and smiled serenely. "Are you more afraid of the Philippine government or the stationed American military? I do not act solely on my own behalf. There are others who expect their share. Would you not desire to forge this connection, enabling you to stand tall before the Philippine authorities in the future?" At these words, Wu Qilan felt a chill in his heart. The man before him held the rank of colonel, and there were undoubtedly higher-ups. Perhaps a brigadier general or even a major general. If it were the latter, he would be dealing with the commander of the American forces in the Philippines. Realizing that further refusal would incur the wrath of a significant figure, one who wielded immense influence over local authorities, Wu Qilin decided it wiser to take the risk and ally himself. I shall agree to this business, but may I inquire about the price? He asked, his demeanor suddenly serious. What do you mean by asking how much I require? Business is a matter of negotiation, and your words do not sit well with me. Wu family patriarch, let us dispense with pleasantries. I propose a flat rate of $3 million. The shipment includes over 50,000 Type 38 rifles, 12 million rounds of ammunition, 300 mortars with over 10,000 shells, and 15,000 Type 97 grenades, in addition to a variety of machine guns, artillery, military uniforms, bedding, and more. Though the price is slightly above market value, if you manage to transport back home, the political capital alone will yield substantial returns. Furthermore, does any party not owe you payment for goods? Wu Qilin nodded, acknowledging the commercial realities. Indeed, the price was steep when assessed solely on value. However, the Wu family had long aspired to serve their country since the days of his father. The weapons considered trivial by the Americans would be viewed as superior equipment once returned to their homeland, and that alone could recoup the expenses incurred. Should fortune favor them with an audience with the esteemed official or another, they could establish a lasting rapport, ensuring that in the event of turmoil in the South Seas, there would be allies to safeguard the Wu family from being devoured by petty officials. I shall proceed with this transaction and settle the payment promptly. Please provide me with a shipping address, and I will arrange for the goods to be transported back. Additionally, we will need to modify a deep-sea fishing vessel to facilitate the shipment. As you are aware, the seas are fraught with peril. I would appreciate your assistance in making the necessary introductions on the American side. However, the Japanese forces present a formidable challenge. We will have to conceal the goods among the most unappealing cargo to ensure safe passage. With that, Wu Qilin ascended to the second floor and soon returned with a checkbook. Without hesitation, he filled in a sum of $3 million, affixed his signature, and stamped it with his personal seal before handing it over. This is a cash check for my account at the Standard Chartered Bank in Hong Kong. You may withdraw it there at your convenience or transfer it to your Standard Chartered account in the United States on the same day. Lin Feng, examining the check, efficiently requested a blank sheet of paper and proceeded to sketch a detailed map, surpassing even military maps in precision, utilizing the extraordinary memory bestowed by the Superman template. As long as one could decipher the map, locating the derelict factory hidden within the dense forest would be effortless. The head of the Wu family was a man of resolute action. This is the location of the goods. Ensure you dispatch an ample number of vehicles to transport everything in one go, to avoid any unforeseen delays. He assured Lin Feng that he would communicate clearly with his men stationed there, and once the handover was complete, it would be Lin Feng's responsibility to orchestrate the transport. After concluding their business, Lin Feng wisely took his leave. He tucked the check securely into his pocket and hailed a horse-drawn carriage, descending at the comprehensive trade market in the city center, where he fortuitously encountered a procurement officer exiting after completing their shopping. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, they boarded a vehicle and began their journey back out of the city, accompanied by over 30 trucks laden with cattle, sheep, chickens, fish, and fruits, forming a grand convoy. Upon returning to the command post that night, Lin Feng entered the commander's office once more, bearing the check. Major General Wright beamed upon seeing the check, offering effusive praise for Lin Feng's efficiency. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng mentioned his lack of a Standard Chartered bank account. Major General Wright, with a reassuring gesture, took it upon himself to resolve the matter, retrieving a telephone directory to find the number of the president of the Standard Chartered Bank's New York branch. Not only did he make the call on Lin Feng's behalf, but he also facilitated the opening of an account and ensured that the sum of $180,000 was deposited into it the same day. Once Lin Feng noted the account number and password, he departed the commander's office with a sense of relief. Taking some time, I visited the barracks, where Cantona was tasked with conveying new orders to Lamosai at the abandoned factory. He then returned to his dormitory, furrowing his brow in contemplation of the perplexing directive from the Ministry of Defense. What transpired on the European front? How could it be proposed that Lin Feng, who had only been in the Philippines for less than 2 months, be dispatched to Europe? Were the hundreds of thousands of Allied troops stationed there merely ornamental? Chapter 6. The Great Victory Followed by Disastrous Defeat. The Terrifying Aryan Superman. The following morning, within the temporary command center of the U.S. Army, the conference room was enveloped in a haze of smoke, enveloped in silence. Numerous high-ranking American generals appeared as chimneys, rapidly consuming their cigarettes. only to light another with trembling hands, none daring to utter a word. Lin Feng, gazing at the newspaper in his hands, empathized with their current sentiments. A shocking report had been published, detailing how the Soviet Red Army, one of the Allies, had achieved significant victories during the spring offensive on the Eastern Front, advancing the front line from the Dnieper River to the Romanian defenses. However, just a week prior, 3 monstrous entities had emerged from the armored divisions of the Third Reich. And within less than an hour of engagement, they had obliterated 120 Soviet tanks, sending 200,000 Soviet troops into a panicked retreat. The front line had now reverted to that of the Dnieper River, had it not been for the monsters' inability to withstand the frigid temperatures. They might have continued their relentless advance towards Stalingrad. The juxtaposition of a great victory followed by a catastrophic defeat had dealt a severe blow to the morale of the Soviet forces. While the troops of the Third Reich surged forward with renewed vigor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Knock, knock, knock. Major General Wright rapped on the table, directing everyone's attention towards himself. Gentlemen, do not lose heart. Such is the nature of war, for the outcome remains uncertain until the very end. The Third Reich may possess those monsters, but we are fortunate to have the indomitable Colonel Lin and his Doomsday Special Forces. To put it bluntly, compared to our comrades on the European front, we are quite fortunate. Had it not been for Colonel Lin's intervention during the recent ambush by the Japanese ninjas, we might have faced assassination ourselves. So, let us rally our spirits. At least we do not have to confront those abominations, though he aimed to uplift their spirits. His quavering voice lacked persuasive power. Fortunately, the seasoned leaders of the American forces quickly overcame their despondency, observing the change in demeanor among his comrades. Major General Wright felt a sense of relief. According to reports from General MacArthur, an increasing number of Japanese aircraft carriers have been sighted in both the Indian and Pacific Oceans, blocking vital shipping routes. And a counteroffensive against the Philippines could occur at any moment. Rather than fret over the situation in Europe, it would be wiser to devise strategies to confront the impending Japanese onslaught, lest America, like the Soviets, suffer a monumental defeat following an initial victory in the Philippines. I hereby announce the transfer order concerning Colonel Lin. Due to the sudden shift in the European battlefield, the Allies find themselves incapable of countering the so-called Aryan superhumans of the Third German Empire. Consequently, Colonel Lin and the Doomsday Special Operations Team will be deployed to the European front. From now on, I urge everyone to remain fully vigilant. Our Colonel Lin is about to depart, and the Southeast Asian battlefield must now rely solely on us. After Major General Wright solemnly cautioned everyone, he declared the meeting adjourned, allowing all to return to their respective posts. As is customary, he retained Lin Feng, closing the conference room door behind him. Colonel Lin, there are certain secrets I refrained from discussing earlier. This is classified intelligence, mandated by the Ministry of Defense, meant solely for your ears. The Aryan superhumans of the Third German Empire, if they can be called superhumans at all, are more aptly described as superbeasts. Scientists from the Strategic Scientific Corps have analyzed blood samples retrieved from the battlefield and concluded that these creatures can no longer be classified as human. Over 13 of their genetic makeup derives from various ferocious beasts on Earth. Upon encountering blood, their primal instincts surge, leading them to consume the entrails of their enemies. Yet these monsters possess extraordinary strength and speed, rendering conventional firearms largely ineffective against their flesh. Eyewitnesses have recounted that these super beasts can overturn tanks with their bare hands and punch through 20mm steel plates, reaching speeds exceeding 100 meters per second. Scientists suspect that Hydra has employed an early version of the super soldier serum, merging it with the genes of savage beasts to create these abominations. A look of concern and dread flickered in his eyes, as if the very description of this classified intelligence haunted him. Lin Feng was left speechless after absorbing this information. Hydra had transformed into something unrecognizable. The films he had watched prior to his arrival had never mentioned the existence of super beasts, let alone their formidable capabilities. Although slightly weaker than himself, they were significantly stronger than ordinary super soldiers, such as Captain America, who was still selling war bonds. What was truly happening? Hydra's technological advancements had always revolved around cutting-edge weaponry. When had they delved into biotechnology? If such technology were to mature and stabilize, the value of super soldiers would plummet, as these super beasts could easily vanquish them, overpowering 100 with ease. Should an overwhelming number of super beasts emerge, even if Lin Feng could defeat them effortlessly, exterminating them entirely would prove exceedingly difficult. No matter how many were slain, they could always be replicated. I do not know either. The telegram from the Ministry of Defense only mentioned this classified intelligence and noted that your existence has been communicated to the Third German Empire by the Japanese. It seems that the F-Rare fears we might produce more super soldiers like you. You will need to inquire further upon your return, Major General Wright shrugged, genuinely uncertain of the details. Very well. It seems I must return, Lin Feng replied with a slight nod, raising an eyebrow with intrigue. It appears that the ramifications of his actions are increasingly manifesting, and the trajectory of this world is evidently diverging from the historical path he once knew. In the annals of history, the Third Reich, which would gradually weaken, could foresee a temporary resurgence following the emergence of superhumans. However, it is unlikely that it will culminate in a catastrophic scenario of the Third Reich dominating the European continent and subsequently the world. The illustrious and far-reaching Manhattan Project is set to commence in June, bringing together eminent scientists such as Einstein, Oppenheimer, Sigma, and Feynman to explore the use of nuclear fission reactions for the creation of atomic bombs. It is anticipated that, in a short while, the world's first atomic bomb will be tested in the arid expanses of New Mexico, showcasing the formidable might of humanity as ultimate weapon to the globe. No matter the perceived strength of the so-called Aryan superhumans of the Third Reich, they would be instantaneously vaporized in the face of an ultimate weapon with a core temperature exceeding 1 million degrees, a lethal radiation range surpassing 10 kilometers, and a destruction radius extending beyond 20 kilometers. Even Lin Feng, equipped with the Golden Age superhuman template, would not dare assert that he could withstand an atomic bomb and emerge unscathed. In films viewed prior to his journey, the Bronze Age Superman Kal-El, known to us as Clark Kent, was left a lifeless husk adrift in space after enduring a nuclear explosion, only to barely revive after basking in sunlight for several minutes. Fortunately, I am not foolish enough to recklessly confront a nuclear bomb. It appears that until my template is upgraded to acquire supersonic flight capabilities, I should refrain from employing methods that transcend the established rules of human society against the high-ranking officials of America. Otherwise, they truly might resort to indiscriminately deploying nuclear weapons. Contemplating this, Lin Feng bid farewell to Major Wright and returned to the dormitory to pack his belongings. Since the Ministry of Defense had already indicated in the telegram that he would be mobilized, the official orders would likely arrive in the Philippines within the next few days. It was prudent to prepare in advance to avoid chaos later. Members of the Doomsday Squad, having somehow learned of the news, excitedly gathered their belongings and sought out the officers' quarters. "Boss, are we leaving today?" "Boss, we have our luggage ready. Has your transport arrived?" Lin Feng, feeling irritated, interrupted the incessant chatter of his team, his ears nearly deafened by the noise. "All of you, return to your quarters. I will notify you when it's time to depart." After his sharp reprimand, the members of the Doomsday Squad fell silent, their heads drooping as they trudged back to their barracks, anxiously pacing within their rooms, awaiting their leader's command. As time passed, the clock struck 16:15, and the formal orders were delivered from Manila to the temporary command center by a special vehicle. To ensure the secure delivery of the orders, the Ministry of Defense employed a relay method via aircraft, utilizing an aircraft carrier as a transfer station, tirelessly transporting the documents to a military airport near Manila, where the plane carrying the orders awaited. Upon receiving the orders, Lin Feng met up with the Doomsday Squad, loaded their belongings, and boarded the special vehicle that ferried them to the airport. After several transfers, they traversed half the globe, landing at a military airport located in London. Under the escort of a contingent of British soldiers, they were swiftly brought to the Allied command in the European war zone without a moment's respite. As the British soldiers guided them through a narrow alley and removed the burlap sacks that served as a disguise, revealing the entrance to an underground bunker, the group was taken aback. The esteemed Allied command was surprisingly situated in an underground fortress. If word got out, the Axis powers would surely find it laughable. Little did they expect the command to be located here, indicating that Churchill and his allies were quite cunning. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Being new to this environment, he was cautious not to provoke the British soldiers, for even if they were no match for his group, drawing the ire of the high-ranking officials at the Allied command would certainly cast a shadow over his aspirations for advancement. They traversed the narrow tunnel until they reached a heavy metal door, which opened slowly after a brief wait. Lin, I'm so relieved to see you. God bless you for being safe. A graceful figure rushed forward, cupping Lin Feng's face and showering him with affectionate kisses. The members of the Doomsday Squad trailing behind exchanged curious glances, their eyes wide with intrigue, yet none dared to jest with their leader, silently speculating whether this enchanting woman was his wife. Lin Feng tossed his luggage to an aide and twirled the enthusiastic beauty around. Carter, I had no idea you were here. Had I known, I would have bought roses before my arrival. I remember you said when I left America that if I returned safely, you would agree to marry me. Alas, nobody informed me of your presence. Otherwise, I would have proposed on the spot with roses in hand, and we could have found a priest the very next day. He spoke with unabashed charm, yet noticed Peggy Carter's cheeks flush with emotion and regret, her big eyes shimmering with a mixture of longing and sorrow, as if lamenting that she hadn't revealed her location in London sooner. But no matter, once I meet with Prime Minister Churchill and General Eisenhower, I shall propose before them and have them as our witnesses. Hearing this, Peggy Carter's face lit up with hope. If they could indeed have such distinguished figures bear witness, their proposal would be truly grand. Few in the world could claim the British Prime Minister and the American General in Europe as witnesses to their union. Lin, my dear, if you can truly make this happen, I will certainly marry you. Peggy Carter replied, her stunning smile radiating excitement. Being British herself, she had always admired Churchill, the national hero striving to save her homeland from peril. Having such a figure as a witness to her proposal would surely evoke envy among nearly all British women. The reason it was almost all is that it is not uncommon for the Prime Minister to serve as a witness during the engagement of a princess from the British royal family. Lin Feng nodded to himself, considering that Churchill, who would soon seek his assistance, would likely not deny his request. After exchanging a few words of farewell, Peggy Carter led him and the Doomsday Squad through the door, descending deeper into the heart of the underground fortress. What first catches the eye is a steel plate no less than 300 millimeters thick affixed to the wall, installed in response to the development of a subterranean bomb by the Third Reich, a measure taken only after the Allies received intelligence about it, thereby creating a stark contrast to the original decor. In the somewhat cramped operational research rooms, several Allied strategic advisors are gathered, intently scrutinizing the large maps on the walls, their brows furrowed in contemplation as they devise plans to counterattack the Nazis. The Doom Squad has parted ways with Lin Feng here, guided to the rest area where they will adjust to the time difference while awaiting further orders. Lin Feng and Peggy Carter venture deeper into a more spacious chamber. Upon entering, the scene resembles a chaotic storeroom, with various military maps haphazardly affixed to the walls, creating a disordered tapestry of colors. Two long desks face each other, adorned with over 20 vividly colored telephones, resembling the palette of an abstract painter, adorned in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet. Welcome our hero, Colonel Lin, the Allied Superman. Booms a tall figure clad in an American general's uniform, bedecked with medals from shoulder to chest. It is Eisenhower, who emerges from behind the desk on the left. Given that the Nazis dare to refer to their super soldiers as Aryan Supermen, it is only fitting that the Allies showcase their own champions to uphold their prestige and morale. His remarks are a clear declaration of opposition to the Nazis. Sitting behind the opposite desk is Churchill, slightly portly, with a receding hairline, who approaches with a smile, a cigar in hand. Indeed, the Allied Superman who instills fear in the hearts of the Axis powers. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was convinced that you are the one destined to vanquish the Nazi super soldiers. The high-ranking officials, despite their positions, extend graciousness to the humble colonel, suggesting that the situation on the front lines is even more dire than intelligence reports have indicated. Lin Feng muses inwardly, maintaining a humble smile on his face. He steps forward briskly, saluting before shaking hands with both men. I am truly honored by your kind words, yet I cannot take all the credit. To triumph over the brutal Nazis and the malevolent Axis powers, it is not merely the efforts of someone like me that will suffice. We require the strategic brilliance and guidance of esteemed leaders such as yourselves. Acknowledging the collective effort, Lin Feng is not shy to express his admiration. Historically, it was Churchill's resolute opposition to surrender that afforded the formation of the Allied Military Committee, thus unifying the command for the counteroffensive and securing invaluable time. Had it not been for his defiance, Britain might have surrendered to the Nazis, leading to the near demise of the Allies. While Eisenhower may not be on par with Churchill, he is nonetheless Lin Feng's superior for the foreseeable future, and it would be unwise to solely extol Churchill, lest he find himself in an uncomfortable position later. Ha ha ha, Colonel Lin, you truly know how to speak. To speak candidly, despite having been aware of your age beforehand, I was nonetheless astonished by your youth upon our meeting. A colonel in their 20s is indeed a rarity in these times. Eisenhower chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder with a sense of wonder. Come, let us proceed to the conference room. Major Peggy, you may take your leave, he instructed, sending Peggy Carter away as he led Lin Feng toward the intimate meeting space, a venue for clandestine military discussions with Churchill. As he pushed open the door to the conference room, an overpowering stench of tobacco assaulted Lin Feng's nostrils. Although he himself smoked, the pungency of the air was overwhelming, nearly prompting him to retreat. Fortunately, he managed to dull his sense of smell just in time to maintain his composure. Churchill, noticing his discomfort, extinguished his cigar in the ashtray. He pulled out a chair and sat down, a shadow of a smile breaking across his solemn countenance. Colonel Lin, please take a seat. There is no need to adhere too strictly to protocol. The three men settled on opposite sides of a round table, with Lin Feng naturally positioning himself alongside Eisenhower. After all, even in the absence of formalities, one could hardly misplace their alignment, lest they suffer the consequences of a single misstep. You must have heard of the Dniester River campaign in Romania, Colonel Lin? In truth, while you were still soaring through the skies, the situation on the battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. The armored divisions of the Third Reich, under the command of 3 overmen, breached the Soviet defenses and ignited the flames of war near St. Petersburg. Those formidable beings adapted to the harsh cold in a matter of days, shedding their outer garments as they charged forth, bare-chested amidst a hail of gunfire, wreaking havoc within the Soviet ranks. At this juncture, Churchill's expression darkened. While he relished the Soviets' misfortunes, the ferocity of the overmen filled him with trepidation. The United States, once a colony of Britain, now pretended to maintain cordial relations while secretly harboring ambitions for supremacy. They had repeatedly rebuffed his proposals for shared technology among the Allies, refusing to provide Britain with the serum data for the super soldiers. Prime Minister, I appreciate your sharing this new intelligence. It is indeed alarming. However, I am confident that under your and the General's leadership, we possess the capability to vanquish the nefarious Axis powers. No matter how many overmen they may possess, they cannot alter the tide of this conflict. As the ancients say, those who are righteous attract assistance, while the unjust find themselves alone. The righteousness is on our side, Lin Feng declared, his demeanor resolute and his voice resonant. Yet, upon hearing the concluding proverb, both Churchill and Eisenhower exchanged glances that conveyed a sense of perplexity, as if they understood not the words but recognized their weight. In light of the concerning situation on the front lines, the two seasoned smokers could not resist the temptation to produce a box of exquisite cigars. Eisenhower even tossed one to Lin Feng, guiding him through the process of smoking a cigar. Churchill took a deep draw, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, his narrowed eyes glinting with sharp intensity. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng and inquired in a low voice, Colonel Lin, you are now the sole hope of the Allied forces. Pray tell, do you possess the confidence to eradicate those cold-blooded and brutal abominations who defy humanity? Eisenhower, adopting a serious demeanor, exhaled a ring of smoke while attentively listening. Lin Feng sat upright, attempting to savor a puff of his cigar. As the rich aroma enveloped his palate, his eyes brightened, realizing it indeed surpassed the pleasure of smoking a cigarette. Your Excellency, defeating them is not the issue. The real dilemma lies in the fact that I have slain 3 super beasts, yet the Third German Empire continues to produce more, leaving the fundamental problem unresolved. They could deploy these abominations to any battlefield at will, while we are relegated to a reactive role, chasing behind as mere firefighters, devoid of direction. Mimicking Eisenhower's earlier gesture, Lin Feng crossed his legs and continued with an air of nonchalance. I believe that if we are to act, we must strike at the root, severing their means of creating super beasts. Only by dismantling the laboratories responsible for their manufacture and eliminating the soulless scientists can we eradicate the peril posed by these entities. Regarding the so-called Aryan supermen, he held little regard. Indeed, Their strength was formidable, but the prospect of endowing an ordinary individual with such immense power in a short span, given the current technological limitations, would inevitably harbor risks. Either their capabilities were capped from the moment of creation, or they likely exhausted a significant portion of their life potential, rendering them unsustainable under the rigors of intense combat. The latter supposition could be inferred from recent battle developments, despite wielding super beasts as ultimate weapons. The Third German Empire pressed forward with a sense of urgency, seemingly indifferent to the imminent threat of logistical supply lines being severed. It was plausible that the lifespan of these super beasts was far shorter than one might imagine. However, Lin Feng was wise enough not to divulge his conjectures. The stronger the enemy appeared, the greater the benefits he could reap. Much like the classic line delivered by Gao Qiqiang in the immensely popular television series Crazy Storm. The greater the tempest, the more precious the fish. Churchill and Eisenhower exchanged a knowing glance, smiles gracing their faces as they nodded in agreement. Indeed, Colonel Lin, we share a similar sentiment. The previous inquiry was merely a minor test. Please do not take it to heart. After all, venturing deep into enemy territory is an exceedingly perilous task, especially when confronting the ferocious and formidable super beasts. We must ascertain your capability and courage to proceed with confidence. Setting aside the super beasts of St. Petersburg for the moment, your task is simply to lead your Doomsday Special Forces into Italy and locate the laboratory responsible for producing super beasts to destroy it. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and took another draw from his cigar. The notion that such a critical laboratory would be established in Italy rather than within the confines of the Third German Empire seemed rather illogical. Yet in an instant, he grasped the reasoning. Given the current technological challenges associated with creating super beasts, the yield would certainly be low, potentially requiring hundreds or even thousands of experimental subjects to achieve a single successful outcome. Relying solely on the fervent Nazi soldiers within the military is undoubtedly insufficient. Even the little mustache would be reluctant to sacrifice his trusted troops. Thus, they resorted to quietly capturing civilians, knowing that a laboratory established domestically would inevitably be discovered, leading to a scandal. Hence, it was placed in Italy, another Axis power. Churchill, observing the momentary look of confusion on his face, revealed a dawning comprehension, elevating his assessment of him while secretly envying the fortuitous luck of America. Our undercover agents in Berlin, at the cost of their lives, have confirmed through classified intelligence that the laboratory is in Italy, though they could not obtain precise coordinates, only knowing it lies within the vicinity of Sicily. Therefore, Colonel Lin, your task is to lead the Doomsday Special Forces to Sicily to locate and obliterate the laboratory. Turning that island upside down would be of no concern. Chapter 8. A request to rescue the heroine Amy Lin Feng successfully proposed to Peggy Carter. In the dimly lit lower-level conference room of the Allied Command in the European theater, upon hearing Churchill's words, Lin Feng wore a contemplative expression. Sicily is a land of remarkable individuals, from which many mafia leaders have emerged to establish their families worldwide, making it the most notorious stronghold of the mafia. Rest assured, Prime Minister, I shall complete the mission, he asserted with conviction. However, to avoid alerting the Axis powers, we may require assistance from local factions. I wonder if you and the General could provide some support, as that region seems exceedingly insular. I need an identity that allows me to integrate locally. Eisenhower flicked ash from his cigar into the ashtray, smiling faintly as he snapped his fingers. No problem, Colonel Lin. We are already prepared, although it may require some sacrifice on your part. The Doomsday Squad has an Italian-American soldier named Scalco Carl. You may recall him. His grandfather was a mafia elder who once struggled alongside Luciano in New York. I will liaise with the Supreme Court to arrange for Luciano to grant him a legitimate identity for entry into Sicily. You and the others will disguise yourselves as Scalco Carleone's bodyguards and accompany him to Sicily. Lin Feng paused, taken aback by the hidden talents among his ranks. The grandson of a former mafia elder, now donned in military uniform to combat the Nazis. Before joining the Doomsday Squad, he was merely a sergeant, a chilling irony indeed. That little rascal. I had no idea he had such a lineage. Rest assured, General, a true man can adapt and endure. I do not mind temporarily assuming a disguise. If you and the Prime Minister have no further instructions, I have a personal matter that I would like both of you to witness. I wish for you to be witnesses to my proposal to Miss Carter. He stated this with unreserved confidence, articulating his prior promise to Peggy Carter. Churchill and Eisenhower were momentarily taken aback, having thought the young man sought a promotion, only to realize he desired their witness for his marriage proposal. Not a problem, Colonel Lin. I am more than willing to do so. Eisenhower responded readily, greatly appreciating the passionate spirit of the young man. Of course, I am delighted to witness your love, as it evokes memories of my own youthful romance, which is a sentiment worthy of admiration. However, have you prepared a proposal gift? Even in the absence of flowers, there should at least be a ring. Otherwise, it would be rather simplistic. Churchill, too, did not decline, especially since the lady hails from Great Britain, and he was even more supportive. Should Lin Feng face any discontent in America, he might discreetly extend an olive branch, allowing Peggy Carter to whisper sweet nothings, potentially transforming the American superhero into a British one. Lin Feng, reflecting on this, realized that it was his first proposal across time, and it must possess a sense of ceremony. His peripheral vision caught sight of a glimmering gold pen. He reached out to gauge its weight and found it pleasantly substantial. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, Your Excellency, General, is this a pure gold pen? If you do not mind, may I have it? Despite the surprise at someone daring to request an item from them, neither Churchill nor Eisenhower displayed any pettiness, waving their hands to indicate he could take it. To them, a mere gold pen was inconsequential. Holding the gold pen, Lin Feng swiftly removed the cap and squeezed the ink into a bottle. He then molded the pen into a lump of gold, dividing it into two pieces of differing sizes, shaping them into circular gold bars reminiscent of the jewelry he had seen in a gold shop. The larger bar transformed into a gold bracelet, while the smaller became a gold ring. Churchill and Eisenhower gazed in awe as Lin Feng's dexterous fingers danced over the gold bracelet and ring, crafting exquisite patterns with his nails. A vividly detailed phoenix emerged on the bracelet, while two heart-shaped designs materialized on the ring. Wow, Colonel Lin, you truly astonish us, they exclaimed in unison, their thumbs raised in approval. Though gold is softer than iron, the ability to mold it into such intricate designs is a feat reserved for someone as formidable as you, the extraordinary soldier. Peggy Carter will certainly be unable to contain her excitement to marry you. Lin Feng humbly smiled, concealing the freshly created jewelry in his pocket before rising to exit the conference room. Shortly thereafter, he returned, pulling in the blushing Peggy Carter, and softly addressed her before Churchill and Eisenhower. Miss Carter, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I resolved that you would be my one and only. You mentioned during my departure to the Philippines that upon my safe return, you would accept my proposal. Today, in the presence of the Prime Minister and the General, I formally propose to you. Please marry me, my dear Miss Carter. Having spoken, he produced the gold bracelet and ring, his gaze fervently locked onto hers. Although he did not kneel in his proposal, Peggy Carter was already deeply moved, accepting the gold bracelet and ring from his hands and unhesitatingly adorning herself with them. I promise you, dear Lin, I shall marry no one but you. Upon uttering these words, she tightly embraced Lin Feng's neck, disregarding the presence of two distinguished individuals, and boldly initiated a kiss. The two lovers, lost in mutual admiration, exchanged an impassioned kiss. After a considerable moment, Lin Feng heard two deliberate coughs, realizing they had perhaps gone a tad too far. It was indeed impolite to leave aside the two eminent figures, especially since they were witnesses to his and Peggy Carter's engagement. He gently nudged Peggy Carter, who, enraptured by the sweetness of love, suddenly remembered they were neither in a hotel nor at home, and with her flushed face, she hastily exited the conference room. Lin Feng could only smile wryly. While his beloved could flee, he was bound to remain. I beg your pardon, Your Excellency, Prime Minister, and General, for my moment of abandon. Please forgive us. It was unintentional, I swear on my honor. Eisenhower chuckled softly, waving his hand to signify that he bore no ill will. Churchill, however, wore a contemplative expression, seemingly moved by the scene before him. I am genuinely delighted to see you and Peggy Carter united in love, yet it brings to mind another remarkable woman, Amy Elizabeth Thorpe. After the outbreak of war, she bid farewell to her beloved husband for the sake of Britain's victory. She sacrificed her reputation and well-being, navigating through perilous enemy territory to procure vital intelligence, and it has been a month since her last report. Colonel Lin, I am deeply concerned for her safety. Thus I have a personal request. If possible, Upon the completion of your mission to dismantle the superhuman laboratory, I implore you to assist in locating her and bringing her back to her homeland." Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by a sudden revelation, his eyes widening in astonishment as he struggled to find his voice. It was astonishing that a woman would forsake her husband in service to her country, using her intellect and allure to maneuver through dangerous adversaries solely to gather crucial intelligence that would aid Britain in defeating the Axis powers. After a prolonged silence, he regained his composure and declared with admiration, "You are quite right. She is an extraordinary woman. I shall do my utmost to ensure her safe return. By the way, since she is engaged in intelligence work, she must be using an alias?" Churchill nodded and revealed her pseudonym. She is currently known as Cynthia, and the last location from which she transmitted intelligence was Italy. That classified naval operation plan allowed us to effortlessly conquer the Italian Navy, which held a significant advantage. "You must ensure her safe return. I entrust this task to you, Colonel Lin." Lin Feng nodded, signaling his commitment. "I shall accomplish this mission. Rest assured, Your Excellency. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Additionally, Peggy Carter and I would like to request a brief reprieve. Having just become engaged, I wish to spend quality time with her." Churchill and Eisenhower exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that the exuberance of young love required an outlet. As seasoned individuals themselves, they were fully aware of such matters and promptly granted a 3-day leave. During this period, it was anticipated that the Americans would manage to secure the assistance of Luciano, the powerful mafia figure, to fabricate the backstory and identities of Scarleone and Lin Feng's entourage. Lin Feng wasted no time. Upon exiting the innermost layer of the underground fortress, he sought out Peggy Carter, who was hiding in her office. He took the shy officer by the hand, and, amidst the laughter of onlookers, they dashed out of the stronghold. He led Peggy to a hotel, where they seized a moment and shared an intimate experience. In the following 2 days, he took her on various excursions, indulging her whims without hesitation, purchasing luxurious clothing, shoes, handbags, and cosmetics from high-end brands that she admired. Each evening, after watching romantic films together, they returned to their lodgings, where he unveiled more intimate aspects of their relationship, leaving an indelible mark on both their hearts and bodies. On the final night of their holiday, Peggy, unusually proactive, finally embraced an adventurous position she had previously shied away from. As the warmth of their shared night enveloped them, she murmured, "Lin, I feel I cannot live without you. What should I do?" Exhausted, she leaned against him, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his sculpted chest. "Whenever I think of you infiltrating enemy lines, I cannot help but worry for your safety. Though I know you possess extraordinary strength and skill, you must promise me to ensure your own safety. If necessary, abandon the mission." The once duty-bound officer now found her allegiance shifting towards her beloved, weighing love against her commitment to her country. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction, knowing his efforts had borne fruit. Such is the nature of romantic relationships. Once one party feels an indispensable connection, they inevitably elevate the other in their heart, gradually succumbing to the sweetness of love. Peggy, evidently still grappling with her emotions, struggled to prioritize her country over her man. While such sentiments might be deemed subversive in official circles, Lin Feng held them in high regard. After all, one cannot profess love for their country while neglecting love for their partner. It would merely be hollow rhetoric. "Rest assured, you are yet to grasp the extent of my capabilities. Who do you think cries out for mercy daily? In my eyes, those Axis super soldiers are mere weaklings, let alone the ordinary soldiers. Sicily is but a walk in the park for me. I shall complete my mission and return swiftly." Chapter 9. Entering Sicily in the Name of the Father. Lin Feng bid farewell to Peggy Carter and rejoined the members of the Doomsday Squad. They set sail from the northern seaport, boarding a ship that traversed the waters by day and night, evading the Third German Empire's maritime blockade. After replenishing their supplies in neutral Spain, they navigated their way into Italian territorial waters. After suffering a severe blow from the Allied forces, the Italian Navy found itself incapable of even safeguarding its territorial waters. Ships effortlessly discovered vulnerabilities and, after enduring a prolonged maritime ordeal, successfully reached the shores of Sicily. As the members of the Doomsday Squad set foot on the land of Palermo, they were somewhat incredulous. There was no maritime pursuit or frantic escape, and they had arrived calmly beneath the very noses of one of the Axis powers, Italy. Ramos nudged Skalkorian and remarked with profound sentiment, I must say, Skal, your homeland is quite lackluster. This is the most leisurely infiltration behind enemy lines I have experienced since the war began. It feels as if we are on a vacation. The others smiled in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Skalkorian rolled his eyes. Heaven knows how anxious he had been during their journey. He bore not only the burden of the Allied mission, but also the honor of his grandfather, a veteran of the New York Mafia. Should he be captured on the way back to his hometown, it would tarnish his ancestors' esteemed reputation. All right, everyone, quiet down. Have you memorized your identities? Don't falter at a critical moment. Once Lin Feng adopted a serious demeanor, the members of the Doomsday Squad felt a chill run down their spines. The clamor of conversation instantly ceased, and the 15 of them nodded obediently, like little kittens. Skal, you're the linchpin of this mission. Whether we can successfully locate the Nazi experimental base in Sicily hinges on our ability to gain the trust of the local mafia. If we can secure their full support, our task will be significantly eased. Entering Italy was akin to stepping into a perilous tropical rainforest. Without the assistance of the local mafia, they would inevitably expose themselves and invite the wrath of the Italian military. Should the Nazis achieve success with a new breed of super soldier, their situation would be far more precarious than anticipated. Lin Feng might be able to escape due to his formidable prowess, but the members of the Doomsday Squad would be doomed. Skalkorian raised his head with unwavering determination, exuding an aura of fearlessness. Rest assured, boss, I am a member of the Corleone family. Even if I was not favored as a child, I have absorbed the internal rules of the mafia through osmosis. With Luciano's personal letter, there will be no missteps. Lin Feng nodded, producing a map of Sicily. Unfolding it, he said, listen closely. Skal is currently a fugitive who has escaped from America to Sicily. His grandfather was a mafia elder who ventured to America alongside Luciano, and we are loyal members of his family, escorting him back to gain favor. For the time being, you may unleash your true natures, disregarding military regulations. But remember to adhere to all the mafia's tenets and internal rules. The members of the Doomsday Squad were taken aback, some questioning their hearing, but after a brief exchange of hushed whispers, they accepted that their leader had indeed spoken thus. This task is truly exceptional, unshackled by military regulations. One can freely express oneself. Many within the ranks were despised by their officers precisely because they chafed against the rigid military discipline, always yearning to showcase their rebellious spirit and uniqueness. Lin Feng observed his subordinates, a motley crew standing with a swaggering attitude and mischievous grins reminiscent of street gang members. Rather than feeling anger, he was filled with satisfaction. This was the essence of their identity. However, at that moment on the island of Sicily, 2 fully staffed elite armor divisions of the Third Reich were stationed, supporting Mussolini's regime, and it was imperative to remind these rascals to temper their antics. Clearing his throat, he admonished, "You lot should tone it down. We are the mafia, not mere street thugs. Cold, rebellious, and cruel are acceptable, but do not act like petty delinquents." Sicily, situated in southern Italy at the heart of the Mediterranean, resembles an irregular triangle, with its northeastern tip a mere 3,000 meters across the strait from the Apennine Peninsula. It occupies a strategically significant position along Mediterranean trade routes. Lin Feng had anticipated that such a critical stronghold would subject them to stringent scrutiny upon their arrival in Palermo. To his surprise, they encountered only a few waves of Italian military inspections, and Scalco Corleone merely displayed the family crest tattooed on his arm and slipped a few packs of Marlboro cigarettes to pass through with remarkable ease. This illustrates the mafia's pervasive infiltration within Italy, commanding such respect that even soldiers and officers dared not provoke them. Not far from the dock, a group of robust men clad in black suits and gray flat caps approached, their arms adorned with tattoos akin to Scalco's. "Scalco Corleone?" one inquired, his tone laced with skepticism, speaking in Sicilian-accented Italian. Fortunately, having been raised by his grandfather, Scalco's Italian retained the accent of his homeland despite his upbringing in America. "Indeed, it is I. How is Uncle Carlo?" The leader of the black-suited men smiled, the sternness on his face dissipating. He even affectionately draped an arm around Scalco's neck, casting a dismissive glance towards the members of the Doomsday Squad and Lin Feng, murmuring derisively, "I have heard of your exploits, but I did not expect the grandson of Victor Corleone to have fallen so low as to rely on this motley crew to return from America." You are aware that Italy is currently in turmoil. We are under Nazi orders not to engage in business with any allied nations. Shall I clear out these worthless subordinates for you?" Just as he appeared ready to command his men into action, Lin Feng approached with a genial demeanor. Speaking in fluent Sicilian-accented Italian, he chuckled softly as he maneuvered past the obstructive figures to stand before the imposing man, his chin nearly resting against the man's head as he spoke. "I find you to be a fool, genuinely believing that we could safeguard Master Scalar from traversing vast distances, overcoming layers of terrestrial and maritime obstructions merely by fortune. I can assure you, should your men dare to act, it would undoubtedly be their demise. Initially, no one was aware of our origins from America. It is only when you escalate matters that such information may be revealed. Have you heard the saying, a drop of yellow mud in one's trousers is, whether it be feces or not, still feces? If Mussolini were to discover our identity, do you believe he would seize the opportunity to eliminate the mafia, whom he has long despised? Or would he grant you a certificate for having dispatched a few American mobsters?" The men in black instinctively retreated 2 steps under his formidable pressure. After restraining his impulsive subordinate who was about to draw a weapon, he pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Indeed, you are of Asian descent. Yet you managed to speak with our local accent. It seems you have been affiliated with Victor Corleone since your ancestors' time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to articulate so fluently. Your subordinates are commendable, Scalar Corleone," patting Scalar Corleone on the shoulder. The leader of the black-clad figures removed his low-brimmed hat, revealing a handsome visage, and approached Lin Feng with a slight bow. "Thank you, young brother, for the insight. I am Neo Carlo Chino, and I hope you remain as astute as you are now." As he spoke, he extended his hand, exhibiting a friendly demeanor. Lin Feng did not mind the underlying implications, reciprocating the handshake. "I appreciate your kind words. I shall regard them as encouragement from you." Neo Carlo Chino nodded, gesturing towards several parked vehicles nearby, and turned to Scalar Corleone with a smile, inviting him, "Come, grandson of Victor Corleone, my father, Don Carlo Chino, has prepared a welcome feast at home. Many of your grandfather's old friends are eager to meet you upon hearing of your return." Scalar Corleone graciously expressed his gratitude, maintaining the demeanor befitting the heir of a mafia family. He and Neo Carlo Chino entered a luxurious sedan, while the rest of the Doomsday Squad and Lin Feng took their places in several smaller trucks. As the convoy set off, it moved forward steadily. Passers-by and vehicles instinctively cleared the way, making room for the procession on the not-so-spacious road, with none daring to obstruct their path. In the opulent sedan, Neo Carlo Chino appeared quite intrigued by Scalar Corleone's escape, engaging him in enthusiastic conversation shortly after departing. "I heard you eliminated a prosecutor in New York as he attempted to imprison your grandfather on charges of organized crime, which led you to be wanted and flee back to your ancestral home in Sicily." Scalar Corleone remained silent for a moment, then replied with a cold smile, "What, son of Chino, do you look down upon the Corleone family? Do you believe we have fallen into disgrace, returning to our homeland in a state of retreat, only to declare that I shall, in due time, strike back, annihilating the entire lineage of that foolish prosecutor? The Corleone family shall emerge even more formidable under my stewardship. Now reveal your stance. Are you friend or foe? Should you be an adversary, I, Scal Corleone, vow by my father's name that the Corleone family will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Niu Kalukino Huklid softly shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Brother, that was not my intention. I extend my sincerest apologies to the Corleone family, and to you as well. I merely sought clarification. You are aware that the Italian mafia wields considerable power, and many allied spies endeavor to instigate a conflict between us and Mussolini, aiming to weaken Italy's military offensives abroad. However, I sense that you are no charlatan. You possess the essence of our Sicilian mafia kin. So, brother, relax here. None can threaten my family." Scal Corleone displayed a somewhat morbid grin, his smile stretching nearly ear to ear. "I accept your apology, Neo, but as a mere apology, not lacking in sincerity? I often heard my grandfather recount tales of his youth, filled with romantic encounters with numerous beautiful maidens on the island of Sicily. Surely, dear brother, you would not neglect to arrange something in that regard." Neo Calicino erupted into hearty laughter, revealing a mischievous grin that only men could comprehend. Indeed, Sicily boasts not only the most enchanting landscapes and rich historical culture outside of Rome, but also the allure of captivating Sicilian maidens. Once you find yourself in their embrace, you shall never desire to leave. Of course, I will be delighted to take you out, he continued. But we must wait until my father has had the chance to see you. He greatly misses Luencino and is eager to read the letter his old friend has written to him. Scal Corleone retrieved a sealed letter from his inner pocket, adorned with a wax seal bearing Luencino's personal emblem, signifying his supreme status and authority within the New York Mafia. Behold, this is the party leader's confidential correspondence. Would you like to verify its authenticity now? As he made a gesture to present it, Neo Calicino hastily declined. Donatiist, Luencino's letter is intended for his father. Should I dare to open it, I would surely find myself riddled with bullets by dawn, my body discarded in a foul gutter. Please, do not put me in such peril, brother. Let this letter be delivered to my father. To divert Scal Corleone's potential irritation, he shifted the topic to Lin Feng. Your young Asian associate is quite impressive, entrusted with the critical task of escorting you back at such a tender age, and he speaks fluent Sicilian to boot. How come I have not heard of this individual within the New York Mafia? Given his capabilities, he should be quite renowned within the family. Scal Corleone recognized that the seemingly amiable Neo Calicino was, once again, probing him. The distinction this time lay in the indirect nature of his inquiry, as he sought to extract information regarding Scal's nominal subordinate to compare with their own intelligence. You speak of Lin. Indeed, he is a genius. However, you must be aware that the elders of the family are quite insular, harboring distrust towards anyone who has ventured beyond the confines of Sicily, let alone an individual of Asian descent. Without the support of influential allies, even the most capable individuals find it exceedingly challenging to rise. Yet, it is often those who are most desperate to succeed who are the most fearless in their pursuits. I made a promise that upon my return to America, I would elevate him and his associates to regional leadership, which ultimately persuaded them to ensure my safe passage back. In contrast to the ephemeral bonds of kinship, I place greater faith in the loyalty derived from power and wealth. In the penultimate truck of the convoy, Lin Feng, appearing to meditate, revealed a satisfied smile. Although the unfolding events deviated from the meticulously crafted script, Scar Corleone adeptly adapted to the trials posed by Neo Calicino, thereby securing his initial trust. With this foundation laid, winning the confidence of the elder Calicino should not be insurmountable. After all, a son entrusted with such a task must possess remarkable capabilities, and he will naturally trust his son's judgment. A commendable beginning, and I hope the search for the laboratory proceeds with equal fortune. Chapter 10. Translate this for me. What is a surprise? Employing both kindness and authority to subdue the mafia. 30 minutes later, the convoy entered a shaded avenue nestled among dense woods. In the distance, a grand and opulent mansion loomed, guarded by numerous imposing men in black, their eyes gleaming with intensity, each wielding firearms. Every few meters along the mansion's walls stood a watchtower, where two sentinels, armed with light machine guns, vigilantly surveyed the grounds, illuminated by a searchlight for nighttime patrols. Scar, we are almost there. My father awaits you inside. Neo Calicino indicated towards the mansion, offering no further commentary. Scar Corleone nodded, his gaze sweeping over the men in black. With his keen perception, he discerned that these individuals were battle-hardened, comparable to the elite soldiers of the Allies. Your marksmen are impressive. No wonder they belong to the Calicino family. Neo Calicino shrugged, a hint of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon reaching the entrance of the mansion, the men in black scrutinized the occupants of the vehicle before signaling to their subordinates to open the gates. As they passed through the now open gates, the convoy halted before an imposing three-story villa, adorned with Greek-style sculptures at each corner and a grand fountain gracing the front. Two tall, stoic men stood at the villa's entrance, armed with Beretta 1938 submachine guns, a weapon not yet fully adopted by even Mussolini's elite guard. After disembarking, Lin Feng swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The villa's opulence did not distract him. His extraordinary vision afforded him acute insight, revealing 10 elite bodyguards concealed in nearby underground observation posts, their defenses rivaling those of the Allied command. The Doomsday Squad disembarked one after another, gathering around their leader, who, despite the seemingly relaxed atmosphere of the villa's surroundings, sensed an underlying threat. Ramasi lowered his voice, wary of the black-clad figures nearby. Boss, something feels off. This doesn't seem like a warm welcome. Lin Feng shook his head. silencing him. It was clear that old Calachino, who had managed to maintain the vast influence of the Sicilian mafia despite the oppressive regime of Mussolini, was no ordinary individual. It would be abnormal for him to be unguarded against them. Let us observe the situation and trust Skrulls. After uttering this, he led the group to catch up with Skrulls Corleone, pushing aside the surrounding black-clad figures to present a show of loyalty. Neo Calachino's displeasure was evident as he asked in a low voice, "Brother, what do you mean by this?" Skrulls Corleone sneered, pointing out several hidden sentinels he had discerned. "What do you mean? I'd like to ask you the same. There are at least 2 guns aimed at me over there. Is this the welcome ceremony from Uncle Calachino? I have a keen sense for danger, so don't tell me there are no gunmen." Neo Calachino was momentarily speechless. The existence of the sentinels was undeniable. Just as they reached a standstill, the villa's grand doors swung open, revealing a slightly portly, gray-haired elder, who approached the entrance surrounded by his entourage. Lin Feng immediately recognized him as old Calachino, the Sicilian mafia boss. The elder sauntered up to Neo Calachino and, in a sudden move, slapped him across the face, his voice booming with authority. "You little rascal, haven't you told the gunman to stand down? With your own nephew arriving, you still maintain this fade. If Victor Corleone finds out, he might think I'm afraid of his grandson." Neo Calachino clutched his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Silently, he gestured towards the sentinels, and soon, the grass in the distance stirred as several gunmen emerged from their hiding spots, obediently retreating into the shadows. Watching the unfolding spectacle, Lin Feng was deeply impressed by the elder's acting skills. The gunmen he had arranged himself were seamlessly blamed on his son, and while others may not have noticed the confusion and fury flickering in Neo Calachino's eyes, Lin Feng, with his keen vision, saw all clearly. Old Calachino, with a smile, grasped Skrulls Corleone's hand, inquiring warmly about his grandfather, Victor Corleone's health. As he spoke passionately, it seemed as though their relationship had always been exceptionally close. "Good boy. Seeing you reminds me of your grandfather. I've rambled on a bit, so don't mind me. Let us go inside. The banquet awaits you. I'll introduce you to some elders who were very close to your grandfather in his youth. Since you've returned, it's essential to nurture those relationships." With that, he continued to hold Skrulls' hand and strode confidently into the villa. Just as Lin Feng and the others intended to follow, they were halted by a burly man at the entrance. "What do you mean by this?" "Wherever our young master goes, we shall follow. Are you attempting to jeopardize his safety by obstructing us?" He spoke deliberately loudly, and Skrulls Corleone turned his gaze back, his expression as cold as steel as he questioned old Calachino. "Uncle, are you not welcoming me? They have safeguarded me every step of the way, allowing me to escape to my distant homeland against all odds. It seems rather inappropriate for your men to impede their progress." He produced the confidential letter, extending it with both hands as he continued, "If you do not welcome your little nephew, then please accept this letter. I shall return to the ancestral home of the Corleone family on my own, and once I rise again, I shall gladly repay your generous hospitality." With that, Skrulls Corleone remained firm, hands still cradling the letter. Old Calachino's complexion darkened, his hands clenched tightly behind him. Were it not for his consideration of Luciano's reputation, he would have relished the opportunity to teach Victor Corleone's grandson a lesson, impressing upon him the necessity of respecting one's elders within a mafia family. "You speak too harshly, dear nephew. If upon your return to your homeland, you were to find yourself without even a meal before retreating to the ancestral estate, would that not be a slap in the face to your uncle?" He retorted, "Since it is the brave souls who protected you, let us all partake in the feast. William, allow them entry." Old Calachino accepted the letter but refrained from opening it, instead gripping Skrulls Corleone's hand tightly as he turned to command the burly man at the door to let them through. The man shot a disdainful glance at Lin Feng and the others, reluctantly clearing the way. After a brief episode that nearly escalated into violence, the group finally entered the villa. The Baroque decor was extraordinarily opulent, with colorful marble flooring depicting tales from Italian mythology and a crystal chandelier sparkling from the third-floor ceiling. At the round table in the hall, several distinguished middle-aged men were already seated, their decisive demeanor instilling a palpable fear in the servants who moved about. Careful not to err in any way, old Calachino led Skrulls Corleone to the round table, positioning him in the first seat to his left, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the assembly. "This is Victor Corleone's grandson, just returned from America, a truly remarkable young man. Under his scrutiny, the powerful figures of the mafia revealed affable smiles, behaving obediently like quail. Next to you is Donna's, who oversees the family's arms business. Across from you is Wilson, responsible for collecting fees from shops and enterprises on the island. And then there's Trix. Listening to old Carlo Chino's introductions, Scar Corleone politely nodded at each of them. When it came to the final individual, he stood up, his cold gaze resembling that of a serpent fixated on its prey. I shall not trouble you with an introduction, for I am Cosa Alessandro. The smuggling operations on Sicily are entirely mine, including the territories and routes of your Corleone family. I have come today merely to observe the descendant of Victor Corleone, who, finding himself unable to thrive in New York, has returned home in disgrace. Since I have seen you, I shall not linger further. Remember my words, young man, the old era has passed. Recognize the reality and do not linger in the past. Cosa Alessandro nodded slightly to the elder Carlo Chino, bowing in a gesture of apology before striding confidently towards the exit, accompanied by his bodyguards. Children should return to their milk, not masquerade as adults in the world. Otherwise, I fear the Corleone family may face extinction. This is my warning to you. The next time we meet, the Alessandro family shall present you with a surprise. He turned at the door and spoke loudly, revealing a chilling smile. Lin Feng darted forward, seizing him by the nape of his neck and forcefully dragging him to the round table, where he slammed him down, gazing down with unwavering intensity. You just mentioned a surprise from Master Scaler. Pray tell, what is this surprise? Cosa Alessandro, dazed, raised his head, feeling as if half his bones were shattered. Every movement sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Are you out of your mind, daring to lay hands on me?" He strained to pry away the iron grip on his neck, but it was as immovable as if forged from steel, tightening further and leaving him gasping for breath. Lin Feng, with an air of calmness that belied the gun aimed at him by his bodyguard, patted Cosa Alessandro's face. "I asked you to translate. What is a surprise?" "What the hell is a surprise?" Cosa Alessandro's face flushed crimson, his mouth agape, yet unable to draw in a breath. As he felt the fleeting nature of life, the notorious smuggler of Sicily began to fear, managing to croak out, "A surprise. A surprise is my Cosa Alessandro returning the Corleone family's territory and smuggling business within 3 days, from henceforth pledging allegiance to Master Scaler Corleone." Lin Feng released his grip on Cosa Alessandro's neck, kindly adjusting his disheveled collar. With a look of dawning comprehension, he chuckled and patted his shoulder. "So this is your idea of surprise? Quite impressive indeed. Remember your words, and do not forget them upon leaving. I detest those who are fickle. Do not be one of them, lest you find yourself in dire straits." Cosa Alessandro trembled, waving his hands and rasping, No, I would never dare to forget. I swear on my family's honor." Even now, he could not fathom how the other man could lift his 200-pound frame with a single hand, effortlessly escaping the protection of his bodyguards and retreating to the round table over 20 meters away. Such formidable strength. Could he truly be merely a bodyguard? The expressions of the numerous mafia leaders seated around the table shifted, their concern mounting. If Cosa Alessandro could be so thoroughly subdued, did the Corleone family truly intend to monopolize Sicily? Their wary glances turned towards elder Carlo Chino, pondering whether this old man was a mere pawn, inviting them to the banquet with the ulterior motive of ensnaring them all. Scar Corleone took out the confidential letter, casually breaking the wax seal and displaying the parchment to the assembly. "I possess a personal correspondence from Luciano, but it is only for the eyes of the esteemed leaders. I kindly ask that your bodyguards step outside. I swear by the Corleone name that no harm shall come to your lives. And in fact, I can assure you a path to prosperity and glory." He stood tall, exuding the confidence of a lion surveying its territory, unperturbed by the tense atmosphere that enveloped the room. The gathered mafia bosses exchanged hushed whispers before collectively ushering their bodyguards out of the banquet hall. They were not swayed by Scar Corleone's mere words. Rather, it was the presence of Lin Feng, a swift and elusive figure, that rendered their armed guards ineffective. While they may not have known the proverb about the proximity of enemies, the seasoned mafia leaders, wise from their experiences, trusted their instincts and made the most prudent choice. Once the hall was cleared of all but the mafia bosses, Scar Corleone rose from his seat, respectfully gesturing for them to proceed, and then retreated to join the Doomsday Squad. Lin Feng strode confidently to the now vacant seat and sat down with poise. The letter from Luciano lay on the table, which he first pushed towards old Carlo Chino. Take a look. Your old friend has made a clever decision. I trust you, and the others will not disappoint me. The letter swiftly circulated among the mafia leaders before returning to the round table. Old Carlo Chino closed his eyes in silence for a moment, then sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. What a cunning strategy. No wonder you managed to handle Luciano. I never expected your alliance to impersonate the Corleone family, deceiving both my son and myself. How foolish of me to invite trouble into my home. Lin Feng shook his head, pointing to Scar Corleone. You are mistaken. He is indeed the legitimate heir of the Corleone family. We were left with no choice but to resort to this strategy. I implore you and the esteemed mafia leaders to exercise generosity in judgment. Now that you have boarded the Alliance's vessel, any desire to disembark must reckon with whether Mussolini and the Nazis will believe in your innocence. Surely, none of you wish for others to dictate your fates, do you? Thus, the path before you is singular. Assist us in uncovering the hidden laboratory in Sicily. Once we dismantle this facility, the Alliance will remember your contributions and will not forsake you. Before others could voice their opinions, Cosa Alessandro, wearing a sycophantic smile, interjected, I am honored. I have already considered myself a part of the Alliance and am ready to await your orders. My 3,000 men stand prepared to serve you at any moment. The mafia leaders, internally cursing the cowardice, outwardly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, we are part of the Alliance, resolutely opposed to Mussolini and the Nazis. That bastard Mussolini has taken dozens of my brothers. I have long wished to eliminate him. Your arrival is fortuitous, and with the Alliance backing us, we shall fear no one. Rest assured, at your command, I would traverse mountains of blades and navigate rivers of oil without a flicker of hesitation. In contrast to the opportunistic machinations of those mafia overlords, the elder Calogero displayed a look of consternation. Lin Feng, with an impassive countenance, let forth a cold sneer, denying him the luxury of contemplation. If you find yourself in a quandary, I shall simply align myself with others. They seem most willing to serve the Allied forces. Fear not, we, as the beacon of liberty and democracy, shall not coerce you into collaboration. Upon hearing his words, the elder Calogero realized he had no alternative. Should the Allies emerge victorious in the future, he, as the sole mafia boss who had not pledged allegiance, would undoubtedly become a target. It was likely that he would not even require the Allies to act. The other mafia lords would seek vengeance and obliterate his lineage. Alas, it is the cycle of life. As I grow old, I shall entrust the family to Neo, and from henceforth, the Calogero family shall look to you for guidance. On one side stood the already adversarial Mussolini government, and on the other, the relentlessly encroaching Allies. Should he refuse collaboration with the Allies, even if he were to defect to Mussolini's side, given Mussolini's historical brutality in Sicily, he and his family would face a grim fate. After all the mafia lords had made their declarations, Lin Feng removed his outer garments, revealing the uniform of a colonel of the United States. The elder Calogero felt a tremor within, secretly relieved that he had not succumbed to senility. Such a young colonel, one cannot predict how far he might ascend. But at the very least, he is destined to become a general, and his standing among the Allies is self-evident. I am Lin Feng, and henceforth, the mafia of Sicily must heed my commands. Lin Feng surveyed the assembly with an imperious gaze, his voice resonating with authority. Alessandro Cosa was the first to respond once more, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Colonel Lin, how could you say such a thing? From now on, I, Alessandro, shall be your most ferocious hound. Wherever you point, I shall pounce. Whomever you bid me to bite, I shall do so without question. A smile broke through Lin Feng's austere visage, akin to the sun breaking through a cloudy winter sky. He lifted a bottle of red wine from the round table, deftly uncorking it with a flick of his thumb. The observant Neo Calogero hastened to procure several high-stemmed glasses, receiving the wine from Lin Feng's hand. After pouring a glass for each of the assembled mafia lords, he returned to his seat, standing respectfully. The elder Calogero watched his son scurry about like an eager acolyte and sighed with closed eyes. Lin Feng raised his glass, casting a warm smile around the room. Come, let us drink to the impending triumph of the Allied forces. His gentle smile belied the earlier intensity, as if he were reminiscing with an old friend. The members of the Destruction Day squad were momentarily taken aback, privately marveling at how the boss could seamlessly shift his demeanor, as if donning layers of masks that changed with his mood. The notorious mafia lords of Sicily appeared as docile little rabbits before their formidable leader. Raising his glass to drink the crimson wine, Lin Feng approached Cosa Alessandro, patting him on the shoulder as he spoke. "There is an ancient saying from my hometown. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Cosa, you will serve as my representative henceforth, overseeing the coordination of all the mafia's operatives scattered across the various villages and towns of Sicily. Expedite the search for the laboratory guarded by the elite Nazi forces. Rest assured, both the Allied forces and I shall remember your contributions." Chapter 11. Targeting the mission in Syracuse. The enchanting tale of Sicilian beauties. Within the villa of Old Calicino, Lin Feng and his companions took the initiative. After subduing the mafia of Sicily, he divided the members of his team, the Day of Reckoning, into pairs and dispatched them to the top 7 mafia families. This was to ensure oversight of these warlords and prevent any last-minute betrayals, as well as to integrate them into the search for the laboratory, thereby obtaining timely and accurate intelligence. He and Scalar Corleone resided in Old Calicino's villa, personally supervising the head of Sicily's largest mafia family, poised to make decisions based on the intelligence they gathered. With a population exceeding 4 million and an area of approximately 257,000 square kilometers. The task of locating the Nazi laboratory would have taken Lin Feng and his team a year and a half if they relied solely on their efforts. However, with the assistance of the 200,000 mafia members spread throughout the island, the situation changed dramatically. Statistically, there was 1 mafia member for every 20 people, making it nearly impossible for any information to remain concealed from these local power brokers. Even the most clandestine research facilities required supplies, and the transportation of human experimentation subjects onto the island could only be concealed for so long. Eventually, if someone took the initiative to investigate, traces would inevitably surface. In just half a month, intelligence relayed from the major mafia families indicated that there were not many locations in Sicily suitable for secret laboratories. After thorough searches, only 3 locations met the criteria. It was now nearly certain that the laboratory resided within one of these 3 sites, but verifying this would prove exceedingly challenging, as all were guarded by elite Nazi troops, rendering infiltration by the mafia nearly impossible. "Take a look at the map and analyze where we should begin our efforts," Lin Feng instructed, pointing to the 3 locations marked in red on the map. He prepared to gather collective wisdom to establish a target before their departure. 12 members of the Day of Reckoning had returned, and together with Scalar Corleone, 13 individuals surrounded the map, furrowing their brows in deep contemplation. The 2 who had not yet returned were Ramosi and Kelvin, who were still in Syracuse at the southern tip of Sicily. "Boss, I suspect the laboratory may be situated in the mountains 20 kilometers northwest of Enna, where a Nazi armored regiment is stationed. Periodically, tightly wrapped trucks enter that area, likely for the manufacturing of super soldier experimental subjects," proposed Ternigadora, pointing to the central area of Enna as she voiced her assessment. As soon as she finished speaking, Cantona shook his head, promptly dismissing her reasoning. "I perceive that it is in the jungle near Corleone, a location sufficiently clandestine, with reasonably good roads. And it is also home to an armored regiment, making it a more suitable choice for a laboratory base than Benna." While the group was engaged in heated debate, the door was abruptly flung open, and 2 figures rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Good news, boss! We have located a potential site for the laboratory, near the abandoned military factory, 30 kilometers north of Syracuse." Local mafia members reported that since last month, individuals from nearby towns have been mysteriously disappearing, and dismembered corpses resembling those of Soviet soldiers, torn apart by super beasts, have been discovered near the abandoned factory. I inquired specifically, and it appears there are no large carnivorous animals capable of hunting humans in the area, thus indicating that this location could indeed be a Nazi laboratory. Ramos, in a flurry of urgency, finished his account and downed a glass of wine from the table. Kelvin nodded repeatedly, adding further corroborative evidence. Merchants in the town also noted that in the past month, numerous individuals with a Third Reich accent have been arriving to purchase large quantities of food, especially meat, often buying nearly 2 tons in a single transaction without bargaining. After hearing this, Lin Feng emphatically circled Syracuse with his pen. With so many elements converging, particularly the recent spate of homicides, it was evident that this location was far more reminiscent of a Nazi laboratory than the other three sites, thus establishing the first operational target here. Scalione, you shall remain here to monitor the major families of the Mafia. Should there be any unusual activity, act decisively. There must be no leniency, and we must ensure that our mission remains undisclosed until completion. The others accompanied me to seek several vehicles from Old Calogero, and we set off for Syracuse. Upon learning of their departure, Old Calogero eagerly procured 3 trucks. However, when he realized that Scalione would be staying behind, his countenance darkened considerably, and after forcing a smile, it became even more grotesque, causing his son, Neo Calogero, to twitch in apprehension, fearing retribution from the Allies. Lin Feng, keenly aware of his reluctance, held no interest in engaging with him. Once the laboratory's location was confirmed in Syracuse, he intended to lead the Doomsday Squad to utterly obliterate it, exterminating all Super B subjects and researchers. After the mission, the Sicilian Mafia could pursue their own affairs as they wished, and he would have no further ties to them. As the group drove their trucks through the myriad of small towns in Sicily, Lin Feng began to gain a clearer understanding of the island. The locals lived at a leisurely pace, enjoying a tranquil existence, and in the poorer towns, the presence of Mafia members was minimal, leading to a significant reduction in disputes and conflicts. After 2 days of travel, another small town appeared before them. "We've arrived, boss. We're in Syracuse." Scholte Holmes, the driver of the lead truck, rousing Lin Feng from his reverie. He gazed out the window, taking in the exotic charm of the town. The cobbled paths of the town revealed distinct patterns upon the azure stone, flanked by 2 rows of shops designed in a neoclassical Roman style. In the distance, several opulent villas with grand marble porticos and archways stand proudly, a testament to the presence of wealth even in the most impoverished of locales. Truly, it is no wonder that this is the filming location of the talented Mr. Ripley, for the scenery is indeed splendid. Were it not for the urgency of my mission, I would yearn to linger here for a few days, to bask in the allure of the legendary fiery Sicilian maidens who captivate the heart. Lin Feng mused as he opened the car door and stepped out. The members of the Doomsday Squad followed suit, descending from a vehicle as they intended to procure supplies in the town. After 2 relentless days of travel without a warm meal, they decided to indulge in a hearty feast. They arrived at a restaurant named Amiri Braised Meat, securing the 2nd floor for their gathering. The 14 of them settled at 4 tables, ordering the establishment's signature herb-braised meat along with several seasonal vegetable dishes, complemented by the rich aroma of rye beer. Their choice of this particular restaurant was twofold. First, the bustling clientele provided ample opportunities to overhear local gossip, potentially uncovering news about the abandoned military factory. Second, the restaurant's elevated position offered a panoramic view of the town's landscape and activities through the open windows. The wooden structure of the restaurant was far from soundproof, and the raucous voices of the townsfolk in the first-floor hall became increasingly intrusive, even reaching the 2nd floor. "Have you heard? Marilyn is about to get engaged, and her fiancé is a soldier," exclaimed one. "Oh, how could she possibly marry a man in uniform? With the front lines so tense. He might be sent off to battle at any moment. What if he were to perish in combat, leaving her a widow? You fool, Bill. What do you expect? Her father is a drunkard, and she's likely after the soldier's salary, hoping he'll share some of it for her father's liquor. What a pity. Such a beautiful woman, marrying a rough soldier. What pity. You're just upset she didn't marry you. But honestly, with that enchanting face and that dangerously alluring figure, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life to have her." As the conversation descended further into vulgarity, Lin Feng shifted his focus back to his meal. He had no inclination for a romantic escapade. Completing the mission to dismantle the Nazi laboratory was paramount, not only to earn accolades, but also to enhance his standing within the Allied forces and elevate his status as the Golden Superman. After finishing their meal, the group descended to the 1st floor, preparing to settle the bill when a young couple entered the restaurant. The men, who had been animatedly conversing moments before, fell into a sudden hush. Lin Feng instinctively turned his head, captivated by the woman's stunning beauty that instantly caught the eye. With her voluminous, fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders and her low-cut black dress accentuating her alluring figure, She exuded a sensuality that was hard to ignore. Her large eyes sparkled with innocence, reminiscent of an untouched sprite gracing the human realm. The man standing beside the woman was clad in an Italian military uniform, appearing rather ordinary, yet exuding a competent demeanor. He beckoned the waiter at the restaurant, requesting a serving of their signature herb stew, a vegetable salad, and a pot of creamy mushroom soup. After placing his order, he attempted to grasp the woman's hand, only to have her skillfully evade him by pretending to adjust her seat. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, yet he suppressed it, feigning concern as he spoke. "Marilyn, let us purchase a few new dresses for you later, all in the latest styles from Milan. Our engagement day is approaching in a few days. The more beautiful you appear, the more pride we shall have." Marilyn's gaze wandered, akin to a startled fish darting about. Inadvertently, she locked eyes with Lin Feng. Instantly captivated by his handsome visage, her heart racing like a startled deer, while the man's voice faded into the background. "Hey, Marilyn, I'm speaking to you. Where are you looking?" The man discerned her distraction and followed her line of sight. Lin Feng had turned around, leading the Doomsday Squad outside. "Stop!" the man bellowed, rising and rushing to obstruct the group. "You 10 or so strangers are unfamiliar to me. I have not seen you in this town. Present your identification for inspection. If you fail to do so, you will be deemed spies of the Allies." He drew his pistol from his waist, aiming it at the group while demanding their identification. Marilyn was startled by his aggression. Realizing he had drawn his weapon, she understood that her momentary distraction had incited his jealousy, provoking his ire towards others. "Nino, don't be like this. They're merely dining in town. How could they possibly be spies?" She pleaded with him. "Let us not cause a scene. We are about to be engaged, and this will only invite ridicule." However, the man, blinded by jealousy, could not heed her words. Seeing his fiancée defending another man, he struck her with a harsh slap. "Get away, you wretch. I've heard so many rumors about you in this town. It seems you become unfaithful at the sight of a handsome man. Today, I will assert my authority over them, or you shall surely make a fool of me in the future." The slap was infused with rage, landing on Marilyn's delicate face, immediately leaving a crimson mark. The woman, fragile and unsteady, began to fall backward. Lin Feng, with no choice, reached out to steady her, preventing a more grievous injury. This act ignited the man's fury as he prepared to pull the trigger. Yet, someone was swifter, the gun was seized, and the barrel was turned towards his head. Bang! The bullet pierced through the man's skull, creating a gaping hole at the back of his head. His body collapsed backward, lifeless, blood and brain matter spilling onto the ground. "Murder! Murder!" A resident of the small town cried out, his legs giving way as he collapsed beneath a table. Instantly, chaos erupted in the hall. The patrons, half awake from their stupor, scrambled to find cover. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng raised his weapon and fired twice more. Producing a set of pre-prepared fake identification from his pocket, he flashed it before the townsfolk and raised his voice, declaring, "The Gestapo is executing its duties. This individual sought to obstruct us and has been neutralized. Those who dare to spread rumors will share in his fate." Bang! Bang! He fired again and began to exit with his companions. Once Lin Feng and his group had distanced themselves, the townspeople cautiously emerged from their hiding places beneath tables and counters, glancing at the inexplicably deceased man, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Isn't the Gestapo the elite guard of the Führer of the Third Reich? How could they have killed one of our Italian soldiers? Fool! Did he not just state he was on official business? This imbecile, consumed by jealousy, threatened him, and thus met his demise at the hands of the Gestapo. Truly, he brought about his own end. Do you think our Führer will seek justice for him? Chapter 12. Lin Feng storms the underground laboratory, the super beasts that even the Nazis fear. The discussions among the townsfolk were of no concern to Lin Feng, who was too preoccupied with the gravity of the situation. Having already taken a life, even if he attempted to pin the blame on the Gestapo, the truth would inevitably come to light. He had to investigate the abandoned military factory before the Italian forces caught wind of the incident. Marilyn, trembling like a frightened rabbit, clutched his clothing tightly. Several times he considered pushing this troublesome woman away, but each time she presented herself with a pitiful demeanor. "Please, sir, take me with you. I cannot survive otherwise. You have killed my fiancé. He was an Italian soldier. If anyone comes looking for me, I will surely be apprehended and interrogated. You know what happens to women like me in military camps. I would rather die. Please, I beg you to take me with you. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, feeling an urge to reprimand her. If only Marilyn had not been so distracted, perhaps this melodrama could have been avoided, allowing him to focus on his already time-sensitive mission. Before he could voice his frustration, the members of the Doomsday Squad began to chatter excitedly. Boss, keep her. She does seem rather pitiable. We can hide her for now and take her back after completing our mission. Indeed, with those Axis powers, we do not fear them at all. Once we locate the laboratory, we can wreak havoc. Absolutely, don't worry, boss. One more person won't hinder our task. Are you afraid of an unwed sister-in-law, boss? It's only natural for a man to indulge in some escapades, as long as she doesn't meet the sister-in-law at home. Keeping her on the side. She wants to find out. Fuming, Lin Feng shook off Marilyn and gave each member of the Doomsday Squad a light smack on the head. Did he? A proud ally super soldier. Fear's wife? He was merely concerned about the potential impact on their mission. Yet, this motley crew seemed to revel in the chaos. Inadvertently putting him in a position where dismissing Marilyn would only solidify the notion that he was afraid of his wife. For the sake of a man's pride, Lin Feng momentarily refrained from mentioning Marilyn's departure, driving towards the abandoned military factory located 30 kilometers north of the town. Half an hour later, 3 trucks halted outside a dense thicket. Beyond this thicket, after traversing over 1,000 meters, lay the forsaken military facility. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, Lin Feng scanned the area, uncovering no less than 12 concealed sentries within the factory. Perched atop the buildings were 5 snipers, while at the center of the factory, an underground passage led to an unknown depth. His current level of perception was insufficient, as his X-ray vision could only penetrate 30 meters beneath the surface. Any further was beyond his reach. To ascertain whether this subterranean space housed a super beast laboratory, he knew he must venture inside personally. Stepping out of the vehicle, Lin Feng gestured toward the rear. Members of the Apocalypse Squad silently approached, aware that their leader was preparing for action. The abandoned factory was fortified with 12 hidden sentries, 3 heavy machine guns and 2 light machine guns. The rooftops were occupied by 5 snipers armed with scoped Mauser 98 rifles, while the rest were equipped with submachine guns exhibiting formidable firepower. Their crossfire created a nearly impenetrable web of defense, indicating that the planner was a seasoned veteran. After hearing Lin Feng's assessment, Ramosi glanced up at the sky. Boss, with the sun so bright, infiltration is unfeasible at this hour. Given the meticulous defense within the abandoned factory, it was hard to fathom the strength of Nazi forces that might be stationed in the laboratory. The members of the Apocalypse Squad felt a sense of apprehension. They believed eliminating the sentries and snipers was manageable, yet feared the possibility of hidden passages leading elsewhere, allowing the Nazi scientists to escape if alarmed. I have a bold idea, Lin Feng declared. If we act swiftly enough, they will not have time to react. After a brief moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze intently on the distant factory. I will charge into the laboratory first. You all are tasked with neutralizing the sentries and snipers outside. If we move quickly, they will be unable to call for reinforcements or flee. The members of the Apocalypse Squad exchanged glances, uncertain whether their leader was jesting or genuinely intended to proceed with such a plan. Even if their leader was impervious to harm, the presence of super beasts within the laboratory remained unknown. Should there be successfully engineered super beasts inside, Lin Feng would become a solitary hero. The group fell into silence, racking their brains for ways to dissuade their leader from taking such risks, aiming to prevent the Nazis inside from seeking help while also thwarting their escape. Boss, I believe, before Cantona could finish his sentence, Lin Feng dashed out of the thicket. In a heartbeat, he covered over 100 meters, generating a fierce gust that sent dust and debris swirling across the ground. In mere moments, the 1,000-meter distance was traversed. The Nazi sentries within the abandoned factory had yet to react when they witnessed a figure, propelled by the wind, leap into the air, tracing a perfect arc towards the snipers on the rooftop. The bewildered sniper, his face awash with terror, was violently obliterated into a cascade of flesh and blood under the relentless assault. It was only then that the other sentinels awoke from their stupor, frantically squeezing the triggers of their weapons, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets. Unfortunately, after colliding with one sniper, Lin Feng crashed through the roof and landed on the ground. He swiftly advanced to the center of the factory, bending low to grasp the heavy steel plate and forcefully heaving it aside, revealing a dark, gaping passage below. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The belated warning barely escaped his lips when the Doomsday Squad arrived at the military factory, raising their guns and pulling the triggers to the maximum. Hot-tot-tot-tot! Hot-tot-tot-tot! The Sentinels, desperately attempting to convey the alarm, fell one after another, their bodies riddled with bullets, blood spurting from the wounds and staining the dilapidated walls and ground. Having already plunged into the tunnel, Lin Feng sprinted to the end of the passage in mere breaths. He observed the heavy iron door without slowing down, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the impending debris that would surely obscure his vision. With a thunderous crash, a human-sized hole was blasted into the thick iron door, behind which 2 rows of Nazi soldiers opened fire frantically. Hot-tot-tot-tot! Hot-tot-tot-tot! The submachine guns unleashed a barrage of bullets, their supersonic velocities delivering tremendous kinetic energy onto Lin Feng, akin to striking a robust titanium alloy plate, resulting in a shower of sparks that rained down onto the ground. Curse it, don't shoot in my face. I can't see the path. Bullets detonated around his face, the chaotic fragments rendering his eyes unseeing. Resolutely, he pressed forward, relying on sound to navigate towards the gunmen, undeterred by the collisions with either men or walls. Bang! 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 Lin Feng lost count of how many he had struck down, only aware that his clothing was drenched in blood. As the cacophony of gunfire gradually diminished following his reckless charge, the remaining Nazi soldiers, faces etched with dread, cowered in corners, trembling as they fired. Though most of their shots went astray. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. We, the Allies, treat prisoners with honor. He surveyed his surroundings, his expression grave as he proclaimed loudly. A Nazi officer, adorned with the insignia of a colonel, peeked from the corner, raising his weapon to aim at Lin Feng, bellowing angrily in German. Do not heed him. Open fire. Eliminate him. Bang! A bullet soared towards Lin Feng, his gaze sharpening as the projectile appeared to move with the sluggishness of a crawling insect. He extended his hand, pinching the bullet firmly between his index and middle fingers, the copper casing slightly denting under the pressure, before flicking it back with a swift motion. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, a blood hole the size of a mung bean appeared on the officer's head, blood and brain matter erupting like foam. After dispatching the officer, the remaining soldiers, seemingly bereft of their souls, dropped their weapons and crouched down, clutching their heads in surrender. Just as Lin Feng seized one of the soldiers to inquire about the layout of the laboratory. From the depths of the laboratory surged forth a multitude of Nazi soldiers, many wielding the latest energy weapons developed by Hydra. They paid no heed to their surrendering comrades, raising their guns to unleash a frenzy barrage. Bullets and energy projectiles mingled in a torrential downpour directed towards their intended targets. Amidst the relentless hail of gunfire, Lin Feng found himself unable to evade the concealed energy blasts, ultimately taking a direct hit to his chest. With a resounding explosion, his body was propelled backwards like a cannonball. A metallic clang echoed as Lin Feng became embedded in the grand doorway. I've killed him. I've killed him. The Nazi soldier who struck Lin Feng exclaimed, dancing in a frenzy of madness. However, their celebration was short-lived as the surrounding soldiers gasped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief, a strange tension enveloping the atmosphere, causing the jubilant soldier to shudder and turn back. That hurt like hell. Do you even realize you've broken the rules? Lin Feng roared, his fury palpable. Such advanced weaponry should not exist in this era. Damn Hydra and their lunacy. One day, I shall obliterate them. He tore himself free from the steel door, seething with rage. The elite Nazi soldiers glanced at their energy weapons in disbelief. These new firearms could obliterate an ordinary person into mere ashes with a single shot. Yet, here was this allied Superman, merely sporting a slight bruise after being struck. Lin Feng, known for his vengeful nature, lunged forward. With a thunderous crack, he seized the soldier who had shot him, grasping his neck with one hand and yanking it fiercely, extracting the entire spine in the process. You enjoyed yourself. Now it's my turn to relish this moment. We're even. Discarding the head, he turned his gaze towards the other Nazi soldiers. Now it's your turn. Have you contemplated how you wish to meet your end? No sooner had Lin Feng spoken than several red dots appeared upon his body. Looking up, he saw a few Nazi soldiers in the distance, brandishing bizarre devices that unleashed crimson beams upon him. Before he could comprehend the nature of this weapon, the ground trembled with the sound of approaching footsteps. The previously audacious Nazi soldiers, who had dared to fire upon Lin Feng, now wore expressions of terror as they turned to flee into adjacent rooms, shouting in panic, "Run! The beastly monster is coming! Run!" Dozens of Nazi soldiers scurried about like headless flies. Yet, before they could find refuge, 6 towering figures, each standing 2 meters tall, charged in like a whirlwind, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the Nazi soldiers, trampling them underfoot and reducing them to a bloody pulp. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as his superhuman vision swept over the advancing figures. The 6 hulking beings, with muscles capable of outrunning a horse, covered several meters with each stride, their breaths thunderous, their heartbeats like drums, each one bearing a visage so monstrous it was far from human. These were the super orcs. This was the super orc army. Upon discerning their true nature, Lin Feng realized he had arrived at the right place. This was unmistakably the laboratory responsible for the creation of the super beings. Chapter 13. The might and flaws of the super beings. Annihilate the laboratory and escape with elegance. The super beings emerged within the confines of the lab, causing even the Nazi soldiers to flee in terror. Those unable to evade were ruthlessly knocked to the ground, trampled into a pulp beneath the massive feet of these towering figures, each exceeding 2 meters in height, leaving a trail of crimson footprints in their wake. Lin Feng, confident in his own strength nearing 500 tons, felt no fear towards the super beings, who could only muster a mere 100 tons of force. He surveyed them with calm composure, noting their specially tailored Nazi uniforms and the Hydra insignia embroidered on their right arms, all indicating that the objective of the mission lay before him. The super beings flared their nostrils, seemingly attempting to discern the identity of the man before them. Their faces were contorted with muscular definition, resembling grotesque caricatures, their tight black uniforms clinging to their forms, exuding an unpleasant stench from their hulking bodies. In the distance, several Nazi soldiers seized peculiar devices, employing laser beams to guide the super beings into action. "Roar, kill him, pray die!" Like savage beasts, the super beings bellowed, saliva dripping from their jaws as they charged forward with great strides. Lin Feng, undeterred, darted into their midst. He unleashed a flurry of punches, striking 6 of the super beings, only to find his fists meeting a resilience akin to rubber tires. Their muscles absorbed half of his force, rebounding with considerable elasticity. The super beings reacted with astonishing speed, their fists narrowly grazing Lin Feng's clothing, the rush of air tearing a gash in his attire, revealing the white vest beneath. In a fleeting moment, Lin Feng executed a half-turn high kick, sending the nearest super being hurtling away. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the launched super being suffered a shattered spine, its back caving inwards, contorted grotesquely against the wall. Indeed, targeting the skeletal structure proved to be a more efficient approach, as their muscular defense absorbed 80% of the impact. Once Lin Feng identified the super being's vulnerabilities, he focused his assaults on their elbows, knees, and spines. With speed that far surpassed theirs, he delivered 10 punches for every solitary blow they managed to retaliate, leaving only the dim-witted super beings at a disadvantage. The sound of snapping bones rang out intermittently, as the remaining 5 super beings appeared to be besieged by his relentless assault, their movements erratic, darting left and right. The hulking super beings resembled bears being toyed with, their punches and kicks frequently missing their mark, occasionally landing upon their fellow comrades, provoking a chorus of roars. With a decisive crack, Lin Feng shattered the arm of one super being, preparing to pivot and charge at another, when suddenly a massive, furry hand descended upon him like a great axe. Even with dulled intellect, the elite, modified super orcs of the Nazis swiftly devised a new tactic. They deliberately allowed one of their comrades to be sacrificed, while the others launched a staggered assault to obstruct the enemy's evasion routes. How dare they deceive me? Lin Feng deftly caught the enormous, furry hand with both hands and, with a twist and a turn, tore the entire arm away. Thick, foul-smelling blood cascaded down as the injured super orc staggered back a few steps. Immediately, another super orc filled the gap, raising its colossal foot to deliver a fierce kick. If you wish to engage in a contest of brute force, I shall oblige. Fueled by rage, Lin Feng lifted his foot and struck at the heel of the super orc. The collision of flesh produced a thunderous sound, and the super-orc's leg bones shattered, erupting from the flesh and embedding themselves into the ground and ceiling. Without waiting for the other super-orcs to retaliate, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to pursue, thrusting his fingers like a dagger into the throat of the fallen super-orc. Grasping the thick vertebrae, he pulled with ferocity. With a sickening squelch, several vertebrae along with the trachea were yanked out, and the super-orc gasped its last breath. Without hesitation, he turned and charged forward, delivering a brutal elbow strike against the chest of the oncoming super-orc, shattering its ribcage and revealing its still-beating, grotesque heart. In another swift motion, Lin Feng's fingers plunged into the heart, extracting it whole before crushing it in his grip. Faced with the last two attacking super-orcs, he suddenly crouched, supporting himself with one hand while executing a Thomas-style sweeping kick, breaking their legs in the process. Thud! Thud! Like the fall of mighty mountains, the two super-orcs collapsed, head raised, baring their teeth in furious roars. I will kill you. They clawed with their still-moving arms, desperately crawling toward the enemy, propelled by an immense force, their speed rivaling that of an ordinary human's run. Stubborn and deserving of death, Lin Feng leaped into the air, crushing the heads of the two super-orcs as if stomping on balloons. The super-orc that had previously been sent flying into the wall seemed to recover, propping itself against the wall to pull its body free, contorting its twisted spine, and with unsettling cracking sounds, it forcibly straightened its warped bones. Witnessing their comrades fall in gruesome defeat, limbs and severed arms sprawled haphazardly on the ground, blood pooling into a sticky morass, their eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. Jason, afraid, run, he stammered, turning to flee deeper into the laboratory. The Nazi soldiers guiding the super-orcs were taken aback. They had never seen super-orcs flee in fear. Even when facing the Soviets steel-tied, super-orcs had charged forward, toppling tanks with ease. Hiss! The Nazi soldiers produced specially designed whistles, emitting ultrasonic waves inaudible to ordinary humans. The fleeing Super Beastman felt as though his mind was exploding upon hearing the sound, agony tearing at his scalp, pulling away chunks of flesh. No, stop, it hurts, Jason. Obey. The Super Beastman, named Jason, cried out in torment, heroically turning back once more to launch a desperate charge. Lin Feng curiously glanced at the whistle in the Nazi soldier's hand, pondering how such a trivial device, akin to a pigeon whistle, could wield such formidable influence over the ferocious Super Beastman. Nevertheless, since the adversary dared to approach, he would send him to hell to reunite with his comrades. With this thought, he leaped up, landing on Jason's neck, and delivered a powerful double-fisted strike to his head. With a loud pop, the last Super Beastman's skull burst open like a watermelon. Lin Feng jumped off and swiftly dashed several meters, seizing the Nazi soldiers hiding behind, who were directing the Super Beastman. He yanked the whistles and guiding devices from their necks, crushing them underfoot before inquiring, "Pray tell, what purpose do these two gadgets serve? You had best speak the truth, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, do you wish to meet a fate as grim as that of the foolish giant?" The Nazi soldiers trembled, barely able to stand, propping each other up to prevent themselves from collapsing. "Commander, we do not know. Doctor, Zola only instructed us to aim the laser-guided gun at the target, marking it with the laser, after which the Aryan Superman would fight to the death against the marked target. That whistle-like device is an ultrasonic emitter, capable of resonating with a certain apparatus in the Super Beastman's brain, generating an electric current that stimulates their neural pathways, rendering them in excruciating pain. Lin Feng stroked his stubble thoughtfully, his skepticism waning as the soldier's account seemed corroborated by the Super Beastman's reactions. It appeared that Hydra's technology was still in its infancy. The Super Beastmen they produced exhibited low intelligence and limited strength, requiring guidance to engage in combat independently. He casually smashed the heads of several Nazi soldiers, sending them to hell without a hint of suffering. When the Doomsday Squad eliminated the outer sentries and entered the underground laboratory, they were met with a gruesome sight of dismembered corpses strewn across the floor, severed limbs merely the least of it, as some bodies lay shattered into dozens of pieces throughout the hall. "Wow, the boss has really lost it again. What a pity not to witness it," Ramosi lamented, hastening to Lin Feng's side. "Boss, you were too formidable, leaving not a single one for us. Following you feels like a free ride. It hardly seems fair regarding the allowances from the Department of Defense." Why don't you rest here while we handle the rest? The members of the Doomsday Squad rolled their eyes, disdainful of Ramos's sycophancy. However, they voiced no objections to his suggestion, instinctively pushing deeper into the laboratory. Lin Feng playfully flicked Ramosi on the forehead and lightly kicked him, chuckling as he rebuked him. Go help them. All the researchers inside must be eliminated, and some timed explosives must be placed to ensure that no experimental subjects or data remain. Lamosai playfully saluted in a rather unorthodox military fashion, clutching his sore backside, and dashed away, disappearing into the passage leading to the next underground laboratory in the blink of an eye. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. Shortly after the Doomsday Squad stormed in, a barrage of gunfire erupted from below. Occasionally, shouts in German could be heard, seemingly from the remaining Nazi officers unwilling to accept defeat, urging the researchers to unleash the unfinished super-orcs. Boom, boom, boom. Following the explosions of 3 grenades, silence fell in the second underground level. After a while, the members of the Doomsday Squad returned to the first underground level, their expressions grim, particularly Turner, who looked as if she might vomit but could not. Lin Feng felt a surge of curiosity. What had these battle-hardened warriors witnessed? What was troubling her? Was it truly that repulsive? Cantona cast a glance back at the passageway, his expression difficult to decipher. Boss, the Nazis and Hydra are not human. Inside, he sighed before continuing. In the second-level laboratory, there were 15 specimens of experimental subjects dissected longitudinally, still in the midst of transforming into super-orcs. Human organs and animal organs intertwined, consuming and absorbing one another, resulting in grotesque deformities that were far more nauseating than eviscerating a human. Turner, already struggling to maintain her composure, could no longer hold back upon hearing this. Ugh. Please stop, Ugh. She leaned against the wall, retching repeatedly until she nearly emptied her stomach, finally straightening up weakly. Boss, we should leave. The timed explosives will detonate in 2 minutes, and we've also drained the diesel from the generator and poured it over the experimental data, ensuring no future repercussions. Lin Feng, utilizing his enhanced vision, inspected the area and confirmed the installation of 12 timed explosives. All paper documents had been soaked in diesel, and the research equipment lay in ruins. Satisfied that no remnants of the research would remain after the explosion, he nodded and led the Doomsday Squad toward the exit. The group moved with remarkable speed, akin to galloping horses, and within seconds, they returned to the dense forest where the trucks were parked. Marilyn, seated in one of the trucks, brightened at their arrival, flinging open the door and leaping out. Wah, I thought you had abandoned me, Wah. She nestled into Lin Feng's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain on a pear blossom. Time was of the essence with the underground laboratory's timed explosives. Lin Feng swiftly lifted her and secured her in the passenger seat of the truck before circling around to the other side to start the engine. As the 3 trucks rolled out, a muffled explosion suddenly reverberated from behind. The abandoned military factory collapsed in the blast, flames leaping from the gaping cracks, as thick black smoke billowed skyward. Chapter 14. The Grand Maneuvers of the 14th Army. As the armored division blocked the path, could Lin Feng return safely? After nearly 3 hours of travel, an elite armored regiment arrived at the abandoned military factory. A colonel, clad in the black uniform of the German forces, stood atop a tank, gazing at the vast crater, still exhaling remnants of smoke. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of despair, unable to fathom the Führer's inevitable wrath upon learning of the laboratory's destruction. The Aryan Supermen were a crucial asset for the Empire in its struggle against the Allies. With the experimental base that forged these weapons obliterated, establishing a new, comprehensive facility in the near future seemed implausible. This meant that the 3 Aryan Supermen currently besieging St. Petersburg would soon become the Empire's last remaining hope. Had it not been for the failure of the experimental base to communicate with the Army Command today, the officer dispatched to investigate the situation would have remained oblivious for several more days. Damn those Allied Supermen. It must have been their doing. No one else could rival the Aryan Supermen. Ordinary Allied soldiers would merely be marching to their deaths if they infiltrated this place. 6 Aryan Supermen had been stationed within a laboratory, yet it was astonishing that they were overwhelmed in a mere 10 minutes. Fortunately, Dr. Zola, returning to Berlin, had brought backup data with him. It was a pity for Dr. Selvey. He was the true creator of the Aryan Supermen and had perished here, his death utterly devoid of value. After venting his fury, The German colonel commanded, "Send 2 companies to extinguish the fire and salvage any remaining documents. Even a scrap of toilet paper must be recovered. Is that understood?" Following the transmission of his orders, the tank crew of 2 companies, totaling 44 tanks, dismounted. 176 soldiers donned their gas masks and, armed with engineer shovels hung on the tanks, charged towards the smoke-filled crater, determined to extinguish the flames and advance deeper into the site. Strength in numbers proved effective. After more than 2 hours of toil, over 100 men had unearthed the buried passageways and extinguished all remaining embers within the laboratory. Regrettably, amid the charred ruins, they failed to discover any paper documents. The sole discovery was a soldier, unconscious from a bullet wound that narrowly missed a vital area. After rescue efforts, he regained consciousness, his skin suffering from over 87% severe burns, with minor injuries to his respiratory tract and vocal cords. After an injection of adrenaline, he managed to utter a few fragmented words: demon, devil, all demons, Aryan supermen are deceivers, liars. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing the soldier's skull, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. The colonel remained unflinching, his voice resolute and somber as he proclaimed, "Rest in peace, soldier. I shall avenge you. Do not blame me in paradise. I cannot bear to see you suffer." He turned to the soldiers behind him, raising his hand and bellowing, "German warriors, how shall we deal with those who have slain our comrades?" Over 1,000 armored soldiers, with their heads held high and eyes gleaming with fervor, shouted in unison, "Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" The resounding battle cries reverberated through the heavens and the earth, startling the birds in the nearby dense forest, which took flight in a frantic flurry, circling in the sky, bewildered by the intentions of the humans below. The colonel returned to his tank, pressing his hands down to quell the fervent soldiers. They fell silent, their expressions brimming with anticipation as they awaited his command. To the south, the Imperial fleet was stationed at sea, and the enemy would undoubtedly avoid that route. However, the northern coast of Sicily was frequently plagued by British and French warships. It was likely that the adversaries would traverse the central highway of the island heading north. "Warriors, let us pursue and crush them." Upon concluding his speech, the colonel ordered the 207 tanks of the armored regiment to make a swift turn and chase towards northern Sicily. Upon reporting the situation from the laboratory to the headquarters of the 14th Army Group, the entire command was shaken. The F-Rare's prized possession had been targeted by the enemy, and should they fail to capture them, they would face dire consequences from the F-Rare himself. The headquarters simulated the potential escape routes of the enemy on the map of Sicily. Ultimately reaching a consensus with the colonel, the enemy would likely flee along the central highway that traversed the island from north to south, as it provided the shortest route to the northern coast. Consequently, the 14th Army Group dispatched 3 additional armored regiments, segmenting the entire central highway into 4 sections, establishing layers of checkpoints to intercept the fleeing enemy. The mobilization of the 4 armored regiments and the establishment of checkpoints along the central highway soon incited dissatisfaction within the Italian government. This highway was the main artery for the transportation of supplies across Sicily, and its segmentation by the 14th Army Group was akin to the onset of arteriosclerosis, causing a dramatic decline in transportation efficiency. Many agricultural products already en route had begun to rot and mold, and the truck drivers traversing this road were losing their hair in distress, too intimidated to confront the stern German soldiers. Upon receiving intelligence from Allied spies embedded within the Italian government, the information was swiftly relayed to the Allied nations, and soon the Allied headquarters in London was informed. What is happening? Why has the German 14th Army Group suddenly deployed 4 armored regiments to intercept the central highway of Sicily? There had been no prior intelligence indicating any sudden military maneuvers by the Germans. Could it be a military exercise? Such a notion was quickly dismissed, as the Italian government had lodged protests, only to fall silent shortly thereafter. The military chiefs from various nations engaged in fervent discussions, analyzing the unexpected actions of the German forces. It was then that Eisenhower suddenly recalled that the Allied Supermen and the destroyer squad had also been stationed on Sicily, and his countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "I understand the reason now. Colonel Lin must have succeeded, given the confidentiality of the operation." Only Churchill grasped the implications and nodded in agreement. It seems that Colonel Lin has successfully dismantled the production facility of the Aryan Superman. In light of the German forces' relentless pursuit, it is imperative that we extend some necessary assistance to him. I propose that we command the Allied carrier fleet in the Atlantic to collectively disrupt operations near Sicily, compelling the Germans to reallocate their military resources for coastal defense, thereby alleviating the pressure on Colonel Lin. The two of them were in perfect accord. However, many high-ranking Allied generals remained perplexed. A French general furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion with a question. But you are merely discussing a small squad. Even if they were to infiltrate and sabotage, it should not warrant alarming the 14th Army Group. Mobilizing 4 armored divisions to confront a contingent of such modest scale seems rather excessive, does it not? Eisenhower shook his head, his expression grave as he elucidated. No, you fail to grasp the situation. Colonel Lin's title as an Allied Superman was not bestowed upon him by us. It was earned on the battlefield. The objective of this mission is to obliterate the laboratories that continuously cultivate Aryan Supermen. In the recent skirmish between the Soviets and the Germans, including the current battle for St. Petersburg, you must have witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of these Aryan monstrosities. The purpose of dispatching Colonel Lin and his team to Sicily is precisely to destroy the laboratories producing such abominations. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the German 14th Army Group is undertaking such significant maneuvers. Regardless of whether they can capture Colonel Lin, they must implement these defensive measures to confront the wrath of the little mustache. The high-ranking generals present suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, unanimously endorsing Churchill's perspective as they gathered around the map of Sicily to formulate a plan to disrupt operations on the island. Only Eisenhower remained with a furrowed brow, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. He had meticulously studied Lin Feng's background and understood that this individual had a propensity to become stronger when confronted with formidable challenges, never yielding in the face of adversity. He sensed that before they could even commence their carrier fleet's disruptions and concentrate German forces in the northern and western regions of Sicily, Lin Feng would likely engage head-on with the armored divisions. Yet, those were 4 armored divisions, nearly 1,000 tanks. Surely, even Christ himself would think twice before engaging. Could Lin Feng successfully break through their encirclement and return safely with the Doomsday Squad? Chapter 15. The Turbulent Winds of Change. A lone rider breaks through the sound barrier. Sicily has garnered unprecedented attention. Once an obscure name to most nations, it now finds itself in the spotlight as the Allied Atlantic carrier fleet receives orders from command to converge upon the island. Military leaders from various nations fix their gaze upon this locale. Numerous well-informed organizations within the underground world, upon receiving this news, frantically sought to extract the secrets behind this monumental military operation from the Sicilian mafia. Old Carlochino, upon hearing the news, felt his heart race, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming burden. A vivid image of a young, yet domineering figure surfaced in his mind. He believed that if there existed someone on the island who could provoke such fierce opposition between the Nazis and the Allies, it would undoubtedly be a colonel named Lin Feng. In a state of urgency, he sought out Scar Corleone, who was indulging in the hedonistic pleasures of the red light district. Old Carlochino, disregarding decorum, spoke with palpable agitation. Scar Corleone, what exactly is your boss doing on the island? The Nazis have dispatched 4 armor divisions to guard the main road. Surely, he and that band of miscreants have orchestrated something monumental. You had better inform me forthwith. I have no desire for the Carlochino family to accompany you to your demise. Scar Corleone, enveloping himself in the embrace of a voluptuous stripper, chuckled with a hint of cunning. The old man was quite shrewd. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, he sought to distance himself, yet the exit was sealed shut, leaving him with no escape. Uncle, you are overly concerned. Do we not agree that we would not interfere in the Mafia's affairs, and you would refrain from questioning our endeavors? After we complete this task, someone will reach out to you at an opportune moment, and your chance for redemption will arrive. Do you still harbor illusions of betraying us to reconcile with Mussolini and the Nazis? As he spoke, he planted a kiss on the lips of the stripper, cradling her delicate head in his hands, his face lighting up with a radiant smile, his eyes brimming with desire and reluctance. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. The dancer, caught off guard, felt an excruciating pain in her neck as her head twisted 180 degrees, revealing the horrified countenance of the speechless old Carlo Kino behind her. "Why, you monster! After just a few days of companionship, you would so callously end her life?" Cold-hearted and cruel by nature, Scar truly embodied the essence of the Corleone family. The patriarch of this powerful Sicilian mafia clan, accustomed to the treacheries and betrayals of the underworld, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It is often said that heroes struggle at the hands of beautiful women. Many mafia bosses have fallen prey to their charms. Yet, witnessing someone so composed and unflinching as Scar snap the neck of a lover he had been entangled with just days prior was a sight old Carlo Kino had never witnessed in over 60 years of life. Scar Corleone wiped his hands with a towel, pushing the lifeless body onto the sofa. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, he opened a bottle of red wine, pouring 2 glasses. He took small sips from one while gently sliding the other towards old Carlo Kino. "Uncle, have a drink to steady your nerves. The moment you entered and revealed our secret, I had no choice but to eliminate her to protect our lives. She did possess some skill, and I must admit, I feel a twinge of regret. Dealing with a corpse should not pose a challenge for you, Uncle. This is, after all, a cherished art of the Sicilian Mafia. Thank you for providing me with the latest information. I must now head to the main road to await our boss. Remember to keep a close watch over those families. Do not allow anyone the opportunity to waver. Not everyone possesses your wisdom, Uncle. There will always be fools who fail to grasp the gravity of the situation." Upon finishing the glass of red wine, Scalco Corleone touched the corner of his mouth, donned a black suit from the hanger, and with a steady gait, exited the luxurious suite of the strip club. Returning to the old Calicino villa, he changed into the uniform of a United States Army Sergeant Major and retrieved an off-road vehicle from the villa's garage, speeding away with great haste. Meanwhile, the leaders of several prominent mafia families convened around a round table, deliberating over the recent intelligence they had received. "Do you think Colonel Lin and his group can escape without being captured by the Nazis?" One inquired, his gaze wavering. "It's hard to say," another replied. "I've delved into his background, and it's truly astonishing. On the Southeast Asian front, he frequently single-handedly defeated elite Japanese forces, leading the Annihilation Squad to achieve countless victories. There were also those with extensive connections who had gathered confidential information from afar in Southeast Asia. That's different. The fighting capabilities of the Japanese cannot be compared to those of the Germans. Moreover, the effectiveness of tanks in jungle warfare is significantly diminished. But the Nazis have deployed 4 armored divisions this time, nearly 1,000 tanks." Someone retorted, visibly trembling yet articulating their point. Many nodded in agreement, particularly those who were terrified of the Nazis, their minds racing with anxiety and uncertainty. Cosimo Alessandro snorted derisively, slamming his hand on the table, his voice raised in anger. "A bunch of fickle-minded individuals. Can you not look beyond the immediate? Previously, we all heard of the so-called Aryan Superman wreaking havoc on the Soviet and German battlefields. Do you honestly believe that Colonel Lin, who dares to come to Sicily seeking an experimental base, is inferior to these so-called supermen? I advise you to compose yourselves, feign ignorance about this matter, and maintain a tight-lipped stance with our subordinates. Whether approached by Mussolini's men or the Nazis, we shall all speak in unison, claiming ignorance." The assembled mafia leaders paused, reflecting for a moment before nodding in agreement. Cosimo Alessandro was right. They must act as though nothing had transpired. They should continue collecting protection fees, smuggling tobacco, and essentially maintain their previous operations, pretending never to have encountered the Allied forces. By adhering to this unchanged approach, regardless of whether Colonel Lin could escape, they must avoid revealing any collusion with the Allies, lest they find themselves ostracized and incurring the Allies' ire. Ahem. If Colonel Lin manages to escape, and we Haven T assisted him, will he hold a grudge against us? A timid voice suddenly asked, only to be met with disdainful glances from the others. The Mafia's intent was to cooperate with the Allies, not to ally with a mere colonel. Simply not betraying him was already commendable. Even if they chose not to assist, it was likely he would understand. When the Allies eventually launched their counteroffensive in Sicily, the lowest-ranking official seeking negotiations would at least hold the title of Brigadier General. At that point, they could simply offer money or women to curry favor with an Allied general. They need not fear a mere colonel causing trouble. At this moment, the diminutive island of Sicily, unbeknownst to the multitude, has become the focal point of countless gazes, a spectacle of unprecedented attention. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remains oblivious to the commotion, driving with relentless speed along the central highway, leading the Doomsday Squad, while Marilyn dozes languidly in the passenger seat. The armored division that had been pursuing them, lacking the superhuman physiques of the enhanced soldiers, found themselves weary and parched after a day of relentless travel. Reluctantly, the colonel in command ordered a halt to the chase, instructing his troops to establish camp, kindle a fire, and prepare a meal, with plans to resume the pursuit after a 2-hour respite. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would result in catastrophic losses for another armored division stationed ahead to intercept. Several dozen kilometers away, a billowing cloud of dust rose alongside the thunderous roars of tank engines. The 115th Armored Division, tasked with the interception, arranged its 207 tanks into 4 formidable rows, effectively blocking the highway, with additional tanks extending from both sides to thwart any desperate attempts by the enemy to circumvent their blockade. The colonel believed that only the Aryan supermen, endowed with indomitable vitality, could break through the hail of gunfire and escape his defenses, dismissing the Allied supermen as utterly incapable. As the distance closed, 50 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 30 kilometers, Lin Feng's extraordinary vision discerned the Nazi intercepting forces in the distance. He deftly applied the brakes, slowing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. The 2 trucks following suit came to a stop as well. The members of the Doomsday Squad disembarked, gathering around the lead vehicle, perplexed as they observed their leader stepping out, his expression grave as he gazed intently ahead, seemingly scrutinizing something. The Nazis reacted swiftly. An entire armored division lay ahead, and it was likely that pursuing forces were closing in from behind, matching the strength of the obstructing enemy. They found themselves trapped between a rock and a hard place. Lin Feng resolved to confront the blocking armored division himself, instructing his team to remain vigilant against the approaching pursuers, preparing for a pincer attack. After a moment of contemplation, he formulated a tactical plan. Faced with the ferocious artillery fire from over 200 tanks of the armored division, only he, equipped with the Golden Age Superman template, possessed the capacity to retaliate. Although the Doomsday Squad had also adopted the Super Soldier template, they remained merely flesh and blood, vulnerable to the 37mm cannons and 792 heavy machine guns. In a defensive position, the Doomsday Squad wielded anti-tank weaponry, giving them a fighting chance against the armored division. After all, the super soldiers possessed extraordinary strength, capable of repositioning with their anti-tank guns, a feat even tanks would struggle to match. However, they were currently engaged in a chance encounter and had not brought anti-tank weapons, rendering any reckless charge futile, a mere invitation to death. "No way, boss. We must go too. There's no way we're letting you charge alone." Cantona was the first to voice his dissent, exuding an air of fearless defiance. Ramoshi also chimed in, his neck craned defiantly as he muttered in protest. "Indeed, my leader. We fear not death. Allow us to accompany you." The others chimed in, collectively opposing the leader's command for the first time in over a month since the inception of the Doomsday Squad. Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion, yet maintained a stern countenance as he bellowed, "Silence. We's are you if you go. Can you even deplete a few bullets from the enemy's machine guns? Furthermore, securing our rear path offers us an additional option. If we truly cannot prevail, we can retreat and circumvent the pursuit, lest we be cornered by the enemy behind us." He asserted, "Follow my orders, keep your distance from the battlefield, and remain vigilant of the situation behind us." While the Doomsday Squad had previously dared to voice their opinions when he was calm, they now lowered their heads in silence, dissuaded by the genuine anger radiating from him. After ensuring their safety, Lin Feng climbed back into the truck, advancing another 20 kilometers. For the remaining 10 kilometers, he chose to proceed on foot. Driving would present too large a target, making it easier for the enemy tanks ahead to concentrate their fire. The entire Doomsday Squad disembarked, their eyes glistening with tears as they watched their leader resolutely stride into the uncertain path ahead. 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 5 kilometers, the distance to the armored division dwindled, and Lin Feng could discern the pores on the faces of the opposing soldiers. Just as he contemplated charging forward to catch them off guard, an unexpected notification from the system rang in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Reputation 8982. The conditions for upgrading the Golden Age Superhuman template have been met." Taken aback by the sudden influx of over 8,000 reputation points, Lin Feng pondered the cause of this development, though the rationale behind the system's abrupt notification eluded him. It arrived as a fortuitous boon as he prepared to confront an entire armored division of 207 tanks. He instinctively opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Lin Feng, loaded template. Golden Age Superhuman 3, 3185 210 0000. Abilities, Super Strength, Iron Body, Stellar Energy Absorption, Biological Field, Super Vision, Super Hearing, Super Stamina. Super Healing Ability, Reputation, 31,852. Faction, America, Allied Nations. Subordinates, 15 members of the Doomsday Squad. Spouse, none. Offspring, none. Affiliated template, Super Soldier template. Gazing at the upgraded Golden Age Superhuman template, Lin Feng felt a blend of emotions, and a bitter smile crept onto his face. Upgrading his template on the eve of battle was indeed fortuitous, as it signified another surge in his power. Clenching his fists, he sensed the rapid escalation of strength surging within him, surpassing the remarkable threshold of 1,000 tons, more than double his previous capacity. While other physical attributes remained untested, previous experiences suggested they too had increased, likely by a similar or even greater margin. However, the prestige standards for the template's latest upgrade have significantly escalated. I am still short of 148 prestige points to reach levels 3 to 4. This is utterly absurd, surpassing the cumulative prestige required for the previous 2 upgrades. Never mind. Why should I dwell on these matters? My priority is to vanquish the enemies before me. With renewed vigor, Lin Feng felt a remarkable change in his speed as he sprinted forth. Before him loomed a dense barrier of air, akin to a resilient wall of gas that impeded further acceleration. Each stride felt as though he were charging forward while bearing the weight of a small mountain. The sound barrier. This was indeed the sound barrier. To his astonishment, his speed had reached supersonic levels. Elated, Lin Feng sensed that his body still possessed reserves of strength, and he summoned all his might to further increase his pace, pushing against the formidable resistance as his footfalls quickened dramatically. Boom! The air wall that obstructed his path erupted, sending a whirlwind in all directions. With the sound barrier shattered, Lin Feng's speed surged once more, transcending the threshold of sound. Chapter 16. A force that dares to dismay 1,000 enemies. Crafting new attire from his surroundings. With dust soaring to the heavens, Lin Feng felt as though he were running faster than ever, transforming into a mere wisp of shadow as he traversed the terrain, kicking up clouds of dust and debris in his wake, the sound of sonic booms trailing behind him. Over a distance of 3,000 meters, an ordinary athlete would require 72,067 seconds, yet he accomplished it in just 82 seconds. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Shells are chambered, aiming to fire. From the perspective of the Colonel Commander of the 115th Armored Regiment, upon witnessing the billowing dust, he issued the command to engage. But it took 7 seconds before the first shell was loaded. Boom, boom, boom. The 37 cannons roared, launching shells at a velocity of 900 meters per second. But they all fell behind the figure, creating massive craters along the central roadway. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Tot-tot-tot-tot. As the figure drew near, the machine guns mounted on the tanks unleashed a frenzied barrage. Were members of the Doomsday Squad present? Being caught in such a hail of gunfire would render their bodies shattered, with gaping wounds the size of bowls. After all, the machine guns on the tanks were designed to combat lightly armored infantry vehicles, possessing caliber sizes akin to small artillery rather than typical machine guns. The high-velocity bullets, shooting forth from the machine guns, left trails of flames several meters long in the air, resembling the scythe of death, extending from near to far in an attempt to force the enemy to retreat and provide greater operational space for their side. Whether stone, tree, or earth, under the relentless onslaught of the machine guns, everything appeared as fragile as decayed wood, with bullets striking and shattering them into countless fragments. Moreover, this was not merely 1 or 2 machine guns, but over 200 firing simultaneously, their concentrated bullets weaving an intricate net in the air, enveloping the space hundreds of meters in front of the armored regiment like a celestial trap. Under this overwhelming firepower, capable of obliterating all mortal life, Lin Feng braved the storm of bullets and leaped before the regiment, soaring upward like a divine dragon ascending to the night sky. Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous Nazi soldiers, his figure ascended higher, as if destined to soar to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Following the enhancement of his superhuman template, Lin Feng's leaping ability reached unprecedented heights, exponentially surpassing his previous prowess. Under the incredulous stares of all, he soared to the apex of a parabolic arc. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, and finally, he reached an altitude nearing 1,000 meters. My God, is he truly flying? The tank drivers could not help but gape, staring blankly at the celestial figure that loomed above like a deity. Approaching 1,000 meters is akin to the height of nearly 300 stories. Even the famed Allied superhumans would find such elevation unfathomable. The mustachioed figure, emblematic of the Aryan Superman, possessed strength exceeding 100 tons and speed surpassing 100 meters per second. They were already beyond human limits. Yet their jumps barely reached a few dozen meters in height. The soldiers of the 115th Armored Division, dispatched to intercept Lin Feng, had received prior notification of the non-human entity they were to confront. Upon detecting the enemy's presence, they opened fire without a moment's hesitation. These Nazi soldiers believed that with their formidable firepower, they could shatter the invincible myth of the Allied superhuman. However, witnessing this astonishing leap left them utterly astounded. Indeed, this was a monster. The title of superhuman was well-deserved. From a height of 1,000 meters, Lin Feng gazed down upon the earth, where tanks appeared no larger than matchboxes. Looking down from such an elevation, the Nazi soldiers resembled mere ants, visible only as dark specks. When one perceives all beings as ants, one realizes that fate is beyond human control. With a newfound understanding blossoming within him, Lin Feng adjusted his body, adopting a more relaxed posture for freefall. The howling winds swept past him as the landscape below rapidly expanded in his view. In the midst of the onlookers' horrified expressions, Lin Feng executed a knee-lift stomp maneuver. In the instant he landed, he forcefully stomped down upon a tank. With a screech, the heavy armor of the tank crumpled as if made of paper beneath his foot, collapsing under the force, the entire vehicle instantaneously transforming into a heap of scrap metal. Boom! The munitions within the storage compartment detonated under the immense pressure, and amidst the blazing inferno, a figure leaped once more. This time, he did not ascend as high, but rather swiftly descended onto another tank, delivering another crushing blow. Boom! Yet another tank was rendered inoperable, with debris exploding into the air like a sandstorm, engulfing the surrounding vehicles. The machine gunner, exposed above, met a grim fate, his body riddled with shrapnel of varying sizes, reduced to a scattered mess. Bang! Lin Feng leapt again. Boom! In the instant of his descent, he obliterated yet another tank. Bang! Lin Feng soared once more. Boom! Another tank met its demise beneath his foot. The soldiers of the 115th Armored Regiment were struck with horror, their eyes wide with disbelief as tank after tank erupted in flames. Their comrades were either crushed into a bloody pulp within the vehicles or torn apart by the subsequent explosions. Though thoughts of eliminating the enemy had crossed their minds, no one dared to fire at the targets that had landed on their own tanks, fearing they might inadvertently kill their own allies instead. The only moment they could fire with a semblance of safety was during Lin Feng's brief suspension in midair, yet the armored regiment was ill-equipped with anti-aircraft weaponry. The machine guns on the tanks could only fire at a narrow angle of 15 degrees, offering little opportunity for accurate targeting. After Lin Feng had destroyed dozens of tanks, he realized that while the act was exhilarating, it lacked a certain elegance. Like a frog, he leapt about chaotically, though he could wreak havoc. The aesthetic was far from appealing. A change in posture was necessary, one that would allow him to vanquish the enemy while exuding a sense of style. Following yet another explosion of a tank, his gaze fell upon the elongated barrel. As the onlookers fervently seized upon this fleeting opportunity, wildly adjusting the machine gun's aim and unleashing a barrage of bullets, Lin Feng remained unfazed by the clattering projectiles striking his body. With a hand as pure as ivory, he reached for the tank's cannon and forcefully wrenched it free. Amidst the jarring metallic sound of tearing metal, the spectators gasped in horror as he deftly twisted the hollow cannon into a solid, spiral-shaped spear, a nearly 2-meter-long javelin. Adorned with a spiral design crafted from the alloy barrel, mysteriously materialized in Lin Feng's grasp. with his left leg stepping forward and right arm raised. His form transformed into that of a human bow. With a swift motion, he hurled the spear, which flew forth like the arrow of Ho, shooting down the suns, piercing the air with such velocity that its trajectory was invisible to all except for Lin Feng himself. In that moment, the battlefield seemed to freeze, and everyone instinctively held their breath. Boom, 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 boom. In the next instant, a series of explosions erupted as Lin Feng released the spear, causing a line of tanks directly in its path to detonate without warning, engulfing half the sky in flames and smoke. How could this be? Both the colonel commanding the armored regiment and the myriad of officers and soldiers were left in shock, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets as they stared in disbelief at the hundreds of meters of destruction. 10 kilometers away, members of the Doomsday Squad stationed on the road were equally incredulous, momentarily questioning the functionality of their binoculars. How could they possibly witness their leader's handcrafted javelin effortlessly penetrate the thick armor of 6 tanks, obliterating an entire column? Cursed be the allied superhuman. The power of this strike was absurdly greater than the armor-piercing ammunition currently under research by the Empire, which could at most destroy a single tank. Yet he had managed to demolish 6 with just 1 spear. The colonel commanding the 115th Armored Regiment, hidden in the rear, felt a surge of both anger and fear. His ire was directed at the overwhelming strength of the enemy, which rendered his forces powerless to resist, while his trepidation stemmed from the fear that the previous strike could have been aimed at him. Radio the headquarters and request reinforcements. Inform them that our unit is on the verge of annihilation. If reinforcements do not arrive, the enemy will retreat. The colonel's expletives echoed his frustration, though he was uncertain who he was cursing. The radio operator, however, had already activated the transmitter, seeking aid from the 14th Army Group. The surviving tank drivers, without needing instruction, accelerated as if their very lives depended on it, distancing themselves from their comrades to avoid being caught in a catastrophic strike. Yet, Lin Feng paid little heed to their evasive maneuvers. With a force exceeding 1,000 tons, everything within his line of sight lay within his range. The massive tanks were unmistakable targets, even from 60 kilometers away, his extraordinary vision ensuring accuracy. At that moment, he dismantled a section of armor from the tank beneath him, swiftly fashioning a half-meter-long spear within a second, and hurled it anew. The impact reverberated as yet another tank succumbed to the spear's piercing force, detonating its ammunition storage in a spectacular explosion, while the spear exited from the other side, its final resting place unknown. Increased the distance and opened fire. We must not allow him to continue his assault. The colonel bellowed hoarsely, relaying commands through the vehicle's radio. The remaining 100-plus tanks retreated hastily. But before they could achieve a safe distance, a barrage of spears sliced through the air, resulting in a series of explosions as tanks erupted one after another. Boom! 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 Some tanks, already positioned at a distance, frantically reversed while firing their cannons. Although the shells lacked significant armor-piercing power, their explosive radius was considerable. Each detonation sent shockwaves within a 20-meter radius, capable of obliterating both structures and the unfortunate souls within them. In the blink of an eye, dozens of shells rained down around Lin Feng, saturating the space with destruction. These explosions were potent enough to overturn a concrete bunker, ensuring that any ordinary individual caught within a blast radius would meet a certain demise. Even the Aryan Bermensch, if unprotected, would likely sustain severe injuries or be reduced to mere fragments in such an onslaught. A supersaturated attack. This was the German army's most adept method of assault, one they executed with unparalleled finesse. Lin Feng stood amidst the fiery chaos, listening to the clattering of shrapnel against his body, casting a bemused glance at his now threadbare form, contemplating the necessity of commissioning Howard Stark to craft a robust set of clothing. Alas, my current template level is insufficient. The biological force field lacks the strength to withstand such onslaughts. It would be better to endure with a body of steel. He was no pervert, after all. It was rather daunting to hurl spears openly in front of hundreds, if not thousands, of men. The cold wind blew uncomfortably, yet it mattered little if his beautiful bedfellow witnessed it. What truly concerned Lin Feng was the prospect of these Nazi soldiers feeling so inferior that they might contemplate suicide. He tore off a piece of armor from a nearly stripped tank and fashioned it into a pair of iron shorts, alleviating the awkwardness that had hung about him. "Damn it, after letting you catch a glimpse, I've suffered a great loss." He skillfully crafted 2 short spears, launching them simultaneously with both hands. The air was cleaved by 2 long white trails, and the piercing sonic boom struck the eardrums of the nearby Nazi soldiers, leaving many of them bleeding from their ears. Whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang. Like supersonic missiles, the 2 spears penetrated the interiors of 2 tanks, impaling the driver and gunner before detonating the ammunition compartment, resulting in a spectacular explosion. In just over 20 seconds, since Lin Feng had plunged into the enemy ranks, chaos erupted all around him. Over 20 out of 207 tanks were obliterated in his initial frog leap, with another 30 tanks succumbing to the onslaught of spears. Lin Feng's brief onslaught effectively crippled half the combat strength of the 115th Armored Division. The surviving Nazi soldiers gazed at him with nothing but fear and despair. Their earlier confidence and bravado stripped away, wishing they could turn back time to slap themselves into unconsciousness, thus avoiding the confrontation with such a terrifying adversary. Trapped in a predicament where they were terrified yet unable to flee. However, a portion of the tanks retreated to a safe distance, and after stabilizing, they fired shells that finally struck Lin Feng, exploding against his robust physique. It was as if dozens of brilliant fireworks erupted around him, enveloping the area within 100 meters in a tempest of fiery explosions, turbulent shock waves, and flying shrapnel. Each cannonball that detonated unleashed dozens, if not hundreds, of fragments, transformed into terrifying projectiles by the force of the explosion, hurtling in all directions. Perfect hits. Both the colonel and ordinary soldiers cheered with exuberance. They believed that while the previous shells had failed to directly hit their target, it was understandable that the Allied superhuman could withstand the residual blasts and shrapnel. However, this time, at least half of the dozens of shells had struck true. Even a body forged of steel could be shattered amidst such relentless artillery fire. Some soldiers, amidst their jubilation, discreetly patted their wildly beating chests, wiping away beads of cold sweat from their foreheads. In the brutal battle just past, they had been passively taking blows, dancing on the edge of life and death. Never had they imagined that a human could so thoroughly dismantle an armor division composed entirely of tanks. Even though the Allied superhuman had previously achieved feats of single-handedly breaching enemy lines, he had never exhibited such formidable power against the tank battalion. Chapter 17. The Resounding Song of Victory. A night at the inn, where the fragrance of darkness blooms. The group of fools in the army, upon my return, I shall surely report them to the Ministry of Defense. This so-called Allied Superman is not merely superhuman. He is a force more terrifying than a divine presence descending upon the battlefield from a distance, as he witnessed his subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered. The colonel of the armor division could only unleash a torrent of curses. His division, comprising a mere 207 tanks, had suffered the catastrophic loss of nearly 100 within less than a minute, a pain so profound that he clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. That monster must be vanquished, right? Among the jubilant Nazi soldiers, one quietly inquired of his companion. The soldiers, upon hearing his question, widened their eyes, fixated on the area engulfed in flames and shrouded in black smoke. They could not penetrate the fire and fog, yet they fervently prayed for Lin Feng's demise. With so many artillery shells striking his body directly, even a deity would surely falter, just as they contemplated continuing their celebration. A dark figure leaped from the flames and smoke, landing heavily on a tank, reducing the tank crew beneath to mere pulp. The muscular lines of his bare physique were nothing short of perfect, the soot-covered patterns lending an air of wild ferocity, his long iron shorts reflecting the sunlight. Lin Feng resembled an indomitable berserker from an ancient realm, impervious to the rain of bullets and the thunderous barrage of shells, emerging unscathed. Our leader has not perished. Incredible. Utterly astonishing. I nearly lost my mind. Thankfully, our leader has emerged. A jubilant cheer erupted from the Destruction Day squad, situated 10 kilometers behind, each face radiating elation as if they had just stumbled upon a massive gold brick. Even Marilyn, who had implored to borrow a telescope to view the spectacle near Ternigadora, displayed a smile of relief. Meanwhile, the Nazi soldiers facing Lin Feng were like ducks caught in the grip of fate, their collective revelry abruptly stifled. The artillery operators, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief, shouted in denial as they frantically reloaded their shells, desperate to fire upon the enemy once more. "Humph, while you revel in your firing, I am far from pleased." Lin Feng, standing atop the blood-soaked tank, leaped down and, with a few powerful strides, approached a tank that had yet to retreat. Grasping the cannon with his right hand, he summoned his strength, dragging the massive vehicle along with him. Thus, he sped towards the other tanks, intent on revenge. With a fierce determination, he brought the tank crashing down upon another, cursing vehemently. In the deafening clamor of metal colliding, both tanks crumpled like crushed soda cans, thick blood oozing from their breached bodies. After smashing one tank, he continued to drag the battered vehicle toward his next target. While wielding a javelin to pierce tanks might appear heroic, being the focus of concentrated artillery fire is undeniably a precarious predicament. As we await the template upgrade, the thermal ray will possess the capability to annihilate military targets on a grand scale, allowing for a swift and striking demise of adversaries. Presently, one must choose between the fish and the bear's paw, beset by an obstructive foe ahead and pursuing enemies behind. He relinquished the luxury of having it all and resolved to first eliminate the obstructing adversaries. At that moment, from a distance, a deep rumble echoed ominously. Lin Feng gazed upward, and through his enhanced vision, he beheld a colossal shell hurtling towards him. As the projectile traversed the sky, it left a white streak in its wake, grazing his shoulder before detonating in the distance, creating a vast crater of 2,000 square meters. The white trail in the sky had yet to dissipate when another thunderous boom resonated as a cannonball the size of a barrel surged forth. Streaking across the sky and trailing a long tail, the sound of its sonic boom lagging far behind its speed. The trajectory of this shell had evidently been fine-tuned, and Lin Feng calculated its landing point, which was perilously close to his position. What in the world are the Nazis deploying such advanced weaponry with astounding power? With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped several hundred meters away, while the tank behind him was obliterated into a shower of debris by the shell. This massive artillery shell not only boasted an explosive force several times that of a conventional shell, but also reached speeds exceeding 2,000 meters per second, surpassing 6 times the speed of sound. It was beyond the capability of the naked eye to perceive. Even Lin Feng's superhuman vision could only barely register its approach, compelling him to leap ahead of the explosion's reach to evade this terrifying projectile. Fortunately, judging by the shell's trajectory, the cannon was positioned at a considerable distance, and hitting a target the size of a human being with precision would prove to be a challenge. Continuous reports of accurate coordinates were essential, or striking Lin Feng would be exceedingly difficult. However, it was evident that the only entity capable of providing precise coordinates was the 115th Armored Regiment, which was left with half of their tanks intact, as there were no specialized artillery scouts in the vicinity. The colonel commanding the armored regiment breathed a sigh of relief. The higher-ups had responded swiftly. Although reinforcements had not yet arrived, artillery support had come first. The only weaponry capable of such range was the Roman cannon. Akin to the famed Paris gun, the Roman cannon, with a terrifying caliber of 210 millimeters and a barrel length of 36 meters, had a maximum range of 131 kilometers. A single specialized high-explosive shell, upon impact, could create a crater the size of 5 football fields, and when directed against fortifications, could penetrate concrete layers up to 10 meters thick. Lin Feng was not foolish enough to wait for the armored regiment to betray his position. Clutching the battered remnants of a tank, he dashed forward with the speed of the wind, transforming into a blur as he sprinted towards the remaining operational tanks. With a resounding clang, the tank debris in his grasp struck another tank, producing a tremendous metallic crash, and, on the ground, another bloodied wreck lay steaming. He was determined to single-handedly bring down the armored regiment, which boasted 207 tanks, as tank after tank exploded beneath the weight of his improvised weapon. Lin Feng gradually found his rhythm, recalling a poem that was particularly fitting for the moment, the Song of the Heroic Knight. Zhao Ka Iman Huying, Wu Go Shuang Xueming. Clang, 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 clang. Once again, 4 tanks exploded, as if to celebrate his heroic fervor with a poetic flourish. The silver saddle gleamed upon the white steed, dashing like a meteor. Bang, bang, bang. 10 paces to slay a man, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. Bang, bang, bang. Fire. Retreat. Witnessing Lin Feng ruthlessly demolish tank after tank, the colonel commanding the 115th Armored Regiment underwent a dramatic change in demeanor, his voice growing increasingly shrill as he barked a cacophony of orders. The driver of the tank he occupied contemplated abandoning their post. The incessant demands to fire and retreat simultaneously, though feasible, would inevitably consume precious time. Perhaps turning tail and fleeing might offer a chance of survival. Possessing considerable military acumen, the colonel deduced from Lin Feng's prior evasion of the colossal artillery that even such a formidable foe as the allied superhuman would likely falter against the might of the Roman artillery. Thus, the armored regiment should engage in a strategic retreat while providing accurate coordinates for the Roman artillery, serving as eyes to disrupt the enemy's line of sight, rather than acting as headstrong assailants charging toward a wall. The colonel's greatest fear was of Lin Feng breaching their ranks, rendering the Roman artillery ineffective, transforming their bombardment from targeting foes to devastating their own. With the transmission of radio orders, the remaining tanks complied, retreating while relaying the latest enemy coordinates. Guiding the Roman artillery, Lin Feng also noted the armored regiment's shift, his cold gaze fixated upon the colonel. In his previous exhilaration from newfound strength, he had overlooked the wisdom of striking the rider before the steed, allowing the old soldier to prattle on from the rear. "Come to me." Lacking suitable materials, he rubbed the dirt from his clothing, flicking his fingers. Whoosh! The dirt projectile pierced the colonel's temple, exiting the other side amid a spray of blood and brain matter. With unified command shattered, the remaining tanks in the armored regiment could only engage in disarray under the direction of junior officers, resulting in a significant decrease in fire intensity. Boom! 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 With the colonel's demise, the squad leaders reported their coordinates independently. The shells from the Roman artillery could only chase after Lin Feng as he evaded their explosive radius, with over 20 tanks succumbing to collateral damage. The beleaguered squad leaders of the armored regiment protested vehemently, yet the Roman artillery continued its relentless bombardment, calculating trajectories based on known coordinates and extending its firepower toward predicted positions. Clearly, the 14th Army had forsaken the 115th Armored Regiment, regarding them merely as bait to lure the enemy, willing to risk friendly fire in the futile hope of annihilating Lin Feng. Through a lack of coordination between both sides, moments later, the final tank of the 115th Armored Regiment was crushed beneath Lin Feng's makeshift weapon, a mere base of a fly swatter. Dazed and exhilarated, he reveled in the moment. "Ha, what a splendid slaughter! What a fine poem!" Lin Feng, hands on hips, threw back his head and howled, his spirit overflowing with unbridled fervor. With a sigh of relief, only Li Bai could compose such exhilarating poetry. Having finished his task, he discarded the battered fly swatter in his hand and sprinted towards the Doomsday Squad, located 10 kilometers behind him. They had been obstructed here for over 10 minutes. Although the pursuers had yet to arrive, they were undoubtedly not far off. It was predictable that upon receiving the battle report, the 14th Army Group would undoubtedly dispatch stronger and greater forces to intercept them. It was imperative to leave this place quickly and head to the coast to find a vessel to escape from Sicily. Lin Feng's speed surpassed that of sound, and within 30 seconds, he returned to the parking spot. The Doomsday Squad erupted in joyous cheers, eagerly vying to be the first to converse with their leader, only to settle down after receiving a playful smack on the head. "Do not rejoice too soon. We have merely taken advantage of the information and time gap. If the 14th Army Group were given ample time to mobilize their infantry, artillery, and armor divisions to encircle us, do you think we could still escape?" He reminded the members of the Doomsday Squad briefly, leading the way as he hopped into the vehicle and turned the key to ignite the engine. Marilyn, with her bright eyes, could now only focus on one figure, the innocent girl who had never felt a stir of affection for a man, found herself captivated at that moment. However, Lin Feng had no time to exchange glances with her. As he pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward at breakneck speed. The 3 trucks carefully navigated the large craters left by previous shelling, weaving along the central road while avoiding the wreckage of armored tanks. The colossal cannons from Rome, over 100 kilometers away, relentlessly rained down shells in the vicinity, repeatedly tearing through the scarred earth. At the command center of the 14th Army Group, Major General von Mackensen unleashed a torrent of curses. "Damn it, fools, idiots! A single armored regiment cannot even delay the enemy?" This could only indicate that the commander was a complete imbecile, No matter how formidable the enemy was, they could not so easily disregard artillery fire. At the very least, they had to evade the shells from the colossal cannons. He vented his fury for some time before finally taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Order: the 235th Armored Regiment, the 141st Armored Regiment, and the 336th Armored Regiment are to abandon the segmented interception strategy and converge in the defense area of the 336th Armored Regiment to form a tight defensive line to hold back the enemy. Even if it costs every last tank and soldier, if we can eliminate the Allied Supermen, it will still be a magnificent victory, sufficient to quell the F.'s wrath. Von Mackinson's eyes burned with rage, his lips blistered. He resembled a gambler who had lost everything, placing all his hopes on one final gamble, with the stakes being the very lives of the 14th Army Group and his own. From a lofty vantage point overlooking Sicily at this moment, one would observe that, following von Mackinson's orders, the previously distinct defensive lines have disintegrated. All armor divisions have converged upon the last bastion, situated 100 kilometers from the coastline, thus forging a more formidable and tightly knit new defense line. In addition, joint defense forces composed of infantry and artillery divisions have established numerous heavy fire points along the lengthy route flanking the roads, embedding hundreds of heavy anti-tank mines. Intent on utterly obliterating the Allied forces on Sicilian soil and delivering tidings of victory to the F.'. Little does Lin Feng know that, hundreds of kilometers away, even greater peril awaits him, perhaps aware that their small contingent could not triumph over such a vast enemy. The command of the 14th Army has refrained from informing the garrison stationed in Sicily of their operational plans and objectives. After more than 8 hours of travel, they encountered no minor skirmishes. However, no one dared to lower their guard, the tension within them taut as a bowstring. Upon reaching Enna, fatigue had begun to weigh upon the party, even the elite members of the Destruction Day Squad, who had remained on high alert throughout their journey, ever wary of an enemy that vastly outnumbered them, while relentlessly pressing onward. The weary group parked their vehicles beside a modest inn and rapped on its tightly shut door. In response to their generous display of currency, the irate proprietor transformed into a jovial host, eagerly preparing their evening meal and summoning his daughter to brew a pot of freshly ground coffee. After a hearty feast, satisfied and replenished, the group returned to the inn. To balance safety and rest, Lin Feng had requested an entire floor of rooms. He occupied one, while Marilyn had a separate yet adjacent room for security. The members of the Destruction Day Squad shared rooms in pairs, resting in 2 shifts, with one on watch during the night. Despite having encountered no danger since breaching the 115th Armored Division's defenses, vigilance remained paramount. What could the Nazis' 14th Army be scheming? Why permit me to travel so leisurely? Had they fortified the area ahead with impregnable defenses, or were they mobilizing the entire army to annihilate us at a predetermined location? Numerous speculations flitted through Lin Feng's mind. He gently pushed open the door to his room, intending to close it when a delicate, snow-white hand slipped through the crack, followed by a soft, fragrant presence that entered without a sound. Bathed in the luminous glow of the moonlight streaming through the partially open window, Marilyn gracefully approached the grand bed in the bedroom, gazing at him with an intensity that stirred an impulse to shatter such elegance. The skin beneath her silk nightgown was fairer than snow, her alluring curves accentuated, while her cascading golden locks framed her figure. With her long legs slightly bent, she assumed a beguiling pose. "Colonel Lin, I do not wish to return to the town. I aspire to become a true superior among men. I beseech you, grant me a chance, and I shall prove my worth." Marilyn's voice was as enchanting as water, imbued with heartfelt anticipation and joy. Chapter 18, Marilyn's Plea. The Enemy's Conspiracy. "My name is Marilyn. Love me, Lin." Upon hearing the woman's alluring voice, Lin Feng hesitated no longer and embraced her. In the tranquil night, the sound of rain fell softly and flowers scattered. He drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness, where only the sound of their increasingly rapid breaths and the rustle of fabric could be heard. The following morning, as dawn began to break, Lin Feng, invigorated after a night of passion, found his enchanting companion still in slumber, her delicate face adorned with traces of tears, yet radiating a contented smile. Gently, he tapped Marilyn, as she drowsily opened her eyes, murmuring, "Lin, the sun has risen. We must depart." Her tone carried a hint of lament and a touch of bashfulness. Lin Feng gazed upon her graceful form, a look of astonishment dawning in his eyes. It must be said that even in her youth, this woman possessed an alluring charm. Now, after a night together, she exuded a unique allure, transitioning from maiden to matron. No wonder, in the legend of the beautiful Sicily, she incited envy among all the women of the town, while captivating the men, who sought every means to share her bed. A rare beauty, an unparalleled enchantress. Marilyn, in her slumbering state, resembled a fruit ripening on the branch, where merely gazing at her conjured visions of a sweet, intoxicating aroma that awaited a taste. Silly goose. We must leave, Lin Feng said, reaching out to help her dress. Naturally, in the process he indulged in a bit of playful intimacy, eliciting melodious laughter from Marilyn as she playfully swatted his hand away, struggling to change her attire. My dear Lin, you're a great hero. Can we truly escape safely? She asked, now clad in a yellow dress, nestled in Lin Feng's embrace with cautious inquiry. Of course, my dear Marilyn, fret not. I will lead you safely out of Sicily. No matter the hardships that lie ahead, trust in me. No one can hinder my progress. Not the superhumans, nor the Nazis. Not even God can hold me back. I assure you. He held Marilyn close as they stepped out of the room. The Destruction Day squad awaited them in the corridor. A dozen faces, filled with dismay, turned towards their leader. Just as they sought to rest, they were met with the siren call of passion echoing through the night, forcing them to stifle their ears in vain attempts to sleep. Yet, even in their dreams, the seductive melodies lingered, leaving them early to change their undergarments. Hey boss, next time, I swear I want to live in the same building as you. One lamented, you may revel in your pleasures, but could you consider our feelings? It is utterly immoral to deprive us of sleep. Another chimed in. Indeed, especially with the sister-in-law's voice being so enchanting, we truly could not find rest. Marilyn listened to their teasing, her delicate face blushing as she buried herself in Lin Feng's embrace, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Her small hands nervously clutching at the hem of his shirt. Bang! Without a hint of hesitation, she delivered a sharp rap to the head of a snarky subordinate, admonishing them for daring to jest about their leader's affairs. Clearly, they were itching for a reprimand. Members of the Doomsday Squad, clutching their heads, swiftly fled the inn and made their way to the restaurant where they dined the previous day. There, they ordered an extravagant feast of fish and meat, transforming their sorrow into gluttony, seeking to mend their wounded spirits from the previous night. When Lin Feng arrived at the eatery with Marilyn in tow, his subordinates had already placed an order for him. After a hasty breakfast, the group piled into the truck and continued their northward journey at a brisk pace. Deprived of sleep, Marilyn leaned against the back of her seat, her eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into slumber. The golden sunlight bathed her in warmth, illuminating her delicate, flawless skin, which glowed with a rosy tint, rendering her even more enchanting. Fortunately, the highway was remarkably smooth, and the vehicle's ride was gentle enough that she slept soundly until the sun reached its zenith. Stretching languidly and opening her eyes, she found herself lost in thought as she gazed at Lin Feng, who was diligently focused on driving. It is often said that a man engrossed in his work possesses an unparalleled charm, and Marilyn found herself unwittingly captivated, marveling at her own audacity in eloping with a man she had met only once. She hoped that, after her departure, her unreliable father might come to his senses and cease his relentless drinking, which often left him in a state of utter inebriation. His health was already precarious, requiring a significant amount of medication, and she feared their meager finances would only suffice for a week. With a faint sigh, she cast her worries aside. Lin Feng, noticing the expression on her face, kept his eyes fixed on the road and casually inquired, "What is troubling you, dear? Why the sigh? If something is bothering you, feel free to share. Are you concerned about your family being implicated?" Marilyn nodded, then shook her head, leaning her head against his shoulder. "When I left with you, the townsfolk saw me. I fear the Nazis may pose a threat to my father, especially considering his fragile health and his need for daily medication." After confiding in him, Lin Feng began to grasp her situation. Marilyn had blossomed into a striking beauty from a young age, and by the age of 14, many unscrupulous individuals had coveted her allure, concocting various excuses to visit her home and lure her father into gambling and drinking. Once a reasonably prosperous household, Their fortunes dwindled rapidly as her father succumbed to his gambling addiction. In a matter of years, those unscrupulous characters revealed their true intentions, frequently brandishing IOUs to coerce her father, seeking to claim the increasingly stunning Marilyn for themselves. Fortunately, despite his many flaws, her father withstood threats and temptations, steadfastly refusing to yield to those with ulterior motives, even enduring beatings rather than betraying his daughter. In a world where a humble family lacks the power to protect their exquisite daughter, it is akin to a child carrying gold through a bustling market, with all who possess strength yearning to possess her. The distinction lies in the fact that some individuals resort to underhanded tactics, coercing others discreetly, while others wield significant power and audaciously articulate their lofty, yet sordid thoughts with refined politeness. The sheriff of Syracuse is such a man. Were it not for his fiercely vigilant wife, it is likely that Marilyn would have succumbed to his relentless advances and become his clandestine lover. Eventually, she became engaged to a soldier named Nino, who boasted a military background, in hopes of instilling some trepidation in the sheriff. Yet, during their very first date, Nino succumbed to an inexplicable jealousy and met his demise at the hands of his own weapon. Lin Feng listened with a calm demeanor, his expression unwavering. He harbored no regrets about eliminating Nino. No one could threaten him with a gun without facing repercussions. Very well, I shall ensure your father is well looked after. As for that sheriff, he will be charged with corruption or perish amidst the company of several lowly prostitutes, leaving him a disgraceful and foul legacy. As they conversed, a multitude of small black dots appeared on the distant horizon. Lin Feng abruptly ceased his idle chatter, his enhanced vision focused intently on the approaching specks. A squadron of J-190 fighter jets sliced through the clouds, roaring engines and whirring propellers heralding their descent as they swooped down toward the convoy. The inevitable had arrived. It appeared to be the only squadron dispatched by the 14th Army Group, a deployment more substantial than anticipated. Their overnight stay had likely spurred this action, as they aimed to drive him into their preordained battlefield. While the distance was still considerable, Lin Feng activated the hazard lights. This was the signal he had agreed upon with the Doomsday Squad, upon encountering an enemy. Activating the hazard lights would alert the following vehicles to heighten their vigilance and follow the lead vehicle to evade the assault. The convoy had just begun to react when the aircraft loomed overhead. Hot-tot-tot-tot. Hot-tot-tot-tot. The 20mm cannons unleashed a torrent of bullets, striking the ground beside the speeding trucks, sending dirt flying over half a meter high. Yet fortunately, no vehicles were hit. The convoy maneuvered with serpentine agility, with Lin Feng's auditory discernment reaching its pinnacle. He deftly maneuvered the vehicle during the aircraft's adjustments, executing sharp turns, while the Doomsday Squad closely mirrored his actions, causing the aerial fighters considerable disarray and rendering their cannon fire ineffectual. However, it seemed the pilots were not intent on obliterating the convoy. Rather, they appeared to be herding them along a predetermined path. Time passed in a chase and retreat, and after expending their ammunition, the fighter jets ascended, circling back toward the airport for resupply. Cantona leapt from the rear of the second truck onto its roof, gauging the distance before vaulting onto the lead truck's roof. Peering down through the window to inquire, "Boss, should we consider an alternate route? I can't shake the feeling that the Nazi aircraft have ulterior motives. They seem to have no intention of killing us." The cannon fire landed haphazardly. Lin Feng nodded slightly, yet spoke with resignation. "I understand, but if we avoid the main road, we must traverse the mountainous terrain and narrow forest paths, which will slow our pace and extend our journey. If the Nazis have sufficient time to mobilize their forces, they will undoubtedly fortify every route leading to the coastline and employ heavy artillery to drive us away from it. Should we be compelled to remain on the island, I'm not fearful of them, but I doubt any of you would survive to return. Let's continue onward. Rest assured, we will make it back safely." He was reluctant to abandon the well-practiced team known as the Day of Destruction. Rebuilding a new squad with the available template would be effortless, yet achieving a seamless cohesion would require time, which was not a wise investment given the circumstances. Cantona, after hearing his words, jumped back into his vehicle to relay orders from their leader, then swiftly moved to the third truck. The group of fighter jets returned twice more, casually unleashing cannon fire before turning away, almost as if to signal them not to alter their route. After the convoy had traveled over 100 kilometers, the three trucks bore several palm-sized holes. One cannot stand by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Although the fighter jets did not deliberately target them, they often caught them off guard. The trucks endured several rounds of cannon fire, fortunately without any casualties. Lin Feng's extraordinary vision discerned a dense formation of tanks in the distance, accompanied by even more artillery and soldiers behind them, effectively sealing off a perimeter of over 100 kilometers. With a screech, he pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. After assisting Marilyn out of the truck, the Day of Destruction squad was already fully armed and lined up, each member eager to engage in battle and showcase their prowess to the Nazis. I will lead the charge. Once we breach their defenses, you protect her and follow my lead, to ensure Marilyn would not hinder their progress. He bestowed upon her an auxiliary template. The delicate beauty instantly gained the physical prowess of a super soldier, although she lacked military skills. As long as she could keep pace with the others, all would be well. After issuing his commands, Lin Feng took a deep breath. He sprinted towards the front, his speed increasing, leaving a long trail behind him, akin to a vibrant rainbow cutting through the sky, directly colliding with the Nazis' impregnable defenses. Learning from the previous encounter with the 115th Armored Division, the Nazi commander acted wisely. Upon spotting the charging figures through his binoculars, he immediately ordered all heavy artillery to open fire. Boom, boom, boom. Countless heavy cannons of varying calibers fired in succession, unleashing thousands of shells that formed an unusual cloud in the sky, casting shadows over hundreds of square meters. There was no need for precise coordinates. The relentless barrage rained down, enveloping the area in a carpet of artillery fire. This is the targeted combat plan devised by the 14th Group Army after analyzing the failures of yesterday's battle. A collective effort to deny the enemy any opportunity to evade or escape. Lin Feng's spirit instantly heightened. With his extraordinary vision, he discerned hundreds of anti-tank mines buried in the ground ahead, meticulously adjusted for pressure and explosive weight. Good heavens, the artillery is relentless, complemented by a minefield. The Nazis are truly investing heavily to eliminate me. Such a lavish setup is more than sufficient to obliterate super orcs, yet it falls short against me. After all, I possess an edge. As he carefully navigated around the concealed mines, Lin Feng calculated the impact points of the falling shells, adjusting his trajectory accordingly. He shouted back to the Doomsday Squad and Marilyn, "Follow my footsteps. There are anti-tank mines buried beneath." Despite multitasking, Lin Feng continued to sprint with remarkable speed. The barrage of shells rained down, yet none posed a threat to him or the Doomsday Squad. Instead, they created craters within craters, with debris from the explosions grazing their heels, as if choreographed to perfection. The speed and direction of their movement, along with the points of shell impact and blast radius, formed a vast ocean of data in Lin Feng's mind. After intricate calculations, he determined a safe path. The senior commanders observing the battlefield through binoculars were struck with a flicker of fear as they realized that the terrifying artillery and minefield could not impede Lin Feng and his team. Should they breach this segment and enter the tank combat zone, the defeat of the 115th Armored Regiment from the previous day would surely be reenacted. Order all tanks to fire. Do not give them a chance to approach. Von Markinson estimated the distance, and, seeing that the tank main guns could reach them, promptly commanded the participating armored divisions to unleash a barrage. Boom, boom, boom. As nearly 1,000 tanks opened fire, the calculations became even more complex. Lin Feng sometimes altered his route 10 times within a single second, adjusting his speed with precision, guiding the Doomsday Squad to evade the incoming shells and dodge countless flying fragments. As the distance closed, the machine guns mounted on the tanks finally joined the fray. The firepower of these guns was immense. A single shot could cleave the Doomsday Squad and Marilyn in half. Damn it, they leave no escape route. Stay close behind me, Lin Feng bellowed, charging forward amidst the hail of bullets. He could no longer maneuver left or right. Nearly 1,000 machine guns unleashed tens of thousands of rounds, effectively occupying every possible hiding space. With so many variables to consider, there was no time to react, compelling him to press forward with determination. Fortunately, they had now burst through the minefield, freeing him from the distraction of watching his footing. Chapter 19. Breaking through the hostile forces with unmatched valor. The dragon dives into the sea on its return journey. It felt as if an old dream was being relived. The relentless artillery proved futile. Continue firing. We must not let him break through. As Lin Feng approached with an unmatched vigor, the countenance of the numerous officers participating in this encirclement battle transformed dramatically, their voices rising as they issued frantic commands. When reports of the annihilation of the 115th Armored Regiment reached them, they had laughed at the folly of the colonel in command, who failed to widen their formation to suppress the enemy with artillery and seek opportunities for destruction. Yet now, having personally endured a battle beyond their wildest imaginations, they realized they were as powerless to resist as that colonel had been. My God, this individual possesses a physique so formidable that even the armor of a tank might falter against such artillery, yet no scars mar his body. Have we merely shattered his clothing with the vast quantities of shells and bullets expended? Who can elucidate how to vanquish this fiend? The officers exchanged glances filled with anger and fear, their expressions marked by helpless, bitter smiles. Some even speculated that they were not confronting a human at all, but rather an alien clad in human guise, for it seemed inconceivable that flesh and blood could withstand the onslaught of a 120mm cannon. He was nothing short of an indestructible titan. How could a mere mortal possess such strength? Using his body as a shield, Lin Feng protected the Doomsday Squad in Maryland, and as they neared the enemy formation, he bellowed his orders. Doomsday Squad, charge into the enemy camp. Engage in free fire. We must breach this defensive line with utmost haste to reach the coast and board a vessel to escape Sicily. Do not entangle yourselves with the enemy. Breaking through the line is our paramount objective. The members of the Doomsday Squad responded in unison, darting into the ranks of enemy tanks like cheetahs. Evading the barrage of fire, they unleashed a hail of gunfire with remarkable precision, instantly eliminating hundreds of soldiers entrenched in the rear trenches. Maryland, lacking military training and devoid of weaponry, closely followed Lin Feng. The cacophony of gunfire and tank shells reverberated relentlessly, yet the duo maneuvered swiftly amidst the armored vehicles, with bullets and shells often striking the German tanks instead, leaving few capable of keeping pace with them. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, a stray bullet grazed Marilyn's shoulder, causing her to cry out in pain as blood flowed freely, threatening to collapse to the ground. Lin Feng swiftly turned, grasping her and pulling her into his embrace, continuing his charge with one arm around her. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost through. Once we escape the island, I will find a doctor for you, ensuring no scar remains on your shoulder. Now, close your eyes and rest. I will handle everything. He glared at the dense throng of German soldiers, harboring a deep resentment that his current level of superhuman abilities was insufficient to unleash a devastating thermal beam to eliminate the enemy en masse, which had led to his beloved being wounded. Nevertheless, even with his present strength, Lin Feng was determined to impart a lesson. With a powerful leap, he cradled Marilyn and sprinted at breakneck speed, shattering the sound barrier as he traversed thousands of meters, directly infiltrating to the makeshift command center of numerous German officers, who were left shouting in terror. The tank battalion encircled him, determined to prevent his advance. Damn you bastards. If he breaks through, you will all face a military tribunal. General von Mackensen of the 14th Army's eyes were bloodshot, akin to a gambler who had lost everything at the casino as he bellowed at the radio operator. Should Lin Feng breach the temporary command post and annihilate the officers within, the thousands of troops below would be left leaderless, and any further casualties could lead to total collapse. Hundreds of tanks surged towards the temporary command post from all directions, their engines roaring like rampaging mammoths charging forward, shaking the very ground beneath them. Lin Feng collided with the German guard at the temporary command post. The bodies of hundreds of soldiers erupted like meteors striking the earth, bursting into clouds of crimson mist. Fragments of bone were flung out at incredible speeds, akin to shotgun pellets, turning the surrounding soldiers into a hive of chaos. Witnessing this scene, von Mackensen's fury was palpable, his eyes burning with rage. Fortunately, the tanks arriving from the rear reached the scene first, crashing violently into the cluster of officers ahead. The drivers pressed the accelerators as if to drive them into the engines themselves, the tanks vibrating violently with a deafening roar. Charging at a maximum speed of 60 miles per hour, they disregarded their main guns and machine guns, transforming into an unyielding wall of steel, confident that their sheer weight could crush even a building. Confronted by the oncoming tanks, Lin Feng remained unervingly calm. With a sudden push, He leaped several hundred meters, landing before the astonished German officers. The tanks behind him swung their turrets, yet no one dared to press the firing button. While hundreds of shells might not faze the Allied Supermen, their commanders certainly would not withstand the onslaught. You find it amusing to hide behind your ranks, don't you? You pitiful rats dare to show yourselves before me, believing that thousands of soldiers and over 1,000 tanks can provide you with safety? Well, here I am, right before you. Why don't you give the order to fire? I could easily crush you with a single punch, but I offer you a choice. Do you wish to live or die? If you choose death, let your soldiers continue their assault. If you wish to live, order all soldiers to cease fire. Allow my men to depart. The faces of the German officers turned pale, yet none dared to command a ceasefire. Casting pleading glances at General von Mackensen, a trusted confidant of the Führer. This seasoned veteran maintained a stern expression, his jaw clenched in silence. With a cold laugh, Lin Feng seized the colonel by the collar. No words, are we? Allow me to entertain you. If you remain silent, every 30 seconds, I shall randomly select someone to accompany me to hell. As his words hung in the air, he tightened his grip on the colonel. With a resounding crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed as the colonel's head fell limply to his chest, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he gasped for air, yet found none to fill his lungs. His neck had been reduced to mere pulp. Von Mackensen's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Drops of blood fell to the ground, a testament to the immense force he had exerted. Witnessing the brutal demise of his subordinate, it was impossible for him to remain unmoved, yet he chose to uphold his silence. The Führer had entrusted him with the command of the 14th Army Group, a monumental honor and a profound trust. He could not succumb to the enemy's intimidation, for that would severely undermine the Führer's prestige. As half a minute slipped by, just as Lin Feng was poised to strike a brigadier general, a voice called out, "Stop! I do not agree to your killing him. I give the orders in his stead." An elderly brigadier stepped forward, and the surrounding officers breathed a sigh of relief, gazing gratefully at the old general, silently thankful for their lives. "I am the deputy commander of the 14th Army Group, Kree Felix. I implore you to spare these young men. I am willing to command our soldiers to cease fire." Upon uttering this declaration, his once straight posture crumpled, as if he had aged 2 decades in an instant. Enraged, Von Mackensen drew his pistol, intent on executing his deputy. Lin Feng, with irritation, surged forward and struck him across the face. The impact sent the man's head spinning violently. His muscles and bones twisted to their limits before fracturing, his head rolling onto the ground, eyes wide open in death. "Old fool, you seek death. If you wish to be a loyal servant, I shall grant you that." With a swift kick, he crushed Von Mackensen's skull. Coldly regarding Kree Felix as he commanded without mercy, "What are you waiting for? Order all soldiers to cease fire." Following the deputy commander's orders, the command was relayed via radio to the infantry, artillery, and armored divisions. Despite many being perplexed by the suddenness, military orders were absolute. No one dared defy them, and soldiers complied obediently to halt their fire. The demolition squad, consisting of 12 men, stood in shock, astonished that their leader had indeed managed to capture the enemy's commander amidst the chaos, compelling thousands to begrudgingly cease their assault. Lin Feng gazed at his gathered subordinates and tenderly addressed Marilyn in his arms. "My dear, you must leave with them first. I will follow once you reach the coast. I fear these ruffians may strike from behind if we delay. Cantona, you must ensure her safety. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Marilyn clung to his clothing, crying and protesting against leaving. Cantona, with a solemn expression, nodded and reassured her, "Sister-in-law, we must go. We cannot distract the boss. As long as we can safely depart, these foul creatures cannot impede our leader. Let us not provide the German scoundrels with amusement, nor burden the boss," he added. Lin Feng smiled as he gently pried Marilyn's hands away, allowing Tegadola to escort her away. He sat leisurely in the main seat, observing a group of individuals gradually receding into the distance. Kree Felix cleared his throat several times, shattering the awkward atmosphere, and with a forced smile approached him, lowering his voice to subtly entice. "We have certainly experienced the prowess of Colonel Lin. However, I had thought you were a hidden gem. If you were in our Germany, the Führer would undoubtedly elevate you to a higher rank and position, never allowing you to remain merely a colonel. A grave insult indeed. Should you wish to abandon the shadows for the light, I would gladly act as an intermediary for you and the F-Rare. His words were motivated both by a desire to undermine Lin and by a need to establish rapport. Much like Lin Feng's distrust of them, he feared Lin might turn against them once his subordinates were safe. I cannot speculate on other matters, but should you align with the German Empire, I assure you, the least you would achieve is the rank of Major General. Moreover, in America, you face a ceiling on your promotion. The Americans will not permit a person of Asian descent to rise too high. In your utmost limit, there is likely merely a brigadier general. Lin Feng had to concede that the old man spoke a truth. America still largely adhered to a white supremacist ideology, far from the peculiar political correctness of later generations, with discrimination against people of color pervasive. His entry into the super soldier program was largely due to the vigorous advocacy of Dr. Erskine, one of the program's core researchers. Otherwise, he would not have even been considered as a Chinese individual. Before him and Steve, there had been a group of African-American test subjects who, due to discrimination, were denied freedom and confined in obscure laboratories, serving as expendable resources for the ongoing refinement of the super soldier serum. Originally, those African-American super soldier test subjects were to be eliminated upon their success, but due to his inaction, Dr. Erskine was assassinated as in the films, and all successful serum samples were destroyed by Hydra spies. It was likely that those African-American super soldier test subjects would escape death, continuing to serve as guinea pigs for the replication of the super soldier serum. Shaking his head, Lin Feng dispelled the distracting thoughts. This was not the time for such reflections. Even amidst America's discrimination against Chinese individuals, it was still far preferable to the derision and hatred one would face by aligning with the Third German Empire. His system required reputation, not a reservoir of animosity. Otherwise, it might have been worth considering. General Carey, you are not a competent negotiator. Spare us any further wasted breath. I have promised to release you once they depart, and I shall not go back on my word to take your lives. You need not fret. Your continued existence holds no consequence for me. Pray to your God, and may you avoid crossing my path again. Carey Felix was about to press further when suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted his impending words. The gazes of numerous officers shifted towards the incessantly ringing phone, an involuntary shiver coursing through them. That red phone was designated for communication with Berlin. Could it be a call from the F-Rare or the Ministry of Defense? Lin Feng approached, seized the telephone, and thrust the receiver into Carey Felix's hands. A rapid and agitated stream of German poured forth from the receiver, clearly indicating that the speaker was in a foul temper, as a plethora of offensive expletives punctuated his words. What the hell is your 14th Army doing? Why haven't you reported to Berlin that the Allied Superman has arrived on Sicily? Are you all completely out of your minds? Now Mussolini has reached the F-Rare, and we only just learned that the Aryan Superman laboratory has been bombed. You have recklessly severed the central highway of Sicily, creating chaos on our Italian allies' territory. Moreover, the Allies have dispatched 12 carrier task forces heading towards Sicily, and our Navy is unable to withstand their relentless advance. You have brought this calamity upon yourselves, so you shall bear the consequences. Carey Felix's face turned ashen. The voice on the other end belonged to Heinz Wilhelm Guderian, renowned as the father of the German armored forces and one of the F-Rare's most trusted generals. Report, General Heinz. It is not that we failed to report, but rather we were initially unclear about the identity of the assailants. It was only after the engagement with the 115th Armored Regiment that we confirmed their identity as the Allied Superman. The situation was urgent. The enemy sought to flee Sicily, prompting us to cut off the central highway in an attempt to eliminate him on the island. As for why we did not report to Berlin, it is entirely the fault of von Mackensen, who feared losing the support of the F-Rare after gaining power. As the deputy commander, I lacked the authority to bypass the chain of command. After hearing his explanation, Guderian's tone softened slightly, yet the content left Carey Felix even more bewildered. Have von Mackensen take the call. I wish to question him thoroughly. Does he still regard me and the F-Rare with any respect? Lin Feng cunningly took the receiver and replied in a London-accented English. Hello, General Heinz. You wish to speak with von Mackensen? How unfortunate, for I have already sent him to hell. Once the Allies reach Berlin, I can assist you in joining him there. No need for thanks. I am the Allied Superman you speak of, and it is my duty to send you executioners to their doom. With that, he abruptly severed the telephone line, denying Carey Felix the opportunity to further explain. Upon learning that the Allies had dispatched a carrier task force to retrieve him, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. The fact that such a large fleet was risking a confrontation with the German Navy indicated that Churchill and Eisenhower were fervently advocating for this action. Otherwise, the prevailing political sentiment in America would never permit such an extravagant expenditure. Eisenhower, still not yet president, had not yet become so morally compromised. However, Churchill's willingness to act in this manner left Lin Feng somewhat perplexed. He had yet to uncover any leads on the individual Churchill had urged him to save, which left him feeling rather embarrassed. The next time he returned to Italy, he was determined to locate Cynthia and repay this debt of gratitude. Lin Feng pondered as he ascended to a vantage point, utilizing his extraordinary vision to gaze towards the coastline. The members of the Doomsday Squad in Maryland had departed over 10 minutes ago. With their super soldier speed, they had long since escaped the encirclement. In the distance, a colossal joint fleet of allied nations, adorned with their respective flags, loomed on the horizon, and several warships emitted plumes of black smoke, a testament to the considerable toll of breaching the German Navy's blockade. After waiting for more than an hour, Lin Feng finally witnessed the Doomsday Squad and Maryland boarding an allied warship, at which point he smiled and waved farewell to the multitude of German officers. "Farewell, gentlemen. May you all have sweet dreams tonight." With that, Lin Feng leaped in the air, soaring hundreds of meters upward before taking flight once more, vanishing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 20. Yet another honor, promoted to Brigadier General, reputation soars. Lin Feng's speech. I have a dream. Days later, at noon, the Ark aircraft carrier gently docked at its deep-water berth in the port of London. The port workers promptly secured thick ropes to the stout steel pillars. Hundreds of British Navy soldiers and officers gathered, making their way to the gangway leading to the deck, where the notable members of the Doomsday Squad and Maryland stood prominently at the center. Lin Feng did not disembark with his subordinates, but engaged in conversation with Rear Admiral Lobin Mode. The captain of the Arkansas, Colonel Lin, I must extend my congratulations in advance. Prime Minister Churchill has lavished praise upon you during the Allied Military Council, urging that your commendation be communicated to all forces battling the Nazis, calling upon Allied soldiers to emulate your courage in confronting danger and resolutely striking the enemy. According to rumors, upon your triumphant return, he may personally present you with the order of promotion to Brigadier General, along with your medal and insignia. The next time we meet, I shall have to address you as General Lin. Ha ha ha. Lobin Mode wiped his nose, red from drink, and took a hearty swig of whiskey. He himself had been nearly 40 when promoted to Brigadier General, which was considered a rapid ascent within the British Navy. Yet here was this young man, in his 20s, about to achieve the same rank. By the time Lobin Mode reached 40, he mused he would likely be saluting and addressing Lin as General with a hint of envy. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, raising his metal bottle of whiskey to clink with Lobin Mode's. To our shared victory. Striking the Nazis is my duty. He continued, it has been a pleasure spending these days with you, but as all good things must come to an end, I must hasten to disembark. My fiancée is likely waiting anxiously for me. Next time we meet, I shall bring you a fine bottle of wine, 10 times better than this inferior whiskey. With that, he stood, waved farewell, and made his way toward the captain's quarters. His decision to depart separately from the Doomsday Squad stemmed from his concern that, should Peggy Carter come to retrieve him, an unfortunate encounter between Marilyn and his fiancée could lead to an awkward situation. Events unfolded much as Lin Feng had anticipated. Shortly after the Doomsday Squad had taken their leave with Marilyn, as he descended the suspension ladder, he beheld a jeep entering the port, occupied by Colonel Phillips and Peggy Carter. The vehicle approached and halted before him. My dear, are you all right? Without waiting for the car to come to a complete stop, Peggy Carter flung open the door and leaped into his long-desired embrace, her heart racing with concern. Lin Feng greeted Colonel Phillips, gently reassuring his fiancée. In the distance, Marilyn, perhaps sensing something amiss, turned just in time to witness the scene. Her bright eyes dimmed instantaneously, and with a sorrowful expression, she lowered her gaze, moving forward like a specter. Goodness, despite all my calculations, I still couldn't evade this. Lin Feng mused, reflecting on the art of time management. He thought of the esteemed Professor Luo from before his time-traveling escapade, who managed to converse with his girlfriend until the early hours, while also finding time for physical pursuits with other women, all without them crossing paths. Truly remarkable. He gently guided Peggy Carter into the rear seat of the Jeep. The driver released the handbrake, accelerated, and executed a turn, speeding towards the port. Colonel Phillips turned his head, smiling softly, and said, "I understand your urgency, but please exercise a bit of patience. Prime Minister Churchill has prepared a significant event at Trafalgar Square today, with all senior Allied officials from the European Command in attendance. Colonel Lin, as the main guest, should not focus solely on your romantic reunion. You are expected to deliver a speech shortly. After today, I shall be calling you Commander. Such a young brigadier in his 20s is truly enviable." Peggy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she discreetly pinched Lin Feng's waist, only to find it as unyielding as steel. "It's your fault for making me the subject of the colonel's jest," she silently lamented, burying her head in Lin Feng's chest, adopting an ostrich-like denial. Trafalgar Square, situated in the heart of London, is bordered to the east by the City of London, to the north by the bustling Soho district, to the south by the Palace of Westminster, and to the southwest by Admiralty Arch, with a ceremonial avenue leading to Buckingham Palace at its back. This square was initially constructed to commemorate the famed Battle of Trafalgar, dominated by the towering Nelson's column and statue, which imbued Lin Feng's promotion ceremony with a uniquely significant meaning. As the Jeep entered the square, it was already teeming with throngs of people. A temporary platform had been erected beneath Nelson's column, adorned with a luxurious crimson carpet. Rows of seats flanked the sides and faced the platform, predominantly occupied by high-ranking officials and generals from the Allied nations, alongside a portion of British aristocracy and societal elites. The public was relegated to the outer perimeters, cheering exuberantly, unable to penetrate the core for fear of Nazi spies attempting to assassinate the Allied leaders and dignitaries. As Lin Feng stepped out of the vehicle, the journalist permitted entry snapped pictures eagerly. The flashbulbs erupted in a cacophony of light, nearly blinding him. However, the sight of so many media reporters filled his heart with joy. "Snap away, capture my best angle, all of you. Let us make the front page." With dozens of media outlets present, he mused about the prestige that tomorrow's news would bring, perhaps even elevating him to a higher level of recognition. Despite the discomfort, he resolved to endure it, thinking of the potential accolades. He fought through the stinging in his eyes, maintaining a charming smile as he gracefully approached Prime Minister Churchill and General Eisenhower, who awaited him in the distance. "Dear gentlemen, I am truly honored by your presence to welcome me," he exclaimed, extending his hand to shake theirs gently. The frequency of the flashes surged exponentially. Even seasoned figures like Churchill and Eisenhower found their eyes stinging from the relentless bursts of light. "Colonel Lin, you are too modest. Your tremendous contributions to the Allied forces merit this reception," Churchill replied. "Let us not linger here, allowing these insatiable reporters to capture a few shots. Come, let us ascend the stage together. Heroes deserve to stand at the pinnacle, basking in the adoration of the people." After exchanging pleasantries, Churchill could no longer resist and took Lin's arm, leading him toward the elevated platform. He bypassed the elaborate ceremonial steps, fearing that prolonged exposure to the flashes would leave him blinded. Eisenhower chuckled, his shoulders shaking as he followed them onto the red carpet of the stage. As the trio positioned themselves on the platform, Churchill on the far left, Lin in the center, and Eisenhower on the right, the reporters below went into a frenzy, snapping photos with fervor. Click, click. After capturing dozens of images, they were finally ushered away by the military police, finding their respective seats while animatedly discussing the moments they had just captured, exchanging highlights, and promising to share their best shots. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us applaud our triumphant hero, Colonel Lin Feng," Churchill declared, stepping to the microphone, his resonant voice echoing across the square. No sooner had he finished speaking than thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, with distant cheers resembling a tidal wave of jubilation and whistles. The overwhelming sound of applause and cheers radiated like a shockwave from Trafalgar Square, spreading outward to engulf entire city blocks. "Long live Colonel Lin, hero of the Allies. Down with the Nazis, down with fascism. The world needs no dictators. We demand freedom. Long live freedom." The fervent slogan stood out amidst the jubilant uproar. And soon the crowd's aimless shouting was replaced by synchronized chants, drawing more and more people to the square. "Congratulations. Your prestige is now 1848. Keep up the excellent work to upgrade your level." Congratulations. Your prestige is now 1347. Keep striving for an upgrade. Congratulations. Your prestige is now 2518. Keep striving for an upgrade. In Lin Feng's mind, a continuous stream of system notifications echoed, with his reputation soaring like the cascading waters of the Lushan waterfall. Refreshed at an astonishing pace. Goodness, with this speed and reputation, if it continues a while longer, I shall be able to level up again. He was pondering the matter of upgrading his template when he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his garment. Turning around, he discovered Eisenhower, who was making exaggerated facial expressions and quietly urging him, "Prime Minister Churchill requests your presence to accept the commendation from the entire Allied forces. Why are you dawdling? Don't let the reporters below seize the opportunity to accuse you of arrogance." Fortunately, Churchill was a master of oratory, ensuring that the atmosphere remained free of awkwardness. He shrugged, spread his hands, and with a playful smile remarked, "Oh, gentlemen and ladies, it appears our hero is a tad bashful. You are being a bit too enthusiastic. However, I believe we ought to be even more fervent, so our hero can acclimatize and not feel shy when he is honored again in the future." His humorous words elicited hearty laughter from the crowd below, even causing the reporters to be momentarily convinced that Lin Feng's daze was merely a reaction to the overwhelming warmth of the audience. Thus, rounds of cheers and bursts of joyous laughter cascaded through the air as the people reveled in a rare moment of merriment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng stepped forward a few paces and saluted Churchill. The cheers from the crowd gradually subsided, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at the medals and commendation order in the hands of the esteemed Prime Minister, as if they themselves were receiving the honors. In recognition of Colonel Lin's remarkable contributions during this operation, I have specially petitioned the Allied Military Committee for approval to bestow upon you the Peacekeeper Medal, along with a worldwide commendation from all battlefronts," Churchill declared, lifting a pure gold medal, unfurling its purple ribbon, and reaching up to drape it around Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng promptly bent slightly, allowing the peace medal to be affixed gracefully, alleviating any potential awkwardness. Next, Churchill presented a commendation letter bearing the seal of the Allied Military Committee, solemnly extending it with both hands. The two held the document together, capturing a multitude of photographs from the eager reporters below. Among them, Peggy Carter, seated in the second row of the elevated platform, gazed with sparkling eyes, astonished that it had not been long since Lin Feng's promotion to colonel. Yet here he was again, standing tall to receive accolades. "The man I admire is indeed the most distinguished," she mused, marveling at the extraordinary twists of fate. On stage, Lin Feng bowed to the crowd below, humbly smiling as he stated, "I merely dismantled the Nazis' malevolent laboratory, preventing them from slaughtering innocent civilians, just as every soldier of the Allies, driven by the noble belief in safeguarding world peace, has done what we must." His modest words and previous salute garnered the admiration of all present, with not only the high-ranking officials of the Allied nations recognizing his character, but the populace also perceiving him as a humble and unassuming comrade. Winston Churchill nodded slightly and, taking the insignia of the rank of Brigadier General from the tray held by the attendant beside him, addressed the assembly with a commanding voice. "In addition to medals and commendations, we must vigorously promote military talents capable of securing victories. Therefore, after extensive discussions, I, on behalf of the Allied Military Council, bestow upon you the rank of Brigadier General." "Congratulations, General Lin." As he spoke, Churchill assisted Lin Feng in adorning the insignia on his shoulders, grasping his hand and smiling as the cameras flashed once more. After completing this ceremony, Churchill and Eisenhower descended from the platform, allowing the hero to face the adulation and applause of the crowd alone. Lin Feng, fully aware of the moment, approached the microphone and articulated the speech they longed to hear. "Before enlisting, I was but an ordinary subway worker, yet I harbored a dream. 21 years ago, the British Empire, the Third French Republic, the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of Italy, and the United States united to bring an end to the brutal First World War. A conflict that culminated in victory through the valor of countless ordinary individuals like myself. Now, 21 years later, we find ourselves once again confronting such a merciless war. Let us, like our forebears from 21 years ago, join hands to obliterate the nefarious Axis powers and shatter the schemes of Nazi fascism. Friends, I stand before you today and declare that despite the myriad challenges and setbacks we face at this moment, I still possess a dream deeply rooted in the aspirations of every peace-loving individual. I dream of a day when this world knows no war, where all people are united as one family, and where all are born equal, no longer igniting the flames of conflict for the sake of profit. When we amplify the voice of peace across the globe, when the ideals of freedom, democracy, and equality resonate within the hearts of all, then, regardless of the nation from which you hail or the color of your skin, we shall join hands and sing a song against war. His words reverberated through every corner of the square, the simplicity of his language touching the hearts of all. The crowd spontaneously erupted into applause and shouts, repeatedly interrupting the speech, yet soon fell silent once more, captivated by Lin Feng's portrayal of his unremarkable yet profoundly noble dream, their sense of solidarity growing stronger. Chapter 21. The Celebration Banquet at Buckingham Palace. An opportunity to lead the Strategic Science Corps. Following Lin Feng's speech at Trafalgar Square, the anti-fascist fervor in London reached its zenith. The populace, undeterred by the attempts of the military police to maintain order, surged toward their hero, eager for a moment of interaction and an autograph, reminiscent of fervent fans from a bygone era. Observing the escalating chaos, Churchill was compelled to prematurely declare the award ceremony concluded, leading numerous high-ranking officials and generals away, unlike some individuals who seemed impervious to danger. They had to prioritize their own safety. Before departing, he discreetly instructed the chief of the military police, and once the convoy of dignitaries had exited the square, the chief wielded a loudspeaker to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from pushing forward. Take care not to trample one another and cause harm. The Prime Minister has instructed that the esteemed General Lin hold a forum with you in the square. However, due to the overwhelming number of attendees, we can only select 100 individuals." Upon concluding his announcement, he randomly pointed out 100 people, allowing them to pass through the ranks of the military police and gather beneath the podium. Lin Feng appeared somewhat bewildered as the commander of the military police approached him and whispered, "General Lin, I kindly ask you to engage with them casually and address a few questions. After soothing the crowd, you must proceed to Buckingham Palace for the celebration banquet, which is scheduled for 1930, giving you ample time." With that, he stepped back 2 paces, standing guard attentively. The crowd beneath the podium was animated, their voices rising in a cacophony, indistinguishable from one another, akin to 1,000 ducks quacking in disarray. "Friends, quiet down. I have plenty of time. Please." One at a time, Lin Feng, with a hint of exasperation, raised his voice and gestured downward. To his surprise, the crowd, undeterred by the military police's admonitions, quieted with just a gentle motion from him. A freckled blonde lady raised her hand and boldly posed her inquiry, "General Lin, what type of girl do you prefer? Could someone like me be to your liking?" As she spoke, she twirled, showcasing her curvaceous figure. The question drew bemusement from those nearby. Discussing romantic preferences at a ceremony honoring combat heroes was utterly incongruous. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, tempted to respond candidly that she was not his type. The freckles on her face were indeed rather distracting. Her appearance was hardly remarkable, and while her figure might earn a score of 80, she was certainly not to his taste. However, considering that honesty might incur disdain and potentially cost him some esteem among less conventionally attractive women, he opted for a more tactful refusal. "My dear lady, I must apologize. I am already engaged. Thus, I regret that I cannot reciprocate your affections. Perhaps in another life, had I encountered you before her, we might have shared a beautiful romance." I hope this response satisfies you, as it is my sincere sentiment. After navigating the romantic inquiry with finesse, the subsequent questions from the crowd were far more conventional. Some inquired about his motivations for enlisting, while others asked when he might vanquish the nefarious Axis powers. A few wondered whether he would pursue a political career or venture into business post-retirement. Lin Feng patiently addressed each query. In contrast to the first woman's question, the subsequent inquiries were straightforward, and he adeptly responded in a manner that aligned with noble ideals. As the sun gradually descended toward the horizon, the atmosphere shifted with the passing hours. As the lights in the square illuminated, 100 representatives of the public contentedly exited the cordon established by the gendarmerie, while the surrounding crowd, having indulged in gossip for several hours, cheerfully dispersed in small clusters, exchanging laughter and conversation. The gendarmerie captain observed the entire reception by Lin Feng, deeply impressed by his patience and amiable demeanor. With a face full of reverence, he approached and offered a solemn salute. "Brigadier Lin, you shall become a remarkable figure, as great as Prime Minister Churchill." Upon finishing his words, he gestured, and a lengthy, bomb-proof 1934 Rolls-Royce Phantom approached, adorned with the royal crest of the British monarchy, clearly a vehicle for royal use. "This is His Majesty King George VI personal car. He has sent it to escort you to the banquet." Having heard of your ongoing reception with the public, the captain elaborated, courteously opening the rear door. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, bending slightly to enter the car, where the genuine leather seat beneath him was exceedingly soft and resilient. The rear seat was separated from the driver's compartment by bulletproof glass, providing commendable sound insulation. The overhead lighting was crafted from hand-polished natural crystal, and the floor was adorned with Persian carpets from Central Asia. Once Lin Feng was seated, the driver smoothly departed from the square, steering towards the brilliantly illuminated Buckingham Palace. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the palace entrance, where a guard stepped forward to open the car door. Lin Feng adjusted his military attire before alighting, lifting his gaze to admire the illustrious Buckingham Palace. Once severely damaged during the German bombing of London, the palace had been restored by the British, now appearing immaculate, save for the faint bullet marks on the walls that hinted at its tumultuous past. The marble floor before the palace gleamed like a pristine mirror, so smooth and clean that one could easily slip upon it, potentially becoming a source of amusement for the upper echelons of society. Fortunately, such an incident was unlikely to befall Lin Feng, who strode with effortless grace into the Buckingham Palace, where soothing and elegant music flowed through the air. Dignitaries and generals from the allied nations donned splendid attire, exchanging soft greetings and occasionally beckoning for waiters to bring champagne as they conversed. However, upon the entrance of the evening's guest of honor, Lin Feng, all eyes turned to the strikingly poised war hero, halting the vacuous exchanges of flattery. The princes and princesses of the British royal family were particularly intrigued by this hero, who had single-handedly led the Doomsday Squad to monumental achievements in Southeast Asia and Sicily, eager to behold his visage. Upon seeing Lin Feng, tall, handsome, clad in a sharply tailored military uniform adorned with a peace medal, they could not help but exclaim in awe, "My God, he is as flawless as the Greek sun god." It must be said that, even from a man's perspective, he embodies my fantasy of a hero. Look at the taut uniform that subtly reveals the contours of his muscles. Only someone of such formidable strength could be invincible on a battlefield. The only tinge of regret I feel is that he is a man of Asian descent, rather than a pure-blooded Anglo-Saxon. Otherwise, I might have contemplated marrying him. Lin Feng listened to their discussions and, with a composed demeanor, approached the center of the banquet hall. There stood Churchill and Eisenhower, surrounded by a host of elite dignitaries of comparable status, all gathered around a man clad in royal attire. "Ha ha ha, we were just speaking of him, and here he is," Churchill exclaimed. "Your Majesty King George, if you do not mind, I shall have Brigadier Lin come over for a chat. Though he is young, his unwavering resolve against the Nazis is akin to yours. I believe you two will become great friends." With Churchill's timely introduction to King George VI, and upon receiving no objection, he waved Lin Feng over. Although a brigadier is not the most exalted title in the banquet hall, the aura of fearlessness he exuded rivaled that of any high-ranking official or noble, and the crowd parted as he approached. Come, Brigadier Lin. This is His Majesty King George VI of Britain." Lin Feng saluted respectfully and, with a smile, shook the king's hand. "Your Majesty, during the war, you bravely undertook numerous morale-boosting visits across Britain, risking your safety, and even inspected many cities and villages ravaged by German bombings. You symbolize the courage and resilience of the British people. I have read about your heroic deeds in the newspapers several times. It is customary social etiquette to speak flattering words on someone else's turf, and indeed, upon hearing this, King George VI's smile grew ever more radiant. He grasped Lin Feng's hand firmly, and, with sincere words, replied softly, "Brigadier, you are too modest. Compared to what you have accomplished, I am still far from adequate. You and many allied soldiers charge into the fray, facing gunfire and peril, repelling the Nazis time and again, which has afforded us a life of peace here at home." Their conversation seamlessly transitioned from the state of the war to international affairs, and from economic development to cultural history. As their rapport deepened, they summoned a server, each taking a glass of red wine, and in high spirits, clinked their glasses, laughter echoing through the hall as if the clouds of war had momentarily lifted. After sharing several drinks with King George VI, Lin Feng, at Churchill's invitation, engaged in jovial banter with other members of the royal family and high-ranking officials. Once he had navigated the social pleasantries, he sought a secluded corner where he leisurely enjoyed a seafood feast. Colonel Phillips, also invited to the gathering, noticed Lin Feng was free and promptly approached with a glass of champagne, plopping down beside him with a reminiscent chuckle. It has been ages since we last met. When I emerged from the sealed chamber after receiving the super soldier serum, I quietly assured myself that this young man would undoubtedly have a brilliant future, and it seems my words have proven prophetic. You have only stepped onto the battlefield for a little over 3 months, yet your rank has soared as if propelled by a rocket, from major to colonel. And now you have entered the ranks of general officers. Lin Feng picked up a napkin to wipe the remnants of food from the corner of his mouth. He raised a glass of champagne from the table, a smile of camaraderie gracing his face as he greeted his old friend. Indeed, Colonel Phillips, I must thank you for not dismissing me back then. We are old friends, so there is no need for excessive formality. I presume you have come to me for a reason, so let us speak candidly. I will assist you if I can, but if I cannot, please do not hold it against me. Despite his undeniable achievements that have earned him the rank of Brigadier General, Lin Feng was acutely aware that he lacked the qualifications, connections, and background in both the political and military spheres of this great nation. He understood that while he may be regarded as a hero in the eyes of the public, a hero holds little weight in the face of power, merely a tool in the hands of those who wield authority. When deemed useful, they might regard you as significant. When not, they will cast you aside like a worn-out shoe. As a person of Chinese descent, he faced discrimination in America, which, during wartime, was not entirely unexpected. After all, those in power needed him to fight valiantly on the front lines, and at least outwardly, it seemed acceptable. However, the war would eventually come to an end, and at that juncture, various conspiracies would inevitably be directed towards him. If he wished to truly command respect and influence in America and beyond, he needed to elevate his superhuman template quickly, acquire even greater power, and expand the scale of his influence as much as possible. His current limitations due to his ethnic identity might hinder his ascent to the pinnacle of power in America. It would not impede his ability to elevate his subordinates in the struggle for that position. The members of the Doomsday Squad were native-born Anglos, deeply rooted in this land. If one of his subordinates were to ascend successfully, they could shield him from countless schemes and machinations. Phillips was unaware of the far-reaching ambitions harbored by the brigadier general seated before him, as a warm smile appeared on his somewhat wrinkled old face. Indeed, the significance of the Strategic Science Corps is becoming increasingly prominent, and the White House intends to dispatch a special envoy to join us. However, I fear that their interference may lead to disastrous consequences. An outsider directing those with expertise can only spell trouble. Thus, I wish to seek your counsel, if you agree. I will petition the President to appoint you to the Strategic Science Corps, thereby making you the true leader in my stead. After all, you're a brigadier general and may well ascend further in the future. With you in the military, whether they like it or not, they must show support for you. This way, we need not fear the special envoy from the White House causing any trouble. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. This old fox harbored ulterior motives. He himself was apprehensive about facing the White House envoy and sought to draw Lin Feng into the fray, even going so far as to relinquish the leadership position of the Strategic Science Corps. But was the envoy from the White House someone to be trifled with? History had shown that generals from various dynasties in Huagua who offended the emperor's close advisors often met with dire fates. Entering and exiting the White House feels as familiar as returning home for some, allowing them to meet with Roosevelt on a regular basis. Yet for this brigadier general, securing a mere audience with the president would likely involve navigating numerous layers of scrutiny before being granted access. Observing the silence that enveloped his companion, Phillips felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Brigadier Lin, my intentions are not solely for my own benefit. You are well aware that the Strategic Science Corps was established to counter the Hydra. Many of our secret weapon research initiatives are specifically aimed at addressing the incessant advancements in German technology. Each research project is of paramount importance, and consequently, the financial resources consumed are substantial. Both Congress and the White House have expressed considerable discontent. Should the White House appointee gain excessive power, he would undoubtedly eliminate many projects that do not yield immediate results. Such actions could exacerbate our already lagging weaponry, allowing the Germans to widen the gap significantly, leaving our soldiers mercilessly crushed by the advanced weapons of the Nazis on the battlefield. The perspectives of politicians and military officers differ, and the concerns I raise may very well manifest. If that White House appointee is driven by immediate gains, cutting substantial funding would undoubtedly be the swiftest route to demonstrating political success. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. While Colonel Phillips' emotional appeal was inconsequential, the prospect of the space gems falling into the hands of the Strategic Science Corps was of great significance. It was far preferable for them to be under their control rather than in the possession of Director Egg. You proceed with the matter. I shall refrain from making an appearance to prevent those politicians from overthinking. Chapter 22. The Double Delight of Two Female Spies. An upgrade of the Golden Age superhero template. Your decision is exceedingly wise. I shall ensure this matter is handled appropriately. Colonel Phillips, having received affirmation, appeared even more exhilarated than Lin Feng, his aged face momentarily smoothing out, filled with a sense of relief and ease. With a brigadier general in charge of the Strategic Science Corps, the military would undoubtedly bolster its support to maintain the dignity of its senior officers, rendering the presence of a mere White House appointee inconsequential. Given Lin Feng's valor in battle, this brigadier general would not see his career come to an end here. It is likely he would achieve unparalleled historical feats during the war, at the very least rising to the rank of Major General. I believe Major Carter is more suited to work within the Strategic Science Corps, having played a significant role in coordinating the recruitment of scientists from various nations. Once the banquet concludes, I shall request personnel from the command center. Colonel Phillips was no fool. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he seemingly casually praised Peggy Carter. Though he could not assist Lin Feng extensively, facilitating Carter's transfer to the Strategic Science Corps would relieve him of the daily burdens of public appearances. Ha! Colonel Phillips, you are indeed a clever man. Lin Feng laughed heartily, raising his glass to clink with his. Such a person, who proactively resolves issues without prompting, is truly deserving of the title of a seasoned fox in the realm of politics. Since he shows a willingness to ally with me, it would be prudent to offer him a piece of advice. You ought to maintain regular contact with General Eisenhower. His future prospects far exceed my own. The Allies have triumphed in numerous battles, yet few possess the authority to command the main theater of war. Since he began directing the Allied forces, he has gradually reversed the tide of battle, engaging the German army in a back-and-forth struggle. His accumulating achievements are surely sufficient for a promotion in the near future. Moreover, he has cultivated excellent relationships with the leaders of the Allied nations. Even after the war, he might well ascend to the highest echelons of politics in the United States. Historically, Eisenhower is not only renowned as a military strategist of World War II, having earned the title of five-star general, but he also served as the President of the United States after his retirement, successfully occupying the White House for 2 consecutive terms. It is evident that had he forged a close alliance with Eisenhower before entering politics, his future prospects would have been exceedingly bright. The camaraderie formed through the shared experiences of World War II is far more robust than ordinary social connections. Colonel Phillips nodded repeatedly, clearly absorbing this insight. Thank you for your guidance. From now on, I shall follow your lead. He could not help but admire Lin Feng's foresight. Eisenhower's reputation within the Allies has been steadily rising, and voices advocating for his promotion to 5-star general and commander of the Allied forces are becoming increasingly prevalent. However, none have contemplated the possibility of this general entering the political arena, let alone aspiring to the pinnacle of power in the United States. The majority of senior officers believe that becoming Secretary of Defense would mark the terminus of his political career. Lin Feng smiled subtly, recognizing the delightful trajectory of history. Betting on Eisenhower as a political investment is undoubtedly astute. In the absence of a suitable candidate to elevate in the American political landscape, he is the most fitting ally. Colonel Phillips discerned that Lin Feng wished to say no more and promptly excused himself. The sound of high heels clicked rhythmically, drawing near, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that wafted through the air. Brigadier Lin, why are you hiding here alone? A familiar voice broke the silence. and Lin Feng continued to savor his steak without raising his gaze. He had just been interrupted by Colonel Phillips, and his hunger remained unsatisfied. It is said that a man with a full stomach is prone to carnal thoughts, while one who is hungry resembles a sage, unmoved by the allure of women. Observing this, Elena, clad in a stunning blue evening gown, pouted playfully, smoothing her long skirt as she settled beside him, unconcerned with decorum. Without hesitation, she seized a lobster, effortlessly cracking its massive claw with a decisive snap. She did not require the scissors on the table to breach the shell with her delicate fingers. She exerted pressure on the claw until it yielded. Amidst the crisp sound of the shattered shell, she extracted a pristine piece of succulent lobster meat. Leaning forward to place it on his plate, intentionally presenting her cleavage beneath his gaze, Lin Feng accepted without reservation, spearing the lobster meat and taking a bite. The flesh was tender and smooth, imbued with a subtle sweetness that blended beautifully with the aroma of the grilled steak, creating an exquisite flavor. Before his crossing, he could scarcely afford such a luxury as this lobster. Now, with an abundance on the table and assistance in shelling it, he relished an entire large lobster in one sitting. "Speak, Elena, do you wish to conduct another exclusive interview with me?" He deliberately emphasized the phrase exclusive interview, a teasing smile gracing his face. Elena shot him a glare, biting her crimson lip as she leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "You great fool. You've caused me untold distress. After the last interview, I was mercilessly reprimanded by my superior. The sensationalist articles in your charming American tabloids contain more substance than the information you provided. If you do not offer me some insider knowledge this time, I shall inform your fiancé." With that, she let out a playful huff, discreetly pinching him. Lin Feng remained unfazed by her antics. After all, it was not he who would feel the repercussions later. Casually wrapping his arm around her slender waist, he chuckled softly and lowered his voice. "You seek insider information? Leave the door ajar for me tonight. Let us see how you perform." With that, he wiped his mouth and hand with a napkin, rising to engage in a few casual exchanges with Churchill and Eisenhower, who were engrossed in toasting with the British royal family. Citing exhaustion from travel, he exited the bustling banquet hall. The grand celebration continued unabated by his departure. Honoring a combat hero was merely a pretext, as the dignitaries in attendance were largely indifferent to his presence, using the occasion to solidify connections and engage in various exchanges of interest under the guise of camaraderie. Lin Feng strolled outside Buckingham Palace, and before long, Elena caught up with him. They hailed a cab, appearing as a couple en route to the opulent London hotel. Initially, he had anticipated a mere friendly rendezvous, akin to their previous encounter aboard the HMS Sullivan, sharing a few harmless tidbits and relishing the attentive service of a lovely hostess. However, this notion was shattered upon entering room 2204 of the hotel, where an unexpected third party awaited them. Though the woman was undeniably alluring, her presence heightened his wariness. "May I inquire as to how I should address you?" Lin Feng asked with a calm demeanor, his inner strength coiling like a spring. The enchanting woman shed her outer garments, revealing a lace-trimmed, semi-transparent ensemble, gracefully gliding to his side. She entwined her arm with his and cooed, "Greetings, Lin Feng. I am Melina, a colleague and close friend of Elena. Upon learning of your remarkable exploits, I became irresistibly infatuated with such an extraordinary combat hero. Thus, I accompanied her to London, eager to ascertain the truth of your prowess." As Melina spoke, her delicate hand began to slide downward. Lin Feng's perceptive gaze swept the room, revealing a concealed camera discreetly mounted on the ceiling, capturing footage through a ventilation duct aimed in their direction. Damn it, it seems my earlier suspicions were correct. Elena is a spy. Given her name, it was apparent that both she and the captivating Melina were likely Soviet agents, though whether they hail from the KGB or the fabled Red House remained uncertain. The notion that you wish to film a short movie to use as leverage is truly a misguided overreach. Once he had made up his mind, he deliberately glanced at Melina's hands. Although her skin appeared delicate and smooth to the untrained eye, under magnification, one could discern the remnants of calluses shedding. It was evident that she had utilized some concoction to soften the hardened skin left by her rigorous training. However, such a ruse would not escape the keen perception of Lin Feng, who could magnify the world around him. He chose to feign ignorance of the anomaly. For if one dare to fish, one must be prepared for the bait to be devoured. As dawn broke, the sun ascended high in the sky, stretching her sore back. Elena, having endured a similar experience before, recovered her strength relatively swiftly. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Yet she noticed not the man who had elevated them to the clouds the previous night. "Melina, where is he?" Melina rolled her eyes, languidly sprawled on the bed, muttering in disinterest. "You don't know?" "Of course I don't know either. You're the senior here, yet you're the one who capsized." Elena, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, covered her mouth, anxiously urging, "Enough of that. Quickly check the camera. Did it capture anything?" After donning their garments, the two women fetched a chair to stand upon, only to be dismayed upon opening the ventilation duct. The camera they had carefully placed was nowhere to be found. Instead, a few lines written on a hotel napkin fell to the ground. Upon picking it up and deciphering the words, they couldn't help but seethe with resentment. "Dear Elena and Miss Melina, I have taken the videotape and a camera with me. Whenever I think of you, I shall revisit it often. By the way, I ordered breakfast for you at the front desk. It should arrive shortly after you awaken." Fuming, Elena tore the napkin to shreds, on the verge of a hysterical scream to vent her frustration. "Knock, knock, knock." The door was rapped upon, and the voice of the attendant called out, "Good day. Esteemed guest, your breakfast and milk have arrived. Please open the door." Melina, in a foul mood, approached, opened the door, and hastily pulled the service card inside, slamming the door behind her. The attendant, nearly struck by the door, departed with a darkened expression, muttering under her breath, contemplating how to vex the stingy patrons within. Having left the hotel early in the morning, Lin Feng sought a place to wash away the scent of perfume clinging to him. Ensuring that no lingering fragrances could lead to misunderstandings, he purchased a bouquet of roses from a florist and made his way to an opulent apartment building. Ascending directly to the 5th floor, he knocked on the door of room 520. This was the very room he had chosen with Peggy Carter during their last holiday. Their love nest in London, rented for a year at the price of $200 per month. Not long passed before Peggy Carter, clad in a pink pajama set, opened the door. "Good morning, dear Ms. Carter. Here are some roses for you." Lin Feng greeted her with a smile, presenting the bouquet with a gentlemanly flourish. Peggy Carter's eyes sparkled as she accepted the bouquet, inhaling its fragrant aroma, a delightful smile blossoming upon her face. The resentment she felt for not having seen a certain someone the night before dissipated instantaneously. "Thank you, my dear. I adore it." They shared a tender kiss and stepped hand in hand into the room. "My dear Major Lin, once the news is published today, you shall be renowned throughout the world. Do you regret hastily becoming engaged to me? I heard from colleagues attending the banquet that the gaze of those society ladies from the British Empire nearly turned to silk when they looked at you. One might fear that a mere beckon of your little finger could draw them to you." Despite having appeared deeply moved moments earlier, Peggy's words now dripped with jealousy. Although she hadn't attended the banquet, as the chief secretary for the Allied Command in Europe, many were willing to share tidings with her. Lin Feng was undoubtedly the center of attention at the celebration. While the powerful and noble men may have held back their enthusiasm, the women were unrestrained in their admiration. Many prominent socialites speculated on how to transform the robust and extraordinarily handsome war hero into a devoted admirer. Rumors, dear Miss Carter, are simply that, rumors. As a female officer, you must possess the discernment to distinguish truth from fiction and not unjustly accuse me. Lin Feng insisted. "Last night, I did not engage in any flirtation with those society ladies. Colonel Phillips can attest that I spent a considerable time conversing with him in the banquet hall. Had I not encountered 2 spies whom I was tracking to uncover their connections, I would have sought you out last night. Alas, those spies were elusive, and I could not catch them in the act. Thus, I must bide my time to catch the bigger fish." With firm conviction, Lin Feng embraced her waist and leaned down for a kiss. After a prolonged moment, Peggy Carter, feeling dazed, had entirely forgotten her earlier words. With a joyful expression, she nestled against his broad chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her small hand tracing circles upon his well-defined pectorals. "I believe you. That colleague must have misinterpreted the situation or been envious of your achievements." With just a few words, he quelled Peggy's jealousy, and Lin Feng quietly sighed with relief. Grateful for his quick wit, however, he spoke not entirely untruthfully. Indeed, he had not flirted with any society ladies at the banquet, and he had encountered 2 potential Soviet spies, who were indeed quite slippery. Sometimes one must grasp firmly with both hands to secure what is elusive. Ding! Congratulations, host. Reputation, 84, 982. The conditions for upgrading the Golden Age Superman template have been met. As the couple became increasingly entwined in their affection, moving toward the bedroom, Lin Feng's mind was suddenly interrupted by the system's notification. Ah, have the citizens of London been captivated by my heroic demeanor through the newspaper? Yesterday, during my speech, I garnered nearly 10,000 points of prestige. Today, with the news making headlines, hundreds of thousands of newspapers were delivered to countless households in London, resulting in an immediate surge of 84,982 prestige points. The Golden Age Superman template can now be upgraded once more. Lin Feng playfully patted the alluring figure nestled against him and whispered softly in her ear, "Please prepare the bathtub with warm water. Soon we shall indulge in a romantic bath together." Peggy Carter cast him a charming glance before swaying her slender waist into the bathroom, soon followed by the sound of the showerhead spraying water. Once alone, Lin Feng felt a surge of anticipation and opened his personal attributes panel. Host, Lin Feng. Template, Golden Age Superman for 125, 834, 500, 000. Abilities, Super Strength, Iron Body, Stellar Energy Absorption, Biological Force Field, Enhanced Vision, Enhanced Hearing, Super Endurance. Rapid Helins, Prestige, 812. 834, Faction, United States, Allied Nations. Subordinates, 15 members of the Destruction Squad. Spouse, Peggy Carter. Offspring, none. Attached template, Super Soldier template, to Lin Feng's surprise. The system classified Peggy Carter as a spouse, even though they had yet to acquire a marriage certificate. He had merely proposed in the presence of Churchill and Eisenhower. Observing the changes on the panel, he began to stretch his limbs, acclimating to the sudden surge of power within him. He certainly did not wish for any mishaps during intimate moments with Peggy Carter, as the magnitude of this upgrade was considerable. A moment's inattention could lead to disastrous consequences. The air around him shimmered with energy as his feet lifted off the ground, allowing him to hover in the air. Wow, the long-desired ability to fly has finally manifested. In the later stages of the Golden Age Superman, such a power was only acquired after the editorial team had a burst of creativity. This signified that reaching template level 4 was akin to entering a period of exponential power enhancement. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, releasing a significant portion of his biological force field to the ground. Previously, he had often critiqued the system for the initial weaknesses of various Superman abilities. But after experiencing the strength of the Golden Age Superman template at level 4, he could not help but express his admiration. In its early stages, this version of Superman was rather feeble, facing only minor thugs as adversaries, and even engaging with armed gangsters was considered an achievement. However, as comic sales soared, the editorial team began to grant the Golden Age Superman unprecedented advantages. In later stages, he could push mountains with his might, surpass the speed of light, and withstand atomic explosions without a scratch. The more Lin Feng contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He reached for a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. With his Superman adaptability, he effortlessly mastered the surge of power within seconds, avoiding any embarrassing incidents reminiscent of Hancock, who could inadvertently pierce a roof with a mere flight. Holding the red wine and 2 crystal glasses, he howled joyfully and dashed into the bathing chamber. Chapter 23. The maiden flight of the 20-fold hypersonic submarine into the depths. The super beasts reappear on the battlefield, the Allies defeated. The night was as dark as ink, speckled with stars. In the dimly lit bedroom, Peggy Carter lay in a state of exhaustion, fast asleep. The strikingly beautiful officer bore a rosy hue upon her cheeks, reminiscent of someone who had just engaged in vigorous activity, her skin glistening with delicate beads of sweat and the corners of her mouth slightly uplifted in apparent satisfaction. It was time to test the freshly acquired flying capabilities. I wonder just how swiftly I can soar. Lin Feng, endowed with superhuman abilities, appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue from his earlier exertions. Gently withdrawing his arm from beneath the slumbering beauty, he lifted the thin blanket and, shirtless, made his way into the washroom, quickly rinsing off before donning a fresh outfit. After flinging open the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Feng leaped from the sill. The cool breeze caressed his body as he ascended towards the heavens, gradually reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters, surveying the sparse lights of London below. Pausing briefly, he noted that the air raid sirens remained silent, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Surely, the radar systems of the Second World War could not detect me. It would be unfortunate to cause a city-wide panic. Freed from the constraints of detection by Allied radar, Lin Feng surrendered to the thrill of the moment. He soared skyward, accelerating with fervor. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters for 1,000 meters. As he ascended, the air currents at high altitudes became increasingly turbulent. Just as he spun to evade a bird, a powerful downdraft swept past him. In this inaugural experience of rapid flight, Lin Feng possessed no prior knowledge, and the abrupt change in direction, coupled with the downdraft's force, soon led to a loss of precise control over his biofield, resulting in a disorienting plummet from over 4,000 meters. With a thud, he plunged into the Thames, creating a deep crater at the riverbed. Wiping the mud from his face, Lin Feng expelled a small fish from his mouth. Spitting it out, he reflected, "I must not overestimate myself. Perhaps I was a bit too eager." Humanity has never relied solely on the experience of flight. Unlike walking, which is an instinct, I should not be testing the limits of speed with my newly acquired ability, but rather mastering the art of flying itself. Climbing ashore, he perched on the riverbank railing, pondering the reasons behind his earlier loss of control. In both comics and films, the reason behind Superman's ability to fly is never explicitly stated. However, fleeting glimpses reveal that he always performs a launching motion before takeoff, akin to his leap from the windowsill. With immense strength propelling oneself forward, one can accelerate to break free from the bonds of gravity, and then, through a biofield, counteract the persistent effects of gravity to sustain flight. The processes of accelerating, decelerating, hovering, and changing direction in flight should also be mediated by the biofield, exerting force on the surrounding air, thus achieving various postures and speed modifications through reactive forces. Having unraveled the confusion in his mind, Lin Feng resolved to attempt flight once more. This time, he refrained from soaring at excessive speed, opting instead to familiarize himself with the workings of the biological force field and to quantify the corresponding data. He bent his legs and crouched down to gather strength, allowing the biological force field to coalesce and expand outward. The air surrounding Lin Feng began to swirl, and tiny pebbles rolled and spun under the influence of the forces, forming a tornado that encircled him. With a sudden thrust of his feet, the ground beneath him shattered, and his body shot skyward like an arrow released from its bow. Suppressing the urge to accelerate further, Lin Feng executed various maneuvers in mid-air: rapid stops, sharp turns, twists, climbs, and descents, taking note of how different intensities of the biological force field affected his speed and flight posture. Once he had become attuned to the varying strengths of the biological force field and their impacts on velocity and aerodynamics, he attempted to ascend to even greater heights, increasing his speed once more. The air thickened before him, resembling a wall that hindered his further acceleration. He had reached the sound barrier, indicating that he was traveling at subsonic speeds, tantalizingly close to breaking through. Sensing that the biological force field still had reserves, Lin Feng resolved to exert additional effort. The extending force field swiftly shattered the sound barrier, propelling his speed to new heights as the sound of the sonic boom reverberated behind him, echoing throughout the air. Had he not been at several thousand meters in altitude, the sonic boom might have been mistaken by the citizens of London as a German air raid, inciting widespread panic among the populace. As he achieved 1, 2, and then 3 times the speed of sound, he ultimately reached a staggering 20 times the speed of sound, where further acceleration proved impossible. Even with the biological force field at full capacity, this was the limit of his velocity. Having tested the boundaries of his flying speed, Lin Feng gazed down from his lofty perch with a sense of exhilaration. Lost in the joy of flight, he had inadvertently crossed beyond the borders of Great Britain, the shimmering surface of the sea reflecting countless stars. "Where am I?" he exclaimed in astonishment. With his superhuman vision, he scanned the area and, over 200 kilometers away, spotted a familiar coastline. It appeared to be the Philippines. "Wow, I've flown from Europe to Southeast Asia in less than half an hour." Muttering to himself, Lin Feng resolved to return. However, a massive shadow suddenly emerged from the ocean's surface, revealing its true form as a submarine rising from the depths. Upon noticing the commotion, Lin Feng instinctively glanced at the vessel, which bore the military designation 015. It was a Type 1 submarine from the Japanese, likely there to gather intelligence on the American forces stationed in the Philippines. Regardless of its purpose, having seen it, he could not let it go unchecked. Other matters could wait. The task of dealing with the Japanese could not be delayed for even a second. With a cold smirk, he executed a diving maneuver. Legs together and hands clasped above his head, his body twisting in midair as he plummeted downward. Thud! As the submarine surfaced abruptly, a violent tremor coursed through its hull. Propelled by Lin Feng's formidable strength, causing the vessel to plummet rapidly beneath the ocean's surface, its descent far exceeding its own natural sinking speed. I have refrained from obliterating you with a single blow, merely wishing for you wretched creatures to experience the slow, agonizing deformation of your vessel as it succumbs to the immense pressure of the deep sea, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death in utter despair. Inside the submarine, a Japanese officer of the rank of major gazed in horror at the rapidly changing numbers on the depth gauge, exclaiming in panic, "What is happening? We are descending rapidly. Is there a malfunction in the ballast tank?" The crewman tasked with inspecting the ballast tank's pressure gauge swiftly checked the readings, finding them to be perfectly normal, and thought perhaps he was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, the readings remained unchanged. The ballast tank pressure is normal. We must inspect the propulsion system. Perhaps there is an issue with the propeller. The chief engineer conducted a swift examination of the propulsion system, but found no faults, resulting in utter chaos among the submarine crew. If the vessel exhibited no faults, could it be that they had encountered the legendary sea monster? However, the radar operator detected no large entities in the vicinity. There were no colossal creatures capable of dragging the submarine down. Not even a solitary dolphin was observed. Close to the hull, Lin Feng was nearly indistinguishable from the radar signals. The human form was undetectable to the radar operator, who remained oblivious to the humanoid entity pressing down upon the submarine, compelling it deeper into the abyss. Soon, Lin Feng propelled the submarine to a depth of 100 meters, the outer shell of the Type 1 submarine creaking ominously, designed to withstand a pressure of 150 meters. The Japanese had never ventured to such depths in combat. Within the vessel, the crew members, hearing the faint sounds of steel distorting, fell into a state of despair, their voices rising in anguished cries. Were they to perish in battle against the American forces, it would not evoke such a collapse of spirit, for that would be in service to the Emperor. Yet, to inexplicably plunge into the deep sea, awaiting the catastrophic collapse of their vessel amidst the crushing pressure, was a terror far greater than dying in an explosion from a torpedo strike. A slow death was infinitely more horrifying than an immediate one. Lin Feng savored the wailing that filled his ears, his superhuman hearing allowing him to perceive their despair with crystal clarity. Some of the Japanese soldiers were paralyzed with fear, others frantically smashed anything within reach, while a few cowered in corners, mumbling incoherently. Only the major seemed to have an epiphany. He shoved aside the soldier beside the periscope and manipulated it to survey their surroundings. As the periscope completed its 180-degree rotation, he beheld the most unbelievable sight of his life. An allied Superman. It was he, forcing them into the depths of the ocean. Oh, Amaterasu, his power is overwhelming, capable of countering over 1,000 tons of buoyancy, relentlessly pushing our submarine into the abyss. Why does Japan not possess such a formidable Superman? In defiance, Lin Feng raised his middle finger towards the periscope and spat. A torrent of white water surged from the sea, crashing against the periscope and shattering it completely, leaving the lieutenant aboard the submarine in a state of utter despair as he collapsed to the ground. Upon descending to a depth of 150 meters, the submarine began to exhibit numerous indentations, the deafening sound of metal distortion eliciting renewed terror from the nearly numbed crew. Lin Feng, having indulged sufficiently in his exploits, activated the biological force field to accelerate the descent. At a depth of 200 meters, the submarine's hull suffered extensive collapse under the immense pressure of the water. The inadequately strong metal crumpled instantaneously, while the fragile human bodies were mercilessly crushed, their blood and bone fragments splattering across the confines of the chamber. Upon reaching a depth of 300 meters, the entire Type 1 submarine was obliterated in a thunderous cacophony, reduced to mere shreds by the overwhelming water pressure, with pale blood seeping through the crevices, staining a vast expanse of the ocean red. Once he confirmed that no enemy soldiers had survived, he relinquished control, allowing the now solid steel submarine to plummet freely, while he himself shot upwards through the deep sea with astonishing speed. The rapid fluctuations in water pressure had no effect on his superhuman physique, and he required no pause to acclimatize to the drastic pressure differential. Lin Feng breached the ocean's surface, soaring into the sky and ascending into the clouds. Minutes later, he transcended the atmosphere, arriving in the vastness of outer space. The distant sun radiated infinite light and warmth, transforming into gentle streams of heat as they enveloped him, amplifying the power within him at an accelerated pace. Though not as swift as a temple upgrade, it was still exponentially faster than basking in sunlight on Earth. If he could remain in space, facing the sun directly, he mused that a single day would suffice to augment his strength by at least 1,000 tons. With a soft murmur, he spread his arms wide as if to embrace the sun. With my current strength and speed, even a nuclear nation deploying atomic bombs would likely be unable to touch me. While I may not withstand an atomic explosion, I can certainly claim to be invincible on Earth. He chuckled lightly, adding, well, I can only assert my supremacy among ordinary humans. However, he was acutely aware of the formidable entities lurking on Earth, many possessing godlike powers, and some even transcending such might. Figures like the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, and the immortal witch, Agatha, alongside the burgeoning emergence of Omega-level mutants, rendered his current powers insufficient in comparison. With a sigh, Lin Feng recognized the need for prudence. He faced the sun's brilliance, closing his eyes to revel in the joy of his continually amplifying strength. Countless cells within him eagerly absorbed the golden stellar radiation, each one enhancing ceaselessly, providing him an experience of exhilarating delight unprecedented since his arrival in this world. In that moment, all worries seemed to drift away. Unbeknownst to him, he succumbed to slumber, his body instinctively oriented toward the sun. In the expanse of outer space, he had no fear of attacks from Nazi weaponry on Earth. To optimize his absorption of solar energy, he dissipated the biological force field. As the European continent rotated with the Earth, it welcomed the first rays of sunlight. He gradually opened his eyes and, after stretching lazily, heard the sound of his bones cracking. The clothes he wore seemed to have endured a century's worth of wear, disintegrating piece by piece and drifting through the vastness of space. Goodness, my clothes are ruined again. It appears I must seek out Howard for something sturdier, surely. I cannot return home in the nude after every battle or sunbathing session. A renowned superhero of the Allied forces cannot be perpetually running around bare. Lin Feng, with a wry smile of resignation, plunged headlong into the atmosphere. At 20 times the speed of sound, he reached the skies above London in mere minutes. The biofield dissipating the sonic booms behind him as he silently penetrated through the window of his rented apartment. Just as he entered the bedroom to rummage for clothes, Peggy Carter awoke. "Darling, why are you up so early?" Lin Feng turned around, but before he could respond, she let out a shriek and pulled the covers over her head. "I can't take it anymore. Please, let me rest for a day." Perhaps having absorbed an excessive amount of solar energy, he stood in a remarkable state, which explained Peggy's fright. Thinking she was about to endure another wave of blessings after just waking up. Silently donning his clothes, Lin Feng gently pulled back the covers and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Darling, you rest well. I shall pay Howard Stark a visit. Do you need me to request a day off for you?" Peggy Carter sighed in relief, slowly shaking her head as she softly replied, "No need, dear. I will sleep a little longer, then I must go to process my transfer paperwork. Colonel Phillips has reported to headquarters, wishing to assign me to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and Prime Minister Churchill has already approved it. I must report today." Lin Feng was taken aback by Phillips' swift actions. Mere days ago, they had merely discussed the matter. "Very well, Miss Carter, your beloved brigadier is off. Soon, I shall surprise you. Farewell, my dear." After sharing a tender moment with Peggy Carter, he exited the apartment building and hailed a cab towards the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Telegraph. Urgent intelligence. At the Strategic Scientific Reserve in the western suburbs of London, an agent burst into Colonel Phillips' office, clutching a freshly deciphered telegram. "Colonel, we have received an urgent message from our undercover agent in Berlin. The super beasts have reappeared on the battlefield. The 225th Division of the German Army, with the assistance of the super beasts, has breached the Allied positions in Austria, and the entire 107th Infantry Regiment of the United States has gone missing, with significant losses among other Allied forces." After delivering the message, the agent handed over the telegram. Suppressing his fury, Phillips scrutinized the information line by line. Just days after celebrating Lin Feng's achievements, They were now confronted with news of the Super Beast resurgence, having shattered the Allied defenses in Austria, resulting in grievous casualties and an entire regiment of soldiers unaccounted for. This was akin to a harsh slap in the face to the Allies, rendering their recent celebration a farce. It is inconceivable. The laboratory has been utterly destroyed, and the super beings ought not to re-emerge. Prior to the detonation of the laboratory, the super beings, having exhausted their lifespans, would require a span of 10 days to half a month for replenishment. Now that we have obliterated the laboratory in Sicily, even if the Nazis possess backup data, how could they possibly shorten the experimental timeline? Phillips racked his brain, unable to comprehend the origin of the super beings. With a resounding crash, he hurled the ashtray from his desk to the floor, shattering glass and scattering ashes and cigarette butts everywhere. Hearing the commotion from the office, the agents at work dared not utter a sound, fearing they might incur the wrath of their commander. At that moment, a guard rushed in, his face flushed and his speech frantic. "Colonel, it's the superhuman. The Allied superhuman has arrived." The guard's voice trembled, his gaze filled with reverence. Phillips raised an eyebrow, the fire of his anger dissipating significantly. He first reprimanded the guard for his flustered demeanor before making his way out of the office. With the imminent arrival of a superior officer, he knew he must personally extend a warm welcome. Chapter 24. Captain America's rage for his comrade. The superhuman strikes to save Soldier Bucky. April 1st, 1942, April Fool's Day in the West. On this day, Steve Rogers arrived at the Austrian front with an artistic entertainment troupe, his heart brimming with excitement, as his dear friend Bucky was stationed in the 107th Infantry Regiment. Unfortunately, the first unit to receive the troop was not the 107th, but the 436th Parachute Infantry Regiment. When the vehicles of the entertainment troop halted at the base of the 436th, Congressman Bradley sensed something amiss. Numerous soldiers not belonging to this airborne regiment were also present. Observing the hundreds of despondent American soldiers, an ominous premonition surged within him, and he swiftly sought out the commanding officer of the 436th for clarification. "Colonel Bliss, what is the situation with those men? They appear battered and demoralized. Have they been withdrawn from the front lines as casualties?" Colonel Bliss sighed, shaking his head as he sorrowfully elucidated. "No, Congressman, they are retreating soldiers from the front lines. The Nazi Aryan superhumans have reappeared on the battlefield, overwhelming our vanguard forces. A total of 3 divisions have fallen back. This is merely a small fraction of the retreating troops." Congressman Bradley rubbed his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just before their departure, news from the Austrian front had been promising, yet upon their arrival, they were met with grim tidings. Instinctively, he felt the urge to evacuate the most vital assets. "Listen to me, Bliss. I will leave the entertainment troupe to continue their performances. Those young men require solace for their spirits, but I cannot remain here. Please prepare aviation fuel for me. I must return with the vital assets of the Congress." With this statement, he hurriedly sought out Steve Rogers, who was in rehearsal, quietly leading the bewildered lead actor out of the rehearsal room. Congressman Brad found a secluded corner before speaking. "Steve, we must leave this place. The front lines have suffered a defeat, and it is no longer safe here. Those women will remain to perform. We must return home. Both you and I are crucial figures in Parliament. Do you understand my meaning?" He had anticipated easily convincing the other man, but to his surprise, Steve Rogers widened his eyes, his thoughts immediately turning not to his own safety, but to his friend Bucky, who was fighting on the front lines. "Congressman, do you have any news about the 107th Infantry Regiment? I have a friend named James Buchanan Barnes, a sergeant in the 107th. Could you possibly tell me his current situation?" Congressman Brad scoffed. A mere sergeant hardly warranted his concern. Realizing that his pitch for war bonds was falling on deaf ears, he brusquely ordered, "Steve, gather your things and return home with me. This is an order." After asserting his authority, he plastered a disingenuous smile on his face and added, "As for your friend James, I will have Colonel Bliss assist in locating him. Given that this defeat has seen 3 divisions retreat several hundred kilometers, finding your friend will take considerable time." Having accompanied him to numerous high-profile gatherings, Steve Rogers understood that the words spoken were mere deception. He chose not to engage further and turned to sprint towards the regimental headquarters. Congressman Brad, trembling with frustration yet powerless, could only follow in hopes of persuading the obstinate super soldier. If a super soldier was unwilling, his subordinates lacked the capability to subdue him. Upon reaching the regimental headquarters, Steve Rogers immediately sought out Colonel Bliss. "Good day, Colonel Bliss. Can you tell me the situation on the front lines? Is the 107th Infantry Regiment among the defeated forces?" Colonel Bliss glanced at the anxious Steve Rogers, paused in silence, and slowly lit a cigarette before responding. "So, you've come to offer your condolences as Captain America, have you? How amusing. Those of us engaged in the brutal reality of combat with the Nazis are deemed unworthy of the title, while you, a mere actor reciting lines, receive the honor. I've heard you're a super soldier. Have you ever seen the battlefield or shed blood?" His words struck Steve Rogers, rendering him flushed with embarrassment. Yet, ultimately, Colonel Bliss revealed the information he sought. The 107th Infantry Regiment, they are likely to be disbanded. Half of the regiment has perished, while the other half is unaccounted for. If they're not dead, they're likely captured by the Nazis. So, you have a friend in the 107th? Pray for him. Steve Rogers was momentarily taken aback before beginning to remove his performance attire. As the breathless Congressman Brad entered, he was met with the sight of Steve disrobing. Anger and disbelief surged within him as he confronted Steve, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, Steve? I must remind you that once the military entrusted you to me, you are obligated to heed my commands, regardless of whether your damn friend is alive or dead. Do you truly intend to storm the Nazi stronghold alone? Do you think you are General Lin, the Allied Superman? The forces you would face are super beasts, and your venture would be nothing short of a death wish, jeopardizing the military's investments. Should you fall into Nazi hands, and they utilize your blood to create even stronger super beasts, you would be a traitor to America and to the world." True to his reputation as a seasoned political opportunist capable of outwitting the fiercest debates in Parliament, his incisive analysis finally managed to halt the frantic Steve Rogers. "Listen to me, Steve. Let us return together and seek General Lin to rescue your friend. This way, you preserve your safety, increase the chances of saving your friend, and I avoid criticism from my political adversaries. What could be better than achieving 3 objectives in one stroke?" At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated from afar, stirring the soldiers outside. The 3 swiftly rushed out, witnessing a massive fireball rising in the northwestern sky. Colonel Bliss's complexion shifted dramatically as he shouted in a mixture of fury and alarm, "Damn it! The fuel depot has been blown up. The Nazis are truly despicable. Congressman Brad, it seems you won't be able to return. Once your performance concludes, I shall arrange transport to the rear, and perhaps there will be an opportunity to fly back to America." Faced with the unexpected turn of events, Congressman Brad reluctantly conceded to the arrangement. A makeshift stage had been hastily erected in a clearing among the trees, where weary soldiers gathered their tools and scraps, whispering about the recent explosion. "Hey, buddy, do you think we'll make it home alive? If even the heavily guarded fuel depot could be destroyed, it's evident that our situation in Austria is dire. Without fuel, our air force is rendered useless, leaving us vulnerable to the German bombers. Who knows if we'll survive? I say this defeat is the fault of the Allied Superman." Exactly. If it weren't for his emergence, the Nazis wouldn't be able to research and create super beasts. Steve Rogers, backstage rehearsing his lines, overheard the soldiers' discussions. Clenching his fists until the leather gloves creaked, the mocking remarks pierced his heart like steel needles, intensifying his disdain for his current role. Suddenly, a throng of young women clad in short skirts and black stockings took the stage, singing and dancing, their youthful beauty and alluring figures captivating the soldiers. Amidst the surge of hormones, cheers and screams echoed throughout the camp. On benches crafted from rows of round logs, soldiers waved their garments, accompanying the melodies with their whistles for the beautiful maidens, seemingly having forgotten the recent defeat, their spirits soaring momentarily. However, when Steve Rogers made his entrance clad in his star-spangled bodysuit, shield in hand, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The soldiers erupted into a cacophony of boos. "Chill. Get off the stage. We want to see the long legs. To hell with you. Who wants to watch an old man? Get lost. What the hell are you dancing for? I'd rather watch a striptease from a whore in the slums. Get off the stage, you useless coward. Damn you and your super soldier act." Colonel Bliss, seated in the front row, was visibly embarrassed, stammering an explanation to Congressman Blade. "I apologize, sir. The soldiers have been pent up for too long. It was unintentional." Before he could finish, a soldier stood on a log and hurled a leftover egg at the stage. Steve Rogers narrowly dodged the projectile, taking a deep breath to recite his lines. "Brave soldiers, Let us together deliver a resounding kick to Hitler's rear in Berlin. Peace demands great sacrifice, and I need a volunteer to join me." Before he could finish, the soldiers grew even more incensed. "What more do you want us to sacrifice? To hell with your volunteers. If it weren't for the defense of peace, would we be here fighting the Nazis to the death? Everyone here is a volunteer. Do you think you alone are special?" They were unimpressed by the Captain America touted in the newspapers. A so-called super soldier who avoided the battlefield to frolic with a bevy of maidens, holding a rank far above theirs, had stoked their ire. With not a single Nazi life to his name, how could such a person be worthy of the title Captain America? Steve Rogers, suppressing his anger, awkwardly raised his hands and proclaimed, "Hey guys, I too wish to be on the battlefield, but as a soldier, I must follow orders. If you're displeased with my performance, I can ask the lovely ladies to extend their show after their break." Suddenly, a soldier turned around, dropped his trousers, and shouted, "Get off the stage, clown. You only deserve to kiss my behind." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Bliss feared a clash between his men and Steve Rogers, urgently pulling Congressman Blade behind the stage curtain. "Sir, we must calm the soldiers. Let Captain America go and bring up the lovely ladies." Reluctantly, Congressman Blade nodded and moved to the center of the curtain, softly calling out, "Steve, come down now. Don't let those brutes get to you." After summoning the painfully embarrassed Steve Rogers off the stage, the super short-skirted maidens were left to muster their spirits and continue their performance. Cheers and screams once again filled the air as the soldiers, captivated by the beauty before them, swiftly cast aside the recent discord. The potential for an internal conflict dissipated, leaving both Colonel Bliss and Congressman Brad breathing a sigh of relief. Steve Rogers, having shed his tight-fitting attire, quietly retreated to a corner, lost in contemplation. His mind was a tumultuous whirlwind, flooded with the myriad questions that had long been buried within. Why did I fall so short in comparison to Lin? If only I possessed such superhuman strength to join the frontline battles, I would not be subjected to the scorn of my fellow soldiers, nor would I be deprived of the autonomy to engage in combat and seek out the missing Bucky. Suddenly, Lin Feng sneezed, fortuitously managing to cover it with his hand. With his extraordinary physique, the force of that sneeze could have unleashed a gale of over 10 on the Richter scale, likely turning the strategic scientific reserve building into utter chaos. Colonel Phillips stepped forward, expressing his concern. "Brigadier Lin, are you coming down with a cold? I have the latest cold medicine. I can have my secretary fetch it if you need." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and made his way towards the building. "No need, Phillips. I'm just here to see if Howard is around. I require his assistance with a matter. As you know, my attire often sustains damage during battles, leaving me rather embarrassed on the battlefield. I thought I might ask him to craft a suit that can withstand the rigors of combat." Colonel Phillips nodded, a look of realization dawning upon him. He had certainly encountered whispers regarding the Allied Superman's tendency to fight unadorned, having gleaned much from the gossip circulating in the press. He promptly led the way to Howard Stark's laboratory. As they walked and conversed, Lin Feng learned of the recent defeats on the front line. While the reappearance of the Super Beast was shocking, what truly captured his attention was the casualty report from the Austrian front, revealing that the 107th Infantry Regiment had nearly vanished in its entirety. This suggests that the Allied forces have suffered significant losses. By the way, can we ascertain whether the missing soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment are dead or captured? Phillips shook his head, sighing heavily. "Based on my assessment, the likelihood leans towards death. However, it's hard to say definitively. A few survivors mentioned that over 100 from the 107th, under the initiative of a sergeant, relocated and perhaps managed to escape to the rear lines." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. It was likely that Bucky had fallen into the hands of Hydra after this battle, subjected to an incomplete injection of the super soldier serum, laying the groundwork for his future as the Winter Soldier. Nevertheless, his feelings for Bucky did not run as deep as Steve's. He simply committed this speculation to memory without elaborating further. Before long, they arrived at Howard Stark's laboratory. Upon entering, the researchers glanced up briefly before nonchalantly resuming their experiments. Phillips furrowed his brow and halted a passing researcher, inquiring, "Where is Howard? I have business with him." The researcher stood in bewilderment for a moment before gesturing towards the innermost room. "Howard is conducting a metal strength test in there. It will be best for you to wait outside." Interrupting his train of thought could lead to severe reprimands, he cautioned, retracting his neck as if haunted by a past experience. Phillips released him and, accompanied by Lin Feng, proceeded deeper into the chamber. Upon reaching the door, they were startled by a thunderous bang from within, resembling an explosion. Moments later, Howard Stark emerged, his face covered in soot. How peculiar this, or is. It explodes when subjected to high-energy radiation. Phillips, what brings you and Lin here? He spat out some dark saliva, only then noticing their presence. Lin Feng approached and playfully patted his shoulder, smiling as he teased, "Why the lack of hospitality? Esteemed scientist Howard Stark, I have come to solicit your assistance. You are aware that my battle attire tends to sustain damage, so I was hoping you could craft a sturdy suit for me. If it's convenient, let us step inside and converse. This is hardly the place for discussion." Upon hearing Lin's purpose, Howard Stark nodded, opened the door, and moved to the window to let the smoke escape. Tidying up his disheveled laboratory, he produced a few chairs for the three of them to sit down. Creating a durable suit is certainly within your reach. The simplest approach would be using high-performance aramid fibers to construct a fitted bulletproof vest and trousers capable of withstanding large-caliber rifle bullets. The downside, however, is that it is neither breathable nor comfortable. As Lin Feng surveyed the room, his gaze settled on a piece of, or emanating, a faint blue glow. Curiously, he approached and grasped it in his hand. Under the pressure of hundreds of tons, the ore seemed to vibrate imperceptibly, absorbing all the force without any noticeable deformation. What is this? It appears remarkably resilient. Howard Stark's eyes lit up as he rose to join Lin's side. This, or discovered by chance in Africa during my experiments, is extraordinary. When subjected to high-energy radiation for a certain duration, it releases a powerful shockwave, as if reflecting the energy of the radiation in shockwave form. You have keen insight. This precious ore, found in Africa, weighs less than 5 kilograms in total within the Strategic Scientific Reserve. It appears to absorb a certain amount of energy and, once it reaches its limit, releases it as a shockwave. If I had a sufficient quantity of this, or I could potentially craft an indestructible suit for you. Unfortunately, the location of its vein remains a mystery. The notion of absorbing energy and subsequently releasing it as a shockwave, could it be akin to vibranium? Realizing this, Lin Feng swiftly recalled the Marvel films he had watched before his journey. During the Second World War, as the Allied forces pursued the Desert Fox, Rommel, a small squad of soldiers became lost and inadvertently stumbled upon a disguised tribal area in Wakanda. There, they discovered scattered fragments of extraterrestrial meteorites, which they subsequently brought back to their homeland. Eventually, these fragments changed hands several times before they ultimately came to rest in the possession of Stark Industries. Under the aegis of Howard Stark, this particular specimen weighed a mere 5 kilograms. Did you not consider sending someone to Africa to search for more? Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. Please provide me with the coordinates of the discovery. I shall devise a means to procure additional vibranium and return to you for the creation of the battlesuit. Howard Stark readily complied, jotting down the coordinates and generously providing a detailed map of Africa, upon which he had drawn several routes in red ink and circled key areas, demonstrating his own clandestine efforts to locate more vibranium. Upon receiving the coordinates and the map, Lin Feng felt a restless excitement akin to a cat scratch. However, he realized that brazenly demanding or from them might not sit well with King Chaka, given Wakanda's advanced technology, should hostilities arise. Even if he managed to seize a portion of the vibranium, it would not be an easy endeavor. He resolved to first accrue some prestige on the battlefield in Austria, and once his template reached a higher level, he would feel more assured in his approach. With this determination, he carefully concealed the coordinates and map before hastening to the Allied command headquarters. Lin Feng navigated effortlessly to the deepest recesses of the bunker, where Prime Minister Churchill and General Eisenhower were deeply engaged in a small meeting, enveloped in smoke and furrowed brows as they pondered strategies to turn the tide of war. Upon his entrance, both men were instantly invigorated by the sight of him. Indeed, while the Nazis had their Aryan supermen, we too have our Allied supermen. The defeat on the Austrian front was not due to the inability of the Allies to confront the German forces, but rather the sudden emergence of the brutal Aryan supermen, which had severely demoralized the Allied troops, leading to a catastrophic rout. Brigadier Lin, your arrival is most opportune. The Allies are in dire need of you. Churchill's somewhat disjointed statement left Lin Feng momentarily perplexed. Fortunately, the subsequent words he uttered unraveled the mystery. Brigadier Lin, I require you to undertake a mission to Austria to eliminate the newly emerged super beasts. I understand you have just returned and are enjoying the company of your fiancée, but the situation of a war is precarious, and we cannot afford to lose a moment. I need you to depart for Austria immediately. Lin Feng had already intended to bolster his prestige, so he readily acquiesced to the request. It was as if the heavens had aligned perfectly, with Churchill's timely invitation serving as the catalyst for his action. I am ever prepared to fight for the Allies, to be candid. Upon hearing the news of the defeat in Austria, I hastened to the command to volunteer. I had not anticipated that Your Excellency and I would share such a profound concern for the ongoing conflict. I assure you, I shall not disappoint your expectations and will strike with the fury of thunder to eradicate all super beasts. Chapter 25. Infiltrating enemy lines and an unexpected encounter with Captain America. The Red Skull's resolution. The Supermen must flee. The night was as dark as ink, the moon obscured, and the stars sparse. A Beechcraft Model 7, an 8-seat twin-engine monoplane, ascended from London Airport, traversing the English Channel under the cover of night. It veered towards Poland before crossing into Hungary and entering Austrian airspace. From the lofty vantage point, the ground occasionally erupted with the thunderous roar of artillery, the flashes of explosions resembling twinkling stars, illuminating the impact sites before swiftly fading into darkness. In the distance, the majestic peaks of the Alps loomed, their snow-capped summits and glacial valleys presenting a breathtaking winter landscape. Here, warm, moist air from the ocean mingled with cold currents, creating a complex pattern of air convection at high altitudes, demanding exceptional skill from the pilot. The last transmission point of the 107th Infantry Regiment was situated in the valley between two mountains. If they had not fallen victim to the Nazis on the spot, the remaining soldiers would likely have been captured. According to intelligence relayed by Allied spies embedded among the Nazis, the secretive Hydra organization, which had long supported the Nazis, operated two nearby munitions factories, suggesting that the soldiers might have been detained close by. In the aircraft as cargo hold, Peggy Carter unfurled a map, leaning down to elucidate the route she had sketched. Despite Lin Feng's vehement opposition to her participation, this strikingly determined female officer remained resolute, refusing to yield even after enduring multiple physical setbacks. Reluctantly, he agreed to take his fiancée aboard the transport plane piloted by Howard Stark himself, navigating through the barrage of gunfire to reach Austria. I understand, you could drop me off here. Proceeding further is too perilous. The Nazis are advancing rapidly in Austria, having established robust anti-aircraft positions. It would be safer for me to parachute from here. Lin Feng feigned concern for Peggy's safety. Upon hearing this, the resolute officer could only nod in acquiescence. Howard Stark, deftly maneuvering the aircraft, interjected, "Indeed, Major Carter, it would be safer for Lin to parachute here, and it will conserve fuel for our return to London." He added with a twinkle in his eye, "I recall a delightful restaurant on Downing Street, renowned for its cheese fondue. Would you care to join me?" Peggy shot him a disapproving glance while assisting her partner with his parachute. "Huh, thank you, but I detest cheese." Lin Feng chuckled, casting a teasing glance at the flustered Howard Stark. He approached Howard, patted him on the shoulder with a solemn expression, and remarked, "Howard, should you ever flirt with my woman again, I wouldn't hesitate to send you plummeting from the skies." With that, he commanded, "Open the hatch. I'm ready to jump." He exerted a bit of force, eliciting a grimace from Howard Stark. As the aircraft hatch swung open, the disparity in pressure caused the cabin air to rush out, creating a gust of wind. Lin Feng stepped to the edge of the hatch, poised to leap into the unknown. "Lin, wait." Peggy Carter unbuckled her safety belt and leapt into his arms, bestowing upon him a tender kiss. After a passionate kiss, she grasped the overhead handrail with one hand while tucking her disheveled long hair behind her ear. "You must return safely. I am eagerly awaiting our official wedding." Lin Feng nodded, gestured a sign of affirmation, and leaped from the aircraft. In midair, he turned, extending his hand toward the plane with a victorious signal. The howling winds whipped past him, causing his clothing to flap vigorously. Peggy Carter gazed intently at the swiftly descending figure until it vanished from view and then closed the hatch. "Return home, great scientist," she said coolly, fastening her seatbelt and closing her eyes to rest. In the cockpit, Howard Stark shrugged, reluctantly maneuvering the aircraft in a wide turn, heading back along the original flight path. After the plane disappeared from sight, Lin Feng decisively severed the straps of his parachute. Had it not been for his desire to conceal his abilities, he would not have been encumbered by such an obstruction. With a resounding thud, he accelerated to 20 times the speed of sound, navigating toward the canyon nestled between two peaks, guided by the map etched in his memory. Below, the fierce artillery exchanges between the Allied forces and the Nazis erupted. Yet no one noticed the shadow passing overhead. Moments later, Lin Feng hovered above the canyon, employing his superior vision to scrutinize the traces on the ground. The chaotic footprints and scattered shell casings were undoubtedly left by the remnants of the 107th Infantry Regiment, fleeing amidst the fray. The tank tracks and large footprints measuring over 10 meters likely belonged to the Nazis pursuing them. He swiftly analyzed the converging footprints and tracks. After a brief exchange of fire, the remaining soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment had succumbed and were taken captive by the Nazis, who marched them northwest. Fortunately, not much time had elapsed. Otherwise, the wind would have scattered these traces, making them difficult to trace. Upon touching down, Lin Feng pursued the ground markings, sprinting rapidly in the northwest direction. Flying at such high speeds could lead to overshooting his target. Thus, tracking on foot proved more prudent, allowing him to avoid misdirection and stop abruptly upon spotting his objective to avoid alarming the enemy. Navigating through rugged terrain, he covered over 30 kilometers before arriving at a dense forest. Through the gaps in the trees, he glimpsed a vast complex illuminated by bright lights, and his acute hearing picked up the distant rumble of machinery. It appeared Peggy Carter's analysis was indeed accurate. There was a munitions factory present, and the Nazis escorting the captured 107th Infantry Regiment were likely headed there. Understanding the situation, Lin Feng took advantage of the night's cover, stealthily approaching the factory. He was in Austria to elevate his reputation and could not disregard the lives of the captives. Unlike in the Philippines, he could not simply storm in. While the Nazi soldiers and super soldiers could not match him, it would be troublesome if they eliminated the prisoners before he could act. Damn it, for the sake of reputation. I shall endure this indignity for now. Before long, he arrived at the edge of the dense forest. Seizing the moment when the searchlight from the distant arms factory's wall shifted, he swiftly traversed the open expanse of several hundred meters, closely adhering to the high wall to conceal his presence. The towering concrete barrier, over 5 meters high, was topped with layers of high-voltage barbed wire. And every 100 meters or so stood a watchtower, manned by 2 sentinels who controlled the searchlights that swept back and forth. Inside the wall, squads of armed soldiers patrolled diligently. Although these soldiers wore Nazi uniforms, they bore the insignia of Hydra on their arms, and the weapons they wielded emitted a faint blue glow, unmistakably the energy firearms developed by Hydra, utilizing the concealed energy of the space stone within the Tesseract. This high-energy source was employed by Hydra in a plethora of weaponry, ranging from handguns, rifles, and submachine guns to heavy artillery, such as howitzers, cannons, and the colossal Gustav gun. Recent intelligence reports from the Allied forces even mentioned the experimental 1,000-ton heavy cruise tank, a creation proposed by Hydra, boasting multiple barrels for firepower and armor so thick that it was impervious to the main battle tank shells of the Allies. With a weight of an astonishing 1,000 tons. Moving this behemoth with a conventional internal combustion engine was inconceivable. However, with energy blocks derived from the space stone, its mass became an asset rather than a liability. Once successfully developed, it would be nearly unstoppable on land, capable of plowing through any fortification. As 2 patrol units passed each other, Lin Feng seized the opportunity, launching himself into the air and silently infiltrating the arms factory without alerting any Nazi soldiers. He swiftly incapacitated a soldier lurking in the shadows at the factory entrance and donned the black Nazi uniform, nonchalantly walking into the production workshop. Just moments ago, utilizing his enhanced vision, he had discerned that deep within this workshop lay a hidden passage leading to an underground prison. Observing workers wheeling carts laden with energy blocks towards the elevator entrance, descending into the secret storage below, Lin Feng felt certain that the Tesseract was housed within this factory, and that both Red Skull and Dr. Zola were likely present as well. Such a significant treasure would not be allowed to stray from their line of sight. The mere thought of possessing an infinity stone stirred a sense of excitement within him. Although his mission was ostensibly to rescue captives and gain prestige, acquiring the Tesseract would be a splendid bonus. Since he was already here, he might as well seized the opportunity, suppressing the urge to snatch the Infinity Stone immediately. Lin Feng approached the waste disposal area at the rear of the workshop. The Nazi soldier stationed there was exceptionally vigilant, raising a hand to signal him to halt. Stop. Which workshop are you assigned to? This is a restricted area. Are you unaware? No one is permitted to approach without the command of Commander Schmidt. As he spoke, his hand hovered near the safety of his firearm, ready to shoot at the slightest provocation. Lin Feng was at a loss. It seemed that silently infiltrating was no longer an option. The Red Skull is so cautious that even his own men are not exempt from his scrutiny. Swift as lightning, he grasped the neck of a Nazi soldier, twisting it with a sharp crack of 180 degrees. He steps out, positioning himself behind another soldier, delivering a fatal blow with a swift chop to sever his throat. Thud! Thud! Two lifeless bodies collapse to the ground. Lin Feng seizes the moment to dash into the secret passage, for time is of the essence. He must eliminate all adversaries and free the captured soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment before the guards in the cells raise the alarm. Not long after Lin Feng slips into the passage, another stealthy Nazi soldier appears, casting a puzzled glance at the fallen bodies. Despite his curiosity, he dares not linger and quickly enters the passage, running ahead. How strange, he muses, I stealthily escaped from the 436th Regiment's outpost, enduring numerous hardships to discover that Bucky is held here. How could someone have infiltrated before me? As the Nazi soldier ponders this, a large hand suddenly emerges from around the corner, seizing his neck and pulling him into a storage room. Lin Feng is about to crush his throat when he realizes, to his astonishment, that it is none other than the disguised Steve Rogers. I nearly choked you to death, my friend. Why in the world are you dressed in Nazi uniform? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Steve relinquishes his struggle against the grip on his neck, lowering his voice in surprise. Lin, it's you. How on earth did you get here? My goodness, you nearly scared the life out of me. I thought the Nazi super soldiers were far too powerful. I exerted all my strength and couldn't fight back. Realizing it was a mere misunderstanding, Lin Feng is not inclined to reminisce. Listen, Steve, I'm going to rescue Bucky and the others. You need to locate the Hydra facility where they manufacture energy weapons and retrieve that blue glowing cube from their energy center. Once I have freed them, we will regroup and evacuate. Do you understand? With that, he pushes open the storage room door and rushes towards the cell revealed by his enhanced vision, while Steve Rogers, gritting his teeth, turns and sprints towards the exit of the passage. He knows Lin Feng far surpasses him in strength. Bucky and the others will surely be rescued without a hitch. It is better for him to sabotage Hydra's energy weapon factory and seize the coveted blue glowing cube, thereby striking a blow to Hydra's audacity. Just as Steve Rogers emerges from the passage, the piercing sound of an alarm blares, prompting him to swiftly veer around to the other side of the factory to avoid colliding with the Nazi soldiers alerted by the alarm. Hundreds of Nazi soldiers, armed with energy weapons, immediately dispatch a portion of their ranks from the barracks, led by an officer who shouts loudly in German, "Enemy attack. Someone has infiltrated the cells. Follow me." As they enter the factory, rushing towards the source of the alarm, they're taken aback upon seeing the bodies near the passage. Without a moment's hesitation, they disengage their weapons and charge into the passage. Meanwhile, on the second-floor office of the factory, the Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, leaps from his sofa at the sound of the alarm. He lunged towards the computer on the desk, tapping a few keys on the keyboard. The surveillance monitor mounted on the wall displayed a series of shifting images, ultimately revealing a scene from the dungeon. A tall, handsome man clad in Allied military attire stood resolutely against the onslaught of energy weapons. Rather than retreating, he charged into the ranks of Nazi soldiers, unleashing punches and kicks that struck with the force of artillery, reducing the enemy to mere clouds of crimson mist. An Allied superhero. How'd he find this place? This is bad. It's no longer safe here. I must make my exit, but before I do, I shall let those filthy orcs have their fun. Dr. Zola has certainly given them an edge. John Schmidt smirked coldly as he pressed the secret phone switch. Dr. Zola, prepare the cosmic cube. We must vacate this location. Release those lower-tier orc warriors to prove their might before the Allied superhero, and you take the cosmic cube to the underground hangar on level 3 and await my arrival. Having arranged for Dr. Zola to secure the cosmic cube, he seized an energy pistol and hurried towards the secret elevator leading to level 3. Meanwhile, in the energy block manufacturing workshop, Dr. Zola hesitated for a moment before swiftly pulling the switch for the energy extractor, halting the extraction of the cosmic cube's energy and placing the glowing blue cube into a safe. He carried the safe into a secret chamber and accessed a computer secured with a 128-bit password. In the underground prison, Lin Feng had just severed all the locks on the cell doors, freeing the captured Allied soldiers, when he heard heavy footsteps approaching from the shadows. With a thunderous crash, a solid concrete wall was obliterated by an immense force, sending debris flying like bullets. As he deflected the incoming rubble, he beheld colossal figures emerging from the dust. 1, 2, 3. There were an astonishing 12 uniquely shaped super orcs, striding through the breached wall into the dungeon, their labored breaths echoing like a beast inhaling air. Goodness, Hydra is formidable. They've unleashed 12 super orcs here. Chapter 26. The Allied Superhero versus the Mutant Super Orcs. Captain America pursues Red Skull, contemplating his fate. With a resounding crash, the entire armory trembled. A punch with over 1,000 tons of force was met with unwavering resilience by a super orc, who even managed to display a mocking grin, taking a provocative step forward. Lin Feng, undeterred, delivered another punch aimed at the super orc's abdomen. To his surprise, this newly appeared super orc reacted with remarkable speed, matching his velocity and raising its massive fist to strike back. The collision of their fists, one large and one small, unleashed a deafening boom. Once again, a tremendous shockwave engulfed the surroundings, sending the bewildered soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment tumbling across the ground. What on earth have you been consuming? Even if you had ingested some potent concoction, you shouldn't be this formidable. The relentless assaults were thwarted, leaving Lin Feng in a state of disbelief. The last time he had vanquished the super beasts, despite a minor disparity in power, their physical resilience was worlds apart. By exploiting the relatively fragile nature of the super beast skeletal structure, he had effortlessly dispatched 6 of them. To his astonishment, this new breed of super beasts dared to confront him, a paragon of the Golden Age, in a direct confrontation, withstanding 2 consecutive punches that exceeded 1,000 tons of force. Alliance superheroes, your demise is imminent, the leader of the super beasts proclaimed, shaking his neck with a series of ominous cracks. He gestured to the other super beasts, prompting 11 of them to easily topple the prison bars, clearing a sufficiently wide passage and standing in formation, evidently preparing to pummel their adversaries. Lin Feng turned back, exasperated, and bellowed at the 107th Infantry Regiment soldiers, who stood there like dazed geese. Are you fools? Why aren't you fleeing? I've neutralized the guards in the corridor, seized their firearms, and escaped from the armory at once. Remember to find Steve Rogers. That scoundrel is here too. Bucky, for heaven's sake, remember that you owe me one. With no time to elaborate, the super beasts were already flanking him, their colossal fists and feet raining down like a deluge. He could only muster the strength to fend them off, while seizing the brief moments of their offensive to retaliate. Awakened from his stupor, Bucky suppressed his joy at reuniting with a friend and rallied the soldiers to flee the dungeon. The battle had devolved into a grotesque spectacle, unfit for their slender limbs. Brothers, follow me. Let us obliterate those damn Nazis. The soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment did not hesitate, sprinting in his wake. None wished to engage the inhuman super beasts, which had instilled a profound psychological trauma in them when they had been captured, rendering them listless at the mere sight of their monstrous forms. As they picked up the energy firearms left behind by fallen Nazis in the corridor, these highly trained captives transformed into Avengers, leading the charge with their weapons. The ones armed surged ahead, firing without hesitation upon spotting the Nazis. Bang, bang, bang. The energy submachine guns unleashed a furious barrage, and the azure-hued energy projectiles streaked forth, disintegrating Nazi soldiers into ash upon impact. Wow, this weapon is exhilarating. Those without firearms, hurry and gather some. Bucky, multitasking, continued to shoot down Nazis while directing his unarmed comrades to arm themselves with the fallen weapons. Soon, over 100 of them were outfitted, guided by soldiers proficient in German, as they charged towards the munitions depot in search of more powerful arms. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the Red Skull panicked and attempted to flee. The Nazi soldiers within the armory, now bereft of leadership, descended into chaos, some clinging to their posts while others, misled by the blaring alarms, rushed back into the dungeon. The Nazi soldiers guarding the munitions depot were in a state of disarray as thunderous explosions echoed from the dungeons, while the sounds of gunfire in the production workshop resembled the crackling of popcorn, giving the impression that the entire armament factory was overrun by enemies. When Baki charged in with his men, they were caught off guard, swiftly obliterated by a barrage of blue energy projectiles. Hurry, everyone inside to change gear. Choose the most powerful and largest. With a single shot, he blew open the munitions depot doors, causing the soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment to salivate at the sight within. The shells were meticulously stacked with an array of energy weapons, and to their astonishment, there were even rocket launchers, mortars, and 120mm howitzers among the heavy artillery. Most astonishingly, a prototype Gigantus 1000 tank was nestled inside. Who the hell can drive a tank? Get that behemoth out here, quick! A few seasoned veterans from the Armored Division stepped forward and climbed into the Gigantus 1000. Despite being modified with the latest energy technology by Hydra, the basic operational protocols remained unchanged. After some contemplation, they successfully started the colossal machine, crashing through the 1-meter-thick concrete wall of the depot and directly aimed at the Nazi tanks rushing in from outside. Fire! The tank driver bellowed, as the gunner loaded a glowing blue shell into the chamber. With a creaking sound from the hydraulic lever, the shell slid into place. Boom! The 150mm main gun erupted with a brilliant blue flame, and the distant Nazi tanks, along with nearby soldiers, were oblivious to the cannon's roar, meeting their end in a violent explosion that enveloped them in blinding blue light. The battle raged fiercely both in the dungeon and outside the factory, and the workers in the production workshop were thrown into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Steve Rogers stealthily infiltrated the core of the workshop, a solitary chamber constructed of alloy steel plates. After painstakingly cutting through the lock with a welding tool, he discovered the room to be utterly vacant. The blue cube that Lin had mentioned had been taken. Damn it, who could move so swiftly without fearing the little mustache man? He muttered in frustration, when suddenly his gaze fell upon the architectural blueprint of the factory affixed to the wall. The ground floor housed the main factory. The first basement level served as the dungeon, while the second basement was designated as a warehouse. Strangely, the third basement's purpose remained unmarked, yet it contained an expansive space and a clandestine passage measuring 300 meters in length and 20 meters in width. It was peculiar to construct such a lengthy and wide tunnel underground. Moreover, at the end of this passage, there appeared to be a precipice. Surely the Nazis wouldn't have built it for the purpose of self-destruction in the event of defeat. After much deliberation, Steve Rogers resolved to investigate further, suspecting it might conceal vital Nazi secrets. After noting the factory's layout, he followed the blueprint to the center of the chamber, pushed aside a heavy desk, and lifted the Persian rug to reveal a metallic trapdoor that blended seamlessly with the floor. Pulling open the trapdoor, he leaped inside, only to discover it was a single-person elevator. Without hesitation, Steve Rogers pressed the button for the third floor, his muscles taut with anxiety. He was uncertain if Nazi soldiers would ambush him upon his descent. Fortunately, as he exited the elevator, there was not a single enemy soldier in sight. However, the distant whir of airplane propellers and the roar of engines reached his ears. John Schmidt had taken the cosmic cube from Dr. Zola and activated the countdown for the bombs in the underground factory, swiftly turning to enter the cockpit of the plane. As Dr. Zola climbed into the co-pilot's seat, he glanced back and gasped in alarm. Damn it, someone is closing in. Chief, we must leave at once. His pace was not that of an ordinary soldier. He resembled a super soldier. If he were to sabotage the aircraft, escape would be impossible. John Schmidt leaned out to take a look, and upon realizing it was not an allied superhero, he exhaled in relief. He extended his left hand out of the window, raising his middle finger, while with his right hand he forcefully pushed the throttle, causing the plane's propellers to spin faster and its speed to increase. With gritted teeth, Steve Rogers quickened his pace, his long legs propelling him forward as he closed the distance to the aircraft, nearly reaching its tail. Dr. Zola, grab a gun and shoot him. John Schmidt tossed an energy pistol to Dr. Zola, who fumbled to catch it and began firing towards the tail of the plane. Bang, bang, bang. 3 blue energy bullets shot forth. Steve Rogers ducked just in time, but the shift in his center of gravity diminished his speed, leaving him several meters behind. Well done. Doctor, hold him off for a moment. The plane is about to fly off the cliff. John Schmidt remarked with a hint of excitement. I shall see if a super soldier can fly. Encouraged by the praise, Dr. Zola fired even more fervently. The 300-meter runway quickly came to an end, and as the massive wall of the passageway lifted, the plane soared off the cliff, carried by an upward draft into the sky. Steve Rogers watched helplessly as the aircraft ascended higher, frustration boiling within him. Damn it, if only I had a shield to block those energy bullets. I would be watching it escape. He lamented the time wasted, wondering if Lin had successfully rescued Bucky and the others. Cursing under his breath, he turned and sprinted back along the path he had come, only to notice the countdown timer that he had overlooked during his pursuit. In an instant, his heart raced. Holy hell, there are only 3 minutes left. This is dire. That despicable fiend had activated the self-destruct mechanism. He had to tell Lin at once. With renewed determination, Steve Rogers summoned every ounce of strength, running faster than he had while chasing the plane, and within a minute, he reached the factory's hidden chamber. As he burst through the chamber door, he collided with Bucky and the others who were searching the workshop. Bucky, thank goodness you're alive. Where's Lin? Why isn't he with you? In an exuberant display of camaraderie, Steve Rogers, upon realizing Lin Feng's absence, grew anxious and inquired about his whereabouts. Buck, recalling Lin Feng's battle against the super beastmen in the dungeon, suddenly realized he was still engaged with those inhuman adversaries. What could have transpired? Steve, now alarmed, pushed past his friend and sprinted towards the dungeon. The military factory is on the verge of self-destruction. Only 2 minutes remain. You all evacuate immediately, and I'll notify Lin to retreat as well. Buck's expression shifted dramatically. The Nazis, in their madness, likely had explosives lying beneath their feet, and should they detonate, the blast would obliterate everything within a several-kilometer radius. Quickly, withdraw from the military factory. Those who can drive, get in your vehicles. Those who cannot, climb aboard. There's no time left to run. He commanded the soldiers to flee towards the factory's exit, while he pivoted and dashed towards the dungeon. In this frantic sprint, he discovered his speed had significantly increased, surpassing what he had experienced before being subjected to experimentation. What have those damn Nazis done to me? He pondered, feeling a surge of strength and velocity that rivaled Steve's. Had he inadvertently become a super soldier as well? Unbeknownst to Buck, had Lin Feng not arrived in time, he would have been next in line for the injection of beastly genes, transforming him into a new generation of super beastmen warriors. Among the soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment fleeing the military factory, a young African-American lieutenant pulled out a hardbound notebook from his chest pocket, glanced at it swiftly, and then tucked it back away. Buck, you better not die. I might need you in the future. Yet, what could the coded phrases within the notebook signify? Words such as desire, rust, 17, dawn, furnace, 9, kindness, home, 1, truck, and a logical collection of terms that piqued his curiosity, compelling him to seek Buck privately to decipher their meaning. Casting a final glance at the chaotic scene within the factory, he silently prayed for Buck's safe escape. My rise, Nick Fury, hinges on the magnitude of the secrets hidden within. As Steve Rogers and Buck entered the dungeon, they were met with the shocking sight of what had once been a sturdy stronghold, now reduced to rubble. Lin Feng and 12 super beastmen were engaged in a fierce battle, retreating towards the entrance. Why have you returned? These brutes are unlike any I've faced. I cannot seem to defeat them, he exclaimed in frustration. Limbs that had been severed regenerated in an instant, their skin resilient and slick, absorbing at least 70% of the force behind his attacks, rendering lethal blows nearly impossible. Upon seeing his companions, he raised his voice in indignation. Steve rushed forward to assist, only to be repelled by a super beastman adorned with grotesque growths on its face, sending him crashing backward, clutching his chest as he coughed up blood. Buck seized his energy submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets. The energy projectiles struck the super beastmen, creating gaping wounds the size of fists, yet they failed to incinerate them as they would a regular soldier, leaving them intact and formidable. Although not fatal, this surge of energy from the quantum cannon managed to repel the super beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Steve Rogers rose, coughing blood, and urgently called out, Lin, we must leave immediately. The military factory is set to explode in just over a minute. Forget about those oafs. Our lives are the priority. Lin Feng's eyes brightened at the prospect of the military factory self-destructing. With his upgraded Golden Superman template, he was no longer afraid of ordinary explosives and was eager to test the limits of his defenses. Furthermore, if he could leverage the ensuing explosion to weaken the super beasts. It might just be possible to eliminate them. You all need to leave now. I am unafraid of the factory's explosion. Don't be a hindrance. Hurry and get out. Steve Rogers and Bucky exchanged glances, seeing him once again engage in battle with the super beasts, seemingly unconcerned about the impending explosion. With a resolute sigh and a stomp of his foot, they turned to flee. Not far from the military factory, they spotted an off-road vehicle waiting for them. They quickly climbed aboard and urged the driver to accelerate, racing away from the factory with great speed. Just 2 kilometers later, a thunderous roar erupted behind them, and the shock wave swiftly caught up to the vehicle, flipping it like a toy and sending it tumbling several meters before it finally came to a halt. Cough, cough. Bucky, are you all right? What about the others in the vehicle? Is anyone alive? Steve Rogers struggled to rise, feeling his recently fractured bones shatter anew under the impact of the shockwave, causing excruciating pain with every movement. Hearing his calls, a weak voice emerged from outside the vehicle. Steve, I'm all right, just a broken arm. But the driver is dead. I can hear your breathing. It sounds wrong. Did a broken bone puncture your lung? Those damn Nazis are insane. They must have buried over a ton of high explosives in that factory. As Bucky spoke, he awkwardly crawled into the overturned cabin, carefully lifting Steve Rogers out. He tore several branches from a nearby tree, fashioning a makeshift stretcher secured with vines, and placed his friend upon it, dragging him away from the now ablaze vehicle. As he struggled to distance himself, a whistling sound sliced through the air above. TSK, TSK, TSK. What has happened to our Captain America? Bucky, you two are truly pathetic. Managing to injure yourselves while fleeing for your lives is quite the feat. Come on, comrades, I'll take you back. Otherwise, Steve will soon bleed to death. Lin Feng discarded the super beast head he had intended to keep as a trophy, landing it beside the two. Gripping each of their shoulders, he employed his biofield to stabilize Steve's injuries momentarily and soared into the sky towards the nearest Allied field hospital. After experiencing the explosive blast up close, he was certain that, aside from alien technology and atomic bombs, no human weapon could pose a threat to him. Thus, as long as he refrained from excessive actions, he could appropriately reveal his true strength. Chapter 27. Hydra is more terrifying than the Nazis. Lin Feng aims to establish the Doomsday Independent Battalion. The following day, noon, in the Allied Command Headquarters in London, the stern-faced Congressman Blade, having escaped from Austria, sat in a small conference room, gazing at General Eisenhower, whose expression betrayed an air of indifference. General, are you suggesting that from now on, Steve will be under the direct purview of the Department of Defense? I urge you to reconsider. After all, he has raised $200 billion in government bonds. Without his performances, both domestically and abroad, our Congress would struggle to continue supporting the war. Since receiving reports from the front lines, he had been seething with rage. His top salesperson had defied orders and absconded to the front, only to return gravely injured and confined to a field hospital. To make matters worse, the newly promoted Brigadier Lin had audaciously usurped his position. Absurdly, the Department of Defense had acquiesced to his demands, forcibly reclaiming Steve Rogers from Congress and reallocating him to the so-called Allied Superman commander. General Eisenhower, puffing on a cigar and exhaling clouds of smoke, eventually spoke with deliberate calmness. I must remind you that Steve is, in fact, an active-duty soldier. The Department of Defense had previously loaned him to you for the purpose of promoting government bonds, under the auspices of supporting the Treasury's efforts. However, we all know that only 30 of the funds from the bonds sold actually contribute to the war. Can you honestly claim to know where the remaining 70 has gone? Accept your gains and refrain from creating further discord here. The congressman's face turned an ashen hue, rendered speechless by the general's retort. His plump cheeks creased with tension, and his bloodshot eyes brimmed with fury. The aide standing nearby trembled, fearful of becoming a casualty in the crossfire of their confrontation, the target of Blade's ire. Your eloquence is commendable, General. I believe you could consider running in the next election. He intended to mock, but to his surprise, Eisenhower seemed genuinely intrigued. With a flick of ash from his cigar, he leaned in closer and whispered, Congressman Blade, could you enlighten me on the estimated costs of a presidential campaign? We might explore it further. Blade, momentarily taken aback, pondered the prospect and realized it could be a viable opportunity. As the most renowned young general among the Allies, Eisenhower's reputation soared in the international arena, with a substantial following at home, coupled with the backing of major arms corporations aligned with the military. He could very well emerge victorious in the elections. As this realization dawned on him, the anger that had marred his countenance dissipated, replaced by a smile. Politicians, after all, thrive on opportunities. Should Eisenhower succeed, it would be a significant achievement, propelling him from state legislator to a Congress member with voting power, a dream for any legislator. Thus, a brewing political tempest between Congress and the military was quietly dispelled by Eisenhower, unnoticed by those present. According to intelligence gathered from high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, the Hydra munitions factory has been reduced to ruins, indicating that the underground laboratories have been obliterated by Brigadier General Lin Feng. It is also presumed that the captured soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment have been successfully rescued. A super soldier, Steve Rogers, along with a captured soldier, James Buchanan Barnes, were conveyed to the field hospital of the 436th Parachute Infantry Regiment for medical attention, courtesy of His Excellency, the Brigadier General. A telegram from the 436th Parachute Infantry Regiment reported that the Brigadier General transported both individuals to the regiment's base, arranged for their treatment, and then departed, stating his intention to return with the remaining 112 soldiers without fail. The radio operator meticulously relayed the received intelligence, and upon reading the segment about Lin Feng carrying 2 individuals to the 436th Regiment's base, he nearly questioned whether he was reading a dispatch from Allied forces or a manuscript from fantasy novel. Colonel Phillips was equally astonished, though he managed to maintain a composed expression. It seems there is no need to worry that Brigadier General Lin may sacrifice himself in the battle against the Nazis before even assuming his post. No news is, after all, the best news. He must return with the 112 soldiers who have endured captivity and mistreatment, and it would be unwise to march boldly through the German defensive lines to deliver this telegram to Major Carter, alleviating her concern for the Brigadier General's safety. Were it not for the correct encryption of this telegram, he would undoubtedly share the operator's incredulity. The notion that a super soldier could take flight in an instant is no less shocking than Americans discovering that Santa Claus is an Indian. Should the Nazis ascertain the veracity of this intelligence, it is likely that the little mustache in the Berlin bunker would find no peace. However, upon contemplating the potential complications that might arise from the White House envoy, Phillips felt a headache brewing. How could he explain this to the envoy? The 2 super soldiers were injected with the same batch of serum, yet one has become extraordinarily powerful, even capable of flight, while the other lies gravely wounded in a hospital on his first foray to the front lines. Might Roosevelt leap from his chair in a fit of rage, suspecting that the Department of Defense is deliberately withholding information from him? God forbid such a calamity should occur. It would be utterly disastrous. As he scratched his head, lost in thought, the office door swung open. Peggy Carter entered briskly, clutching a stack of decoded intelligence, and judging by the smile adorning her face, it was evident that the information was favorable. With a grin, she handed over the intelligence, continuing, from our undercover agents in Berlin. It appears that the little mustache erupted in fury during a high-level leadership meeting, vehemently condemning Hydra's incompetence. From his discourse, it can be inferred that Hydra's munitions factory and testing facilities have met their demise. Additionally, there is a whisper of a rumor that Hydra leader Johann Schmidt has requested to resign from the SS following the meeting, opting to lead Hydra as a separate intelligence organization. Undercover analysts speculate that he and the little mustache may soon part ways. Colonel Phillips observed her jovial demeanor, sighed, and responded with a sense of resignation. Major Carter, I perceive this intelligence as a double-edged sword, not a cause for celebration. John Schmidt is a madman, cruel and ruthless. He was once subservient to the little mustache, and Hydra's scientific endeavors and acts of sabotage were under Berlin's command. Therefore, we had an opportunity to preemptively gather intelligence to disrupt or even thwart their actions. However, should Hydra truly sever ties with the Nazis, they would become a wild stallion, unpredictable in their ensuing madness. A heavy silence enveloped the office, akin to the oppressive atmosphere before a storm. Peggy Carter bit her lip, pondering for a moment before speaking. Colonel, are you suggesting that Hydra poses a greater threat than the Nazis? Colonel Phillips met her gaze, lowering his voice to convey the gravity of his words. Indeed, you are correct. Hydra is far more perilous than the Nazis. As deranged as the little mustache was, he retained a modicum of reason and humanity. In contrast, John Schmidt not only inherited his Aryan supremacy ideology, but has also magnified it, believing that the Earth should be populated solely by Aryans. A quintessential madman, far more terrifying than the so-called warmongers, especially when he wields the most advanced military technology on this planet. Peggy Carter took several deep breaths to steady her anxious heart. Just as Colonel Phillips hesitated to suggest to the Allied command that the Strategic Scientific Reserve should henceforth focus on eradicating Hydra rather than primarily developing military armaments. A cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted outside. Long live Brigadier Lin. He has truly accomplished it. It was indeed astonishing. He not only returned safely with a group of captives, but also made a detour to Italy to apprehend the dictator Mussolini. My God, I feel that the war is nearing its conclusion. All it would take is for Brigadier Lin to make another trip to Berlin to capture the little mustache. Colonel Phillips pushed open the office door and stepped outside, with Peggy Carter following closely behind, entering the bustling hall beyond. There, clerical staff and security personnel alike wore expressions of elation, fervently discussing and celebrating the news. Upon seeing them, a confidential secretary approached, presenting the latest intelligence. After perusing the information, Peggy Carter's face lit up with joy, swelling with pride for her fiancé, while Colonel Phillips, equally pleased, recognized that their soon-to-be superior had achieved a monumental feat, unprecedented in history. Perhaps by the time Brigadier Lin returned to his post, he would be promoted to the rank of Major General. At the 436th Parachute Infantry Regiment station, after settling the 112 soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment, Lin Feng was compelled by Colonel Bliss to join the regiment's command staff, where he sat among the officers, drinking and responding to their curious inquiries. Brigadier Lin, what inspired you to capture Mussolini? Although Austria is not far from Italy, I cannot help but feel that it bears little relevance to your mission at the time. Might I inquire about your thoughts on the matter? Furthermore, you are the only one capable of flight after receiving the super soldier serum. Does this imply that your serum differs from that of another super soldier? Lin Feng provided brief responses to some inquiries, while he humorously deflected others. Observant individuals could easily perceive his reluctance to elaborate, and it would be unwise for anyone to press further. Most officers approached merely to familiarize themselves, hoping that when he ascended to a higher position, he might lend them a hand. After some cordial exchanges, Colonel Bliss furrowed his brow and posed a crucial question. Brigadier Lin, I fear it is unsafe to keep Mussolini here. I worry that little mustache might take desperate measures to rescue him, and our regiment lacks the strength to withstand a full-scale Nazi assault. It would be prudent for you to escort him back to London as soon as possible. He would be far safer at Allied headquarters. My frail resources simply cannot bear such pressure. Lin Feng cast him a sidelong glance, fully aware of his concerns. Capturing Mussolini was a significant accomplishment, and should anything happen to him within the 436th Parachute Regiment, Bliss would not gain any credit. Rather, he could find himself shouldering the blame, a fate no one would willingly accept. Rest assured, Bliss, I have a plan in place to ensure you do not bear the brunt of any fallout. After a day of rest, I will leave with those 112 soldiers and Mussolini, publicly stating that we are escorting him back to London for trial by the Allied military court. Whether Little Mustache sends a division or an entire army, I will take on that responsibility. His demeanor was remarkably composed, prompting Bliss to exhibit an awkward smile, though internally he felt relieved. In truth, had it not been for the numerous injured soldiers they had just rescued, many of whom required treatment, he would not have opted to recuperate at the 436th Parachute Regiment's base. After eliminating the 12 newly created Super Beasts from Hydra, Lin Feng noted a troubling anomaly. The new Super Beasts exhibited an unsettling and inexplicable enhancement of power, deviating from the expected trajectory of scientific advancement. Moreover, the Red Skull and Dr. Zola had escaped with alarming ease, seemingly indifferent to their laboratory and munitions factory, as if they had anticipated the need to abandon them. Consequently, Lin Feng resolved to orchestrate a scheme by capturing Mussolini, the ally of Little Mustache, to ascertain the extent of the Nazis' concealed strength, while simultaneously pressuring Little Mustache to compel Hydra to reveal their true capabilities. To enhance the scheme's deceptive nature, he planned to escort the recently rescued 112 soldiers alongside Mussolini back to London, providing ample opportunity for the Nazis and Hydra to attempt a rescue. This maneuver, dubbed luring the snake from its hole, would allow him to gauge the depths of Nazi and Hydra's resources while also assessing the trustworthiness of those soldiers. Should they prove sufficiently loyal it would not be out of the question to provide them with auxiliary templates, thereby establishing the Doomsday Independent Corps to expand his influence. On the surface, Lin Feng and the officers engaged in lively toasts and exchanges, reveling in the convivial atmosphere. Yet within his heart, he was scheming on how to seize this opportunity, not only to expand his influence, but also to accrue greater prestige, thereby elevating his standing as a paragon of the Golden Age. Chapter 28. The Emergence of Mutants at the Hellfire Club. On the march, Nick Fury boldly counsels. In southern Poland, Auschwitz, a cloud of black smoke suddenly enveloped the concentration camp, causing the Jewish prisoners to gaze in terror at the shadow emerging from the smoke, its crimson skin, twin horns atop its head, and triangular tail evoked images of the infernal demons spoken of in Scripture. The Nazi soldiers stationed at the camp wore expressions of disgust, yet none dared to utter a word against the newcomer. Instead, they deliberately lowered their heads to avoid meeting its gaze. What a filthy and putrid place. I loathe being here. The figure flickered again, vanishing into the black smoke, only to reappear within an office. A middle-aged man with slick-back blonde hair held a gun in one hand while extending a coin to a young boy with the other, attempting to elicit the boy's abilities with cruel words. Listen to me, Eric, this is simple. Just like you did yesterday, use your mind to distort this coin. If you succeed, your mother will receive milk and bread. If you fail, I shall kill her. As he spoke, he cocked the gun, aiming it at a middle-aged woman held hostage by several Nazis. The boy, desperate to the point of tears, strained his small face red, trying to will the coin to twist in midair. Yet, despite his efforts, nothing happened until he inadvertently let out a fart, with no change to the coin in sight. The impatient blonde man, devoid of compassion, pulled the trigger. Bang! At the moment the bullet was discharged, the boy looked despairingly at his mother, extending his small hand in a futile attempt to avert the tragedy. An invisible and formidable force materialized, and with a resounding clang, the bullet inexplicably veered off course, striking the barred window and shattering the glass as it flew out. The two Nazi soldiers holding the woman found their heads violently exploding under the pressure of their deformed helmets, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. After this, the boy, overwhelmed, rolled his eyes and fainted. The middle-aged blonde man, grinning widely, snapped his fingers and turned to speak. This lad possesses remarkable potential, does he not? Red Devil Azazel? Tell me, what new intelligence did you acquire in Berlin that prompted you to teleport back to me? I recall instructing you that this was not an urgent matter. It would have been wiser to remain in Berlin and monitor the developments of the war. The Red Devil Azazel shrugged, his triangular tail swaying back and forth. Having lived for over 4,000 years, his extended existence had rendered him exceedingly bored. It was only the promise of exhilarating experiences alongside the man before him that compelled him to join the Hellfire Club. Your rival, John Schmidt, has lost the F-Rare's trust. He has requested a transfer from the SS to focus on his Hydra intelligence organization. We should ascend to the center of the stage, supplanting Hydra as the F-Rare's confidants. Is this not what you have yearned for over the years? Sebastian Shaw, I have awaited this day for an eternity. You wouldn't dare suggest that your previous remarks were mere jest, would you? If that were the case, I might just cast you into the void of space and see if you survive. Sebastian Shaw furrowed his brow slightly, suppressing his displeasure, and chuckled lightly. Asazoth, you must have uncovered more than just this information. Merely hearing of John Schmidt's fall from grace could not have compelled you to rush back to me. The Red Devil, Asazoth, tilted his head and appeared atop the table, casually crossing his legs. He picked up a cigar from the table and nonchalantly lit it. You are correct. Previously, you had me monitor the Allied Superman. He descended from the heavens in Italy and, before the eyes of many, abducted Mussolini. What do you think of this news? With his immense strength, endurance, incredible speed, and now the ability to fly, do you believe he could also be a mutant? Upon hearing his words, Sebastian Shaw paused, revealing a knowing smile. Regardless of whether he is a mutant, he will inevitably clash with America. This news holds significance, yet it pales in comparison to the capture of Mussolini. Our opportunity has arrived. Asazoth, I need you and Emma, along with the others, to rescue Mussolini. If we can retrieve Mussolini, the F-Rare will place greater trust in us, providing me with more experimental subjects, thereby strengthening our mutant ranks. As he spoke, he unconsciously rubbed his fingers together, seemingly impatient to act. Suddenly, he caught sight of the young boy discreetly opening his eyes, only to quickly close them again, feigning unconsciousness. A cruel smile spread across Sebastian Shaw's face. Our little friend does not yet comprehend that he is not a mere commoner, but rather a mutant blessed with extraordinary gifts by the divine. An attachment to ordinary humanity will only bind your potential, my child. Allow me to sever your ties and constraints, and unleash your abilities. No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his gun and pulled the trigger, aiming at the middle-aged woman cowering in the corner. Bang! The bullet pierced through the woman's head, leaving a gaping hole in the wall. Blood spurted from the back of her skull, splattering onto the face of the boy, whose expression twisted into one of burgeoning madness and despair. The exhausted child seemed to transcend some unseen limit, extending his hand with fingers splayed towards his adversary. Whoosh! A multitude of metallic objects shot forth, with even the metal bars on the window vibrating in resonance, breaking free from concrete and brick, swiftly hurtling towards Sebastian Shaw and the Red Devil, Asazoth. Clang! The metal objects collided with Sebastian Shaw, causing him to sway, yet not a single thread of his clothing was torn. All the force was absorbed into his being. As the Crimson Devil, Sazuo, yawned, he swiftly appeared behind the young boy, delivering a precise strike to the nape of his neck, causing the boy to roll his eyes and faint. You were right. He is indeed a remarkable lad. If you have no further matters to attend to, I shall seek out Emma and the others. By hastening to rescue Mussolini, we can expedite the acquisition of additional test subjects and identify more mutants. With that, he hoisted the boy and tossed him to Sebastian Shaw, who had just absorbed the kinetic energy before vanishing in a plume of black smoke. Report, Colonel, the latest telegram. Colonel Phillips, stationed at the Strategic Scientific Corps in London, who had just endured a furious reprimand from a White House envoy, heard the commotion and straightened his uniform. Speaking in a low tone, Kumain, the telegrapher, brimming with excitement, entered with the telegram. Colonel, Brigadier Lin has sent the latest telegram. He intends to escort Mussolini back to London, expected to arrive at the London port in 7 days. His face flushed red. He spoke rapidly, almost breathlessly. To escort Mussolini back to London? My God, he should not have sent this telegram. With Brigadier Lin's intelligence, he surely must realize that there are numerous spies from the Nazis and Hydra embedded within the Allied forces. Such an openly public telegram directed at the Allies is easily susceptible to interception by spies. Colonel Phillips was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sensing that this telegram was not as straightforward as it seemed. He took the telegram, his mind swirling with various speculations. Upon seeing the escort route, he nearly erupted in expletives. Such a significant secret operation laid bare in a telegram was clearly deliberate. This indicated that Brigadier Lin was fishing, betting that the little mustached man would undoubtedly attempt to rescue Mussolini. Consequently, regardless of how many Nazi troops are drawn out, if the Allied forces can manage, it would be a monumental victory. Truly, the audacity of the skilled is commendable, and the courage of the Allied superiors is unparalleled. Once he grasped the implications, Colonel Phillips could not help but exclaim. The telegrapher nodded in agreement, his expression one of admiration, his voice trembling with praise. If Brigadier Lin's actions were to become known, it would be an immense morale booster for the Allies, inspiring a chorus of celebration among all Allied nations. However, it was perplexing that the Italians remained silent. With no indications of activity, Colonel Phillips, clutching the telegram, allowed a cold smile to creep across his lips. This is hardly surprising. After all, the capture of Mussolini, as the Führer, is a considerable embarrassment for the Italians. They are likely still fantasizing that the little mustached man will rescue him. Expedite my report to the command center. I need to meet with Prime Minister Churchill and General Eisenhower. Brigadier Lin's telegram is laden with meaning, and we must deploy forces to support his plan. He urged with fervent enthusiasm, vigorously gesturing with his arm. Lin Feng's audacious endeavor to capture Mussolini single-handedly would undoubtedly reverberate across the globe. However, if he could simultaneously deliver a crushing blow to the Nazis, the magnificence of the achievement would be unparalleled. While the Strategic Science Corps reveled in their triumph, clandestine signals traversed the skies of all 7 continents, transmitting profoundly shocking news from Europe to the Americas, from Africa to Asia. Through Austria and into Slovakia, a coalition force of over 100 soldiers maintained radio silence. marching more than 100 kilometers each day, utterly exhausted. Lin Feng observed these soldiers closely, attuning himself to their murmured grievances. He deliberately chose the land route over the sea, not only to lure the Nazis or Hydra into a rescue mission for Mussolini, but also to identify exemplary soldiers who could be of great utility in the harshest combat conditions. That night, they found refuge in a cave, and the weary soldiers, upon receiving the order to rest, slumped despondently onto the rocky ground, engulfed in a profound silence. "Brigadier, we cannot continue like this. The soldiers are at their breaking point." One soldier exclaimed. "Even if they could endure, Mussolini certainly cannot. He is on his way to face a military tribunal, and if he collapses from exhaustion, we shall bear the consequences without any accolades." A sergeant, an African-American, approached earnestly, attempting to persuade Lin Feng to alter their course. Lin Feng regarded him with interest. Such individuals were a rarity in the American forces. "Sergeant, please state your name. It is the least you could do to show some courtesy." "As I ought to know who is making suggestions rather than having you approach me unannounced," he replied. The sergeant, taken aback, stood to attention and saluted. "Brigadier, I am Nick Fury, squad leader of the 1st Platoon, Company 3, 107th Infantry Regiment. My physical prowess ranks among the top 3 in the battalion. But I am nearly spent, and I cannot imagine how those less fit than I are faring. You must reconsider your stubborn approach." Within the spacious and shadowy cave, Nick Fury's voice echoed. Lin Feng maintained a stoic expression as he scrutinized him, increasingly convinced that the young man's visage was familiar. Unlike a certain director of a notorious agency, this African-American was youthful, his eyes bright and lively. "Nick Fury? Your father must have had a moment of folly when choosing that name. Do you understand the weight it carries? Please disclose your full name, Sergeant. I feel an uncanny familiarity, as if you were a long-lost acquaintance. It would be beneficial if you had experiences prior to enlisting, as that is of great significance." To avoid any misidentification, he asked with earnest gravity. Nick Fury scratched his scalp, perplexed yet composed, and began to speak. "Report, Colonel," he began. "My full name is Nicholas Joseph Fury, born on July 4th, 1918, residing in Manhattan, New York. I have studied various martial arts and am proficient in the use of multiple firearms." Upon finishing his statement, Lin Feng revealed a cryptic smile. The name matched. The skin tone aligned. The birthplace and life experiences were consistent, and the audacity displayed by the young man, standing before a colonel, passionately advocating for the rights of soldiers, was indeed reminiscent of the later Multiverse. He patted Nick Fury on the shoulder, a serious yet gentle smile gracing his lips. "Quite an impressive background. I acknowledge your efforts. However, I would advise you to contemplate your actions more thoroughly before standing up for the soldiers next time. Our relentless journey prior was due to the absence of defensible positions. On the vast, open plains, should the Nazis encircle you, your fate would be sealed. Now, however, we have entered mountainous terrain filled with towering boulders. There is no need to fear Nazi tanks or overwhelming numbers. They cannot possibly surround an entire mountain. And that little mustache man would not be so foolish as to squander his troops." At this moment, the young Nick Fury, still a novice, could hardly fathom the tactical considerations behind their earlier haste. Ashamed, he lowered his gaze. "I apologize, Colonel. I was indeed thoughtless. I should not have approached you without clarity. Please, punish me as you see fit. I am willing to accept any consequence, for I have breached military discipline by questioning your orders." Lin Feng waved his hand, dismissing the notion of punishment. Just as he intended to instruct Nick to return and rest, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the foot of the mountain. Judging by the direction and volume, a significant number of individuals were approaching, fanning out towards the cave. "Go rouse the soldiers. We have guests. Arm yourselves and prepare to greet them properly." Nick Fury's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he rushed towards the sprawled soldiers, kicking each one awake while shouting, "Get up! Get up! Check your weapons! Load your ammunition! Come on, men, stay alert! The enemy is upon us." Grumbling, the soldiers rose, brushing off the dust from their uniforms, bending to retrieve their firearms. After a quick inspection, they swiftly formed ranks and advanced towards the cave's entrance. Those tasked with guarding Mussolini were particularly tense, their weapons drawn and aimed at his head. Should their comrades falter against the enemy's assault, they would be responsible for eliminating the Italian leader. Lin Feng stood at the cave's entrance, surveying the dense mass of Nazi soldiers at the mountain's base. A cursory glance revealed their numbers exceeded 10,000, all lightly equipped, struggling uphill with rifles or submachine guns. Hundreds of troop carriers were stationed at the foot of the mountain, yet no heavy weaponry was in sight, suggesting they had arrived in haste. "Do not waste bullets just yet. Let's send a few stones tumbling down to entertain them," he proclaimed, kicking a boulder taller than himself, which immediately began to roll down the mountainside, crashing into other rocks and producing a deafening roar. As the Nazi soldiers climbed halfway up the slope, they heard a noise and looked up, their faces turning ashen. They yearned to evade the colossal boulders that were tumbling down, yet they were packed so tightly together that escape was impossible. In desperation, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the descending stones, the bullets ricocheting off and only chipping away a few fragments, utterly ineffective against the massive rocks. The thunderous crashes of the boulders rolling over bodies echoed like the sound of a human crushing a caterpillar, with blood gushing forth like tomato sauce, leaving behind a crimson trail in the wake of the roaring stones. The soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment, unable to shift such immense boulders, nonetheless banded together in groups, exerting every ounce of strength to push aside numerous rocks each taller than a man, carving bloody paths through the ranks of the Nazi soldiers. At the foot of the mountain, standing atop a vehicle, Major General von Grabenhofen of the 1st Mountain Division erupted in furious exclamations, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. He could not comprehend why the Führer had deemed it necessary to dispatch the valiant German forces to rescue Mussolini, a liability. Damn Mussolini, these brave souls are sacrificing themselves for you. You owe so much to Germany. He seethed. How shameless, how foolish, how greedy. How did such a fool become the Führer of Italy? To save such a waste, the Führer won't even allow the Air Force to intervene, fearing the repercussions of his failure to Italy. But how am I to account to the families of the fallen soldiers? The officers beside him bore grim expressions, yet dared not utter a word of complaint. By the time the Nazi soldiers managed to crawl to within 300 meters of the cave, over 2,000 of the 10,000 had perished, leaving the remaining 8,000 with bloodshot eyes, charging fearlessly forward with weapons drawn. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets struck the rocky entrance, sparks flying. "Fire, comrades! Let the Nazis taste our bullets," Lin Feng commanded loudly, directing the soldiers near the cave entrance to retaliate. Upon hearing his order, the soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment sought cover and began firing wildly at the Nazis, both sides fueled by a fierce hatred, eager to annihilate one another. Amidst the storm of gunfire, the Nazis ultimately found themselves at a disadvantage due to the terrain, as they could easily spot their enemies from above, while the soldiers of the 107th, concealed behind boulders, remained difficult to detect. Nazi soldiers fell in droves, yet more surged forward relentlessly, undeterred by the carnage. Gradually, the ammunition of the 107th Infantry Regiment dwindled, forcing them to resort to their limited supply of grenades and explosives. The sound of explosions soon reverberated through the mountainside, sending countless Nazi soldiers flying. Nick Fury, sensing the dire situation, stealthily crawled to Lin Feng's side. "Sir, we are running low on ammunition. When will reinforcements arrive? At this rate, even including grenades and explosives, we can only hold them off for another 10 minutes. He exclaimed, urgency etched across his face, as if he would not rest until their goal was achieved. Lin Feng cast a calm glance at him, lifting his gaze towards the distant northwestern horizon. The Allied aircraft were nearing the battlefield, and it was likely that the Army's reinforcements were on their way as well. Although the exact number of troops arriving remained uncertain, one could assume that, barring any folly from the command center, they would seize this opportunity to inflict maximum damage upon the German forces. "Do not fret, Sergeant Nick. Air support will arrive within 5 minutes. As for the Army reinforcements, I have yet to observe their presence. You should remove Mussolini's clothing and display it for the German forces below. This should entice their commander to negotiate and buy us some time." Nick Fury's lips twitched as he clenched his fists and crawled into the opening. With a fierce demeanor, he lunged at the jubilant Mussolini, immediately beginning to strip him of his garments. "Hey, you black bastard, what are you doing? I don't fancy men, and I certainly loathe your kind. Stay away from me." Mussolini exclaimed in terror, desperately clutching his clothes and struggling against the powerful hands that sought to undress him. akin to a maiden threatened by an assailant. The soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment stood in shock, instinctively tightening their legs, feeling a chill run down their spines. After spending so much time together, they were unaware that Nick Fury had a penchant for such antics. I say, Nick, have you lost your mind? Do you intend to derive pleasure before our demise, now that escape seems impossible? Two soldiers from the 107th Infantry Regiment questioned, their faces a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Nick Fury's cheeks twitched as he shouted in exasperation, "Damn it, I am not a pervert. It was Brigadier Lin who ordered me to strip him, quit staring like fools, and help me restrain his limbs. The bastard seems quite robust." I'm drenched in sweat, and Haven team managed to remove a single article of clothing. Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, the two soldiers exchanged glances and stepped forward to pin Mussolini's hands and feet. Despair washed over the robust Mussolini, and tears welled in his eyes. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. If you have the courage, kill me, he cried out as Nick Fury continued to remove his shirt while cursing under his breath. To hell with you. I have no desire to humiliate you. In swift succession, after removing Mussolini's trousers, he procured two rifles and affixed bayonets to them, brandishing the Italian leader's uniform as he made his way towards the cave entrance. Upon nearing the opening, Nick Fury crouched low, advancing on his belly, raising his rifle. Listen up, you Nazi bastards. Cease fire immediately, or Mussolini is as good as dead, he bellowed, repeating his warning several times, as multiple bullet holes punctured the garments hanging above. Fortunately, among the multitude of Nazi soldiers, there was one who understood English, who hastily descended the mountain to report to the commanding officer. Upon learning that the enemy was leveraging Mussolini as a threat, von Grabenhofen was consumed by a desire to disregard all caution and issue orders to continue the assault, to eliminate those bastards who had slain his man. Yet, this thought ultimately remained unspoken. He sighed and issued a ceasefire command. Tell the soldiers to halt their fire. I shall confront these scoundrels. The deputy commander, Skrulls, quickly intervened, volunteering to negotiate with the enemy himself. You cannot go. What if it is a trap laid by the enemy? Allow me to go in your stead. Once I have lured Mussolini into our grasp, I shall tear those bastards apart. His disdain for the so-called Allied supermen was evident, for no German officer would dare utter such bold words otherwise. After several refusals, von Grabenhofen reluctantly acquiesced to his request, accompanied by a protective escort of soldiers. Skrulls had barely traversed half the distance when a shrill wail of diving airplanes filled the air. Looking up, he was seized by terror as hundreds of fighter planes, adorned with the beautiful stars and stripes of America, emerged from the clouds, unleashing a barrage of round bombs upon the Nazi soldiers stationed on the hillside. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of the heavy aerial bombs created an extensive radius of devastation, sending dozens of nearby Nazi soldiers tumbling, limbs severed and soaring into the air, as massive fireballs erupted along the mountainside. Air raid, retreat, fall back. Skrulls, with a gash now bleeding at the corner of his eye, shouted hoarsely, frantically gesturing for his soldiers to withdraw. Damn it, liars! They are shameless deceivers. This negotiation is nothing but a ruse. They are merely awaiting reinforcements. He comprehended the treachery behind this scheme, yet the tide of battle could no longer be reversed. The 1st Mountain Division, devoid of any anti-aircraft weaponry, was as helpless against the fighter jets as hyenas on the ground are against vultures in the sky. Their only option was to flee in despair. Over 8,000 Nazi soldiers scattered in disarray, jostling and pushing one another in a frantic rush down the mountain, even resorting to shooting each other to carve out a path for their escape. In a mere 15 minutes of aerial bombardment, the hundreds of fighter planes dropped more than 500 heavy bombs, resulting in countless Nazi fatalities, compounded by trampling and fratricide, leaving only a handful of soldiers capable of fleeing. At the foot of the mountain, von Grabenhofen ran with great haste upon sighting the American aircraft. He commanded his driver to start the vehicle and flee for his life. As the fighter planes, having accomplished their bombing mission, flew in formation above the mountainside, the pilots saluted with one hand while deftly maneuvering their planes with the other. Lin Feng, slightly raising his head, returned the salute. After watching the aircraft depart, he turned and walked towards the cave, with the soldiers of the 107th Regiment gazing at him in admiration as they followed him deeper into the cavern. Mr. Mussolini, It appears that the little mustached one does not hold you in high regard, having merely dispatched a mountain division, he remarked. I had prepared an entire package for him, but I only claimed one unit, thus writing off this mountain division. Do you believe the little mustached one will send more troops to rescue you? Mussolini wore an expression akin to one mourning a deceased father, awkwardly shrugging his shoulders. The earlier joy at hearing of the approaching German forces had been obliterated by a series of explosions. And if he still failed to comprehend that he was merely a decoy, he had wasted several years as a head of state. While the little mustached one certainly wished to retain Italy's cooperation, it was improbable that he would exert all his resources to save him. At most, he might send a few more divisions to attempt a rescue, but their numbers would scarcely surpass those already dispatched. Surely he will, for I am the leader of Italy. He would not relinquish me so easily. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, calling to his soldiers, take Mr. Mussolini with us. We shall change our position and present the little mustached one an opportunity to witness hope, prompting him to send more troops to their demise. Benjamin, activate the radio and dispatch the latest coded message. I intend to host a grand celebration on the boat plain, compelling the Allied army reinforcements to alter their course towards Warsaw, ensuring they do not arrive late once more. This time, I aim to ensnare the little mustached one. Chapter 30. The establishment of the Day of Destruction Independent Regiment and the capture of Warsaw. The Hellfire Club mutants attack. In a clandestine underground fortress somewhere in the capital of the German Empire, Berlin, the furious roar of the F-Rehr echoed within an office accessible only to high-ranking Nazi officials. You are all utterly incompetent. I dispatched an entire mountain division. It was decimated by a mere remnant of troops, a disgrace to the German Empire and a humiliation for the Aryans. The F-Rehr spat. Where is von Grabenhofen? Is he cowering in Austria, too afraid to face me? No one dared to raise their head amidst the F-Rehr's tirade. It was only after he had exhausted his fury and settled into his chair that Hoffman gradually lifted his gaze. Great F-Rehr, please temper your anger. It is not a matter of our army's ineptitude, but rather that the enemy possesses superhumans. If we could persuade Hydra to send more Aryan superhumans, we might very well retrieve Mussolini, for mere soldiers cannot defeat the Allied superhumans. He continued, explaining that the recent failures stemmed from the inability to deploy armored units in mountainous terrain and a lack of anti-aircraft weaponry, which allowed the Allies' airstrikes to succeed. Hoffman articulated the reasons behind the failed rescue operation for Mussolini in a logical manner, not merely deflecting blame. The F-Rehr's expression softened somewhat as he gestured for him to continue. With a sigh of relief, Hoffman produced the latest intelligence and continued his report. Our spies in London have detected a shift within the upper echelons of the Allies, although we have not yet gleaned the intricate details. The signs unmistakably point towards that Allied Superman, as it seems there are those among the Americans who have taken an interest in him. Perhaps we could send someone to engage with this Allied Superman. If we could incite discord between him and the Americans, we might indirectly expel him from the alliance. Little Mustache nodded in agreement. After venting his frustration, clarity returned to his mind. While instigating a rift between the Allied Superman and the Americans would indeed be advantageous, any scheme of discord requires the luxury of time, a resource he currently lacked. With Mussolini no longer at the helm, the Italian government was in disarray, and the faction advocating for surrender was gaining strength. If this trend continued, allies would inevitably become foes, and the power of the Allies would only burgeon in contrast to our decline. Hoffman, first and foremost, we must rescue Mussolini. We cannot afford to squander any more time. Moreover, once we retrieve him, it would be a blow to the Allied Superman, and the American leadership, eager to exploit such an opportunity, would surely act, thus achieving a dual victory. The Nazi high-ranking officers present unanimously concurred, raising their right hands in fervent approval. Little Mustache beamed with satisfaction. Rising to approach the world map, he spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire globe, resolutely issuing commands. Dispatch all super beasts from Hydra. This time, we must ensure Mussolini's rescue. If we can eliminate the Allied Superman, that would be even better. If not, we must at least diminish his arrogance. The 261st Armored Corps and the 117th Armored Corps are to be diverted from the Eastern Front. Locate the Allied Superman and coordinate with the super beasts in the operation. As his orders reached the front lines, the colossal war machine of the Third German Empire sprang to life. with 2 main armor divisions and over 20 newly manufactured Super Bees converging to execute Little Mustache's strategic mission. After conferring with Little Mustache, Hoffman appointed Rinstedt to oversee the operational plan, aiming for a decisive victory to avenge the humiliations previously endured. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who had already entered the Polish plains, Little Mustache had dispatched 2 armor divisions and over 20 Super Beasts in pursuit. Lin Feng was currently resting with the soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment, situated 200 kilometers from Warsaw. Having endured hardship together, the soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment were entirely captivated by his formidable prowess, their gazes filled with admiration. The moment had come. It was time to expand my influence. Lin Feng nodded slightly, satisfied with their performance. System, upload the template for super soldiers. With a mere thought, he commanded the system to display the supplementary template and initiated the upload for the 112 soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment, enhancing both their combat capabilities and their chances of survival in the impending battle. Ding! Does the host confirm the upload of the template for 112 individuals? Lin Feng hesitated not. This time, he was determined to achieve greatness, and he needed capable allies. I confirm the loading of the template. Ding! The template for 111 individuals has been successfully loaded. The recipients shall become unwavering loyalists to the host, forever devoted and never to betray. With 111 individuals successfully loaded, what about the remaining one? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed Nick Fury abruptly rise, his eyes wide and scanning the surroundings, reminiscent of a startled beast exuding a fierce intent to kill. Goodness, could it be that the black egg failed? Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at him and mentally commanded the personal attributes panel to open. Host, Lin Feng, template, Golden Age Superman 41458345500000. Abilities, super strength, iron body, stellar energy absorption, biological force field, super vision, super hearing, super endurance. Super healing, reputation, 145,834. Faction, America, Allied Nations, subordinates, 126 members of the Destruction Independent Corps. Spouse, Peggy Carter. Offspring, none. Affiliated template, super soldier template. He paid no heed to the increment of 20,000 reputation points, and instead focused on the detailed list of his subordinates. Indeed, Nick Fury's name was absent, while the names of the other 111 individuals were present, now loyalists unwavering in their allegiance. System, what is the situation? Faced with this unprecedented anomaly, Lin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety and promptly inquired of the system. Ding! When loading the affiliated template, if the recipient's will to resist is too strong, the loading cannot be completed. The host may load the affiliated template after dismantling the recipient's will to resist. The system's response not only clarified his confusion, but also spawned new questions. Was Nick Fury the sole individual capable of resisting the loading of the affiliated template, or could anyone with sufficiently strong willpower also resist? Perhaps Nick Fury was indeed the exceptional case, being the notoriously distrustful director who played a pivotal role in connecting Marvel's standalone films and the Avengers series, thus initiating the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was not entirely surprising that such a peculiar situation arose. Lin Feng's thoughts spiraled, hoping that the true reason aligned with his earlier hypothesis. Resolute, he decided to conduct an experiment. In a flash, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he delivered a swift strike to render the bewildered Nick Fury unconscious and commanded the system once more. System, load the affiliated template onto him. Ding! The template for one individual has been successfully loaded. The recipient shall become an unwavering loyalist to the host, forever devoted and never to betray. As I suspected, even the most resolute must remain conscious to take effect. In a state of unconsciousness, personal will holds no sway. After a bit of effort, all 112 individuals successfully loaded the affiliated template, transforming into super soldiers, their prowess amplified manifold, thus bolstering their confidence for the impending conflict. Lin Feng clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention and began to speak. Gentlemen, from this day forth, you shall no longer belong to the 107th Infantry Regiment, but rather to the Doomsday Independent Brigade under my command. The pertinent application has received the approval of the Allied Command. You still have 15 comrades in London, and upon our triumphant return, I shall introduce you to them. Now, let us infiltrate Warsaw and eliminate the 17,000 German soldiers within the city, preparing the stage for the substantial forces dispatched by the little mustached one to rescue Mussolini. At his command, 112 newly minted super soldiers first pilfered a cache of clothing from the nearby villages, disguising themselves as locals from the vicinity of Warsaw. In small groups, they cleverly deceived the police and entered the city. Subsequently, they leveraged the city's intricate terrain to deliberately create disturbances that would lure the police, swiftly dispatching the pro-German government's lackeys and seizing their weapons, while simultaneously inciting local gang factions discontented with the oppressive German regime, spreading chaos throughout the city. The German 336th Infantry Division, stationed in the northern part of the city, underestimated the situation, presuming it to be merely a gang uprising, and thus dispatched only a single regiment to quell it. However, under the surprise assault of over 100 concealed super soldiers embedded within the gang, a mere regiment proved to be insufficient. Within a mere 15 minutes, they were utterly overwhelmed in the ensuing urban combat. Upon receiving the news, Division Commander Heinz Leinfalt was incensed, leading his forces into the city and indiscriminately executing anyone daring to wander the streets. Many opportunistic petty criminals, hoping to profit from the chaos, met their demise before they could seize anything of value. The gang members, displaying more organization, established ambushes at high points and critical transit routes, catching a number of overzealous German soldiers off guard. For a moment, they were even led to believe they could triumph over the Germans, engaging in fierce exchanges of gunfire with the reinforcements that soon arrived. From atop a high rise in the city center, Lin Feng observed the battle he had orchestrated. As Heinz Leinfalt's convoy came into view, he leaped from the window onto the roof of the vehicle, his powerful hand puncturing the metal, yanking the general from within. "Order your soldiers to surrender, or bid farewell to this world." He grasped the nape of Leinfalt's neck, applying pressure. Snap! Snap! Leinfalt felt as though his cervical vertebrae were on the brink of shattering, eliciting a cry of pain from the seasoned warrior. "Stop! Stop! I will command my men to surrender. Please show mercy." With his capitulation, the remaining 14,000 Nazi soldiers, reluctant as they were, laid down their arms. The Doomsday Independent Brigade seized this opportunity to gather all weapons, but handed the Nazi soldiers over to the bloodthirsty gang members. As he watched groups of Nazi soldiers being escorted away by the gang, Lin Feng signaled for the Doomsday Independent Brigade to occupy the German garrison in the northern part of the city, confining Mussolini to the dungeon within the camp, where they would be guarded by the brigade's soldiers, awaiting the impending grand confrontation. The gunfire outside the city was particularly intense tonight, echoing through the night like popping beans until it finally subsided. Several gang leaders, having dispatched the Nazi soldiers, appeared to be in a euphoric state, leading their heavily armed subordinates with a fierce determination to storm the camp. Just as Lin Feng was about to succumb to slumber, he was disturbed, and in a fit of rage, he reduced them to mere pulp, appointing a few astute gang lieutenants as leaders to temporarily maintain order in Warsaw. After attending to these trivial matters, he entered the commander's quarters, reclining in a luxurious bathtub spacious enough for four. Lin Feng relished the warmth of the water as it washed away the stench of blood. His well-defined muscles resembled the most exquisite statues of ancient Greek warriors. Exuding distinctly masculinoha. The stage was set. He merely awaited the arrival of the rescue team, led by the little mustached one. When the time came, he would join forces with the Allied troops to annihilate this contingent. Once news of this reached nations across the globe, he would reap a substantial amount of prestige. And after escorting Mussolini back to London for trial, he would harvest a second bounty of renown. Truly, it was a masterstroke on my part, 2 birds with 1 stone, leaving no waste. With his hands clasped behind his head, he delighted in the thought of amassing a fortune of prestige in the future. Suddenly, his extraordinary hearing detected a faint heartbeat that did not belong to him. In a vast suite, he was alone. From whence did this additional heartbeat emanate? Realizing something was amiss, Lin Feng chose to remain vigilant rather than react immediately. As the heartbeat grew closer to the edge of the tub, he swiftly turned his head. His right hand clenched into a fist, muscles taut, and unleashed a punch with lightning speed. "Show yourself, scoundrel! Let me see what manner of fiend you are." Boom! His fist struck what seemed like empty air, yet a spray of blood erupted from a point nearly 6 feet above the ground, followed by a resounding crash as a human-shaped indentation appeared in the wall. A figure gradually emerged from the air, coughing blood, clutching a concaved chest in shock. Allied Superman, how could you see me? I am invisible. No optical device can detect me. And I made no sound with my footsteps or breath. How did you ascertain my location? Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Feng chuckled softly as he rose, wrapping a towel around his waist. I indeed did not see you, nor did I hear your breath or footsteps, but as long as you are alive, your heartbeat cannot be concealed. Even if your heart beats only 5 times a minute, it cannot escape my ears. Tell me your origins, and I may grant you a swift death. The figure wiped the blood from his face, revealing a scarred, dark visage. His gaze as cold and predatory as a serpent lurking in the jungle, fixated on its prey. Very well, very well. You are indeed the Allied Superman. It seems the leader was correct. You must also be one of us. As a mutant, you should not be subservient to ordinary humans. With such formidable power, you ought to join the leader's ranks and help us establish a world for mutants. Mussolini has been taken away. The Hellfire Club welcomes your presence at any time. After uttering these words, he swiftly vanished into thin air, as if cloaked in invisibility. Lin Feng did not pursue him, but struck the floor with a powerful punch, leaping through the resulting hole to the next level. He repeated this action until he had traversed every floor, ultimately arriving in the dungeon, where unconscious soldiers of the day of Reckoning Independent Corps lay sprawled across the ground. In the depths of the dungeon, the sounds of fierce gunfire echoed. The Hellfire Club and mutants, how audacious they are to provoke me, ignorance of their impending doom. With a powerful push, he surged forward, intent on penetrating the innermost recesses of the dungeon. Yet, before he could advance far, a blood-red tongue ensnared his ankle, an immense force pulling him backward, hindering his progress. Damn it, his strength is overwhelming. If you don't act soon, Savage Bear, I won't be able to hold on. From a dark corner, an indistinct voice called out, revealing a young white man covered in festering sores, his tongue extended grotesquely, the very tongue wrapped around Lin Feng's ankle. I'm coming for you, Toad. Do not trouble me. A colossal figure charged from the depths of the dungeon, cloaked in dense brown fur, resembling a bear more than a human, barreling forward with brute force. Savage Bear took a few strides and stood before Lin Feng, his massive claws aimed directly at his chest. Prepare-toi, Allied Superman. If the Shadow Man cannot kill you, then I, Savage Bear, shall. He bellowed with a ferocious roar, mouth agape. Chapter 1. A fierce assault on the Hellfire Club mutants. The finest spoils. White Queen Emma. Lin Feng paid no heed to the frenzied Savage Bear, gripping that slippery tongue. Suppressing the revulsion it invoked, he yanked it back with great force. Whoosh! The festering mutant was propelled through the air like a cannonball, flailing helplessly and shrieking in terror, his grotesque visage contorted with fear. Annoying. Leaping into the air, Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying far away. The mutant's chest caved in entirely, and he vomited forth a foul mixture of blood and internal fragments, his long tongue limply falling to the ground. In a flash, as Savage Bear approached, his companion lay lifeless on the distant floor, devoid of breath. You scoundrel! You have slain the foul Toad. I shall see you dead. Like a wild stallion unleashed, he charged forward like a maddened rhino. Lin Feng leapt, landing behind the rushing Savage Bear, denying him the chance to turn. With deft hands, he twisted the beast's head, completing a full rotation, sending the massive body crashing to the ground like a felled tree. He cast a disdainful glance at the corpses strewn about and hastened deeper into the dungeon. Along the road, one could witness the scattered soldiers of the Doomsday Independence Corps, sprawled on the ground, seemingly tormented by profound mental anguish, their hands clutching their heads, faces contorted in pain as they slipped into unconsciousness. Bang! Bang! Sporadic gunfire indicated that some soldiers were still valiantly resisting the enemy. Lin Feng's expression darkened, his pace quickening beneath him. As he rounded a corner, he was met by 2 intensely compressed tornadoes, their tremendous winds ripping gaping holes in the concrete beneath. Yet they could not hinder his strides. Boom! The tornadoes, comparable to hurricanes, dispersed upon his collision, the ferocious winds instantly shrouding the dungeon in a cloud of chaos. Crack! Crack! A tall, 1-meter-80 white man with brown hair and prominent features stepped forward, clapping his hands as he walked. Truly a superhuman of the Allies. The Shadow Man could not slay you, nor could the giant frog or the brutal bear impede your path. However, Your life shall reach its conclusion here. For no one can escape the torrent of my deathly cyclone. What you have just experienced was merely a prelude to our encounter. As he spoke, he began to spin rapidly, sharp white bone shards secreting from his body and shooting forth like a tempest, their velocity reaching the speed of sound. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng, uninterested in idle chatter, charged directly into the dense whirlwind of bone shards, which, as hard as diamonds, shattered upon impact, turning the ground into a cloud of bone dust. His cold, indifferent eyes instilled an icy dread in all who beheld him. Flashy yet futile, with a disdainful smirk in his heart, Lin Feng swiftly approached the torrent. His fist, the size of a sandbag, struck forth towards his adversary's temple, producing a resounding explosion of crimson mist, as the headless corpse spun a few times before collapsing to the ground. Nick Fury, under extreme tension, grasped Mussolini's neck with one hand, enduring the sharp pain piercing his brain, while his other hand fired incessantly. Several grenades dangled between their bodies, their safety pins tethered to their belts by fine threads. Should they exceed that delicate distance, the grenades would obliterate them both. Before them, a radiant woman, shimmering and translucent, advanced with relentless determination, indifferent to the gunfire. While another man, resembling a demon with crimson skin, stood with arms crossed, watching the struggle of the pitiful ants as they fought against the beast, biding his time to seize the objective. Were it not for his concern for Mussolini's safety, he would have already teleported to sever the black man's head. What a formidable opponent, able to resist my telepathy merely through sheer willpower. The woman mused softly as she caressed her diamond-like hair. Since awakening her telepathic powers, no one had managed to withstand her influence through will alone. Not even the leader of the Hellfire Club could accomplish such a feat. Surrender, black man. Why strive desperately for others? You only have to endure for another minute, or your brain will succumb to overload, leading to a state akin to a vegetative existence, relying on others for every basic need. Thus, surrender. Just as she sought to continue her manipulation, a deafening roar echoed in her ears. Lin Feng burst forth from the shattered wall, striking the woman's cheek with a ferocious punch, delivering over 1,000 tons of force that sent her flying, crashing through successive walls, rendering her unconscious. Damn it, daring to snatch someone from my grasp is tantamount to courting death. His fierce gaze turned towards the alert Red Devil, and in a flash, he leapt across several meters, launching a powerful kick. Bang! Black smoke erupted as the kick struck emptiness. The Red Devil's figure appeared behind Lin Feng, his dagger aimed at his back. Clang! Sparks flew as Lin Feng's shirt tore, yet he emerged unscathed. He swiftly turned to deliver a high whip kick, but once again he struck nothing but air, as the Red Devil deftly evaded the crushing blow in the nick of time. You are the allied Superman. It seems the Shadow people have all failed. Truly useless wretches. Shao claims you're a mutant, though I remain skeptical. However, I can offer you a chance to join us. With powers akin to the divine, why serve mere mortals? Each of Lin Feng's assaults was as swift as lightning, yet the Red Devil, a Sazuo, always managed to dodge at the last moment, incessantly coaxing him to join the Hellfire Club. As a mutant who had lived for millennia, he prided himself on his abilities, never believing anyone could match him. Even Apocalypse had failed to capture him. Unfortunately, the Red Devil remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng had begun to decipher the patterns of his spatial teleportation. Preferring to leap through space to positions outside an enemy's line of sight was a tactic honed over years of combat, yet had fostered a cognitive bias. Zhao's abilities may not be particularly grand, but he asserts that mutants should dominate the world, a notion I find intriguing. How about trying to join us? The Red Devil, a Sazuo, vanished in a black smoke once more, evading a heavy punch. Yet this time, he miscalculated. Lin Feng's figure flickered and circled to his rear, his terrifying speed causing the air to rip apart. Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag struck the back of a Sazuo's head, causing him to cry out in pain as he plummeted to the ground. Yet he endured the excruciating agony as he vanished in an instant. Bang! Lin Feng followed up with a footfall that left a deep imprint in the thick concrete floor, his immense power shattering a substantial portion of surface. The Red Devil, hiding in the ceiling, rubbed the swollen lump on the back of his head. Had it not been for my hard skull, you might have truly killed me. Swift as lightning and possessing unparalleled strength, he realized he was ill-equipped to handle such an adversary, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. His eyes darted to the unconscious White Queen. Mussolini is beyond salvation. Emma must be brought back. In a series of rapid movements, he deliberately appeared behind Nick Fury, his sharp, triangular tail lunging toward the man's back. Lin Feng's figure flickered as he reached out to grasp that slender tail. You've fallen for it, foolish superhero. The Red Devil, a Sazuo, executed another teleportation, arriving beside the White Queen. Just as he bent down, he felt a chilling presence at his neck. Turning to look, he saw a size 45 boot hurtling towards him. Thud! Lin Feng unleashed all his strength in that kick, sending him flying several dozen meters, crashing into the wall at the far end of the dungeon, embedding himself deeply into it. Playing tricks in front of me is akin to displaying your skills before master. Your teleportation may be swift, but your movements are far too sluggish. His eyes flickered slightly as he deftly flicked his foot. The White Queen, Emma, was sent soaring far away, landing at the feet of the astonished Nick Fury and Mussolini. The more the enemy desires, the more I must prevent them from obtaining it. Like a resurrection from the dead, the seemingly lifeless Red Devil, a Sazuo, eerily raised his head, his bones cracking and creaking as he grotesquely twisted free from the wall. Lin Feng leaped forth, covering several dozen meters, executing a high whip kick. Streams of ghostly green mist swirled into existence, where hundreds of tormented souls, bearing tragic visages, obstructed the path between the two. The overwhelming force that struck them seemed to vanish without a trace. The chilling power of the undead infiltrated his being, as if attempting to drag his very soul into the abyss of hell, threatening to tear his essence apart and consume it entirely. Phantoms and spirits. Nothing to be concerned about. Lin Feng endured the discomfort in his body, his right leg whipping through the air like a steel whip, tearing apart the atmosphere with a sonic boom as he aimed for the Red Devil's head, cloaked in the wraiths. Before contact could be made, the fierce gust of wind had already displaced the surrounding air, creating a sound akin to a meteorite's descent. The Red Devil, a Sazuo, chanted incantations, opening his mouth wide to devour the summoned spirits, his injuries healing almost instantaneously. Ha ha ha. I admit I underestimated you, allied Superman, until we meet again. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Red Devil vanished, fleeing in an instant. Boom! The walls of the dungeon erupted, Lin Feng's kick having demolished a load-bearing wall, causing the entire dungeon to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, dust and debris rising ominously. Nick Fury's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Mussolini, startled, instinctively caught him to prevent them from drifting too far apart, lest the cord binding their belts dislodge the safety pin of a grenade. My God, are you trying to get us killed? Don't pull me down with you. Grumbling under his breath, Mussolini reluctantly accepted the harsh reality. His anticipated savior with the little mustache had once again been repelled. Lin Feng emerged from the swirling dust, approaching the two men and removing the grenades from their belts. A look of admiration graced his face as he patted Nick Fury on the shoulder and chuckled lightly. Well done, Nick. If it weren't for you, they would have succeeded. Go wake the soldiers. They must have been entranced by this woman. Now that I have incapacitated her, a splash of cold water will rouse them. Nick Fury, taken aback, glanced down at the still unconscious White Queen, Emma. He felt as though everything he had witnessed today had utterly shattered his worldview, cultivated over more than 20 years, and he questioned whether he was merely dreaming, confronted with such an array of extraordinary events. I am curious to know if those oddly shaped beings are demons that have escaped from hell. Colonel, their power is terrifying, rivaling that of super orcs, and their abilities are increasingly bizarre, especially when this woman entered the dungeon. From a distance, the soldiers fell one by one, as if a legendary which had seized their souls. Lin Feng understood his sentiments, but lacked the patience to explain. Sergeant Nick, carry out your orders. We shall discuss these matters later. We have greater challenges ahead. Forget everything that just transpired. With me around, they cannot overthrow us. Having spoken, he hoisted Mussolini in one hand and the unconscious White Queen in the other, departing the dungeon to return to his quarters. Nick Fury stood there, staring blankly as Lin Feng walked away, then suddenly slapped himself across the face. The sharp sting left a clear mark, and the pain jolted him back to reality. The colonel is right. What do I have to fear with him by my side? Reinvigorated, he fetched a bucket of water and splashed it on the faces of the sleeping soldiers one by one. As the dazed soldiers regained consciousness, he organized them to fetch more water and awaken additional comrades. Before long, all 112 soldiers were alert, gathered around Nick Fury to hear about the events that had just unfolded. Lin Feng, utilizing his super hearing, listened for a while and observed that although the soldiers were somewhat disheartened, they retained their spirited resolve, prompting him to shift his focus away from their chatter. Mussolini was confined in the storage room of the suite, bound with dozens of grenades, each tied with transparent fishing line. One end secured to the grenade safety pins and the other intertwined with various items in the storage room, creating a chaotic tangle that ensured no one could dismantle it swiftly. The unconscious White Queen, Emma, lay on the bed, blissfully unaware like a sleeping beauty. System. Load her template. Ding. Template loading successful for one individual. The recipient will become a loyal servant, never to betray the host. Upon hearing the successful loading notification, Lin Feng revealed a satisfied smile. The White Queen, Emma, possessed formidable psychic abilities, second only to the professor, and her mastery of psychic techniques far surpassed his. As an Omega-level telepath, her presence would undoubtedly bolster his endeavors, as no one could conceal their hostility towards him in the presence of an Omega-level telepath, allowing many of his clandestine adversaries to be easily uncovered. He was lost in dreams of a splendid future when Emma, the White Queen, stirred and opened her eyes with a soft murmur. "What have you done to me?" As she became aware of her surroundings, a reflexive urge to retaliate with her psychic abilities surged within her. Yet, an unexpected wave of admiration and submission toward the man before her quelled her burgeoning powers. Lin Feng, observing her flustered demeanor, felt a flame ignite within him. The already enchanting White Queen Emma, displaying a rare vulnerability, only heightened his desire to conquer. "I haven't yet, but now I certainly can." With that, he lunged forward, deftly flicking a switch that extinguished the lights in an instant. Chapter 2. The Final Battle of Warsaw. The Clash of Iron Floods. The Super Beast re-evolved with werewolf genes. Time passed in the now tranquil bedroom. The diamond-formed White Queen Emma took a moment to gather herself before struggling to rise from the bed. She cast a seductive glance at the man, lounging upon the sheets, and gracefully made her way to the bathroom. Warm water cascaded from the showerhead, flowing over her crystalline form as she wearily washed and reflected on the day's extraordinary events, finding them utterly surreal. Lin Feng, relishing the view from the bathroom, crossed his legs with a sense of pride. Just moments ago, he had subdued the White Queen, compelling her to yield before him. Even in her diamond form, she had been powerless to resist, which only served to intensify his thrill. After a brief moment of admiration, he redirected his thoughts to the impending grand confrontation. With a newfound trump card in hand, Lin Feng felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish the forces dispatched by the little mustached dictator. Yet he recognized the importance of strategizing for this battle. Perhaps leveraging Emma to control a few high-ranking German generals would yield greater benefits than outright annihilating the invading army. He was not merely assisting the Allies in combating the Nazis. War was simply a means to garner prestige. Should he defeat the little mustached dictator too swiftly, it might provoke unforeseen complications. Internal strife was part of human nature. Without the external enemy of the little mustached dictator, some individuals would inevitably seek conflict within their ranks, a phenomenon not uncommon in China's 5,000-year history. Resolutely, Lin Feng decided to employ some tactics in this upcoming battle. He aimed to amplify the spectacle while minimizing the attrition inflicted upon the German forces. Of course, he must ensure that the Allies arriving for support remained oblivious to his true intentions, a challenge that would test his acting abilities. In the bathroom, having completed her ablutions, Emma emerged in a bathrobe. Noticing the man who had just claimed her body frowning, she allowed a slight smile to grace her lips as she settled into his embrace, lazily adjusting her position to envelop his strong waist comfortably. "My dear, what are you pondering?" she inquired. Lin Feng inhaled her enchanting scent, lifted her chin, and kissed her. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, both slightly breathless. He chuckled softly, suppressing his rising desire. "As I ponder the arrival of the army led by the mustachioed commander, I contemplate the possibility of orchestrating a lively spectacle without inflicting excessive casualties upon the German soldiers, thereby reaping greater rewards for myself. Alas, The higher echelons of the Allied forces are not easily deceived, making it quite a challenge to hoodwink them. Perhaps your assistance is essential to achieve the delicate balance of gaining both fish and bear's paws. The White Queen, Emma, mused for a moment before suddenly breaking into a charming smile and softly saying, "If you truly desire my help, this task is not insurmountable. We merely need to subtly implant psychological suggestions in the minds of the German commanders, prompting them to retreat upon incurring a certain level of losses. Similarly, we can instill in the Allied commanders the notion of knowing when to seize the advantage and withdraw. Should the higher-ups in the Allied forces seek accountability, they will certainly not trace it back to you, my dear." Lin Feng appeared contemplative, realizing that his previous thoughts had been overly convoluted. Since we're to engage in labor without exertion to enhance prestige, why not utilize my extraordinary abilities? There is no need to complicate matters with theatrics, especially since the Allied forces currently lack telepathic mutants capable of discerning the underlying intricacies. The White Queen, Emma, extended her fair arm before him, playfully swaying her body as she gently chided, "Hey, darling, why are you lost in thought? If you disagree, I shall devise an alternative plan." Lin Feng chuckled and pulled her waist closer. "Of course I agree. You are truly my invaluable partner." With that, he lifted the covers and enveloped the White Queen, Emma, within. "However, I must reward you properly." Possessing the remarkable strength of the Golden Age Superman template, Lin Feng engaged in a spirited exchange with the White Queen, Emma, whose Omega-level mutant prowess was no less formidable. They exchanged roles in a rhythmic dance of attack and defense, the passage of time slipping away like water. The following morning, as dawn broke, a series of gentle tremors roused Lin Feng from slumber. He hastily turned in bed and stood by the window, gazing outward. At the horizon, far beyond the limits of ordinary vision, two mighty steel legions advanced with great fervor, billowing clouds of dust rising from the rapid motion of their treads. Cloaking much of the sky, trailing behind the thousands of tanks, was an endless expanse of infantry, roughly estimated in number over 200,000, their ranks stretching for several kilometers, spirits high and brimming with vitality. Behind the infantry, thousands of artillery pieces were being transported by vehicles, progressing at a steady pace. In the sky, over 3,000 various aircraft, fighters, bombers, and reconnaissance planes flew in formation, shattering the clouds in their wake, casting dark shadows upon the ground below. The fish have bitten. It is time for me, the angler, to make my entrance. Lin Feng chuckled softly, returning to the bedside to gently pat the slumbering White Queen, Emma. "Darling, it is time to rise. Our esteemed guests have arrived. I will go greet them with my comrades while you take the opportunity to infiltrate their command center. Let's execute our plan as we discussed last night, ensuring nothing goes awry. Understood?" The White Queen, Emma, stretched languidly, nodding obediently. "Very well, I understand, dear. You can count on me. I shall take a brief bath and join you shortly." She coyly blew a kiss, swaying her slender waist as she entered the bathroom. Lin Feng, however, had no time to appreciate the beauty allure. He swiftly donned his military uniform, retrieved a grenade from Mussolini in the storage room, and exited the door with him in tow. Upon descending the stairs, he observed the early rising soldiers engaged in their morning exercises and immediately interrupted. "Gentlemen, conserve your strength. Our guests have arrived. There are quite a few of them this time, so do not let fear weaken your resolve." The soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Regiment gazed at their idol with fervent admiration, erupting into laughter at his jest. Having faced life and death, the seasoned veterans dismissed the notion that anything could frighten them. "Rest assured, Colonel, we will annihilate the Germans," they exclaimed. "Indeed, no matter how many come, we shall not falter. Just wait and see. Unless we make them call for their mothers, we are not worthy to serve under you." They cheered, their banter reflecting their disregard for the impending peril. Yet, while they held the enemy in strategic contempt, they did not underestimate them tactically. Last night, under the leadership of Nick Fury, they had laid a vast minefield outside Warsaw, surrounding the city with thousands of anti-tank mines, particularly along the primary routes of entry, leaving no corner unguarded, resolutely determined to keep the German tanks at bay. In the event of urban combat, the Doomsday Independent Regiment, enhanced with the super soldier template, would become a nightmare for the advancing German infantry, the executioners destined to bury them in Warsaw. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Very well, soldiers. Let us proceed to vanquish the Nazis. You shall divide into 4 groups, each guarding a direction. Be mindful to evade enemy artillery, and, while ensuring your safety, strive to eliminate Nazi soldiers." With that, he charged ahead, carrying Mussolini as he raced toward the northwestern outskirts of Warsaw. The formidable German forces he had observed earlier were approaching from this direction. As the host, it was only fitting to extend a proper welcome to the guests. 15 minutes later, as the swiftest German aircraft were spotted by the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Regiment, the tardy Allied forces finally appeared in the southeast of Warsaw. Thousands of tanks led the vanguard, closely followed by over 150,000 infantry and no fewer than 20,000 artillery pieces, while the sky was filled with at least 2,000 aircraft. Hoffman was present on the scene, riding atop the lead tank, and raised his binoculars to survey Warsaw. His gaze immediately fell upon Lin Feng standing atop a high building, with Mussolini hoisted above. Infuriated yet helpless, he issued an order. Notify the Air Force and all armored units, as well as the artillery in the rear, to avoid the northwestern outskirts of Warsaw and first destroy the other districts with bombardment and explosives. Moreover, attention must be paid to the movements of the Allied forces. Following the initial assault on Warsaw, units were deployed to intercept their tanks, while aircraft diverted to bombard their rear artillery and infantry. His orders were swiftly relayed through the vehicle's radio, revealing German planes circling above, steering clear of the northwestern suburbs of Warsaw, and descending upon other districts to unleash a barrage of aerial bombs. Thousands of tanks adjusted the angles of their cannons as they advanced, firing 120mm shells that rained down upon various neighborhoods of Warsaw. The German infantry continued their rapid advance, while the artillery units hastily detached their towing apparatus, firmly positioning their cannons before adjusting their firing angles. Boom! Explosions erupted across the cityscape of Warsaw as fireballs illuminated the sky, transforming towering buildings and industrial factories into a landscape of ruin. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Day of Destruction Independent Regiment did not rush into battle, having sheltered in underground cells and evaded the initial wave of terrifying bombardments. Emerging from the rubble of a collapsed building, the White Queen, Emma, gazed frostily towards the source of the artillery fire. She had just completed her bath and donned her attire when the structure crumbled. Had it not been for her ability to project a force field, deflecting the shards of shrapnel and falling concrete, she would have been buried alive. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke materialized before her, and the Red Devil, Azazel, leaped forth. "Emma, you're alive. What relief. Shah has sent me to rescue you," he exclaimed, reaching for her hand, only to freeze in place. "What do you mean? Why are you attempting to harm me?" Emma replied with a knowing smile, her expression tinged with disbelief. "Azazel, do you believe Lin's power surpasses that of Sebastian Shaw? Moreover, Lin is a brigadier general in the Allied forces, just in his 20s with the potential to ascend to even greater heights. Crucially, he does not discriminate against mutants. As long as you possess sufficient capability, there is no fear of being overlooked. Therefore, Azazel, you, an ancient demon who has lived for millennia, should understand how to make the right choice." She had been pondering how to infiltrate the German forces swiftly to plant psychological suggestions in the minds of high-ranking officers. Now, with the Red Devil Azazel presenting himself, it was as if a pillow was delivered to her as she dozed off, the perfect opportunity to persuade him to ally with her. Leveraging his spatial teleportation abilities to bring herself before the German High Command. "First, release your mental control over me, and I assure you I will seriously consider your proposal. You know, I joined the Hellfire Club merely out of boredom for my interminable existence, and Shah's doctrine of mutant supremacy happened to pique my interest," Azazel said, his eyes darting as he spoke earnestly. Emma, somewhat skeptical, released her mental hold. Observing him move his limbs without teleporting away confirmed that she had succeeded halfway. At the very least, he harbored a desire to try, for had he wished to escape, he would have vanished the moment her control was lifted. "Azazel, you have made the right choice. Now, take me to the gathering place of the senior German military leaders, for I intend to present them with small tokens of goodwill to assist Director Lin in orchestrating a grand spectacle. This shall be the leverage you can offer beneath his command." The Red Devil Azazel nodded, allowing Emma's hand to rest upon his shoulder. In an instant, They vanished within a plume of black smoke, reappearing amidst the assembly of high-ranking German officers, where even the lowest rank was that of a major general, accompanied by two distinguished full generals. Enemy attack. A lieutenant general began to exclaim, but before he could utter another word, he found himself rendered mute. The other astonished German commanders stood frozen in place, including the surrounding guards, who were similarly immobilized. The White Queen Emma transformed into her diamond form, her psychic abilities infiltrating the minds of each individual present. Once the super mutants and tanks were obliterated, they would perceive the allied superhumans as invincible. To preserve the strength of the Empire, she commanded the troops to retreat immediately. The Air Force and artillery units would launch a saturation attack against the Allies, covering the withdrawal of the main forces while maximizing the destruction of the Allies' tanks and artillery. She implanted the meticulously devised plan, previously discussed with Lin Feng, into the minds of the German high-ranking officers. Utilizing her mental alteration powers, she embedded thoughts within their subconscious, ensuring that, when the battlefield conditions necessitated, these ideas would surface from the depths of their minds. All the senior German commanders would come to believe that the notion of retreat was a decision emerging from their own inner resolve, a conclusion drawn from their assessment of the battlefield situation. After executing this intricate manipulation, the White Queen Emma and the Red Devil Esizuo teleported away, leaving the German commanders to awaken swiftly, only to feel a fleeting sense of disorientation, wholly unaware that commands had been implanted into their minds. The cacophony of battle raged on, with aircraft relentlessly dropping bombs, while the German soldiers, filled with fighting spirit, drove their tanks closer to the city of Warsaw. Boom! Boom! As the tanks ventured into the minefield, one by one they were obliterated by anti-tank mines, the shattered remains and dismembered limbs scattering across the battlefield. The Day of Destruction's independent regiment had yet to engage, yet the German tanks had already suffered significant losses. At last, Allied support arrived with 2,000 aircraft engaging in aerial combat against over 3,000 German planes. The opposing tanks unleashed cannon fire upon one another at close quarters, the explosions resounding like a dreadful symphony, human lives merely fuel for the inferno of conflict as both sides descended into a frenzied melee. More than 20 giants, each towering over 3 meters, maneuvered through the chaos of gunfire. Occasionally struck by tank shells, they would stagger momentarily, only to regain their footing and continue their relentless charge. In their eyes, there lay only the allied superhumans atop the rooftops and the trembling Mussolini. Monsters, they were all monsters, truly terrifying. A 120mm tank shell struck them without even breaking the skin. How could such fearsome creatures number over 20? Would the allied superhumans truly be able to vanquish them? Damn it, if one shot won't kill them, I shall unleash another. At the forefront, the tank crew felt a surge of anxiety. Yet some audacious individuals boldly operated the artillery, aiming at the rapidly advancing super orcs, and defiantly fired again. Boom! A 120mm tank shell struck the face of the foremost super orc, the explosion singeing the hair atop his head, yet inflicting no substantial damage. Galax Gum, meet your demise. The super orc surged forward, closing in on the tank. With both hands gripping the chassis, he heaved upward with tremendous force. Bang! 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 The tank, weighing several tons, was sent tumbling backward, colliding with another tank behind it before coming to a halt, both vehicles simultaneously belching black smoke. Boom! In a violent explosion, the two tanks were catapulted into the air, their occupants reduced to mere fragments before they could even utter a cry of despair. They are not human. This is terrifying. If even the main cannon cannot fell them, what can we do? The monstrous foes must be left to the superhumans. Brothers, turn the barrels and unleash hell upon the Nazis. They cannot withstand the main cannon. The tank cluster at the forefront swiftly redirected their targets, their cannons aimed at the distant German tanks, firing furiously. Observing this, the super orc erupted into laughter, suddenly howling at the sky, his form swelling once more, his features grotesquely transforming, with his mouth and nose protruding as teeth rapidly elongated. In an instant, over 20 towering humanoid wolves emerged, each exceeding 4 meters in height, their muscular outlines startlingly defined, limbs thicker than the thighs of an average man. Ha ha ha! Allied superhumans. We have arrived. Before the invincible Wolf Lord, You are but a fragile dwarf. Today, we shall rend your flesh and use your head to honor our fallen kin." The self-proclaimed wolf lord leapt effortlessly to the height of a 20-story building, crashing down onto the rooftop, fracturing the concrete beneath him. The colossal wolves behind him also leapt up, encircling the area. Chapter 3. Lin Feng, the brutal werewolf version of the super-orc. The bizarre Battle of Warsaw comes to a close. Lin Feng, that is your name, is it not? General Hoffman has commanded me to eliminate you and bring back Mussolini. A blood-red orb of energy emanated from his fists as the towering super-orc laughed menacingly, launching himself forward. The remaining super-orcs dispatched one to rescue Mussolini, all converging upon their leader, evidently intending to overwhelm the allied superhuman and avenge their disgrace. Lin Feng stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a handsome visage and a robust physique, reminiscent of a sun god from ancient Greece. However, compared to the super-orcs towering over 3 meters, their muscular forms akin to giants, he appeared somewhat diminutive, especially considering the fierce and intimidating presence of these super-orcs, reminiscent of gladiators from ancient Rome, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. However, true strength is not merely a game of size. Hearing the grotesque super beastman boastfully declare his intent to kill, only to shamelessly engage in a group assault, Lin Feng remained silent. With a heavy stomp, the rooftop trembled beneath him. Spiderweb-like fissures spread from the deep imprint of his foot into the surroundings. In a flash, his figure tore through the air, leaping between the massive wolf claws with remarkable agility. As over 20 super beastmen attempted to leap up to continue their pursuit, they witnessed Lin Feng pivot mid-air, his right leg sweeping outward like a steel whip. The sound of impact echoed. His strength and speed had surged dramatically after reaching level 4 of the Golden Age superhuman template, propelling his kick to nearly 2,000 tons of force, landing squarely on the face of the encroaching super beastman without any embellishment. Such swiftness, such formidable power. The leading super beastman barely dodged the colossal boot, but the others were not so fortunate. They were sent flying like cannonballs, tumbling through the air like fireworks before crashing to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The super beastmen, now dazed, shook their heads in anger and humiliation, rising from the craters they had created, their bloodshot eyes glaring as they leapt back up to the rooftop. In that brief moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity. The leader had become isolated, presenting an ideal chance to strike. He evaded the beastman's powerful punch and grasped his thick wolf claw, exerting his strength to wrench it away. With a gruesome rip, the claw was torn from the beastman's arm and flung towards another super beastman who was unbinding Mussolini, forcing him to duck for cover. "I, Gullion, will kill you, disgusting dwarf." As the leader of the super beastmen in this mission to rescue Mussolini, Gullion had not anticipated losing an arm so quickly. Enraged and irrational, he swung his remaining claw wildly. The other super beastmen, witnessing this, immediately shed their underestimation, feeling the surge of power within them as their muscles bulged with determination. A cruel smile curled at Lin Feng's lips as he deftly evaded the attacks from the other super beastmen and zeroed in on Gullion, who was now the weakest link. With one arm lost, and in a frenzy, Gullion inadvertently exposed a significant vulnerability. Using Gullion's erratic strikes to keep the others at bay, Lin Feng slightly bent, dodging a lethal swipe aimed at his head. With a few calculated steps, he positioned himself behind the beastman and delivered a crushing kick to his massive right leg. With a sickening crack, Gullion's leg twisted grotesquely, causing him to lose balance and tumble forward. Before he could regain his footing, a colossal foot descended upon him. Thud! His head burst open like a watermelon struck by a hammer, splattering white and red across the rooftop terrace. The lifeless body, devoid of its head, convulsed and expelled copious amounts of foul blood. Witnessing the gruesome demise of Gullion, the remaining super beastmen raised their heads and emitted a mournful howl, akin to a pack of wolves bereft of their leader, their bloodshot eyes growing more intense, and their attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. Lin Feng discerned their weakness and struck with even greater determination and ferocity. In comparison to the super beastmen encountered previously, these hastily manufactured ones, though more robust and nearly equal in strength, could barely match his speed. They had lost the resilient, fluid ability to dissipate force, rendering their capacity to absorb blows significantly diminished. A super beastman howled, lunging at him with outstretched arms, seemingly attempting to embrace him. Others followed suit, frantically charging forward, their blood-red energy on their claws glowing brighter, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng moved with the swiftness of lightning. To expose one's vital points before him was an invitation to death. He could not let this super beastman escape unscathed. His fist, as large as a sandbag, fell mercilessly upon the creature's chest. Bang! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed like popping beans as the super beastman's chest caved in, its heart reduced to pulp. Yet it laughed maniacally. Allied superhero, I have captured you. Two thick, furry arms, as robust as a human's thighs, clamped around Lin Feng's waist like iron bands, as this mortally wounded super beastman fought desperately to ensnare him. Clang! 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 Dozens of sharp claws slashed across Lin Feng's chest, producing sounds akin to metal clashing, as crimson energy burst forth around him, corroding his biological force field. The fighting spirit is effective, brothers. Continue the assault and see how long he can endure. Over 20 super beastmen shouted with excitement, urging their inner fighting spirit to manifest as spheres of blood-red energy, fiercely unleashed with their claws. Feeling his biological force field thinning, Lin Feng suddenly seized the super beastman embracing him. With a powerful thrust of his legs and a twist of his torso, he hurled the massive body forward, using it as a shield against the claws of the other super beastmen, witnessing the crimson energy explode upon this fleshly barrier. Boom! 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 Amidst the continuous explosions, blood and flesh scattered, and Lin Feng felt the strength drain from the arms that had held him. With a powerful effort, he wrenched free, snapping the furry arms apart. Once liberated, he wielded the captured super beastman as a shield, executing a savage charge that sent the super beastman ahead sprawling, as he swiftly broke through the encirclement. I underestimated you. I almost fell for your trap. Lin Feng soared into the air, surveying the more than 20 super beastmen below. He cast a fleeting glance at Mussolini, who was slung over his shoulder as he stealthily descended from the rooftop, intent on seizing the opportunity presented by the retreating super-orc. Resolving to exploit the creature's inherent inability to fly rather than engaging in a direct confrontation, he aimed to send this wretched band of beasts straight to hell. In an instant, he positioned himself above the fleeing super-orc, seizing it by the nape of its neck and soaring into the sky. Within mere seconds, they ascended to an altitude of 3,000 meters, causing Mussolini, enveloped in panic, to lose consciousness, yellowish, foul-smelling liquid seeping down his trousers. I shall see just how resilient your bodies truly are. Can they withstand a free fall from 3,000 meters? With a swift motion, he wrested Mussolini from the super-orc's back, releasing his grip on the flailing creature, which plummeted downward, while he deftly altered his course towards the soldiers of the day of Reckoning Independent Corps, who were valiantly engaging the Nazis to the northwest. The sound of gunfire echoed, as over 20 soldiers from the Independent Corps unleashed a barrage of bullets while Lin Feng descended, holding the limp Mussolini like a dead dog. Secure this fellow in a safe location and bind him tightly. We cannot afford to let him escape. After delivering this command, he leapt skyward once more, his keen gaze fixed on the pursuing super-orc. With a piercing rush, he broke the sound barrier and dove downward, seizing one of the super-orcs and hurling it from several thousand meters up. Like an eagle capturing a chick, the super-orc, incapable of flight, was at a distinct disadvantage. Lin Feng's ability to change direction mid-air far outpaced the creature's attempts to pivot and strike, as its frantic clawing was utterly futile. One by one, super-orcs plummeted from the sky. The immense kinetic energy generated from such heights rendered them mere flesh and blood against the unforgiving ground, resulting in gruesome splatters that could not be cleaned up. After repeating this grim act more than 20 times, all the super-orcs have been reduced to a gory paste, leaving Hoffman, who observed the scene from a distance through binoculars, pale and trembling, his teeth chattering in frustration. Damn it, those Hydra fools. They claimed these super-orcs were stronger. I should never have trusted them. A bunch of blustering idiots. The sole consolation for him lay in the destruction of numerous Allied tanks and artillery during this battle. On the conventional battlefield, the German Empire still reigned supreme. Despite suffering losses of several hundred tanks, the Allies had incurred nearly 1,000 losses. achieving an almost 12-to-1 casualty ratio. This stark disparity underscored the might of Imperial technology. Allied tanks required 2 to 3 shots to penetrate German armor, while their own tanks could not withstand even a single shot from the Germans. The contrast was akin to that between a fragile mage and a berserker in close combat, the latter dominating effortlessly. However, this fleeting psychological comfort evaporated upon Lin Feng's entry into the fray. Armor that could withstand 2 shots from Allied tanks crumbled like paper beneath his iron fists, each blow obliterating a German tank, leaving only a field littered with shattered remnants in his wake. Eisenhower, present at the front lines, was grinning broadly, his previously ashen complexion softening, secretly reveling in the unfolding chaos. No matter how formidable the German tanks may be, I possess an invincible Allied Superman. His admiration for Lin Feng deepened as he began to contemplate how to petition the president for this young man's promotion after the Great War. Such a forceful prodigy must be secured for his own advantage. While Eisenhower envisioned the eloquent phrasing of his request, he remained oblivious to the sudden cloud of black smoke that appeared in the Allied wartime command center, followed by an overwhelming psychic force that swept across the room, seizing control of everyone's minds and bodies. Queen Emma, the White Queen, skillfully implanted the notion of retreat into the minds of all the Allied commanders present. Observing the invincible figure on the battlefield, a sweet smile graced her lips. "My dear Lin, my mission is accomplished. Now it is time for your performance." Red Devil, as Caesar shivered, unaccustomed to seeing the frosty demeanor of the White Queen soften into that of a lovesick girl. "Let us depart, as Caesar. Our tasks are complete. Let us return and await Lin's triumphant return." Hearing the White Queen call him, as Caesar snapped back to reality, and together they teleported away from the Allied command center, appearing in a distant location where they could witness the intensifying human conflict. In Warsaw, thick smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky. Despite the fierce combat between the Germans and the Allies, the German forces vastly outnumbered their opponents in both tanks and infantry, still capable of unleashing firepower upon the city. Rows of buildings crumbled amidst the thunderous explosions, sending clouds of dust skyward. The ferocity of the German artillery forced the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Regiment into frantic retreat, as they dare not linger in one spot for too long. Unlike their leader, who was impervious to harm, they bore the strength of super soldiers but lacked the inhuman resilience to withstand bullets. Yet, witnessing their leader carving through the German tank formations, the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Regiment wore expressions of pride. No matter how powerful the Germans were, they could not contend with their leader. Lin Feng navigated through the ranks of German tanks, contemplating the casualties on both sides. Earlier, while engaged in a makeshift game of tossing sandbags from air, he had quickly discerned that the German fighting capability indeed surpassed that of the Allies. Without his intervention, the Allies would have been utterly decimated. After prolonged exchanges of fire, the Germans still boasted over 2,000 tanks and 2,000 aircraft, while the Allies had dwindled to fewer than 1,000 tanks and under 500 planes. "I have personally destroyed nearly 300 tanks. The Allied armored forces are truly inept." After this internal monologue, he hastened his efforts to obliterate the German tanks. Countless soldiers bore witness to a figure relentlessly charging through the German tank formations, leaving in their wake a series of fireballs erupting as tanks were sent flying into the air, disintegrating upon impact. Ding! Congratulations, host. Reputation, 3848. Please continue your efforts to achieve an upgrade soon. Congratulations, host, on achieving a reputation of 2,347. Please continue to strive for excellence and upgrade your template soon. Ding! Congratulations, host, on attaining a reputation of 4,518. Please continue to exert yourself and elevate your template swiftly. A series of system notifications echoed, and Lin Feng found them rather bothersome, prompting him to silence the alerts. After he had destroyed over 1,000 German tanks, a shattered general's insignia fell before him. The German commander, Hoffmann, perished as lightly as a feather, blasted into the heavens alongside the tank's gunner. In the distant German wartime command center, the eyes of numerous high-ranking generals sparkled with a diamond-like brilliance. "Esteemed colleagues, we can no longer persist. We must order a retreat." Following General Hoffmann's demise, the psychologically influenced Lieutenant General Jordanes, under the suggestion of the White Queen Emma, seemed to awaken from a stupor and resolutely addressed his fellow commanders. The valiant soldiers of the German army should not sacrifice themselves for the worthless Mussolini, even if returning means facing execution by the Führer. I must ensure that more soldiers survive to return home. Other senior generals, like marionettes with a switch flipped, echoed Jordan's sentiments, their minds consumed solely by the thought of retreat. Indeed, we must retreat. I concur. If we do not withdraw, the losses will be catastrophic. Lieutenant General, please issue the command. We shall accompany you to explain to the Führer. Soon, the order to retreat was transmitted via radio, and the remaining German tanks charged forth to cover the retreating forces. The artillery units, disregarding the overheating of their barrels, fired furiously, providing robust fire support. With nearly 170,000 German troops scrambling back like receding tidewaters, their retreat was chaotic and disorganized, inciting the Allied soldiers to itch with anticipation, eager to press the accelerator and pursue for a bloody onslaught. Curiously, the Allied command also issued orders to encircle the retreating German tank units, while forbidding pursuit of the main body of retreating German forces, citing the abruptness of the German withdrawal and the need to prevent a mere feigned retreat. Frustrated and with no vent for their anger, the Allied tank units redirected their focus toward the remaining German tanks, coordinating with artillery fire to mercilessly target each German tank. Thus, the Warsaw Battle, which would perplex military strategists and historians for generations, concluded dramatically amid the German withdrawal and the Allies' hesitant inaction. Chapter 4. Lin Feng Strategic Adjustment. Target Hydra. The enraged, little mustached Red Skull resolves to betray. 2 days later, clad in the uniform of a brigadier general, Lin Feng returned to London, flanked by his subordinates. Mussolini had long been secretly escorted by the intelligence agency and returned to London through other means, not sharing the same fate as them. Only the upper echelons of the intelligence agency and Prime Minister Churchill knew the specific route of his journey. The moment he set foot on the harbor soil, soldiers from a former Doomsday Squad, who had been waiting for a long time, approached, pushing through the throngs of people to step forward swiftly. A group of seemingly carefree soldiers, their caps askew, stood in orderly formation, led by Cantona. Eisenhower did not return with him. He still had to organize the Allied defensive lines near Poland to prevent the little mustached one from launching a reckless counterattack. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, Your Excellency," they said. "However, it seems rather inconsiderate that you did not take us along for the adventure. Indeed, we have heard tales of your remarkable exploits in Warsaw, and we lament not being able to fight alongside you. It is not a good habit to grow weary of the old and seek the new, General. I have heard that you have established the Doomsday Independent Regiment. Does that mean we veterans might be granted positions of authority?" Listening to the disorganized greetings of the soldiers who had followed him from the beginning, Lin Feng shot them a glare and hastily departed the docks. In front of thousands of onlookers from various walks of life who had come to welcome him, this unruly group was speaking indiscreetly. A careless remark could easily be seized upon by those with ulterior motives. The chatter of the original Doomsday Squad fell abruptly silent, as most mingled with the later formed soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Regiment, engaging in lively discussions about the Battle of Warsaw, and quickly becoming acquainted. Cantona jogged to catch up with Lin Feng, guiding him to a black sedan. "Your Excellency, this vehicle has been provided for you by the Strategic Science Corps. I shall temporarily serve as your driver. While you're in London, I will ensure your transportation needs are met without delay." He said this while opening the rear door, holding it open with an air of professionalism, as though he were a seasoned chauffeur. Lin Feng slightly bent down and entered the vehicle. Once the door was gently closed, Cantona took the driver's seat and started the engine, driving smoothly away from the port. Madame Marilyn remains at her usual hotel, under the close protection of Turner. Therefore, she did not come to greet you at the port upon your return today. She mentioned that she is aware of your impending marriage and felt it inappropriate to meet you at the port. She wishes to know if you would have time for her to host a welcome gathering for you. Lin Feng glanced at the throngs of people outside and, in a calm and measured tone, replied, "Oh, is that so? Please inform her that I shall visit this evening. For now, we must head to the command center. After meeting with Prime Minister Churchill, I also need to stop by the Strategic Science Corps. I fear the day will be quite busy." Cantona nodded, his gaze fixed ahead as he drove cautiously. "Understood, Your Excellency." Lin Feng closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat. This time, using Mussolini's scheme, he had secured another victory in Warsaw. The esteem he garnered on the battlefield was already considerable. Once the news spread and appeared in the newspapers, it was likely to bring forth another wave of acclaim. He wondered if it would be sufficient for the system to advance to the next level. Should he achieve that, perhaps he would unlock the abilities of the heat ray and freezing breath. The Hydra's research capabilities were indeed astoundingly formidable, and their collusion with the legendary werewolves made them a formidable adversary. Without a potent trump card, confronting them could prove perilous. A misstep could lead to utter embarrassment. Noticing Lin Feng resting with his eyes closed, Cantona adjusted the car's stability, driving ever more steadily. Silence enveloped the atmosphere until they arrived at the Allied command headquarters. He brought the vehicle to a steady halt, opened a rear door, and spoke softly, "Your Excellency, we have reached the command post." Lin Feng exited the car and nodded at him, smiling as he replied, "Please make a visit to Lady Marilyn first. Then distribute some pocket money to the brothers of the Independent Regiment. Advise them not to cause any disturbances in the city, and if they find their funds insufficient, they may inform me." After issuing these instructions, he strode purposefully into the secret passage, where the guards saluted him with reverence. Navigating effortlessly to the lowest level of the bunker, Lin was met by the newly appointed secretary, who asked him to wait in the reception room. "Brigadier Lin, please hold on for a moment. The Prime Minister is currently meeting with the Deputy Minister of the French Ministry of Defense. Would you care for a drink? Coffee or black tea?" The alluring blonde secretary inquired politely, her enchanting gaze subtly assessing him. Lin Feng graciously smiled and waved his hand in refusal. "No, thank you. Beautiful lady, I am merely here to rest for a while." The attractive secretary, slightly embarrassed yet maintaining her decorum, smiled politely before exiting the reception room and closing the door behind her. After approximately half an hour, the door opened once more, revealing Churchill, his face alight with joy. "Ha ha ha, Brigadier Lin, you have indeed secured another remarkable victory. In the Battle of Warsaw, our allies have eliminated over 30,000 German troops, destroyed more than 1,000 tanks, and over 500 aircraft, all thanks to your strategic prowess and valiant leadership." His complexion was rosy, and his voice resonated with vigor, markedly improved from their previous encounter. Lin Feng stood at attention, saluting before extending his hand for a handshake. "Your praise is gracious, Prime Minister. It is largely due to your support and that of the command that I felt emboldened to set a trap, leading the Germans to a significant defeat in Warsaw. I have come to seek your counsel on a particular matter," Churchill said, looking at him with satisfaction, impressed by his humility. "This is not a military camp. Let us sit down and discuss this matter at ease, without such formalities. I am curious to know what has you uncertain." The two men took their seats next to one another, and Lin gestured toward the secretary, who, understanding the hint, discreetly exited the room, allowing them to converse freely. Once she had departed, Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he spoke. "After several encounters with the super beasts, I have come to believe that the threat posed by Hydra is substantial. Therefore, I propose a shift in our combat strategy, focusing our efforts on the annihilation of the Hydra organization. Currently, the military strength of the Allies and the Germans is evenly matched on the front lines. However, if we do not eliminate Hydra soon, their continuous supply of advanced weaponry and super beast warriors will escalate the intensity and prolong the duration of the conflict. Thus, I hope for your support in reallocating the Doomsday Independent Regiment under the auspices of the Strategic Science Corps, designating it as a special operations force against Hydra." As he spoke eloquently, Churchill's demeanor grew grave. He rose and paced back and forth in the parlor, contemplating deeply, his gaze shifting restlessly, evidently weighing the pros and cons until he reached a decisive conclusion. "In principle, I support your endeavor. However, the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Corps originally belonged to the esteemed 107th Infantry Regiment of America. If you wish to reassign them under the Strategic Science Corps, you must engage in a thorough discussion with Roosevelt." Coincidentally, before your return from Warsaw, he had already contacted me, expressing a desire to meet the youngest brigadier who has made significant contributions. I suggest you venture to Washington to speak with him directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a tinge of surprise. How could a mere brigadier, Karami, attract the attention of Roosevelt, a figure perched atop the pinnacle of power? It was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. "Very well, Your Excellency, thank you for your support. If possible, could you arrange for a flight? I wish to return to America at the earliest opportunity to solidify this matter and avoid protracted uncertainties. Churchill nodded, refraining from inquiring why he preferred a flight rather than a return to Washington by other means. They continued their discussion regarding plans to eradicate Hydra until a female secretary entered, her expression apologetic as she interrupted their conversation, presenting a schedule reminder. I apologize, Prime Minister, but it is time for you to meet Her Majesty the Queen. If you delay any longer, you may find yourself pressed for time. Churchill sighed, his enthusiasm waning as he rose. Brigadier Lin, let us conclude our discussion here. I must pay my respects to Her Majesty. When you return from Washington, we shall engage in a more thorough dialogue. Having achieved his objective, Lin Feng had no reason to linger at the command center. He accompanied Churchill out, bidding farewell as the Prime Minister departed in a vehicle towards Buckingham Palace. He then took a car to Cantona, heading towards the love nest shared with Peggy Carter. For lovers, even a day apart feels like an eternity. The striking female officer, upon seeing Lin Feng, cast aside her reserve and leapt into his embrace, showering him with passionate kisses. Their fervent rendezvous sent her soaring into blissful slumber as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. The moon quietly ascended to the sky, and stars began to twinkle above. Marilyn, waiting in the hotel, grew increasingly disappointed as the hour grew late and the person she longed for had yet to arrive. Sitting alone at the edge of the bed, her eyes reflected sorrow and self-mockery. Suddenly, a knock echoed against the bedroom window, and she turned in astonishment, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. Lin Feng hovered outside, and as she opened the window, he flew inside. Hey, darling, what were you thinking? Did you think I wouldn't come and were secretly shedding tears? He teased, silly girl, even though marriage is not in our future. My feelings for you are utterly sincere. Please, do not wallow in self-pity. It pains me to see you like this. He wrapped his arm around Marilyn's slender waist and led her to the dining area for a look. A table brimming with Italian delicacies emanated a tantalizing aroma. Steam rising from the dishes. A bottle of decanted red wine and 2 candles adorned the table, clearly indicating her desire to share a candlelit dinner with her beloved. Lin Feng lit the candles and turned off the lights, enveloping her in an embrace as they settled by the dining table. He reached for the wine, pouring 2 glasses, and handed one to Marilyn, gazing at her with deep affection. Tonight, let us partake in a toast, he declared. This is an essential tradition in weddings back in my hometown. While I cannot offer you a grand ceremony, I wish to do my utmost to bring you joy. Let's pretend that tonight is our wedding night and share this toast. After speaking, he guided Marilyn, their arms entwined, as they sipped from their glasses. Setting down the empty glasses, Lin Feng began to savor her culinary creations. It must be said that Marilyn, having been compelled by life to learn independence, exhibited remarkable culinary skills. The pasta was tender and rich with flavor. The pan-seared Parma ham was delicious with a lingering taste, and the beef tripe, though unassuming in appearance, was delightfully tender. As Marilyn prepared to clear the table, Lin Feng playfully scooped her up. My dear, let us save the cleanup for tomorrow, after our toast. It is time for us to retire. He extinguished the candles and carried his beloved into the bedroom. Meanwhile, a furious voice echoed across hundreds of kilometers through the telephone lines, a signature tirade from the little mustache man. You are a bunch of useless fools. With billions in gold marks, is this how you squander resources? His repeated attempts to salvage Mussolini had failed, and Italy's wavering stance became increasingly apparent. It was indeed peculiar that the Führer of the Third Reich remained unperturbed. The strategic advantage of the Axis powers was gradually eroding, as the Allies launched counteroffensives across various fronts. The recent defeat of the German forces in Warsaw further invigorated the Allies, boosting the morale of their troops. Now, the little mustache man dared only to hide in an underground bunker, fearing that one day the Allied Superman would descend from the sky and drag him back to London to face a military tribunal. John Schmidt, I warn you, you must swiftly deal with the Allied Superman. If you fail, the SS will show you the consequences of wasting Imperial resources. His frustration boiled over, and as he vented his wrath, John Schmidt listened quietly, his forehead pulsating with tension. After another round of vitriolic outbursts, the little mustached man hung up the phone, leaving behind the sound of a dial tone. With a crash, the receiver slammed down onto the telephone, scattering broken parts into a heap of useless debris. I am a fool. What of him? had he not been so arrogant as to wage war against European nations while simultaneously provoking the Soviet Union? How would the Third German Empire find itself in such a predicament? John Schmidt, having released his pent-up frustration, summoned Dr. Zola. Control the supply of energy weapons to the Empire's army, prioritizing the armament of our soldiers with the seized equipment. Publicly, we shall claim a shortage of raw materials. Unless the Imperial Treasury significantly increases its budget allocations, it will be challenging to supply in large quantities as before. Furthermore, what is the progress on the Super Orc laboratory? When can we expect to manufacture a Super Orc of the Wolf King caliber? I intend to send that detestable allied superhuman to hell, cleansing the shame upon us with his blood. He dispatched all his Super Orcs, and, combined with the forces of 2 German army groups, they failed to rescue Mussolini, resulting in their total annihilation in Warsaw, provoking a furious outburst from the little mustache. This absurd outcome is unacceptable to John Schmidt. That allied superhuman claims his strength comes from an injection of the super soldier serum, yet he himself has also been injected with the same serum, and the disparity in strength is glaring. There must be some hidden truth. Dr. Zola cautiously assessed his expression, his eyes darting before he replied, "Mr. Schmidt, your will is my mission. However, a sudden reduction in the Empire's military supply might provoke further discontent from the Emperor. You are aware that the upper echelons of the Empire have expressed considerable dissatisfaction with our expenditure. Moreover, the Super Orc experiment is at a crucial juncture, and we require abundant resources to refine the experimental conditions. We cannot independently procure all necessary materials at this time." Hearing his subtle counsel, John Schmidt sighed. He approached the safe, retrieving a square lead box, which he gently opened, gazing with obsession at the pure blue cube within. "I once believed that possessing the legendary treasure of the God King Odin would enable me to assist the little mustache in establishing a political order of Aryan supremacy over the world. However, it seems he is not destined for greatness. Yet, you are correct. Hydra cannot sever ties with the Empire just yet, so we must endure. But this period will not be prolonged. Once Hydra possesses sufficient resources and wealth, I shall embark on the path to divinity using the treasure of the God King Odin." Dr. Zola's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded John Schmidt's retreating figure. As a staunch supporter of materialism, he dismissed all myths and legends, believing them to be mere fabrications of ignorant ancient minds. John Schmidt admired the blue cube for a moment before solemnly locking it back in the safe. He turned to face Dr. Zola, bending slightly, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. "Doctor, if one day I were to fall out of favor with the little mustache, what would your choice be?" Gulp. Dr. Zola struggled to swallow, foolishly raising his right hand to proclaim, "Long live Hydra." He was a self-serving mad scientist, not a fervent follower of the little mustache. Fully aware of John Schmidt's ruthless nature, without a display of loyalty, he would surely be eliminated on the spot. John Schmidt straightened up, nodding in satisfaction. "Ha ha ha. Doctor, your intellect is truly remarkable. May you remain ever so astute. The decline of the Third Reich is manifest, yet the Hydra thrives, its power burgeoning with each passing day. A time will come when we shall no longer heed the commands of the little mustache man, but rather govern this world ourselves." John Schmidt once held the little mustached man in great reverence, only to now recognize him as merely an ordinary mortal. However, possessing the treasures of Odin, he is unwilling to continue as a mere servant of humanity. Instead, he seeks a means to ascend to divinity, ruling the world like the legendary god kings of old. Chapter 5. Entering the White House to meet Roosevelt. A malicious intent beyond human limits. On May 1st, 1942, amidst entanglements with 3 women, Lin Feng finally received word from Churchill. An aircraft was arranged for a direct flight from London to Washington, with a refueling stop at the magnificent aircraft carrier USS Ranger, gliding across the Atlantic, before proceeding directly to the capital. Peggy Carter had initially intended to accompany her fiancé back to America, but Lin Feng, harboring his own strategic designs, declined on the pretext that the Strategic Scientific Reserve required his kin to be in attendance, boarding the plane with the previous day of destruction squad of 15. After nearly 30 hours of turbulence, as the plane touched down at Washington Airport, a throng of dignitaries welcomed them warmly. The presidential motorcade was dispatched as a welcoming vehicle, with the Deputy Secretary of Defense personally in attendance. A convoy of police cars cleared the way, escorting Lin Feng and his party to the Willard Intercontinental Hotel. This establishment, renowned throughout Washington, D.C., is famous for its proximity to the presidential residence. Established in 1818, the Willard boasts 3 presidential suites: the Jefferson Suite, the Washington Suite, and the Adams Suite, merely a street away from the White House. In 1861, amid assassination rumors, Abraham Lincoln secretly resided here. Andrew Johnson also penned his final political speech during his stay. Now, fortunate Lin Feng, under Roosevelt's arrangements, found himself residing in the Washington Presidential Suite of the Willard Intercontinental Hotel, a testament to the esteem in which he was held. Yet, one wonders how much of this regard is genuine affection, and how much is a desire to extract the formidable secrets from this extraordinary super soldier. To offer such courtesy must surely imply a request. After all, no kindness is offered without intent, be it noble or nefarious. Lin Feng lay on the bed, musing quietly. In the spacious and luminous presidential suite, a plume of black smoke suddenly emerged. The White Queen, Emma, released her small hand from the shoulder of the Red Devil, Azazel, stepping forth from the smoke to survey the opulence of the natural crystal chandeliers and the exquisite furniture crafted from fine mahogany, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, Roosevelt has treated you splendidly, arranging for you to stay in the presidential suite. I just heard you say that no kindness is offered without ulterior motives. Dear, do you wish for him to be a thief or a scoundrel?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes and waved dismissively at the Red Devil, Azazel. The latter nodded, and with a puff of black smoke, his figure vanished from the room. After this period of interaction, the Red Devil had come to understand that he had indeed placed his bets wisely. Sebastian Shaw possesses an extraordinary ability to absorb various forms of energy. However, this power is not without its limitations. The more potent the energy, the slower the absorption process becomes. Should an overwhelming surge of energy be infused into his body in a brief span, even the formidable Black King of the Hellfire Club could find himself overwhelmed, with his body unable to contain the excess energy. Lin Feng, however, is the one capable of restraining him. With a single punch, Lin Feng unleashes force comparable to that of a heavy artillery shell explosion, and his astonishing speed allows him to deliver hundreds of blows in mere seconds, enough to potentially end Sebastian Shaw's life. In the room, only the 2 of them remain, man and woman, akin to a long-awaited rain in a parched land, or dry kindling meeting a fierce flame. After a series of passionate encounters, the White Queen, Emma, reclines languidly on the plush bed, too lethargic to even lift a finger. She caresses the perfectly sculpted chest of the man beside her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "Oh, you wicked man. Why didn't you come to find me in London? Why are Peggy Carter and Marilyn your women, while I, Emma, am not? If it weren't for my desire to spare you any difficulty, I would have already paid you a visit." Lin Feng leans down to plant a gentle kiss on her crimson lips, enveloping her silky form in his embrace as he softly replies, "All right, my darling. Do not be upset. You are my wings." London is the command center of the Allies in Europe, teeming with spies from various nations. I was merely considering you as a secret asset to avoid drawing attention to our relationship, which is why I did not seek you out. I assure you, I treat you and the others with equal regard. You are all the ones I cherish the most. Upon hearing his resolute words, Emma feels an overwhelming sense of happiness wash over her. Just as she prepares to turn and embrace him, Lin Feng gently constrains her waist and sits her up. "I must meet Roosevelt shortly. Time is of the essence. For now, you shall remain here. Leave a mental beacon on me. If the situation turns dire after my meeting with Roosevelt, you can use the beacon to have Azazel infiltrate the White House and discern his true intentions. I have a feeling that his request to meet is not as simple as it seems." Emma obediently nods, understanding the importance of the matter at hand, and rises from his side. Outside the hotel has floor-to-ceiling windows. The faint sound of car horns can be heard. Lin Feng approaches the window and sees the presidential car that brought him to the hotel. It seems Roosevelt has finally found time to meet with him after a brief delay. Before long, a knock sounds at the door of the Washington presidential suite. "Mr. Lin, the president wishes to see you. I apologize for disturbing your rest." After Emma assists Lin Feng in donning a fresh military uniform, she marks him with a mental beacon and gracefully retreats to the suite's small bedroom. "I will be with you shortly," deliberately keeping the visitor waiting for a moment. Lin Feng feigns a sleepy demeanor before opening the door. After descending the stairs, the two of them enter the presidential vehicle, escorted by police cars, and navigate through the streets, ultimately arriving at the grand entrance of the political heart of America, the White House. As one of the rare presidents in history to serve 2 consecutive terms, Roosevelt is a formidable and seasoned politician, imbued with the tenacity and acumen that his upbringing in the Roosevelt family has instilled in him. However, now seated in a wheelchair, he greets visitors at the entrance of the Oval Office with an unusually warm smile, his gaze exuding a paternal kindness reminiscent of a grandfather observing his grandchildren. Lin Feng feels a shiver run down his spine. Beneath that seemingly gentle gaze lies a chilling hostility akin to a serpent poised to strike its prey. Welcome, Brigadier Lin. It is a great honor to meet you here. Your valiant contributions on the battlefields of Southeast Asia and Europe have garnered widespread acclaim for our beloved nation. And you are not only our hero, but a hero to the world. Roosevelt speaks with eloquence, extending a hand marked by the creases and age spots of time. Lin Feng steps forward to shake his hand warmly, while nearby reporters click away furiously, capturing the moment for what will surely be tomorrow's headlines about the President's gracious reception of the youngest brigadier general. Though I have reviewed your credentials and am aware of your remarkable youth, I must admit that upon meeting you, I acknowledge that your achievements at this age surpass those of 99% of your contemporaries in our great nation. At your age, my thoughts were consumed with dating beautiful women, occasionally pondering how to chart my own course in life. Roosevelt continues, and once the photographers have finished, he leads Lin Feng into his office. In the privacy of their conversation, the atmosphere becomes more relaxed, and Roosevelt even shares amusing anecdotes from his youth, as if he has encountered a kindred spirit, enthusiastically recounting various life experiences. Your enduring passion for life and work despite the adversities you face is truly inspiring. Your indomitable spirit is something we younger generations ought to emulate. Lin Feng responds, his words flowing effortlessly. Mature politicians often speak in a manner that obscures their intentions, subtly drawing closer until one lowers their guard, revealing their true motives. Sensing the opportune moment, Roosevelt smiles and says, Brigadier Lin, your invaluable contributions to our nation and the Allied forces have been duly noted by General Eisenhower, who has repeatedly recommended your promotion. However, I believe that mere promotion is insufficient to honor your service. I intend to appoint you back to the homeland as a reserve officer for the Department of Defense. What are your thoughts on this? Observing the enigmatic smile on Roosevelt's face, Lin Feng almost entertains the notion that the war has already concluded. What could possibly lead Roosevelt to believe that his reassignment to the homeland would be of greater significance than his contributions on the battlefield? While the Allies have secured several victories, the overall situation remains tense, and Hydra continues to develop formidable super soldiers under the stimulus of their extraordinary capabilities. If Lin Feng were to return home, who would stand against the super soldiers Hydra is poised to unleash? Seeing him remain silent, Roosevelt finally got to the point, his smile growing increasingly benevolent. I understand your reluctance to leave the battlefield. However, does America not possess another super soldier? Steve Rogers is an exemplary and formidable super soldier, and I trust he can carry on your legendary legacy with the Destroyer Corps. Shortly, my secretary will escort you for a medical examination, after which you can report to the Department of Defense. This is my way of honoring a combat hero like yourself. It would be a pity for a hero such as you to perish on the battlefield. You deserve to indulge in a life of peace and happiness, do you not? His voice resonated with conviction, devoid of any semblance of insincerity. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Roosevelt, the old fox, was certainly not acting with pure intentions. His insistence on a medical checkup before joining the Department of Defense seemed to be a pretext to extract his blood for experimentation, in pursuit of a more potent super soldier serum. I believe the Department of Defense is not suited for me. At least for now, I am more inclined to return to the battlefield and contribute my strength towards global peace. For him, acquiring prestige was of utmost importance. How could a position in the Department of Defense yield substantial recognition, compared to achieving remarkable feats on the battlefield that would grace the front pages of global media, thereby rapidly elevating his prestige and advancing his superhuman template? Any role within the department held no allure. Moreover, returning to American soil now would be akin to a dragon trapped in shallow waters. willingly stepping into peril, knowing full well that threats loomed. To be lured into a trap would be sheer folly, despite Roosevelt's current politeness. If he were truly able to synthesize a more powerful super soldier serum from Lin Feng's blood and create a warrior rivaling his own prowess, Lin would undoubtedly find himself confined within a clandestine laboratory, a mere source of blood for experiments, drawn upon whenever the supply ran low. However, it was likely Roosevelt remained unaware that even if he were to extract Lin's blood, replicating his extraordinary strength would be an impossibility. After all, Lin's current abilities stemmed from the system-loaded Golden Age Superman template, not from the genetic mutations they speculated upon. True superhuman power could not be derived from mere blood. Initially waiting for Lin to acquiesce, Roosevelt hesitated, furrowing his brow as he spoke in a subdued tone. "General Lin, I hope you will reconsider. I will be here waiting for you tomorrow. I anticipate a favorable response. Secretary, please escort General Lin. He may still be disoriented from the time difference." A burly Caucasian man entered, his imposing stature suggesting he was no mere clerical worker. Yet he bore the unmistakable aura of someone who had been injected with the super soldier serum. Lin Feng was taken aback, casting a penetrating glance at Roosevelt. The depths of the American government's secrets ran profound. He had always believed he and Steve Rogers were the only successful super soldiers, while the imprisoned test subjects from the secret facility were flawed specimens. To my astonishment, it appears that Roosevelt's so-called secretary is also a super soldier who has undergone serum injections. Seizing the opportunity during their handshake, Lin Feng tested his strength and found it to be inferior to that of Steve Rogers, which elicited a subtle sigh of relief within him. It seemed that he was merely a half-baked product, posing no immediate threat. Without uttering a word further, he followed the robust secretary out of the presidential office and into the presidential vehicle, returning to the hotel. Upon entering the presidential suite in Washington, Lin Feng utilized his X-ray vision to survey the entire room. Unsurprisingly, numerous locations within the suite had been equipped with listening devices, hidden within the crystal chandelier, beneath the table, within the wall paintings, and even nestled in the seams of the curtains, among others. The most egregious intrusion was that multiple devices had been installed within the toilet itself. The bedding had been entirely replaced. This was utterly outrageous. A faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes, as he could easily surmise that the individual responsible for removing the linens must have received Roosevelt's directive, a dual-pronged strategy to safeguard his interests. Such a despicable act was beneath contempt, as they even sought remnants of hair, skin flakes, and bodily fluids that might linger on the bedding. What a futile endeavor, as acquiring these would not facilitate cloning. The concept of cloning was first proposed by embryologists of the Third Reich in 1938. Thus, if Roosevelt indeed harbored such ambitions, it would not be entirely far-fetched. However, given the current limitations of scientific advancement, the prospect of creating clones was virtually unattainable. Rather, it was more likely that they intended to collect and preserve these samples for future use when the time was ripe. In an instant, Lin Feng dismantled all the listening devices and resolutely crushed them. Just as he flushed the remnants of the devices down the drain, a plume of black smoke materialized in the room, heralding the return of the White Queen, Emma, and the Red Devil, Azazel. Emma's countenance was a stormy shade of fury. "My dear, you were indeed correct. Roosevelt's invitation to meet you is far from simple. He intends to recall you to the homeland under the pretense of a medical examination to procure your blood, which would then be delivered to the laboratory that previously researched the super soldier serum, in order to create a super soldier based on your genetic template. Once the new super soldiers are sufficiently numerous, they will be unleashed to apprehend you, publicly condemning you for treason and executing you, while covertly supplying you as raw material for their laboratory. Were it not for my concern of jeopardizing your plans, I would have compelled him to take his own life in the White House." As she spoke, her agitation grew, culminating in a stomp of her heel that left a dent in the floor. Lin Feng approached her, enveloping Emma in his arms, and calmly seated himself on the bed. "I had already surmised much of this. Rest assured, I will ensure that he meets a fate without a grave. Have you uncovered any further secrets? I trust that, with his cunning, he must have numerous contingency plans in place." Emma inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury as she continued. "My dear, you are indeed astute. That old schemer has made ample preparations. He even intends to threaten your compliance with Peggy Carter and Marilyn should you refuse to return to the homeland. Moreover, there exists a plethora of vile tactics that are utterly devoid of humanity. For instance, should he find that your blood proves insufficient for the development of a super soldier serum, he contemplates administering an aphrodisiac and providing you with women, hoping to conceive a child imbued with all your capabilities, indoctrinated from a young age to become a devoted acolyte of the United States. Ultimately, if all attempts yield naught, he intends to dissect your very being and preserve your remains, including your hair, bodily fluids, and skin flakes, awaiting a future when technology has advanced sufficiently to mass-produce your clones. Upon hearing her recount the entirety of Roosevelt's insidious thoughts, even the Red Devil Asazoth felt a chill run down his spine. In his millennia of existence, he had encountered numerous humans with cruel intentions and malevolent methods. Yet he had never witnessed such depths of depravity. Compared to him, the demons of hell seemed almost angelic. Lin Feng, too, held a deep disdain for Roosevelt's despicable actions, having already sentenced him to death in his heart. However, before sending this scoundrel to his doom, he deemed it essential to extract every ounce of utility from him. It would be difficult to quell his own resentment without squeezing the last drop of value from this wretched soul. My dear, I trust your intellect will allow you to leave a beacon on Roosevelt, he mused. Later, you and Asazoth should pay him another visit to alter his thoughts, convincing him that he will host a major general's commissioning ceremony for me at the White House tomorrow, with the intention of eradicating Hydra and bringing an end to this global conflict before he devises a plan to deal with me. With billions of humans in existence, it is improbable that the United States cannot find another with your psychic abilities. This alteration should not appear overly abrupt, preventing any discrepancies in his behavior that might arouse suspicion among his confidants. Emma pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Though she longed to eliminate Roosevelt immediately, she recognized that if her man sought to continue exploiting him, it was prudent to spare his life for the time being, thereby securing additional benefits for her partner. Watching Emma and Asazoth depart, Lin Feng's expression became inscrutable. He had no desire to be a puppet of the federal government. It was precisely to avoid such a fate that he had risked his life on the battlefield during times of weakness, striving to amass a wealth of prestige through remarkable achievements and elevate his superhuman template to secure a stronger form. Now, Roosevelt's shamelessness had reached new heights, attempting to exploit him to the fullest, treating him not as a human being, but as a mere object to be discarded at will. Mr. President, your days of indulgence are numbered. Savor your final moments of glory. Lin Feng mused darkly. If all goes as planned, this incapacitated wretch in a wheelchair may very well succumb to a cerebral hemorrhage in a hospital before the war concludes. The prospect of such an easy demise was not one he would permit. If Roosevelt relished in sending people into laboratories to serve as test subjects, Lin Feng concluded that the most fitting place for this crippled wretch would be locked within a viral laboratory, experiencing the exquisite horrors of every deadly virus. With a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng ultimately resolved to return the favor in kind. Let the esteemed President Roosevelt, adorned with the beauty of America, dedicate himself to the cause of public health, immersing himself in various viral infections. Should scientists derive vaccines and effective treatments from his sacrifice, he would undoubtedly take pride in it, harboring no objections. Chapter 6: Promotion to Brigadier General and the Acquisition of a Comic Company. A surge of prestige and an upgraded Superman template. The following morning, as the sun began to ascend, Lin Feng embraced Emma's soft form, reminiscing about the wildness of the previous night. It seemed that the thrill had emboldened her character, making her more daring and audacious, as she occasionally took the lead. Fortunately, her stamina paled in comparison to his, and she was eventually subdued. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock on the door echoed, accompanied by the voice of the President's secretary from yesterday. Brigadier General Lin, are you awake? The President wishes to hold a promotion ceremony for you this morning. Please prepare yourself. I await you downstairs, and your car is parked at the hotel entrance. After delivering this message, he seemed unperturbed by the possibility of being unheard. As his footsteps faded away, Emma, rubbing her sleepy eyes, pouted with discontent. That old fool is not thinking straight, holding a promotion ceremony so early in the morning. My dear, let us ignore him and sleep a little longer. I'm still quite tired. As she spoke, she stretched lazily, shifting her posture and draping her thigh over her man's waist. Lin Feng chuckled as he playfully patted her rear, lifted the blanket, and stepped into the bathroom. Darling, you may continue to sleep. I must pay a visit to the White House. The promotion ceremony will attract many reporters, and leaving that old fool waiting would not bode well. Should he become agitated, the subconscious suggestions you implanted may falter, as his mindset is not yet fully transformed. Muttering a few words under her breath, Emma pulled the blanket over her head and drifted back to sleep. After completing his morning routine and donning the freshly dried Brigadier General's uniform, Lin Feng descended the stairs with vigor, displaying no outward signs of peculiarity. He greeted the secretary with a smile and entered the presidential vehicle, just as he had the day before, making his way into the White House. However, this time, the car stopped at a parking spot not far from the South Lawn, and the secretary silently guided him towards the bustling area. Numerous media reporters, having received the news, nearly surrounded the South Lawn, and upon seeing the principal arrive, they immediately raised their cameras, clicking away in rapid succession. The national television reporters were particularly adept, having brought along a cameraman, seemingly intent on recording the entire promotion ceremony for broadcast to the citizens of America. Lin Feng donned a hearty smile as he strode confidently onto the stage that had been erected. Shortly thereafter, with the assistance of staff, the wheelchair-bound Roosevelt was lifted onto the stage and approached the specially designed podium, beaming with a gentle smile as he began to speak. Now, let us all cheer and applaud for the youngest Brigadier General in the history of America, our heroic Brigadier General Lin, and congratulate him on yet another remarkable victory achieved not long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, the officials and reporters present erupted into enthusiastic applause, their eyes fixed on this rising star in the military, while contemplating how to cultivate connections and foster relationships. Once the applause and cheers subsided, Roosevelt cleared his throat and continued. In recognition of Brigadier General Lin's remarkable contributions, I am profoundly honored to announce, following discussions within the Department of Defense and congressional resolutions, his promotion to the rank of Major General. On behalf of the United States, I shall personally adorn his military uniform with the Major General insignia, and I hope that Major General Lin will continue to strive for victory, vanquishing more Nazis and bringing peace to the world at the earliest opportunity. Upon the conclusion of his speech, the atmosphere in the room became fervent, with applause and cheers swelling to unprecedented levels. An army colonel solemnly approached the stage, bearing a tray, and marched with precision to stand before the two men. Roosevelt gestured to Lin Feng, then picked up the Major General insignia from the tray. Major General Lin, although I believe that a position within the Department of Defense would offer you greater prospects, I respect your determination to return to the battlefield. Nevertheless, the doors of the Department of Defense shall always remain open to you. He raised his hands, and Lin Feng bent slightly to allow him to personally place the insignia on his uniform. This moment was harmonious and captivating, prompting numerous reporters to fervently capture the scene. Exhausting rolls of film as they documented the president bestowing the insignia upon the newly appointed Major General from every conceivable angle. Lin Feng looked down at Roosevelt, noticing the president's expression of considerable satisfaction. Internally, he scoffed at the situation, and after the insignia was affixed, he stood upright, and the two men exchanged a cordial handshake, posing for photographs with representatives from various sectors on stage. Subsequently, he accepted an interview invitation from the national television network, passionately discussing his resolve to combat the Nazis, responding to every question with a narrative of righteousness. By the time the promotion ceremony formally concluded, the sun had ascended to its zenith, and the White House traditionally hosted a luncheon, inviting representatives from various sectors and the media to partake in this grand feast. Lin Feng had intended to seek solace in a quiet corner to enjoy his meal. However, after only a few bites, staff members wheeled Roosevelt over to his side, reminiscent of the Tang monk from A Chinese Odyssey, extolling the virtues of representing the nation and its people, urging him to take care of himself with a plethora of similar admonitions. After offering perfunctory responses, the president appeared fatigued, seemingly recognizing his inability to alter Lin Feng's convictions, and departed with a terse blessing. Lin Feng hastily finished the lobster in hand, took a sip of champagne, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. The incessant chatter from the president was irksome, were it not for the concern that showing you too much respect might provoke unease within the United States government and entangle me in suspicion. I would have subdued you with a subordinate template yesterday, thus sparing myself from your tiresome platitudes today. However, Roosevelt, your future is destined to be fraught with despair. And I stand by this assertion. No amount of divine intervention will alter that. He elegantly picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and hands, preparing to depart. A middle-aged Caucasian gentleman, impeccably dressed in a suit, approached with palpable eagerness, nervously presenting his business card with a beaming, obsequious smile. Good day, Major General Lin. I am the chairman of Detective Comics. May I have a few moments of your time? Detective Comics? Isn't that the illustrious comic company renowned worldwide? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, discarding a napkin to accept the card. Upon glancing at the details, he confirmed that it was indeed the chairman, Carlson, and a cordial yet composed smile graced his features. Certainly. What would you like to discuss? Carlson, brimming with delight, took a seat across from him. At that moment, a young reporter approached, raising his camera to capture the scene. Click! A flash illuminated the room, freezing the moment on film. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at the young journalist, unperturbed by the unsolicited photograph. After all, as long as the articles penned by any newspaper reporter did not depict negative news, they would invariably enhance his reputation, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. Major General Lin, I seek your endorsement to feature Allied Superman as the protagonist of my comic publication. I can offer you a 100,000 licensing fee. However, if that does not satisfy you, we can certainly negotiate. Please believe me, my intentions are entirely sincere. As Carlson spoke, he pulled out his checkbook, poised to write a 100,000 check. Yet, Lin Feng restrained his hand, astonishing him with his response. There is no need to discuss the licensing fee. I am genuinely intrigued by your company. Sell me a portion of your shares, and you may use the Allied Superman's likeness for free. My hearing is quite acute. I just overheard someone mention that your company is struggling and on the brink of collapse. Accepting my investment could pave the way for a brighter future. Not only did Lin Feng halt Carlson's actions, but he also presented a check of his own. $1 million. Transfer all your shares to me, and I will appoint you as the CEO. Before Carlson could object, Lin Feng penned another check, this time for an even larger sum. $2 million to assist me in acquiring shares on the stock market. Ideally, we aim for a total of 67, including your shares, followed by delisting and privatization. Should anyone approach you to sell shares afterward, you may return to me for funding. Carlson was left astounded, staring blankly at the colossal check before him. He had merely sought to leverage the popularity of Allied Superman, a national hero, to revive his ailing comic publication, instead of securing a license. He found himself facing a takeover, with the other party offering an astounding $3 million to privatize his comic company. It was utterly absurd. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. I believe in your capabilities, Mr. Violin. Please do not let me down. Within a month, I expect the company to be delisted and all shares to be transferred to my name. Whether I become a destitute wanderer after bankruptcy or a billionaire reaping daily fortunes depends solely on your choice. I do not intend to seize your company. Rather, my inclusion will undoubtedly elevate the comic enterprise to greater heights. Carlson shook his head, steeled himself, and pushed the two checks back, forcing out a smile more grotesque than tears as he softly mumbled, General Lin, Before he could finish, Lin Feng had already risen and strode toward the banquet hall exit. You may keep the checks when you come to your senses. Seek me at the presidential suite of the Willard Intercontinental Hotel. However, I must warn you, I shall not be residing here for long, so time is of the essence. In the afternoon, under the scorching sun, at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel's presidential suite, Lin Feng embraced Emma and recounted his experiences at the White House luncheon. The most challenging hurdle has been crossed, my dear. I owe you my gratitude. Without you, that cripple would have been far more formidable. The depths of the American government's machinations are unfathomable. Publicly, only Steve Rogers and I are recognized as super soldiers. Yet they have secretly cultivated a multitude of super soldiers, albeit flawed ones, which is nonetheless astounding. Thus, for the time being, I cannot confront them openly. To deal with that cripple, I must act covertly, just as you did this time, manipulating them without their awareness. As he spoke, he kissed her again, feeling increasingly fortunate for the gains from the battle in Warsaw. A delicate blush graced Emma's cheeks as she cast a languid glance at her partner, exuding the allure of a mature woman. You men think too much. In my opinion, killing him wouldn't be a problem at all. Yesterday, I confirmed that there are no telepathic mutants within the White House. If that cripple were to take his own life under our manipulation, no one would ever trace it back to us. Lin Feng shook his head, finding women overly sentimental. Roosevelt lived in comfort, wielding supreme power in America, capable of shaking the world with but a stamp of his foot. If he were to suddenly commit suicide after meeting me, even in the absence of evidence, there would inevitably be those who would associate the event with me. Naturally, he saw no need to debate this matter with his beloved. Instead, he casually shifted the topic to divert her attention. Speaking of which, I have a few enemies in New York. If you wish to vent your frustrations, perhaps you might take it out on them. One is Jason Scott, the station master at Brooklyn Subway, and two are from the military. One a lieutenant named Wilton Ecos, and the other a colonel named Andre Ronald. He briefly recounted his grievances with these individuals, and Emma's lovely face radiated a chilling fierceness. If Roosevelt cannot be dealt with, so be it. I will ensure these vile characters suffer such torment that death will seem a mercy. My dear, let us go to New York tomorrow. I shall give you the chance to vent. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement with her proposal. Just as he was about to call and book a flight ticket, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reputation 364166. The conditions for upgrading the Golden Age Superman template have been met. Emma noticed him sitting up, lost in thought, and gently nudged him, smiling as she asked, Darling, why are you suddenly staring blankly like that? Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled, his excitement abruptly subdued. My dear, why don't you call and book the flight to New York? I suddenly have a bit of stomachache and need to visit the restroom. It's quite painful. So I must go. Seeking a more embarrassing excuse, he swiftly dashed into the bathroom and closed the door. Seated on the toilet, Lin Feng pondered to himself. It seems the news of my meeting with Roosevelt was reported yesterday. Indeed, the reputation gained is substantial. This wave of increase is merely the beginning. Once the news of the awarding ceremony hits the papers, it will yield an effect of 112. Although the sudden elevation from the system left him feeling a bit awkward, the immense reputation points ignited a fervor within him. With a thought, he opened his personal attribute panel and carefully observed the changes in the data. Host, Lin Feng. Template, Golden Age Superman 5, 510000, 1500000. Abilities, Super Strength, Steel Body, Stellar Energy Absorption, Biological Force Field, Super Vision, Super Hearing, Super Endurance, Super Healing. Heat Vision, Freezing Breath Reputation, 510,000. Faction, America, Allied Powers, Subordinates, 126 members of the Destroyer Independent Brigade. Spouse, Peggy Carter, Marilyn Scordia. Emma Grace Frost. Offspring, none. Affiliated template, Super Soldier template, not bad. The heat vision and freezing breath have also manifested, making large-scale cleanup of minor foes much simpler. After examining the panel's information, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied. He pressed the toilet flush button, and amidst the rushing water, he approached the mirror. His gaze swept over the well-defined muscles reflected back at him, stronger than the golden sun god sculptures, radiating the perfect masculine vigor. His entire physique robust and filled with explosive power. After a brief moment of self-admiration, Lin Feng lifted his head to meet his own gaze in the mirror. With a sudden burst, a searing ray emitted from his eyes, reflecting off the mirror and landing on the stubble of his chin, instantly vaporizing the dark hairs into thin air. Indeed, the heat vision is impressive. It truly is a superhero's shaving skill. In the past, whenever he wished to shave, he had to first deactivate the Superman template. Otherwise, even a titanium alloy razor would struggle to cut through his stubble. According to the superhero's design, the power of the heat vision can be adjusted. From a gentle touch for shaving to a force capable of obliterating a planet, depending solely on how he harnesses the boundless energy within him. A few minutes later, having had his fill of amusement, Lin Feng stepped out. Emma, intrigued by his smooth and pristine chin, approached him and gently touched it. Oh dear, you've shaved quite thoroughly this time. Have you changed your razor? Normally, after a man shaves, there's always a hint of stubble on his chin, but today it felt utterly soft to the touch, smoother than a baby's skin. Lin Feng, grinning mischievously, drew closer, lifting Emma into his arms as he strode toward the grand bed. My dear, I have grown stronger. In a swift motion, he embraced his beloved and drew the curtains tightly. The bedroom was soon filled with the sounds of a playful struggle. Despite Emma's transformation into her diamond form, She could only momentarily regain the upper hand, but her resolve waned, and ultimately, she found herself defeated, breathless, and on the brink of surrender. Chapter 7. The comic company belongs to the Lin family. The New York Mafia comes to pay their respects. The following morning, as the sun rose, at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel, Washington's presidential suite, Wilhelmina Nicholson stood anxiously at the door, pacing back and forth, struggling to summon the courage to knock. There were moments when she considered turning back, yet after much deliberation, her feet remained planted. Lin Feng, hand in hand with Emma, opened the door to find her waiting. "Ah, Mr. Wilhelm, have you come to a decision?" he greeted. "What a coincidence. If you had arrived any later, we would have been heading to the airport. My dear, please go downstairs and wait for me. I will join you after finishing my discussion with Mr. Wilhelm." He gently patted Emma's small hand, encouraging her to descend first. Wilhelmina Nicholson awkwardly rubbed her hands together, retrieving 2 printed contracts from her briefcase as she walked into the room, humbly stating, "I apologize for the intrusion, Your Excellency. I pondered over your proposal for quite some time yesterday, and I believe it to be brilliant. Thus, I have brought 2 contracts today. One is my stock transfer agreement, and the other is the authorization contract for you to entrust me with the acquisition of shares and the declaration of privatization." Once they settled on the living room sofa, she placed the contracts on a coffee table. Lin Feng picked up both documents, meticulously reading through them. The content of the stock transfer agreement mirrored what he had discussed with Wilhelmina the day prior, a buyout of 274 shares for $1 million, while the authorization contract specified that she would utilize an additional $2 million to acquire shares from other shareholders and the circulating stocks in the market. Once sufficient shares were amassed, the privatization procedure would commence. "Everything appears satisfactory. You are indeed a clever individual." Upon finishing, he generously offered his praise, taking the pen from Wilhelmina's hand and elegantly inscribing his name on both contracts. "All right, Mr. Wilhelm, I entrust the next steps to you. Do not let me down." After patting her shoulder, Lin Feng rose and made his way toward the exit. Wilhelmina Nicholson, flustered as she gathered the contracts, hesitated before finally voicing her concern. "Your Excellency, are you truly so confident in me? Shouldn't there be a representative from the company present?" He had never witnessed such a magnanimous acquisition. Even without any intentions of deceit, one would expect a representative to be sent to the company. Was he not concerned that the funds could be misappropriated, leaving behind an empty shell of a company? Lin Feng strode purposefully down the stairs, and upon hearing the question, he turned back and made a gun gesture. "Trust me, Veller, should you dare to betray me, death shall be your only destination." With that, he ceased any further discourse and hastily descended the stairs. He and Emma boarded the hotel's designated vehicle, while the original Doomsday Squad, comprising 15 members, took several taxis and headed towards Washington International Airport. The choice to fly rather than allow the Red Devil SAS to teleport them was deliberate. They could not afford to leave any incriminating evidence for the watchful agents tailing them. Thanks to Roosevelt, dozens of agents have been dispatched to monitor the hotel premises. Some even replaced the hotel staff, ensuring that with so many eyes observing, one could disappear in an instant, only for news of them to emerge in New York. Was it not patently obvious that something was amiss? As it was a short-haul flight, Lin Feng and Emma opted not to sit in first class. The tickets for Cantona and the others were conveniently booked around them, preventing any unwelcome interruptions to their esteemed leader and his sister-in-law. More than 2 hours later, the plane landed at New York Airport, and they hailed a cab, followed by several taxis, returning to his apartment in Queens where Cantona and the others awaited downstairs. Lin Feng and Emma ascended the stairs, and as soon as they entered, Emma disdainfully opened a window. "My goodness, did you not tidy up before leaving?" A wave of musty odor greeted them. This residence was no longer habitable. "Darling, after you've finished gathering your belongings, let's find a hotel room instead." Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He had departed in haste, likely leaving the food in the refrigerator to spoil. Approaching the fridge, he peered inside with his X-ray vision, and indeed, the bread and meats were moldy, while the fruit had decayed into a viscous black liquid, coating the bottom of the refrigerator. "All right, my dear, truth be told, I merely returned to retrieve a few items. This place is certainly uninhabitable." After speaking, Lin Feng made his way to the bedroom and retrieved several childhood photographs from their frames. These were taken at the orphanage alongside other children who had also been adopted. serving as his nostalgic memories of youth in this world. Emma leaned in for a closer look, playfully pointing at a little girl in the photograph who was stealing a kiss from Lin Feng. "Oh my, I never imagined you were so popular as a child. Look at this little darling." She preferred to capture just a profile shot, yet seized the chance to plant a kiss on you. "I wonder, dear, can you still recall her name?" Her teasing was lighthearted, with no expectation of an answer. However, Lin Feng cast a peculiar glance at Emma and, with a significant gesture towards the little girl, replied, "Tilsleaf Layford, she is not someone to be trifled with." At the tender age of 12, while I was indulging in a midday slumber, she audaciously launched a surprise attack on me. Had it not been for the timely intervention of our diligent caretaker, I would have likely lost my innocence that day. After carefully wrapping the photograph, he tucked it into his pocket. A glance around the disordered room left him with an unsettling sense. Although many items were precisely as he had left them, an inexplicable feeling lingered, as if someone had rummaged through the room and then meticulously restored everything to its original place. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon a crevice in the floor. He procured a long needle and extracted a short strand of wine-red hair from within, and then twisted a fine white fiber from the broken hinge of the wardrobe. It appeared that not only Roosevelt had set his sights on me. "Just look at this hair. I had never dated a woman with such short locks. And this ultra-fine polyester fiber. What the hell? Did they think they needed protective gear to rummage through my home, as if I possessed biological weapons or something?" Emma's demeanor turned grave, her telepathic abilities enveloping the entire apartment. An invisible force penetrated the minds of the nearby residents, searching for unfamiliar visitors to the room. Soon, she made a discovery. In the hazy recollections of an elderly couple residing upstairs, they had indeed seen a woman with wine-red hair enter the building. Regrettably, they had paid little attention and did not recall seeing her enter the room. She continued her search down several floors, and within the mind of a young white male resident in the apartment closest to the corridor on the first floor, she uncovered more memories of the woman with wine-red hair. "My dear, I have made a discovery. Others have indeed visited the apartment." According to the recollections of the first-floor resident, John Griffiths, he had previously flirted with a woman with wine-red hair. When she spoke, there was a slight tremor in her voice, barely discernible unless one listened closely. Only a Soviet would unconsciously inflect their English with such a trill. Lin Feng recalled Elena and Melina, who would inadvertently exhibit a similar trill when they reached the pinnacle of ecstasy. Perhaps this intruder into his old home was affiliated with the same organization as them. And in the Marvel Universe, there was only one renowned entity adept at cultivating female agents, the infamous Leviathan's Red Room. How flattering it is to be targeted by two of the world's superpowers. However, I fear I'm not so easily consumed. He scoffed, discarding the hair and fiber. Emma retracted her telepathic reach, tenderly embracing his hand in a gesture of comfort. "Do not be angry, my love. Should these lurking individuals dare to appear again, I shall assist you in eliminating them." Lin Feng, feeling reassured, gently pinched her pert nose and wrapped his arm around her slender waist as they stepped outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, a group of burly men clad in black suits and dark sunglasses approached, their intimidating aura causing passers-by to hastily divert their paths. "General Lin, greetings. I am Joseph Gambino. Thank you for providing the Sicilian Mafia with a fresh opportunity. May I have the honor of becoming your friend?" As the burly men stepped aside, a middle-aged Caucasian with a slick-back hairstyle emerged, bowing humbly before speaking. Lin Feng cast a curious glance at them and inquired with interest, "Is he the head of the Gambino family of the New York Mafia? Has old Carlo communicated with you? What did he say?" Emma quickly scanned the newcomers with her telepathic abilities, detecting no hostility among them. Rather, all seemed to hold deep admiration for her man. Joseph Gambino remained blissfully unaware that he and his subordinates had danced perilously close to the gates of death. Had even one of them harbored ill intentions, Emma would have swiftly eliminated them with decisive force. "Your Excellency, the General, is indeed wise," Joseph began. "Old Carlo told me that to ensure the enduring prosperity of the family, it is essential to maintain a good relationship with you. Hence, I have brought the elite members of the family to meet you today. By the way, this is a gift I offer you, in celebration of your promotion to Major General." He gestured behind him, and immediately a subordinate presented a briefcase. Curious, Lin Feng accepted the briefcase and upon opening it, discovered 10 deeds and a transfer contract for 10 casinos, all signed by none other than Joseph Gambino himself. What a grand gesture. 10 casinos in Las Vegas. This is quite a substantial investment for mere friendship. Each of these establishments likely rakes in tens of thousands of dollars monthly. In a few decades, their value might rival that of a gold mine. Are you truly willing to part with them so easily? He scrutinized the mafia boss before him, feeling a deep respect for this man's generosity. However, Joseph Gambino refrained from boasting and maintained his humble demeanor, smiling lightly as he replied, "In comparison to your friendship, these gifts are trivial. The Gambino family has always been generous to friends. I merely wonder if your excellency would be willing to accept me as a friend." Lin Feng handed the documents to Emma, gesturing for her to sign in the appropriate place. The casino business was not one he wished to have under his name. It would be far more convenient for Emma to hold them, allowing him to ensure he remained untainted by any disreputable enterprises. "Joseph, consider me your friend," he declared, extending his right hand. Joseph Gambino swiftly stepped forward to shake it, suppressing his elation as he bowed slightly and whispered, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, my greatest virtue is that I do not burden my friends with troubles. All illicit activities will remain entirely separate from you. However, should any winds of change arise, I would be deeply grateful if you could inform me in advance, considering our friendship." Lin Feng was quite pleased with his attitude, patting Joseph's shoulder as he smiled. "Very well, Joseph, you are quite perceptive. I shall remember your friendship. If there is nothing else, Emma and I shall take our leave." With that, he wrapped an arm around Emma and waved goodbye to Joseph Gambino. They had arrived empty-handed, but departed with the deeds and transfer contracts for 10 casinos. A most bountiful acquisition indeed. After bidding farewell to Joseph Gambino, Lin Feng and Emma checked into the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, esteemed as the progenitor of luxury hotels. This establishment commenced operations in 1893 and is part of Hilton's prestigious luxury brand. Throughout its illustrious history, countless celebrities have graced its halls. Rather than opting for the renowned Tower Suite, he sought a lavish room that offered a panoramic view of the dazzling New York skyline. "My dear, we shall reside here tonight. Are you content with the surroundings?" Emma gazed upwards at the radiant crystal chandelier, her delicate fingers gliding over the opulent mahogany furnishings. Observing her immaculate fingers, she nodded slightly. The decor is splendid, and it is impeccably clean. It truly lives up to its reputation as a world-class hotel. Lin Feng sank into the plush sofa and pulled her onto his lap. "You, my dear, are quite discerning. If this hotel were unable to maintain cleanliness, it would have long since gone bankrupt. How else could it host countless affluent individuals and dignitaries?" He gently caressed Emma's lustrous golden locks, inhaling her subtle fragrance as he inquired, "Do you not comprehend why I accepted Joseph Gambino's gift? They may indeed be a band of rats dwelling in the sewers, but having these individuals assist me with matters I prefer to avoid is, after all, a fair trade, is it not? Furthermore, with 10 well-operating casinos yielding hundreds of thousands in profits each month, we could effortlessly accrue millions each year without lifting a finger. The potential for the future is even greater. The weight of this gift is not insignificant." Lin Feng, now a man of considerable status, had been preoccupied with warfare, thus possessing little need for wealth. However, once peace is restored, the importance of money will only intensify. To expand one's influence, sufficient capital is essential, enabling the development of power across various sectors. The gift from the Gambino family of the New York Mafia will serve as the cornerstone for his burgeoning business empire, providing ample cash flow for future ventures. "You are right, my dear. Shall we indulge in a romantic bath?" Emma discarded her high-heeled shoes, her exquisite visage tinged with a blush. Casting a flirtatious glance over her shoulder, she gracefully entered the bathroom, leaving the door ajar. Rarely does a beauty extend such an invitation. How could Lin Feng possibly resist? As for his ambitions of a commercial empire, there would be time to contemplate those after attending to the enchanting temptress. He swiftly shed his garments and boldly followed her inside. "Are you serious, my dear? It is broad daylight." Emma feigned reluctance, her voice feeble amidst the gentle patter of the shower. "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to demonstrate the bathing techniques from my homeland up north. I assure you, without a thorough scrubbing, your bath would be in vain." Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter with the young professor. Howard Stark emerges to discuss the mystery of vibranium. Is this Michael Blumbogo from New York a speculator? Lin Feng held an invitation in his hand, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Cantona. Upon receiving the invitation this morning, he felt utterly perplexed. As he had never previously interacted with individuals from the political sphere, the sudden arrival of an invitation was indeed bewildering. Consequently, he dispatched a few subordinates to discreetly investigate the background of the New York City mayor who had sent the invitation. To his astonishment, Cantona returned with a rather dismal assessment. Indeed, the mayor, Michael Blumbogo, had served in World War I as a major in the army. Much of his current wealth was amassed during his tenure as deputy mayor, where he profited from the illicit sale of private liquor amidst the Prohibition era. However, a few years later, he betrayed his partner, orchestrating their imprisonment and seizing all of their assets through ostensibly legal means. As Lin Feng listened to Cantona's clandestine inquiry into the mayor, Mr. Blumbogo, he learned that the charity masquerade ball hosted by the mayor had commenced 5 years prior. Situated in the affluent Villa District of Long Island, welcoming all of New York's influential figures. Naturally, the presence of glamorous female entertainers, who acted as lubricants for the wealthy and powerful, was indispensable. Each alluring woman adorned herself in extravagant attire, generously bestowing their company upon benevolent patrons for a delightful evening. Lin Feng could not help but grow curious about the mayor's true intentions in extending this invitation. With only a hasty investigation, he had unearthed such a plethora of dubious past transgressions. How could a man in such a prominent position be so oblivious to the need for self-scrutiny? Or perhaps he had already discerned Lin Feng's investigation and had deliberately allowed certain inconsequential details to slip through, ensuring Lin Feng's comfort in attending the soiree. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 5:50 p.m. "Dear Emma, would you care to accompany me this evening?" Upon hearing her name, Emma emerged from the bedroom, elegantly clad in her evening gown. She glided over and nestled beside Lin Feng, teasingly chiming, "Of course, I must go. If I don't, who knows which bed of vice you might find yourself in tonight. Those women who flit about the powerful are hardly pure. Yet each one is captivating and possesses a repertoire of enticing strategies. Could you possibly resist?" After her playful retort, she cast a flirtatious glance at her partner. Cantona and the others nearly buried their heads in embarrassment. Their leader, having been chastised by his wife, could hardly express his frustration. Should they utter an inappropriate comment or reveal an unwelcome expression, they would likely face the wrath of their superior. Lin Feng awkwardly scanned the room, regrettably finding no valiant soul to alleviate the tension. In desperation, he sought a way out, feigning deep thought as he suggested, "My dear, could you reach out to Asazo and invite him to join us?" Uncertain of whether this mayor is friend or foe, one must remain vigilant. With him present, we can maneuver with ease. We could silently eliminate the mayor, and both you and I possess alibis. Conversely, retreating would mean confronting an overwhelming force, unable to prevent the spatially adept Red Devil from encircling us. Emma, fully aware that he was diverting the conversation, recognized the wisdom in knowing when to withdraw. After establishing a mental connection, within seconds, a dark smoke materialized in the room, heralding the arrival of the Red Devil, Asazuo. He had been quite bored and, upon hearing of the potential for attending a gala, rushed over with excitement. "Boss, you truly are wonderful to me. I relish the opportunity to revel in the festivities." Lin Feng patted his shoulder, grateful for this comical companion's presence. Otherwise, the air might have been rife with jealousy. He had not intended to bring many along, as they were ostensibly attending a charity gala rather than preparing for battle against the Nazis, thus leaving the original members of the Doomsday Squad to remain at the hotel. In the city of New York, under curfews, hosting an extravagant, power-consuming banquet is a privilege reserved for the elite, much like Mayor Michael Blumbogo's charity gala, which the military would overlook. In the affluent villas of Long Island, a particularly radiant residence was bustling with vehicles, each entering and exiting filled with the city's high society. Upon arriving at this villa, Lin Feng and his companions presented their invitations, receiving 3 masks from server. The trio donned the masks casually and followed the server into the lively banquet hall, where elegant piano melodies filled the air, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. At the center of the spacious hall stood a stage with a podium, where Mayor Michael Blumbogo was likely to deliver his charitable address shortly. Fortunately, Lin Feng and his companions wore masks. Otherwise, the entrance of a major general would have startled many. Numerous attendees would undoubtedly seek to forge connections. as he was none other than the illustrious Allied Superman, the youngest major general in American history, with a boundless future ahead of him. Although it remained unclear what Michael Blombogo's intentions were, his decision to host a mass charity gala catered to the desires of many influential figures who preferred to remain undisturbed. It was no wonder he maintained his position as mayor with such steadfastness. Given his profound foresight, dear one, be sure to scrutinize his memories thoroughly. Lin Feng casually took a glass of wine and whispered to Emma, who was linked to his arm. A Sazuo, clad in a custom black suit with a scarf wrapped around his neck and his tail tucked into his trousers, wore a mask that rendered him indistinguishable from the ordinary. Even if someone noticed his ears peeking out, they would merely assume it was a disguise. Boss, I'll explore on my own. Rest assured, I won't cause any trouble. After exchanging pleasantries, he ventured toward the opposite side of the hall. Shortly thereafter, a rosy-cheeked, elderly white man approached, extending his hand with a smile, eager to greet them from a few paces away. Greetings, General Lin. It is truly an honor for me, Michael Blombo, to have you grace the evening event. His voice was barely a whisper, just audible enough for those nearby to hear. Lin Feng extended his hand for a brief handshake, donning a smile to reciprocate the flattery. Not at all, Mayor Blombo. You are far too kind. My accomplishments pale in comparison to yours. However, I trust your invitation does not merely pertain to soliciting a donation. I must confess I am not particularly affluent, so if my contribution is modest, I hope you will not take offense. He had no intention of extracting the truth from the other party. Rather, he was merely providing cover for Emma. To truly discern the thoughts of such a cunning fox, one must not listen to their words, but rather delve into their minds to uncover their true intentions. Michael Blombo smirked slightly, recognizing that he had met his match. Yet, as this was merely their first encounter, he was not inclined to engage in extensive conversation with the youngest brigadier general. A simple greeting to establish familiarity would suffice. For future matters could wait. Indeed, whether one donates much or little, it is all for charity, and there is no hierarchy in generosity. By the way, your companion is quite remarkable. It seems the special program tonight may not involve you, as those lovely ladies will surely lament missing the opportunity to meet you. I shall not detain you further. Feel free to contribute whatever you wish after the speech. With that, he made no further delay and strode directly toward the stage, taking his place at the podium. Clap, clap, clap. Michael Blombo tapped the microphone, producing a series of resounding echoes. The band in the hall fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the stage, oblivious to the fact that a Sazuo had slipped into the restroom and had not emerged. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to this evening's gala. This charity event has been organized in collaboration with the President of the Red Cross to raise sufficient fund for the soldiers who have been maimed or sacrificed on the battlefield. To ensure privacy, we have provided masks for everyone present. I hereby declare the commencement of our first item for the evening, the donation drive. No sooner had he finished speaking than a line of stunning women clad in bikinis emerged, each cradling a box as they glided through the guests. When they encountered affluent donors, they would coyly lean against them, swaying their alluring figures, taking note of their masked faces before slipping a small note into their hands. Lin Feng watched with keen interest when a beauty adorned with rabbit ears sashayed toward him. Alas, before she could draw near, Emma intercepted her, inserting a check for $10,000 into the box and promptly sending her away. I had thought the earlier mention of a special program was merely a ruse, but it appears it was indeed an arrangement for the wealthy. Recently, she had picked up some Chinese from Lin Feng, and her teeth clenched as she articulated her discontent with surprising clarity. Having donated and met the ladies, my dear, let us return, if you fancy them so. I shall guarantee you a delightful experience upon our return. With that, Emma wrapped her arm around his and led him toward the exit of the banquet hall. As the two individuals reached the threshold, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed behind them. A bespectacled man sprinted forward, cradling a 7- or 8-year-old boy, followed closely by a visibly anxious young woman. I beg your pardon, please step aside. My child is unwell. The freckle-faced boy, however, struggled in his father's arms, clutching his head in apparent agony, uttering bewildering words. Dad, I'm not sick. I truly saw a monster. It looked just like the devil from the Bible. The boy, terrified of being perceived as insane, refrained from revealing that he had glimpsed the reflection of the creature in the man's memory and instead fabricated a tale of witnessing it firsthand. Lin Feng, having just turned to make way for them, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the boy's words. If the child was not merely experiencing a fit, he must have encountered the Red Devil, Azazoth. Yet, given Azazoth's meticulous concealment, how could the child have perceived his true visage? "Excuse me, sir and madam. Could you please let us through?" The bespectacled man urged, his tone growing more insistent. The young woman tugged at his sleeve, interjecting, "Brian, please don't be so abrupt. Children sometimes utter nonsensical things. It doesn't necessarily mean they're mentally ill. You're a scientist. Don't jump to conclusions." After addressing her husband, she turned to Lin Feng and Emma, offering a slight bow. "I apologize, sir and madam. My husband is simply worried about Charles, which has led him to speak thoughtlessly. We are indeed in a hurry. May we pass?" Her eloquent words and courteous demeanor prompted Lin Feng to step aside, allowing the family to hastily exit the villa. Once they found their vehicle, they drove off in haste, honking to alert oncoming traffic, and soon vanished into the distance. What intriguing child, Lin Feng mused. He lied, yet he did not entirely deceive. The boy had indeed encountered Azazoth, but not in the flesh. Rather, he had accessed the true visage of the Red Devil through Azazoth's memories. Such a remarkable gift. Emma leaned closer to Lin Feng, whispering her insights gleaned from probing the boy's parents' memories, reconstructing the events based on her deductions. The child, named Charles, possessed an extraordinarily rare and powerful mental ability. It seemed his powers had just awakened, uncontrollably infiltrating Azazoth's mind, resulting in the tumultuous scene. This family belonged to the Xavier lineage, whose ancestors had settled in North America during the age of colonization. Presently, they resided in a grand estate in the suburbs of New York, spanning over 600 acres. The bespectacled man was named Brian Francisco Xavier, while his wife was Sharon Xavier. The young boy's full name, as mentioned, was Charles Francisco Xavier. Upon hearing the name Charles, Lin Feng felt a stirring of recognition within. After Emma revealed the memories she had gleaned from young Charles' parents, her conviction in her hypothesis grew ever stronger. The child cradled in Brian's arms was indeed the young professor. What intriguing family. Once Azazuo returns, ensure he keeps a watchful eye on them. Given this lad's remarkable talent, we must not allow him to stray down a treacherous path or fall prey to misguided ideologies. It is imperative that he is utilized for our greater purpose. Lin Feng gently stroked his smooth chin, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. Due to the Xavier family's interruption, he and Emma lingered at the entrance longer than anticipated, and behind them, another guest sought to exit. "Please make way, thank you." Recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Feng turned to see through his X-ray vision, unmasking the identity of the newcomer. "Long time no see, Howard. Have you also been invited to the charity gala? Yet, isn't a special program currently underway inside? Your haste to depart indeed piques my curiosity. When did the notorious playboy abandon his usual flirtations?" Howard Stark removed his mask, shock evident as he lowered his voice. "Wow, it's Major Lin. My apologies for not recognizing you with a mask on. What a coincidence to encounter you here. My urgent departure is actually related to you. You should recall our last discussion regarding the creation of indestructible armor. Well, I have made some progress. Let us converse in my company. With so many ears around, our words might reach unintended listeners." Lin Feng and Emma exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio made their way to Howard Stark's vehicle. Fortunately, he had opted for a 4-seater Ford sedan rather than his usual 2-seater. Once inside the car, the conversation remained light, touching upon amusing anecdotes from the charity gala. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the Stark Industries building. Howard Stark guided the two through the presidential elevator straight to the top floor, entering his lavish office. "Here, no one can eavesdrop on our conversation. Major Lin, rest assured." He observed Lin Feng surveying the office, mistakenly believing he was concerned about its confidentiality. After providing some reassurance, Howard Stark produced a stack of photographs, placing them on the table as he continued. "You remember or you saw last time my place? I encountered a broker who mentioned a certain Colonel Fritz Klaus. A Nazi officer who lost favor with the small mustachioed one had once visited the ore's source. I spent 20,000 to learn that the ore originates from a small African nation, Wakanda. If you remain interested in developing the armor, I propose we collaborate to seize the mineral resources of that nation. We could split the profits 70-30, with you taking the larger share." Lin Feng regarded him as one might a rare species, scrutinizing him from head to toe, causing Howard to feel a chill run down his spine. How peculiar. Even a magnate, such as yourself, seems to have developed a conscience. Since when did capitalists learn to share profits? You possess superior intelligence, wealth, and technological advantages. And yet you are content with a mere 30%. What ulterior motives lie behind this? He was indeed skeptical of what he had just heard, and, feeling it inappropriate to voice his doubts in front of the parties involved, he directly sought information from Emma, opting for candor. Howard Stark pondered for a moment before confessing the truth. I'm not suggesting that you can fly now, and that your strength has reached several thousand tons. Given that rare ores are generally found in small deposits, I was merely contemplating that if you could transport it all at once, it would facilitate our mining efforts. Wouldn't it? Lin Feng nearly choked on his drink, coughing a few times as he waved his hand dismissively. Are you joking? Vibranium from Wakanda is indeed rare, but there is hardly any of it scattered outside. Their homeland has a significant amount, and even the spears used for hunting in their tribes are crafted for vibranium. To put it in terms familiar before my time, others have a mine in their nation, while Wakanda is a nation atop a mine. Coughing again, he added, Howard, listen to me, I lack the ability to move mountains. In the short term, I truly cannot empty Wakanda's vibranium mines. To put it plainly, their vibranium reserves are at least in the tens of millions of tons. Howard Stark was taken aback, as he had purchased several kilograms of vibranium or at the exorbitant price of $1,000 per gram. Now, to be told that in its native land it was measured in tens of millions of tons, he realized he'd been duped by that shameless, greedy broker. Seeing the ashen look on his face, Lin Feng sought to console him. Do not be angry. Given the exceptional quality of vibranium, it is indeed incomparable to ordinary metals. Even if we were to seize the ore from Wakanda, I would not allow it to fall into anyone else's hands. You understand my intent. This formidable weapon must remain firmly in our grasp. With this, he posed a question. Are you willing to ally with me? Howard Stark raised an eyebrow, momentarily unclear about the implications. Lin Feng, undeterred, met his gaze and clarified. What I mean is, from this moment forward, the Stark family shall pledge allegiance to me. You need not concern yourselves with the government or the military. I will not only ensure the perpetual prosperity of the Stark lineage, but will also bestow upon you sufficient power for self-defense, such as the capabilities of a super soldier. And perhaps in the future, you might even attain a strength akin to mine. At this, Howard Stark grasped the gravity of the situation, involuntarily inhaling sharply. He suddenly understood that the youngest general in the nation was extraordinarily ambitious, dismissing both the government and the military. If word of this were to spread, it would surely infuriate Roosevelt. Moreover, the military leaders would mobilize all their resources to swiftly eliminate this ambitious general, more fervently than they would against Hydra or the Nazis. Please, allow me a moment to consider this. No, if I do not comply, am I doomed? Howard Stark blurted out, his mind a tumultuous chaos. His once proud intellect felt on the verge of collapse. Grappling with the absurdity of the situation, they had been discussing a scheme to seize vibranium from Wakanda, and yet, it had somehow spiraled into perilous territory. Lin Feng remained silent, merely observing him with a steady gaze. After a prolonged moment, Howard let out a resigned sigh, nodding with a hint of lamentation. Encountering you is my misfortune. I consent, and from now on, the Stark family shall share both fortune and misfortune with you. Emma exhaled in relief, her psychic energy dissipating. Had he refused, she would have resorted to forcefully brainwashing him. Lin Feng approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his voice resonating with confidence as he declared, I assure you, you shall not regret this. Welcome to my ranks. With a flicker of thought, he commanded the system, load the subordinate template onto him. Ding! Subordinate template successfully loaded. The recipient shall become a loyal vassal, forever devoted and never to betray their master. Howard Stark felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His slightly protruding beer belly vanished, revealing a chiseled abdomen with 8 defined muscles. The chronic migraines from sleepless nights of research dissipated, and even his waning masculine vitality seemed rejuvenated, as though he had returned to the vigor of 18, ready to take on 7 foes at once. Wow, this is astonishing. I feel stronger, he exclaimed incredulously, striding towards the medieval armor displayed at home. He grasped the round shield resting on the armor's left arm and struck it fiercely with his fist. Boom! The iron shield shattered as if struck by a cannonball. Chapter 9. Revenge for Wrongs, Settling the Score. Emma provides psychological guidance to future professor. As the night deepened and the moon rose high, after bidding farewell to Howard Stark, the Red Devil Isuzuo escorted Lin Feng and Emma to a hotel nearby before vanishing in an instant, his cheerful demeanor suggesting a delightful evening. "Darling, were your words tonight sincere?" Emma inquired, having changed from her evening gown into loose pajamas. Though her questions seemed casual, a tempest of thoughts swirled within her. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, lethargically unwilling to move. "Oh, you mean that statement? I spoke in abundance today." Indeed, he had engaged in extensive discourse with Howard Stark, covering future warfare dynamics, plans for his own and his faction's growth, as well as strategies to seize vibranium from Wakanda, rendering him momentarily a loss for words. Emma nestled into his embrace, resting her head on his shoulder, and softly remarked, "It is your aspiration to become the sovereign of Earth, not merely a pawn in another's game. Your strength, while the mightiest I have encountered, is insufficient for such dominion. Compared to those cunning politicians, your thoughts are naive and pure, rendering you ill-equipped to contend with those seasoned foxes." She has never dared to underestimate ordinary humans, especially those who occupy positions of power. Such individuals have transcended humanity, becoming monstrous entities driven by the ruthless pursuit of political survival, willing to forsake everything for their ambitions. The intricate and insidious machinations of many astound even her, who possesses the ability to steal memories. It seems that nearly every individual is a master of deep stratagems. Lin Feng embraced her soft waist, inhaling her subtle fragrance with a light chuckle. "I wonder what you were asking. When it comes to playing mind games and employing tactics, I'm naturally no match for them. However, the millennia of human history teach me that there is no need to confront them directly. An ancestor of mine from the Mongol lineage once wisely remarked, after entering the pass, 'A great scholar will debate for me.' Politicians across the globe are largely similar. As long as I demonstrate unparalleled strength, others will naturally flock to me, relying on me to acquire all that they desire. Dealing with a pack of hyenas is best accomplished by employing another pack of hyenas." After finishing his words, he swept her up in a princess carry. "The long night stretches endlessly, and I have a rather exhilarating game in mind. Are you interested in playing?" Lin Feng strode toward the bedroom, his smile revealing white teeth, with slightly sharp canines that seemed poised to tear apart his adversaries. A night of tumult and revelry passed, and the morning sun streamed onto the grand bed. Emma's fair, slender legs withdrew beneath the covers. Lin Feng rose to open the window, showing no signs of morning fatigue. Instead, he appeared invigorated as he stretched lazily. Amidst the cracking sounds of his bones, he seemed like a drawn sword, radiating brilliance. After refreshing himself in the bathroom, Lin Feng donned a casual outfit. "Darling, it's time to rise. The important matters in New York are nearly taken care of. We must deal with those detestable individuals." Emma languidly nestled deeper into the soft bedding, reluctant to move, feeling as though her spirit still lingered in a dream, yearning to savor the remnants of joy. Lin Feng poured a glass of water and thoughtfully placed it beside her. Amused, he helped Emma sit up, steering the conversation toward her interests. "All right, my dear. Once those trifles are settled, don't you want to see the gifted little Charles? I arranged for the Gambino family to procure a legitimate psychology license for you, one that is officially registered and verifiable. Furthermore, they have a well-known psychological clinic right here in New York. Today, you can assume the role of a psychologist there, and I will arrange for someone to guide Charles and his family to you for treatment." Hearing that she could meet the exceptionally talented little Charles piqued her interest, and she took a sip of water to hydrate before swiftly rolling out of bed and heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Before long, Emma emerged from the bathroom, dressed and brimming with excitement, linking her arm with Lin Feng's. "Let us go, darling. We shall first take care of those trashy individuals." The two, accompanied by two former members of the Doomsday Squad, exited the hotel and hailed a taxi, making their way to the subway station in Brooklyn, where they divided into two groups and entered the station in succession. Cantona and Kelvin intentionally stirred up trouble with the subway station staff, under the guise of lodging a complaint to summon the station manager. After a prolonged and bewildering argument, the group dispersed just before the police arrived. "Dearest, did you see that balding, beer-bellied man? That S. Jason Coster," Lin Feng whispered into Emma's ear, casting a glance at the station manager he once despised, yet feeling no emotional turmoil. His return to confront the man was merely at the behest of his woman. Emma nodded, activating her psychic abilities, an invisible force infiltrating her target's mind. Jason Coster, utterly bewildered, watched the departing pair, unaware that his life was now on a countdown, as Emma had already sown the seeds of mind control within him. Upon returning to the station manager's office, he inexplicably retrieved a handgun hidden within a drawer. Ever since hearing of Lin Feng's meteoric rise to become the youngest major general, Jason had carried the weapon for fear of retaliation. Keeping it concealed in the office during work and at his waist when at home, his vigilance heightened. However, under the influence of the mind control seed planted by Emma, his thoughts began to spiral into extremity. The long-standing anxiety surged forth, and the gun in his hand slowly rose. Bang, 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 bang. He pressed the weapon against his chest and fired 8 shots, transforming his torso into a honeycomb. With a vacant gaze, he lifted his eyes towards the ceiling, seemingly liberated from his nightmare. This is the first. Let us depart, my love. Upon hearing the gunfire emanating from the distant dispatch room, Emma elegantly donned her sunglasses and linked arms with Lin Feng as they made their way towards the subway station exit. Cantona and Kelvin, not joining them, remained nearby, observing the chaotic scene as the police handled the situation. The two departed from the subway station without heading directly to the Caspian training camp, aware that it was a military rookie training base with many eyes that could potentially draw unwanted attention. However, with intelligence provided by the Gambino family, they possessed substantial information on Lieutenant Wilton and Colonel Andre, both of whom were avid golfers and esteemed members of the St. Andrews Club in New York, often seen playing together. As today was a rest day at the Caspian training camp, it was highly probable that the two would be present at the St. Andrews Club, as per their usual golfing rendezvous. Thus, Lin Feng and Emma's next destination was the St. Andrews Club. 2 officers clad in military uniforms enter the club, carrying a canvas bag. After the receptionist inquired their names and confirmed their reservation, she guided them into the club. As fortune would have it, the taller and slimmer figure was Colonel Andre, while the slightly shorter and rounder man was Lieutenant Wilton. My dear, let us orchestrate their demise with finesse. I am eager to witness their unrest, even in death. Lin Feng mused for a moment before continuing his conversation with Emma. I recall that the records concerning the Gambino family indicated that these 2 individuals were entangled with a certain adult film star, oblivious to each other's existence. Perhaps it would be intriguing to allow them to converse about this actress, thereby unveiling the truth of their shared affiliations, and subsequently orchestrate a scene of jealousy escalating to gunfire. Merely contemplating this scenario brings a sense of satisfaction. One can easily envision the military's reaction upon discovering that these 2 had drawn their weapons in a dispute over an adult film star. The expressions on their faces would undoubtedly be priceless. Emma shot him a sideways glance, yet complied with her partner's request and implanted a form of psychological control within them. Moments later, the St. Andrews Club erupted with the sounds of intense gunfire, sending patrons who were playing within into a frenzy of screams as they fled. Numerous caddies and hostesses also stumbled out, their faces drained of color, clearly shaken by the events that had just transpired. Who could have predicted that the 2 officers, who had strolled into the club arm in arm, would suddenly erupt into a heated argument, which then escalated into a brawl? It remains unclear who fired the first shot, but bullets flew from their sidearms, transforming their confrontation into a chaotic scene, with stray bullets injuring several caddies. Is it truly so leisurely for army officers? One might as well perish in a more dignified manner for the sake of a woman. Here we had a second lieutenant and a colonel, brandishing their weapons against each other, showing utter disregard for military discipline and the law. I ought to call for the impeachment of the higher-ups in the Defense Department, so they may witness the caliber of soldiers these brutes command. Among the golfers at St. Andrews were numerous high-ranking officials and elite individuals, who quickly learned from the caddies about the cause of the gunfight, prompting a chorus of invectives as they clutched their racing hearts, relieved not to have met their demise within those walls. From a distance, Lin Feng observed the unfolding drama with great satisfaction as he departed alongside Emma. Although he could not orchestrate the demise of 3 foes in a particularly dramatic fashion, a more plausible death seemed ultimately safer. The police would likely never suspect that the deaths of the 3 were the result of his own orchestration. After swiftly eliminating the 3 adversaries, the pair made their way to Manhattan. The mental health clinic funded by the Gambino family was located there, and upon their arrival, They found that all the doctors and nurses had been replaced by loyal affiliates of the Gambino family. Emma donned a doctor's uniform and entered a consulting room, settling behind the desk with an air of authority. Lin Feng, in the adjacent room, cradled a warm cup of coffee, reclining in anticipation of the grand performance directed by his partner. Just as he took a few sips of his coffee, he observed the Xavier family, who had rushed in for treatment the previous night, now guided by a nurse, standing before the door of the neighboring consulting room. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Emma, someone has an appointment for your consultation, scheduled for a total of 2 hours. If it is convenient for you, I can let them in, the young nurse stated, reciting her lines with a stoic demeanor, as calm as ever. Brian Xavier held his son, young Charles, as he exchanged a glance with his wife, Sharon, both of them wearing a wry smile of resignation. The previous day, at the first hospital in New York, the attending physician employed hypnosis and soothing music in an attempt to engage their child, yet after a long afternoon, no progress had been made. Today, by chance, he overheard colleagues discussing a psychologist in Manhattan renowned for her expertise in treating children's psychological issues. With a flicker of hope, he took leave from work, bringing his wife and child along. Emma inhaled deeply, her voice calm and gentle as she spoke. Please come in, I have time to spare. The nurse opened the door, allowing the Xavier family to enter before quietly shutting it behind them. Brian surveyed the consultation room, noting its resemblance to the previous facility, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and brought young Charles forward, addressing Emma with respect. Dr. Emma, I am Charles's father. The situation is as follows. Yesterday, my son suddenly claimed to have seen a devil, and he became uncontrollably agitated. I took him to see a doctor, yet he insisted he was not ill. He underwent an hour of psychological treatment with Dr. Jonathan at the first hospital, but regrettably, there was no improvement in my child's condition. I would like to inquire about your treatment approach. If it involves swinging a pocket watch for hypnosis or discussing the distinctions between childhood fantasies and reality, as Dr. Jonathan did, I would prefer not to take up your time. Brian's intentions were clear. He wished to avoid wasting time on conventional methods that had proven ineffective. Emma adjusted her decorative glasses, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. Initially, she had been apprehensive about her unconventional methods being perceived as lacking, but now she felt reassured by his words. Rest assured, I would like to speak with the child privately, if possible. Sometimes, apparent skepticism can induce stress in a child, leading to an unconscious resistance to treatment, which can significantly hinder progress. Sir or madam, you surely do not wish for your child to endure psychological trauma, leaving wounds that may never heal and shadows that could haunt him for a lifetime. With just a few well-chosen words, she cornered Brian and Sharon, compelling them to leave the consultation room reluctantly, taking a seat outside to wait. Young Charles sat in the chair, feeling somewhat lost as he watched his parents depart. Doctor, he began, but Emma raised her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. You need not explain, young Charles. I believe you are not lying. However, individuals who can perceive the truth as you do are exceedingly rare in this world, which is why it is natural for your parents to struggle with understanding you. They are merely ordinary people. With that, she unleashed her psychic abilities, establishing a connection with young Charles's own innate powers. You see, I possess such abilities as well. It is not as terrifying as you might imagine, nor is it a curse or a power bestowed by malevolent forces. Rather, it emanates from within us, from the very essence of our genes. That day when you suddenly glimpsed the memories of others, it was merely the awakening of a latent capability nestled within your genetic makeup. Initially, those who awaken such powers often find themselves unable to control them. Now, dear Charles, confront your true self and acknowledge the extraordinary abilities you possess. As Emma spoke, her excitement grew, reminiscent of her own journey when her powers first emerged. Hailing from a wealthy family in Boston, she had nonetheless endured an unhappy childhood. With a father who was a ruthless businessman willing to sacrifice anything for profit, and a mother who frequently succumbed to substance abuse under the pressure inflicted by her husband. At school, she was ridiculed by her peers for her poor grades, labeled as the ugly duckling. During her tender adolescent years, she was sensitive and insecure. Under the dual pressures of her family and school, she awakened her psychic abilities, which also allowed her to perceive the treachery of human hearts and the complexities of human nature. Doctor, were we truly? Young Charles gazed at the lost-in-thought Emma with confusion. Yet, Upon encountering someone else endowed with a similar gift, his anxious heart felt an unexpected warmth. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his innermost question. Emma, returning to the present, smiled gently and reached out to pat his small head. She tenderly stroked Charles's hair, her psychic abilities soothing the turmoil within his heart. What are we? That is indeed a profound question. I have pondered it myself. Although I have yet to discover the answer, I believe we are human beings, just like all others. Perhaps we possess a unique gift, yet we share the same emotions as ordinary people. Therefore, you need not reject your uniqueness. Instead, embrace it and seek to understand it. When you come to know yourself well enough, the answer will reside within your heart. Charles listened with a blend of comprehension and confusion, his subconscious aversion to his extraordinary abilities gradually diminishing, while a nascent split persona hidden deep within his soul dissipated. Emma's psychic sense perceived this shift, and she felt a quiet relief. Charles, your gift is truly remarkable. It is the finest I have ever encountered. If you wish, I can become your mentor, guiding you on how to harness and control your psychic abilities, ensuring they do not disrupt your life. But this must remain our secret. You must not divulge it to your parents. She playfully winked at Charles and continued. Ordinary humans, upon encountering those who differ from them, often succumb to fear of the unknown, which breeds anger and jealousy. Hence, we, who possess such unique abilities, must be cautious. Revealing our gifts to others might one day incite their animosity. Thus, mastering the ability to control oneself and avoiding exposure in public is essential before one gains the capacity for self-preservation. This is a lesson I, as your teacher, impart to you. Young Charles nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Ms. Emma, I understand now. I will tell my father that my antics last night were merely a prank, as he and my mother were engrossed in conversation with other adults and pay me no mind. I did it to draw their attention, but would that mean I am deceiving them? Lying is not condoned by God. Emma gently ruffled his hair, refraining from expounding further. She had imparted enough wisdom. For a bright child like Charles, understanding is best conveyed through subtle guidance rather than force-fed lessons, which may only incite rebellion. There is no need for deceit. If you cease to insist on proving the truth, they will not perceive you as unwell. While lying to parents is unfavorable, you possess the right to withhold the truth. Chapter 10. The Astonishing Young Prodigy. A secret meeting between the Black Emperor and King Namor of Atlantis. At the mental health clinic, over an hour later, the door to the consultation room creaked open. Emma emerged, holding young Charles's hand, and greeted the Zevel couple with a warm smile. Mr. Zevel, Mrs. Sharon, good day. I have assessed Charles's condition. As a psychologist, I suggest that you both pay closer attention to the small emotional nuances in your child's life and refrain from interrupting his emotional expressions with adult reasoning. Sometimes, being a parent involves not only providing materially for a child, but also offering essential emotional and spiritual support. Young Charles exhibits early signs of schizophrenia. Fortunately, your timely intervention has helped stabilize his mental state. With a grasp of psychological terminology, she articulated her insights. Upon hearing of their son's potential schizophrenia, Mr. Zevel turned pale, trembling as he embraced young Charles, repeatedly bowing in gratitude and self-reproach. It is my fault for being preoccupied with research and neglecting my child's emotional needs. Thank you, Doctor. Emma, for your reminder. Mrs. Zevel clung to her husband, weeping as she pleaded, Please, Dr. Emma, you must save Charles. I cannot bear the thought of him becoming mentally ill. We are willing to pay any treatment costs, as long as you can cure him completely. Young Charles pouted, eager to assert that he was not ill. However, recalling his teacher's words in the consultation room and his desire for his parents to permit him to study under her guidance, he restrained the impulse to argue. Sensing the moment was ripe, Emma feigned a frown of contemplation before slowly beginning to speak. This is not merely a matter of finances. The psychological issues concerning children are exceedingly intricate. They are in a phase of rapid development, where their worldview is not yet fully established. When problems arise, long-term intervention and treatment become imperative. As I will not be in New York for an extended period, if you are amenable, I would like to keep young Charles by my side for guidance. He exhibits symptoms that are not present in other children, which would be invaluable for my research into child psychology. Upon concluding her statement, she communicated with young Charles through telepathy. Charles, I'm engaging in a mental dialogue with you. Soon, your parents may find themselves in a quandary, and it will be your moment to persuade them. When necessary, you may speak the truth, but ensure you utilize your abilities to substantiate your words. As predicted by Emma, Brian Zevel paused momentarily, instinctively tightening his grip on Charles's shoulder, causing the child to cry out in pain before he released him, seemingly awakened from a dream. "I am sorry, Charles, I did not mean to hurt you. Please accept my apologies." He comforted his son while casting a glance at his equally flustered wife, noticing that her mental state was even more disheveled than his, leaning heavily against him for support. After forcing himself to regain composure, Brian Zevel sought to resolve the situation differently. He retrieved a checkbook from his pocket and swiftly inscribed a long string of numbers. "This is $500,000. My wife and I cannot be without Charles, but I am willing to employ you as his dedicated psychological mentor. If you find the amount unsatisfactory, we can negotiate." Sharon Zevel looked at Emma with hopeful anticipation. She had no objections to her husband's lavish spending. Although the Zevel family may not be the wealthiest in New York, their accumulated wealth over generations amounts to hundreds of millions of dollars. For her, the priority was not the sum of money, but whether it could secure the best treatment for their child. Young Charles recognized this as the moment his teacher had alluded to and tugged at his parents' hands. With determination, he puffed out his small chest and declared, "Mom, Dad, I am over 8 years old. I'm a big boy who can take care of myself. You must trust me and believe in Teacher Emma. After she treated me, I feel mentally at ease. Please, let me stay with her to learn and heal." Brian and Sharon Zevel exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback as they looked from their son to the poised Emma, their faces etched with confusion. "Teacher? Why do you refer to Dr. Emma as a teacher?" "My son?" Brian inquired. "Dr. Emma, should you not clarify this for me?" In response to their questions, Emma smiled gently and merely nodded at young Charles. She had not only helped him dispel the fragmented personalities within his soul, but had also imparted rudimentary techniques for utilizing his psychic abilities, of which he was now able to employ telepathy with some proficiency. "Dad, Mom, do not be surprised. I am communicating with you through telepathy." In the minds of Brian Zevel and Sharon Zevel, their son's voice emerged unexpectedly. They initially assumed he was merely being playful, casting a disapproving glance at little Charles. To their astonishment, they realized their son had not spoken aloud, yet the voice within their minds continued, "Mom, Dad, isn't it remarkable? This is the knowledge I am to learn from Ms. Emma. She says that individuals with extraordinary abilities like mine are a rarity in this world, and instructed me to keep it a secret to avoid being subjected to experiments. So, Mom and Dad, please do not share this. It is our little secret." Overwhelmed by the revelation, Sharon nearly fainted, her eyes rolling back. Emma swiftly intervened, supporting her and guiding her into the examination room, where she placed her gently on the sofa. Turning back, she noticed Brian and little Charles had followed, their faces etched with concern for Sharon. There is no need for alarm. She is merely overwhelmed and has fainted as a protective response. Allow her to rest, and I will assist in alleviating her mental strain. She will awaken shortly, Emma reassured them. "Mr. Zevel, have you made a decision regarding our discussion?" Brian nodded gravely, casting a reluctant glance at little Charles. As a scientist, he understood the prevailing attitudes within the scientific community, should the peculiarities of his son be revealed. Even the Zevel family's considerable connections and wealth would not suffice to shield them from the temptations of mad scientists and the elite seeking extraordinary powers. "I am willing to entrust Charles to your guidance. I do not seek for him to attain great prowess. My only desire is for you to ensure his safe upbringing," he stated. The Zevel lineage had once encountered mystical beings akin to witches, and he recognized that for someone of Emma's caliber, wealth was but a fleeting notion. However, possessing ample resources in the mundane world was always advantageous. As he spoke, he tore the previous check into shreds and resolutely penned a larger amount. "Here is $50 million. It pales in comparison to the gratitude we owe you for mentoring little Charles. Yet it is a token of our parental appreciation that I hope you will accept. If you do not mind, may I experience your powers?" Emma understood his request and slightly released her mental abilities. Instantly, Brian felt an invisible weight pressing upon his psyche. Although his mind remained lucid, he found himself utterly immobilized. After a few moments, Emma withdrew her mental influence, allowing him to exhale deeply. "Astounding. Incomprehensible. I wonder if I could ever learn such power?" Once again, Witnessing the mysterious forces beyond scientific explanation stirred Brian's scientific curiosity, igniting a fervent desire to unravel the enigma of such abilities. Emma shook her head and spoke to him with solemnity. The strength I share with Charles originates from a genetic mutation, though it remains uncertain which specific gene is responsible for this power's manifestation. The fact that you and your wife could potentially bear a child endowed with this strength suggests that you might also carry this particular gene, albeit perhaps dormant for some unknown reason. It is also conceivable that this trait may be passed down through generations, a notion you're likely more familiar with than I. As I am not a scientist specializing in genetics, Brian Zevel sighed regretfully, yet the flame of curiosity in his eyes burned ever brighter. In light of this, let's set it aside for now. However, what you mentioned bears a striking resemblance to a paper published by a young doctoral candidate named Bolivar Trask, who delved deeply into genetic research. 5 years ago, at the Swiss Scientific Conference, he audaciously interrupted the podium to assert that a specific gene within the human genome did not arise from natural evolution. The esteemed authorities in genetics and biology scoffed at his claims, dismissively ushering him off the stage amid a cacophony of ridicule. As he was escorted out by security, Trask left behind a haunting remark. Humanity would inevitably reap the dire consequences of its genetic legacy, a statement that was met with indifference by the audience. Emma's eyes flickered with surprise, yet she felt a sense of relief. She was astonished that someone among ordinary humans had recognized the latent secrets contained within the human genome so early on, and grateful that this theory had not attracted the attention of established scientific authorities. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, in the adjacent room, felt a stirring within him. The name Bolivar Trask was strikingly familiar. He was none other than the renowned father of Sentinel robots, responsible for nearly extinguishing the mutant population on Earth with his formidable creations. Such a scientific mind must be secured. After considerable discussion, Brian Zevel and the newly awakened Sharon Zevel ultimately agreed to entrust young Charles into Emma's care. Their sole stipulation was that Charles must maintain monthly communication with his family, either through a phone call or a letter, to assure them of his safety. Naturally, Emma acquiesced to this reasonable request from the boy's parents. With tears in their eyes, young Charles bid farewell to his parents. Although initially sorrowful, he was soon captivated by the sight of Lin Feng emerging in casual attire, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Wow, is that you, the allied Superman?" he exclaimed. Instinctively, he attempted to employ his newly acquired telepathic abilities, only to find his powers rebuffed by an impenetrable mental shield. Recognizing the familiar force of the shield, young Charles turned to his teacher. "Emma, are you friends with the allied Superman? I sensed your strength within him. It is truly formidable. When will I be able to wield such power, so I need not fear the villains you spoke of?" Lin Feng bent down, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. "Indeed, I am good friends with your teacher, the best of friends." He then addressed Emma. "Come, Emma, we have completed our task for today." Straightening his posture, he wrapped his arms around Emma's waist while holding little Charles' hand, resembling a family of 3 as they exited the clinic. They hailed a taxi on the street and returned to their hotel. Lin Feng arranged for little Charles to have a separate room, conveniently located just beneath the presidential suite. After all, accommodating a young child in the same room could prove to be rather inconvenient, should any nocturnal disturbances arise. They would inevitably face the innocent yet poignant inquiries of the child the following day. "Little Charles, you shall stay here tonight. If you feel frightened, just leave the light on." Emma expressed her concern that he might be too young to brave the darkness alone. To her surprise, little Charles patted his small chest, adopting a miniature adult demeanor as he confidently proclaimed, "It's all right, teacher. I have been sleeping alone since I was 4. You need not worry about me." Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng glanced at him and casually inquired, "Oh, you have been sleeping alone since 4? Was that your own decision?" His question was merely casual, yet little Charles furrowed his brow, crossed his arms, and pouted in response. "Not at all. One night, I woke up needing to pee and saw Dad on top of Mom. Wah. Teacher, why are you covering my mouth? I clearly saw it." Emma swiftly covered little Charles' mouth with a hand, casting a blush-inducing glare at her partner. Lin Feng, feeling the heat of embarrassment, averted his gaze to the ceiling, reflecting on his uncanny foresight. Had he placed the boy in the small bedroom of the presidential suite, it was entirely possible that in the midst of joy with Emma, they would be interrupted by the sudden appearance of a small head peeking through the door. Well, I shall go fetch him some clean clothes and other necessities, he offered, looking for an excuse to leave, and promptly returned to his presidential suite. As for the items he needed to procure, he could simply send someone to fetch them tomorrow. Was he truly expected to go himself? After Emma had explained the situation to little Charles, she urged him to retire early and instructed him not to open the door to anyone who did not knock before hastily departing. Adults are so strange. Dad is clearly bullying Mom, yet teacher says that fighting is a form of love. Little Charles pondered, adorned with a look of profound confusion, as he extinguished the light and nestled into his blankets, drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng and Emma returned to the United States to manage various affairs, his adversaries were not idle, each devising schemes to counter him. Scattered across the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean lay thousands of islands, both large and small. On St. Helena, the island that once imprisoned Napoleon, dense smoke billowed from the villages, where hundreds of indigenous people had become lifeless corpses sprawled across the terrain. On the western beach, armed Nazi soldiers encircled a robust man clad in scaled armor and wielding a trident, their faces etched with terror as they hesitated to pull the trigger. Not far off, on a small patrol vessel, Sebastian Shaw, donned in a tailored suit and sunglasses, stepped onto the beach with an air of nonchalance, striding toward the besieged man and parting the Nazi soldiers with a commanding presence. Nemo Mackenzie, the son of the princess of the undersea people and the beautiful Captain Leonard Mackenzie, is indeed the one who attacked the Empire submarine, is he not? This time, I intentionally spread the word that I would bring the captured undersea people to this island for experimentation, and it seems I have successfully lured you out. It would be best for us to converse calmly. Upon finishing his statement, he waved his hand, and Nazi soldiers from the landing craft brought forth a pale man, covered in fish scale-like protrusions, and unceremoniously tossed him into the center of the encircled area. This is the undersea captive seized by the Navy. I have the authority to release him. However, you must understand that I am risking the ire of the naval admiral by doing so. You, Nemo Mackenzie, must exhibit some sincerity to allow me to return with a satisfactory report. He has been away from the sea for too long. He likely has no more than 30 minutes to live, so your time to ponder is limited. With that, Sebastian Shaw pressed his watch, signaling that he had begun the countdown. Nemo Mackenzie shot him a cold glare, bending down to examine the Atlantean on the ground, who was struggling to breathe, and found himself wishing that this man had not become such a burden. Unfortunately, for someone with an unstable claim to the throne, it was imperative that he bring this Nazi-captured individual back alive to assert his authority before the elders who doubted him, serving as the best means to win the hearts and minds of his people and military. State your conditions, land dweller, but be warned should they be excessive. Do not blame me for my mercilessness. No matter how much Atlantis values its citizens, it will not allow land dwellers to trample upon them. So you would do well not to make demands that I cannot fulfill, such as requesting Atlantis to assist you in defeating the naval forces of the allied nations. As a hybrid of Atlantean and human lineage, he possesses the ability to remain on land for an extended period, unlike ordinary Atlanteans who can only briefly leave the water. Consequently, Nemo Mackenzie is well versed in the geopolitical landscape of the terrestrial world and has no desire to become embroiled in a global conflict. Had it not been for the Nazis capturing his kin, he would not have followed the German patrol vessel to this island. Sebastian Shaw shrugged and, after whistling softly, remarked, "War is indeed a dreadful affair. I share your aversion to it. However, at times, war can yield greater benefits. As the king of Atlantis, you cannot be so ignorant of this basic truth. For if that is the case, I fear your royal education has failed miserably." He removed his sunglasses, presenting a friendly smile. "Ever since I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as one of my kind, forged from the powers of genetic mutation and bloodline amalgamation, creating the indomitable being that you are, traversing the 7 seas. Look at the wing-like appendages at your ankles. Such traits are absent in any pure Atlantean or terrestrial being. Only mutants like myself could exhibit such anomalies due to genetic mutations." Sensing Sebastian Shaw's congeniality, Nemo could not help but glance down at his own ankles. Upon both of his feet, there resided a pair of diminutive wing-like appendages. Previously, I had presumed that such peculiarities were a result of the intermingling between Atlanteans and land dwellers. Yet upon reflection, the rationale articulated by the adversary before me appears far more plausible. Nevertheless, what does it matter? Sebastian Shaw shrugged, earnestly and eloquently proclaiming, having spent a few years in terrestrial education and subsequently acquiring advanced technological knowledge in Atlantis, I trust you comprehend that a bond rooted in genes is far more dependable than mere lineage. We are all individuals endowed with unique genetics, possessing formidable strengths that others cannot hope to attain. Genetically, we belong to the same race and ought to unite. Namo, I can assist you in alleviating the animosity towards the Nazis, even facilitating a personal apology from the Grand Admiral to Atlantis. However, you must demonstrate sufficient strength. Namo Mackenzie could not deny that such terms were enticing. The transfer of power in Atlantis had not been seamless. Despite having vanquished his rivals to ascend the throne, he faced considerable resistance from conservative factions within the realm. Newly crowned and lacking in experience, having lived in the slums and the terrestrial world, he found himself bewildered about how to effectively govern Atlantis. Compounding his difficulties, the Nazis had recently captured his subjects, and the elders unanimously insisted on rescuing the imprisoned citizens while teaching the land dwellers a lesson. Should he resolve this matter without bloodshed, it was likely that the obstinate conservative elders would remain subdued for an extended period, allowing the domestic situation to stabilize. State plainly what you wish for me to do. Mr. Sebastian, I require your complete honesty, devoid of deceit. Sebastian Shaw nodded, speaking earnestly and deliberately. Namo, I need you to assist me in eliminating a formidable individual. You must have heard his name, the Allied Superman, Lin Feng. If you eliminate him and deliver his corpse to me, I assure you that all I have promised will be fulfilled, and I will ensure that the Nazis sign a non-aggression pact with you. Thus, you shall no longer worry about your subjects encountering unfortunate circumstances in the future. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Namo Mackenzie fell silent for a moment. Weighing the pros and cons, observing his contemplation, Sebastian Shaw pressed further. I am aware of his strength, but that is on land. In the ocean, you are the strongest. Even if he is referred to as Superman, he is still human, is he not? As a human, he requires air to breathe. Merely drag him into the depths of the sea, and he shall perish. Convinced, Namo Mackenzie nodded emphatically, declaring, very well. I agree to assist you in eliminating the Allied Superman. Sebastian Shaw patted his shoulder, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his narrowed eyes. At long last, Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, has successfully persuaded Namor Mackenzie. Once he engages in combat with the Allied Superman, it will be exceedingly difficult to reconcile, particularly when some Atlanteans inevitably perish under the Allied forces' deep-sea bombs. The blood feud that ensues will ensure a relentless conflict, from which he can profit handsomely. Chapter 11. The Ambition of the Red Skull, the Valkyrie Project. Encounter with the Hand Alliance and the astute shapeshifter. At this moment, deep within the Alps, at the Hydra headquarters, Johann Schmidt's elation was palpable. Clutching a precision bomb embedded with a blue energy core, he marveled aloud. What a perfect work of art. I am utterly enamored with this creation. Dr. Zola, you truly are the most brilliant genius. Compared to you, that Howard Stark of the Allies is but an infant still at his mother's breast. With this device, my plans are more assured. The world shall ultimately belong to Hydra. Clad in a black Nazi uniform, he had replaced the Nazi insignia with Hydra's emblem, and before his trusted subordinates, he displayed his skull-like visage unmasked. In the presence of others, Johann Schmidt would typically temper his demeanor, mindful of their capacity to accept such a grotesque reality, lest they waver in their loyalty to Hydra out of fear. However, before Dr. Zola, he felt no such restraint. This mad scientist, though fearful of death, possessed an alarming capacity for acceptance. During the super soldier experiments, many researchers found the tests too brutal, unable to reconcile such inhumane practices. Yet, Dr. Zola was invigorated, brimming with inspiration that led to the creation of the terrifying super soldier warriors that instilled fear in the Allies. However, this device is too small. I require something larger. Upon hearing this request, Dr. Zola shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "No problem, but these tasks can be delegated to the second-tier researchers. The manufacturing processes are already established. All that is required is to enhance the explosive yield. I have made new discoveries in the development of werewolf genetics, so please forgive me for my preference to create super soldier warriors capable of defeating the Allied Superman." Johann Schmidt initially furrowed his brow at this, but upon hearing the explanation, his expression brightened. He patted Dr. Zola's shoulder in understanding and agreement. Indeed, a genius like you should not squander time on repetitive tasks. Pray tell, share your new discovery. I am eager to hear this promising news. The setbacks inflicted by the Allied Superman upon Hydra were numerous. If this pressing issue could be resolved, other matters could be postponed. Otherwise, even if they triumphed over nations, Hydra would find it exceedingly difficult to dominate the world. Dr. Zola adjusted his glasses and nodded, beginning to recount his latest findings. Leader, you may recall that when we initially created the super werewolf gene, I mentioned that due to technical constraints, although the super werewolf gene was fused with the werewolf gene with the aid of pharmaceuticals, it lost the ability of werewolves to assimilate humans through biting. However, I have made a remarkable discovery regarding our collaboration with the lineage of werewolves tracing back to Alexander Kovinus. I stumbled upon an intriguing fact. Despite being the paternal source of the werewolf gene, the historical accounts of this individual portray him as a figure of considerable legend. He was a Hungarian soldier in the 6th century who survived a catastrophic and extensive plague. But that was merely the beginning of his saga. Upon returning home, marrying, and fathering children, his legendary tale truly commenced. He sired 3 sons. Marcus Kovinus, who was bitten by a bat and became the progenitor of a line of vampires. Another son, William Kovinus, who was bitten by a wolf and became the ancestor of the werewolves we are collaborating with. And the third son, who preserved the human lineage. Perhaps my narration was overly verbose, as Red Skull John Schmidt furrowed his brow in response. Observing this, Dr. Zola promptly curtailed his exuberance for sharing, succinctly conveying the essence of the significant discovery. Through the relentless efforts of Hydra agents, I located the descendants of his human lineage. By conducting various experiments with their blood, I discovered that incorporating their blood into the experimental process would facilitate the fusion of the super werewolf gene and the werewolf gene, retaining a certain degree of the ability to assimilate humans through biting. Unfortunately, the bloodlines of these individuals are chaotic, and even when integrated into the experimental process, the werewolf variant super soldiers produced from the assimilation of ordinary humans exhibit severe intellectual deficiencies, essentially rendering them bloodthirsty beasts devoid of any semblance of wisdom. The most critical aspect is that the next-generation individuals lack the ability to assimilate when they bite others. Otherwise, we could exploit this to fundamentally dismantle the Allied forces. Dr. Zola sighed in disappointment, lamenting the inability to obtain pure blood from Alexander Kovinus. John Schmidt's previously furrowed brow relaxed as he heartily slapped him on the shoulder, laughing. No, doctor, you are mistaken. This is already quite splendid. The mass production of this new werewolf variant super soldier will receive my utmost support. Just imagine the chaos that would ensue if we were to airdrop these super soldiers behind enemy lines. Countless civilians would be bitten and transformed into merciless, bloodthirsty beasts. In that scenario, would the Allied forces have their super soldiers eliminate these monsters? And if those slain still have living friends and family, will they express gratitude towards the Allied super soldiers or harbor resentment instead? He displayed a knowing smile, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding of such a scenario. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Allied nations, the superhumans are regarded as valiant heroes. Yet, to the common populace, they have transformed into ruthless murderers. Initially, such perceptions may be subdued, but as the number of victims' relatives grows, the swell of public sentiment will compel the governments of the Allied nations to confront their own superhumans. It is a flawlessly orchestrated plan, one that surpasses even the Valkyrie project in my anticipation. To obliterate a major global metropolis, a single Valkyrie bomb of sufficient yield suffices. However, to annihilate the Allied superhumans, one requires the bomb of humanity's darker nature. When these two forces converge in their explosive manifestations, it shall herald the ascendance of our Hydra to global dominion. Dr. Zola chuckled awkwardly, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing upon his shoulders. He had been relentlessly toiling away, tasked with the dual responsibilities of researching the new werewolf variant of the super soldier and developing the Valkyrie bombs intended for urban annihilation, alongside creating a new energy-driven fleet of large bomber aircraft for global bombardment. His days blurred into one another, allowing him scarcely 4 hours of sleep each night. Fortunately, The energy bombs and the new bombers were adaptations of existing designs. By merely adjusting certain parameters and core structures, he could delegate the refinement to other researchers. Otherwise, he would surely have succumbed to fatigue within the Hydra headquarters laboratory. John Schmidt, oblivious to Zola's subtle expressions, was lost in dreams of impending world domination. Even without collaboration with the little mustache man, Hydra was destined to emerge victorious in this war. The Valkyrie bombs would obliterate any metropolis that dared to resist us, instilling paralyzing fear in all who opposed our will, eradicating those who defied us. Meanwhile, the new werewolf variant of the super soldier could incite the allied nations' citizens to harbor hatred towards their own superhumans, thereby stripping the allies of their most formidable deterrent. Perhaps I could even entice him to join Hydra. At worst, I might appoint him as my second-in-command, together ascending to the throne and standing atop the power hierarchy of the world. Within the aircraft manufacturing facility at Hydra's headquarters, the new energy-driven large bombers were nearly complete, with only the calibration of engines to accommodate the new energy source and the construction of internal structures remaining. In the military factory, the modified bomb production line was continuously churning out energy bombs, ready to be packed and stored in the munitions bay once the aircraft were finalized. The already trained suicide squadron consisted of fervent devotees willing to sacrifice their lives for Hydra and the Red Skull. When the time came, they would pilot small bombers away from the mothership, launching devastating strikes on target cities by deploying massive Valkyrie bombs, irrevocably altering the global landscape. Hydra shall undoubtedly reign supreme, and for every head severed, two shall grow in its place. No one can halt our advance, and it is impossible to vanquish us entirely. John Schmidt poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Dr. Zola. He raised his glass with pride, his voice resonating with confidence. Doctor. Zola instinctively raised his right hand, calling out the rallying cry. Long live Hydra! Long live the leader! At that moment, their spirits were perfectly aligned, and the Red Skull, John Schmidt, wore a triumphant smile as their glasses clinked together. Doctor, once I ascend to power over the world, you shall be appointed as the chief scientist. The art of alluring one's subordinates with grand visions is an indispensable skill possessed by every ambitious individual and successful persona. Whether the subordinates are inclined to savor such promises or find them palatable is not a concern that troubles them. Dr. Zola, however, struggles to digest this reality. Yet, having boarded the ship of ambition, it is too late for regret. No matter how insubstantial the dreams painted by the master, he must muster the courage to extol their virtues. I express my gratitude for your guidance, esteemed leader. May all your aspirations come to fruition. Upon awakening, Lin Feng instinctively reached out, only to grasp at emptiness. Opening his eyes, he cast a glance to the side. His bedmate from the previous night was conspicuously absent. To his surprise, Emma had risen early, a rarity indeed. Typically, after their nocturnal revelries, Emma would indulge in a restorative slumber. After throwing off the covers, Lin Feng dressed and descended to the luxurious suite below. As anticipated, he heard Emma's voice instructing young Charles, imparting an array of techniques related to mental abilities, seemingly eager to convey all her knowledge in a single day. The techniques associated with mental prowess are numerous. However, the foundational skills include mental control, alteration of perception and memory, psychic shockwaves, astral projection, and psychic trauma healing. These abilities are largely accessible to those gifted in mental faculties. Beyond these, unique skills depend on the characteristics of one's mental abilities. Not all techniques suitable for one are equally applicable to another. For instance, my telepathic abilities possess a distinctive feature due to my secondary ability in diamond form, allowing me to alter the scanning beams of detection devices, such as radar waves and ray scans, while also severing the mental connection of one's projected form. After listening for a while, Lin Feng found the discourse tedious, akin to dozing off during a calculus lecture in school. Choosing not to disturb the diligent Emma, he resolved to visit Stark Industries to confer with Howard Stark regarding the design of the vibranium suit. Possessing an armor impervious to bullets and explosions has been his desire since he first set foot on the battlefield, and as his rank ascended, so did the urgency of this wish. While as a school-level officer, he could afford to charge into battle, even in a state of undress due to explosions. The higher echelons of the Allied forces would deem his reckless bravery commendable, serving as a paragon for fellow soldiers. However, as a newly minted Major General, such conduct would be somewhat unbecoming. He must uphold a respectable personal image in the ranks of senior leadership. Leaving a note on the table of the presidential suite, Lin Feng descended and took the hotel's luxury vehicle to Stark Industries. After announcing his arrival at the front desk, Howard Stark himself came down to greet him. The two engage in discussions regarding their approach to Wakanda, whether to negotiate with the royal family for mining rights to vibranium or to employ force to seize it. Thunderous rumbles filled the air. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the surroundings, and Howard Stark and Lin Feng felt the Stark Industries building sway. The crystal chandelier above them clattering ominously. Was it an earthquake? Yet, New York is not known for seismic activity. As the tremor subsided, Howard Stark wore a perplexed expression, muttering to himself in confusion. At that moment, the telephone on the desk rang, and he answered promptly. "Mr. Stark, our building has lost power." The electrician found no issues with the building's wiring. It appears to be a problem with the municipal power supply. I have contacted nearby buildings, and they too are experiencing outages. The impact of the tremor seems extensive. The caller was his secretary, Danver Klaus, who succinctly explained the aftermath of the tremor and then inquired softly, "Shall I call the municipality to inquire about the cause of the blackout?" After a moment of contemplation, Howard Stark's eyes sparkled with insight. He suspected that the earlier tremor was not a natural earthquake. It felt more like a massive explosion from a nearby cache of volatile explosives. No need for that. Activate the building's backup power. The mayor will provide an explanation. As the newly minted tycoon of New York City, he found it beneath his dignity to engage directly with municipal officials. Such a significant disruption to business operations warranted a reassuring response from the mayor to the affluent elite. After he ended the call, Lin Feng nonchalantly remarked, "The epicenter isn't far, likely on the west side of Manhattan, in the area known as Hell's Kitchen. That notorious place is home to dozens of gangs. So it could very well be the explosion of a secret arms cache from one of them. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that were the case." During his time as a subway driver, he had often heard the gossip and news surrounding Hell's Kitchen, where the public spoke with a mix of disdain and fear. Howard Stark shook his head, carefully recalling the tremors he had felt. After silently calculating, he confidently stated, "Based on the intensity of the vibrations we experienced on the 25th floor, my calculations suggest that an explosion of this magnitude would require over 2 tons of high-grade explosives. The gang members in Hell's Kitchen are not that reckless. Hoarding such a quantity of explosives would risk blowing themselves to smithereens. Furthermore, the police would not allow such a situation to unfold. They might overlook the stockpiling of hundreds of guns or dozens of grenades. But no one would dare to ignore over 2 tons of high-grade explosives." Lin Feng shrugged, indifferent to the situation, as it did not concern him. His primary focus remained on the matter of the battle armor, and he naturally steered the conversation back to that topic, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. "All right, back to the point. What you're suggesting is to negotiate peacefully, correct? Although I'd rather not waste breath, you do have a point. Since we cannot take all the vibranium at once, it would indeed be unwise to resort to forceful theft at this juncture. Wakanda is indeed a remarkable nation, presenting itself to the outside world as a primitive and underdeveloped tribe, while in reality, it possesses a wealth of advanced technology, some of which far surpasses contemporary innovations, potentially posing a threat to my own technological advancements." Howard Stark nodded, whether in his capacity as a scientist or a businessman. He preferred to resolve matters through negotiation rather than resorting to the ultimate measure of warfare. "Indeed, my suggestion is to converse, and should we fail to reach an agreement, then we may engage in conflict," Lin Feng declared, rising from his chair and shaking his finger at him. "No, I believe we must strike first to compel discussion. Of course, when I speak of striking, I do not mean total war, but rather to appropriately demonstrate my strength. Otherwise, those narrow-minded individuals in Wakanda will never consent to allowing outsiders to exploit vibranium. Once I secure a sufficient amount of vibranium, or you must swiftly craft my battle suit. I shan't linger in the homeland for long. Well, I shall make my way to Wakanda now. You need not see me off." With that, he strode out of the office, leaving Howard Stark to shake his head with a wry smile. He hoped Wakanda would be wise enough not to provoke Lin over a mere handful of vibranium. Upon exiting Stark Industries, Lin Feng dismissed the hotel's chauffeur. He sought out a secluded alley, ensuring no one was observing, and leapt into the air, soaring at 20 times the speed of sound towards Hell's Kitchen. In less than a second, he found himself hovering above Midtown West. He couldn't shake the feeling that the tremor he had just experienced was unusual. If it was indeed an explosion caused by high-grade explosives, as Howard Stark suggested, and not the work of gang members, it must indicate the presence of a formidable external force in New York. Let me see who possesses the audacity to unleash over 2 tons of high-grade explosives in the heart of New York City. Activating his X-ray vision, Lin Feng's gaze penetrated the concrete surface, delving deeper underground, traversing through solid earth and passing through the dense layers of granite. After descending more than 200 meters, he discerned hundreds of individuals clad in ninja garb from the Hand organization, tirelessly hauling shattered rock fragments. After clearing a sufficiently flat path, a massive tunneling machine roared into action, its enormous drill pressing against the rock layers to commence drilling. It was indeed the ninjas of the Hand, attempting to excavate tunnels beneath New York. Were they planning to obliterate the entire city? However, it seemed improbable, considering the vast scale of New York. They would require tens of thousands of tons of explosives to collapse the supporting rock layers and bring about the city's annihilation. While transporting a few tons of high-grade explosives might be easily managed by the Hand, moving several tens of thousands was quite unrealistic. The U.S. Navy, patrolling the nearby waters, would surely not overlook a massive vessel laden with such quantities of explosives, even if they were blind. Lin Feng found himself perplexed, ultimately deciding it was best not to dwell on it. Since the little devils were below, should he not eliminate them entirely? Or would he be expected to leave them for future festivities? With a swift whoosh, he pierced through the air, diving into the tunnel entrance excavated by the Hand Union. The ninjas along the way had not even registered his presence before their bodies were reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist. Although the tunnel stretched over 1,000 meters, it seemed trivial under Lin Feng's rapid descent, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the end. Behind him lay a gruesome scene of scattered blood and flesh, the pungent scent of iron filling the tunnel. The ninjas at the tunnel's terminus could not escape their fate, as they too were brutally obliterated, their remains splattering against the ground and rocky walls. Oh, what exhilaration! Slaying these foes is truly satisfying. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of frustration, casting his gaze toward a shadowy corner. Did you really think you could evade me? Had you not appeared so unlike these wretched foes, I would have dispatched you already. If you possess any sense, reveal your true form. Otherwise, prepare to join your fellow ninjas in hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a section of the rocky wall in the corner began to shift, revealing a small girl of 8 or 9 years, her body adorned with fine blue scales, her eyes an eerily enchanting amber gold. Her youthful face bore a timid expression. Your Excellency, Major Lin, please spare my life. I can't surrender, she implored. I'm not one of them. I merely overheard their plans to seek dragon bones, claiming they could use them to aid some high-ranking individuals like Lady Alexandra, the gambler, Sawanda, and Murakami Yashitoshi. I intended to follow them and steal some dragon bones to sell. Chapter 12. Lin Feng subdues the Black Panther T'Chaka, guard my vibranium mine, and prevent any theft. Dragon bones? Beneath New York, there are actually dragon bones? Following his battle with the Hand Union ninjas in the Philippines, Lin Feng had gathered considerable information regarding the Hand Union. It was then that he learned of the 5 leaders, referred to as the 5 Fingers of the Hand Union. They were all traitors from Kunlun, who, centuries ago, coveted the fabled art of immortality and stole fragments of dragon bones from Kunlun, fleeing from the powerful and strict establishment. Utilizing the chi cultivation techniques learned in Kunlun, they established the notorious Hand Union in Japan, recruiting wandering samurai and ninjas to execute assassination missions for various clans, unleashing a wave of violence across the nation. After centuries of operation, the Hand Union's power in Japan grew immensely, and had it not been for the intervention of the Sacred Society, which allied with the royal family to suppress them, the Hand Union might have dominated Japan entirely. You claim there are dragon bones here, yet I see none, Lin Feng remarked, curiously picking up a fragment of rock from the ground, unable to discern any difference from ordinary stone. The girl, covered in blue scales, lifted her head, relieved that he had not struck. She pointed toward a recently drilled hollow in the rock layer. I heard that if we drill over 400 more meters inward, we will encounter a layer of seals. Only by breaking the seals can we behold the dragon bones. However, The ninjas claimed that only the formidable power of the Kunlun Iron Fist could unlock the seal. Even they merely aimed to experiment with explosives to see if they could weaken the sealing force. If the first attempt failed, they would detonate again, attempting to forcibly breach the seal. Speaking of which, General Lin, you may call me Raven. I humbly ask for your permission to follow you henceforth. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng activated his X-ray vision and peered deep into the rock layers. Indeed, over 400 meters below the surface, there lay an irregularly shaped, elongated luminescent barrier, adorned with various bird script characters and symbols, which presumably constituted the so-called Iron Fist seal. Let me see if I can retrieve the dragon bone. If unsuccessful, I shall await the hand association to acquire it, and then seize it for myself. His eyes emitted brilliant rays of thermal energy that penetrated into the rock layers. Wherever the rays passed, the rock instantly vaporized into the air until they struck the irregularly shaped barrier. Boom! Blinding bursts of light erupted, and the earth trembled violently once again. As the brilliance faded, the barrier remained steadfast, seemingly untouched by the thermal rays. Upon closer inspection, he noticed wisps of profound yellow energy being drawn into the barrier, as if replenishing its depletions. Lin Feng shook his head, relinquishing any further attempts. Though he possessed no magical abilities, his extensive reading of thousands of novels led him to deduce from the barrier's response that it was linked to the Earth's ley lines. To unlock the seal, there were but two methods. One was to summon the current Iron Fist to wield his power, and the other was through brute force, exhausting the seal's strength. However, the latter method necessitated consideration of the ley lines, as overwhelming energy would obliterate the seal while also devastating the Earth's ley lines, potentially resulting in a catastrophic collapse of the Hell's Kitchen region. TSK, such a morally questionable endeavor is best left to the hand association. While I am indifferent to the fates of the beautiful and resilient citizens, I still require their prestige to elevate my status, and given my youth, I am not in haste to utilize the dragon bone for longevity. Thus, such an approach will be a classic case of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Come, Raven, since you wish to accompany me, let us journey to Wakanda together. As he spoke, he lifted Raven into his arms and soared through the lengthy tunnel, ascending towards Africa. Wakanda, located in eastern Africa, is not particularly distant from New York, separated only by the Atlantic Ocean, with a straight-line distance of less than 2,000 kilometers. For centuries, it has remained isolated from the world, ostensibly maintaining an archaic tribal agricultural system. Yet, in reality, it is the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. Leveraging the unique and rare metal vibranium, Wakanda has developed a technology that, while aligned with Earth's advancements, is distinctly its own. Had it not been for its ancestral policy of isolation, it might have unified the African continent and astonished the world centuries ago. Fortunately, at this time, Wakanda had yet to illuminate its optical invisibility and energy shield technologies. Otherwise, locating this high-tech African nation, intent on concealing itself amidst the vast expanse of Africa, would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Lin Feng flew for several minutes before discovering Wakanda, hidden within a jungle canyon. From a lofty vantage point, the capital of this nation, Bernanjana, lies concealed beneath a tapestry of mountains and forests, resembling a necklace of modernity. Skyscrapers are not an uncommon sight here. However, the majority of the structures retain an ancient, primordial aesthetic. Were it not for his ability to see through the cascading vines that drape down the mountainside like curtains, revealing the city and its populace within, even aircraft from other nations would be oblivious to the hidden capital of Wakanda. Before Lin Feng could descend from the sky, he witnessed anti-aircraft artillery emerging from the ground, unleashing a furious barrage into the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Energy projectiles erupted in the sky, their power surpassing that of Hydra's weaponry by several magnitudes, tearing the clouds apart under the force of the shockwaves. Is this some form of advanced radar technology? I have barely arrived and already been detected? With this question in mind, Lin Feng embraced Raven, dodging left and right as he dove towards the ground. The young shapeshifter exhibited no fear. Nestled in his arms, her amber gold eyes shimmering with admiration and excitement as she watched the explosions around them. Perhaps realizing that the anti-aircraft fire was ineffective against their foe, hundreds of Wakandan border guards charged forth from the jungle, riding rhinoceroses and zebras, brandishing spears and shields, gazing skyward, awaiting the enemy's descent to mount their counterattack. However, Lin Feng did not afford them the opportunity upon descending to a few hundred meters above ground. He soared towards the royal palace. He understood that communication with these brutish warriors would prove futile. Only a direct audience with the king could resolve this inexplicable and sudden conflict. The soldiers of the Wakandan border guard shuddered, perceiving only a gust of wind sweeping overhead. They barely had time to wield their vibranium weapons before witnessing the enemy advance towards the palace. "Stop him! Protect the king!" roared hundreds of brawny men, their voices echoing in Wakandan, their muscles taut with fury as they urged their mounts forward, racing towards the palace to safeguard their sovereign. From the opulent palace emerged dozens of formidable women, their lithe forms clad in fitted red uniforms and indigo trousers, adorned with heavy golden circlets around their necks. Their vibranium spears glinting with a fierce brilliance, exuding an aura even more powerful than that of the border guards. "Halt, outsider! Wakanda does not welcome you. Advance another step, and we shall slay you." The leader of the women, with a crown of curly hair, the only member of the royal guard with such a distinction, spoke fluent English, standing resolutely at the forefront of her formation. "I am Queen Ramonda. You have no place here, outsider." Upon hearing the queen's declaration, Lin Feng abruptly halted midair. His sudden stop, defying the laws of physics, caused Ramonda's pupils to constrict. Such rapid deceleration, under the influence of inertia, was a feat even their Wakandan aircraft could not achieve. The border guards trailing behind observed as they halted, dispersing in formation at their leader's command. Encircling the female guard in a semicircular formation, their spears aimed at the two figures in the sky. Upon recognizing Raven's visage, the border guards erupted in fervent cries, their expressions transforming into one of terror, as if they had encountered a ghastly apparition. The veins in their hands bulged as they gripped their spears, poised to strike at any moment. Raven recalled the ordinary humans who had previously gazed upon her with similar expressions, and her eyes darkened with malice as she bared her teeth, casting a cold glare at the soldiers of the border guard. Lin Feng, feeling rather vexed, glanced at the border guards who resembled frenzied gorillas, jumping about and shouting, although he could not comprehend their Wakandan dialect. Their expressions clearly indicated they were not uttering pleasant words. "Ramonda, I have no desire to be adversarial with Wakanda, but you would do well to rein them in." Queen Ramonda hesitated for a moment before uttering a few words in Wakandan to the soldiers. Instantly, the soldiers, who had been behaving like agitated chimpanzees, fell silent, though the murderous intent in their eyes remained unabated, as if Raven were their sworn enemy. From the distant horizon came a resounding roar, akin to a magnified growl of a panther, and soon a figure was seen leaping over streams and through thickets, racing towards the palace. After bounding across several meters, the figure landed heavily in the center of the encirclement. This figure was tall, only a few centimeters shorter than Lin Feng himself, clad in intricately woven and sturdy vibranium armor. Some joints were connected with leather and buckles crafted from vibranium rings, ensuring both protection and mobility during combat. The figure's hands bore claws shaped like the lethal talons of a black panther, resembling 5 small curved blades forged from vibranium, seamlessly integrated with the armoring. The individual wore a helmet shaped like a panther's head, with their face visible from the gaping maw of the beast, long, sharp spikes resembling fangs closing in on their visage. A short beard framed their lips, which were full and robust, and their eyes glimmered with a blend of wisdom and acute bravery. "I demand to know who dares to wreak havoc in Wakanda. It is none other than the renowned allied Superman," they declared. "Wakanda does not involve itself in external conflicts, and I implore you to refrain from disrupting our tranquil existence. I shall overlook your transgression this time. Please vacate Wakanda at once." After merely appraising Lin Feng for a brief moment, the individual promptly identified him, exhibiting no fear whatsoever, and firmly insisted upon expelling the intruder from his kingdom. Following this proclamation, the border guard soldiers raised their spears in a fervent cheer, as if emboldened, their morale soaring higher than before. Lin Feng cast a cold glance around before calmly addressing the individual. "Chaka, I have come to discuss the joint mining of vibranium. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to keep a close watch over your manic subordinates, lest I be compelled to unleash a reign of terror. Since you are acquainted with me, you should comprehend that, in my eyes, they are no more than insignificant pests." He was not surprised that the king of Wakanda was aware of his identity. Although Wakanda has isolated itself from the outside world, it has deployed numerous intelligence operatives beyond its borders. The strength of Wakanda's intelligence agency rivals that of the CIA. Through this agency, they are far from oblivious to external affairs. In fact, they diligently compile information regarding shifts in international political landscapes and the latest technological advancements, which are then relayed back to Wakanda. Chaka cast a discerning glance at him, revealing a hint of apprehension. While Wakanda's internal affairs may not be entirely unified, it is indeed challenging for outsiders to infiltrate as spies unless they have an insider to assist them. How else could the allied Superman possess knowledge of his name? He was, of course, unaware that Lin Feng had deduced this from the timeline. He mistakenly believed that someone within Wakanda harbored discontent and colluded with external forces to overthrow his rule. It is important to note that the dense jungles surrounding Wakanda are fraught with peril, their paths intricately altered by generations of ancestors, teeming with venomous snakes and insects, and riddled with countless traps and concealed sentries. Even aerial attempts to locate this place necessitate precise coordinates and detailed intelligence. Otherwise, one would be deceived by their camouflage. Much like the numerous Nazi forces that passed by Wakanda, unable to find a way in. Vibranium has been Wakanda's treasured possession since time immemorial. I shall not share it with any outsider. Allied Superman, your true enemies should be the Nazis and Hydra, not me. Fully aware of Lin Feng's formidable power, Chaka suppressed his anger, rationally attempting to dissuade him from his ambitions regarding vibranium, rather than issuing a ruthless decree against outsiders as his father, Azuri, had done. Wakanda's vigilance and hostility towards outsiders stem from a regrettable incident decades ago, when a group of Dutchmen inadvertently invaded Wakanda with the intention of enslaving what they deemed an inferior race, capturing these robust laborers to sell in as slavery in the Americas. Leading this contingent was Clow, who ordered his soldiers to fire upon unarmed Wakandan farmers. At that critical moment, the Black Panther appeared, wielding advanced weaponry far surpassing the technology of the time, and dismantled the soldiers' firearms. However, the Black Panther spared the lives of these men. Apart from Clow, who perished in the explosion of the Gatling gun's destruction due to his resistance, the other soldiers surrendered and were granted clemency, leaving Wakanda with Clow's lifeless body. Yet, such magnanimous forgiveness did not yield gratitude from all. During Azuri's rule, Clow's son, Fritz Clow, garnered the favor of Adolf and led a team to Africa at the onset of World War II, seeking vengeance for his father based on the information he had gleaned from his father's subordinates. However, the aircraft they were aboard encountered a malfunction and plummeted as it approached the skies above Wakanda, resulting in the tragic demise of all soldiers on board. Fritz Clow, gravely injured and on the brink of death, was rescued by Azuri and brought back to Wakanda. Ordinarily, one would consider a life saved to be an immense debt of gratitude, yet Fritz Clow harbored thoughts of avenging his father's murder. Upon witnessing the vast vibranium deposits of Wakanda, he was consumed by greed, yearning to present these extraordinary metal resources to Adolf as a means of elevating his own status. He manipulated the Wakandans into constructing a grand statue in reverence of the Black Panther deity, leading these innocent people to cease regarding the Black Panther as a brotherly figure, and instead to worship and submit wholly. Azuri, however, rejected Fritz Clow's proposal and fell victim to a premeditated assassination attempt. Wounded and in disarray, he fled the palace. But the queen, Nanali, met a tragic end at the hands of Fritz Clow. Later, with the aid of the Black Panther deity, Azuri consumed the second heart-shaped herb, acquiring greater strength to exact revenge. He overcame Fritz Clow, tearing off the iron hand he had crafted for him, yet Fritz Clow, with his silver tongue, deceived him and fled back to the Third Reich of Germany. From that moment onward, Azuri harbored deep mistrust towards outsiders, commanding the Wakandan border guards to immediately expel any foreign intruders, resorting to lethal force against those who resisted. Unfortunately, Azuri's excessive consumption of the heart-shaped herb led to severe repercussions, causing his bodily functions to deteriorate within 2 years, compelling him to pass the throne to his now-adult son. Chaka, Lin Feng, oblivious to this history, grew cold upon witnessing Chaka's indifference. Having heard that the kingship of Wakanda is determined by strength, he declared, "I will challenge you according to your tradition. If you win, I shall withdraw from Wakanda, But should you lose, you must grant me permanent mining rights to vibranium. Chaka, reluctant to fight, yet unable to retreat, sighed deeply. He suddenly realized that today might be the most perilous moment in Wakanda's history. A situation far more dangerous than that faced by his father, Azuri. Dora Milaje. Ramonda's commanding voice rang out as the elite female warrior contingent, armed with vibranium spears, advanced swiftly, lowering their stances and coldly tightening their formation. The Dora Milaje is comprised of the fiercest female warriors selected from various tribes of Wakanda. Every king of Wakanda has had this formidable assembly of elite female fighters, serving as both protectors of the throne and potential queens. To be chosen for the Dora Milaje, these women must triumph over all male warriors from their respective tribes, achieving victory against the innate physical advantages they face. Their combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Chaka hastily intervened, seeking to prevent the Dora Milaje from sacrificing themselves in this conflict. While these women are undeniably formidable, it is crucial to consider the adversary they face. Against any external forces, they would prevail with ease, yet they would struggle against the superhuman allies. Ramonda, do not interfere. This is a battle for men. Upon concluding his statement, he swiftly recognized the flaw in his words and called out to the eager border guards. You all must step back. As the king, I must accept this challenge. Once he had cleared the area of all onlookers, Chaka clenched his fists, his feet propelling him forward with the agility of a panther stalking its prey. In an instant, he covered several meters, his claws striking out in rapid succession. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Feng effortlessly evaded the curved, dagger-like strikes. Despite Chaka's remarkable speed, he could not even graze the hem of Lin Feng's garment. Chaka wildly swung his claws, attacking the agile ally who deftly dodged left and right. His claws, resembling the form of a leopard's paw, left afterimages as he nimbly shifted positions, attempting to demonstrate his prowess before such an immensely powerful adversary. The heart-shaped herb bestowed upon him a strength beyond that of mortals, while the spirit of the Black Panther sharpened his senses. Even after numerous failed attempts, he gradually discerned the enemy's patterns of evasion. With a strategic advance, he landed a Lin Feng's left and executed a swift, clawed thrust aimed at his opponent's chest. Commendable foresight in battle, but I have had my fun. Your limits are here, while I am merely warming up, Lin Feng declared, standing his ground, crossing his arms to confront the vibranium claws head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding cacophony of metal on metal erupted as the sharp vibranium claws collided with Lin Feng's superhuman physique, igniting a dazzling display of sparks. Chaka was momentarily stunned, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick. Under the unimaginable force, he soared into the air like a mere toy, flailing desperately before plummeting back to the ground. Thud! Chaka coughed up blood, glancing down at the dent in his chest plate, shaped unmistakably like a massive foot. The once indomitable vibranium armor had become severely deformed. It was not merely the sheer weight of thousands of tons that had caused this, but rather the fact that vibranium's hardness paled in comparison to the strength of a Kryptonian's body. Were it not for vibranium's capacity to absorb most of the impact, he would not only be coughing blood, he would have been utterly obliterated by such overwhelming force. Just before Chaka could hit the ground, Lin Feng soared into the air, clutching him by the throat. Now tell me, do you consent to the opening of vibranium mining rights? The chilling tone of his voice sent shivers through the assembled Wakandans. Yet, the warriors of Wakanda, seasoned by years of battle, did not yield. They shouted in their native tongue, brandishing their spears, determined to rescue their king. Before Chaka could intervene, two searing beams of heat swept across the area, severing the vibranium spears from the hands of the warriors, drawing a vast circle upon the ground. Cross this line, and you shall perish, Lin Feng bellowed, looking down at the defeated Chaka. Your Majesty of Wakanda, do you wish to continue this fight, allowing your people to spill rivers of blood and become mere mountains of corpses, leading this ancient nation, steeped in over 1,000 years of legacy, to its demise? Aside from my disdain for indiscriminate slaughter, particularly towards the Japanese, I would not hesitate to eradicate you all should you persist in your obstinacy. Upon uttering these words, he observed the reaction of the captive in his grasp. Chaka felt a chill in his heart, a rebellious thought surfacing in his mind. Oh, Bast, goddess of the panther, have you forsaken Wakanda? His silent prayer went unanswered as he raised his gaze to the allied Superman who had bested him. I concede, Major General Lin. You have earned my respect. However, the rights to vibranium mining shall belong solely to you and must not be transferred to any other individual or nation. If you disagree, then you may end my life. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng acquiesced to his terms. His intent had always been to acquire the mining rights for his own suit, and he had no intention of relinquishing such power to others. With a heavy heart, Chaka led him into the warehouse housing the vibranium, or gesturing towards the vast expanse of vibranium that filled the 10,000 square meter space. He spoke bitterly. This is the entirety of Wakanda's vibranium accumulated over a millennium. You may take as much as you require for now. However, if you intend to send others for further extraction, be prepared for the pace of mining is not swift. Lin Feng surveyed the towering heaps of vibranium ore, stroking his chin in contemplation. He did not require an abundance of ore for his suit, and given the sheer volume and scattered nature of the ore, it would be more prudent to transport a single piece back and send for more as needed. With his right hand clawing into a block of vibranium as tall as a man, Lin Feng nodded towards Chaka, his expression stern as he cautioned, "Remember your promise. I shall take my leave now. Guard my vibranium well and prevent outsiders from seizing it." Grasping the vibranium in one hand while cradling Mystique, Raven, in the other, he soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in Wakanda behind. Chaka nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation, gazing skyward in silent fury. Who, apart from a being as formidable as you, would dare to pilfer from Wakanda? Rest assured, should such an individual appear, I would tear them asunder. Though he dared not voice these sentiments, they echoed silently in his mind. Chapter 13. The Technical Dilemma of the Vibranium Suit. Howard Stark's jealousy and the Creation Initiative. Whoosh! High above New York City, a streak of light resembling a falling meteor zipped through the sky. Citizens who caught a glimpse of this phenomenon were transfixed, only catching fleeting flashes of light amidst the billowing clouds before it vanished, leading to rampant speculation regarding the meteor's destination. At that moment, Lin Feng, one hand clutching the vibranium ore and the other embracing Raven, was en route to Stark Industries. Due to his remarkable velocity, reaching up to 20 times the speed of sound, and the considerable size of the vibranium ore he carried, which absorbed both the potential energy from air resistance and the kinetic energy from breaking the sound barrier, a splendid energy trail was left in his wake. This phenomenon led the citizens below to mistakenly believe that a meteor was descending through the atmosphere, generating a fiery tail from friction. However, this luminous trail posed a challenge, as it was too conspicuous to transport to Stark Industries. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng decisively kicked the ore. He understood the properties of vibranium. Once the absorbed energy reached its limit, it would be released upon sufficient impact, which also explained the energy-based offensive capabilities of the Black Panther suit at times. Indeed, after being struck by his colossal force, the energy trail surrounding the ore erupted spectacularly, scattering like fireworks in the sky. With the eye-catching tail dissipated, Lin Feng's figure swiftly plunged downwards, landing on the rooftop of Stark Industries. He entered through the rooftop door and made his way to the chairman's office on the top floor. Without knocking, he placed the ore at the entrance and pushed the door open, walking in. Howard Stark was reclining on the sofa, indulged in slumber. Upon hearing the commotion, he wearily opened his eyes and, recognizing his visitor, managed an awkward smile. "Good morning, Lin. I got a bit carried away and need a nap. I didn't expect you to return so swiftly. I thought you'd be gone at least half a day. Had I known, I would have sought out those Hollywood stars for conversation." Lin Feng caught a hint of perfume in the air and frowned slightly. "Although I granted you the physique of a super soldier, it would be wise not to overindulge. After all, humans have limits, and excessive depletion of vitality cannot be replenished, even by a super soldier. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. I brought back the vibranium, or please craft the suit expeditiously." He had intended to admonish Howard thoroughly, but upon noticing the curious child with wide eyes beside him, he swallowed his words. Some topics were inappropriate in the presence of a child. Howard Stark scratched his head, his gaze sweeping over Raven. Although he was astonished by the little one's indigo skin and amber eyes, he wisely refrained from inquiring further and instead rose to examine the vibranium ore, which towered over him. Oh my god, it seems I've truly been duped. Damn brokers. Lin, you returned with this much or from a single trip. Wakanda's vibranium deposits are indeed astonishing. However, cutting such a large piece will present a challenge. If we use thermal cutting, the molten surface will harden excessively upon cooling, rendering it impossible to remelt and forge again, while the conditions for cold cutting are unattainable. Lin Feng, well-versed in the properties of vibranium, offered a suggestion. In Wakanda, there exists a technique that utilizes ultrasonic waves at specific frequencies to temper vibranium, ensuring that the ore does not cause energy explosions during transport due to collisions. I envision that if we could develop a device capable of generating these specific sound waves, alongside the corresponding equipment and procedural workflows, we will be able to achieve the cutting and processing of vibranium ore. He was, of course, alluding to the film Black Panther, wherein Wakanda utilizes high-speed freight trains to transport vibranium, featuring specialized stabilizing devices resembling streetlights and fences on either side. A spark of inspiration flickered in Howard Stark's eyes as he rushed into his office to tinker with his tools. Shortly thereafter, he emerged wielding a rather rudimentary device resembling a hairdryer. The exposed wires and circuit boards indicated it was a hastily improvised creation. Lin, your words have ignited my creativity. This is a freshly modified ultrasonic emitter. It can emit ultrasonic waves at a frequency of 253,000 with a sensitivity adjustment of 10 per scale. Give me a moment, and I shall swiftly locate the appropriate frequency. Without hesitation, Howard Stark activated the ultrasonic emitter, beginning his trials at a setting of 25. While a handheld cutter lay on the ground beside him, Lin Feng placed Raven gently on the sofa, intending to observe how he would utilize the hastily modified equipment to cut the vibranium, when a series of growls from an empty stomach interrupted his thoughts. He glanced at the shy little girl, who was looking down and affectionately ruffled her hair. If you're hungry, just say so. There's no need to be so formal with me. Since you wish to follow me, you are now one of my own. Look at you, so thin and frail. It's evident you've never had enough to eat. This cannot continue, as it is detrimental to your health. In the past, you were constrained by the burdens of life, but from now on, feel free to tell me whatever you desire. Raven, with a pitiful expression, lifted her gaze, her large eyes brimming with tears. If she had previously chosen to surrender out of fear for her life, now she willingly offered her loyalty. Thank you, Major Lin. I may not be a child in years. I am 18 by human standards. However, for reasons unknown, my physical growth has lagged significantly behind that of ordinary humans, leaving me with the appearance of a child of 8 or 9. Before I met you, no one ever looked at me with kindness. They either labeled me a demon to be hunted or regarded me as a rare creature to be captured and sold as a pet to curious wealthy individuals. Lin Feng chuckled softly and ruffled her little head again. Raven, akin to a contented kitten, blissfully squinted her eyes and nuzzled her small head against his warm hand, momentarily forgetting her grievances. All of that is behind you now. With me by your side, no one shall dare to discriminate against you again. After speaking, Lin Feng picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the chairman's secretary. Maria, could you please procure some lunch? It should be nourishing, with a balanced variety of both meat and vegetables. Yes, just enough for 3 people, and have it delivered to the chairman's office shortly. Once he had arranged for lunch, he turned to the eagerly watching Raven and said, Raven, please change your appearance to that of an ordinary human girl, so as not to frighten the sister who will be bringing your lunch. In terms of age, the 18-year-old Raven ought to refer to the 20-something Maria as sister, despite her youthful appearance, which suggests she is merely 8 or 9 years old. So, General Lin, what is your preference? Upon hearing her inquiry, Lin Feng erupted into laughter, shrugging playfully as he replied, you may want to revisit that question when you've matured. My answer might very well differ. For now, feel free to transform into an ordinary little girl. At that moment, the shapeshifter appeared diminutive, and he found himself devoid of any particular thoughts. Raven tilted her head, contemplating for a moment, before her azure scales shimmered and her appearance shifted. The little girl now possessed large, sparkling eyes, and her delicate, profound features resembled a real-life doll. Clad in a white princess gown, she appeared even more endearing. Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, what an adorable little one, with impeccable taste. Upon receiving his praise, Raven smiled sweetly, revealing her charming dimples, and extended her snow-white hand, speaking in a soft, endearing voice. "Daddy, hug me." Her call bewildered Howard Stark, who was busy outside, causing him to pause his adjustments to the ultrasonic emitter. Turning around, he was taken aback. Where did this child come from? Could she genuinely be your daughter? Lin Feng shot him a glare, then scooped up Raven, giving her a light pat on her backside. "Don't be silly. Even the so-called smartest young scientist, Mr. Stark, has fallen for your trick." After playfully scolding the adorable child in his arms, he turned to Howard Stark with a smirk. "Are you foolish? She merely changed her appearance, and you truly believe it? No wonder you fell for the broker's schemes. It's not without reason that a fool and his money are soon parted. Now, hurry and continue calibrating your equipment. I'm eagerly awaiting your creation of the vibranium suit." Just as he jested, Maria entered, carrying a large bag of food. Her eyes brightened upon seeing Raven. She placed the bag on the table, and as she opened the containers, a rich aroma of food wafted through the air. After arranging the meal, she smiled and said, "General Lin, these are all procured as per your instructions. Do you think anything needs to be added?" Lin Feng glanced at the spread before him, his brow furrowing slightly in dissatisfaction. Although it adhered to his request for a balanced diet, the food was primarily American fast food, which, to someone accustomed to traditional Chinese cuisine, merely served to satiate hunger. "Let us make do with this meal for now. When time permits, I shall treat you all to a grand Chinese feast, allowing you to truly appreciate what culinary delight entails." As he spoke, he pulled out a chair for Raven, helping her to sit and eat independently. Having never experienced a full meal, the little girl seized a hamburger with her left hand and a chicken wing with her right, devouring them with gusto, prompting a startled reaction from Maria, who watched her in astonishment. She quickly moved closer to Raven, crouching down to gently advise, "Oh, my poor little darling, you must be starving, but such excessive eating is not appropriate. Come, let Annie feed you. Remember to chew slowly, as it is beneficial for your health." With these words, Maria gently snatched the remaining few bites of the hamburger from Raven's hands and patiently sliced the chicken leg into small pieces, offering them to her one by one. Lin Feng cast a pleading glance at Raven, choosing to ignore it, believing that a young lady should indeed eat with a touch of grace and restraint. He himself consumed his meal rather ravenously, finishing his portion in mere bites. "Haha, success. I have succeeded." Howard Stark, who had been meandering around the entrance with a piece of palm-sized vibranium, suddenly burst into laughter as he entered, only realizing his own hunger upon catching the delightful aroma of food. After carefully placing the cut aside, he washed his hands and began devouring a hamburger. Delicious. This is my favorite beef and cheeseburger." "Maria, you have outdone yourself. I shall give you a raise." Maria, who was preoccupied with feeding the adorable Raven, shot him a glance of exasperation before returning her focus to cutting the steak into bite-sized pieces, feeding them to the little girl with a radiant expression of maternal affection. "Eat slowly, darling. No need to rush. There is plenty more delicious food on the table. Be careful not to choke." Upon witnessing this scene, Howard Stark suddenly found his beef and cheeseburger less appealing. He leaned in with a cheeky grin and whispered in her ear, "Dearest Maria, if you enjoy children so much, why don't we have one of our own?" Maria paused her task, giving him a disapproving glare as she retorted, "I have known you since I was 13 and married you at 18. Do not lie in front of the one who knows you best, the flamboyant and carefree Mr. Howard Stark. Over the years, I have turned a blind eye to your escapades with those starlets, yet you take it all for granted. After all these years of marriage, we still have no children, and you seem unfazed. Now, when I take care of this lovely little girl, you suddenly suggest we could have our own." Their hushed exchange, though quiet, did not escape the ears of those present, all of whom were anything but ordinary. Lin Feng and Raven exchanged glances and could not help but burst into laughter. "I say, Howard Stark, you are jealous of a little girl. This is too amusing." Lin Feng continued, "But you've hidden it well. You married Maria long ago, yet the world still sees you as a single wealthy bachelor, occasionally entangled in rumors with various starlets. It is only due to Maria's magnanimity that you remain married." Howard Stark's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly attempted to defend himself. Flirtation at social events cannot be considered infidelity. Can business engagements be deemed as such? What followed was a series of convoluted justifications, insisting that one-night stands do not equate to love, which elicited laughter from everyone present, filling the room with a buoyant atmosphere. However, Howard Stark pretended not to hear, as one was his boss, the other his wife, both formidable figures, and the third was just a little girl. He felt that further engagement in this jest would only add to his embarrassment. He gazed at the charmingly laughing Maria, secretly prioritizing the plan for parenthood in his heart. Since his wife cherished children, it seemed only fitting to create a love child together, thus formally bidding farewell to his frivolous playboy lifestyle. After lunch, Maria tidied the remnants of their meal, packing them away and discarding them in the trash bin. She took the hand of little Raven, who resembled a doll, and exited the chairman's office, making her way toward her secretary's office. Raven, dear, there are plenty of toys at Annie's place. Why don't you go and play with her? These two silly men will be too busy to pay you any attention. We shall entertain ourselves, and later, Annie will buy you some lovely little dresses. All right? Lin Feng nodded at the little girl, who then feigned great interest and followed along. He indeed would be too preoccupied to tend to the child. With the issue of cutting the vibranium ore resolved, it was time to focus on the creation of vibranium battlesuits. If he were to forge them akin to Tony Stark's Iron Man armor, it would pose little technical challenge, especially without the need for a cold fusion reactor, as such exoskeletal armor could be easily crafted. However, what Lin Feng envisioned was a superhero suit, both indestructible and elegantly fluid, which significantly escalated the complexity of the endeavor. Upon hearing his request, Howard Stark nearly pulled out his hair in frustration. That is quite impossible, unless I can achieve the nanomaterialization of vibranium. But that undertaking is monumental. What is wrong with exoskeletal armor? Vibranium isn't gold. It cannot be drawn into fine threads using metallic weaving techniques like textiles. Its hardness is far too great. Once he finished speaking, he noticed Lin Feng gazing at him with sparkling eyes. No, you truly wish to pursue this? Howard exclaimed. For ordinary metals, it could indeed be feasible, but once vibranium is melted at 5,000 degrees, it rapidly cools and hardens upon solidification. Even at 10,000 degrees, it will not melt again, making it impossible to draw into threads. Howard Stark found Lin Feng's ideas utterly fanciful, which only heightened his annoyance. Yet Lin Feng patted his shoulder and articulated his thoughts. Oh, brilliant scientist, you are being too narrow-minded. Why must we wait for vibranium to cool before drawing it into threads? Instead, why not maintain it in its molten state at 5,000 degrees while drawing it, then swiftly weave it before it solidifies? As soon as he spoke, Howard slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming in frustration, Indeed, I was being too narrow-minded. First, we can use casting technology to create a high-pressure fiber-blowing machine and a textile machine from vibranium. Then, we can design heating pipes to maintain the internal space at 5,000 degrees, allowing the molten vibranium to be blown through high pressure and channeled into the textile machine, which can also be heated to just below 5,000 degrees. This will keep the vibranium threads pliable, enabling us to weave the battle suit. With this newfound clarity, his inspiration flowed like a spring, and he immediately began cutting the vibranium ore. As Lin Feng busied himself with the creation of his equipment, he simultaneously sketched designs for his battle suit. The first concept that came to mind was the classic Superman attire in blue and red. However, the notion of wearing red trunks over the suit seemed excessively flamboyant and might provoke laughter from his adversaries. Thus, he settled on a sleek black battle suit, exuding a sense of gravitas while retaining an appealing design. With resolve, Lin Feng began to draw on paper. Possessing Superman's precise control and formidable memory, he swiftly rendered the black battle suit at a 1-to-1 scale. The contours at the waist, thighs, and forearms were sharp yet minimalist, while the emblem on his chest took the form of a curved blade. The cape billowed behind him, capturing an ethereal quality, as if he were a divine being surveying the world below. His design authentically mirrored the essence of the black battle suit, while also accommodating his own physique. Chapter 14. The Birth of the Black Battle Suit, a werewolf edition of Biohazard. General Lin, the Allies require your assistance. At long last, it was completed. 3 days and nights of relentless toil had taken their toll. Howard Stark stretched his limbs, the joints cracking audibly. After several sleepless nights, he had finally fashioned the coveted black battle suit, emerging from the steamy laboratory with the cooled, tempered garment in hand. Hey Lin, try it on. I believe you will look absolutely dashing. I crafted it precisely according to your blueprints, ensuring not a single micron of error. Luckily, I had already constructed the loom. Otherwise, It would have been impossible to create your suit in such a short span of time. Lin Feng accepted the suit from him, feeling its substantial weight, nearly 10 kilograms. The heft of the garment was comparable to that of chainmail, yet it posed no challenge for his increasingly robust physique. It merely remained to ascertain whether it was stylish and comfortable. Upon donning it and standing before the mirror, he admired his reflection. Under the illumination, the surface of the suit gleamed like obsidian, dark yet radiant. The fabric conformed impeccably to his muscular contours, and the chest bore a diamond-shaped emblem with a curved blade at its center. After a few slight movements, he noticed that there was no friction between the suit and his skin. Instead, it felt as smooth as silk. The clasp securing the cape at his shoulders added to the overall elegance. Emma and Raven gazed at him with wide, admiring eyes, their expressions filled with awe. Emma cast a glance at Raven, a sudden flutter of unease stirring within her. Having waited at home for half the day without Lin Feng's return, she had ventured to Stark Industries the following day, only to find Raven engrossed in play with Maria. Through a psychic connection, Emma gleaned from Raven's memories what her partner had been up to over the past day and sensed the young girl's infatuation with him. She also became aware of Raven's extraordinary talents, which would undoubtedly make her an irresistible enchantress as she matured, posing a significant challenge to Emma as her fiercest rival. Upon reflecting on this, Emma resolved to solidify her position before she matured. She gracefully approached, meticulously assisting her man with his battle attire. Lin Feng was aware of the subtle rivalry between the two lovely ladies, but opted to remain an impartial observer, believing that any words he uttered could be misinterpreted. It was better to let them contend. After all, he was the one who would reap the rewards in the evening. Having unlocked several new positions that Emma had previously staunchly refused to entertain. "I'll take a quick flight around. Wait for me here," he declared, pushing open the window and leaping from the top floor, soaring upward. Emma and Raven echoed in unison, exchanging a glance before turning away in annoyance. One was concerned about a future rival threatening her standing, while the other secretly resented her slow growth and childlike physique. Howard Stark struggled to suppress a chuckle, secretly reveling in their rivalry, feeling grateful for his own Maria, who had never faced him with such indifference despite his years of flirtation and charm. "You two wait here. I'm going to take a good nap," he proclaimed, leaving without a backward glance and collapsing into the bed in his office. After a little over half an hour, Lin Feng returned from his excursion in outer space, satisfied with the results. The battlesuit had not significantly diminished its sunlight absorption efficiency, and regardless of the force he applied to tear at the suit and cloak, as long as he did not sever the vibranium threads in one go, it could restore itself in a short time. Howard Stark truly possessed remarkable skills. Just a casual mention of the battlesuit needing memory metal capabilities to automatically repair minor damages had led to its creation. He marveled as he flew through the window, only to be greeted by the enthusiastic embrace of both ladies. Emma, being tall and graceful, was the first to tightly embrace him, her warm lips pressing against his. Raven, frustrated, stamped her foot and pitifully tugged at his clothing. Lin Feng reciprocated Emma's ardor, playfully smacking her shapely posterior. "Smack! What a delightful sensation!" he exclaimed. "Now, you shouldn't be upset with her. She is still young, so do not tease her." After addressing the elder, he bent down and gently tapped Raven on the head, adopting a serious tone. "You too. Why provoke your sister Emma? Keep your mischievous thoughts to yourself. I will arrange for you to attend school, and we'll discuss other matters when you're older." After receiving a bit of discipline, both ladies settled down. Raven's expression transformed rapidly, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she pleaded, "I won't quarrel with my sister anymore. Please don't send me to school. It's so dull with all those childish little ones. I want to fight Nazis alongside you," she exclaimed, shaking her tiny fists as if to assert her capability in battle. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, his tone gentle as he replied, "You are still young. Children should attend school and not remain illiterate. We are entering an era of technological explosion, and without a certain level of knowledge, even the most skilled among us will not become the architects of rules. This is non-negotiable." Raven pouted in grievance and obediently replied, "All right, I will go to school, but you must visit me often." Lin Feng nodded, playfully pinching her round little nose as he said, "Rest assured, I will visit you frequently. If I am unable to, your sister Emma will certainly go. While at school, do not reveal your abilities. Behave like a normal child attending class, understood?" Raven nodded, rubbing her little head against his hand. Seeing her being compelled to attend school, Emma felt a wave of relief and hastily interjected, "Yes, yes. Your sister will certainly visit you often." As the three conversed, Maria suddenly rushed in, her face etched with urgency. "The White House is called. Major Lin, you must answer immediately. It seems something significant has occurred on the European battlefield, and the Allies have suffered a grave setback against the Nazis. Where is Howard? He must return to Europe at once." Lin Feng's expression darkened, and in an instant, he darted out, arriving at the secretary's office in the blink of an eye. He picked up the phone resting on the desk and calmly inquired, "This is Lin Feng. What has transpired?" A stranger's deep voice responded with palpable anxiety, "Major Lin. Dire news. Hydra has developed a new breed of super beast. This new batch of super beasts possesses not only enhanced strength, but also a terrifying infectious capability. Soldiers bitten by them transform into monstrous creatures akin to werewolves, devoid of reason and driven solely by a thirst for blood. In just 3 days, the Allies have lost 50,000 elite soldiers, with over 30,000 civilians affected. The werewolves have proliferated across Europe." Lin Feng gasped, comprehending the gravity of the situation. From the description, he could infer the horror currently unfolding on the European battlefield. It was no wonder this call had been routed through the White House to Stark Industries. Were these mutated creatures capable of further infecting others, thereby spawning new aberrations? He needed to clarify this matter. If true, the situation would indeed be dire. The Marvel Universe is not without its share of viruses that have infected the cosmos, turning all living beings into zombie-like monsters. Such large-scale events typically attract the attention of multiversal titans, and in severe cases, could even lead to the universe being reset to eradicate the zombie virus's taint. As of now, no secondary infection incidents have been observed. The scientists of the Strategic Scientific Reserve state that the new super beasts can only produce next-generation monsters, which lack the capacity for infection. The president wishes for you to return swiftly to eliminate those creatures. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng regained his composure. The situation had not yet reached its nadir. "Understood. Please inform the president that there is no need for concern. I shall head to the European battlefield immediately." After hanging up the phone, he entered the chairman's office. Emma, Raven, and Maria were present, conversing with Howard Stark, who had just been awakened, regarding an urgent call from the White House. Upon hearing the door creak open once more, everyone turned their gaze. Lin Feng, with a somber expression, strode in and spoke with commanding authority. "I will be flying back to the Allied command in Europe shortly. Emma, you and Howard Stark must secure the remaining vibranium, and then have Isatso escort you. Maria, Raven, I entrust her education to you. Help her find a good school and ensure she studies diligently." After succinctly arranging these matters, he vanished from the room in a flash. A resounding explosion echoed outside the building, the sound gradually fading away. Emma and Howard Stark, sensing the urgency, promptly transported all machines used for vibranium production and the leftover or to a secret chamber over 100 meters beneath the building, securing the heavy alloy door before returning to the top floor. Isatso, who had received a telepathic message, was already waiting for them in the chairman's office. Upon their arrival, he swiftly utilized spatial teleportation, transporting the two across thousands of kilometers to a deserted alley in London. Having flown back to London ahead of them, Lin Feng proceeded directly to the Allied command, traversing without hindrance to the deepest level of the bunker. He could sense an air of unease among everyone, including the beautiful secretary guiding him, who nearly stumbled several times, as if lost in thought. When he finally encountered Churchill and Eisenhower, their expressions were grave, the weariness etched on their faces and the gray at their temples making them appear a decade older. "Prime Minister, General, I have returned." Upon seeing Lin Feng's figure and hearing his resounding voice, the two esteemed leaders, typically composed, leapt from their chairs, disregarding the fallen furniture, and hurriedly approached him. "Major General Lin, you have finally returned. Your presence heralds hope for Europe and salvation for the Allies. Quickly, let us proceed to the conference room." Churchill and Eisenhower were overjoyed as if they had witnessed a miraculous resurrection, showering him with praise as they pulled him toward the meeting room. Lin Feng followed closely behind them into the conference room. The beautiful secretary brought a box of videotapes and inserted one into a small projector, while a silver screen descended before them, and the lights in the room were dimmed. Soon, a shaky black and white image flickered onto the screen, the cameraman appearing unsteady. The visuals trembling along with his heavy, rapid breaths. Damn Hydra, damn Nazis. Have they unleashed werewolves from the medieval ages? After a stream of curses, the image gradually stabilized, revealing the tumultuous Allied front, where towering werewolf-like super soldiers, exceeding 4 meters in height, rampaged, effortlessly demolishing tanks and obliterating strategic positions, breaking through the defenses with relentless force. They no longer slaughter as they once did. Upon sighting Allied soldiers, they would strike them down with a single blow. When they captured a living soul, the super beasts would lower their heads and sink their teeth viciously into the neck of their captive, carelessly discarding the lifeless body aside as they continued their relentless charge. The Allied soldiers, concealed behind distant cover, unleashed a torrent of gunfire, their bullets striking the super beasts as if they were made of impenetrable steel, utterly ineffective. In a short span, the super beasts broke through layer after layer of defenses, the number of devoured Allied soldiers escalating. The initial group that had been bitten writhed in agony before their muscles grotesquely swelled, their bodies elongating and expanding dramatically, while dark, wolf-like fur sprouted wildly from their skin. Their heads ballooned, jaws stretching into grotesque, massive wolf heads, their once wise eyes now extinguished, replaced by an insatiable thirst for carnage and hunger. In less than a minute, the soldiers, transformed by the bites of the werewolf-like super beasts, morphed into towering creatures over 2 meters tall, howling mournfully at the sky. Sniffing the air for the scent of the living, they ferociously lunged towards their former comrades. As more and more warriors fell victim to the ravenous super beasts, they too transformed into slightly smaller werewolf monstrosities, surging like a tidal wave toward the Allied positions, tearing apart terrified soldiers and voraciously devouring the flesh ripped from their comrades. The scene abruptly twisted and spun, soaring into the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of the cameraman, who had undoubtedly been discovered by the werewolf monstrosities. Now Vina rent his body. General Lin, you have witnessed this. The Allies need you. If we do not swiftly eradicate these monsters, our soldiers will crumble entirely without a single soldier from the Nazi army needing to engage. They may accept a glorious death in battle, but they cannot bear to be torn apart and consumed by the very comrades they once fought alongside. Churchill rasped, switching off the projector. The secretary illuminated the room, flooding it with light, yet the atmosphere felt even more oppressive than before. Chapter 15. A single blow to shatter the Zeebrugge dock. The vampire princess Sonia seeks an alliance. The footage we just viewed was captured by Battlefield Reporter Castle. However, as you saw, he met his demise at the hands of those werewolf monsters. It was a young lieutenant who recovered the film and brought it back to London, allowing us to grasp the gravity of the situation. Eisenhower's expression was one of deep sorrow, his gaze brimming with unrelenting fury. General Lin, your mission is to annihilate these monsters, leaving not a single one to escape. He approached a map, gesturing with a pointer. Currently, the area with the highest concentration of these creatures lies at the border of Austria and Hungary. According to intelligence from the front lines, the number of next-generation werewolf monsters has surpassed 80,000, and they are relentlessly slaughtering any living being in their path. We can essentially ascertain that even the Hydra, responsible for the creation of the Super Beastmen, has lost control over the next-generation werewolf monsters. They have dispatched the Super Beastmen to Zeebrugge, Belgium, preparing to cross the channel to launch an assault on the British homeland. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng experienced a moment of clarity, realizing their urgency was directed at the European Allied Command located in Britain. Churchill and Eisenhower feared a repetition of past tragedies, knowing that the resolve of the British populace would inevitably wane under such circumstances. Very well, Prime Minister General, I comprehend what must be done. It is said that werewolves fear silver weaponry. Thus, I shall request silver-plated bullets for the day of reckoning independent regiment, along with silver-plated melee weapons. Let them deal with the next-generation werewolves at the border of Austria and Hungary, while I eradicate the new werewolf version of the Super Beastmen in Zeebrugge, severing the source of infection at its roots. Churchill furrowed his brow, contemplating before finally nodding in agreement. Silver is a precious metal and a non-renewable resource. Utilizing it for bullets seems rather extravagant, and securing budget approval from both houses would be quite a hassle. I suppose we could give it a try, but the production of silver-plated bullets will take time. The British Museum does possess a considerable collection of ancient silver-plated melee weapons. Let us equip the Day of Reckoning Independent Regiment with those and send them to the border of Austria and Hungary. They should slay as many next-generation werewolf monsters as possible. Lin Feng nodded slightly, understanding that without silver-plated bullets, there could be no extensive operations. In any case, with only silver-plated melee weapons, he would not allow the Day of Reckoning Independent Regiment to infiltrate enemy territory, but rather to hunt the next-generation werewolves from the periphery. Once the silver-plated bullets arrive, he would then orchestrate a large-scale slaughter of those beasts. I have no further issues, unless the Prime Minister and General have additional assignments. I shall proceed to arrange the operational plan. Seeing that both men remained silent, he saluted and turned to leave. After exiting the Allied command bunker, Lin Feng made his way to the Day of Reckoning Independent Regiment's camp. The two soldiers on guard at the entrance immediately stood at attention and shouted inside, "The General has returned! The General has returned!" Shortly thereafter, 110 resting soldiers of the regiment rushed out of the barracks, quickly forming an orderly formation on the parade ground, aligning into precise ranks within moments. Lin Feng was quite pleased with their swift response, standing before the formation and proclaiming, "Soldiers, I trust you have enjoyed your time while I was away. Have you exhausted your allowances?" The soldiers erupted into hearty laughter, eagerly recounting their lively escapades during the brief holiday. "General, we had our fill, and the money is gone. The ladies in London are quite the thrill. I entertained 7 or 8 of them in just a few days, spending only £200. My body, however, is feeling the strain. I returned to training a bit weak in the legs. Ha! Robert, you are too weak. I managed to entertain 14 or 15 and still feel invigorated." Nick Fury, however, remained silent, his expression heavy with concern. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, pressing his hands downwards, which instantly silenced the soldiers. "Now heed my command." The soldiers promptly retracted their smiles, their expressions turning solemn as they stood tall. Nick Fury stepped forward this time. "You are tasked with bringing them to the border of Austria and Hungary to eliminate the werewolf monsters that ruthlessly slaughter civilians there. The specially crafted silver bullets have yet to be manufactured, but the Prime Minister has prepared a batch of silver melee weapons. You will engage in close combat with those werewolves. Tell me, are you afraid?" Upon hearing his name, Nick Fury briskly stepped out of the ranks, raising his voice to a fervent shout. "Not afraid. Not afraid. We, the soldiers of the Independent Regiment, are confident in our ability to slay all the werewolf monsters." The soldiers echoed his fervor, their faces flushed and voices raised in unison. "Not afraid. Not afraid. We, the soldiers of the Independent Regiment, are confident in our ability to slay all the werewolf monsters." Lin Feng nodded. Addressing Nick Fury, "I will temporarily entrust the Independent Regiment to you. Ensure the soldiers' safety while maximizing the extermination of werewolf monsters. The Prime Minister will soon deliver weapons, and you will oversee the handover on my behalf. This time, I shall not join you in battle. You must return with every single soldier intact. Understood?" Nick Fury stood at attention, responding decisively, "Yes, General. I assure you that not a single one will be lost. I will bring all my brothers back safely." His voice trembled slightly, aware of the significance of leading the Independent Regiment alone. The general clearly valued him, signaling a potential promotion. This battle at the border of Austria and Hungary must be executed flawlessly, with 0 casualties. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder, speaking meaningfully, "I trust you to handle this. Go forth and execute your duties." The future renowned director of the Egg Bureau possessed remarkable abilities. Now that he was among Lin Feng's ranks, it was imperative to utilize him fully, lest it be a waste of talent. After organizing the Doomsday Independent Regiment, he leaped into the air amidst the soldiers' adoring gazes, soaring into the sky and vanishing in an instant, leaving only the sound of sonic booms fading into the distance. In less than a minute, Lin Feng reached the skies above Zeebrugge, surveying the scene below. The docks were swarming with Nazi soldiers, hundreds of tanks deployed around the perimeter, and dozens of anti-aircraft guns concealed behind protective shelters. Numerous destroyers, frigates, landing ships, and transport vessels were docked. Yet there was no sign of the new werewolf version of the Super Beast. It appeared that all military vessels were coated with a peculiar substance, rendering them impervious to his X-ray vision. The Nazis, having recognized his ability after several battles, had developed targeted shielding paint. Were they already crossing the sea? Or were they hidden aboard one of the warships? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He was determined to obliterate all the naval vessels. Confident that he could force out the super beast, and it was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of his thermal ray weaponry. His eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, and in the next instant, two formidable beams of heat surged forth. With a sizzling sound, the beams, as thick as several meters, sliced through the naval vessels, cleaving them into segments with remarkable precision. The metallic hulls melted instantaneously at the cut, dripping molten iron into the ocean, where it vaporized into a thick plume of steam. The Nazi soldiers on the dock gazed in astonishment, rendered speechless by the divine retribution unfolding before them. "Counterattack! Open fire! Engage!" bellowed a German colonel, commanding the anti-aircraft guns to unleash their fury. Boom! 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 A multitude of cannons erupted, spewing flames over a meter in length, their shells piercing the sound barrier as they ascended skyward. Bang! 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 Countless fireballs detonated around Lin Feng, the shrapnel clanging against his black battlesuit. A futile endeavor, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. He dismissed the explosions around him and continued to sever the naval vessels at the dock with his heat rays. As yet another destroyer disintegrated and sank into the sea, 25 figures, notably taller than the average man, leaped from a transport ship, clad in silvery exoskeleton armor. They wielded advanced weaponry resembling rocket launchers, aiming skyward and unleashing a barrage of fire. Whoosh! Streams of blue energy beams soared into the sky, shattering against Lin Feng's battle suit into myriad blue motes. However, their assault bore fruit. The energy absorption of the suit had reached its zenith, vibrating slightly as it struggled to contain the immense power within. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige," Lin Feng declared, retracting the heat rays and diving downwards. In the blink of an eye, he stood before a super beast man, delivering a crushing blow to its form, unleashing the pent-up energy stored within the suit. Boom! The over 4-meter-tall super beast man erupted, its flesh and bones flying like confetti into the air. The specially crafted alloy exoskeleton, a product of Hydra's meticulous research, offered no protection and shattered under the explosive energy, scattering deadly fragments that claimed the lives of several Nazi soldiers. Having exhausted the stored energy of his suit, Lin Feng resumed his efficient slaughter with heat rays. Under the searing beams that cut through the sky, the super beast men were rendered powerless, evaporating into thin air before they could even approach. He traversed the battlefield unperturbed, akin to a deity amidst chaos, where no super beast man could impede his advance. In a mere 30 seconds, all 25 super beast men, once perceived as formidable by the Nazi soldiers, lay dead, their remains reduced to nothingness, most incinerated to oblivion. Lin Feng surveyed the area once more, confirming that no super beast man remained alive. He gazed at the fleeing Nazi soldiers, disinterested in pursuing them one by one. With his right fist raised high, he brought it down forcefully upon the dock surface, unleashing a colossal force that shattered the supporting concrete beneath. The earth trembled as if struck by a magnitude 9 earthquake. Vast sections of land fractured, and hundreds of cracks rapidly spread. The fleeing Nazi soldiers, unable to evade in time, fell into the gaping chasms, their bodies crushed into a gruesome pulp amidst the debris. Even tanks found themselves ensnared in the fissures, reduced to scrap metal. The sheer power of his punch obliterated over 100,000 square meters of the dock, burying thousands of Nazi soldiers and hundreds of tanks. The few surviving Nazis within the cracks let out mournful wails, like tormented souls from the depths of hell, lamenting their fate. "Oh, Satan above, how is this possible?" A faint voice, almost like a whisper, reached his ears, prompting Lin Feng to direct his sharp gaze towards its source. In an instant, he traversed several kilometers to the top of a dilapidated clock tower. With a single punch, he shattered the wall and reached through the gaping hole, tearing through a layer of tight leather to grasp a slick patch of skin, pulling out a dirt-streaked woman. "Let go of me, you bastard! Where are you grabbing?" She protested fiercely, striking Lin Feng's chest with surprising strength, though it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Upon inspecting his grasp, Lin Feng comprehended her indignation. The pale, smooth hemisphere he held in his palm, slightly below normal human temperature, suggested that this woman, hiding in the shadows, was not as simple as she appeared. Reveal your identity and purpose, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Lin Feng released his grip, scrutinizing the woman before him. She had long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her features exquisitely defined, exuding an air of haughty elegance. Her tight black leather attire accentuated her voluptuous figure, and a holstered handgun rested at her side, while a curved blade was slung across her back. I am Sonia, of the vampire lineage, formidable Major Lin. As for my purpose, I initially came to investigate the source of the werewolves ravaging the border between Austria and Hungary, only to discover it is a consequence of your human civil war. Huh. How ironic that those who once despised us and the werewolves would now seek to exploit our power to slaughter their own kin. Truly, humanity is the most malevolent. Sonia crossed her arms, concealing her exposed curves, her thin red lips pursing into a sardonic smile. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, employing his X-ray vision to survey her. Indeed, the woman's heart did not beat. Instead, beneath her heart lay an irregularly shaped blood clot, pulsating slowly like some kind of seed core, with blood flowing in a unique circulatory pattern. Very well, Sonia, I have no penchant for verbal sparring, nor do I relish arguing with women. These new werewolf hybrids, the abominations, were created by Hydra. Since you have investigated their origins, you must be aware of who provided Hydra with the genetic material. Tell me, who are they and where can they be found? He must ascertain the genetic origins of these new werewolf variants of superbeasts, severing the source of Hydra's experimental materials at its roots, to prevent them from continuing to fabricate these monstrosities. Sonia hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. I can divulge this information, but it comes at a cost. I require an alliance between you and my family. The technological advancements of humanity have escalated, and our vampire clan has been in hiding since the last century. Yet, numerous family members have fallen victim to your demon hunters. I need you to provide us with sanctuary. Should you refuse, you may as well slay me and seek the answers on your own. Lin Feng frowned, and the air around him seemed to thicken, suffused with an overwhelming pressure. As the saying goes, those not of my kind must harbor different intentions. Offering protection to the vampires is not a trivial matter. One fears that they might exploit this sanctuary to cause trouble, leaving him to clean up their mess and potentially tarnishing his reputation, making any aspirations for prestige and enhanced superhero status impossible. That condition is unacceptable. At most, I can agree not to take action against you. He retorted, if you do not comply, I shall eliminate you vampires first. As soon as he finished speaking, Sonia, infuriated, furrowed her brow, her sharp fangs piercing through her lips, her blood-red nails elongating ominously. Yet, despite her fury, she could not forget the devastating punch she had just witnessed. In a fit of rage, she relented and revealed the information she possessed. Lucien informed me that there exists a small faction of aberrant werewolves in Rome who have allied with Hydra, hiding beneath the ancient Roman Colosseum. They even intend to release the progenitor of werewolves, William Cavinus. I have said what I needed to say. May I leave now? Sonia inquired, her gaze fixed warily upon him. Lin Feng nodded, not insisting upon her stay. Having obtained the intelligence, he had no intention of going back on his word, even in the face of vampires. After all, these long-lived beings might prove useful in the future. Watching Sonia depart, Lin Feng soared into the sky. Now that he knew the whereabouts of the werewolves collaborating with Hydra, he would journey to Rome and eliminate those who dare to ally with Hydra, thus cutting off the genetic source of the new werewolf superbeasts. Chapter 16. Destroying the laboratory and slaying the cold-blooded monsters. An unexpected encounter with Cynthia while completing Churchill's commission. Moments later, Lin Feng hovered above the skies of Rome. Gazing down upon the capital of Italy, he observed that most of the once thriving ancient Roman edifices lay buried beneath the dust of time, and the people traversing the city streets were not pure descendants of Rome. The tattered fascist flags still clung to the windows, and the streets were sparse with both vehicles and pedestrians. After Mussolini's capture, the diminutive dictator sought to solidify the unwavering loyalty of his allies by deploying numerous troops to Rome, enforcing an exceedingly stringent military regime. The citizens of Rome were permitted only 3 hours each day to venture outside for procuring food and essential supplies. For the remainder of the time, they either labored tirelessly in factories or remained cloistered in their homes, fervently praying for survival amidst the ravages of war. The ancient Roman Colosseum, also known as the gladiatorial arena, is situated on the eastern bank of the Tiber River in the heart of Rome. This iconic edifice from antiquity spans over 20,000 square meters, with a circumference exceeding 500 meters, capable of accommodating 90,000 spectators for gladiatorial contests, enduring over 2 millennia of weathering and erosion. The once majestic amphitheater now lies in a state of disrepair, its walls having crumbled significantly, with the remaining fragments teetering precariously. After a brief search, Lin Feng discerned the entrance cleverly disguised as a rocky pedestal located beneath the western grandstand. He swiftly descended from above, and the patrolling Nazi soldiers merely caught a fleeting shadow, failing to perceive anything amiss upon closer inspection. Once within the underground passage, Lin Feng hastened deeper into the tunnel. The subterranean corridor was both wide and lofty, presumably designed to accommodate vehicles transporting goods. The dim, yellowish lighting along the sides suggested a scarcity of electricity. In an instant, he reached the end of the passage, where a formidable alloy door barred his path. Through the door, he could hear the sounds of hundreds of individuals engaged in activities, with scarcely a word spoken, as if all were engrossed in their tasks. Lin Feng pressed against the alloy door, and with a resounding crack, from massive metal locks shattered. The guard stationed at the entrance quickly reacted, raising their weapons to aim at the door. A barrage of energy projectiles erupted, yet they proved futile against Lin Feng's black tactical suit, which absorbed every ounce of energy. Damn it, it's an allied superhuman. How did he get here? Eliminate him. Open fire, everyone fire. The Nazi soldiers guarding the laboratory descended into chaos, their faces contorted with rage as they unleashed a hail of gunfire. A shadow darted among the Nazi soldiers, the sound of splintering bones echoing as their resistance crumbled like a fragile shell. In the blink of an eye, they lay defeated, gasping their last breaths upon the ground. After dispatching the soldiers, Lin Feng advanced to the second door of the laboratory. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the high temperature within. As he walked, he observed the bizarre experimental apparatus surrounding him, while researchers in white protective suits gaped in astonishment at the intruder, too stunned to intervene as he navigated through the laboratory. In one corner of the lab stood a towering metal container, approximately 4 to 5 meters high, from which numerous pipes extracted an indeterminate liquid. Amidst the thunderous roar of pressurized pumps, these fluids were transported into various segregated chambers. Through the perspective of Lin Feng, he beheld the unsettling scenes within those chambers, where women, each prominently displaying their swollen bellies, appeared as if they might burst. Beneath their semi-transparent abdomens, peculiar fetuses could be discerned. These were deemed strange in comparison to normal human embryos, resembling diminutive werewolves, yet their muscular tissue and bone density far surpassed that of a typical werewolf, rendering them significantly more formidable than the new generation of super-orcs. Pray tell, what are you doing? Lin Feng seized a researcher by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Cough, cough. We have done nothing, truly nothing. The researcher pleaded. They all volunteered for the experiments. We did not coerce them. If you doubt my words, inquire amongst them. They willingly sacrificed themselves for the salvation of the Third Reich. The researcher struggled to free himself, his desperation growing as he realized escape was futile. With a swift motion, Lin Feng twisted the researcher's neck, silencing him forever. I did not inquire whether they volunteered. My question pertains to what you have done. If he could not comprehend, surely someone among you can understand. The chilling words of Sun Han caused tremors among the other scientists, who silently prayed not to be summoned to answer questions. Any information regarding the experiments was classified, revealing it would spell doom not only for themselves, but for their families as well. Seeing no one step forth to respond, Lin Feng randomly seized another researcher. Provide me with the answer, or I shall methodically crush your bones. As he spoke, he shattered a finger, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the unfortunate soul, who begged for mercy. Please, spare me. I know nothing. Truly, I am just an intern. Lin Feng shook his head and decisively crushed another finger. Your response is erroneous. Such classified experiments would not involve an intern. It appears I must intensify the pressure. You do not believe I would kill you, do you? Before the researcher could utter a word, amidst the distinct sounds of bones fracturing, 6 fingers were reduced to a pulp, overwhelming him with agony and shattering his mental defenses. I will speak. We facilitated mating between werewolves and normal human females, injecting genetic catalysts and super-orc serum during the early stages of pregnancy. Our observations indicate that the super-orc fetuses develop over 30 times faster than ordinary fetuses, capable of delivering stronger second-generation super-orcs in just 12 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's countenance darkened, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. So, your families matter, while others do not. You dare claim those women volunteered? Those unfortunate souls likely remain blissfully unaware that the children within them scarcely qualify as human. Those who treat their fellow human beings as mere experimental subjects can hardly be considered human. The prospect of their survival poses a grave threat. Even if they're not employed by Hydra, they could easily fall into the hands of other ambitious individuals. Lin Feng understood all too well that as long as these individuals lived, they could become instruments of devastation. A crimson light flickered in his eyes as twin beams of heat swept through the laboratory, incinerating every researcher without exception, reducing them to nothingness. After eliminating the scum disguised as scientists, he moved from room to room, unleashing the red rays that consumed both the women lying in beds and the fetuses within them. I cannot allow such technology to escape. May you rest in peace. With each room he exited, his murderous intent intensified. Soon, he arrived at the final chamber, momentarily taken aback to find it empty, despite having seen a heavily pregnant woman moments before. In that fleeting distraction, a bloodied figure erupted from the void before him, its claws lunging for his throat. Lin Feng reacted with remarkable speed, his right hand rising to intercept the incoming attack. Unfortunately, as his fingers brushed against the damp fur, the figure vanished into thin air, and a sound of rushing air filled the space behind him. A cacophony of nails scraping against glass erupted, a sound so grating it was almost unbearable. The bloodied figure paused, incredulous as it glanced down at its claws. Then in a flash, it darted to a nearby metal pipe, severing it with a swipe. At that moment, Lin Feng discerned the nature of his assailant, a diminutive werewolf, standing a meter tall, still tethered by an umbilical cord, clearly the fetus from the woman in the last room. He was astonished at how rapidly this creature had grown. He had destroyed the women and their fetuses no more than 2 minutes prior, and yet this being had already reached such a height. However, upon utilizing his X-ray vision and observing the undigested skull within the creature's stomach, enlightenment struck him. This abomination had sensed danger and devoured its own mother to absorb the necessary nutrients for accelerated growth. Truly, it was a beast worse than a savage, consuming its own progenitor. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he sprang forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the creature's head. The force of thousands of tons, propelled at 20 times the speed of sound, compressed the air and erupted with a thunderous blast. Regrettably, the kick only collapsed a wall, failing to strike the wretched creature. It was a manifestation of spatial abilities. He had not anticipated that he was facing an awakened genetic superbeast. This made it all the more imperative that it be eradicated, for it posed a significant threat. He pursued the creature with relentless ferocity, yet it capitalized on its ability to leap through space, narrowly evading his grasp time and again. The laboratory became a battleground, chaos reigning as countless devices and research materials were obliterated in the clash, but the creature persistently avoided a direct confrontation with him. As Lin Feng observed the ever-growing monstrosity before him, a sense of agitation began to swell within him. The longer the battle persisted, the more formidable the creature became. From initially struggling to evade his assaults to subsequently managing to counterattack on occasion, it seemed to absorb combat techniques and experience like a sponge. The bloodied beast, seemingly aware of its advantage, bared its fangs in a cruel grin, arching its back to evade Lin Feng's sweeping kick, and swiftly twisted its head to strike with an elbow. Bang! Lin Feng raised his hand to block the blow, feeling a slight numbness in his arm. The force of that strike was at least 2,000 tons, with a bone density exceeding that of steel by several multiples. Otherwise, he would not have experienced such a sensation. Could it be that this creature possessed not only the ability of spatial teleportation, but also the power of physical evolution? Just as the monster vanished again, reappearing behind Lin Feng, a cloud of black smoke enveloped the experimental base. Asazuo emerged with Emma, unleashing a potent psychic force that pierced the creature's mind, forcibly stripping it of its bodily senses. With a thud, the monster collapsed to the ground, its ferocious eyes wide open as if to devour everyone present. Yet, it could not move a single claw, merely watching as a large foot struck its head. Bang! 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 Lin Feng delivered 6 powerful kicks in succession, finally shattering the beast's skull. Ah, your timing was impeccable. Otherwise, this wretch would have escaped. He exclaimed, Darling, it has awakened its genes. Shouldn't you inquire why I sought to slay it? Upon hearing this, Emma rolled her eyes in disdain, casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. As she restrained the creature with her psychic abilities, she had delved into its scant memories, realizing the extent of its cruelty and lack of kinship. This monster had torn itself from its mother's womb upon sensing external danger and had devoured her in the process, consuming its own progenitor merely to accelerate its growth. Not every being that awakens its genes is akin to my kin. Such soulless monstrosities, even with 2 superhuman abilities, deserve nothing less than to descend into hell. Remarkably, had it not been for its awakened genes, which resonated with Skrulls' abilities, one might have mistaken it for a new breed of mutant, prompting me to investigate. Lin Feng's eyes emitted searing rays, incinerating the creature's corpse and erasing all traces of blood and fur within the laboratory before he finally exhaled in relief. He approached Emma, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her tenderly. Thank you, my dear. You have been of immense help. Just as the two basked in their intimate moment, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching from afar. Emma pushed Lin Feng away, playfully admonishing him, Someone is coming. Do not act recklessly. In a flash, a Skrulls returned, dragging a woman dressed in Nazi military attire, who was cursing vehemently while clutching her swollen wrist. Release me, you monster, she exclaimed, her insults abruptly ceasing as she pointed at Lin Feng. Major Lin, what are you doing here? Are you in league with this beast? Upon hearing himself referred to as a monster, a Skrulls immediately contemplated teaching her a lesson. However, Lin Feng scrutinized her closely and found her strikingly familiar. Wait, don't harm her just yet. I believe I recognize this woman. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly clapped his hands in realization. She was the valiant female agent, Cynthia, whom Prime Minister Churchill had once tasked him with rescuing. Unfortunately, due to the urgent circumstances brought about by the Nazis' 14th Army's relentless pursuit, he had been unable to complete the mission. Cynthia, is that you? Your original name was Amy Elizabeth Soap. It seemed fortuitous. At last, Churchill's mission could be fulfilled, and both you and your husband are waiting for your return in London. Emma, erase her memories of a Skrulls and you. I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Before Amy Elizabeth Soap could protest, a wave of disorientation washed over her, leaving her expression vacant. After Emma erased a segment of her memory, she crafted a false recollection of Lin Feng rescuing her at the experimental base, seamlessly intertwining the real and fabricated memories, dissipating the overwhelming mental energy. I shall take my leave now, dear, she said, and after 10 seconds, Amy would awaken. Rest assured, the memories that needed to be erased have been dealt with. She placed her hand on a Skrulls' shoulder, and the two vanished in a plume of black smoke. Shortly after their departure, Amy Elizabeth Soap regained consciousness, her body swaying as she nearly stumbled. Lin Feng approached to steady her, offering a gentle smile as he inquired, You are Cynthia, aren't you? Amy Elizabeth Soap froze momentarily, instinctively reaching for her gun, only to be met with an empty holster. You're safe now. I initially came to eliminate the Hydra's experimental base, and I never anticipated encountering you here. Prime Minister Churchill has instructed me to bring you back. You need not continue your undercover work with the Nazis. The illustrious Agent Amy. Upon hearing her true name spoken, Amy Elizabeth Soap nodded. At that moment, she recognized the man before her, the formidable ally among the Allied forces. Thank you, Major Lin. Once again, you have thwarted the conspiracies of the Nazis and Hydra. If the new generation of super soldiers were to succeed, countless Allied soldiers would have perished at their hands. Lin Feng supported her as they made their way through the passage, his voice imbued with a light-hearted tone as he reassured her, I appreciate your kind words, brave heroine Amy. It is merely my duty as a member of the Allied forces. Upon reaching the surface, he glanced at the extensive tunnel with a cold, indifferent gaze. You should run far away. I intend to destroy everything underground to prevent the Nazis and Hydra from potentially unearthing any leftover experimental materials and reigniting this dreadful experiment. Amy Elizabeth Soap wasted no time and sprinted away. Well aware of the terrifying prowess of the Allied Superman, she had heard about countless times from the mouths of undercover Nazi officers. Realizing that her presence here would only be a hindrance, as she sprinted several hundred meters away, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her tremble violently. A thunderous roar erupted. Turning her head in the midst of her flight, she beheld a cloud of dust rising from afar as the colossal ruins of the arena collapsed entirely, cascading into a vast pit several hundred meters wide. A remarkable column of magma erupted from the earth, resembling the eruption of a volcano hidden beneath. As torrents of searing lava swiftly filled the deep chasm, Lin Feng gazed with satisfaction at his handiwork, opening his mouth to unleash a frigid breath. Observing the molten rock cool rapidly, entombing the underground laboratory beneath layers of lava several hundred meters thick, he then felt reassured and flew to Amy Elizabeth Sopp, lifting her in his arms as he soared towards London. Chapter 17. Churchill, we need Superman. Lin Feng. Politicians only care for their interests. Your Excellency, General, Cynthia's last trace reaches this point, yet it has already been obliterated. Should we excavate further to search? Shortly after Lin Feng departed with Amy, a squad of fully armed Gestapo agents arrived at the lava-filled pit, cautiously comparing their maps before daring to believe this was indeed the location of the ancient Roman gladiatorial arena. The remnants of the arena had long vanished, leaving only the smoking, solidifying lava behind. There's no need, you fool. Do you intend to dig through thousands of degrees of magma? Such a cataclysmic event could only have been orchestrated by the Allied Superman. That wretched Cynthia must have fortuitously encountered him to obliterate this secret laboratory. Come, you imbecile. She has likely returned to London. It is improbable she will re-enter our sights. The head of the Gestapo, SS leader Heinrich Himmler, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression gravely serious as he surveyed the transformed landscape of the arena's ruins, a chill spreading within him. What immense power could breach the Earth's crust, unleashing magma from the mantle? Could the Third German Empire truly withstand such might? Could Red Skull, that ambitious wretch of Hydra, truly concoct a creation capable of resisting the Allied Superman? He muttered to himself, tightening his grip with both hands behind his back. Furthermore, whether Cynthia had managed to obtain the laboratory's data upon her arrival remained a question. If she took the information back, the Allies would undoubtedly exploit this technology to forge their own super soldiers. Himmler had never overestimated the moral standards of the Allied leadership. Like every seasoned politician, they cared little for whether super soldier technology might cost lives, only for the obedience and utility of the super soldiers they produced. Schneefein sent a telegram to Hydra's Johann Schmidt, informing him that the super soldier technology may have fallen into Allied hands. Advise him to bolster defenses at other laboratory bases and expedite the upgrade of existing technologies. We cannot afford to lag behind the Allies. A pale-skinned, golden-haired female officer stood at attention, promptly retrieving a notebook to record the general's orders. The SS must monitor all researchers who have access to superhuman technology. Inform John Schmidt that this is the Führer's command. He is greatly disappointed by Schmidt's repeated failures, and the SS is here to alleviate his concerns. Heinrich Himmler spoke gravely, harboring no fondness for the Hydra. Subtle gestures indicated that this ambitious individual, who had risen to power by attaching himself to the Führer, had inflated aspirations. The delays in delivering energy weapons were a clear testament to his lack of absolute loyalty to the Führer. I hope I am merely overthinking, but the Empire's foundation is precarious, leaving no room for complacency. After expressing his anxieties, he waved his hand, instructing the female officer to send a telegram. While he gazed skyward, contemplating the future of the Empire, whether it would flourish or face annihilation under the Führer's leadership. After all, compared to governing the nation and commanding the military, the Führer seems more adept at delivering inspiring speeches. His frequent interventions with frontline generals often exacerbate the difficulties of warfare. The recent series of setbacks faced by the Third Reich, while partly due to the emergence of Allied superhumans, was also linked to the Führer's superfluous directives regarding frontline operations. It is time to return to Berlin. I must purge the malign influences surrounding the Führer and prevent the Empire from sinking further. The head of the Gestapo, the absolute leader of the SS, sighed and departed Rome with his loyal entourage of several hundred, heading back to Berlin to cleanse his surroundings of treachery. In London, within an underground fortress, Lin Feng brought Amy to this place, entering the lowest level without announcement. As a crucial contributor who had infiltrated the Axis powers for over 2 years, providing countless secret intelligence to the Allies, it was only fitting that he meet with the Prime Minister upon his return. Half an hour later, in Churchill's office, having just bid farewell to the Soviet representative, he learned that Amy had returned and immediately instructed his secretary to bring them in. After saluting, Lin Feng took a seat, allowing Amy Elizabeth Soap, dressed in a flowing pink gown, to take the spotlight as the guest of honor. Thank you for your efforts, Amy. To ensure your safety, I shall refrain from making a grand public acknowledgement of your contributions. Churchill personally poured a glass of champagne and offered it to this heroic woman who had sacrificed so much for her country. He observed the slightly apprehensive Amy and eloquently praised her. I have encountered many exceptional agents, yet none have achieved or displayed courage surpassing yours. Bear in mind that they were all trained by MI6, whereas you were merely an ordinary citizen when you chose to serve your nation. The first time I learned of your exploits was when you relayed secret intelligence from the Italian Mediterranean fleet. Your capabilities have proven to be remarkable, far exceeding those of professional female agents. Amy Elizabeth Soap accepted the glass, took a gentle sip to ease her nerves, and responded, "Your praise, Prime Minister, is undeserved. This is merely my duty. All patriotic British citizens bear the duty and responsibility to join the ranks resisting the Nazis, dedicating their strength to eradicate the malevolent Axis powers, even if it necessitates the ultimate sacrifice of their lives." Upon hearing this, Churchill erupted in laughter, only to be reminded of some recent news, which brought a sardonic smile to his lips as he remarked softly, "Our female heroes are indeed fearless. You surpass many of the members of Parliament in courage. They have recently been too afraid to remain in the parliamentary building, these cowards devoid of any fortitude, fearing that one day the monstrous super beasts of the Nazis might descend from the skies and tear open their skulls with their filthy claws." Pausing momentarily, he turned his gaze towards the quietly contemplative General Lin. "Speak to us about the newly eradicated laboratory, General Lin. What distinguishes the super beasts produced by this facility from those we have encountered previously? I have advocated, based on the counsel of the Strategic Science Corps, that all laboratories and their associated personnel must be eliminated promptly, as they have observed the rapid advancement of the super beast capabilities, with each successive generation exhibiting strengths exponentially greater than its predecessor." Upon hearing this, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. The Hydra, an organization he had previously underestimated, had indeed conjured such terrifying monsters. Would there come a day when their creations could overpower even the Allied superheroes? The grim state of affairs at the border between Austria and Hungary had left the high command of the Allies filled with trepidation, as reports of super beasts capable of assimilating human soldiers into werewolf monstrosities instilled a sense of pessimism among many senior commanders. Thus, Churchill sought to glean the insights of the battle-hardened heroes who had triumphed over these creatures on multiple occasions. In general, the Strategic Science Corps recommendations were not unfounded. Hydra's technological advancements were rapid, and the strength of the super beast they produced was escalating at an alarming rate. This time, I encountered a creature whose power rivaled my own. To be precise, this beast, still in its juvenile stage, possessed a strength exceeding 2,000 tons, capable of unleashing a force of 3,000 tons in a single burst, along with a formidable physique that could withstand my iron fist. Should this creature fully mature, I shudder to think whether I could still defeat it, and I am equally concerned about whether other similar monstrosities are being nurtured in Hydra's other bases. Aside from concealing the presence of Emma and her companions, Lin had divulged nearly all pertinent information. He had surmised Churchill's intentions, recognizing that the inquiry was merely a pretext to acquire Hydra's technology, thus allowing him to subtly propose his own demands. Yet, only a fool would assist the Allied nations in developing their own super beast warriors, should they indeed obtain such technology. It might very well be the Allies, rather than Hydra, who bear the brunt of the repercussions. At least President Roosevelt of America would certainly act in such a manner. As anticipated, Churchill's expression grew grave as he remarked, "Indeed, General Lin, The Allies are far too reactive in this regard. We possess only one allied superhuman. Yet the Nazis and Hydra can produce dozens of super beast warriors. As these monstrosities grow ever more formidable, I am concerned that, in the near future, they will deploy super beast warriors across various fronts, launching multifaceted assaults. How can you manage such a burden alone, General Lin? Therefore, the next time you locate Hydra's experimental base, it will be prudent to bring back the technical data. Our allies ought to possess equivalent means to counter them. Churchill's excitement mounted as he spoke, his chubby face flushing crimson. He gestured vigorously with his arms, as if addressing a rapt audience, his voice rising in fervor. If the Third Reich can boast Aryan superhumans, why can't our allies have Anglo-Saxon and Gallic superhumans? I believe that technology knows neither justice nor malevolence. Acquiring such technology would enable us to swiftly vanquish the Nazis and the evil Axis powers. Amy Elizabeth Sopp regarded him, as if recalling a dreadful thought. Her fair complexion turned pale, her lips quivering with the desire to dissuade him. Lin Feng subtly gestured to calm her, speaking before she could interject. I understand, Prime Minister. You wish to use their spear against their shield, and in principle, I am in agreement. However, you must recognize that Super Beast warriors are exceedingly powerful. While it appears that I can defeat them each time, the destruction they cause is immense, and preserving the research data is exceedingly challenging. I shall endeavor to obtain the technical information, but I cannot guarantee a timeline. He could not outrightly contradict the Prime Minister. For the pursuit of sensational news to bolster his reputation relied heavily on the support of the Allied leadership. To openly quarrel with them now would lead to significant complications, as they could prevent him from reporting his exploits. Churchill's jovial demeanor faded as he lit a cigar. The Prime Minister's office fell into a brief silence. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled a plume of smoke and quietly remarked, I am aware of your difficulties, General Lin, but this matter must remain close to your heart. Well, I have another meeting, so I shall not detain you further. Lin Feng sensed that his response had displeased this prominent figure, prompting the hasty issuance of a dismissal. However, he had never intended to pledge loyalty to the so-called Allied forces. Even knowing that Churchill was dissatisfied with him did not trouble him. As long as his propaganda continued unabated, he would be content. The pressure exerted by the Nazis was increasing, and the Allies had no means to counter the Super Beast warriors, relying on him, the Allied superhuman. Very well, Prime Minister, we shall not intrude upon your work any longer. I may need to travel to the border of Austria and Hungary to assist my ineffectual subordinates in eradicating werewolf creatures. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Feng and Amy Elizabeth Sopp rose to depart. Churchill remained seated, not accompanying them, but instructed his secretary to escort them out of the bunker. General Lin, I fail to comprehend why the Prime Minister desires such brutal technology. After walking several hundred meters, Amy Elizabeth Sopp finally voiced her lingering doubts. In that moment, she felt as though the nation she had once defended with her own allure had transformed into something utterly alien. The brutal experiments of Super Beast technology transcended the limits of human imagination, embodying a malevolent science that ought not to exist in this world. Yet, the Prime Minister of her homeland, Churchill, seemed drawn to such a flagrant violation of human morality, leaving the valiant heroine, who had narrowly returned to her homeland, utterly confounded. Lin Feng glanced back with disdain, coldly articulating, remember this. In the eyes of politicians, there is no right or wrong. They're solely concerned with their own interests. In a sense, politicians are akin to those Jews who sell bread for 500,000 marks. Greed and arrogance are their true nature, and discussing morality with them is akin to seeking wisdom from the blind. Thus, I have never felt pity for the Jews. The grievances they suffer are self-inflicted. As he uttered these profoundly controversial words, Amy Elizabeth Sopp stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend that such a statement could emerge from the lips of an Allied Major General. Enough, Amy. These words are spoken from my mouth to your ears. Should you share them with a third party, I shall deny it. He continued, now that you have returned to London, cast aside your worries for the nation and live well with your husband. With that, Lin Feng leaped into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His Doomsday Independent Regiment was still engaged in battle with the werewolf monsters. The current state of the conflict was uncertain, and nearly 80,000 werewolves were no trivial adversary. slaughtering that many pigs would surely be exhausting. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng soared above Bratislava, surveying the scene below. The next-generation werewolf monsters, devoid of rationality, resembled zombies, driven solely by the desires to kill and consume. They twitched their keen noses, using their sense of smell to hunt for humans hidden in every nook and cranny. At-at-at, at-at-at. Sparse gunfire echoed from the northwestern corner of the city, as silver-coated bullets struck the unsuspecting next-generation werewolves. Their thick fur and taut, resilient muscles dissolved before the silver coating as if they had encountered a potent acid, reducing them to ash within minutes. The 112 soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Regiment cherished their silver bullets, reserving them for critical moments when surrounded by hordes of next-generation werewolves or in urgent rescue situations. The Allies had airdropped just over 10,000 silver bullets during this period, and it often took several to bring down a single next-generation werewolf. Consequently, they mostly relied on silver cold weapons, wielding various blades, swords, halberds, axes, and forks according to personal preference, efficiently surrounding and slaying the next-generation werewolves in groups of 3 or 4. Chapter 18. Annihilating the next-generation werewolves. The mutant gill among survivors. Above Bratislava, Lin Feng hovered at an altitude of several thousand meters. He did not hasten to meet the Day of Destruction Independent Corps, nor did he immediately commence the hunt for the next-generation werewolf monsters that were rampaging throughout the city. Instead, he observed the condition of the survivors scattered across the metropolis. To his surprise, over 2,000 individuals had managed to survive, indicating that there were indeed some astute minds among them. Taking refuge in the sewers was a clever strategy. The foul odor masked the scent of humanity. Even the most acute senses of the next-generation werewolves would struggle to locate survivors amidst the complex and pungent aromas of the sewer system. Thus, it would suffice to eliminate the next-generation werewolves while avoiding the sewers of the Western District, alleviating concerns about inadvertently harming the survivors. Lin Feng mused for a moment before diving from the heights. He aimed to gather the members of the Day of Destruction Independent Corps, whose valiant fighters were dispersed throughout the city, complicating the forthcoming large-scale operation to eradicate the next-generation werewolves. Within the confines of Bratislava Castle, Nick Fury and several soldiers convened. They had already dispatched over 300 next-generation werewolves, yet they now found themselves besieged by thousands of these creatures. "Nick, what should we do now?" the soldiers inquired, their nerves fraying under the overwhelming numbers of monsters. For every werewolf they killed, another would emerge. Many bore scratches and bites, and fortunately, the next-generation werewolves could not assimilate new offspring. Otherwise, they too would have succumbed to monstrosity. "Listen closely. Even if we face our demise today, we must not falter or retreat," Nick declared. "I have sent out a distress signal. I trust our brethren will come to our rescue. However, we must also fight with valor and not be slain by these mindless beasts. We must hold our ground until reinforcements arrive." 3 soldiers of the Day of Destruction Independent Corps brandished their silver swords, lunging at the werewolf that had climbed to the window. The towering 2-meter next-generation werewolf howled, its sharp claws wedged into the crevices of the stone wall for stability, while its other claw swiped to deflect the sword thrusts. The next-generation werewolves would swiftly perish upon being struck by silver weapons, yet their claws appeared impervious to such arms, easily parrying the assaults. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, silently grateful that there was but a single window on the top floor of the castle. Otherwise, they would have already been overrun by the next-generation werewolves. Despite the formidable strength and physique bestowed by the super soldier serum, the limitations of their flesh and blood meant that their stamina was not infinite. The sheer numbers of the next-generation werewolves allowed for a war of attrition, which would hinder their ability to maintain efficient killing rates in prolonged and intense combat. They would need to utilize the advantageous terrain to rotate and rest, thereby recovering their strength. Another round of intense confrontation ensued, and the werewolf clinging to the window was finally overwhelmed by the 3 swords. One blade pierced through its chest, sending its massive form plummeting to the ground below the castle. The 3 soldiers had scarcely caught their breath when a larger werewolf crawled through the window, baring its bloodthirsty maw to attack the weary soldier. Though lacking in intellect, its combat instincts were exceptional, discerning the weakest among them in an instant. Nick Fury swiftly pulled the soldier aside, wielding a one-handed axe to strike fiercely. However, The newly emerged next-generation werewolf was immensely powerful. The axe merely glanced off its claws, and the force of the blow sent Nick Fury staggering back several paces. Recognizing the dire situation, the other two soldiers, their eyes aflame with determination, prepared to sacrifice themselves to block the window and prevent the werewolf from breaching the castle. Suddenly, two immense beams of searing light streaked across the sky, sweeping past the window and vaporizing the hulking next-generation werewolf in an instant, leaving only a charred wolf paw clinging to the window sill, exuding the scent of burnt flesh. "Oh my God, Nick, come look! The general has arrived. We are saved," cried the soldier at the window, his voice brimming with elation as he recognized the familiar figure soaring from the distance. None other than the revered general, beloved by the soldiers of the Day of Destruction Independent Corps. The intense beams that had just obliterated the werewolf continued to emanate from the general's eyes, carving out paths of death through the throngs of monsters surrounding them. Nick Fury rushed to the window, marveling at the astonishing scene. "The general has grown more powerful. I suspect he is no longer human," he exclaimed. Just as the words left his lips, he felt the piercing gaze of the soldier beside him and quickly added, "I mean, the general is a god. Yes, he is the deity of this realm." The three fervent soldiers finally regained their composure, sheathing their silvered swords. Had it not been for his last statement, they would have undoubtedly plunged their blades into the blood of traitors. Before long, the thousands of next-generation werewolves encircling the castle were eradicated, the ground scorched and marked with crisscrossing paths of glass-like burns, transforming soil and stone into crystalline matter. "Nick, are you all right? Signal the assembly," commanded the general, instructing all soldiers to regroup at the castle. "You will handle the next-generation werewolves that are lured here. I will cleanse the city of all monsters and rescue the survivors." Lin Feng had eliminated the werewolves near the castle and now hovered at the window, outlining the tactical arrangements ahead. Nick Fury nodded, retrieving a flare gun and extending it out the window, pulling the trigger. With a resounding crack, a vibrant red flare shot into the sky, exploding at several hundred meters in height to form a massive crimson orb, which gradually dimmed after several seconds. The soldiers of the Day of Destruction Independent Corps, scattered throughout the city, spotted the flare and, without hesitation, fought their way backward toward the Bratislava castle. The next-generation werewolves, in hot pursuit, gathered in a frenzy, howling and lunging at them, yet the soldiers bravely repelled their advances. As Lin Feng gazed down from the heights, observing all the soldiers retreating to the nearby area, he swiftly soared toward the distant city. His eyes emitted scorching rays once more, striving to maximize the attack's range while maintaining lethal potency, erasing the next-generation werewolf monsters in his path as if he were wielding an eraser. Though the over 80,000 next-generation werewolves appeared as a formidable horde, they were no match for his devastating strikes. Each sweep of the thermal beam incinerated hundreds, if not thousands, of the creatures into thin air. The soldiers in the distant castle witnessed their general's astonishing display of power. Their spirits ignited as if invigorated by a potent elixir. They unleashed their remaining silver bullets without hesitation, numbering just over 6,000. In a moment, the next-generation werewolves drawn near the castle fell to the ground en masse, dwindling to a mere few hundred. Once the soldiers exhausted their silver ammunition, they boldly brandished their silver melee weapons, leaping from the windows to join the fray, slashing and hacking at the monsters. Minutes passed, and soon, Bratislava bore witness to the absence of any living next-generation werewolves. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning fur, a scent so potent it could induce nausea upon a single inhalation. Lin Feng blinked, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his eyes. It was his first time exerting himself with thermal rays for such an extended duration, and the strain on his eyes was considerable. It was no wonder that superheroes seldom relied on such attacks. Hand-to-hand combat was often preferred, revealing the immense toll this technique took on one's body. After a brief respite, Lin Feng flew into the castle and commanded the excited soldiers gathering around him. There are over 2,000 survivors in the sewer of the Western District. You are to retrieve them. The city lay in ruins, and these survivors likely had nowhere else to turn. Nick Fury sent a transmission to the command center, requesting a large transport ship to escort them back to London. His concern for the survivors was not genuine. Rather, he aimed to exploit their plight for sensational headlines. By delegating the task of guiding the survivors to his loyal soldiers instead of taking on the responsibility himself, he avoided the appearance of self-aggrandizement, allowing his devoted followers to articulate what he could not. At your command, General, I shall lead the effort to rescue the survivors. Nick Fury saluted and, accompanied by 111 soldiers, hurried toward the Western District. They soon arrived at the entrance to a main sewer line. 2 soldiers attempted to lift the manhole cover, only to discover that the metal lid seemed to be welded to the frame, its texture remarkably resilient. Despite their immense strength, they could not budge it. Nick, something is amiss. We shouldn't be unable to open the manhole with our strength. One soldier exclaimed. Under normal circumstances, nothing could be this impenetrable, not even tank armor. With our combined might, we should be able to bend it. It defies reason that a mere manhole cover can withstand nearly 10 tons of force. Nick Fury pondered for a moment, then beckoned a few members of his team forward. Carlos, Femir, Dirk, come here. Call out to them inside and tell them that the werewolf monsters have been slain. Urge them to come out quickly. Our general will provide for them. 3 burly soldiers stepped forward, crouching beside the manhole cover, enduring the stench as they shouted hoarsely into the depths below. Those hiding in the sewers, come out. The werewolf monsters are dead, and the city is now safe. Hurry out. Our esteemed general will take care of you. They repeated this call numerous times, their voices growing hoarse, yet no response came from within, nor did anyone emerge from the sewer. Nick Fury, equally perplexed, decided not to dwell on it. He retrieved several sticks of high-grade explosives from his backpack and affixed them to the manhole cover. Everyone take cover, he instructed. Since they do not trust us, we shall blast open this manhole and inform them face to face. I refuse to believe that even high explosives cannot breach it. He inserted the fuse into the explosives, extending it several meters away before igniting it, then dashed to the safety of a sturdy concrete structure, covering his ears. Boom! Mere seconds later, a massive fireball erupted into the sky, the deafening explosion reverberating throughout the city. The manhole cover, seemingly welded shut, was propelled into oblivion. The survivors sheltering in the sewers were unfortunate. Many suffered from ruptured eardrums due to the blast, with some fainting from the shock. Numerous, strong young men shook their heads, regaining consciousness and casting furious glares at the elderly who had previously impeded their escape, their anger boiling over. Damn it, it's all those old fools' fault. They claimed that outside were monstrous werewolves to deter us from leaving. Those giant werewolves have long since departed. Otherwise, how could we have remained safe down here for days? Moreover, the reinforced manhole cover would not withstand even a single blow from those creatures. Clearly, the Allied forces have exterminated those lesser werewolves and are now seeking survivors. Men, assist the elderly and children. We must hasten our exit and not keep them waiting too long. Several prominent young men rallied the survivors, helping the elderly and children toward the exit. Famished after days of hiding, their pace was slow. However, they had not ventured far before encountering soldiers from the Doomsday Independent Regiment entering the sewer. What is the meaning of this? We shouted for ages, and you didn't even respond. One soldier barked, if it weren't for our general's benevolence, insisting we come down to rescue you, I wouldn't have bothered entering this wretched place, which reeks like an unemptied latrine from a century ago. I can't believe you could endure staying down here. Several irritable soldiers vented their frustration at the survivors. The survivors awkwardly chuckled, none daring to retort, their faces flushed with embarrassment, standing there like chastised schoolchildren under the watchful gaze of their homeroom teacher. Nick Fury chose not to intervene immediately, allowing the soldiers to vent their frustrations before inquiring about the peculiar manhole cover. I find it hard to believe that the manhole covers in your city are tougher than tank armor. If any of you possess a unique ability, do share, and I shall recommend you to General for inclusion in our Doomsday Independent Corps. The super orcs, bred by the Nazis, have slain your kin and obliterated the cities on which you depended for survival, and we, the Doomsday Independent Corps, shall offer you the chance for vengeance. A young girl, possessing an unusually oval face and long brown hair cascading over her shoulders, stepped forward from the crowd, confidently approaching the soldiers. It was I who did it. When the giant werewolf killed my parents, I seemed to awaken my superpower while hiding in the basement. However, this power is not particularly potent. It appears to only enhance inanimate objects, rendering them more durable, yet remains insufficient against the colossal strength of the giant werewolf. Nick Fury scrutinized her and produced a pen, offering it to her. "Tell me your name, and then demonstrate your ability for me." The girl accepted the pen, nodding affirmatively. "My name is Gilvaldia." As she spoke, a flicker of blue light danced at her fingertips and vanished into the pen, the glow dissipating almost instantly, leaving the pen seemingly unchanged. Fury took the pen from her hand, gripping its body firmly while pressing his thumb against the top, gradually exerting force. The ordinary pen, which could be easily snapped, only fractured under the strain of 200 kilograms, revealing an extraordinary enhancement in its strength. Remarkable ability. "Gil, you will accompany me to meet the general. I am confident he will welcome you into our ranks." With that, he waved his hand, and the soldiers hurriedly took the elderly and children from the young men, hastening toward the exit, while Gil followed closely behind, her fists clenched, her eyes alight with the flames of vengeance. Chapter 19. The Underhanded Tactics of Hydra and the Crisis of Public Opinion. Emma's intervention reveals the truth. The following day, at noon, after Major General Lin led the Doomsday Independent Corps to annihilate over 80,000 werewolves that had occupied Bratislava, the remaining 2,000 survivors arrived at the port aboard the large transport ship William, alongside Major General Lin. Reconnaissance aircraft dispatched today conducted thorough searches over the city, but found no further survivors. The telegraph operator recited the freshly received telegram, his voice trembling with excitement. Colonel Phillips listened, his expression grave, devoid of any exhilaration or joy. He had already learned through clandestine channels that his superior seemed to be at odds with Churchill, casting a shadow of uncertainty over whether the triumph brought blessings or calamities. The telegraph operator, realizing the situation was amiss, quickly fell silent, not wishing to incur the colonel's wrath over a minor issue. What compelled individuals to ascertain the origins of the survivors interviewed by the London Evening News? Given that there were no other survivors within the city, could it be that the London Daily is fabricating stories after ostensibly interviewing these individuals? Colonel Phillips slammed his palm onto the table, gazing at the newspaper spread before him with clenched teeth and exclaiming vehemently. Should the ensuing investigation fail to uncover any additional leads regarding survivors, the situation would indeed become exceedingly peculiar, likely a result of the Hydra's insidious tactics to undermine Major General Lin's rapport with the populace. However, this remains merely conjecture, without incontrovertible evidence to substantiate such a theory. It is indisputable that the news published by the London Evening News could inflict severe repercussions on the relationship between Major General Lin and the Allied High Command, potentially jeopardizing the very war against fascism itself. Just recently, the war heroes and legendary figures celebrated in the media have swiftly been transformed into unscrupulous politicians, indifferent to the lives of the citizens in their relentless pursuit of personal advancement. He found it hard to believe that no one was covertly exacerbating the situation. Yet, how might one procure evidence to refute the claims made in that article? At this juncture, it seems that not only Hydra awaits the unfolding drama, but there are also those among the Allied leadership eager to exploit the situation, perhaps even inciting higher-ups to demand accountability. This is truly a dreadful predicament. Colonel Phillips sighed heavily, the immense glory of a triumphant victory now shrouded in shadow. He had anticipated that the Allied High Command would issue orders to prohibit the London Evening News from further disseminating that insidious report. It appeared they too had been swayed by one-sided narratives, insisting that Major General Lin convene a press conference to confront the media and demonstrate that he had not disregarded the welfare of the populace, as alleged in the article. "I have just returned from the news office, and the situation is quite dire." Peggy Carter hurriedly entered, clutching a stack of investigative reports. According to officials at the news office, 125 media outlets from around the world have scheduled attendance for the press conference, signaling an impending storm. And numerous journalist entry records seem inconsistent. They arrived too early, almost as if they had been anticipating this day. "I suspect there is someone orchestrating this behind the scenes." Colonel Phillips solemnly nodded, gesturing toward the London Evening News on the table. "You are correct, but these remain mere hypotheses. We lack compelling evidence." The London Evening News claims they interviewed survivors, yet the over 2,000 survivors returned by Major General Lin assert they have not been interviewed. Thus, are these so-called survivors mere figments of imagination, or? The atmosphere within the office instantly grew heavy, both individuals recognizing the gravity of the situation. If the newspaper were to accuse Major General Lin's survivors of being a mere fabrication, it could easily sway public opinion in light of the testimonies from over 2,000 beneficiaries of his benevolence. However, should this individual indeed be a survivor from that city, who was taken away by certain organizations prior to the arrival of the Doomsday Independent Regiment in Bratislava, brainwashed and repurposed as a scapegoat, the situation would become considerably more complex. Peggy Carter bit her lip in frustration, harboring a deep-seated resentment against the London Evening News for daring to malign her partner. After several deep breaths, she restrained the impulse to storm into the newspaper office and confront the editor directly. As both of them grappled with the unexpected crisis of public perception, a distant sound of applause and cheers wafted in from outside the office, reminiscent of the joyous anticipation of Christmas Eve. What was happening? Colonel Phillips, visibly annoyed, strode purposefully to the door. Peggy Carter, equally incensed, followed closely behind him, only to find agents forming two lines outside, cheering and clapping in a show of support. In a nearby corridor, a familiar figure emerged. Lin Feng, clad in his Major General's uniform, walked with an affable smile, acknowledging the crowd with waves of his hand. Major General Lin had returned, radiating charisma. The agents welcomed him with exuberance, while the female agents gazed at the handsome, well-built general with admiration. Colonel Phillips exhaled in relief, stepping aside to clear the path. Peggy Carter, filled with excitement, rushed forward, embracing him like a weary bird returning to its nest, nearly overwhelmed with emotion amidst the onlookers. God knows how furious and worried she had felt upon reading the London Evening News' slander against her partner, wishing she could confront the reporters who so easily twisted truth and falsehood. Lin Feng wrapped his arm around her waist, gently patting her back in reassurance. "It's all right, Carter. I know everything. You need not worry. I will handle it." After speaking, he waved to Phillips and continued in a hushed tone to Peggy, "Come, Carter. I have matters to discuss with Phillips. Let us retreat to the office for a thorough deliberation." The three entered the office and took their seats. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the newspaper on the desk, and a cold smile crept onto his lips as he picked it up and scrutinized its contents. The headline was strikingly exaggerated, striking the Nazis, yet causing the death of hundreds of thousands. Do Allied supermen still possess humanity? The subheading further amplified the portrayal of his ruthlessness. They were merely infected with a virus, yet were brutally slain by Allied supermen. The lengthy article, narrated from the perspective of survivors, condemned the Allied supermen for their incompetence in annihilating the Nazi military force in one fell swoop, indirectly leading to the tragic deaths of hundreds of thousands of Bratislava's populace, and criticized Lin for having taken the lives of over 80,000 patients infected with an unknown virus, arguing that they should have been afforded the opportunity for treatment. The individual known as Luke Joseph is a virologist. According to reports from the London Evening News, he allegedly escaped the city of Bratislava alone during an attack by superbeasts, where he discovered a novel virus within the corpse of a civilian who had fallen victim to these creatures. He postulates that the next-generation werewolves are infected with this virus, and he believes that developing an antidote could save them. Colonel Phillips, with an expression of incredulity and a tone laced with sarcasm, remarked that it is quite absurd for a seemingly powerless researcher to have survived an encounter with such formidable superbeasts and to have identified an unknown virus in such a short span of time. Any individual with a modicum of intelligence could discern the logical fallacies within this narrative. One wonders if the editorial staff of the London Evening News and the reviewers at the news agency possess any discernment as they brazenly publish such ludicrous claims, allowing this farce to circulate like a blind man wandering the streets. It is merely an age-old tactic of slander, amplified by those who, in their hubris, seek to undermine me. Yet such maneuvers are not infallible, are they? Lin Feng chuckled lightly as he set the paper aside. He returned to London with over 2,000 survivors, initially intending to cultivate a benevolent public image to garner prestige, only to inadvertently become a formidable weapon in dismantling this media crisis. In the stark contrast of the 2001 narrative, the disparaging remarks of a mere virologist pale in significance. Moreover, when it comes to scientific authority, Howard Stark, the renowned genius scientist of this world, holds far greater prominence. However, none of this constitutes the foundation of his unwavering composure. The true ace up his sleeve lies in compelling Luke Joseph to publicly unveil the true masterminds and schemes behind this conspiracy during a press conference. Since everyone desires proof of my innocence, I shall provide them with an opportunity. Colonel Phillips, on my behalf, issue an invitation. All media must be present. Today, I shall demonstrate to those who seek to ensnare me and those who wish to impose their will upon me that a man of integrity need not fear the shadow of doubt. Carter, mobilize all agents to closely monitor those journalists. Should any of them engage with unidentified individuals, they are to be apprehended on the spot, regardless of who is involved. In stark contrast to Lin Feng's calm demeanor, the public outside erupted in fervent discussions upon their first encounter with the London Evening News. Led by loyal readers of the paper, a faction of the populace eagerly disseminated sensational claims regarding the alleged disregard for human life by the Allied superhumans, as if even passing dogs should join in their murmurs. Meanwhile, others, deeply scarred by the Nazis, contested the veracity of the Evening News report, denouncing the newspaper for its sensationalism and deliberate defamation of war heroes, asserting that its true aim was merely to capture attention and bolster sales. The atmosphere of public opinion became polarized, with vociferous debates leading to heated arguments and even physical altercations. Some believe that the sanctity of the right to life of the populace is inviolable, and that the Allied superhumans should capture the next generation werewolf monster alive, so that once a special antidote is developed, it could save their lives. The current predicament of hastily executing all infected individuals is entirely self-inflicted. However, many others feel that the Allied superhumans, who have triumphed over the Nazis countless times and made significant contributions to global peace, should not be subjected to public scrutiny or media vilification. As the time for a press conference convened in the name of Lin Feng was announced, it immediately quelled the public debate, with over 100 journalists flocking to register at the press office, vowing to obtain first-hand information and create a sensational news story. At 5 p.m., Trafalgar Square, reporters arriving at the scene were subjected to police searches before passing through security, each holding their press passes as they took their seats in the media area. Hundreds of high-ranking Allied officers and leaders also arrived, occupying the front rows of the VIP section, their expressions grave, lost in thought. Moreover, thousands of citizens surrounded the perimeter of the security zone, their expressions a complex mix of anticipation as they awaited the commencement of the press conference, eager to uncover the truth. Before long, Lin Feng, clad in a major general's uniform, stepped up to the podium. He adjusted the microphone, ensuring the sound was just right. I stand here today to clarify some pressing concerns in alignment with the facts. Dear journalists, you may begin your inquiries. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous hands shot up in the media area, each journalist eager to be the first to pose a question, fearful of being outdone by their peers. Lin Feng casually pointed to one, prompting the journalist to rise and ask, General Lin, do you acknowledge that your inadequate efforts against the Nazis led to the innocent deaths of hundreds of thousands in Bratislava? The journalist, representing the London Evening News, posed the question with a sharpness that was unapologetic in such a public forum. Lin Feng glanced around at the assembled crowd, a profound smile gracing his lips. He knew that if he responded directly to the journalist's inquiry, he would fall into the trap of an established narrative, and the lofty official rhetoric would struggle to resonate with the masses. Oh, may I pose a question to you as well, dear journalist? The reporter from the London Evening News appeared momentarily taken aback, and under the gaze of the audience, he mustered a response. You may ask. I have nothing to conceal. Lin Feng, satisfied, assessed him from head to toe before speaking. I see that you, my reporter friend, seem to lead a rather prosperous life. Therefore, might you take responsibility for the billions of innocent souls who have perished from hunger across the globe? Would you be willing to do so? Had he merely countered the journalist's interrogation in a straightforward manner, it would not have garnered much attention. Such mundane exchanges rarely captivate an audience. However, Lin Feng's question mirrored the journalist's own, effectively employing his adversary's tactics against him. As a result, everyone's interest was piqued, eagerly turning their gaze towards the crimson-faced journalist. You are being unreasonable. These are entirely unrelated matters. I refuse to respond to your absurdly predetermined questions, Lin Feng said with a slight smile, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Look, you are not a fool. How could you even dare to pose such a ridiculous question to me? He continued, I have consistently taken action against the Nazis. Conversely, my A journalist friend, I suspect you have never even contributed to the wounded soldiers returning from the front lines. What give you the right to question me? His nonchalant reply left the journalist feeling utterly humiliated, instinctively glancing over his shoulder. His movement was conspicuous, prompting the crowd to follow his gaze. A wealthy individual seated in the VIP area immediately felt a surge of discomfort, wishing fervently to leap forward and slap the incompetent fool into silence. Cavelswick, the owner of the London Evening News, had not anticipated attending the press conference. It seemed there was more to this situation than met the eye. The murmurs of the crowd reached Cavelswick's ears, aggravating his agitation. Yet, he was now backed into a corner. Retreat was not an option. He was determined to dismantle the elevated status of the Allied Superman on the podium and trample him down until he could never rise again. With that thought, Cavelswick nodded at the journalist, who suddenly appeared revitalized, eager to pose another question. Disregarding the previous inquiry, I wish to invite the survivor from Bratislava, Luke Joseph, who has a question he wants to hear you answer personally. Lin Feng nodded, showing no opposition to the proposal. The show was about to commence. And how could the protagonist not make an appearance? Soon, a bespectacled middle-aged man approached, seizing the microphone from the journalist's hand. Glaring at the podium with a look of hatred and passionately questioned, Major General Lin, according to my research, those second-generation werewolves are the result of a viral mutation. If an effective antidote could be developed, they could have been saved. By what authority did you so decisively annihilate over 80,000 infected individuals? Who bestowed upon you the right to treat lives so callously? As he spoke, he retrieved documents from the briefcase he held, fervently waving them towards the VIP section, sorrow evident in his every word. After merely a few days of study, I discovered that this virus shares characteristics with rabies and prion diseases. But Major General Lin has already executed those individuals. Even if I were to discover a cure now, it would be too late to save them, he demanded. I call upon the Allied command to immediately strip him of his rank and imprison this butcher of innocent civilians to face justice. My recommendation is for a death sentence. The faces of the Allied High Command in the VIP section darkened considerably. Churchill had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. He had merely intended to reprimand the obstinate Lin Feng, yet now it seemed that others sought to eliminate him entirely, a far cry from his original intent. Lin Feng regarded the pallor of his countenance with a discerning eye, subtly signaling towards the crowd. Among the onlookers, Emma nodded, her formidable telepathic abilities piercing through Luke Joseph's mind. She discerned that his thoughts had indeed been tampered with, forcefully implanted with animosity towards Lin Feng through some form of brainwashing technique, alongside directives to incite a greater public uproar. However, the nascent brainwashing methods of Hydra were no match for her telepathic prowess, which effortlessly eradicated the manipulations from Luke Joseph's mind. The once impassioned virologist, who had been articulating fervent grievances, abruptly froze, akin to a robot experiencing a malfunction, his hands still raised mid-gesture. After a moment, he appeared to awaken from a nightmare, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings and exclaiming, "How did I end up here? Weren't the Nazis torturing me?" Who could elucidate what had transpired? Upon hearing the contradictory statements from Luke Joseph, the gathered crowd was momentarily perplexed, but the politically astute Churchill quickly grasped the situation. It had become evident that the media crisis he intended to wield against Lin Feng was orchestrated by the Nazis, and he, the esteemed supreme commander of Allied forces in the European theater, had unwittingly been manipulated by the enemy. Cavelswick slumped in his chair, his pudgy cheeks twitching uncontrollably. He realized his fate was sealed. Collusion with the Nazis led only to demise. The Allied High Command was not Na'vi, and Luke Joseph's unusual behavior indicated Nazi involvement in the affair, while the London Evening News, which had first published the scandalous reports against the Allied superhuman, could not exonerate itself from suspicion. Suddenly, Lin Feng's figure flickered, positioning himself before the bewildered virologist. A gunshot resounded, and the bullet struck him, flattening against his body and clattering to the cobblestone ground. Surrounding security personnel swiftly shielded the high-ranking official with their own bodies, drawing their weapons and anxiously scanning for the assailant's location. The crowd dispersed in chaos, complicating the officers' efforts as they navigated through the tumultuous throng towards a nearby vantage point. However, In the wake of the shooting, it became clear to all present that the Allied superhuman was not the butcher as vilified by the London Evening News. Rather, this media tempest was a trap set by the Nazis to undermine him, and the attack on virologist Luke Joseph revealed the truth. Chapter 20. Captain America leads the charge against Hydra. Super breath freezes the Atlantic. In the British Empire, London, following the resolution of the media crisis. The ensuing changes in the situation were significant. The Strategic Scientific Reserve agents apprehended 26 Nazis and Hydra spies, while the number arrested by MI6 remained unknown, indicating the profound infiltration by Nazis and Hydra into nearly a third of London's newspaper establishments. Upon receiving the news, Churchill made a point to call Lin Feng in an effort to provide reassurance. He was considerably shaken by the recent events, for the notion that so many spies had infiltrated right beneath his nose was quite alarming. For the time being, he prioritized the complete eradication of the Nazis and Hydra over all else. After spending a delightful half-day in solitude with Peggy Carter, Lin Feng made his way to the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Upon entering the operations command room, he was immediately met with the furious roar of Colonel Phillips. What in blazes does that little mustached fiend intend to do? You all have seen the intelligence brought back by Agent Smith. Let us hear your thoughts on how we should respond, instead of sitting there like a bunch of fools. Perhaps due to the shocking nature of the intelligence, the faces of those gathered around the conference table were grave, and not a single individual dared to utter a word. The atmosphere in the entire operations room was as if it had solidified, leaving only the sound of Colonel Phillips' heavy breathing, indicating his considerable agitation. What is happening? Lin Feng inquired softly, his brow furrowed in concern. He had never witnessed the Strategic Scientific Reserve fall into such silence during a strategy session. Even the brilliant scientist Howard Stark remained uncharacteristically mute. Upon noticing Lin Feng, Colonel Phillips' expression swiftly softened, and he suppressed his anger to provide a detailed explanation. Our agents have returned with new intelligence indicating that an intelligent race beneath the sea has allied with the Nazis and is planning to launch attacks against Allied naval vessels in both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Although I find it hard to believe that an intelligent race exists under the sea, the intel from Agent Smith insists that this race has even established a nation, bearing a name reminiscent of the legendary Atlantis. If this is indeed true, our vessels traversing the oceans may find themselves sinking to the depths as shark fodder, and mounting a counteroffensive against a nation residing beneath the waves would prove exceedingly difficult. His finger traced a red dot marked on the Atlantic, indicating an area near the Bermuda Triangle, where the hydrological conditions and climate were exceptionally complex, making it arduous for Allied naval fleets to engage in prolonged, large-scale combat. Even deploying depth charges in this region could lead to misdirection due to the underwater currents, and it remained uncertain whether Atlantis could be destroyed. In fact, it might inadvertently harm our own vessels. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who had recently been preoccupied with battling Hydra, the Hellfire Club's Black King, Sebastian Shaw, had orchestrated an alliance between the King of Atlantis, Namor, and the Nazis. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng instinctively sensed something amiss. In the myriad of Marvel works he had encountered before his journey through time, he had never witnessed an alliance between Atlantis and the Nazis. Rather, there were several instances where Namor, in a fit of rage over the injuries inflicted upon his kin by torpedoes launched from Nazi submarines, had retaliated by obliterating their submarines and warships. This is indeed troublesome, but it is manageable. Leave this matter to me. I shall discover the whereabouts of Atlantis and engage in a meaningful discourse with their king. I suspect he may have been deceived by the Nazis. This individual may very well become our ally. After Lin Feng took on this task, the expressions of those present shifted from gloom to brightness. They were unaware of the formidable strength of Atlantis, yet the might of the Allied superhumans was beyond question. Their illustrious record of unbroken victories instilling confidence that no adversary could rival them. Ha ha ha, that would be splendid. Colonel Phillips was nearly beside himself with rage. He gave us quite the tongue lashing. Had it not been for Major General Lin's arrival, I might have been unable to restrain myself from retorting. When has Howard Stark ever endured such indignities? Even the Secretary of Defense treats me with utmost respect. I have tolerated this only because we are all old friends. Howard Stark jested, lightening the atmosphere in the strategy meeting room. As the chief scientist of the Strategic Scientific Reserve and the illustrious chairman of Stark Industries, his standing was unparalleled and none would dare to dismiss his words as mere boasting. Colonel Phillips awkwardly touched his ruddy nose, relieved to have avoided a public rebuke. He was about to utter a few conciliatory words when the door to the meeting room swung open once more. A telegrapher entered, clutching a freshly deciphered telegram, his complexion as pale as parchment. "I apologize for the interruption, Major General Lin, but we have urgent intelligence," he announced. "We intercepted a secret message from the Nazis, sent by their Hydra infiltrators back to Berlin. Upon deciphering it, we uncovered a series of coordinates in a covert operation codenamed Valkyrie, Goddess of Vengeance." The telegrapher handed the telegram to Lin Feng and circled several locations on the map before the assembly. The leader of Hydra, Johann Schmidt, was plotting to obliterate the major metropolises of the world, starting with the beautiful cities of New York and Washington, followed by London, Paris, Rome, and even the very capital of the Third Reich, Berlin. As he recounted this dire news, a chill ran down the spines of the attendees. The Red Skull had completely lost his mind. He intended to annihilate so many great cities. Should this plan come to fruition, nearly half of the world would be devastated, and the remaining half would regress to the developmental standards of 50 years prior. Moreover, these cities are densely populated, with at least 100,000 residents in the smaller ones, and in the larger metropolises, the numbers swell to millions, if not over 10 million. The economic and political ramifications of such destruction were unfathomable, and the loss of life alone would amount to hundreds of millions. Colonel Phillips stared wide-eyed, incredulously murmuring, "No, it cannot be. Does Hydra possess the weaponry capable of destroying a metropolis like New York? To annihilate a city of 10 million, he would require thousands of bombers and tons of explosives." Upon his utterance, most attendees nodded in agreement, for in their understanding, humanity had yet to develop a weapon capable of obliterating a city of such magnitude in one fell swoop. However, Lin Feng and Howard Stark held a markedly different perspective, their expressions gravely serious. One had witnessed the film Captain America, the first Avenger, aware of Hydra's deranged scientist, Zola, who had developed an energy bomb whose potency rivaled that of an atomic bomb. The other had dismantled Hydra's energy weapons, understanding the immense power embedded within the energy cores, realizing that transforming an energy source into a bomb was a trivial task. "I regret to inform you, Colonel, that I must shatter your illusions. They truly possess the capability," Lin Feng declared. "I have previously deconstructed captured energy weapons and conducted experiments with the energy cores. Merely applying excessive pressure or other forces to a small fragment can induce a tremendous and violent explosion. An energy core extracted from a handgun could effortlessly obliterate a concrete fortress if we had a sufficient quantity of these energy cores. Constructing a bomb capable of devastating New York would be exceedingly simple." Howard Stark's somber tone dispelled any lingering flicker of hope among the assembly. All eyes inevitably turned towards Lin Feng, placing their final hopes upon him. "Major Lin, we must rely on you," Colonel Phillips lamented, feeling powerless amidst the escalating crises. A sense of shame creeping in. Atlantis depended on Lin Feng for resolution, and Hydra's Valkyrie project also hinged upon him. It appeared that the Allies were suffering from a severe case of superhuman dependency. "Fear not, everyone. Has Hydra officially severed ties with the Nazis? Their lack of a formal split indicates that this plan remains merely a plan, likely a means to accumulate strength while refining their strategy. Thus, we still have time to thwart this endeavor. This telegram must be sent immediately to the Allied command, and all involved nations should be notified to prepare their air defenses under strict confidentiality." Lin Feng spoke with an air of calm assurance, drawing the attention of all present. His composed demeanor instilled a sense of tranquility among the anxious assembly, alleviating their trepidation. The telegraph operator promptly responded, "At your command, General, I shall inform them forthwith." Once the operator departed, Lin Feng surveyed the group, his tranquil countenance breaking into a smile. "In matters of significance, especially urgent ones, it is imperative to maintain composure and steadfastness. A fluster mindset only leads to erroneous judgments, and I must admonish you on this point." Hearing this, the assembly felt a wave of shame wash over them, their admiration for the young major, who had repeatedly achieved miraculous feats, deepening. Memories of his audacious exploits From infiltrating the Japanese command in Southeast Asia to dismantling a Nazi laboratory in Sicily and single-handedly facing thousands in the Battle of Warsaw, flashed through their minds. Once he sensed the group had regained their composure, Lin Feng's smile faded, and he continued with seriousness, "Now, I issue my orders." At these words, everyone instinctively straightened, even Howard Stark, who sat upright, hands at his sides, embodying the gravity of the moment. Steve Rogers and Bucky have completed their recuperation and will now lead the Destroyer Day Independent Unit in combat against Hydra. The Strategic Scientific Reserve is tasked with uncovering Hydra's secret bases and military factories, as well as managing their logistical support, with the aim of swiftly dismantling their Valkyrie revenge plan. I shall take full responsibility for the negotiations with Atlantis. Colonel Phillips, please inform the Allied nations to suspend hostilities against the Third Reich in the Atlantic and Pacific during my negotiations. The vastness of the ocean makes it improbable that the enemy will pursue the Allied fleet indiscriminately. As Lin Feng concluded his statement, a flicker of hesitation crossed Colonel Phillips' eyes. After a moment's pause, he raised his hand and spoke softly, "Your Excellency, it is not my intention to question your orders, but Steve Rogers has little combat experience. Is it truly prudent to place him in charge of the fight against Hydra? If you have no objections, I would prefer to take the lead myself and have him serve as my aide to learn the ropes." With Colonel Phillips' self-nomination, the attendees expressed their agreement. They placed greater trust in seasoned veterans than in the inexperienced Steve Rogers. However, Lin Feng, who was more familiar with Captain America, waved his hand dismissively, refusing to elaborate further. "I have made my decision. Steve shall take charge, with Bucky as his aide. Colonel Phillips, your role will be to provide them with intelligence and logistical support. When the war concludes, your contributions will not go unrecognized. I am confident they will succeed in destroying Hydra and thwarting the Valkyrie revenge plan." Upon receiving the final command, Colonel Phillips could only shake his head in resignation. Although the assembly did not fully comprehend the decision, they had no choice but to comply with the orders of the general. The responsibility of gathering the Destroyer Day Independent Unit soldiers and coordinating with Steve was assigned to Colonel Phillips, while logistical duties were entrusted to Howard Stark. Others would assist in gathering intelligence on all Hydra secret bases and military factories, ensuring thorough preparations for the impending battle. Lin Feng then departed alone from the Strategic Scientific Reserve's headquarters, heading towards the Bermuda Triangle in the Atlantic. The Bermuda Triangle, often referred to as the Devil's Triangle, is situated in the North Atlantic Sargasso Sea, defined by the British Bermuda Islands, the American Puerto Rico, and the southern tip of Florida. This maritime region is notorious for its peculiar phenomena, frequently witnessing mysterious disappearances of ships and aircraft. In an alternate reality, one might attribute these vanishing incidents to unusual weather conditions. However, in the Marvel Universe, the underwater city of Atlantis looms beneath the triangle, likely causing the Atlanteans to feel exasperated by the frequent passage of human vessels and aircraft above, prompting them to eliminate those disturbances to their tranquil existence. Minutes later, Lin Feng soared above the Bermuda Triangle, spotting a fleet adorned with the stars and stripes navigating below. He furrowed his brow slightly as he began his descent towards the fleet's aircraft carrier. On the deck of the USS Lincoln, the crew members were filled with excitement as they waved and greeted him. "Greetings, Major General Lin. I never anticipated encountering you here. May I have your autograph?" exclaimed one. "My goodness, Major General Lin truly can fly." The newspapers were not misleading. Another shouted, "Quickly, inform the commander that Major General Lin has arrived at our fleet." Some, resembling starstruck fans, pulled out notebooks to seek his signature, while others reflected on their past skepticism regarding the Allied superhero-esque capabilities, realizing their misconceptions. Thankfully, a perceptive individual reported his arrival to the fleet commander. Before long, the commander of the aircraft carrier fleet, Rear Admiral Ronald Eiseningersol, approached with sunglasses perched on his nose and a pipe in his mouth. His expression was stern and unfriendly, seemingly less than pleased with Lin Feng's presence. "Major General Lin, why are you here idling about instead of battling the Nazis on land?" His tone was laced with sarcasm as he exhaled a ring of smoke. Lin Feng, unwilling to inhale secondhand smoke, gently blew, causing the pipe to freeze entirely, shattering upon impact with the deck. "Perhaps, Admiral, you have not received the orders. I have already notified the allied nations to keep all fleets clear of any potential conflict zones with the Third German Empire's navy. Until my negotiations with the underwater kingdom of Atlantis conclude, it would be prudent for your fleet to maintain a safe distance. I fear that should the negotiations falter, your fleet may very well be vulnerable to an attack from the denizens of the deep. His warning was delivered with calm composure, yet the response was far from gracious. Removing his sunglasses, Ronald pointed at his own nose, chuckling derisively. "Huh, you crack me up. Did you all hear that? The illustrious allied superhero claims there are beings dwelling in the ocean. Are they squids or perhaps sharks?" His laughter grew louder, culminating in a roaring fit of amusement. "I must admit, Major General Lin, your jest is truly entertaining." The surrounding soldiers joined in the laughter, none of them believing in the existence of Atlantis, dismissing it as mere folklore. Wiping tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes, Ronald's demeanor shifted as he admonished, "Major General Lin, I mean no offense, but my fleet is invincible upon the seas. Even if Atlantis were real, how could they possibly harm our steel leviathans? Do you think they could use harpoons to bore a hole in my aircraft carrier and sink it into the Atlantic?" Seeing that he was not heeding the advice and continued to mock him, Lin Feng chose to forego further dialogue. If one sought their own demise, so be it. He would release his urge to assist and respect the fate of others. He hoped that when Ronald witnessed the true might of the sea, he would not regret his mockery. "Admiral, I have said all I wish to. Whether you heed my words is entirely up to you. Should your fleet meet its demise, it is you who will face a military tribunal. Oh, but wait, you must survive first to stand trial. May God have mercy on you." With that, he leapt into the sky, soaring high above. Ronald Eisen Ingersoll disdainfully scoffed, donning his sunglasses while humming a country melody as he made his way towards the command center, dismissing the trivial affairs of the so-called Allied Superman. However, after taking only a few steps, a soldier's exclamation from behind caught his attention. Annoyed, he turned to reprimand, only to be left wide-eyed in astonishment. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng inhaled deeply and unleashed a frost-laden breath upon the tumultuous sea. The chilling exhalation instantaneously crystallized the moisture in the air, forming icy shards that plummeted into the ocean, while plumes of white mist ascended. As the frozen breath met the surface of the sea, the waves were swiftly transformed into sculptures of ice, with crystalline formations rapidly spreading through the waters. Full throttle, hard to starboard, evade the freezing sea. Ronald Eisen Ingersoll could no longer afford to be irate. The advancing icy surface was perilously close to the fleet. Immediate course adjustments were imperative to prevent the vessels from becoming ensnared in the frozen waters. Dozens of ships executed a rapid right turn, fleeing towards the safety of the unfrozen sea, while the soldiers, witnessing this miraculous spectacle, found themselves offering silent prayers. Lin Feng sustained his icy breath for several minutes, freezing an expanse of 3,000 meters of sea surface, even encasing the depths down to 600 meters, before finally pausing to inhale slowly. He had exchanged greetings with Namor. He should be emerging shortly. Chapter 21. The Allied Superman versus Namor, the King of the Ocean. In the depths of the Atlantic's Bermuda Triangle, a magnificent city loomed where one would expect only darkness. An invisible shield withstood the immense pressure of thousands of tons of seawater, simultaneously warding off the penetrating chill. Atlantis, the fabled city, also revered as a sanctuary by marine life. Within this metropolis, a blend of futuristic technology and the rich cultural heritage of ancient civilizations thrived. Towering basalt columns supported the circular dome of the central palace. Countless blue-skinned Atlanteans either traversed the city in sleek amphibious shuttles or rode colossal marine creatures, entering the city through the protective shield and docking their vessels at the harbor's edge. Unlike terrestrial civilizations, the city did not rely on electric lights for illumination. Instead, bioluminescent algae floated above, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, while enormous glowing fish and jellyfish drifted by, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of a fairy tale. Before an opulent and grand palace, hundreds of Atlanteans armed with weapons patrolled diligently, their gazes sharp as blades, scanning for any lurking dangers. Surrounding the palace, formidable artillery towers rose, their massive barrels aimed skyward. At the command of His Majesty the King within the royal palace, they would unleash a barrage of cannon fire. obliterating any foe daring to challenge Atlantis' sovereignty. In the assembly hall of the Council of Elders, Namor, adorned with a crown, sat upon the throne. His expression a blend of impatience and resignation. His brows furrowed tightly together, and a barely concealed fury flickered in his eyes, gripping the trident with immense force. The veins in his right hand bulged prominently. Before the throne, 2 rows of nobles clad in resplendent robes stood, members of the Council of Elders of the Atlantis Kingdom. Your Majesty, by intervening in the wars of the terrestrial nations, do you intend to drag Atlantis into the flames of conflict as well? Questioned a tall elder, stooped yet commanding, stepping forward 2 paces and wearing a visage of grave concern as he addressed Namor upon the throne. You must understand that we no longer reside in ancient times. The technology of the surface dwellers has advanced rapidly. Their weaponry has grown increasingly formidable, capable of inflicting harm upon our kin. We must avoid any contact with these land dwellers, let alone engage in warfare with them. His words were sharp and accusatory, as if Namor had committed an unforgivable transgression. Since Atlantis' descent into the depths, our ancestors established an unyielding decree forbidding our return to the land. We have adhered to this ironclad law, preserving our secluded and independent way of life, ensuring the survival of our race and averting needless strife. The last individual to defy this ancestral edict was none other than your mother, Your Majesty, which plunged Atlantis into a brutal conflict that nearly fractured our lineage. Now, Your Majesty, you tread down the same perilous path, swayed by the so-called mutants, clashing with the surface dwellers, undoubtedly inviting calamity upon Atlantis. Namor regarded him coldly, his grip on the trident tightening momentarily. An intangible wave of energy radiated outward, enveloping the elder in an indescribable weight of pressure that interrupted his incessant tirade. Elder Kalunster, you are indulging in alarmism. Atlantis is the mightiest civilization, with a legacy of technology and culture spanning millennia. How could we possibly be bested by surface dwellers whose civilization is but a few thousand years old? With our superior technology, vanquishing all terrestrial civilizations would be effortless. We already command the dominion of 70% of this planet's oceanic expanse. Is it truly so difficult to seize the remaining 30% of land? His audacious proclamation incited a stir among the elders, who erupted in outrage, fervently denouncing him as a traitor to their ancestors, a foolhardy madman. Since the cataclysmic battle that led to Atlantis' submersion into the Atlantic Ocean thousands of years ago, the surviving Atlanteans have transformed their bodies with their advanced technology, gradually adapting to life beneath the waves and rarely setting foot on land. The once audacious individuals who dared to assault colossal deities were driven by madness, inflicting profound psychological scars upon the Atlanteans. Though most of these aberrants perished in the wrath of the gods, a small remnant survived, hiding in the shadowy depths of the underground world, which is one of the reasons our ancestors forbade our kin from returning to the surface. One reason for this predicament is that after thousands of years, their bodies have become utterly unaccustomed to terrestrial life. Prolonged absence from the sea leads to great discomfort, and in severe cases, they may even lapse into a state of coma or shock. If they do not return to the water in time, their lives could be endangered. It is utterly implausible to conquer the vast terrestrial world, as Namor suggests. You must awaken to this reality, Your Majesty. Possessing the ocean is sufficient for us, as it harbors all the resources and energy we require. Engaging in conflict with land civilizations is utterly futile. That so-called mutant gives me an eerie sensation, reminiscent of the ancient tales of aberrants. We, the Atlanteans, would do well to avoid any entanglement with them. Your Majesty, Namor cast a glance at the elders, who were reacting vehemently, and a surge of vindictive pleasure welled up within him. Those old fools, who had once looked down upon his mixed heritage, were now genuinely flustered and terrified. Yet, this was merely a meager recompense for the hindrances they had posed to his ascension. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. How else could he eliminate dissenters without inciting war? Just as Namor was about to suppress the elders' protests in the name of his kingship, a series of crackling sounds emanated from the transparent shield above them, interrupting the elders' vehement tirades and drawing everyone's gaze upward. With his heightened senses, Namor furrowed his brow, gripping his trident tightly as he leapt into the air. His small wings at the ankles flapped vigorously, propelling him out of the assembly hall and soaring above the city, swiftly piercing through the invisible protective barrier surrounding Atlantis. With a gentle tap of his trident against the thick ice layer that was in contact with the shield, Namor furrowed his brow, attuning himself to the messages relayed back from the marine life. He needed to ascertain why ice was forming hundreds of meters beneath the surface. In no time, countless marine creatures responded to his call, transmitting back the scenes they had witnessed. Damn the allied superhumans. How dare they come to our doorstep? Very well. I had not sought you out. Yet you present yourselves to me. These scoundrels have gone too far today. I shall slay you to send a warning to the land dwellers. Namor's fury swiftly eclipsed his reason, and his legs, propelled by the flapping of his ankle wings, moved with great haste. His body began to spin rapidly, the trident acting as a drill as he swiftly penetrated the ice layer, surging toward the surface. Soon, he burst through the thick ice, propelling himself into the air. Hello, you finally emerged, you cowardly turtle. Before he could locate his adversary, a voice laden with mocking amusement resonated above him, followed by a violent gust of wind. Clang! Instinctively, Namor raised his trident, crossing it defensively before his chest to block the incoming punch. The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed as an overwhelming force knocked him off balance, sending him crashing against the thick ice layer, nearly propelling him back to Atlantis. Oh dear, you are rather fragile. It seems I have overestimated you. Lin Feng observed the humanoid crater left in the ice with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Before the echoes of his words faded, a figure broke through the water surface, wielding a trident that flashed upward with lightning speed. However, it failed to strike its intended target, instead slicing through the air with a deafening roar. Namor's pupils constricted, his heart filled with astonishment. Ever since he had harnessed the power of the trident, his strength had surpassed that of the previous king, and he prided himself on being the mightiest ruler in history. Yet, he found himself unable to land a surprise attack. Stop dawdling. You were never my match. The unfortunate Namor, momentarily lost in thought, was struck squarely in the face by a blow powerful enough to shatter the earth. The punch landed squarely on his nose, causing blood to gush forth as if a condiment shop had burst open, with salty, sour, spicy, and bitter flavors flooding out. He had only experienced such pain once before, as a child before his powers and lineage awakened, when he was beaten by local thugs. Never had he felt this way since ascending to the throne of Atlantis. Coughing, he turned his head to spit out a mouthful of blood, and a tooth followed a graceful parabolic trajectory into the sea. He felt himself sink into a daze, tumbling across the ice and skidding far away. Curse that allied Superman. I, Namor, will have your life. Fueled by rage, Namor rose, his trident pointing skyward. He activated the divine power left behind by Poseidon, the god of the sea, and suddenly, storm clouds gathered above the Atlantic, thunder and lightning crackling as the waters beneath surged violently, breaking through the thick ice to unleash towering waves behind him. Enough with the chatter. If we are to fight, let us fight. Lin Feng showed no fear, appearing unaffected by the apocalyptic waves. In an instant, he traversed hundreds of meters, slicing through the dense air at 20 times the speed of sound, arriving before Namor in the blink of an eye. His hands clasped in a powerful downward strike. Namor, invigorated, thrust his trident forward with lightning speed. Bolts of electricity spiraled around the trident as it clashed with Lin Feng's descending fist, creating bursts of electric sparks in the air, leading to a tense deadlock between the two. Something is amiss. This extraordinary resilience seems to be imbued with some mysterious force. Lin Feng quickly sensed the anomaly, his expression turning serious for the first time. Through their previous exchanges, he had discerned Namor's limits. Though vastly superior to an ordinary human, he was still far from Lin Feng's capabilities. To his surprise, this assault had been held at bay. Once more, I refuse to believe I cannot shatter this power. With a thought, Lin Feng's eyes glowed crimson, and he unleashed a torrent of intense heat rays aimed at the trident, determined to break the divine energy left by Poseidon. Boom! Sensing the threat, the previously languid power of Poseidon surged violently, generating more lightning from the trident to meet the overwhelming heat rays. The clash of lightning and heat rays intertwined, creating a spectacle akin to a second sun in the sky. the blinding brilliance forcing soldiers aboard aircraft carriers dozens of kilometers away to shut their eyes. Through his sunglasses, Ronald Isin Ingersoll gazed at the two figures in the distance, engaged in a conflict reminiscent of divine beings at war. A complex mixture of emotions surged within him as he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had not offended anyone gravely just moments before, for who could predict if he might one day be incinerated by descending rays of heat? Chapter 22. Lin Feng captures Namor, seeking surrender. Captain America points at the Hydra base. Wow, how impressive. The Allied Superman is extraordinary. My heavens. That fellow wielding a pitchfork is no slouch either, matching him blow for blow. Hey buddy, are your eyes deceiving you? That man is clearly being outmatched. Goodness. I dare say Captain America, ISN, nearly as formidable. They're both super soldiers from the same era, yet the gap in their strength is astonishing. I've heard the comic company plans to release a solo publication for the Allied Superman. Once the fleet returns to the homeland, I must buy a set and have him sign it. Decades later, it will undoubtedly be worth a fortune. As the blinding light dissipated, the naval officers aboard the ship beheld the fierce confrontation, eagerly engaging in animated discussions, their eyes fixed on the distant battlefield. Although they were seasoned soldiers, battle-hardened and accustomed to grand spectacles, witnessing such a clash of extraordinary powers was a first for them. Lin Feng's superhuman hearing captured their discussions with clarity, causing his brow to furrow slightly in displeasure. He was fighting for the Allies to gain an advantage in war, yet these soldiers seemed to treat it as mere entertainment, oblivious to the lurking dangers. The power of Poseidon within the trident grew increasingly potent, as the ocean roared, shattering the thick ice layers beneath, threatening to unleash towering waves. Under such catastrophic conditions, the aircraft carrier was hardly more formidable than a small dinghy. Great Poseidon, grant me strength. Namor gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain in his hands as he shouted. The already dense clouds above thickened dramatically, seemingly on the verge of crushing the sea below. The tumultuous waves appeared to sense the wrath of the oceanic king, rising into even greater surges, mountains of water building upon one another. Crack! Crack! Lightning struck Namor's scaly armor amidst the thunder, emanating a soft blue glow from his form as the trident responded to his call. Boom! The sudden surge of power sent Lin Feng flying, while the beleaguered Namor leapt into the air to pursue. You wretched land-dweller, die, you pathetic Allied Superman. Gripping the trident with both hands, threads of lightning danced around his body, his biceps bulging with formidable strength, and his eyes glimmered with a cold, merciless aura. In that moment, he resembled Poseidon incarnate. With a mere thought, the ocean heaved even greater and more ferocious waves, as if this king of the sea sought to cleanse the world with titanic surges. Fury stirred the atmosphere within a radius of several dozen kilometers, as dark clouds accumulated like towering mountains, and lightning danced between the sea and sky. The thunderous roars echoed as if summoned from ancient battle drums, casting the daylight into a shroud of night. The naval officers observing from afar finally sensed dread as wave after wave of monstrous tides surged forth, the residual force alone causing the massive aircraft carrier to rock violently. Full speed ahead, retreat at maximum velocity. For heaven's sake, move faster. Ronald Ethan Ingersoll bellowed, gripping the ship's railing and staggering towards the command cabin like a drunken man. Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance at the retreating Atlantic fleet, sneering at the foolish American soldiers. Only now, at the brink of calamity, did they realize the need to flee. He had warned them to steer clear of this maritime region. He could only wonder if they would escape in time. His gaze turned towards the tempestuous figure of Namor, a colossal silhouette rising hundreds of meters from the sea, its upper body bare, showcasing a perfect musculature. In one hand, it wielded a golden trident, while its feet trampled the boundless waves, a long beard billowing with the ocean's rhythm. This was absurd. It truly conjured the lingering spirit of Poseidon. Muttering curses beneath his breath, Lin Feng felt the magnitude of the pressure bearing down on him. Namor gripped the trident tightly, sensing an unprecedented surge of power. A divine blue light erupted from his eyes as he swung the trident with ferocity. The colossal figure of Poseidon in the sky mirrored his movement. Countless torrents of seawater coalesced into a massive azure trident, poised to cleave the ocean asunder. To perish beneath the might of Poseidon was the utmost honor for a wretched land dweller. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, even before the trident arrived. An overwhelming force descended upon him. He summoned the boundless energy within, transforming it into a piercing, searing ray that surged forward with relentless intensity. Boom! The collision of the heat ray and the trident of seawater erupted in a powerful shockwave, enveloping the air in a mist of vapor. The drastic temperature fluctuations birthed spiraling whirlwinds that intertwined and tore across the vast ocean surface. Namor's triumphant expression faltered. The tremendous energy expended to summon Poseidon's spirit had failed to vanquish his loathsome adversary with ease. His towering form wavered in the air, struggling against a profound sense of emptiness. Yet mustering the strength to grip the trident tighter, he thrust it forward with all his might. The immense azure trident shrank slightly, appearing more compact and formidable as endless arcs of electricity coursed through the water, reminiscent of an ancient thunder dragon. Lin Feng discerned the reality of Namor's facade of strength, a smile curving his lips as he taunted. "What is the matter, Namor? Is borrowed power proving insufficient? A man's battle must rely solely on himself. Depending on mountains is futile when they crumble, and the sea is of no assistance when it recedes. Do you think Poseidon abandoned the earth willingly? He too was cast away." Though he derided with his words, the intensity of the energy within his eyes surged even stronger. Countless rays of energy transformed into searing beams, colliding with the cerulean trident that pierced the heavens, instantly converting vast amounts of seawater into a hazy vapor. As the tide of battle turned increasingly unfavorable, Namor felt a sense of urgency, yet he remained powerless. The might of the golden trident was insurmountable, and his own strength paled in comparison, forcing him to watch helplessly as segments of the azure trident vanished, followed by the searing rays striking the colossal figure of Poseidon. With a couple of resounding impacts, the rays pierced through the watery form of Poseidon, simultaneously creating two charred wounds on Namor's chest. The damage inflicted upon Poseidon's lingering spirit bizarrely transferred to him, leaving him unexpectedly gravely injured and causing his amassed power to collapse in an instant. Lin Feng swiftly seized the opportunity, diving from the heights. Thousands of tons of immense force coalesced in his right hand, and he delivered a devastating punch that sliced through the dense air, shattering the sound barrier and sending the reeling Namor flying. Before Namor could even touch the surface of the sea, Lin Feng's silhouette flickered, appearing at the opposite end to unleash another kick, propelling him skyward like a ball. Lin Feng resembled a superhuman playing table tennis, each time launching Namor away with ferocity, only to dart forward and send him flying back again. After several exchanges, Namor's form was rendered unrecognizable. His face bore bruises of every hue, to the extent that even his mother would struggle to identify him. Indeed, as a hybrid of Atlantis awakened with potent genes, his vitality proved remarkably resilient, and his healing ability was not insignificant. Even a super beast could scarcely endure such relentless torment, and it was nothing short of miraculous that he still drew breath. Catching the airborne Namor, Lin Feng held him suspended in midair. As he found himself in a one-sided plight, the surging ocean seemed to sense fear. The towering waves momentarily stilled and diminished, while the storm clouds above gradually dispersed, and the thunder and lightning ceased their rampage. Several waterspouts continued to consume seawater. Yet under Lin Feng's icy breath, they solidified into blocks of ice, each a stunning work of art standing amidst the sea, embodying both motion and stillness. Barely clinging to life, Namor struggled to open his eyes, resembling a meat bun with a slight crack. He was unaware of how many bones had shattered within him. His once robust physique now felt like a disassembled card, unable to even move a finger. The exclusive divine artifact of the king of Atlantis, the golden trident, had long since slipped from his grasp into the depths of the ocean. "You have one. Kill me," he implored. A king of Atlantis is never captured. He is only a king who dies valiantly in battle. "Please, kill me, allied Superman. Grant me the honor of dying in battle." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Such an obstinate fellow was exceedingly bothersome. If he were to kill Namor, it would undoubtedly forge a deadly enmity with Atlantis. Although he harbors no fear of retaliation, such an act would be decidedly unwise. "Stop spouting nonsense. When have I ever claimed I wish to kill you?" Lin Feng retorted. Were there personal grievances with Namor? He would not hesitate to eliminate the man. However, he was merely fulfilling a duty and had no desire to create animosity with Atlantis on behalf of the Allied forces. To do so would be a foolish sacrifice, unworthy of his efforts. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Namor turned his face away, huffing in a feigned, death-like manner. Observing Namor's obstinate demeanor, Lin Feng felt a twinge of frustration, unable to comprehend his thought process. Sparing him felt akin to offending him. Damn it, you insufferable fool. If you feign death, I refuse to believe that Atlantis lacks oversight. He seized Namor and plunged into the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, swimming towards the undersea city of Atlantis. Above the Alps, an aircraft sliced through the sky. As the cabin door swung open, a howling wind surged forth due to the pressure differential, and several imposing figures, parachutes in tow, leaped from the doorway. Clad in a star-spangled bodysuit, Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly, unperturbed by the fierce winds as he plummeted from the heights. He had no desire to engage in battle in such a garish attire. But Howard Stark had strictly adhered to Lin Feng's orders, binding Captain America's classic uniform and vibranium shield together. Without the classic suit, he was denied the vibranium shield. After much reluctance, the shy and introverted Steve Rogers had to suppress his embarrassment and accept this ludicrous condition, for he could not bear to part with the vibranium shield. From the moment he first laid eyes on it, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if he could instinctively execute a myriad of extraordinary shield techniques the moment it was in his grasp. "Steve, pull your parachute. Have you fallen asleep?" A familiar voice roared in his ear, pulling Steve Rogers from his reverie. He turned to see his close friend Bucky beside him and cleared his throat awkwardly, replying, "Bucky, I got it." As he pulled the parachute's release cord, a silvery parachute blossomed in the air. The powerful updraft abruptly halted his rapid descent, lifting him several meters upward before gently floating downwards. Bucky released his parachute at nearly the same moment. They were the last to deploy, while other soldiers from a Doomsday Independence Brigade had already opened their parachutes and drifted below them at a distance of several dozen meters. After a few minutes of floating in the sky, over 100 soldiers scattered and descended to the foot of the Alps, quickly cutting their parachute cords to gather their gear. After another 10 minutes, Steve Rogers surveyed the area and confirmed that everyone had arrived. "Gentlemen, this is my first time fighting alongside you, and I hope you will support me just as you do Major Lin. Our objective now lies within the depths of the mountain, the Hydra base, where the Red Skull orchestrates the production of the Valkyrie bombs intended for global annihilation. We must obliterate it in this battle." He delivered his fervent speech, only to find the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Battalion unmoved, preoccupied with the meticulous preparation of their weaponry, seemingly oblivious to his words. Nick Fury noticed this disinterest and quickly took the lead in rallying support. "At your command, Commander. We shall surely destroy the Hydra base." His standing among the Doomsday Independent Battalion was second only to Lin Feng, prompting the other soldiers, seeing their leader take initiative, to reluctantly join in, their voices sparse and the atmosphere palpably awkward. Bucky furrowed his thick brows, his face reddening with frustration as he sought to salvage the situation for his friend. Steve Rogers grasped his arm, leaning in to whisper counsel. "Do not act impulsively, Bucky. Being on the front lines is the realization of my dream. Compared to seasoned warriors like them, I am but a rookie. It is natural for them to doubt my abilities. After this battle, I believe their perceptions will change." His confidence was infectious, prompting Bucky to rein in his anger. "Let us synchronize our watches. We commence action in 5 minutes." Steve Rogers stated lightly, guiding his friend to sit upon a nearby rock. The two retrieved a piece of chocolate, placing it into their mouths, the crisp crunch resonating as they savored its rich flavor, providing a delightful gustatory experience and a boost of energy. Nick Fury nodded slightly, mirroring the other soldiers as they indulged in chocolate, chewing heartily to replenish the energy and stamina lost to the biting cold. He felt assured about this mission. The Super Beast warriors had been annihilated by Major Lin, and replenishing that force would not be accomplished in mere days. Within the Hydra base, the Red Skull relied solely on his elite special forces and the energy weapons crafted from the extracted power of the Cosmic Cube. Yet, the potency of energy weaponry is contingent upon the skill of its wielder. The military prowess of Hydra's soldiers pales in comparison to that of the Doomsday Independent Battalion. Each soldier in the battalion stands as a sharpshooter, a stark contrast to the ordinary elite soldiers of Hydra. "Neek, Do you believe the Red Skull will be at this base? Steve Rogers inquired quietly after finishing his chocolate, stealthily approaching Fury. He yearned to eliminate Hydra's leader in one decisive blow, to eradicate the malignant presence that had plagued the Allies for years. Though aware that the Red Skull would not relinquish the cosmic cube from his sight, apprehension still lingered. I am uncertain. According to intelligence, he should be at the base. Nick Fury replied, shaking his head solemnly. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the group readied their gear once more, securing their weapons and maintaining a heightened state of alert as they advanced toward the snow-capped mountains. In the intelligence relayed by the Allied agents, the lair of Hydra is concealed within the heart of the mountains. However, the Alps stretch for thousands of miles, leaving the precise location, be it a peak or a valley, unknown, with only a vague sense of direction and range. At this moment, nestled in the Alps, midway up the Grossglockner, lies the Hydra base. Ritzgal, Johann Schmidt, had just concluded his briefing with Dr. Zola, his fingers gliding over the enormous globe in his office, exhilarated as if he could envision his future dominion over the world. Doctor, you have performed admirably. The Valkyrie project has been significantly refined under your stewardship. You shall be the foremost contributor to Hydra, he declared, though he noted that 120 bombs might prove insufficient. We must consider the formidable anti-aircraft defenses of metropolitan areas in England, America, Germany, and France, which could potentially down our aircraft, resulting in bombs detonating at altitude and failing to annihilate the cities. You must continue the production of bombs. Ideally, we should have a surplus of 20 to prepare for such contingencies. Dressed impeccably in a black Nazi uniform, he had removed all Nazi insignia, adorning himself instead with Hydra's own epaulets and emblem, unabashedly revealing his ambition to usurp the Nazi regime's global dominion. Dr. Zola adjusted his spectacles, a flicker of trepidation passing through his eyes, though he masked it well. At your command, great leader of Hydra, your directives are my mission. However, Berlin has recently pressed us for another batch of super soldiers to be deployed on the front lines against the Allies. I fear the F-Rare has caught wind of our activities. Johann Schmidt scoffed, tearing away the human mask from his face to unveil his crimson skull. In the past, he would have hesitated to disregard the orders of the little man, perhaps merely feigning compliance to buy time. Yet now the balance of power was not as disparate, and he regarded the little man's commands as inconsequential. Pay them no mind. Simply state that the special substances we require are depleted. If they desire super soldiers, they must provide the necessary resources and materials. Otherwise, we shall be unable to produce. Chapter 23. The Internal Strife of Atlantis. Subduing the guardian beast, Kerosene. Beneath the Atlantic, in the depths of the Bermuda Triangle, lies the city of Atlantis. Within the opulent palace at the city's center, the noble elders, adorned in resplendent robes, exchanged anxious glances, their unease directed towards the figure seated upon the throne, the surface dweller. Beneath their traditionally scornful gazes lay their bruised and battered king, Namor, who, despite his pride, remained with his eyes closed, feigning death. You're the members of the Atlantis Council. Now, provide me with a response, Lin Feng proclaimed, surveying the assembly from his elevated position, feeling the discomfort of the throne beneath him. It was no surprise that the materials used to construct the throne, an artifact of an ancient civilization, seemed only slightly inferior in hardness to vibranium, for otherwise, it would not have caused discomfort to his ironclad form. The elder Karenster, previously rebuked by Namor, displayed a hint of schadenfreude, though he maintained an outward appearance of unwavering loyalty. He approached the king, probing and pressing here and there, the sharp pain nearly causing Namor to leap from his seat. Esteemed lord, engaging in conflict with the alliance you represent was never our intention. Had it not been for the insidious provocation of traitors against His Majesty the King, Atlantis would never have taken up arms against any party. The wars of the surface dwellers are of no concern to us. Thus, our council believes that transforming hostility into harmony is mutually beneficial. You should not impose unreasonable demands upon us. After venting his frustrations at Namor, Elder Karenster began to speak with a solemnity that bordered on absurdity. He shifted all blame onto the feigning king, outright refusing to bear the costs of this conflict, embodying the rogue spirit of one who had neither funds nor a care for life. Lin Feng cast a glance at Namor beneath him, instinctively applying a bit more pressure. Namor, no longer able to feign unconsciousness for fear of truly being trapped by the elder, spat out a mouthful of congealed blood and painfully opened his eyes, trembling as he spoke. Superhuman of the Alliance, do not heed their words. State your conditions, and I shall agree, provided they are not excessive. In hindsight, I realize I was deceived by Sebastian Shaw, who claimed your strength was but a few hundred tons, lacking flight and the ability to survive in the deep sea. In truth, you are more formidable than he described by a factor of 10. The expressions of the other Atlantean elders shifted dramatically. They had anticipated a spectacle from a king, yet the once arrogant half-breed had unexpectedly acquiesced to the surface dwellers' demands. Elder Carenster snorted derisively and interjected with a fierce tone. Your Majesty, tread carefully. The civilization of Atlantis boasts a rich and ancient heritage, possessing formidable weapons capable of annihilating worlds. Why should we bow to the surface dwellers? To agree to cease hostilities is already a significant demonstration of goodwill. Given the greedy nature of these land dwellers, any peace treaty will undoubtedly entail excessive conditions. If you concede to their demands, you risk undermining the prestige of Atlantis. His words resonated with authority, garnering the support of the council. Yet, Namor's countenance darkened, his fury directed at the noble elders. Fully aware that this was their retaliation against him, Lin Feng, growing impatient with their bickering, struck the armrest of the throne with force. A resounding metallic clang reverberated through the grand hall, causing all present to cover their ears, their gazes drawn to him, the one seated upon the throne. The internal conflicts of Atlantis concern me not, so cease your squabbling before me. Since time immemorial, in battles between two factions, the victor claims all. The vanquished must either submit or seek peace by ceding territory. I shall not demand land from you. I require only 10,000 tons of the material used to forge this throne, along with all your technological knowledge, after which you shall submit to me, and we will treat this conflict as if it had never occurred. Upon the revelation of his demands, not only did the elders of Atlantis find them hard to accept, but even the conciliatory Namor widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming vehemently, "Ally of the League, your demands are utterly excessive. The quantity of adamantine is far from sufficient. Moreover, all technological knowledge of Atlantis is crucial to our nation's survival. If we were to entrust it to you, who could guarantee that you land dwellers would not exploit this technology to invade us once more? I can only concede that from this moment forth, Atlantis shall engage in battle thrice on your behalf. After these 3 encounters, our grievances shall be resolved, and henceforth, no further disputes shall arise between us." This time, Elder Carenster refrained from undermining the discussion. Instead, he adopted a tone of noble sacrifice, affirming, "Indeed, we cannot acquiesce to your terms. Should it come to ruin, you may not extinguish all of Atlantis, for if but one soul escapes, the enmity shall persist unendingly. Do you truly believe that by vanquishing His Majesty the King, you can treat Atlantis as mere prey? Prove your strength by defeating our guardian beast, Kerosene. Otherwise, it alone possesses the power to render your vessels impotent and annihilate your coastal cities." Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, his expression laden with disdain. Rising from his throne, he coldly remarked with unwavering resolve, "It appears your defeat has left you unsatisfied. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Where is your guardian beast? Should I conquer it, and you dare to dismiss my prowess, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The Celestial Assembly once cast you into the depths of the Atlantic. I assure you, I could plunge you into the very bowels of the earth, ensuring your total obliteration." With that, Lin Feng stomped his foot fiercely, causing the entire city of Atlantis to tremble violently. Countless fissures erupted from the vicinity of the throne as towering edifices swayed perilously amid the quake. Hundreds of thousands of Atlanteans gazed in terror towards the palace, their hearts gripped by an indescribable dread. The palace's floor, fortified by millennia of advanced Atlantean technology, cracked under the strain, while the chaos outside intensified exponentially. Intersecting crevices devoured numerous structures and inhabitants. Had the tremors not ceased swiftly, it is conceivable that more than half of the city's edifices would have collapsed. Having witnessed his formidable power, Elder Carenster dared not dispute further, and the assembly of elders bowed their proud heads in silence, fearful of inciting the wrath of this formidable adversary. After a brief period of recuperation, Namor, mustering his strength despite grievous injuries, led the way. Lin Feng, hands clasped behind his back, followed leisurely, as if on an outing, heading towards the depths of the Atlantic. Specifically the Puerto Rico Trench. The immense pressure and resistance of the deep sea seemed non-existent, offering no impediment whatsoever. Having ascended to the 5th level of the Golden Age, the Superman had become sufficiently formidable. His steel physique and biofield ensured that even if he were to remain submerged for 3 days and nights, the oxygen inhaled prior would suffice for his needs. Krypton is the guardian beast of Atlantis, once known in ancient times as the Leviathan of the North Sea. According to legend, it was both the pet and steed of Poseidon, the god of the sea. By day, it lurks in the depths of the ocean trenches, often sleeping thousands of meters beneath the surface. It only emerges when hunger or boredom strikes, using its hundreds of meters long tentacles to ensnare large marine creatures like blue whales or to playfully ensnare passing ships. In the early days of human seafaring, many mistook its exposed body for an island, seeking refuge upon it to alleviate their fatigue from fishing. Krypton particularly relished the moments when humans succumbed to slumber, swiftly submerging to toss them into the ocean, relishing their struggles and cries as they floundered in the water, ultimately devouring them like a delicacy after a meal. The elders residing in the Palace of Atlantis observed these actions through the shared vision of marine creatures, gathering in small groups to quietly discuss the remarkable prowess of this terrifying entity among humankind. They hoped that Krypton would prevail. One elder, adorned in a blue robe, gazed at Lin Feng, who navigated the deep sea with ease and placed his final hopes upon the ancient guardian beast. The civilization of Atlantis had flourished for millennia, boasting advanced technology and culture long before humans on land resorted to primal survival, leading to a deep-seated disdain for terrestrial beings. Elder Kalunster snorted derisively, issuing a mocking chuckle. Regardless of whether the guardian beast could vanquish him, Nemo had already forfeited his right to the throne of Atlantis. They needed a ruler endowed with greater strength and wisdom. Another noble elder, upon hearing this, shared a knowing glance and concurred. Indeed, he was unfit to be king, as a half-breed. He was inherently inferior to the pure-blooded royal lineage. Had he not received the reluctant acknowledgement of the Golden Trident, what right did he have to sit upon the throne? Thus, if a pure-blooded royal descendant were to gain the same recognition, they would be far more deserving of ruling the great Atlantis than Nemo. They unabashedly discussed the prospect of dethroning the king, expressing their treasonous thoughts without restraint. Elder Kalunster stepped forward, his expression resolute as he declared decision. Once they had dispatched the formidable land-dweller, they would convene the Council of Elders to decree that one who brought shame upon Atlantis was unworthy to continue as their king. Unbeknownst to Nemo, as he swiftly traversed the deep sea, all the noble elders had already resolved to abandon him in favor of a pure-blooded royal heir. He pointed towards the profound Puerto Rico Trench, casting a provocative glance at those beside him. Krypton resides within that trench. If you fear it, then concede defeat. Lin Feng calmly shook his head, employing his enhanced vision to peer into the abyss of the trench. Deep within the abyss, at a depth exceeding 9,000 meters, a colossal creature, measuring over 300 meters in length, lies in slumber. Its numerous tentacles, thicker than a man's waist, curl languidly by its side, and their impressive length and girth suggest they could easily overturn a battleship. Yet, it is merely a giant octopus, and I am eager to witness its true strength. As the thought crossed his mind, a searing red beam erupted from its eyes. The intense heat, soaring to thousands of degrees, vaporized the surrounding seawater instantaneously, producing a multitude of bubbles that expanded as they scattered, enveloping the entire massive form. The diminished beam struck the creature, producing a sound reminiscent of grilling octopus. To Nemo's astonishment, he caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma akin to teppanyaki wafting through the water. In pain, the creature, known as Krypton, trembled violently, its hundreds of meter-long tentacles thrashing wildly, shattering the seabed rocks into mere powder as if they were foam under the force of its might. Upon opening its immense compound eyes, it fixed its gaze upon the two figures lingering outside the trench. A telepathic voice resonated in Nemo's mind, infused with boundless fury and pressure. Descendant of Poseidon, does your companion stand as an adversary of Atlantis? Namo glanced respectfully at Lin Feng beside him. Esteemed guardian beast Karaswen, he has come to challenge you. Yet, before he could finish, a massive shadow loomed before them. The colossal tentacles surged forth like an avalanche, striking towards Lin Feng with unparalleled force, creating vacuums in the water as they barreled through. Gathering all his strength, Lin Feng activated his biological force field to its maximum capacity and raised his arms to grasp the incoming tentacle. The impact was akin to an underwater explosion. His immense force was rendered insignificant against the tentacle, sending him hurtling backward as though he were a golf ball struck with full force. In the dim ocean depths, a long white streak appeared as Lin Feng flew through the water, his figure leaving a fleeting afterimage. With a crash, he collided heavily with an underwater hill, nearly collapsing it, gasping as if he had been winded. He gingerly touched the chest of his armor, grateful that the vibranium suit had absorbed most of the force. Without it, he would surely have sustained injuries from that blow. Indeed, such is the might of Poseidon, Espet, and Steed. I simply cannot compare in strength. If I can unleash over 5,000 tons of power, a single tentacle from it could deliver 10,000 tons, and should all its tentacles strike in unison, even my vibranium suit would struggle to absorb the full force. However, larger beings often suffer from reduced speed due to their size. If I cannot match its power, then I shall outpace it instead. As the saying goes, speed is the only invincible force. In battle, one must leverage strengths while evading weaknesses. Lin Feng's mind raced as he swiftly devised a new combat strategy. He forcefully propelled his legs against the hillside, akin to a fighter jet launching into the skies. The seawater, under the strain of rapid acceleration, thickened ominously before erupting with a thunderous explosion, shattering the sound barrier and transcending into supersonic speed. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a series of bombs detonated in the depths of the ocean, with the dark silhouette piercing through the sound barrier, leaving behind a cacophony of muffled explosions and blooming white sonic flowers. Before Karaswen could fully comprehend the situation, a fierce blow struck his head, causing the supple tissue to sink deeply, sending the colossal creature, hundreds of meters in length, soaring through the air. In relentless pursuit, Lin Feng unleashed his full strength, wrapping his powerful arms around one of the tentacles and straining to pull it towards the surface, aiming to strip it of its advantageous position in the depths. Regardless of the oceanic creature's might, as long as it remained tethered to the water, even a divine beast would find its power significantly diminished once removed from its aquatic realm. Within a mere half-minute, Lin Feng withstood the ferocious lashings of numerous tentacles. As his vibranium suit brimmed with energy, he unleashed it upon Karaswen, creating dozens of massive lacerations. Alas, such wounds posed no existential threat to the behemoth. Observing Karaswen retaliate with unyielding ferocity, Lin Feng snorted disdainfully and grasped the creature's immense form, leaping from the ocean's surface into the sky. Namo, stunned, watched as the tides of battle swiftly turned, begrudgingly following suit to the surface, helplessly observing the guardian beast ascend ever higher. Tell me, would you prefer to be charcoal-grilled, salt-baked, or steamed? Lin Feng remarked, casually discussing culinary methods for octopus while casting a cold gaze at Karaswen's colossal compound eyes. He was aware that this creature could comprehend human speech. In a bid to avert an all-out war with Atlantis, he was willing to extend an opportunity for surrender. Yet, the response was a relentless onslaught of tentacles. Karaswen, seemingly oblivious to its loss of advantage, stubbornly resolved to continue the fight. Ignorant fool, even if you lived for another 10,000 years, you would remain a simpleton. This time, Lin Feng refused to hold back, surging forth into the upper atmosphere. As the ferocious solar winds buffeted against Karaswen's massive form, its slick skin began to crack, the bright white muscle tissues slowly changing hue. Were it not for the vacuum of space, the delectable aroma would have permeated the air. The wildly thrashing tentacles seemed to lose their vigor, flaccidly drooping down, as Karaswen's vast maw expelled a copious amount of foam, which promptly evaporated under the solar winds. Allied superhuman, he concedes. Please spare him. Namo, trailing behind, steeled himself to breach the atmosphere, employing Atlantis' technology to convert sound signals into electromagnetic waves, which then reverted to audible signals upon reaching Lin Feng's ears. Namo, you had better be speaking the truth. I have shown you leniency on numerous occasions, but that does not grant you the liberty to deceive me repeatedly." As Nemo observed his disbelief, he hastily flew to the side of the Kraken and reached out to touch its colossal head. Being a descendant of Poseidon, he possessed the ability to communicate telepathically with any marine creature. Before long, the Kraken's immense head nodded, seemingly expressing its submission, while all its tentacles hung limply, refraining from any movement. Chapter 24. The Day of Destruction. The independent team launches an assault on Hydra's base. A clash between Captain America and Red Skull. In the Alps, midway up the Grossglockner Peak, while Lin Feng was engaged in a fierce battle with the Kraken, Captain America had already led the independent team of destruction into the depths of Hydra's base. Over 100 super soldiers executed precise headshots, driving Hydra soldiers into a panic, their energy weapons failing to deliver any advantage. The shrill sound of alarms echoed throughout the mountain's interior, the cacophony of reverberation blending into an unbearable din. In a mere 10 minutes, Steve Rogers and his comrades breached several defensive lines, revealing a vast military factory deep within the mountain. Illuminated by lights, they beheld towering walls reaching 4 meters high, topped with barbed wire that occasionally sparked with electricity. Oh dear, Red Skull is excessively cautious. He has even erected high walls and barbed wire around the military factory. A soldier from Independent Team grumbled quietly to his comrade, noting how the Hydra soldiers seemed unfazed by the alarms, not rushing out to search for enemy targets, resembling turtle-like creatures retreating within their shells. Bucky scanned the barbed wire and the towering watchtowers, each equipped with 2 heavy machine guns, effectively sealing off the vicinity of the factory. Additionally, beneath the high walls stood squads of Hydra soldiers, patrolling with their energy weapons, while an array of oddly shaped massive tanks encircled the factory, forming an exceptionally tight defensive perimeter. Steve Rogers furrowed his brow, his mind troubled as he assessed the factory's formidable defenses. The energy weapons wielded by Hydra and the colossal tanks posed a significant challenge, particularly given the terrifying firepower of the main guns on those tanks. Reports from the front lines had noted that a single shot could vaporize virtually any known substance, rendering even 3-meter-thick concrete fortifications utterly helpless. Under such stringent protection and fierce firepower, breaching the defenses swiftly seemed nearly impossible. Thus, if a direct assault was unfeasible, cunning strategy would have to suffice. "Gentlemen, let us extinguish all the lights and infiltrate under the cover of darkness," he proposed, devising a rudimentary yet potentially effective plan to leverage their superior vision and heightened senses against the Hydra soldiers by eliminating all illumination, thereby crippling the enemy's firepower advantage. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. Faced with such overwhelming defenses, this simple tactic might yield surprising results. At present, they scattered, operating as a battalion, advancing towards the military factory while firing at the illuminating lights from all directions. Bang! One by one, the electric lights were swiftly shattered, plunging the interior of the mountain into darkness. Soon, apart from the lights within the factory, all illumination was obliterated. However, just as the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Regiment approached within 200 meters of the military factory, blinding beams of light erupted from the searchlights atop the watchtower, and all machine guns commenced a frenzied barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat, caught off guard by the assault, even though the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Regiment were all super soldiers. Over 20 sustained injuries of varying severity from the gunfire. Some, with gaping wounds in their arms and legs, frantically sought cover, while others, shot in the chest and abdomen, collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. "Damn Hydra, they're toying with us." Baki seethed under his breath, rushing out from cover to drag the immobile wounded back to safety. Inspired by his bravery, several uninjured soldiers, their eyes ablaze, charged out. Some fired madly at the watchtower to provide covering fire, while others helped drag their comrades back behind cover. Nick Fury quickly peered at the watchtower, calculating the remaining ammunition of the machine guns. He silently counted to 5, then suddenly crouched low and dashed out, employing serpentine movements to evade incoming bullets, while rapidly firing at the machine gunners in the watchtower. Click, 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 bang! The sound of empty chambers coincided with his gunfire, and the machine gunner, feeling the warmth of crimson blood seep from his chest, collapsed without a sound onto the ground of the watchtower. After several exchanges, Nick Fury eliminated the machine gunners from 4 watchtowers, thus dismantling the greatest obstacle to the Doomsday Independent Regiment's advance single-handedly. "Well done, Nick. Your marksmanship is remarkable," Steve Rogers exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, fully aware of the rarity of such an opportunity. He gave Nick Fury a thumbs up, using his vibranium shield to protect his vital areas, and boldly surged out of cover, scaling the wall with great agility. Hot, 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 hot. The Hydra guard stationed at the military factory immediately opened fire, the bullets striking the shield with a dull thud, the powerful energy projectiles unleashing a fierce shockwave upon detonation. Steve Rogers staggered back a few steps, his back pressed against the cold perimeter wall. Before he could regain his footing, he suddenly felt a searing heat beside him, accompanied by the acrid stench of singed hair. A blinding blue beam whizzed past, creating a gaping hole several meters wide in the wall. Steve Rogers looked on in horror as he beheld one of the massive tanks preparing to fire once more. "Oh crap, tanks targeting infantry? This is utterly outrageous." He rolled away several meters, narrowly escaping as another beam of blue light vaporized a section of the surrounding wall. Fortunately, the tank gunner's aiming speed could not match that of the super soldier's swift escape. Each artillery strike fell behind, leaving the military factory's walls riddled with holes, and several watchtowers collapsed under the bombardment. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Corps methodically dispersed and rushed through the gaping hole in the wall. In an instant, the Hydra guards were forced to scatter their firepower, and Steve Rogers no longer needed to flee in desperation. Taking advantage of the momentary recharge of the giant tank's main cannon, he crouched and leaped onto the tank, raising his shield and delivering a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, the 150mm main gun fell to the ground, its severed end as smooth as a mirror, reminiscent of a hot knife slicing through butter. Despite the fierce firepower of the colossal tank, it was helpless against the super soldier, whose movements were as swift as the wind. In contrast to the slow-turning artillery and mounted heavy machine guns, the tank crew members heard a series of clanging sounds as all the massive tank barrels were cleaved in two, rendering their most formidable weaponry silent. With these threats neutralized, the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Corps advanced relentlessly, leaving the Hydra soldiers defenseless and forcing them to retreat into the military factory. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by the Red Skull, who, from his vantage point in the factory, furiously shattered everything he could lay his hands on. These incompetent bastards, the allied superhumans, haven't even arrived, and they are already being utterly defeated. If I had 100 wild boars, they would likely be more useful than these fools. Damn the allies. When did they have so many super soldiers? He had heard of the Doomsday Independent Corps achievements, but he had once thought that the allied superhumans were behind those victories, failing to recognize the soldiers now storming the factory. Upon witnessing the exaggerated strength and speed of the Doomsday Independent Corps, the Red Skull suddenly comprehended that these individuals, like himself, possessed the physique of super soldiers. Over 80 super soldiers had already breached the factory. How on earth could they compete? Rely on these cowardly Hydra soldiers? A deafening explosion erupted, and the factory's main door flew outward amidst the flashing flames, accompanied by an even more piercing alarm, ringing like the death knell of Hydra. The Red Skull's eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury, fixated on Steve Rogers, clad in his star-spangled suit. The only enemies he despised more than the allied superhuman who had repeatedly thwarted his plans were now joined by the Captain America who had recently been dancing and singing to promote war bonds. At that moment, Dr. Zola rushed in, clutching a box with an expression of unrestrained terror, stammering quietly, "Chief, we must evacuate quickly. I have prepared the plane. The loss of the Valkyrie bombs here is inconsequential. The aircraft holds enough bombs to meet the 60-unit demand. We can relocate to another base and resume production. It won't be long before we can restart the Valkyrie project." The beautiful fantasy of world domination was shattered, and the Red Skull's crimson head loomed terrifyingly. He glared at Dr. Zola, growling in a low, menacing tone. "Running away again? How many times have I fled? How can we achieve greatness by cowering in shadows? Who knows when these bastards will strike again, unseen? The soldiers below are utterly useless, nothing but worthless scum. And that traitor Erskine, had I known he would cause such devastation, I would have eliminated him beforehand." After venting his fury, the Red Skull regained his composure. The trembling Dr. Zola, seeing this, cautiously ventured a suggestion. "My leader, please calm your wrath. I have a rather immature proposal. Since we cannot contend with the Allies, Why not seek a reliable and powerful ally? I believe Sebastian Shaw from Auschwitz would be an excellent choice. He commands numerous uniquely gifted mutants. If we were to collaborate, we might create even more formidable super soldiers. Upon hearing this, the Red Skull appeared contemplative. However, the most pressing matter was to leave with the Cosmic Cube, taking advantage of the remaining Hydra soldiers to delay the day of reckoning independent team and to initiate the escape aboard the Valkyrie. Let us proceed, Doctor. I shall consider your suggestion. He took the box from Dr. Zola, opened it to behold the resplendent blue glow of the Cosmic Cube, then secured it before lifting the glass cover from the military factory's self-destruct switch. Without hesitation, the Red Skull decisively pressed the red self-destruct button. Instantly, red emergency evacuation lights illuminated the factory, and the blaring alarms mixed with the previous shrill alerts, causing the engaged day of reckoning independent team to change their expressions dramatically. Nick Fury, having just blown the head off a Hydra soldier, rolled to evade a retaliatory bullet, shouting hoarsely, "Guys, we're running out of time. The damned Hydra lunatic has activated the self-destruct sequence." His voice rang out clearly amid the cacophony of gunfire. Steve Rogers was the first to react, discarding the unconscious Hydra soldier and climbing up the nearby, suspended ladder. The goal of this operation was not merely to destroy the military factory, but also to reclaim the Cosmic Cube, which Hydra was using to manufacture energy blocks. As he reached a steel catwalk, a blue energy bullet shot towards him. Boom! The vibranium shield deflected the energy projectile, and Steve Rogers turned to locate the source of the shot. The Red Skull, holding a silver metal box in one hand and an energy pistol in the other, fired relentlessly, a manic smile gracing his face as he called out, "Hello, beautiful star of America. Why aren't you dancing and singing on stage? To be honest, I've watched all your performance tapes, and by the standards of competent actor, you're quite the dreadful fellow. You don't belong on the battlefield." Steve Rogers, wielding his shield, parried and deflected all incoming energy bullets. He coldly stared at his adversary across from him, retorting without the slightest hint of courtesy, "I am a soldier. Unlike you, a mere executioner." The Red Skull let out a chilling laugh and pressed the switch for the steel drawbridge. The bridge abruptly severed in the middle, retracting towards both ends. Steve Rogers attempted to charge forward several times, only to be repelled by a barrage of gunfire. "Farewell, superstar. Since you are so intent on thwarting my plans, let this military factory be blown to smithereens along with you." After delivering another taunt, the Red Skull led Dr. Zola into a concealed elevator. In the distance, a series of explosions echoed around the base perimeter, rapidly approaching the military factory. The tremendous blasts reverberated through the mountainside, causing the ground to tremble gently. Steve Rogers relinquished his immediate pursuit and shouted to the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Battalion below, "Fall back. That is an order. Everyone retreat." Upon hearing his command, the soldiers hesitated for a moment, but the increasingly close explosions left no room for doubt. After Nick Fury reiterated the order, they sprinted desperately towards safety. Fortunately, endowed with the physique of super soldiers, their speed rivaled that of vehicles, and they managed to escape just before the explosions reached the factory. Steve Rogers watched as they fled the base, and, with a determined grit, propelled himself forward at full speed, leaping from the severed steel drawbridge towards the opposite side. With a sharp click, his fingers landed on the steel surface, and with a low, furious roar, he began to ascend. He smashed open the secret elevator doors with his vibranium shield, glanced at the 3 buttons, and decisively pressed the first floor. When the elevator halted and the doors opened, he was met with a hidden passageway. Without hesitation, Steve Rogers dashed down the passage, forcefully breaking through sealed metal doors until he burst into an underground runway measuring 100 meters in length and 50 meters in width. A massive transport aircraft, boasting a wingspan exceeding 50 meters, was slowly accelerating, its 6 propeller engines whirring at an alarming speed, stirring up dust from the ground. In the cockpit, Dr. Zola, pushing the throttle, caught a glimpse of a figure racing towards them in the reflection of the aircraft's glass. "Damn it, Captain America, how could he catch up so quickly?" The Red Skull, upon hearing the commotion, leaned out of the window and, upon spotting Steve Rogers in pursuit, cursed vehemently. "Doctor, we need to take off at once. This bastard is gaining on us." He ordered Zola to hasten the aircraft's speed while simultaneously firing his weapon towards the rear. Steve Rogers raised a shield to protect himself and relentlessly pursued the aircraft, watching as the enormous steel doors ahead swung open, revealing the azure sky beyond the mountainside. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward, increasing his speed once more. The runway, spanning several hundred meters, swiftly approached its conclusion as the formidable Valkyrie lifted its nose. Soaring into the sky, buoyed by the ascending currents, Red Skull exhaled in relief, ready to retreat into the cockpit when a resounding clatter caught his attention. Turning his head, he was astonished to find Steve Rogers clinging to the tail wing. The metallic crash he had just heard was the sound of the vibranium shield embedding itself into the aircraft's exterior. Damn it all! How did he manage to board? In a fit of rage, Red Skull fired his weapon repeatedly, disregarding the potential risk to the aircraft. With one hand grasping the tail wing and the other holding the shield in front of him, Steve Rogers was unable to evade the bullets, resorting to enduring the onslaught with a shield. "Doctor, elevate the aircraft. Use the tail wing's motion to throw him off." Red Skull's mind raced as he devised a cruel plan. Dr. Zola, not daring to delay, pulled the elevator lever fully down. The Valkyrie ascended sharply into the sky, and Steve Rogers, unable to maintain his grip on the swaying tail wing, slipped from the aircraft. Chapter 25. The first major defeat of the Doomsday Independent Corps. Mystique's enrollment in the Manhattan Project. As Steve Rogers plummeted from the sky, fleeting images of his life flashed through his mind. The final image lingered on Margaret, clad in her nurse uniform, igniting a pang of regret for not having mustered the courage to confess his feelings during their last encounter. After today, it would likely become an eternal lament. As he continued to fall, the explosion at the Hydra base finally reached the military factory, triggering the stored Valkyrie bombs to detonate. Exceeding their safety threshold, the explosion of these city-destroying superbombs caused the entire Grossglockner peak to tremble violently, shaking the earth in chaotic upheaval. In the next moment, more Valkyrie bombs exploded simultaneously, causing the towering mountain to vanish amidst blinding white light, while an overwhelming shockwave swept across the land, creating countless fissures that extended outward, as if the earth were being torn asunder. The explosion unleashed not only a powerful lateral shockwave, but also a massive updraft of heated air, colliding directly with the rapidly descending figure. Steve Rogers heard his bones crack as an intense pain engulfed him, and then darkness claimed him as he lost consciousness. Even the soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Corps, who had managed to flee 10 kilometers away, were not spared. Mere seconds later, they were overtaken by the shockwave, sent spiraling through the air like leaves caught in a tempest, uncertain of where they would land. This unprecedented explosion generated seismic waves of unparalleled strength, affecting not only neighboring European nations, but also sending tremors felt by half the globe. Far beneath the Atlantic, at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle, Lin Feng, having just returned to Atlantis with Namor, felt the seabed shake violently beneath him, staring in astonishment towards the source of the tremors. The marine creatures, sensing the tremors of the earthquake, became agitated, frantically swimming towards the distant depths of the ocean. No matter how the Atlanteans attempted to impede them, they could not deter the desperate flight of these sea dwellers. What could have transpired? I had never witnessed marine life in such a state of terror. Could it be that a nearby underwater volcano has erupted? Namor wore a look of astonishment, scanning the surroundings, yet failing to detect any signs of a volcanic eruption. Lin Feng's senses were even more acute, and with his extraordinary hearing, he discerned that the epicenter was clearly not nearby, but rather nearly 1,400 kilometers away. After a moment of contemplation, he pinpointed the precise location. This is dire. The epicenter is in the Alps at the peak of Grossglockner in Austria. Steve Rogers and the Doomsday Independent team had ventured there. Perhaps they encountered an unexpected incident while attacking the Hydra base, triggering the Valkyrie bomb. With this thought, Lin Feng had no desire to engage in further conversation with Namor. With a stern countenance, he resolutely declared, "Prepare what I require, should I return and find it lacking. Atlantis shall no longer have a reason to exist. If you possess less than 10,000 tons of the divine metal, surrender whatever you can. But your technological data must be handed over without reservation." After delivering his ultimatum, he disregarded Namor's displeased expression and soared into the air, heading towards Atlantis. In half a minute, Lin Feng traversed over 1,400 kilometers, arriving above what was once the peak of Grossglockner. Gazing down at the vast, over 100 meters deep, newly formed glacial lake, he was rendered speechless. This further solidified his conviction that something had befallen Steve Rogers and the others. The sheer magnitude of destruction capable of obliterating a 3,797-meter mountain, leaving behind a lake of such depth, could only be attributed to the Valkyrie bomb developed by Hydra. And not merely one bomb could achieve such devastation. Cursed Hydra, a pack of madmen. This power eclipses that of nuclear weapons, birthed from the hands of lunatics, posing an unparalleled threat. Silently cursing under his breath, Lin Feng concentrated, activating his super hearing to its fullest extent while employing his supervision to survey the area, hoping to locate any survivors from this cataclysmic explosion. Thump, thump. The feeble heartbeat resonated in his ears, seemingly on the brink of cessation. Following the sound, Lin Feng flew towards the newly formed dammed lake, hovering 1,000 meters above. This had once been a magnificent glacier, known by locals as the Pasteur's Glacier, but alas, under the immense thermal radiation from the explosion, it had melted into a vast quantity of runoff, pooling in the valleys of the mountains to form a dammed lake. The faint heartbeat emanated from the depths of the water, growing ever weaker. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dove from the sky, plunging into the lake and reaching the bottom. Steve Rogers' eyes were tightly shut, bubbles escaping from his nostrils. His star-spangled uniform was tattered, yet he clutched his vibranium shield with unwavering resolve. Prolonged submersion in the water would likely lead to drowning, regardless of his severe injuries. Frankly, his endurance thus far could be attributed to the super soldier serum coursing through his veins, granting him a physique that far surpassed that of an ordinary man. In his unconscious state, he seemed to have entered a form of hibernation, managing to sustain his fragile life. The injuries he sustained were grave. His skeleton bore the burden of 70 shattered bones, with splintered fragments piercing several vital organs. It was a testament to his status as a member of the protagonist ensemble that he remained alive despite such catastrophic injuries. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Lin Feng assessed Steve's condition, feeling a tingle of dread at the severity of the wounds. To prevent exacerbating Steve Rogers' injuries, he could only employ a biokinetic field to cradle his entire body, ensuring that uneven pressure did not worsen his internal trauma. Gradually ascending to the water's surface, Lin Feng carefully transported him to the shore, finding a flat area to lay him down. After orienting his head downward to expel the water that had infiltrated his airways and lungs, he finally exhaled a breath of murky air. Listening to the steadying rhythm of his heartbeat, Lin Feng felt a modicum of relief. At least for the time being, Steve's life was no longer in immediate peril. However, the challenge of transporting a man with such extensive skeletal damage back to London for treatment seemed insurmountable, akin to catching an atomic bomb with bare hands. He resolved to seek out others, hoping that someone among them carried adrenaline to administer to Steve Rogers, perhaps enabling him to endure the journey back to London. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng soared toward the other heartbeats he had detected earlier. Soon, he traversed a 20-kilometer radius, locating over 80 battered soldiers from the Doomsday Independence Corps, alongside Bucky and others, though more than 20 remained unaccounted for, as if they had vanished from existence. The second medic he found, Robert, miraculously had 4 vials of adrenaline, a stroke of luck attributed to his professional habits. Even more fortunate was that he had been propelled hundreds of meters by the shockwave, becoming lodged against a peculiar rock, thus preserving the life-saving medication. Lin Feng swiftly administered a dose to the gravely injured Steve Rogers, followed by Bucky and Nick Fury, reserving 1 vial as a precautionary measure in case anyone's condition suddenly deteriorated. He breathed a sigh of relief as he listened to their heartbeats quicken. His only assurance was that these comrades would not perish before reaching London. The potential side effects or complications from the adrenaline injections were a concern for another time. The surviving soldiers lay scattered on the ground, most suffering serious injuries, their bodies broken yet clinging to life, bolstered by the extraordinary resilience bestowed by the super soldier serum. Notably, Bucky's condition was dire, with 50 of his bones shattered and his left arm nearly severed, hanging by mere tendons. Nick Fury suffered severe injuries, with over 30 fractures and his left eye a bloody mess, likely beyond saving, resembling the ultimate form of his character, much like Bucky. Since Lin Feng established his own faction, this marks the first occurrence of such a significant loss. He picked up a fragment of stone by the lakeside, gripping it tightly in his hand. With a forceful contraction of his fingers, he heard the sound of cracking. Fine stone dust slipping through his fingers and drifting away with the wind. Hydra, Red Skull, your demise is imminent. Perhaps in a moment of clarity, the unconscious Nick Fury opened his right eye, feeling the intense pain radiating from his body, and let out a faint groan. Cough, cough, it hurts like hell. Is there anyone still alive? Help me, I can't see out of my left eye. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Feng approached with a grim expression. Nick, do not move. Conserve your strength. You, Bucky, and Steve are the most severely injured. I will take you back to London for treatment. Regardless of whether you can save your left eye, you are the finest soldier under my command. After reassuring Nick Fury, Lin Feng walked to the edge of the lake and exhaled a breath of icy air towards the surface. In an instant, the vast lake began to freeze, the ice expanding and thickening rapidly, soon forming a massive layer spanning hundreds of square meters. Carefully moving all the injured onto the ice, he lifted the enormous slab and soared towards London, a biological force field enveloping the ice to mitigate the intense acceleration, preventing further harm to the wounded from the supersonic speed. At Meister High School, today marked the beginning of the new term. A stretched Lincoln limousine halted at the school gate, where Emma, dressed like a socialite, helped Raven, clad in her uniform, out of the car, entering the bustling campus. The shape-shifting girl, resembling a miniature version of Emma, was utterly charming, with golden hair, azure eyes, and delicate features. Pouting in reluctance, she followed closely, her mind racing with thoughts of how to escape the control of the woman beside her. The striking duo of a stunning woman and a beautiful girl immediately attracted the attention of numerous hormone-driven young men who watched their every move. Some confident, wealthy youths mustering the courage to profess their feelings, only to trip and fall spectacularly before they could approach. After several attempts, no one dared to try again. The frustrated men could only gaze longingly at the enchanting figures, their minds conjuring unhealthy fantasies. Emma, walking ahead, furrowed her brow as her psychic abilities pierced the minds of the lecherous men like needles, triggering a chorus of anguished wails throughout the campus. The women stared in shock at the writhing men on the ground, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. It seems that ever since the United States joined World War II, the moral climate in the education sector has deteriorated alarmingly. This prestigious aristocratic school harbors so many lascivious individuals, a true embarrassment to its name. Initially, she chose Meister Academy due to its close ties with Ivy League institutions, hoping to send the shapeshifter Raven there for her education, thereby appeasing her partner. However, she soon realized that this prestigious institution was somewhat overrated. Old woman, I refuse to attend school. Even if you bring me here, do not expect me to remain. The young shapeshifter, Raven, felt increasingly uneasy as the imposing school building loomed closer, desperately struggling to free herself from the firm grip on her wrist. Unfortunately, her resistance was swiftly quelled as Emma effortlessly asserted control over her mind. You must show respect to your sister. I have implanted a mental command within your mind. Should you entertain thoughts of skipping class or disinterest in learning during school hours, you will experience escalating pain in your head until all distractions are banished and you focus on your studies. Emma continued, unless a telepath of equal strength intervenes. You shall never escape my mental command. Do you understand, little Raven? Emma harbored a profound disdain for the young shapeshifter who dared to vie for her man. Were it not for Lin Feng's counsel to treat Raven kindly, Emma might have taken harsher measures to eliminate the threat. After delivering her ultimatum, she firmly guided Raven into the school building. Following a brief exchange with the teacher, Emma entrusted Raven to her, waved her hand with nonchalance, and departed the school alone. With a heavy heart and a backpack slung over her shoulder, the forlorn Raven was directed by the teacher to sit in the third row of the classroom. Slumping despondently in her seat, she felt utterly uninspired about her forthcoming school life, particularly after receiving her textbooks, which made her feel as though she had descended into hell. Upon returning to her estate on Long Island, Emma exhaled deeply as she sank into the sofa. The days spent in mutual torment with Raven had left her both mentally and physically drained. The girl's quirky thoughts were numerous, and had she not possessed formidable mental abilities, Raven might have already escaped her grasp. I hope my child with Lin is not as mischievous, but rather a well-behaved darling, she mused, gently caressing her still flat abdomen, a tender smile gracing her face. Just last week, Emma had sensed her pregnancy. The life within her possessed a strong life force, suggesting that the child would likely be a powerful mutant upon birth. May the wretched war conclude swiftly. I do not wish for my child to grow up in a world ravaged by conflict. Perhaps I should intervene in that plan to expedite the successful development of beautiful mutants. With this thought, Emma promptly reached out telepathically, summoning the Red Devil, who was responsible for gathering intelligence, to return. Almost immediately after she ceased her telepathic abilities, a knock echoed from the door. "Madam Emma, I have returned. What can I assist you with?" Asazo's voice resonated from outside, his power of spatial teleportation proving immensely convenient, allowing him to traverse vast distances in an instant. Emma rose from the sofa and opened the door. "Come in, Azazel. I summoned you to inquire about the progress of the Manhattan Project undertaken by the American military." She gracefully returned to the sofa, leaning against the armrest in a relaxed position. Asazo tilted his head to avoid direct eye contact, sitting on the opposite sofa with a posture reminiscent of a diligent student responding to a teacher's question. "The U.S. Army has proposed utilizing the principles of nuclear fission to develop an atomic bomb, yet the current progress is exceedingly sluggish. This scientific endeavor, known as the Manhattan Project, requires the collaboration of the finest scientists from Europe and America, along with over 100,000 engineers and technicians, and is projected to cost more than $2 billion. Consequently, Congress has yet to approve it. However, President Roosevelt appears somewhat dissatisfied and has suggested during a think tank meeting that this initiative be granted special priority above all other actions. If he were to publicly express his support, the pace of the Manhattan Project might accelerate. Upon hearing his words, Emma furrowed her brow in contemplation. Given Roosevelt's assertive demeanor, should he indeed make a public statement, the Manhattan Project would likely pass through Congress without much difficulty, though it would undoubtedly require several rounds of negotiation. Do you know from which congressman the resistance is emanating? We might need to assist Roosevelt in hastening the progress of the Manhattan Project, while simultaneously securing the technological information for ourselves. Asazo pondered for a moment before mentioning two prominent figures in American politics, Senator Harry Truman and his staunch supporter, Pendergast. Their opposition in meetings stemmed from the belief that allocating $2 billion to research an unknown weapon was less prudent than expanding the construction of aircraft carriers and tanks to achieve absolute military superiority and swiftly conclude this global conflict. However, based on the intelligence I've gathered, Pendergast has deliberately raised objections to bolster Truman's candidacy for vice president by garnering support from those opposing Roosevelt's New Deal. Emma smiled, finding no surprise in the emergence of such circumstances in America. With Truman's limited support, employing this unconventional tactic to capture the attention of congressmen was merely a common stratagem among politicians. You must ascertain the whereabouts and schedules of these two individuals and take me to meet them at an opportune moment. It is time for these antiquated politicians to refresh their perspectives. The Manhattan Project must progress without delay. Additionally, provide me with a list of the scientists leading this initiative at your earliest convenience. I must ensure that we possess the technology to create an atomic bomb once the project succeeds. Asazo nodded solemnly. Understood, Mrs. Emma. If you have no further instructions, I shall proceed to monitor Harry Truman and Pendergast. Once I identify a moment when they are alone, I will come to escort you. Emma waved her hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Very well, go ahead and expedite this matter. With a puff of black smoke, Asazo's figure vanished from the room. Chapter 26. Peggy Carter is also expecting. The reputation of Italy has soared dramatically. Outside the operating room of the University College Hospital in London, a large crowd anxiously awaited, casting furtive glances at the signal light above the door. The atmosphere was heavy with worry, and no one felt inclined to speak, their faces shadowed with concern as they paced back and forth. Upon returning to London from Austria, Lin Feng drew the attention of the masses as he arrived at this esteemed British hospital, igniting fervent discussions among onlookers. Not long after the hospital staff diligently transported the severely injured soldiers into the operating room, news reached Phillips and others, including Peggy Carter and General Eisenhower, who rushed to the scene. Had it not been for Churchill's apprehension about inciting unrest, he too would have made his way to the hospital. Howard Stark, growing somewhat impatient, approached Lin Feng and quietly inquired, "Major Lin, what exactly transpired?" The soldiers of the Doomsday Independence Corps are remarkably formidable. They should not have suffered such grievous losses unless they encountered Hydra's super soldiers. Despite his hushed tone, his words caught the attention of others in the hushed hospital corridor. General Eisenhower stepped closer, eager to grasp the unfolding events. Lin Feng cast a glance at the assembled crowd and softly shared his deductions. As they absorbed the news of a mountain towering over 3,000 meters being obliterated in an explosion, leaving behind a chasm deeper than 100 meters and melting snow and ice across several kilometers to form a lake, their eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible weaponry. Hydra has developed a Valkyrie bomb of such magnitude. It appears we have not given this organization the attention it warrants. Eisenhower lamented gravely, relieved that he had not dissuaded Lin Feng from shifting strategic focus to the offensive against Hydra. The mere thought that the undefeated Doomsday Independence Corps nearly faced annihilation in this confrontation sent chills down his spine. Had it been an ordinary unit, the losses would have been exponentially greater. Howard Stark's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to procure a Valkyrie bomb for study. At that moment, the operating room's signal light turned green, indicating that the procedure had concluded. A doctor clad in protective gear emerged, stating, "The surgery proceeded relatively smoothly. All shattered bones have been realigned, and internal bleeding has been controlled. However, the patient, Steve Rogers, still has a hematoma pressing against his central nervous system. Given his current frailty, he cannot endure 2 simultaneous surgeries, so we must allow him time to recuperate and observe the situation. Ideally, he will absorb the hematoma and heal naturally. Otherwise, we will have to wait a month for another operation, which poses significant risks with a 30% chance of failure." Having conveyed the outcome of Steve Rogers' surgery, the doctor, burdened with exhaustion, departed. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the mood among the gathered individuals darkened, particularly for Eisenhower, whose countenance appeared so grim that it seemed as if water might drip from it. Lin Feng, however, had prepared himself mentally. He felt a sense of satisfaction merely in the preservation of Steve Rogers' life. "Do not fret, Your Excellency," he reassured, "this is indeed the best outcome we could hope for. If your concern lies with the potential inquiries from Congress, let them come to me. After all, it was I who insisted on his transfer." As he spoke, the door to the operating room swung open once more, and a nurse emerged, pushing the still unconscious Steve Rogers. The sight of such significant figures nearly rendered her immobile with shock. Eisenhower managed to muster a smile, gently addressing the young nurse. "Please take good care of him. Steve is our hero." The nurse, momentarily dazed, nodded absent-mindedly and wheeled the gurney toward the intensive care unit, still unaware of who had just spoken to her. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and turned to the others. "Everyone should return home. Your presence here is not necessary. I am sufficient for the task at hand. Once their condition stabilizes, I shall seek retribution, and I kindly ask that you gather more intelligence on Hydra in the coming days." After much persuasion, the majority departed, though Peggy Carter insisted on remaining by his side, a sentiment shared by the others, considering the couple was already engaged. Lin Feng and Peggy Carter stayed at the hospital for 3 days, until all soldiers of the Doomsday Independent Corps had undergone surgery, before they finally returned to their home. It is often said that absence enhances affection, yet that night, the strikingly beautiful military officer was not as fervent as before. Many intricate maneuvers were omitted, and she forbade him from moving too quickly or forcefully. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Lin Feng cautiously extricated himself from the delicate embrace of her pale arms, stepping onto the balcony to open a window and light a cigarette. His cravings were not strong, only indulging when troubled. Alas, it was my negligence that led to the devastation of the Doomsday Independent Corps. Had I been more prudent, I could have dealt with the Atlantis matter first, and then joined them in dismantling the Hydra base, thus preventing this calamity. After a moment of introspection, Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette in the palm of his hand and proceeded to the bathroom to refresh himself. Upon emerging, he found Peggy Carter, still rubbing the sleep from her eyes, descending from the bed. She leaped into his arms, showering him with fervent kisses, pausing only after a significant while to catch her breath. "My dear, you must take care and avoid injury like Steve," she implored softly, one hand resting on her abdomen. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the implication, his heart soaring with joy as he exclaimed, "Carter, are you saying you are pregnant?" "Huh, I am to become a father. This is the most wonderful news I could have received." "My dear, when did this happen?" I was utterly oblivious to this matter. Logically, Even the heartbeat of a fetus should not escape my notice. He yearned to employ his X-ray vision to take a glimpse, yet he hesitated, fearing potential harm to the unborn child, ultimately deciding against it after much contemplation. Peggy Carter observed his foolish grin, her lips curling into a smile brimming with happiness, and spoke softly, "It must have been conceived shortly after your return from America. I noticed something was amiss when my menstruation was delayed by half a month. So I took a test, and indeed there were 2 lines. Subsequently, I went to the hospital for further examination." Lin Feng joyfully embraced her, his large hand caressing her still flat abdomen. Although the fetus had yet to take shape and the heartbeat had not yet manifested, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if sensing the pulse of their shared bloodline for the first time in 2 lifetimes. "My dear Carter, since you are pregnant, do take a leave of absence. After all, your husband is the leader of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and no one would dare speak ill of it. You might as well rest until the child is ready for school. Thereafter, you may return to work whenever you wish." Upon confirming Peggy Carter's pregnancy, Lin Feng suggested she take time off to nurture the child, to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Given his current status, he could easily grant her several years of leave without concern, and even if it were merely to hold a nominal position while receiving a lifetime stipend, few would have the audacity to object. Unexpectedly, Peggy Carter shook her head, smiling as she declined a suggestion. "My work at the Strategic Scientific Reserve is not exhausting." The doctor also mentioned that moderate exercise is beneficial in the early stages of pregnancy. "If you expect me to stay at home all day without you, I could hardly endure it." Seeing that he could not persuade her, Lin Feng reluctantly acquiesced. However, in the following days, he insisted that Peggy Carter refrain from any chores, taking it upon himself to manage all household responsibilities with utmost care, treating her with the tenderness one would afford a giant panda, fearful of any potential mishaps or fatigue. Occasionally, after visiting Steve and the others at University College Hospital, he would hurry back home after just an hour or so, much to the bemusement of Churchill. Upon hearing the news, jested to Eisenhower that the future Allied superhero might need to change his name to Super Dad once the child was born. On June 2nd, 1942, a significant turning point in World War II emerged. After months of internal strife, the World War I hero Pietro Badoglio persuaded King Vittorio Emanuele III to issue an order to maintain the alliance with Germany and continue the fight, to avoid a quiet withdrawal and negotiations with the Americans and British. Both Churchill and Roosevelt dispatched envoys to Rome to negotiate with Badoglio, who temporarily assumed the role of negotiation representative. The 2 sides engaged in heated debates, each adhering to their own positions, making it exceedingly difficult to reach an agreement. Ultimately, after the Americans and British agreed to guarantee that King Vittorio Emanuele III would not be held accountable post-war and to refrain from pursuing war crimes against Italian officials, except for Mussolini's close associates, while ensuring the integrity of Italian territory and sovereignty remained intact, Badoglio consented to the surrender. However, as Italy deliberated on the date of its surrender, it presented a condition. They wished for the Allied Superman to serve as the representative for the surrender, signing the armistice on their behalf. In their words, Italy did not capitulate out of fear of the Allied military strength, but rather surrendered to the Allied Superman, whom they regarded as a deity among men, thus allowing their populace to accept the reality of their nation's defeat. After a few days of tranquility at home, Lin Feng received a call from Churchill, summoning him to the Allied command. Upon learning that Italy insisted on involving him in the surrender process, Lin Feng, who was entirely focused on Peggy Carter and their unborn child, nearly erupted in anger. Although this presented an opportunity to garner significant prestige, something he would have eagerly sought at another time, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. "Your Excellency, with all due respect, you should not have acquiesced. Given the combat capabilities of Italy's military, the Allies can handle them with ease. Is there truly a need to concede to so many conditions? It is not that I am unwilling to assist the Allies. You are aware that Peggy is only just pregnant. She needs my presence for support, considering she carries my child. Furthermore, once Steve and the others stabilize from their injuries, I intend to seek vengeance against Hydra. Can you not empathize with his soon-to-be father-esque sentiments and grant me a few more days with my wife?" Upon hearing his grievances, Churchill felt a vain throb on his forehead. Yet, Italy remained adamant about involving the Allied Superman. Any other representative would be rejected, preferring to continue combat rather than face the scorn of their own citizens. Brigadier Lin, please remain calm. I assure you that we will provide the finest obstetrician to attend to Peggy Carter's needs. There will be no issues. Your role in Italy's surrender is merely a formality and should not take more than half a day. This mission is of paramount importance for the swift conclusion of the war. I implore you to prioritize the larger picture and not allow personal matters to overshadow your responsibilities to the nation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng reluctantly agreed to proceed to Italy. He recognized that his lack of experience in caring for a pregnant woman rendered him less capable than the best medical professionals Churchill promised to send for Peggy. Days later, on June 9th, at noon, Lin Feng gracefully descended from the sky on his St. Mark's Square, surrounded by armed Italian soldiers. The square was heavily guarded to prevent any unruly citizens from disrupting the surrender ceremony. It was no wonder that Italy had mobilized in such numbers, just days prior. News of the government's intent to surrender had leaked, prompting tens of thousands of citizens to flood the streets in a massive protest. This was not due to their unwavering support for Mussolini, but rather a fear of the grim fate that awaited a defeated nation, one that could descend into colonial subjugation, jeopardizing their own interests at the hands of the victors. Lin Feng surveyed the throngs of people outside the square, his expression stoic as he made his way toward the Venetian palace on one side of the square. Perhaps deterred by the legendary feats of the Allied Superman and his celestial might, the populace that once besieged the palace now bowed in silent reverence, none daring to disrupt the order. Pietro Badoglio, standing before the gates of the Venice Palace, felt a surge of satisfaction, reveling in his decision to accept only the Allied Superman surrender. Were it not for this, the restless crowd outside would have surely descended into chaos. As Lin Feng approached, Badoglio descended the steps to greet him. Greetings, Major General Lin. I hold your esteemed reputation in the highest regard, and I warmly welcome you to Rome. As the King's full representative, I shall accompany you in the surrender ceremony, signing the ceasefire agreement as representatives of both parties. Following this, I would be honored to host a welcoming banquet in your honor, and I sincerely hope you will join us. Upon hearing of the banquet, Lin Feng, already displeased by the disruption to his life, resolutely declined. There is no need for a welcoming banquet. I see that your people are deeply troubled. It would be best for you and the king to soothe their concerns. I do not wish to sign a ceasefire agreement only to incite unrest by attending a feast. The crowd surrounding St. Mark's Square numbered over 40,000. Once, Mussolini had promised them a bright future from the balcony of the Venice Palace. Yet now that figure had passed, and Italy had chosen surrender. The populace, enduring the harsh rigors of wartime rationing, had seen their hopes for a better future evaporate. At this moment, Badoglio seemed oblivious to the need to calm the citizens, instead pouring substantial resources into a welcoming banquet, almost callously aggravating the sensitivities of a populace already beset by hardship. In this regard, his political acumen appeared inferior even to that of Mussolini. After Lin Feng's remarks, he strode into the Venice Palace, standing in the very spot once occupied by Mussolini. He opened the window, gazing out upon the distant crowd, and took up the microphone to recite the speech prepared by Churchill. I represent the just allied nations and hereby announce the acceptance of Italy's surrender. From this day forth, you need no longer fear the Allied bombs raining down upon your factories or dread the conscription of your young children as cannon fodder. Let us raise our voices in a unified cry for peace. Let us chant for freedom. His impassioned yet straightforward words resonated through the loudspeakers positioned in the square, reaching the densely packed throng. For a moment, the square lay in a silence akin to that of grave. Then suddenly, a wave of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, as if awakening from a dream. The sound of thunderous clapping filled the air, drowning out the broadcast, as the citizens shouted with fervor, their voices overwhelming the speakers. "Oh God, we shall no longer endure the ravages of war. Long live peace. Long live freedom." Mussolini met his just end. This tyrant should have faced the gallows long ago. Thank you, Allied Superman. Long live the Allied Superman. The fervent cheers gradually coalesced into a resounding chant of "Long live the Allied Superman," a deafening proclamation that drew even more people to the square. In Lin Feng's mind, the system notification echoed incessantly, as if inundating him with messages. Congratulations, host. Reputation, 38,480. Please continue your efforts to upgrade the template. Congratulations, host. Reputation, 22, 347. Please continue your efforts to upgrade the template. Congratulations, host. Reputation, 14, 518. Please continue your efforts to upgrade the template. The elated citizens, overwhelmed with joy, raised their arms in gratitude, fervently shouting, "Long live the Allied Superman! Peace forever!" This was a clear indication that Mussolini's regime had long lost the favor of the people. They were willing to cheer and applaud for those who had vanquished their nation as oppressors, yet none lamented the infamous dictator's downfall. Thus, in the eyes of these long-oppressed citizens, Lin Feng was their savior, liberating them from the clutches of a heartless tyrant rather than being viewed as a notorious invader. As Lin Feng listened to the surge of reputation notifications, his earlier discontent dissipated entirely. With the current rate of growth, it would not be long before the Golden Superman template would upgrade once again, providing him with greater assurance in safeguarding his loved ones. Indeed, it seemed that the time spent today was not in vain. The stronger he became, the better he could protect his wife and children. His previous actions now appeared somewhat counterproductive. A satisfied smile graced his face as he waved to the jubilant crowd. To his surprise, the citizens responded with even more fervent cheers and applause, eliciting envy from Pietro Badoglio, who had not experienced such adulation during his lengthy political career in Italy. Major General Lin, your speech has concluded. It is time for us to sign the ceasefire agreement. Lin Feng nodded calmly and descended the stairs, making his way to the conference hall. In the presence of numerous media representatives from various nations, the two solemnly inscribed their names on several agreements printed in different languages. These ceasefire accords would remain in Italy, while the others will be dispatched to member nations of the Allied powers, serving as a testament to the achievements of the respective governments. As dozens of reporters frantically captured the moment, the system notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host. Reputation, 538, 457. Please continue your efforts to upgrade the template. With a thought, he opened his personal attribute panel, scrutinizing the changes in the displayed data. Host, Lin Feng. Template, Golden Age Superman 5, 104845715000000. Abilities, Super Strength, Steel Body, Stellar Energy Absorption, Bioforce Field, Super Vision, Super Hearing, Super Stamina, Super Healing, Heat Vision. Ice Breath, Reputation, 1048, 457. Faction, America, Allied Nations, Subordinates, 89 members of the Destroyer Independent Regiment, Spouses, Peggy Carter, Marilyn Scodia, Emma Frost, Offspring, 2, Unborn, Affiliated Template, Super Soldier Template. Only a mere 500,000 reputation points remain until an upgrade, and it is anticipated that this will be achieved once the news circulates. There has also been a change regarding Offspring. The system truly evolves with the times. I wonder if it is Emma or Marilyn who is pregnant. For the past few days, I have been preoccupied with accompanying Peggy Carter and have not visited Marilyn. I shall confirm upon returning to London to avoid any unfortunate oversight. Lin Feng contemplated this, eagerly awaiting the journalists to return and publish the news articles. Major Lin, are you fatigued? Pietro Badoglio inquired softly, noticing Lin Feng seemed lost in thought. If you require rest, I can prepare a room for you. His Majesty the King has granted you permission to stay in his former chambers. Would you like to take a moment to rest? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. After a brief hesitation, he declined. I appreciate His Majesty's kind offer, but now that the surrender ceremony has concluded and the ceasefire agreement is signed, I must return to London to report to the Allied command. After speaking, he rejected Pietro Badoglio's invitation and resolutely departed Italy, heading back to London. Upon exiting the Venetian palace, Lin Feng waved to the still-gathered Italian populace, and amidst the throngs, he soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon after the sound of a sonic boom. Chapter 27. The Dual Titans of Auschwitz, each seeking their own desires. A visit to the pregnant white Queen Emma, preparing to reveal the truth. In the southern Polish province of Little Poland, there lies a hitherto obscure town named Auschwitz. With the establishment of a concentration camp spanning 40 square kilometers, this town gained notoriety due to the brutal murder of 1 million prisoners, albeit for all the wrong reasons. To manage such a vast facility housing over 20,000 inmates, the Nazis stationed 2 regiments of troops here. The concentration camp comprised 3 main camps and 39 smaller ones scattered throughout the Silesian region. The internal barriers of the camp were heavily fortified, with electric fences marking the separation between the outer and inner camps, complete with watchtowers, gallows, gas chambers, and crematoria. Daily, hundreds met their demise for various reasons, the majority succumbing to the toxic gas Zyklon B, while others perished from forced labor, disease, executions, or so-called medical experiments. Sebastian Shaw stood before the train station of Base 2, clad in a long black double-breasted coat and adorned with a silver-black helmet that appeared metallic yet possessed an unusual texture. The steam locomotive, belching coal, ash, and smoke, gradually came to a halt. John Schmidt, dressed in a gray long coat and wearing a gentleman's hat, tipped the brim of his hat and emerged from the open carriage door, clutching a silver briefcase, followed closely by the anxious Dr. Zola. "Ah, welcome, my friend. It brings me immense joy to see you once more," Sebastian Shaw exclaimed, his laughter exaggerated as he approached, his eyes discreetly scanning the silver briefcase. He opened his arms and embraced John Schmidt before waving at Dr. Zola, lowering his voice as he led the way. "Schmidt, you possess remarkable audacity. The F-Rare has issued a warrant for your elimination. How delightful it is that you would contact me at such a perilous time. Who would have thought that after merely a few years, you, holding the Hydra reins, would find yourself in such a dire predicament?" John Schmidt detected the sarcasm in Shaw's tone, a sharp glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Yet, he found himself with no choice but to unite with as many allies as possible to counter the imminent threats posed by the allied superheroes, swallowing his indignation. "Likewise, Shaw, you two have been marginalized to this place. Look at this camp. It resembles a medieval estate in its backwardness." "You were once a favored stalwart of the F-Rare within the SS," Schmidt retorted. "I'm most curious about your helmet. Such crude craftsmanship. And you do not find it distasteful? Is it to guard against betrayal from your White Queen, Emma?" Both men, cunning and formidable, engaged in a verbal duel from the moment they met, each exchanging barbs, determined to ensure that neither would concede without a retort. Before long, the group arrived at Base 1. Just as they were about to enter the gate, the station Nazi soldiers halted them, scrutinizing John Schmidt and Dr. Zola closely. "Commander Shaw, who are these individuals? Unauthorized persons are not permitted to enter the camp." The soldier pointed his weapon at the 2 men, questioning them sternly. Unperturbed, John Schmidt retrieved a transfer order from his pocket, emblazoned with the seal of the German Empire's military. He presented it to the soldier for inspection, much to Sebastian Shaw's astonishment. The soldier glanced at the document, promptly standing at attention and saluting, returning it with both hands. "Greetings, Colonel Lucas. Please forgive my intrusion." John Schmidt nodded, gravely instructing, "I have come under the F-Rare's secret orders to root out the vermin colluding within and outside the concentration camps. This information must remain confidential. Do you comprehend the consequences of a breach, soldier?" The soldier's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his face paling as he nodded vigorously. "I understand. Colonel, I shall not speak of your arrival to anyone." He found himself filled with regret for having intercepted these individuals earlier, now entangled in a considerable predicament. Those capable of colluding both within and outside the concentration camp to erode the Empire's assets were not individuals he could afford to offend. Moreover, those executing secret missions on behalf of the F-Rare were even more formidable. It was quite possible that Lucas was merely an FAAD, concealing the true identity of someone from the terrifying Gestapo. The group entered the Auschwitz concentration camp and approached a 3-story building. Sebastian Shaw clicked his tongue in astonishment, smiling as he quietly praised, "Indeed, Schmidt, I never imagined your Hydra was so deeply entrenched with even military personnel in your ranks. That order must be unknown to the F-Rare himself. It certainly wouldn't be documented in the military S records. I now find your promises credible." He retracted his earlier sarcasm, instead offering sincere flattery. The trio ascended the staircase to an office on the 3rd floor, locking the door and drawing the curtains to ensure no one could glimpse their activities. John Schmidt placed the ever-present briefcase on the desk and confidently took a seat. "Shaw, we are well acquainted. You and I are of the same ilk. We once held great admiration for the little mustache, captivated by his Aryan supremacy theory. However, after witnessing the Empire's rise and fall, we have both become disillusioned. In these final glorious moments of the German Empire, I realize that to create the ideal world, one must possess the power to change it. I trust you share this sentiment. Thus, We have a common adversary, the greatest obstacle to our dominion and transformation of the world, the allied superhumans. He paused for a moment, then continued with veiled implications. I am aware that you are clandestinely researching the so-called superpowers of mutants and that you have employed brutal methods to create several of them. However, most of your test subjects have been rendered mindless waste in the course of cruel experiments, their powers proving rather ineffectual. I bring forth new hope. Dr. Zola is well-versed in biotechnology and genetic science. If you are willing to collaborate with me to create mutant super beast warriors, we could jointly rule this world. Oh, and one last remark. Your ability to absorb energy is commendable. Upon hearing this, Sebastian Shaw's expression shifted, finally recognizing the true terror of Hydra. He questioned how such information could have slipped out, as he had never revealed his powers to outsiders. Only his most trusted confidants were aware. Realizing the situation had exceeded his expectations, he abandoned any thoughts of subjugating the other party, at least until he had identified the mole among his ranks. John Schmidt's lips curled slightly in a smirk, aware that he had successfully shaken Shaw. In truth, had it not been for the overwhelming pressure exerted by the allied superhumans, he would never have considered collaborating with this equally ambitious individual. One who schemes with a tiger risks being devoured by it. Certainly, one must not push such individuals too far. Otherwise, an alliance may turn into enmity, which would be most unfortunate. He is adept at employing the tactic of offering a sweet reward alongside a firm reprimand. As we are here to discuss collaboration, I have naturally come bearing ample sincerity. Doctor, please present the energy block. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zola retrieved a metallic box from his backpack. Upon opening it, a rectangular, semi-transparent crystal emanating a blue glow was revealed. This is the gift I bring you, perfectly aligned with your energy absorption capabilities. Should you find the energy within insufficient, fret not. Once you provide me with the research data on mutants, I shall not hesitate to reveal to you a true marvel. Oh, and do include the method for crafting your helmet. I trust that should pose no issue. Observing Sebastian Shaw's increasingly rapid breaths, John Schmidt felt a swell of satisfaction within. He leisurely manipulated the combination, gradually opening the safe on the table. A cube, radiating a light more brilliant than the energy block, emerged before the onlookers. The enchanting azure glow enveloped them, as though they had been transported to a mythical realm. Sebastian Shaw's gaze was instantly captivated, his hand involuntarily reaching out to touch it. With a decisive snap, John Schmidt closed the safe, and the dazzling blue light vanished, leaving only the faint glow of the energy block. Regrettably, the energy block that had previously stirred Sebastian Shaw's excitement now paled in comparison to the cube confined within the safe, losing its allure entirely. Very well, Schmidt. I can see that I underestimated you. I shall expedite the delivery of the mutant data, along with the method for crafting the helmet that shields against mental abilities. He grasped the metallic box containing the energy block carelessly, yet his eyes remained fixated on the silvery safe. The research data on mutants, while significant, seemed trivial when juxtaposed with the treasure that had just exuded endless energy. After finalizing their terms, there was no further ado. John Schmidt departed the office with the safe and Dr. Zola, unwilling to reside in the same building as a mutant of formidable power. Meanwhile, alone in the office, Sebastian Shaw's eyes flickered as his mind swiftly filtered through the candidates he suspected might be undercover, showing no urgency in organizing the mutant data for the transaction. In the British Empire, London, upon returning from Italy, Lin Feng did not immediately report to the Allied command. Instead, he skillfully made his way to the hotel where Marilyn resided. After indulging in their passionate reunion, he feigned casualness and inquired, "My dear Marilyn, how have you fared during this time? Is there anything amiss? Please do inform me promptly. While I cannot grant you the status of a wife, my feelings for you are undeniably sincere." Knowing that she harbored a degree of insecurity and introversion, Lin Feng refrained from directly asking whether she was pregnant. Should she not be expecting and hear such a question, it might lead her to overthink, fearing neglect, which could result in dire consequences. Marilyn shifted her position, nestling into his embrace, and innocently remarked, "I am quite content here, far more comfortable than I ever was in Sicily. Here, no one mocks me or spreads malicious rumors about me seducing their husbands. Instead, everyone treats me with utmost respect. This life feels akin to paradise." As she spoke, she seemed to grasp the underlying issue, her delicate hand caressing her smooth abdomen. "Darling Lin, grant me a child. When you are away, I feel profoundly lonely. If I had a child to keep me company, it would help pass the time, and whenever I miss you, seeing our child would bring me immense joy." With that, Marilyn, shedding her usual passivity, leapt from the bed with fervor, eagerly embracing him. Lin Feng, somewhat taken aback, passively surrendered to the moment, his mind already aware that the system's notification of another child likely referred to Emma, far away in America. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Marilyn became unprecedentedly clingy, her desires insatiable. Only when she was utterly exhausted and unable to move did she finally place a pillow beneath her, drifting into a deep slumber, a solitary tear escaping from the corner of her eye, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty. Lin Feng, with tender affection, wiped the sweat from her brow before stepping out of bed to freshen up in the bathroom. Before departing, he repeatedly instructed Turner to safeguard Marilyn, then opened the window and leaped into the night, soaring towards the bunker that housed the Allied command. After hastily conferring with Churchill about the mission, Lin Feng declined his invitation to dinner. Dining with an old codger paled in comparison to the significance of meeting his unborn child. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, he departed the bunker, leaving amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the secretary. Upon returning to his opulent apartment and settling a share of the expenses, he lulled the breathless Peggy Carter to sleep before hastening to the other side of the earth, to America. In a luxurious villa on Long Island, the White Queen, Emma, was instructing young Charles on the techniques of harnessing his psychic abilities. After a period of diligent study, he had begun to master the control of his mental powers. It was time to progress to the next stage. "Charles, your psychic shield needs to be more concentrated. A too loose mental barrier is as fragile as toilet paper, easily punctured. You possess immense potential. You can achieve so much more." As she spoke, Emma effortlessly breached the psychic shield Charles had constructed, utilizing merely a fraction of her own power, akin to popping a soap bubble with ease. Charles clutched his aching head, suffering the painful backlash of his own psychic energy. Yet, this young boy was remarkably resilient. Despite the tears of pain, he diligently attempted once more to reinforce his mental shield, striving to make his psychic energy more cohesive. Noting his gradual progress, Emma observed that it was only marginally better than his previous attempt. She had a sudden inspiration and decided to take an unconventional approach. An immense power of the mind was unleashed, clouding young Charles's consciousness and conjuring a sinister illusion within his mind, depicting a malevolent mutant using psychic abilities to threaten his parents. Indeed, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Upon witnessing the peril faced by his parents, the young boy instinctively unleashed a formidable psychic force, manifesting an exceptionally sturdy mental shield around them that repelled the evil mutant's psychic onslaught. Clap, clap, clap. Emma gently applauded and dispelled the mental illusion. She pointed to the invisible psychic shield, which could only be perceived by those possessing psychic abilities still floating in the air, and spoke earnestly. "Charles, reflecting on your recent experience, this manifestation of the mental shield was quite impressive. With further practice, your future achievements will undoubtedly rival my own." Charles pouted, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, and hoarsely replied, "Ms. Emma, could we perhaps employ a different method next time? You nearly scared me to death." He was merely a child, retaining the innocence and kindness typical of his age, and did not truly believe he would encounter such occurrences in reality. After all, his parents were ordinary people, incapable of attracting such powerful and wicked mutants to persecute them. Just as Emma was about to admonish him, a knock echoed through the room. Instantly alert, she projected her formidable psychic power through the door and recognized the longed-for figure, immediately relaxing and hastening to open the door. "Darling, you remember to come find me. I thought you had forgotten me." Upon seeing her teacher dive into the embrace of the tall and handsome Lin Feng, Charles discreetly rose from his small stool, respectfully bowed in greeting, and scurried upstairs to retreat into his room for some rest. "Clever little rascal," Lin Feng remarked, embracing his beloved. "Emma, you've worked hard during this time, teaching Charles and caring for Raven. Truly my devoted partner." He cast a glance upstairs, lifting her gently and carrying her toward the soft bed in their room. "Oomph. You acknowledge it now, do you? I wouldn't be this exhausted if it weren't for you." Emma playfully chided, inhaling the familiar and masculine scent, her eyes growing dreamy as she tilted her head to bestow a passionate kiss, gently nibbling on his lip. The slight sting ignited a fervent flame in Lin Feng's gaze. Fortunately, he remembered that the beauty in his arms was with child, and he handled her with unprecedented tenderness, laying her softly on the plush bed and whispering sweetly in her ear, "This is all my fault, Emma. I shall make it up to you. But before I do so, I must question you. Why did you not inform me of your pregnancy?" Emma, momentarily shaken from her daze, bit her rosy lip in disbelief and asked, "Oh, darling, you found out? I intended to surprise you." Lin Feng smiled faintly, caressing her smooth belly. "Emma, it seems you have forgotten that I possess extraordinary abilities as well. What is so peculiar about knowing your pregnancy? How could you even think of concealing it from me? You must be thoroughly punished for this indiscretion, to see if you dare to act so recklessly in the future. It is utterly unreasonable for you to hide such matters from the father of your child." With that, he shifted his large hand and gently smacked her curvaceous backside a few times. Emma's large eyes sparkled with moisture as she twisted her alluring figure, seemingly relishing the punishment she had just received. Observing this, Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart and raised his hand once more to deliver a few more playful smacks. He sensed the temperature of the enchanting woman in his embrace rising rapidly, and the sound of her increasingly hurried breaths filled his ears, accompanied by a faint, intoxicating fragrance that enveloped them. "Ah, so you have this particular fondness. This is the delightful surprise I've been yearning for." Concerned for the child she carried, Lin Feng, despite the surging emotions within, remained gentle in his actions. After several passionate encounters, the two nestled together, listening to the rhythm of each other as hearts, feeling an extraordinary sense of fulfillment, as if they had found a kindred spirit. "Emma, there is something I must share with you. Carter is also pregnant. Your due dates are quite close, and it is possible that your deliveries will coincide. If you are willing, I would like to arrange a meeting between you two." Upon hearing this, Emma felt a pang of anxiety, her delicate fingers instinctively crumpling the bed sheet into a tight ball. Though she was accustomed to the idea of affluent men having multiple partners, she couldn't help but worry that a confrontation with Peggy Carter could place her man in a difficult position. "I have no objections, but I fear that Carter may not be able to accept it. Her family hails from a traditional aristocratic background." Lin Feng sensed the tension in her words and tightened his embrace around her. "Rest assured, I will handle this. Besides, I have no intention of settling in London. At worst, I will take Carter back to America, where we need not concern ourselves with her parents' interference. I merely need to persuade Carter." Deep down, he harbored doubts about convincing Carter's parents, yet he could not show any weakness in front of his woman. A man must never admit defeat. Emma pouted her rosy lips, her small hand tracing circles on his chest, as she softly replied, "Very well, I will follow your lead. After some time, I shall travel to London. It will serve as a profound lesson in social practice for Charles, helping to temper his excessively kind and naive nature, ensuring he does not fall prey to others in the future. But what shall we do about Raven? If I'm not around, I fear no one will be able to keep her in check." Mentioning the shape-shifting girl, a wave of jealousy surged within her. She pinched a bit of Lin Feng's tender flesh on his chest, but regrettably, her immense strength of 5 tons proved ineffective against his formidable physique. "Perhaps we should arrange for Raven to stay in boarding. With her intelligence and capabilities, no one would dare bully her." After discussing these trivial matters, the two embraced and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 28. The Red Skull and Black Emperor with divergent dreams in the same bed. Auschwitz concentration camp, the stronghold of the Hellfire Club. The air was filled with a resonant hum as Sebastian Shaw was enveloped in high-frequency vibrations, his entire being producing multiple phantoms that flickered with each oscillation. His hands were draped over a cerulean cosmic cube, siphoning an unfathomable reservoir of energy. Arc upon arc of blue energy surged forth from him, crackling and sizzling, incinerating everything in the vicinity until it coalesced between his palms, absorbed into his form. Any energy arcs that could not be assimilated coursed back along his body, leaving him gasping, "Ah, such overwhelming power! I can scarcely contain it." The vibrations intensified as the cosmic cube unleashed an ever-increasing torrent of energy, overwhelming his capacity to absorb, rendering him unable to maintain control over the surging frequencies, causing the very floor and walls beneath him to tremble. In comparison to the immense energy radiating from the cosmic cube. What he absorbed was merely a minuscule fraction. The dissipating blue energy arcs began to unleash their terrifying might, incinerating every object in the room into vapor in the blink of an eye. Snap! Snap! The sound echoed like shattering crystal as Sebastian lifted his gaze towards the source of the noise above him. An extraordinary sight unfolded in the ceiling, as if a vast expanse of starry cosmos had forcibly intruded into reality, a multitude of celestial bodies forming a grand galaxy that spun languidly, showering him with glimmers of starlight. Return, return, whispered voices, akin to divine murmurs, resonated within Sebastian's mind. With the emergence of these sounds, a powerful gravitational pull erupted from the celestial expanse, lifting him off the ground and into the air. His body underwent a terrifying transformation, radiant blue light emanating from within, illuminating his bones and organs with startling clarity. This metamorphosis flickered rapidly, as though reality itself was repelling him. The dual forces of attraction and repulsion drawing him into the abruptly materialized starry void above. No, I refuse to go. The ideal of mutant supremacy has yet to be realized. Sebastian suddenly regained his senses, summoning the vast energy stored within him and directing it against the cosmic cube that clutched his palm. With a thunderous roar, he finally broke free from the overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the celestial vista above dissipated like a mirage, leaving behind an empty room inhabited only by the heavily breathing Black King, his body exposed and raw. With a lingering sense of apprehension, he secured the safe containing the cosmic cube, allowing himself a moment to exhale. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, an immeasurable energy that seemed capable of obliterating anything with a mere wave of his hand. This sensation was unlike anything derived from the energy blocks. The disparity was akin to that between the universe and mere dust. However, drawing energy from the cosmic cube bore its dangers. For a moment's inattention could lead to being ensnared by that mysterious starry realm, whisked away from Earth to an unknown and enigmatic destination. I can feel my genes have become more potent, a sensation far more intense than when I first awakened. Previously, the energy I absorbed could only be unleashed through physical contact to strike my foes, but now I possess an exhilarating ability to project energy for long-range assaults. Sebastian Shaw stepped onto the balcony, extending his arms towards the faintly visible Tanovsky mountain beyond the concentration camp, gradually unleashing a broad beam of azure light from his palms. With a sizzling sound, the light seared the air along its path, creating a white vacuum trail that reached the towering mountain in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted from a mountainside. The thunderous explosion resonated only after Sebastian Shaw beheld the mushroom cloud, echoing from afar. The tremendous sound of the explosion incited panic within the concentration camp. The guards sounded the air raid alarm, and Nazi soldiers rushed out of their barracks, frantically adjusting the anti-aircraft artillery. "Look over there. Is it a volcanic eruption?" someone exclaimed, pointing at the magnificent mushroom cloud dissipating in the distance. "No, that does not resemble a volcanic eruption. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. It looks more akin to a heavy aerial bomb being dropped on the mountain. Could it be that the Allies have launched an airstrike on the mines there?" Others swiftly dismissed the idea of a volcanic eruption, suggesting instead that the mines had been targeted by Allied bombers. The chaos within the camp, coupled with the distant explosion, was deafening, reaching even the newly established Hydra base, prompting John Schmidt and Zola to ascend the watchtower for a better view. "Doctor, do you think it could be an Allied bombing? Something feels off. Someone bring the telescope. I need to observe this closely," John Schmidt shouted, his heart racing with anxiety. When the high-powered telescope arrived, he resumed his gaze towards Tanovsky Mountain, and upon spotting a massive lava crater measuring 100 meters in diameter, he was convinced that this devastation was beyond the capabilities of any Allied weapon. "Doctor, take a look. I believe the marks on the mountainside bear a resemblance to our energy weapons," Zola exclaimed as he took the telescope from Schmidt's hands, gasping at the sight. Unlike Red Skull, who had only a superficial understanding of energy weapons, Zola had personally designed all the energy weapons employed by the Nazis. Yet even a 155mm energy cannon could not produce such destructive force. "Chief, I fear this masterpiece originated from our allies. Only they possess the capability to achieve this," Zola continued, Based on the time discrepancy between the sighting of the explosion and the sound, combined with the linear firing characteristics of energy weapons, I have calculated the launch point to be within that very building. John Schmidt's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenched tightly. Despite having received the research data on mutants, he had yet to yield any results. The laboratory was still under construction, while their allies had already deciphered the usage of the cosmic cube, achieving a range exceeding 100 kilometers with tremendous power. This cannot stand. Doctor, we must accelerate our experimental progress. The transformation into a super being necessitates an impeccably sterile and dust-free laboratory, which I can await. However, the rudimentary experimental methods for creating mutants can be employed in the meantime, as they are merely expendable materials for experimentation. After instructing Dr. Zola on his tasks, John Schmidt feigned fury as he descended from the watchtower, striding purposefully towards the Auschwitz concentration camp. The Nazi soldiers he encountered along the way saluted respectfully, and none dared to obstruct him for identification checks, watching as he confidently entered the camp. With a resounding crash, the door to Sebastian Shaw's office was kicked open. An irate John Schmidt stormed in, his piercing gaze fixed upon his bewildered ally, raising his voice to question, "That explosion was your doing, wasn't it? Have you lost your mind? Do you not grasp our current predicament? If the little mustache learns of our actions, do you believe you and I can steadily amass power? At that point, both the Nazis and the Allies will converge upon us. Do you wish for us all to perish together?" In the face of his barrage of inquiries, Sebastian Shaw remained unfazed, ignoring the flushed and agitated John Schmidt. Instead, he casually strode to the adjacent office, donned a Nazi uniform, and leisurely began to speak. No, my ally. You are mistaken. I shall come to no harm. Neither the Allies, nor the Nazis, nor even you, can inflict injury upon me. Thus, you should maintain decorum in my presence. Should that dreadful situation arise, I might extend my assistance, considering your generosity in lending me the Tesseract. Upon hearing this infuriating remark, John Schmidt, who had been feigning anger, truly became enraged. He clenched his jaw tightly, striving to suppress the surging fury within him. Although the words were provoking, they were rooted in truth. Despite having undergone the super soldier serum transformation, granting him a physique and strength far beyond the ordinary, he dare not claim he could preserve his life against his adversary. I must remind you, Sebastian Shaw, do not recklessly wield the Tesseract. It is a treasure of the supreme god Odin from myth, one that even Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the god of mischief, cannot easily manipulate. It was left on Earth after the war among the gods for that very reason. Sebastian Shaw disregarded his admonishment, leisurely grooming his hair and adjusting his Nazi uniform. Once he beheld his flawless reflection in the mirror, he shook his finger with a chuckle, stating, No, my ally. You are mistaken once more. The deity you revere, in my view, is merely a more powerful individual. I have splendid news to share. After this encounter with the Tesseract, my genes have awakened anew, and my abilities have surged to over 10 times their previous strength, all thanks to your generous sharing. Should I have appeared in ancient times, those ignorant ancients might have revered me as a god. So cast aside the mythological nonsense cluttering your mind. Mr. John Schmidt. His confidence swelled dramatically, leading him to believe that his continued growth would ultimately render him a new deity. Of course, he would never disclose the near-catastrophic incident involving the cosmic cube to anyone. Instead, he would exercise utmost caution in its future utilization, drawing upon only the energies within his control. Now, do you have any other matters at hand? If not, I must resume my study of the cosmic cube, as the energy extracted directly from it is exceedingly unstable. I need to explore devices that can optimize energy stability. Sebastian Shaw was preparing to bid farewell, for nothing is more paramount than the enhancement of one's own strength. Through his direct interaction with the cosmic cube, he also discerned why his allies consistently employed metal clamps for extraction, rather than utilizing their more convenient hands. Upon sensing contact with life, the cosmic cube releases an overwhelmingly potent energy, which can prove fatal to ordinary humans, even to super soldiers. Its unknown corrosive nature and annihilative qualities would instantaneously dissolve any life that dared to touch it. To utilize the cosmic cube without harm, one must possess a physique and power comparable to that of deities, akin to the legendary God King Odin. However, considering the cosmic cube's presence on Earth, It is conceivable that even Odin would not be entirely unscathed, for such a formidable artifact would not be so casually discarded. The ability to absorb energy granted Sebastian Shaw the qualification to wield the cosmic cube. Yet the overwhelming strength and peculiar characteristics of this energy rendered him unable to master it effortlessly. Should he draw too much energy, it would cling to the cosmic cube, until a mysterious starry void emerged, generating immense gravitational and spatial repulsion, as if it sought to transport the reckless wielder to an unknown realm within the cosmic expanse. I apologize, Mr. Shaw, but I believe your mental state is not suited for the continued study of the cosmic cube. I shall temporarily reclaim it until you regain your composure. John Schmidt, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of his ally, approached the safe, grasping the box to exit. He could no longer endure the arrogant Black King and regretted hastily presenting the cosmic cube. In a flash, a shadow loomed, and Sebastian Shaw glared fiercely, blocking his path with a low voice. Are you intending to breach our agreement? Have you consulted me? Release the cosmic cube, and I assure you that the previous circumstances will not repeat. Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, John Schmidt narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile emerging. Otherwise what? Do you intend to kill me to seize the cosmic cube? I must remind you, while you are preoccupied with your research on this treasure, I have buried a dozen Valkyrie bombs beneath the concentration camp. Each bomb possesses energy that far exceeds what you just unleashed by dozens of times. Should anything happen to me, these bombs will detonate instantaneously. You might want to test whether you can absorb such an abundance of energy. I guarantee you will be reduced to ashes in the explosion. Sebastian Shaw's countenance changed dramatically, and he took a deep breath to regain his composure. He possesses the extraordinary ability to absorb vast amounts of energy, transforming it into a formidable power under his control. However, this superhuman ability is not without its limits. Should he exceed those boundaries without the capacity to assimilate the excess energy, he would ultimately succumb to the terrifying explosion of the Valkyrie bomb. Very well, John Schmidt. The leader of Hydra, you have triumphed. I believe we require a new agreement. You cannot simply strip me of my right to wield the Tesseract. Can you? Do you wish to be pursued by the allied Superman like a hapless stray? If I am sufficiently powerful, we need not fear him. Upon hearing this, John Schmidt felt a twinge of frustration. His partnership with Sebastian Shaw was meant to secure additional allies against the allied Superman, as well as to utilize Shaw's mutant awakening technology to create new super soldiers. An ally endowed with the ability to absorb all forms of energy would serve as an excellent bulwark against the allied Superman. He could not simply cast aside such a resource. Very well, Mr. Shaw, from now on, your use of the Tesseract will be confined to my base, under my supervision. Schmidt declared, we share a common enemy. We ought not to harbor discord among ourselves. Despite his reluctance, Sebastian Shaw found himself without the upper hand. After a moment of hesitation, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Fine, let be so. Mr. Schmidt, safe travels. I shall not see you off. John Schmidt waved his hand dismissively, striding out with the briefcase in tow, not glancing back. Chapter 29. A fiery encounter between two women. The fate of the Red Skull's ambush at Auschwitz. In the heart of London, at the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Lin Feng, accompanied by Emma and young Charles, captured the attention of all present, especially Peggy Carter, whose eyes brimmed with curiosity. Gentlemen, do not gaze at me like that. They will be your colleagues from now on, he announced. I shall establish a new department, a task force dedicated to special operations, and in the future, individuals possessing unique abilities like theirs will join our ranks. You may encounter some rather peculiar individuals. I do not wish to see you regarding them as if you were at a zoo. Understood? His words served as a precautionary measure to prevent unrest when integrating mutants into his team. After confronting Emma, this woman, who had long harbored little ambition, unexpectedly expressed the desire to form a mutant faction. After much contemplation, Lin Feng agreed, but not without stipulations. Firstly, the mutant faction must adhere to the framework he provided, ensuring that no member harbors extremist beliefs in mutant supremacy. Secondly, individuals with a history of violent crimes against ordinary humans would be barred from joining, to prevent any negative influences from corrupting the group. Thirdly, the newly established mutant faction could only engage in actions against mutant criminality, intervening in conflicts among ordinary humans only under his express orders. After pouting in frustration for a while, Emma reluctantly accepted these terms, and thus accompanied young Charles back to London to join the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Colonel Phillips, somewhat perplexed, nevertheless led the response with enthusiasm. At your command, Your Excellency. I assure you there will be no issues. After Lin Feng offered a slight nod and instructed them to continue their tasks, he turned to Peggy Carter with a light-hearted smile. Come, my dear, let us retire to my office. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Oh, by the way, Colonel Phillips, could you find someone to look after little Charles? Phillips, taken aback, nodded and waved to the young boy. Come here, lad. Uncle will find you a lovely sister to play with. After arranging these trivialities, Lin Feng strode purposefully toward his office. The moment the two women exchanged glances behind him, it was as if sparks were about to ignite. Despite being equipped with the super soldier template and remaining fiercely loyal to a certain charming rogue, the instinctual possessiveness of women towards their beloved was unmistakable, revealing a hint of rivalry in their gazes. Upon entering Lin Feng's spacious and opulent office, and as the door and blinds closed, Peggy Carter flashed a triumphant smile at Emma and gracefully took his arm, as if to assert her claim. Darling, might you introduce me to this enchanting lady? Lin Feng, observing the palpable tension between the two, awkwardly touched his nose and began. Well, dear Carter, she is. Before he could finish, Emma flashed a confident smile and sidled up to him, intertwining her arm with his. You guessed correctly. I am also Lin's woman. My name is Emma. The two women turned their gaze to Lin Feng, eagerly awaiting his response. Ha ha. Indeed, you are both my esteemed partners. Henceforth, it is imperative that you coexist harmoniously, for you have both shared the camaraderie of battle. I assure you, I shall treat you both with utmost fairness and will not show favoritism to either. He continued, additionally, you have a sister, Marilyn, whom I have not brought along this time. Her shy nature and self-doubt may require your assistance in overcoming. In the face of adversaries, he was decisive and unwavering. Sensing the growing tension between the two women, he opted for complete transparency, believing that a triad was preferable to a rivalry. Peggy Carter relinquished Lin Feng's arm, adopting a serious demeanor as she pulled Emma aside. You are not allowed to eavesdrop on our conversation. If you do, I shan't forgive you. After this icy declaration, the two women engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally casting him glances filled with disdain. It remained unclear what they discussed, but soon they approached him hand in hand. Resembling long-lost sisters, Peggy Carter spoke with gravity. Emma and I have come to an understanding. With a man as formidable as you, it is only natural to have multiple women. However, you are henceforth forbidden from bringing other women into our home at your whim. We shall not concern ourselves with your escapades outside, but should you wish to introduce someone into our household, it must be with our consent. Lin Feng understood that such magnanimity was a consequence of the subordinate templates. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for women to exhibit such generosity. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and resolutely pledged, I promise that I will no longer bring women home casually. Should the need arise, I shall seek your consent, Emma and Marilyn. If you disapprove, I will absolutely ensure she does not appear before you. Peggy Carter and Emma exchanged a knowing glance, momentarily diverting their attention to matters of childcare. A firm knock resounded at the office door, followed by Colonel Phillips's voice. Pardon the interruption, Your Excellency, but our agents have obtained intelligence regarding Hydra. If it pleases you, I would like to report in person. Upon hearing the matter of urgency, Peggy Carter and Emma straightened in their seats, pausing their previous discussion. Yet none rose to open the door for Phillips, their irritation palpable. Lin Feng, shaking his head in resignation, approached and opened the door. Come in, Colonel, and elaborate on the Hydra intelligence. He returned to his chair behind the desk. As Colonel Phillips entered, he cast a brief glance at the two women on the sofa before quickly averting his gaze and taking a seat opposite Lin Feng. Your Excellency, according to our intelligence, Hydra has established a new base in southern Poland. The precise location is near the Auschwitz concentration camp, and we have discovered that this base will serve as a facility for producing super soldiers and Valkyrie bombs. Once constructed, it will significantly impact the global war landscape. Therefore, I believe we must act immediately to dismantle this base and thwart Hydra's nefarious plans. Listening intently, Lin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Hydra had indeed severed ties with the Nazis, and the Emperor had publicly issued a bounty on them. Yet the location of this new base seemed incongruous. Noticing his pensive expression, Emma smiled softly and remarked, "This is hardly surprising. Sebastian Shaw is located at the Auschwitz concentration camp. Given that Hydra's base is being constructed there, it would be hard to believe they are not colluding. While I may not know much about Hydra, I am well acquainted with the Black King of the Hellfire Club, and he is not a man of broad-mindedness. My dear, let us not forget that the mutants killed in the past were members of the Hellfire Club." Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng experienced a moment of clarity, just as Colonel Phillips scratched his head and inquired, "Excuse me, madam, but what exactly are the Hellfire Club and the mutants?" The leader of Hydra, Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, is no benign character. Dealing with him is no small feat. Does the Hellfire Club dare to collaborate with him, unafraid of being entirely consumed? Before Emma could respond, Lin Feng interjected, "Enough, Phillips. The intelligence you bring is of utmost importance. I shall depart immediately to strike at Hydra. As for the Hellfire Club and the mutants, we shall explain that upon our return. This matter is exceedingly complex, and I lack the time to elaborate now. This time, we must eliminate Red Skull." The reason he refrained from suggesting the annihilation of Hydra was due to his awareness of the organization's existence for over a millennium, with branches scattered across the globe. Some of these branches seemingly had no connection to Hydra at all. The notion of uprooting such a deeply entrenched and ancient organization was utterly unrealistic. After bidding farewell to the perplexed Colonel Phillips, Lin Feng turned to Emma and instructed, "Emma, please contact Asazo. We are heading to Auschwitz. Oh, and remember to bring young Charles along. It will be a good opportunity for him to witness the grim realities faced by other mutants. The brutal experiments conducted by Sebastian Shaw will reveal to him that the world is far from the innocence he imagines." Peggy Carter, recognizing their urgent mission, momentarily set aside her jealousy and anger, assisting in bringing young Charles back inside to hand him over to Emma. In the southern part of the Lesser Poland Voivodeship, Auschwitz, several figures materialized from a plume of black smoke near the concentration camp. Emma's formidable telepathic abilities instantly radiated outward, creating a vast mental illusion that caused those who witnessed their arrival to subconsciously overlook them. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings, waving his hand in front of his nose. A look of disgust crossed his features as he gazed at the billowing smoke from the towering chimneys. The acrid stench of charred flesh was overwhelming. How many lives had the Nazis incinerated in those crematoriums? Damn it, after inhaling this odor, I want to be able to eat barbecued meat for at least a week. It is one thing for the Nazis to kill, but to create such a repugnant atmosphere is intolerable. Lin Feng felt no pity for the slaughtered Jews. As the old saying goes, those who are pitiful must have their own faults. Were it not for the insatiable Jewish capitalists who, leveraging their control over the German economy, ruthlessly inflated prices to the absurd level of 500,000 marks for a loaf of bread, causing widespread suffering among the German populace. Such extreme retaliatory actions might not have arisen. "Emma, sense where the Red Skull is. We must eliminate him first," Lin Feng urged. Emma, holding young Charles by the hand, concentrated her mental powers for a more refined perception. After a moment, she frowned slightly and spoke in a hushed tone, "My dear, something feels amiss. I cannot detect the mental waves of the Red Skull or Sebastian Shaw. This situation has never occurred before. Although I can see from the memories of the camp guards that they have not left, I am unable to sense their mental presence in any way." With a thought, Lin Feng soared into the air, utilizing his X-ray vision to survey the concentration camp and the nearby Hydra base. He was astonished to find that while he could see most areas clearly, several spots remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view within. By Hydra, it seems the Red Skull has discovered some of my abilities and devised countermeasures against them. Now that the enemy is hidden while I am exposed, this complicates matters. Emma, stay here with young Charles. Asazo, ensure their safety. If any insurmountable danger arises, evacuate immediately. After arranging matters for Emma and the others, Lin Feng soared towards the Hydra base. The Nazi soldiers remained ensnared by the illusions of the mind, oblivious to the shadow passing overhead, continuing their relentless whipping of the prisoners in the concentration camp, urging them to hasten their digging. When a pit, several meters deep, was finally excavated, the prisoners at the bottom believed they could ascend for a respite, only to witness one after another being coerced by the soldiers' guns to leap down. The confined space soon became overcrowded with terrified inmates, helplessly watching as another group was brought forth, wielding shovels to fill the pit with earth. This scene left young Charles wide-eyed, struggling to fathom the brutality of such acts in the world. He gently tugged at Emma's sleeve, pleading pitifully, "Teacher, please save them. They are about to be buried alive." Even if they have committed grave mistakes, such cruelty cannot be justified, and not all are guilty. Many are innocent victims caught in this plight. Emma sighed, crouching down to address him. "Your Uncle Lin once said, 'One cannot counsel others to do good without experiencing their suffering.' I share this sentiment. Our priority now is not to rescue these individuals, but to assist your Uncle Lin in eradicating Hydra, to prevent further harm to others." After speaking, she embraced young Charles, watching as the prisoners were gradually buried within the pit. At that moment, Lin Feng had reached the skies above the Hydra base, plummeting from the air in a free fall. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the rooftop, landing within the base. Nearby, Hydra soldiers screamed frantically, raising their energy weapons and rapidly firing blue energy projectiles. Emotionless, Lin Feng advanced towards them, his vibranium suit absorbing each energy bullet. Not far away, in the Valkyrie bomb factory, the Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, startled by the commotion, snatched the Tesseract from the bewildered Sebastian Shaw, shouting in a frenzied panic, "Damn it! The Allied Superman has arrived. Shaw, you must hold him off, or I will activate the Valkyrie bomb and perish alongside you." As he sprinted towards the factory's exit, he sternly warned his ally. Sebastian Shaw, feeling utterly bewildered, thought he was caught in a nightmare. How could the usually astute him find himself allied with a madman? Merely hearing the shouts of the Hydra soldiers sent him racing in a frenzy, while the audacity of being threatened to delay the enemy was infuriating. Was this truly the ambitious Red Skull he was dealing with? Yet, regardless of his thoughts, he had no choice but to run towards the source of the commotion, lest the deranged Schmidt truly activate the detonator. "Damn you, Johann Schmidt. If it weren't for the Red Devil's betrayal, I would never succumb to your threats." Sebastian Shaw seethed, bursting from the factory into the storage warehouse where the battle unfolded. He swiftly grasped an energy cube, voraciously absorbing the potent energy within, feeling the surge of power rapidly amplifying within him. With a fierce roar, he charged to the forefront. Lin Feng's gaze settled upon him, for amidst the terrified cries of the Hydra soldiers, he alone possessed the audacity to advance towards his demise. Observing the peculiar helmet atop his adversary's head, Lin Feng couldn't help but recall the incident of Emma's telepathy failing. Memories of Marvel's narratives he had perused before crossing overflooded his mind, and one character particularly resonated: Sebastian Shaw, the formidable leader of the Hellfire Club, endowed with the ability to absorb energy. "So it is you. No wonder you have the courage to charge forth." Two beams of intense heat erupted, striking Sebastian Shaw, who stood with arms outstretched. Yet the heat rays, capable of vaporizing most substances, merely caused him to stagger slightly. Following a series of high-frequency vibrations, he absorbed the energy into his being, subsequently unleashing it from his palms. With a sharp hiss, columns of red and blue light shot forth, emitting a piercing sonic wave. "Perish, Allied Superman. After I eliminate you, I shall reclaim my treasures." Sebastian Shaw bellowed, the energy released from his hands intensifying. Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully, his eyes once again emanating even more powerful heat rays. The two forces collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion, and the ensuing shockwave obliterated the already damaged structure, sending the nearby Hydra soldiers screaming into the air. Seizing the opportunity as debris obscured Sebastian Shaw's vision, Lin Feng instantly appeared beside him, unleashing a devastating punch with all his might against Shaw's face. Yet, it was as if his fist struck resilient rubber. The immense force, exceeding thousands of tons, inflicted no harm, merely causing Sebastian Shaw's body to vibrate at a high frequency once more. "Useless Allied Superman. No matter how great your strength, you cannot harm me. I can absorb all forms of energy, kinetic, potential, internal, chemical, nuclear, and more. Every attack ultimately converts into energy, and thus cannot escape my absorption," he boasted triumphantly. As if heralding his imminent victory, Lin Feng refrained from retorting, his superhuman hearing detecting the sound of an aircraft's propeller, connecting the dots to the unseen Red Skull. Johann Schmidt, He quickly realized that this old rogue was attempting to employ the same tactic once more, seeking to escape by air. What a fool to revel in such arrogance, being used as a pawn. Since he could not vanquish this foe immediately, Lin Feng insulted him before leaping into the air. Sebastian Shaw, devoid of flight capabilities, seethed with rage, unable to do anything but watch as Lin Feng's figure diminished in the distance, while he himself hastened toward the exit. That madman will surely press the detonator. I must leave before the explosion. As Lin Feng soared into the sky, a massive transport plane was already taking off. Inside the cockpit, Red Skull placed the Tesseract into the aircraft's energy core with a metallic clamp and then addressed the panting Dr. Zola beside him. The Valkyrie plan must be expedited. I aim to bring the Allied Superman to disgrace, ensnaring him in a political quagmire with the upper echelons of various nations. Otherwise, if he continues to pursue us relentlessly, the creation of a new super beast will become impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed. A figure broke through the aircraft's exterior, entering the cockpit with an imposing demeanor, grasping Red Skull Johann Schmidt by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. You dare to conspire against me? Truly, you are like an old man consuming arsenic in a bid for longevity. Lin Feng cast a glance around, his gaze lingering on Dr. Zola's face for a brief moment. To be in the company of the fleeing Red Skull is to be an indispensable figure within Hydra. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to board the aircraft. Allied Superman, Major General Lin, you truly are a persistent spirit. Red Skull struggled in vain, realizing his predicament and daringly taunting Lin Feng. Do you truly believe that after aiding the Allies in defeating me and that little mustache man, the Allies will reward you generously? Let me enlighten you. The Anglo-Saxons are not much better than him. Your promotion to Major General is solely because they require you to combat us. Once the German Empire and Hydra are vanquished, do you think they turn their weapons against you, the Allied Superman? Unfazed, Lin Feng began to search the cockpit. He recalled that the Tesseract was always carried by Red Skull, containing one of the Infinity Stones representing the essence of the universe. Such a treasure was not to be overlooked. Do not doubt my words. Those politicians can never fully trust you. Once the external enemy is eliminated, you become their greatest threat. They will devise ways to control you, ensuring their own safety. The more powerful you become, the more their fear escalates. Thus, as one who has seen the ugliness of human nature, I offer you a piece of advice. Either abandon everything and live in solitude on a desolate island, or seize your formidable power to dominate this world. Red Skull continued his incessant chatter, his eyes glinting with cunning malice. However, upon witnessing Lin Feng approach the energy core, shattering the reinforced steel plate with a single punch and extracting the Tesseract with his bare hands, Red Skull nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Oh my God, you can also touch the Tesseract? This is truly unbelievable. Blue arcs of light danced around the Tesseract, and a scene experienced by Sebastian Shaw unfolded within the aircraft's cockpit, compelling all three to gaze upward at the unexpectedly revealed mystical starry sky. Lin Feng, inspired, placed the Tesseract into Red Skull's hands. He was aware that in the film, Red Skull had touched the Tesseract with his bare hands, ultimately leading to his body being obliterated by the backlash of spatial energy, transporting him billions of light years away to the planet Vormir, where he became the eternal guardian of the Soul Stone. Indeed, the Tesseract trembled and hummed incessantly, emitting an increasing number of blue arcs of light, as powerful forces of attraction and repulsion manifested within the cockpit. Enveloped by immense cosmic energy, the Red Skull melted away like a candle, disintegrating from his feet into fine ash, swiftly transforming into a ghostly energy state. No, this cannot be. Before he could finish his sentence, he instantaneously morphed into a beam of light that launched into the starry expanse. And just as abruptly as it had appeared, the mysterious cosmos vanished, restoring normalcy within the cockpit. Before the cosmic cube could touch the ground, Lin Feng seized it and exhaled a breath of extreme cold to cool it down. After securing the now-cooled cosmic cube in a metal box, he turned to the astonished Dr. Zola, speaking gently. You can calibrate the aircraft's autopilot system, correct? Set the destination to the Arctic Ocean. Upon hearing his words, Dr. Zola nodded vigorously and hurriedly scrambled to the control panel. With a flurry of rapid key presses, the destination on the aircraft's display changed coordinates, and the aircraft began its swift directional shift. You are quite astute, Dr. Zola. Do you know what others will say when they ask about John Schmidt upon our return? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly, clutching the box. True to his reputation as a genius scientist with both high intelligence and emotional acuity, Dr. Zola calmly provided the explanation Lin Feng sought. The Hydra leader, in a desperate last stand, sabotaged the aircraft's navigation system. You, Major Lin, were preoccupied with disarming all the bombs to prevent the Valkyrie bombs from endangering the cities along the way. This ambitious madman, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to drag you down with him by steering the aircraft into the Arctic Ocean. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded and proceeded to the aircraft's cargo hold. Under Dr. Zola's guidance, he swiftly disassembled the Valkyrie bombs, removing and crushing the fuses, ensuring that even in the event of a violent crash into the Arctic Ocean, no bombs would detonate. We must return now, Doctor. From this point forward, you shall work for me. With that, Lin Feng grasped the metal box in one hand and Dr. Zola in the other, soaring out of the transport aircraft's cockpit. He watched as the plane soared towards the Arctic Ocean before turning to head towards Auschwitz, where a formidable enemy awaited annihilation. Emma and little Charles were nearby. It was imperative to return swiftly. Chapter 30, a savage beatdown of Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw, using a blade to slay and annihilate Auschwitz. At Auschwitz, Sebastian Shaw fled in a panic. As he made his escape, the Nazi soldiers blocking his path were still bewildered by the unfolding events, inadvertently triggering the emergency assembly alarm. Thousands of Nazi soldiers sprang into action, deploying tanks and fighter planes to confront the so-called invaders he had mentioned. However, all of this quickly reversed under Emma's intervention. Under the influence of her telepathic abilities, the Nazi soldiers inadvertently cornered Sebastian Shaw at the camp's exit, unleashing a torrent of bullets and shells upon him. Rat-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. Though the bullets and shells fired at Sebastian, Shaw could not inflict harm upon him. The high-frequency vibration from the absorbed energy severely hindered his speed of escape. Upon returning to Auschwitz, Lin Feng witnessed Nazi soldiers bombarding the Black Emperor mercilessly. After handing over the metallic box and Dr. Zola to Emma for safekeeping, he instantaneously traversed several hundred meters and appeared before Sebastian Shaw, delivering a powerful blow to his head. "Hello, Black Emperor," he taunted. "Do you really think you can flee in my presence?" How naive. As Shaw was sent flying, Lin Feng smirked and, with a swift motion, pursued him, delivering another fierce kick. Sebastian Shaw was tossed about in the air, akin to a living punching bag, enduring an onslaught of relentless blows. He could feel the immense power behind each strike, far surpassing the energy of a tank shell explosion. Even his ability to absorb and convert energy was beginning to falter. "Stop, please. We can negotiate," Shaw pleaded, but Lin Feng remained deaf to his cries, continuing his relentless assault. Rarely did he encounter such a resilient punching bag. It was a perfect opportunity for him to unleash his full strength. Furthermore, he needed to incapacitate Shaw to upload the super soldier template and subdue him. "Emma, for the sake of our past collaboration, I beg you to intercede on my behalf. I can surrender. Just give me a chance to talk." Shaw could feel the energy within him nearing its limit. If the allied superhuman continued to pummel him, he might very well explode. For the absorption and conversion of energy required time, a luxury his opponent was not granting him. Emma heard his desperate pleas, but had no intention of advocating for him. The flimsy friendship of mere collaborators held no value in the eyes of her beloved man. With many women in the vicinity, competition was fierce. She was not inclined to provoke her partner's displeasure over this matter. Little Charles stared wide-eyed at the one-sided battle in the air, feeling pity for the unfamiliar uncle. "Teacher, do you know that uncle being beaten? I think we should ask Lin Feng to stop. Give him a chance. If this continues, he might be killed. Every life is precious and should not be taken lightly." His naive words prompted a slight frown from Emma, who reflected inwardly. No wonder Lin insisted on bringing Charles along. Such overly compassionate and naive sentiments might lead to unnecessary conflicts with her man in the future. She gently ruffled little Charles's hair and pointed to the trembling Sebastian Shaw in midair. "That man is a great villain. His words cannot be trusted. Do you know how many lives he has taken? I know of no fewer than 100, many of whom perished in cruel laboratories, mercilessly tortured to death." Emma felt that mere words of persuasion were insufficient, so she resolutely led young Charles towards the laboratory within the concentration camp. After witnessing the imprisoned test subjects confined within iron cages, they meticulously examined all experimental records and photographic evidence, confronting the heinous scenes reminiscent of hell itself. You see, young Charles, this is how they treat their test subjects. There are numerous methods that inflict bodily agony to awaken genes, and many nations and dark forces covet the abilities of mutants. Therefore, you must alter your excessively compassionate nature. By sparing someone like Black King, you indirectly condemn countless innocent lives and place yourself in peril. Young Charles cast a compassionate glance at the expressionless and vacant-eyed test subjects, as if something within him had shattered. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his small face taking on a serious demeanor for the first time. I understand, teacher. Although I still disagree with hastily taking any life, I would grant them a chance for redemption. However, should they remain unrepentant, I will not hesitate to eliminate them, just as Uncle Lin Feng would, to protect more innocent humans and our kin. As the master and disciple conversed, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted, shaking the ground violently. They hurriedly exited the laboratory, gazing towards the billowing clouds of dust. Lin Feng stood triumphantly upon Sebastian Shaw's head, looking down coldly upon him. Now, I offer you a chance to live. Sincerely submit to me. He had just cast his opponent from the heavens, only to realize that Shaw had seized the moment to unleash the pent-up energy within him, creating a massive crater in the earth. However, after such an overwhelming release of energy, Sebastian Shaw's demeanor waned, presenting an opportune moment for subjugation as his mental resistance weakened, making it easier to impose a template upon him. System, load the super soldier template onto him. With a thought, Lin Feng commanded the system to present the auxiliary template for Sebastian Shaw. Beep. Do you confirm the loading of the template for Sebastian Shaw? Lin Feng did not hesitate. The opponent's strength was formidable and worth the attempt. I confirm, load the template. Beep. Template loading successful. The recipient will become the host's loyal servant, never to betray the host. Sebastian Shaw felt a brief dizziness as the searing pain in his body rapidly dissipated. He sensed a profound admiration for Lin Feng rising within him, feeling that even if commanded to face death, he would willingly comply. Suddenly realizing he had fallen into a trap. No, this is impossible. How'd you do this? This is not psychic ability. Lin Feng cracked his neck and released his foot from Shaw. Rise, soldier. You would do well to recognize your position. There's a task for you. The vile Auschwitz concentration camp should not exist. I need you to obliterate this place. Do you understand? Upon receiving the command, Sebastian Shaw felt a profound discontent within, yet his body responded with unwavering obedience. He sensed the bizarre power emanating from the template, an influence that he was utterly incapable of resisting, as it seized control of his will from the depths of his soul. At your command, your will is my mission. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his eyes emanating two beams of intense thermal energy. Sebastian Shaw gritted his teeth, enduring the searing heat radiating from the beams, continuously transforming the boundless thermal energy and kinetic force into explosive potential. Much like a reservoir accumulating water, the energy within him swelled, soon reaching a critical threshold. Go forth. Erase this concentration camp from the earth and eliminate those repugnant Jews. After issuing his command, Lin Feng approached Emma and her companion. Meanwhile, Sebastian Shaw, with a stoic expression, advanced towards the center of the camp, extending his arms as dazzling light erupted between his fingers. With a furious roar, he unleashed a massive ball of energy directed at the Jewish encampment. Boom! Boom! Mushroom clouds ascended into the sky, and the violent explosions propelled countless Jews and their confines into the air, while many others were reduced to ashes by the ferocious energy. Following a round of bombardment, the entire Auschwitz concentration camp, spanning over 40 square kilometers, was utterly flattened. Once Sebastian Shaw's energy was depleted, Lin Feng replenished it several times to ensure the complete annihilation of the site. His decision to utilize the Black Emperor's hand to obliterate the Auschwitz concentration camp stemmed from a desire to avoid bearing the blame himself, thus preserving his reputation from potential backlash. Chapter 31. The Hydra Fragmented. It is time to conclude this war. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Feng, with remarkable resolve, gently shifted Peggy Carter's hand, extricating himself from her embrace while delicately covering her with a blanket before bustling into the kitchen. After returning home the previous day, he had secured the Cosmic Cube and Dr. Zola within a safe at the Strategic Scientific Reserve, accessible only to him. The psychology of a pregnant woman is quite intricate. Although Peggy Carter verbally insisted she did not require care, the sight of Lin Feng returning home after completing his mission delighted her immensely. The couple had indulged in affectionate exchanges the previous night, eventually succumbing to rest in each other's arms. Knowing he could not linger at home for long, Lin Feng resolved to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Peggy Carter before heading to the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Soon, a pot of steaming 8 treasure porridge was ready, its subtle sweetness wafting through the kitchen. After frying 2 eggs and a steak, he arranged a simple yet nourishing breakfast on the dining table. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng left a note for Peggy Carter, advising her to eat smaller portions to mitigate any discomfort from morning sickness. He cast a lingering glance at his wife, still asleep, adjusted his attire and appearance, then leapt from the window, soaring towards the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Due to the vigorous propaganda of the Allies and the increasingly extraordinary achievements of the Allied forces, many citizens resisting the Nazis spontaneously organized grassroots resistance movements. During this period, the surge in prestige was akin to a bullish stock market, rapidly ascending in a straight line, and it is anticipated that the template will be upgraded once more by next week. After this brief period of exploration, Lin Feng became increasingly convinced that the supreme sorcerer of Kamar Taj would not trouble him. If that were the case, the bald sorceress, Master Gu Yi, would have long ago drawn a circle and opened a spatial portal to banish him from Earth, or even from this universe. Aside from this formidable figure, the other demons hiding in the extra-dimensional realms would not easily venture to Earth. Even Odin, the nominal ruler of the 9 realms, rarely intervened in earthly matters. Given that these powerful beings posed no threat to him, ending this global conflict was not out of the question. If one were to seek prestige, the chaotic times of war could not compare to the peace that followed, especially after the advent of network technology, where the efficiency of garnering prestige would be far greater than relying on newspapers, television, or radio. Lin Feng's strength was now formidable enough that he had no fear of anyone daring to challenge him. Lost in contemplation of these complex matters, he arrived at the front of the Strategic Scientific Reserve's headquarters, just in time to encounter Jonathan Calbera, the head of the 2nd Intelligence Division, hurrying along. "Oh my God, Director, I was just looking for you. Our agents in Berlin have sent back urgent reports. After the Red Skull's disappearance, it seems there has been internal conflict within Hydra, which has now split into 5 factions, and none of them wish to continue supporting the little mustached one. The Nazis' power has significantly diminished, thanks to you, Director." Lin Feng waved his hand, interrupting his subordinate's flattery. The fragmentation of Hydra was to be expected. Even when the Red Skull was still present, their ranks were rife with competing factions. It was only due to Johann Schmidt's formidable methods that he managed to unify the leaders of these factions, consolidating Hydra's strength. Now that he was missing, how could those factions remain united? "That's enough, Jonathan. Inform the senior officials to assemble in the conference room. I have a significant announcement to make, and everyone must be present." Jonathan Calbera, puzzled yet obedient, nodded and hurried into the building. Lin Feng also entered the building, took his exclusive elevator to the top floor, and headed directly to the conference room. Before long, Phillips, Howard Stark, the White House envoy, and others arrived in succession, taking their seats on either side of the conference table, each speculating about the reason for this gathering. "Colleagues, I have decided to fly to Berlin personally to eliminate the little mustached one and the Nazi high command." His words landed like a nuclear bomb, leaving everyone momentarily dizzy with disbelief. Had they truly heard what the director intended? The notion of executing the little mustached one and the Nazi elite was so shocking that those present began to question their own hearing, fearing they had misheard. "You have heard correctly. Following the demise of the Red Skull, Hydra has crumbled, and without their clandestine machinations, I believe it is time to conclude this unnecessary war. Shortly, I will meet with Prime Minister Churchill and General Eisenhower to brief them on the operational plan. Your task is to swiftly recruit the distinguished scientists from both the Nazis and Hydra into the Strategic Scientific Corps before other nations and departments can intervene. Lastly, I must mention that the Strategic Scientific Corps will be restructured into SHIELD. After declaring his decision, Lin Feng departed, leaving the crowd in bewilderment. He hurried to the Allied command bunker, where he briefed Churchill and Eisenhower with the same message. Unlike the higher-ups of the Strategic Scientific Corps, these two political giants maintained their composure upon hearing such news. After a few deep breaths, Churchill spoke slowly. "General Lin, you possess remarkable courage. If you are confident, General Eisenhower and I will not hinder your efforts. Should you succeed in eliminating the Führer and the Nazi leadership, I, on behalf of the British cabinet, pledge to advocate for your elevation to the rank of Earl, as well as assist you in obtaining the Nobel Peace Prize." As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly fervent, and a flush crept onto his round face, nearly breaking the facade of calm he had maintained. Eisenhower, observing Churchill's enthusiasm, felt a sense of unease. Did the Prime Minister truly fail to grasp that Lin Feng already possessed the capability to end the war, yet hesitated, seeking to amass public acclaim and political capital? Nonetheless, he smiled and echoed Churchill's sentiments. "Indeed, General Lin is a prodigy, and both America and I take pride in your achievements. Once you succeed, I assure you I will request the President to promote you and award you the National Hero Medal in recognition of your exceptional contributions to world peace." Upon exiting the bunker, Lin Feng soared towards Berlin at breakneck speed. The biological force field sliced through the air resistance, and soaring through the skies felt as effortless as a fish in water, providing an exhilarating experience of speed and passion. "I wonder if I can push my limits even further," he thought. Boom, boom, boom. The clouds erupted with successive sonic booms, each interval stretching further apart, a clear indication of his accelerating velocity. Lin Feng's speed surged from Mach 1, 5 to Mach 3, and he felt the mounting air resistance transform into an invisible barrier, demanding considerable energy from his biological force field with each meter he advanced. Fortunately, the energy within him was as vast as the cosmos, rendering the minor depletion inconsequential. Moments later, he breached the cloud cover, revealing Berlin's iconic Brandenburg Gate ruins below. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng landed, nearly shattering the asphalt beneath him. His extraordinary vision and hearing activated, capturing in an instant the presence of the little mustached man and a cadre of Nazi officials concealed within the bunker of the general headquarters. They were engaged in fervent discussions on how to devour the leaderless Hydra and oppose the Allied forces. "I've found you, the architect of the 20th century's greatest unfinished project. It's time to send you to hell." As the Nazis surrounding the general headquarters heard a thunderous explosion, they witnessed a shadow plummet from the sky, crashing through layers of floors, landing heavily in the underground fortress. Lin Feng's entrance was nothing short of spectacular. Clad in a black vibranium battlesuit, he exuded an imposing aura. A crimson cape billowed in the wind as he advanced toward the astonished guards. Before they could comprehend the situation, he vanished in a flash, reappearing moments later, having dispatched all the soldiers. With a resounding kick, he burst open the conference room door, causing the Nazi officials seated at the table to alternate between anger and fear as they cried out, "My God, it's the Allied Superman. He's here. Good heavens." Even the 2-meter-thick concrete and steel plating could not withstand him. How can such a formidable creature exist in this world? The Empire is doomed. We are doomed. The visage of Lin Feng was all too familiar to them. The Allies had relentlessly publicized his miraculous feats during dire battles, ensuring that not a single high-ranking Nazi was unaware of him. The little mustached man sat in a daze for a considerable time before he resignedly abandoned any thoughts of resistance. He drew a pistol from his holster, silently placing it in his mouth and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through his mouth, exiting with a gaping hole in the back of his head, splattering brain matter and blood onto the floor, as well as onto the faces and bodies of the other Nazi officials. As expected of the little mustached man, willing to embrace the fate of failure. Now, what will you choose? Will you surrender obediently and instruct the German soldiers in your vicinity to lay down their arms and capitulate to the nearest Allied forces? Or do you wish to follow his path to self-destruction? Fear not. I shall not hinder your decision. The choice is yours. Lin Feng surveyed the room, his tone nonchalant. The conference room fell into an oppressive silence, with no one daring to speak or act, as if everyone present had become lifeless corpses. "I am willing to follow the Führer." "Me too. Only a coward fears death. Count me in." After a moment of quiet, several high-ranking Nazis drew their guns, choosing to accompany the little mustached man on his final journey. Following a few gunshots, The fervent Nazis had all perished, leaving only a handful who hurriedly donned smiles. Eager to flatter and appease Lin Feng, I can command the 221st Division to surrender. The 126th Division is my confidant. Ordering their surrender is no problem. And I, the 193rd Division. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, escorting the surviving Nazi officials to the radio room, watching intently as they sent telegrams to his loyal subordinates. The telegrams were naturally specified, asserting that the decision to surrender to the Allied forces was made under their own command, culminating in a grand finale. Once every message was dispatched and responses from their subordinates were received, the execution operation could be deemed a resounding success. The Nazi high-ranking officials were herded into a truck, and Lin Feng propelled the vehicle skyward. Gazing down upon the ravaged Berlin, a subtle smile crept upon his lips as he turned his gaze towards the resplendent sun. A new era was on the horizon. I am the master of this age. Amidst the sonic boom, Lin Feng soared towards London, where the individuals aboard would face trial before the International Court, marking the imminent conclusion of a war that had reverberated across the globe. Chapter 32. The Golden Age of Superhumans at Maximum Level. Trial Objective. The Cosmic Universe of General Zod's Syndicate. With the demise of the Little Mustache and numerous high-ranking Nazis, the remaining officials not only persuaded the German military to surrender, but were also transported back to London to face trial under the auspices of the Allied Group South International Court, leading to the formal collapse of the Third Reich. The Second World War, which had persisted for over 6 years, finally drew to a close, ushered in by the incredulous cheers of the populace celebrating the long-awaited peace. When the news of victory traversed the ocean from London, transmitted via radio waves to the White House, then President Roosevelt appeared less than jubilant, while other high-ranking officials were elated. Many legislators proposed an immediate press conference to lavishly extol the valor of the American soldiers, and particularly the efforts of Major General Lin Feng, who had personally brought an end to this brutal conflict in hopes of garnering greater public support. Those weary of and embittered by war thronged the streets, tirelessly brandishing anti-war placards and slogans calling for everlasting peace, alongside enlarged photographs of Lin Feng, shouting in unison across each avenue. According to the Department of Energy Statistics, that night, all American cities sparkled with lights, with electricity consumption exceeding 4 times the usual amount, creating a vibrant and flourishing atmosphere. Despite Roosevelt's subtle hints to temper the glorification of Lin Feng, the major news media, under the influence of capitalists, disregarded his counsel and continued to release sensational headlines. Almost every newspaper featured Lin Feng's photograph on its front page, igniting shock and discussion worldwide, along with fervent cheers from the populace. The image captured him as he descended in London, truck in hand, clad in a black vibranium battlesuit, suspended in midair, his cape billowing like a flag. The photographer expertly seized this moment, immortalizing the historic scene heralding the arrival of peace. The angle of the shot illuminated Lin Feng's visage with a radiant halo, exuding an aura of unparalleled power, akin to a deity descending to earth. He resembled a hero emerging from ancient myths and epics, bathed in golden sunlight, majestically delivering the captured Nazi officials to the Allied command. The God of Humanity has brought an end to the Second World War. The title embodies the admiration of the common folk for Lin Feng, garnering nearly unanimous recognition and maintaining its fervor. In conversations across various gatherings in Europe and America, failure to utter a few commendatory remarks makes it challenging to integrate into the convivial atmosphere. Oh, how he resembles a benevolent deity, rescuing us from the depths of despair. Fearless of bullets or cannon fire, General Lin is indeed formidable. It is said that he flew from London to Berlin and delivered a sound thrashing to the Little Mustache, which consequently led to the latter's suicide, finally bringing an end to this wretched war. I have also heard that General Lin single-handedly vanquished over 100 monstrous creations of the Nazis. You cannot fathom how those towering beasts, 3 to 4 meters tall, appeared as feeble as rabbits in his presence. Ha ha! Long live peace! Long live General Lin! Let us toast to peace and simultaneously to General Lin. Such sentiments spread like wildfire, not only among the Allies but also showing signs of pervading to other nations. Seizing this momentum, a special edition of Superman comics was launched. Priced an astounding $23 each, Yet it was met with frenzied enthusiasm, with an initial print run of 3 million copies selling out within a mere month. In a CAF in the heart of London, Veronica Nelson, who had flown in from New York, beamed as she presented the financial statements alongside a stack of newspapers, her smile radiant like a blooming sunflower. "Boss, look, our sales have soared to the top in America, and numerous animation companies from various nations are negotiating collaborations with us. Just the special edition alone is expected to yield a profit of $100 million. These newspapers, among the most influential in the country, showered you with praise and adulation, and we owe much of our success to their fervent support. Otherwise, we could not have amassed such wealth." Lin Feng glanced at the triumphant Veronica Nelson and, flipping through the newspapers, replied with a hint of resignation. "There's a saying in my hometown, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. While I am not afraid of their potential schemes, it is uncertain whether you and the comic company might become targets. So please be cautious." He took a sip of his coffee and rose to leave. Veronica, momentarily taken aback, realized this was her boss expressing dissatisfaction. She hurriedly placed $30 beneath the coffee cup and rushed to catch up with him. "Boss, I acknowledge my mistake. I assure you I won't repeat such foolishness." Lin Feng, without turning back, waved his hand gently and said, "I do not blame you, Veronica. Find a hotel and get a good night's sleep. Return on the first flight tomorrow morning. Guard my comic company as you would your own life." After bidding farewell to Veronica Nelson, Lin Feng returned to his upscale apartment. Upon his return to London with the captives, he was met with accolades from the high echelons of the Allied powers. Churchill, true to his word, requested Queen Victoria to bestow upon him the title of Earl. Alas, it was an empty honor devoid of land, merely granting him an annual peace contribution award of £100,000 from the British Empire. General Eisenhower's application for a promotion had also been submitted to the Ministry of Defense and Parliament, with a majority of legislators currently inclined to approve it. If all proceeded smoothly, he would soon don the insignia of a major general upon his return to the United States of America. As night fell, Lin Feng lulled Peggy Carter to sleep before soaring out of the apartment window. He soon arrived at the hotel where Marilyn resided, engaging in a healthful exercise. And after a delightful exchange that invigorated his spirits, he finally heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. Reputation 11, 083, 982. The Golden Age Superman template has met the conditions for upgrading to level 9. Excess reputation will transfer to the new template. Could it be? Over 10 million reputation points. Was the system malfunctioning? Stunned, Lin Feng momentarily halted his movements, frozen in an upright posture like a statue. Since acquiring the system, he had never amassed such a staggering amount of reputation points, and could hardly believe his eyes as he summoned his attribute panel. Host, Lin Feng. Template, Golden Age Superman 9, 1-200, 000. Abilities, Super Strength, Steel Body, Stellar Energy Absorption, Biotic Field, Super Vision, Super Hearing, Super Endurance, Super Healing. Heat Vision, Frost Breath, Light Speed Flight, Time Barrier Breach, Space Survival, Reputation, 12,000. Faction, America, Allied Powers, Subordinates, 126 members of the Destroyer Independent Brigade. Spouse, Peggy Carter, Marilyn Scodia. Emma Grace Frost. Offspring, none. Auxiliary Template, Super Soldier Template. Gazing at the fully leveled Golden Age Superman template, Lin Feng felt an immense surge of power coursing through him. According to the information he had perused prior to his transmigration, a maxed-out Golden Age Superman possessed enough strength to shift continental plates, speed exceeding light itself to breach the barriers of time, and a steel physique capable of withstanding nuclear bombardment unscathed. In the vacuum of space, he could traverse interstellar distances without the need for breath, his hearing extending across the solar system, enabling him to discern a pebble on a distant planet in the Centaurus constellation. As he calmed his exhilarated heart, Lin Feng found himself disinterested in further merriment. He gently patted the bewildered Marilyn, rising from the bed and stepping into the bathroom, turning on the shower to let the warm water cascade over his well-defined muscles. With the Golden Age Superman template at its peak, it meant that upon completing the trials, he could immediately unlock a new Superman template. He pondered what such a template might be, perhaps a silver or golden Superman. He mused as he reveled in the soothing warmth of the water. In truth, with his current prowess, he is virtually invincible on Earth, even that certain bald female overlord cannot contend with him. While she wields the time stone to manipulate time at will, he possesses the ability to transcend the speed of light for time travel. However, he must be cautious regarding magical confrontations. Although Superman boasts unparalleled physical defenses, his magical defenses are non-existent. Thus, he must refrain from being overly arrogant, for facing the Supreme Mage could prove detrimental. System, I wish to undertake the template upgrade trial. Ding. Host's application for the trial is approved. A temporal passage is being constructed. Please hold on. Lin Feng was startled and hastily inquired, No, I am applying for the trial, not seeking to leave this world. Ding. This template upgrade trial involved challenging General Zod's team. The target exists within a comic universe. Thus, it is necessary to create a temporal passage to transport the host to a specific timeline within the comic universe. As the system's notification faded, a temporal passage radiating blue light manifested in the bathroom. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng steeled himself and stepped into the passage. He understood well that the template upgrade trial was a singular opportunity. If he did not seize this chance, he would remain forever at the pinnacle of the Golden Age Superman template's power. In the next moment, the temporal passage vanished from the bathroom, and the shower's water cascaded loudly onto the tiled floor. Chapter 33. Destroy the world engine and pummel General Zod's gang. A tremor, a profound vibration, enveloped the entire world. Upon traversing the temporal passage, Lin Feng found himself in an alternate universe, immediately sensing the anomaly. Before him loomed a colossal apparatus in a city. The device's design was exceedingly bizarre. A massive, spherical top rested atop 3 thick supports driven deep into the ground. An unusual vibrational frequency emanated, altering the planet's physical parameters. It was the world engine, the apparatus General Zod utilized to reshape Krypton. The system truly has an eye for selecting locations. Silently mocking the system, Lin Feng unleashed a searing heat ray from his eyes. The heat ray, reaching several million degrees, struck the world engine with such ferocity that even Kryptonian alloy could not withstand it. The armor began to melt within mere seconds, and the heat ray subsequently penetrated the entire apparatus. Boom! Bang! The massive device erupted, akin to a nuclear explosion, creating a crater several kilometers wide in the city, burying all structures and life within its vicinity. One world engine down, and another remains. It must be on the opposite side of the Earth. Once I obliterate the second one, Zod's gang will have no choice but to abandon Superman in pursuit of me. Since this is a trial, I shall annihilate all elements that could potentially impact my score, determined to destroy not only the world engine, but also General Zod's spacecraft. Lin Feng vanished from the sight of the onlookers on the ground. He reappeared on the other side of the Earth, amidst the vast, tumultuous sea, where another world engine of the same peculiar design awaited him. Using thermal rays to obliterate, the scattered fragments of the equipment sank into the water, leaving soldiers from various nations aboard surrounding warships in a state of disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before their eyes. Another Kryptonian has arrived. He has destroyed the world engine. He should be on the side of humanity. I transmitted his photograph back to Washington, where the National Security Agency scoured the records of all humanoid beings on Earth, yet found no trace of this enigmatic figure. He is most likely a newcomer from Krypton. Damn it. What is it about Earth that compels these extraterrestrials to traverse thousands of light years to engage in battle here? Immediately contact Superman and inform him that he has a new relative. Listening to their chaotic clamor, Lin Feng disdainfully spat and soared toward low Earth orbit. A spacecraft from ancient Krypton floated in the void, where the remaining Kryptonian warriors looked on in terror at their radar, calling out through their communicator, "Enemy invasion. Highest alert. Enemy invasion." No sooner had he uttered these words than an earth-shattering roar echoed outside, causing the vessel to shake violently. The energy shield, capable of withstanding starship cannons, was brutally breached as the intruder crashed through multiple layers of armor, barreling into the cockpit. This ship is quite sturdy, but alas, I have a mission. Otherwise, I would love to take it home. The Kryptonian soldier, freshly sun-kissed, attempted to resist, but Lin Feng merely pressed a finger against his full-force strike. With less than 100 tons of force, you dare to resist? Truly an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of your own limitations. Grasping the Kryptonian's fist, he forcefully yanked it downward, driving his knee into the soldier's skull, akin to bursting a watermelon, with red and white matter splattering everywhere. Destroying the antimatter annihilation reactor would surely obliterate this vessel. With his superior vision sweeping the area, he quickly located the reactor and, without hesitation, melted the strong magnetic restraining device with thermal rays. Within moments, the annihilation reaction within the reactor spiraled out of control. Just a second before the explosion, Lin Feng escaped at light speed into the vastness of space. Boom! The explosion of the Kryptonian spacecraft illuminated the sky, akin to the emergence of a new sun. With dazzling light and intense thermal radiation expanding rapidly in all directions, tumultuously mixing with the Earth's atmosphere. General Zod, engaged in a fierce struggle with Superman in Antarctica, caught a glimpse of the suddenly ignited orb of light from the corner of his eye. With a fierce kick, he sent Superman flying, then looked up toward the celestial display, suddenly clutching his head and wailing in agony. The sound erupted like a sonic cannon, shattering the surrounding ice and glaciers. No, who has destroyed my ship? No, the world engine has ceased functioning as well. That damned bastard, regardless of who you are, you have ruined Krypton's future, and I shall ensure your demise. Superman shook his dazed head, still struggling to grasp the situation. General Zod shot him a venomous glare and soared toward the lingering orb of light in space. The traitors of Krypton may strike at any moment. Yet those who have destroyed the hope of rebuilding Krypton deserve a far graver fate. Lin Feng, arms crossed, floated in the vastness of space, gazing down upon General Zod, who was slowly ascending. Indeed, in Lin Feng's eyes, General Zod's speed, exceeding 20 Mach, resembled that of a snail, with the pursuing Superman trailing behind, though the latter harbored immense potential within. Meanwhile, other Kryptonian warriors, alerted by their spacecraft, rushed from all corners of the globe towards this location. Initially en route to dismantle nuclear weapons on Earth, they were enraged to find their stronghold obliterated, their fury boiling over as they yearned to rend their enemies limb from limb. Moments later, General Zod and his warriors arrived in space, where they beheld Lin Feng, composed and unfazed. So, you're the one who destroyed my ship and the two world engines on Earth, are you? You do not appear to be Kryptonian. I sense no Kryptonian blood within you. Earth truly is an astonishing planet, harboring demigods and formidable humans like yourself. Yet before me, General Zod, you are as insignificant as an ant. Accept your fate to be crushed beneath my might. Superman, intrigued yet compelled by Zod's words, chose to ally with this unfamiliar powerhouse to eradicate the frenzied Kryptonians. Hey buddy, I'll hold a few off for you. If you can run, do so swiftly. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, beckoning Zod with a finger, laughing arrogantly. No, step aside, Clark, I wish to face 10 of them. He had no desire for Superman's interference. Should the system deem it cheating, his trial would be deemed a failure. Superman, incredulous and eager to persuade, was cut short as Zod and his warriors surged forward, one female warrior launching herself at Superman, evidently intending to prevent his assistance. I said I want to face 10. Did you not hear me? She retorted. In that moment, her vision blurred, and her abdomen was struck with unprecedented force. Visceral debris mingling with blood as it spewed from her lips, freezing into icy clumps in the void of space. Flaw, damn it, you will pay for this. General Zod cried out in anguish, his grief transforming into wrath as he charged forward. The immense pain unleashed further potential within him, propelling his speed to an astonishing 30 Mach, traversing short distances as if teleporting. Lin Feng raised a hand effortlessly to block Zod's full force punch, merely feeling a slight tingle in his palm. Impressive strength, at least exceeding 100,000 tons, yet still a mere weakling. He had not anticipated that the system would designate General Zod as a trial target, revealing such a vast disparity in power compared to himself, causing the tension within him to release. Since you are so fond of that female warrior, I shall send you to hell to meet her. Before General Zod could react to the shock, a chilling sensation gripped his heart, swiftly followed by excruciating pain. He looked down and beheld a gaping wound in his chest, where his once throbbing heart had vanished, leaving his other organs barely visible, while the stark whiteness of his exposed ribs lay bare. You are a monster. Ophelia, flee at once. In his final moments, General Zod summoned the last vestiges of his strength, lunging forward to grasp Lin Feng's leg with desperate fervor. All his might coalesced within his arms and the biofield, willing to sacrifice himself to carve out a path for his warriors, even if hope was but a fleeting whisper. Clark Kent rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not ensnared by an illusion. The battered General Zod appeared utterly powerless in the grasp of an unfamiliar titan, like a foolish child attempting to provoke a robust adult. Fortunately, he seemed to stand on the side of Earth, yet should he become an antagonist, there would be no one capable of challenging him. Alas, such burdensome thoughts were not his to bear. Lin Feng forcefully snapped Zod's arms, casting a glance at the scattering Kryptonian warriors. With a cold smirk, he selected one to pursue, seizing the opponent's head and twisting it a full 360 degrees. The grotesque sound of shattering bones echoing as he turned to chase another Kryptonian warrior. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing Kryptonian warriors, having traversed thousands of kilometers, were systematically dispatched in a void of space, including Ophelia, who lay with wide, unyielding eyes, her lifeless body adrift like refuse. Why? Why is this happening? You spare not even a single Kryptonian warrior. What deep-seated enmity could possibly exist between us? Speak, you wretched fiend. The genetic might of the Kryptonian general was formidable. Even bereft of his heart, General Zod clung to life, perhaps driven by madness. He seized a crimson syringe from his battle armor's waist and plunged it fiercely into his carotid artery. You have forced my hand. Even if I must transform into the most terrifying beast of Krypton, I will slay you. Behold the ultimate nightmare of ancient Krypton. The day of destruction will resurrect through my very being, and I shall sever your head to honor my fallen warriors. Clark Kent sensed the impending danger as Zod's body began to swell uncontrollably. Soon, his form towered over 5 meters, his skin adorned with black scales, and his limbs contorted grotesquely, forming reversed joint structures, with fingers sharpened to a lethal point. With a roar, the abomination, melding Zod's genes with those of the ancient Doomsday, opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a primal scream that signaled its emergence in the cosmos. Regrettably, the vacuum of space stifled sound, rendering what should have been a grand entrance into an absurd spectacle. Lin Feng snapped the neck of the last Kryptonian warrior, yet he did not hear the system's notification indicating the completion of the trial. He sensed that something had gone awry. Turning back, he beheld a colossal figure hurtling towards him, its eyes radiating a terrifying blood-red glow. What the hell, system? Explain to me, what is Doomsday? General Zod is nothing but a mere pawn, yet you allow Doomsday to make an appearance? I curse you, system. Damn, this creature is no easy foe to vanquish. Ding. This trial space-time belongs to a specific cosmic timeline. Any occurrence is deemed normal. Please refrain from conspiracy theories, host, and expedite your passage through this trial. The system's notification echoed, leaving Lin Feng in a state of half-belief. However, upon reflecting on his own strength compared to that of General Zod, he recognized the vast disparity, rendering any trial ineffective. Perhaps the emergence of Doomsday was indeed the expected difficulty of the trial.